Good evening, dear audience. I am Xie Chuan, the host of the magnificent Huata. As time progresses, traditional Chinese medicine has gradually been cast aside by humanity. However, with the onset of a pandemic, it has risen to prominence. To showcase the remarkable efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine to more of our fellow citizens, this program will randomly select 100 practitioners from across the nation to participate in a live broadcast. We guarantee fairness, justice, and transparency in our proceedings, and we have specially invited several renowned veteran practitioners to serve as judges. Furthermore, the final champion will be determined based on popularity, rewards, and votes. What champion? It must be predetermined, Xie Chuan exclaimed as he picked up the remote control and turned off the television. Is a host from an entertainment program reliable? Resting his hands behind his head, he sank into thought while seated in a grand chair. During his youth, his parents pursued their respective romances, leaving Xie Chuan in the care of his grandfather. The old man, devoted to the traditional medicine clinic, could only sigh as he watched over him. The clinic's ancient plaque hung heavily above, and thinking of his grandfather, Xie Chuan sighed, "You have departed from this world, leaving behind a grand legacy. But alas, a mere scholar cannot wield a hoe effectively. What a waste." The reason was simple. His grandfather's mastery of traditional medicine was unparalleled, earning him the admiration of all in the vicinity. As the legacy reached Xie Chuan's generation, he opened his eyes and retrieved a few slices of baijiu from a small drawer. "Whatever, let's just do some meat." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the doorway. A familiar voice rang out. Next to the clinic was a hanfu shop, managed by a beautiful woman who graduated from a prestigious university. The two were of similar age and often helped each other out. Xie Chuan, without a second thought, dashed out, assuming someone was bullying Qin Minyu again. Their eyes met, and a square screen was thrust before Xie Chuan. Qin Minyu's voice was clear and melodious, brimming with excitement. "You've been selected." "What for what?" With his hands in his pockets, Xie Chuan wore a look of helplessness. "Miss, please don't overreact." "No, you've been chosen for the magnificent Hua." One was elated, the other was distressed. Xie Chuan exclaimed, "When did I even sign up?" Qin Minyu blinked her innocent, drooping eyes out. "Of course, I signed you up. Come on, the champion receives a prize of 5 million. I believe in you." Silence fell as Xie Chuan looked up at the sky. He truly knew nothing. A few days later, the program's crew appeared outside the clinic with cameras in tow, leaving Xie Chuan no choice but to be seated in a work chair. Can I withdraw?" Xie Chuan attempted to back out. "I surrender." The director, Lu Jing, retracted her smile. No one had mentioned such a situation before her arrival. "Don't take it lightly," Qin Minyu insisted, approaching before the cameras started rolling. "Your grandfather's greatest dream was to promote traditional Chinese medicine. You must carry on his legacy." Xie Chuan despondently replied, "The problem is, he never taught me anything. While his grandfather administered acupuncture, he merely handled feathers. When his grandfather prepared herbs, he caught birds. What legacy did he inherit?" Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the traditional Chinese medicine inheritance system. System's ironclad rule: uphold the might of traditional Chinese medicine, alleviate the suffering of countless individuals, and provide patients with the finest diagnosis and treatment. The system will reward the host based on the surrounding environment. In disbelief, Xie Chuan nearly let out an expletive. What a stroke of luck. As an avid reader, often lost in novels, he quickly accepted the existence of the system. However, gazing at his hands, he felt utterly lost, knowing nothing. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring advanced foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. His mind gradually cleared, enriched with knowledge that was not his own. When Xie Chuan lifted his gaze once more, he felt as if a heavy burden rested upon his shoulders. He began to understand why people still remembered his grandfather even after his passing. Qin Minyu and Lu Jing had conspired, and she realized her impulsiveness in signing him up without consent. She quickly apologized. "That I am sorry. At worst, we won't participate. That I'll bear the consequences." Wasn't it just a penalty fee? She would cover it. Tears welled in her eyes, making her appear all the more pitiful. Lu Jing, in her high heels, placed her hands on her hips, reminding him fiercely, "Xie Chuan, this program is no joke. Everyone signed an agreement prior to registration, and I don't care who signed you up, the penalty fee is to be paid." Since it won't air, Xie Chuan interrupted. Let's air it. The previously confident soprano fell silent. The crew halted their movements, all eyes fixed on the inexperienced young practitioner. Qin Minyu was overwhelmed with emotion. You don't have to do this for me. It's fine. I'll take responsibility for my own mess. Ignoring her, Xie Chuan stared at the crew. He reiterated, aren't we going live? Hurry up. Lu Jing realized this was a perfect opportunity and rallied the crew. Everyone, set up the equipment. We're going live immediately. A few minutes later, the live stream finally commenced. Prior to this, several renowned practitioners from across the nation had already opened their live streams, garnering a uniform response from viewers. When it was Xie Chuan's turn, everyone was taken aback. What's going on? A pretty boy has infiltrated the magnificent Hua Tuo. Did I stumble into the wrong place? This is indeed a Chinese medicine live stream. Well, one can only say that a pretty face doesn't guarantee competence. Does he even recognize the herbs? Previously, I didn't think the program was fair, but seeing this pretty boy, I finally believe the drawing was indeed impartial. As Xie Chuan scanned through the barrage of comments, he remarked, don't just criticize, I was chosen, and I also think the program's random selection is fair. The program team was left speechless. Host Jia happened to switch to this live stream and was captivated by Xie Chuan's striking appearance, musing that he would excel in the entertainment industry as well. An elderly judge with white hair scrutinized Xie Chuan with a frown. He displayed no gravitas, treating diagnosis and treatment as a just traditional Chinese medicine, after all, was in decline. This young man was just a product of his era. A beautiful vase, how could he possibly bear the flag of traditional Chinese medicine? At that moment, a mother and daughter entered the clinic. The girl, carrying a backpack, had an oily complexion, her face dotted with large red pimples and dark circles under her eyes. With the system in place, it was akin to having provisions in his pocket. Relevant symptoms automatically surfaced in his mind. Excitedly, Xie Chuan called out, please take a seat. You're here to consult for your daughter, right? The short-haired, middle-aged woman was astonished. How did you know? She sighed in relief. Glancing at her daughter, it was indeed obvious. With a smile, Xie Chuan remained silent, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. The advanced foundational knowledge provided by the system did not include how to communicate with patients. His grandfather had not taught him that either. Would he be reprimanded for what he said? The middle-aged woman continued, Doctor, my daughter has developed quite a few pimples recently, and she often complains of back pain, feeling lethargic all day, and frequently sweating. Please help her. Traditional Chinese medicine, a brief encounter with online disgrace author Qianjin Fong. In a parallel universe, an individual fortuitously finds themselves selected to participate in a live-stream talent show. Ding. System binding successful. Traditional Chinese medicine system activated. Subsequently, in pursuit of rewards, they candidly reveal ailments, leading patients to experience social demise. One male patient exclaims, impossible. How could I possibly fail? Xie Chuan responds, one must exercise restraint in their craft. Upon merely casting a glance, a fellow practitioner is subjected to a soul-searching inquiry. Has this young lady entered a romantic relationship? The other party attempts to refute. No, I have no boyfriend. After taking the pulse, Xie Chuan retorts. No? Surely, there must be more than one. When an enthusiastic debunker enters the live stream to request a pulse diagnosis, Xie Chuan declares, your condition requires no medication. Prepare for your final affairs. At first, onlookers assumed it was merely a jest to intimidate, yet days later, the debunker is revealed to have passed away. The collective reaction from netizens? When a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine speaks, it is either a consultation or a bombshell revelation. When the practitioner flips through their texts, one had better pray that they land on the right page. Otherwise, it may be the king of hell who turns to the pages. Chapter 1. The launch of the marvelous Hua Tuo, an exhilarating experience. Good evening, esteemed viewers. I am Jia, the host of the marvelous Hua Tuo. As time progresses, traditional Chinese medicine has gradually been cast aside by humanity. However, with the advent of a recent pandemic, traditional Chinese medicine has emerged triumphantly to showcase the prowess of this ancient practice to a broader audience. Our program will randomly select 100 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from across the nation for a live broadcast. We assure fairness, transparency, and impartiality, having invited several esteemed elder practitioners as judges. Furthermore, the final champion will be determined based on popularity, tips, and votes. But rest assured, the champion is preordained. Xie Chuan grasped the remote and switched off the television. Could a host transitioning from entertainment truly be reliable? With his hands cradling the back of his head, he languished in a grand armchair, his thoughts adrift. In his youth, his parents had pursued their own romantic endeavors, leaving Xie Chuan in the care of his grandfather. The old man, devoted solely to the traditional medicine clinic, would gaze at him with a heavy sigh. The clinic sign, ancient and weighty, evoked a sigh from Xie Chuan as well. His grandfather had departed this world, leaving behind a grand legacy, yet it felt like a burden. A mere scholar wielding no tools of the trade is futile. The old man was a master of traditional medicine, revered in the neighboring villages. Yet, in Xie Chuan's generation, he opened a small drawer and retrieved a few slices of angelica, thinking to himself that he might as well stew them with meat. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the entrance, a familiar voice ringing out. Next door, a Hanfu boutique was run by a stunning graduate from a prestigious university. Their ages were similar, and they often lent each other a helping hand. Without a second thought, Xie Chuan dashed outside, fearing someone might be troubling Qin Minyu again. Their eyes met, and a rectangular screen was thrust in front of Xie Chuan. With a melodious and excited voice, Qin Minyu exclaimed, "You've been selected." "Selected for what?" Xie Chuan replied, hands in pockets, feigning nonchalance. "My dear lady, please refrain from such theatrics. No, you have been chosen for the marvelous Hua Toa." One was elated, while the other was dismayed. "When did I even sign up?" Xie Chuan questioned, bewildered. Qin Minyu, with her innocent, drooping eyes, replied, "Of course, I signed you up. Go for it. The champion receives a 500,000 yuan prize. I believe in you." Silence fell over him. He gazed skyward, realizing he was utterly unprepared. Days later, the production crew arrived at the clinic with cameras and equipment, leaving no room for Xie Chuan to decline. He found himself seated in a work chair. Can I withdraw?" he stammered, desperately seeking an escape. The director, Lu Jing, had her smile fade. She hadn't been informed of such a situation beforehand. "Don't joke around. Before the broadcast, every participant signed an agreement. Regardless of who registered you, the penalty for breaching the agreement remains." Then we won broadcast. "Xie Chuan, we are broadcasting." The once resounding voice of the host suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their attention to the inexperienced young practitioner. Qin Minyu was moved to tears. You need not do this for me. It's fine. I'll bear the consequences of my rashness." Ignoring her, Xie Chuan focused on the crew. "Aren't and Amp, Oppos, we going live? Let us get on with it." Lu Jing, realizing the opportunity, rallied the staff to set up the equipment, declaring, "We are going live shortly." Moments later, the broadcast commenced. Prior to this, several renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had already begun their streams, garnering a plethora of reactions from viewers. However, upon reaching Xie Chuan's segment, the audience was taken aback. "What is going on? A pretty boy has infiltrated the traditional medicine broadcast? Isn't this the right channel? It's indeed a traditional Chinese medicine stream. Can he even recognize all the medicinal herbs?" Initially skeptical of the program and Amp, Oppos, as fairness, the audience was now convinced that the random selection process was indeed just. Xie Chuan, exasperated, remarked, "Don't even mention it. I, too, was bewildered to be selected." At that moment, Hijia, the host, switched to Xie Chuan and Amp, Oppos, as live stream. Captivated by his handsome appearance, contemplating that he would be a standout even in the entertainment industry, seated among the judges, an elderly man with gray hair frowned at Xie Chuan, shaking his head in disapproval. He is utterly lacking in gravitas, treating medicine as a jest. Traditional Chinese medicine is in decline. This young man, akin to the host, is merely a product of his era. A beautiful fade unfit to bear the banner of traditional medicine. Just then, a mother and daughter entered the clinic. The girl, with a backpack, had a shiny face covered in large red pimples and heavy dark circles. With the system in place, it was as if he had a wealth of knowledge at his fingertips. Relevant symptoms sprung to mind. Xie Chuan eagerly called out, "Please, have a seat. You're here for your daughter's consultation, am I correct?" The short-haired middle-aged woman was taken aback. "How did you know?" she asked, glancing at her daughter. Relieved yet skeptical. After all, with such a conspicuous issue on her otherwise fair face, who could miss it? Xie Chuan simply smiled, contemplating how to proceed. The advanced knowledge imparted by the system hadn't prepared him for patient interaction. Would he be scolded for what he might say? The middle-aged woman continued, "Doctor, my daughter has developed numerous pimples recently, often complaining of back pain and feeling lethargic, frequently breaking into a cold sweat. Please help her." Chapter 2. Unyielding Words. Yang Yinran has just embarked on her university journey this year. As a young woman, she is acutely aware of her appearance and has found no solace in the numerous Western medical treatments she has tried. Encouraged by her mother, the two have resolved to seek advice at a nearby traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Prior to their visit, Yang had stumbled upon a video claiming that a TCM practitioner could discern one's ailments merely by feeling their pulse. Approaching the clinic's signboard, she felt a flutter of anxiety. Upon entering, the potent aroma of medicinal herbs and the clinic's antiquated decor only heightened her unease. As her gaze fell upon the physician, well, she steeled herself. Xie Chuan, with an air of professionalism, stated, "The acne on your face is quite severe. Do you experience any other symptoms? Are you sensitive to cold?" Yang's heart, which had momentarily calmed, now raced again as she cast her eyes downwards, too timid to respond. A middle-aged woman, her mother, seized her arm, demanding, "Why are you silent? This is infuriating. Ever since you went away to university, you've picked up all sorts of bad habits, including this silence." The mother, worried about her daughter and Oppo's reticence, tucked her hair behind her ears and continued, "You're particularly sensitive to cold, even in the height of summer. You're wrapped in blankets." The live stream's comments scrolled by as Xie Chuan pressed on with his inquiries. "Do you also suffer from dizziness, lethargy, or memory issues?" Yes, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she stood up, her voice rapid. "I thought you were young and didn't have any issues." "Doctor, you're absolutely right." Turning to her distracted daughter, she added, "See, Yinran, I told you we should consult a TCM practitioner. We've finally found the right place." Feeling as though she were being completely exposed, Yang was profoundly uncomfortable. Did she not know her own symptoms? How exasperating that the TCM diagnosis was spot on. In stark contrast to her mother's elation, Yang was on the verge of tears, urgently interjecting, "Mom, let us not proceed. I just remembered. I have a video I need to record. A classmate recommended a wonderful beauty salon that can treat acne." With that, she pulled her mother's arm, eager to escape the clinic. The sudden shift in her demeanor did not go unnoticed by the audience in the live stream. "Oh, has the host hit a nerve? Is she feeling guilty?" One commenter mused. "I have a thought I dare not voice. A cousin of mine had similar symptoms, but it was related to a certain girl." "Hey, don't spread rumors about the girl," came a retort from the audience, urging caution against inappropriate speculation. The producer, Lu Jing, observed the comments with a hint of disbelief. Could it be that Xie Chuan has made an accurate diagnosis? The middle-aged woman, impatient and determined, grasped her daughter's arm and declared, "What do you mean not going? We've finally found a good TCM practitioner. Even if the sky falls, you will see this doctor." The staff present understood the situation, while Yang remained unaware of the unfolding dynamics. With her head bowed and tears brimming in her eyes, she shot a resentful glare at Xie Chuan when her mother was not looking. "If you dare to speak your mind, you're finished." A mere girl, threatening him? Xie Chuan feigned ignorance, asking, "Are you still interested in treatment?" "Of course we are," the middle-aged woman replied emphatically. "Doctor, what exactly is her ailment?" She continued. Wiping her tears, "I raised her on my own, having come from a troubled background with little education. I admit my faults. I placed all my hopes on her and pressured her to study hard. Surely, the stress has overwhelmed her. It's all my fault." After several minutes of her lamenting, Xie Chuan, with a peculiar expression, interrupted, "Auntie, please don't be too agitated. She has indeed released some stress, a considerable amount, in fact. Oh dear. I've said too much." The live stream continued to roll, with some viewers beginning to doubt Xie Chuan's expertise. Producer Lu Jing, anxious about the current state of affairs, gestured insistently for Xie to adopt a more authoritative demeanor. "Hey, TCM relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. It seems the host has not even taken her pulse yet. Clearly, this was a case of half-baked knowledge. Was the production team misleading the audience with a fade of TCM expertise? A charlatan?" The comments erupted. As Xie Chuan completed his diagnosis notes, he raised his brows and addressed the woman's expectant gaze. "Young lady, refrain from engaging in excessive craftwork." "What?" Yang Yinran was taken aback. "Did you just say that so plainly?" She felt as if struck by lightning, her mind racing. The producer, Lu Jing, fumbled with the equipment, causing the live stream to jolt, eliciting laughter from viewers. "What is going on? The host is being unpredictable. Isn't patient privacy supposed to be protected? The patient is a college freshman. Is this appropriate?" A viewer questioned. "It seems not only boys can be skilled at crafts." Today's live stream has certainly offered surprising insights. The middle-aged woman, confused, asked, "Doctor, does she truly enjoy crafting? Could it be that poor-quality plastic products with high formaldehyde content are affecting her health?" In her own imagination, she raged, "These merchants are indeed unscrupulous. They have harmed my daughter, and I will ensure they are brought to ruin." What? Xie Chuan was taken aback, bewildered by the gravity of her claims. Is her mother truly supporting her in this way and buying her toys? He realized he had underestimated the situation. His words momentarily stunned the live stream audience into silence. They were amused by the hostess' innocence. The two continued their disjointed conversation, with the middle-aged woman lamenting, "Yes, this child loves building with Lego. Our refrigerator and windowsills are filled with Lego sets." Xie Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of futility in their exchange. Seeing that the mother still did not grasp the situation, Xie Chuan emphasized, "It's simply adolescence, you understand, right? You've been through it yourself. It relates to that aspect." "What aspect?" The middle-aged woman pressed, demanding clarity. "You're delaying the diagnosis. Is it merely about money?" She pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it on the table, declaring, "Today, you will speak boldly. What do you mean by having been through it?" The mother was agitated, grasping at her hair in frustration. "In our day, we were too poor to afford such luxuries as Lego." Yang Yanran felt her acne woes boiling over, unable to contain her embarrassment. "Please stop. For the love of all that is good, just stop." The audience erupted in laughter at the dramatic scene unfolding before them. "Host, do speak boldly. Ha ha ha, this is priceless. What toys are we discussing? Are there really toys? Don't be so curious. Are you here to stock up?" Another viewer teased. "Patient privacy cannot be disclosed." Serious warning to the host. "Let us not compromise the reputation of the clinic," Xie Chuan thought, steeling himself and deciding to plunge ahead. Unyielding words until the end, he declared, directly stating, "You're simply longing for a man." Chapter 3. The irreverence of this traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The chair screeched across the wooden floor. A jarring sound that echoed through the air. A middle-aged woman clenched her fists, spitting out words laced with venom. "I thought you were a competent physician. A good practitioner of traditional medicine. In broad daylight, are you engaging in such lewd antics?" Across the table, Xie Chuan, seemingly anticipating the storm, quickly retreated, hastily offering a bitter explanation. "It was you who urged me to speak. Please don't resort to violence. I assure you, I am not a rogue." "How can you claim that? With 3 legs, do you truly believe all women desire men?" The situation spiraled out of control as the middle-aged woman dismissed any attempt at reasoning. The audience erupted with laughter. How amusing. The host's career has met its Waterloo. It seems he has faced backlash for his honesty, yet if it were me, I would not spare the host either. Truly, the host's demeanor is utterly inappropriate. Is this not a professional show? Why does it feel like a farce? Xie Chuan, though lacking the old master and Apos' medical prowess, had been shaped by rigorous training, endowing him with remarkable stamina. As he spoke while running, he remarked, "Your daughter's symptoms clearly indicate kidney deficiency. Madam, please do not take offense. I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, ask your daughter." Finally, he came to a halt, placing his hands on his knees, pondering how difficult it was to navigate the doctor-patient relationship. No wonder the old man emphasized physical conditioning. Experience speaks volumes. The middle-aged woman and Apos' piercing gaze fell upon her daughter. "You speak." Yang Yanran, pale as a ghost, trembled. "Mom, what is there to misunderstand?" Her evident guilt was palpable, and the mother's countenance darkened, as though she were losing face. The middle-aged woman glared fiercely, her eyes nearly bulging out. "How could you, after all I've done to send you to school, turn out like this?" "Mom, please let me explain." "It's not what you think." Yang Yanran, mortified, stamped her foot in exasperation. "You quack. I'm just a girl, still in school. How do you expect me to marry? You must clarify this to my mother. I have never engaged in such actions. You indeed have not indulged in practical experiences. If you had, you wouldn't have acne on your face." Xie Chuan, ever considerate, explained, "Craftsmanship can channel desires. However, you must be cautious about frequency. Overindulgence can lead to depletion. It's common for young adults to be vigorous. Who experiences kidney deficiency at such a young age? Kidney deficiency is often a result of excessive self-indulgence. Goodness, this traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is adding insult to injury. Yang Yanran felt as if despair enveloped her. Was this truly traditional medicine? She even suspected the practitioner was being deliberately provocative. Observing the girl's tearful expression, Xie Chuan felt unjustly accused. Is it not the duty of a traditional doctor to speak candidly and thoroughly? He added with genuine concern, do not be shy. We must not shy away from addressing ailments. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at Xie Chuan's earnest advice. Haha. Is the host implying she thinks about men every day? The host is rather mischievous, perhaps even scheming. Could it be intentional? It seems girls also have their desires. Dear mother, please refrain from striking. I can assist your daughter with her acne. Girls experience physiological desires too. After all, you gentlemen should keep your comments clean. The middle-aged woman seized her daughter's ear, delivering a stern lecture. The girl squirmed, unable to escape, desperately wishing to bury her head in the ground. An audience member reminded, Host, this is your venue. You can't allow them to continue this way. Indeed, this was not a viable solution. Xie Chuan advised, Madam, please cease your assault. Her condition stems from hormonal imbalance. A few prescriptions will suffice. When there's illness, we treat it. With the doctor intervening, the middle-aged woman reluctantly halted. Casting a fierce glare at her daughter, you will face the consequences when we return home. After all, if her daughter's indiscretions were to be revealed, it would tarnish her prospects of marriage. During the earlier scuffle, a few of young Yin and Amp, Oppos, as pimples had burst, blood seeping out as she fumbled for tissues to clean herself. The middle-aged woman, witnessing her daughter and Amp, Oppos, distress, calmed herself. Doctor, can her acne be treated? Once we balance her hormones, will she no longer be affected? The question lingered on her lips, shifting to, and will she be free from such impulses? The seasoned practitioners exchanged knowing glances. Who can guarantee such outcomes? A group of older men stared at their hands, pondering if they too were victims of hormonal chaos. Xie Chuan replied enigmatically, during adolescence, after appropriate medicinal intervention. I cannot guarantee specific behaviors. The individual retains ultimate control. Yang Yanran clenched her fists, suspecting that traditional medicine was merely a guise for manipulation. Must she make promises before the entire clinic? The conflict between mother and daughter was a battle Xie Chuan chose not to engage in. He focused on drafting a prescription, his foundational knowledge of advanced traditional medicine guiding the selection of herbs and their precise dosages. As he meticulously penned the prescription, a girl with a medical book in hand observed him intently. She had just watched Xie Chuan's live stream. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be mere entertainment. Yet an expert would discern the subtleties. While novices might be impressed by his ability to diagnose symptoms accurately, it was the prescription that truly mattered. Many practitioners in the country find themselves at a loss with acne, as the myriad causes of breakouts vary from person to person, making a singular treatment ineffective. Some unscrupulous Western doctors import foreign equipment, leading families to spend thousands without addressing the root problem. Crossing her arms, Zheng Baiji fixed her gaze on the screen. Finally, as Xie Chuan completed the last stroke of his pen, elegant characters flourished on the page. What astonished Zheng Baiji was the array of herbs listed: Cistanche deserticula, Ligusticum chuantium, Citrus reticulata, Poria cocos. Unlike the traditional anti-inflammatory prescriptions, Xie Chuan's formula was ingenious. Zheng Baiji stood in awe. The blend not only possessed anti-inflammatory and detoxifying properties, but also included Cistanche deserticula, providing remarkable benefits for nourishing the kidneys and replenishing qi and blood. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, once playful, now reflected genuine admiration. He is truly remarkable. Could he really be in his 20s? Zheng Baiji murmured to herself. Typical individuals in their 20s studying traditional medicine often struggle to identify all the herbs. Having considered herself a prodigy, she now recognized that the individual in the video was nothing short of a genius. A few medical students from prestigious universities noticed Zheng Baiji's expression, finding it curious. Did you see that? Our junior sister seemed to smile just now. Indeed, she is akin to our esteemed mentor, captivated by that program, the marvelous Hua Ta. Could there be someone within it who even our junior sister admires? Such mastery of traditional medicine must be extraordinary. It is worth noting that their junior sister is the heir of a distinguished lineage in traditional medicine. Young as she has inherited her mentor's teachings and, in truth, surpassed her master's medical skills. After all, she has been personally trained by her grandfather, who is a judge on the very show, the marvelous Hua Ta. Chapter 4. Masterful Pulse Diagnosis. After prescribing the medicine, Xie Chuan couldn't help but admire the remarkable talent displayed. Who could have imagined that just half a day ago? This young man, who struggled even with treating headaches and fevers, had now transformed into an accomplished traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the diagnosis and successfully prescribing the first prescription. After system verification, the host and AMP, Oppos, S prescription is entirely accurate. Reward, masterful pulse diagnosis. As the mechanical voice faded, the system panel before him changed, revealing Xie Chuan and AMP, Oppos, S personal information. Although others were present, they could not see the system. And Xie Chuan was reluctant to operate it in front of an audience, fearing they might think him deranged. The prescription was correct. His grandfather's legacy had found a worthy successor. Xie Chuan nonchalantly pushed the prescription forward. Here is the prescription. If you require medicine, I can assist you in obtaining it now. If not, a consultation fee will suffice. After all, there is no coercion in business. While he remained unfazed, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback, including several medical students commenting in the chat. Wait, I want to ask this guy, if he is not opening a clinic to make money, does he intend to establish a charity clinic? Wow, such grand aspirations. You don't understand. The few medicines the host prescribed are indeed effective, and the prices are reasonable. What? A conscientious practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Please share the address. I must visit. The audience was astonished, and a middle-aged woman's admiration for Xie Chuan soared to new heights. Her daughter was at a crucial stage in life. With a flattering smile, the woman implored, "Doctor, could you please check my daughter's pulse once more? We need to ascertain if there are any other ailments to treat as well. Rest assured, we will pay for the medicine right here." Just as someone brings a pillow when one feels drowsy, Xie Chuan, having just acquired masterful pulse diagnosis, was eager to test its efficacy. He recalled watching his grandfather accurately diagnose patients merely by resting his hand on their wrist, and he could hardly contain his excitement. "Dear young lady, please sit in this chair while I examine you," he spoke gently. However, Yang Yinran regarded him as if he were the grim reaper himself. "More examination?" she queried, her face still bearing the remnants of her recent misfortune. Trembling, she placed her hand on his, repeatedly reassuring herself that this young practitioner would not discover any additional ailments. What could be more humiliating than self-deceit? With his hand on her pulse and aided by masterful pulse diagnosis, Xie Chuan swiftly reached a conclusion. "Do you drink often?" This casual inquiry left Zheng Baiji, watching from behind the screen, stunned. The young college girl before him hardly seemed like one who indulged in alcohol. Had he misdiagnosed? Under her mother's intense gaze, Yang Yinran shook her head vigorously, denying it like a drum. "No way. I detest drinking. I mustn't admit it, otherwise my mother would be furious. Never would she return to a traditional Chinese doctor again. This practice was sorcery, stripping people bare of secrets." Yang Yinran suspected Xie Chuan had supernatural insight. How else could he be so accurate? To dispel any doubts, she raised her voice. "Do you even know how to diagnose?" The entire family was aware of her aversion to alcohol, and her mother was the most cognizant. She quickly intervened. "Doctor, you misunderstand." During her graduation banquet, the elders encouraged her to sip a little low-alcohol rice wine. She simply cannot get used to it. Whenever her father drinks at home, she expresses her disdain. She would never drink. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, responsible for directing the broadcast, felt a lump rise in her throat. The team of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners was quickly losing face. Were they about to wrap up and head home? With even the parents denying it. How could Dr. Xie recover from this? The barrage of comments doubting Xie Chuan's abilities intensified. "I knew it. He surely knows nothing. Earlier was just a lucky guess. Now he's hit a dead end. I suspect the host is merely seeking attention. Now he has shot himself in the foot." Zheng Baiji furrowed her brow. According to the prescription Xie Chuan had issued, he should not be an ordinary practitioner. He wouldn't have misdiagnosed the alcohol consumption. Not being present, she couldn't and AMP, Oppos, ascertain the truth behind whether the patient truly drank or not. Furthermore, could it be that this young man had simply plagiarized the prescription? Did he possess no real skill in pulse diagnosis? Unlike the concerns of others, Xie Chuan appeared unfazed by the mother-daughter duo and AMP, Oppos, S defense, seemingly indifferent to their protestations. "Do you often feel phlegm accumulation? Do you sometimes experience stomach pains?" Yang Yinran, wary of a potential ruse, hesitated to respond. The middle-aged woman nodded eagerly. "You're absolutely right. Occasionally, when my heart is overworked, I experience dizziness, and I carry excess fat around my abdomen. Yes, all correct. My liver isn't functioning well. I often feel fatigued and weak, lacking energy." "Doctor, you are remarkable." The middle-aged woman chimed in with enthusiasm, while Yang Yinran, believing she was gravely ill, began to set aside her earlier fears. Pouring a cup of mulberry wine from the table, Xie Chuan offered one to each of them. This is a medicinal brew. It aids sleep and quenches thirst. If it's insufficient, feel free to refill. I often use it for health maintenance. The middle-aged woman frowned at the scent of the alcohol. Wait, is this genuinely beneficial for health? Unperturbed, Yang Yinran took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Is it tasty? Do you feel warmth spreading through your body? No longer cold? Xie Chuan inquired with a smile. Yes, doctor, your medicinal brew is exquisite. Can I have more? Yang Yinran eagerly asked. Silence ensued. The discerning viewers quickly recognized it as homemade mulberry wine. Miss, didn't you say you don't drink? In the piercing gaze of her mother, Yang Yinran trembled in fear. Such a mischievous young practitioner. Is this alcohol? Xie Chuan crossed his arms, struggling to contain his laughter. Indeed, it was easy to deceive the youth. The mulberry wine, though mild in flavor, had a significant alcohol content. The young lady had a decent tolerance, yet she shouldn't indulge excessively or drink daily. Youth may be an asset, but it mustn't be squandered. Caught out. Yang Yinran gritted her teeth in frustration, believing that her refusal to drink would shield her from Xie Chuan's diagnosis. No matter how she calculated, she hadn't anticipated facing someone so cunning. Truly remarkable. He can even deduce that I drink daily. Now I'm in for it. You're infuriating me. The middle-aged woman quickly grasped the situation. Her daughter's once dignified demeanor now resembled that of a seasoned drinker. Mom, let me explain. Explain nothing. Keep watching. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly obedient daughter harbored a rebellious spirit. Not only the middle-aged woman, but the audience also grew curious about the secrets concealed within the guise of this seemingly demure young girl. Chapter 5. Please, doctor, spare me the final blow. The middle-aged woman felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. During festive occasions when wine was brought out, she found no joy, particularly disliking the sight of others indulging in beer. Why was that? A flicker of hope lingered in her heart, for after nurturing her daughter for several decades, the notion of suddenly becoming estranged was unbearable. Xie Chuan responded nonchalantly, what is beer, after all? Given the extent of her gastric damage, it should be at least a strong liquor. He recalled that the mulberry wine they had earlier was over 30 degrees. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on her, leaving the middle-aged woman breathless. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of scolding directed at her daughter. What are you pretending for? Do you think I believe you're allergic to alcohol? You, a 1,000-year-old fox, playing the innocent flower with me? The audience in the live broadcast couldn't contain their laughter. It was quite a blow for the aunt to learn about her daughter through the doctor. Ha ha ha, of course. A drunkard would look down on beer. Are college students these days so adept at partying? Where do they find the money to drink like that every day? Hua Sheng remarked, you've discovered a blind spot. The crisis seemed to have passed as the director, panting in the corner, urged him to finish his thoughts in one go. The patient, trembling with anxiety, felt her emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster, almost believing she would soon lose her job. Zheng Baiji, watching the anchor, let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not embarrassed traditional Chinese medicine. The middle-aged woman clasped her hands together, repeatedly reminding herself to remain calm. Doctor, what other ailments does she have? Yang Yinran, terrified, hesitated to extend her hand. Devil. All traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are devils. Hand out. Mom, don't call me that. Just extend it. The mother and daughter were at a standstill, and reluctantly, Yang Yin stretched out her hand, desperately signaling Xie Chuan. I beg you, Don and Amp, Oppos, say more. Understanding the silent plea in the young girl and Amp, Oppos' eyes, Xie Chuan pretended not to notice. One must not shy away from illness. If there is an ailment, it must be treated. Taking her pulse, he engaged in a divine pulse diagnosis. Young lady, you seem to have a lot on your mind. Your emotions fluctuate greatly, and you often struggle to sleep at night. I'm impressed. Zheng Baiji was in awe, as he could even discern her sleeplessness. Had they not met before, she might have suspected that this young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner had installed surveillance in her bedroom. Mom, I can explain. I was overwhelmed with pressure during my senior year, and I often couldn't sleep at night. It became a habit, but I promised to change. The middle-aged woman and Oppos' expression softened slightly. Finally, she had heard something related to academics, which was not too embarrassing, at least it was something serious. Xie Chuan interjected, wait, viewers, is there another issue? Goodness, your medical practice resembles writing a novel, filled with suspense? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Xie Chuan remained solemn. Young lady, Your situation clearly indicates emotional highs and lows at night. This doesn't seem to be related to studies, but rather to matters of the heart. Are you in a relationship? Whoa, you gorilla. Yang Yinran rolled her eyes. Remember, you're a doctor, not a private investigator. Isn't this a bit beyond your professional boundaries? She quickly denied, absolutely not. I'm not dating, my mom wouldn't allow it. I focus on my studies and worry about my grades. Staying up late is solely due to my academic concerns. Relationships are not your business, are they? The young girl was nearly blinking uncontrollably. No, I cannot be mistaken. Your pulse clearly indicates that you have recently experienced a breakup. Your pulse is erratic, even irritable, and you might find yourself inexplicably crying. Yang Yinran thought. Just end it. I don't want to live anymore. Was there no limit to this medical examination? Aren't you all supposed to prioritize technique? Shouldn't you leave some dignity for yourself? The middle-aged woman suddenly realized. Damn it, it turns out it's not just stress, it's some sort of anxiety disorder. Extend your hand. Give me the tablet. Mom, I didn't bring it. Nonsense. You were just using it in the car. Don't lie to me. Having been fooled once or twice before, the woman swiftly yanked open the backpack, unzipped it, and retrieved the tablet, pulling her daughter's finger to unlock it. The fluidity of her actions left the viewers in awe, under the watchful eye of the camera. Within half a minute, the middle-aged woman opened a top-sticked WeChat contact. Baby, what are you doing? Your husband misses you. Not behaving? Be careful. Your husband will deal with you tonight, little devil. The low, intoxicating voice echoed through the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, causing Xie Chuan to dig at his ears. Feeling as if he had been shaken to the core, the audience fell silent. The young girl had developed an inclination for a voice akin to that of a eunuch from ancient times. With a vacant gaze, Yang Yinran wished she could disappear on the spot. The middle-aged woman's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she grasped her daughter's ear. You, shameless. Block him. In a swift motion, the mother took charge. After decades of marriage, she and her husband had never dared to express such sentiments privately. The world was indeed changing. Today's youth had lost their morals. Yang Yinran's eyes grew red. She had experienced a breakup and felt too ashamed to voice her sorrow. Mom, I want to go home. She felt utterly miserable. To see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor and almost have my family tree exposed. I must be the most unfortunate female patient in history. Compassion welled up in many hearts for the poor child. Xie Chuan smiled broadly, assuring her, your body shows no other issues. Youth brings strong recovery abilities. Just amend your bad habits as soon as possible. All right, doctor, we understand. The middle-aged woman remembered to ask for medicine. Rising, she approached the medicine cabinet. Although Xie Chuan had not learned the craft from the old master, he had honed his skills under his guidance and could dispense medicine with precision, requiring no weighing. Such a remarkable skill left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. Chapter 6. The host is quite the sharpshooter. After finishing the medication, Xie Chuan thoroughly explained the precautions to the mother and daughter, attentively reminding them of the exact dosage. Displaying a sense of responsibility that made the young women in the live stream swoon. Oh my, have you not noticed how handsome the host truly is, despite his profession? Woe is me, is the host single? To the infatuated girls above, can you not be so enamored? The host may not even have eyes for you. I can't help but wonder, does such a thorough examination incur a hefty medical bill? Alas, I am tempted, but as a university student, I find myself financially constrained. Carrying a large bag of medicine, the middle-aged woman evidently realized she had to pay. She pulled out her phone and cheerfully asked, Doctor, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. She thought to herself, small clinics usually charge exorbitantly. However, this time it was worth it, as she had identified several issues with her daughter, making her willing to part with her money. Xie Chuan pointed to the dusty QR code that had been neglected since her grandfather's passing, taking out a damp cloth to clean it. The total medical fee amounted to 205 yuan, plus the consultation fee, so just 230 yuan would suffice. What? Yang Yinran exclaimed incredulously, her voice rising sharply. Is it that expensive? Xie Chuan paused his action of putting down the towel. Is it too costly? It was indeed higher than what her grandfather had quoted. But this is a new era. He must earn a living, right? It shouldn't be too steep. How about a discount? Before he could respond, the middle-aged woman stepped on her daughter's foot, exclaiming, What's all the fuss about? You scared me half to death. Did you see? This is genuine traditional Chinese medicine, and it's only a bit over 200 yuan. Fearing that Xie Chuan might change his mind, she hurriedly made the payment. The familiar WeChat payment alert chimed. The middle-aged woman transferred 250 yuan, saying, Thank you, doctor. I'll take my daughter, and if we have any ailments in the future, we'll definitely come back to you. Wait. Xie Chuan was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to feel grateful or insulted. Yang Yinran's eyes sparkled with amusement, the young girl almost reveling in the situation. You acted first without compassion, thus, I shall not be bound by duty. As Xie Chuan peeked out from behind the medicine cabinet, he raised his voice to remind the mother and daughter, who were on the verge of exiting the clinic. Engaging in prolonged romantic encounters can be quite taxing on one's health. Young ones should pay heed to their well-being. Mom, the mother and daughter fled in haste, with Yang Yinran's wail echoing outside, clearly heard by the live stream audience. This girl seems doomed. Within the clinic, her mother had restrained her anger. But now that they were outside, it was time for her to face the music. Don't you all find it amusing that she was charged 250 yuan? Haha. I feel sympathy for the host, yet he is quite the trickster, not forgetting to deliver another jab on their way out. The young lady may have to forfeit her chance at A and AMP, Oppos, Happy and AMP, Oppos, Life. Am I the only one who finds the hostess' medical fees remarkably reasonable? Now I am tempted to seek a consultation myself. The host and AMP, Oppos, brutally honest style is harsh, yet the pricing is undeniably appealing. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Xie Chuan resumed his position in front of the camera, advising many of his viewers to take care of themselves. I understand that you are all young, but one must not overexert the body. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek my treatment. Although lacking formal training, Xie Chuan's ability to interact effortlessly with viewers surpassed Lu Jing's expectations, prompting her to give him a close-up shot. She gestured animatedly, even arranging for a large display screen to amplify the comments from viewers. Many young people, weary of the tediousness of traditional Chinese medicine broadcasts, chose to remain, having found that visits to older practitioners often involved not only treatment, but also a barrage of incomprehensible knowledge. The crux of the matter was that the treatment fees were exorbitantly high. Several senior practitioners, adorned with various titles, were nearly impossible to book. In contrast, Xie Chuan, being youthful and attuned to the needs of the younger generation, offered a humorous and engaging live streaming style with approachable medical fees. The audience in the live stream swelled, attracting more young people to linger. A staff member handed Xie Chuan a thermos, and outside the camera's view, Qin Minyu, clad in a crimson hanfu, waved her hands energetically, signaling him with gestures of encouragement. She had been closely following the live stream, exclaiming, Xie Chuan, you're amazing. You're doing so well. Upon opening the thermos, he found his favorite tea, Boyaju Xian, and gave an okay gesture toward the camera. Xie Chuan found the situation both amusing and perplexing as he sipped his tea. At the entrance of the clinic, a father and son duo entered. The new viewers in the live stream eager to uncover Xie Chuan's true identity. You kids are easily deceived. That mother-daughter pair was probably a setup. Just wait. I'm a Master S student in traditional Chinese medicine, and I'm here to expose the truth. The comment from above resonated, prompting a sudden realization and subsequent unsubscription. The father and son surveyed the clinic's environment, with Li Hai pausing at the entrance. The decor was decent, yet the doctor appeared far too young. Could a doctor without a bald head truly decipher medical conditions? Having lost his wife early on and frequently traveling for work, he had neglected his son. Recently, Li Hai had finally attempted to express paternal affection, only to find his child listless, unable to eat, and frequently clutching his backside. He wanted to take his son to see a Western doctor, but his son vehemently refused. In desperation, after hearing from a neighbor about traditional Chinese medicine, he thought to try the nearby clinic before heading out of town again. Yet, upon entering, he immediately regretted it. Ignoring the live stream and AMP, Oppos, gaze, Xie Chuan casually inserted a straw into his thermos, brazenly sipping his milk tea. May I ask who is here for a consultation? Please come and take a seat. I am here to see the doctor. A delicate and frail young man raised his hand from behind the father, hastening to take a seat in front of Xie Chuan. As he entered, the live stream erupted with excitement. Is he a boy or a girl? My goodness, his skin is so fair. He looks more feminine than I do. Look at his feet. They're pigeon-toed. His fingers are so dainty. How adorable. Xie Chuan placed his hands on the table, noticing the various filming equipment, and softly remarked, Doctor, are you live streaming? How trendy. I usually share some medical knowledge with the viewers, Xie Chuan responded succinctly. Now, let us discuss your condition. Upon hearing it was a live stream, Xie Chuan straightened up. He too streamed on a smaller platform, albeit with a modest following, and saw this as an opportunity to boost his visibility. Li Hai, a rugged man, bluntly stated, Kid, call your attending physician over to examine my son. He had little faith in the youth before him, dismissing him as merely a novice practicing on his son. Xie Chuan smiled, unfazed by the skepticism. I am the sole physician at this clinic. I can treat him, so please share the details of his condition. Doctor, I haven't been able to eat lately. My stomach feels uncomfortable, and I often feel cold at night. Sometimes Xie Chuan hesitated, his ears turning red, struggling to articulate his symptoms. The more he faltered, the more the live stream buzzed with anticipation, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 7. Are you certain this is your son? Hesitant, Li Hai pushed his son aside, insisting on speaking himself. Sometimes, he still wet the bed at night. On one occasion, he had even defecated on the bed. What? The crowd was taken aback, their eyes fixating on Li Zixuan and Amp, Apos, S face, which was as red as a boiled shrimp, and they began to believe it. Xie Chuan and Amp, Apos, S astonishment flickered briefly as he extended his hand, pointing at the pulse pillow, urging me to take the pulse first. After a prolonged moment of silence, the atmosphere grew tense as the viewers and Amp, Apos, hearts raced. Li Hai assumed that Xie Chuan, being young, might not discern much, and he couldn't and Amp, Apos, help but urge, young man. Perhaps you should let your master come and take a look. Don and Amp, Apos, make a fool of yourself. He has a business meeting to attend this afternoon. Xie Chuan's expression grew complicated, his brows nearly knitting together. The viewers were even more curious. What was going on? They weren't afraid of the Western medicine's lengthy explanations, but they were worried that Chinese medicine would reveal something grave. Having defecated on the bed, could it not be a serious issue? This suspense was driving me mad. The host certainly knew how to build tension. Li Zixuan and Amp, Apos, S heart sank, and he quickly withdrew his hand, avoiding eye contact, wondering if the young physician could discern anything. Such matters, surely, were beyond the scope of Chinese medicine. His heart raced like a drum. Young man? Li Hai and Amp, Apos, S voice grew firmer. What is wrong with my son? Xie Chuan indicated the pulse pillow and took the pulse again. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that he had miscalculated the fundamentals of advanced Chinese medicine? How could this be? The pulse clearly indicated a feminine characteristic. Odd, exceedingly odd. New viewers in the live stream, anticipating Xie Chuan and Amp, Apos, S downfall, erupted in laughter. I told you the host lacks skill, yet you wouldn't and Amp, Apos, believe me. As the first Chinese medicine practitioner to exit the show, Xie Chuan was urged to make a farewell statement. No need to pretend, the production team should wrap this up. Withdrawing his hand, Xie Chuan spoke earnestly, not addressing the patient but asking the accompanying parent, Sir, are you certain this is your son? What? Li Hai rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. Realizing the absurdity, he laughed in anger. What do you mean? If he isn't my son, why am I here for treatment? You are a doctor, not a fortune teller. Are you suggesting I get a paternity test just because the Chinese medicine clinic wants to profit off me? His dissatisfaction was palpable, spilling over the screen, leaving the viewers and the production crew in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Lu Jing was on the verge of kneeling. Please, no more suspense. Viewers are starting to leave, and everyone is pessimistic. Xie Chuan struggled to articulate the bizarre truth. He opted for a different approach and asked, Does your child often have blood stains on his pants each month, perhaps indicating hemorrhoids? Recalling this, Li Hai responded, Yes. Is your child well endowed? That is correct. Li Hai, now irritable, yanked his son over. What is wrong with this doctor? Can you get to the point? Forget it. We're leaving. Xie Chuan panicked. He couldn't and Amp, Apos, let this situation spiral out of control. If they left, even if his diagnosis was accurate, the viewers would not accept it. Wait. He truly is not your son. The viewers? The recording staff. Li Hai. Li Zixuan was taken aback. Could it be that he had been abducted? No wonder his father was so furious. It made sense now. To hell with it. Li Hai could no longer contain himself. His massive fist swung towards Xie Chuan. You heartless brat. My wife has been dead for over 10 years. She could not have cheated. Li Zixuan is my own flesh and blood. This is infuriating. I will sue you. The scene descended into chaos, with more viewers flooding into the live stream. And the host struggled to maintain control of the microphone. What is happening? This was supposed to be a showcase of Chinese medicine, not a search for a lost child. A burly man and a frail youth indeed bore little resemblance. Host Jia thought it was a publicity stunt. While the production staff projected the scene onto the big screen, Elder Zheng, initially relaxed, now frowned, having believed Xie Chuan possessed genuine skill, only to realize he was merely a plant from the production team. How unfortunate. He had hoped for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine. In order to avoid complicating the doctor-patient relationship further, Xie Chuan could not allow the legacy left by his grandfather to be tarnished. Sir, that is not what I meant. I mean to say, you did not give birth to a son, but rather a daughter. What do you mean? Li Hai and Amp, Oppos, S movements halted, his mind reeling. The viewers were equally stunned, their thoughts frozen by the complexity of the revelation. Xie Chuan vehemently denied it, his face flushed with anger. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB ridiculous, my physiological traits. Does my father not understand? Li Hai, in exasperation, retorted, damn it, I was the one who delivered you. Do you think I wouldn't recognize a little penis? The comments exploded with laughter. Even ordinary viewers found Xie Chuan and Amp, Oppos, S assertions absurd. Only a few medical students remained silent, while Elder Zheng raised an eyebrow, hoping fervently that Xie Chuan was correct. Sir, please do not become agitated, Xie Chuan attempted to soothe him. There are exceedingly rare cases of intersex individuals in the world, and your son happens to be one of them. He possesses both male and female characteristics. Li Hai could hardly accept that his son could suddenly be deemed female. He had never encountered such a concept before. Moreover, he had bathed his son when he was young, and he was absolutely certain of his child and Amp, Oppos, S gender. Enough of your nonsense. I will sue you. Seeing him raise his arms, as if to demolish the place, Xie Chuan, feeling bitter, remarked, if you don't believe me, ask your son. At his words, the attention of the live stream audience shifted to Xie Chuan, whose demeanor was visibly anxious and dejected. Li Hai and Amp, Oppos, S heart sank. And his voice trembled, son, you speak. What more is there to say? The patient had already exposed himself, prompting a cascade of 666 in the comments. Xie Chuan was on the verge of tears. It was only in his 20s that he discovered the female characteristics beneath his male exterior. The most bewildering fact was that his masculine traits had become less pronounced since his teenage years, leaving him with only a child and Amp, Oppos, S size. In despair, Li Hai disregarded the presence of the doctor and reached to pull down his son and Amp, Oppos, S pants. No, I must see. Dad. Xie Chuan struggled fiercely, trying to escape. Don and Amp, Oppos, to do this. The son offered no rebuttal, the evidence spoke volumes. Li Hai and Amp, Oppos, S face fell in defeat. Though reluctant to accept the truth, he had found the right doctor. Resuming his seat, the middle-aged man appeared as desolate as a frostbitten eggplant. Doctor, what other ailments does my son have? Only then did he realize his earlier rudeness. Li Hai, capable of humility, directly apologized. I have never encountered such a condition before. I am sorry, doctor. I almost laid hands on you. The family's inability to comprehend the situation was understandable, and Xie Chuan fixed his gaze upon the frail man cowering in the corner, clutching his backside. He spoke deliberately. He prefers to take the back door. Chapter 8. The joy of a daughter, though every word was comprehensible, when strung together. Li Hai furrowed his brow in confusion. What on earth is happening? The live stream was ablaze with an overwhelming barrage of comments following a sensational announcement, causing some men lurking in the shadows to lose their composure. I knew it. From the moment I entered, I had my suspicions about the patient. How delightful it is to be delicate and gentle, a man who embodies feminine grace. My goodness, how many same-sex enthusiasts have been awakened by this revelation? Ignoring the frenzy of comments, Xie Chuan spoke plainly. To be frank, your son is attracted to men. The mere mention of the child and Amp, Oppos, S gender was already a considerable blow to Li Hai, but now his ostensibly fine son had a preference for men. A rugged older man nearly toppled backward in disbelief. Could this be true, you little rascal? Behind the door, Xie Chuan nodded through tears, grateful to be a woman. This way, she could remain with her brother forever, never to be torn apart by societal norms. As he stood up, Li Hai, weathered by life, noticed the graying sides of his hair. Doctor, is there more dreadful news? Observing his father and Amp, Oppos, S distressed demeanor, Xie Chuan felt a pang of compassion but refrained from revealing everything. The truth would unfold in due time. You might become a grandfather. What? The joy on Xie Chuan and Amp, Oppos, S face had yet to fade as her alabaster fingers brushed her abdomen. But I and Amp, Oppos, am a man. How could I? Ah yes, last month, her brother had stumbled upon a small opening beneath the pouch of offspring. It seemed to have been penetrated. That day, there was blood, and it was painful, yet the brother was exhilarated. Two grown men, about to have a child? Li Hai nearly spat blood in shock. Doctor, how can a man bear a child? Please remain calm, sir, the doctor replied. Under ordinary circumstances, it is indeed implausible, but your child and Amp, Oppos, S female characteristics are exceptionally pronounced, and the uterus is notably intact. The child is quite healthy. You may want to conduct an ultrasound. Xie Chuan and Oppos. S words left the online viewers astounded, their capacity for acceptance having been thoroughly tested, yet this revelation shattered their preconceived notions. Zheng Lao, seated at the judge's table, frowned deeply. After decades in medicine, he had never encountered such a peculiar condition, yet he recognized its reality. Xie Chuan was also unprepared for motherhood. Dad, do not call me that. Li Hai's gaze fixated on his son, overwhelmed by dread. Suddenly, he had a daughter, and incomprehensibly, a grandson. He was torn between joy and concern. Once worried that his son would never marry, he now found his son had skipped that step entirely, directly granting him a grandchild. Here's the QR code. The diagnostic fee totals 150 yuan. Please scan to make the payment. Xie Chuan indicated toward the QR code in the corner of the table. As he looked up, he noticed the doorway was empty. The anguished cries of the outside world echoing. He hurried to the entrance, but the pair had vanished, or rather, it should be said, father and daughter. Forget it. 150 yuan, I can manage. Sitting back down, Xie Chuan finished the last sip of his milk tea. Everyone, please refrain from hastily questioning me. You may want to verify that such conditions do exist. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the diagnosis and successfully aiding the patient. System detection confirms that even if that pair went to the hospital, traditional Chinese medicine emphasized. Yet, with the divine, he found himself gazing. It was evident that her robust speech was tinged, clearing his mind to assist even two individuals appeared unable to face, and even the painkillers have. Xie Chuan, the girl's voice emerged. They did not. What do you mean you only start? Don't blame me. With many men stepping, please lower your hand. Allow me to examine your oral situation. Noticing the girl's reaction, she asked, Doctor, are you live streaming? Occasionally. Realizing the potential for her parents to accidentally see, Zhang Ro quickly requested, please remember to blur my face. Removing her hand revealed a face swollen and red. Her eyes puffy, and her lips resembling sausages, far from beautiful. Wang Ke's disdain was palpable as he retreated a few steps. Taking a seat on a row of chairs by the door. Taking out an oral mirror, Xie Chuan reached forward. Open your mouth. Let me see the condition inside. As he extended the mirror, preparing to examine her molars, snap. The mirror was inadvertently caught by Zhang Ro, who instinctively bit down and even moved it up and down a couple of times. Xie Chuan. Everyone else. What just happened? Are you playing a game here? Realizing her blunder, Zhang Ro's face flushed crimson as she sweetly explained, Doctor, I and Oppos. Am so sorry. My mouth is too small. I accidentally bit it. Let me try again. How embarrassing. She was mortified at having done such a thing by habit. Chapter 9. Do not stuff things in your mouth. Xie Chuan, feeling embarrassed for another, took out a dental plier to prevent his fingers from being bitten. Upon touching a cavity, he asked, Does it hurt? The response was not overtly clear. As the pliers moved closer to the gums, Xie Chuan had yet to apply any force when the girl gasped, Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. Zhang Ro, tears welling up, bit down on the dental pliers, producing a clattering sound. The audience in the live stream began to notice a peculiar detail. Did you not see that? When she was in pain, her tongue brushed against the pliers. Heh, her bite is quite good. There's even saliva on the pliers. I suspect you're being reckless. I'm still just a child. Minors, please leave. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted, with a curious crowd forming. Xie Chuan removed his gloves and placed the tools in a tray for sterilization. With tears in her eyes, Zhang Ro asked, The tools hurt me so much, doctor. What exactly is my ailment? Is my cavity severe? Will I need to have a tooth extracted? Although her teeth did not ache, Zhang Ro felt increasingly distressed. Being just over 20, if extraction were necessary, how would she manage for the next several decades? After the earlier examination, Xie Chuan was nearly certain, yet uncertain of how to convey his thoughts. Prompted by the patient, he inquired, What medication have you been taking recently? Is it effective? What do you think is the situation? Zhang Ro was taken aback. Who is the doctor here? She thought. Wang Ke, seated and playing games, looked up and complained. I told you the traditional Chinese medicine doctor was no good, but you insisted on coming here, wasting my money. Xie Chuan felt wronged, but remained composed. Focusing on the patient, Zhang Ro retorted, If your examination is incorrect, I want to pay. She had indeed eaten hot pot recently, so it must be heatiness. Compounded by her cavity, likely a decayed tooth. She was entirely oblivious to the fact that Xie Chuan, through observing her appearance, had noted several issues with her health. Have you experienced bad breath recently? A male voice interjected, Wang Ke, with a hint of disdain. You hit the nail on the head. I do have bad breath, occasionally with a nauseating odor. He found it unbearable to kiss her, yet his girlfriend believed herself to be adorable, enduring the ordeal while pinching her nose like a condemned prisoner. The bickering couple exchanged glances, tensions rising, almost to the point of conflict. Have you been experiencing dryness in your mouth? Yes. Is your throat itchy? Yes. After a series of questions, Xie Chuan was now certain. As per the routine, he extended his hand. Jiang Ro obediently stuck out her tongue, which trembled slightly. The tongue appeared thick, yellowish, and whitish. Xie Chuan set down his pen, his gaze shifting between the two. It was indeed food-related. I told you so. It must be. From now on, eat lighter. Hot pot is both costly and taxing. Wang Ke remarked, relieved that it could be resolved without significant expense, hastily taking his girlfriend's hand, preparing to leave. Before they could turn away, Xie Chuan added, I'm not referring to food in the traditional sense. I mean something that neither quenches thirst nor satisfies hunger. Are you sure there is nothing else? His gaze lingered on Wang Ke. The implication was unmistakable. Before the live broadcast, the director had cautioned Xie Chuan to avoid anything too shocking. Otherwise, would he still hold back? Jiang Ro, belatedly aware, felt her cheeks flush. Every time her boyfriend subtly requested, she unconsciously agreed. The doctor was correct. It seemed her dental discomfort had indeed begun after getting involved with him. Could it be that he was toxic? The sweet delight was extinguished, and Jiang Ro shot a fierce glare at her boyfriend. Wang Ke, feeling cornered, retorted defensively, if there's a problem, it's your lack of hygiene, not mine. If anyone were truly ill, it must be due to something from his girlfriend, affecting him. The couple's blame-shifting amused the live-stream audience. This is too entertaining. It's been ages since we've seen a platform willing to air such audacious content. Do you two engage frequently at night? Ha ha ha, not suitable for children. The young lady's embarrassment was palpable, yet judging by her earlier action of holding the oral mirror, she appeared to have considerable experience. The host was indeed providing a unique service. I'll send a rocket to show my support. The gifts poured in, catching Lu Jing off guard. What was happening? Traditional Chinese medicine streams were gaining popularity over entertainment broadcasters, and now there was even a noticeable uptick in the donation rankings. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Ro persistently asked, Doctor, what exactly is my ailment? Isn't it obvious? You must have some inkling, Xie Chuan replied, staring at her in disbelief. Jiang Ro felt a wave of humiliation, covering her face in embarrassment. Do you need further clarification? Xie Chuan sat upright. Your toothache is caused by a fungal infection. To treat it, you must control your mouth. The couple lowered their heads, both feeling guilty. This is an inflammation that must be treated. You need to eliminate the fungal infection in your mouth, followed by anti-inflammatory medication to control it. It is crucial to identify the source of the infection, otherwise, you will suffer recurrent episodes. Xie Chuan concluded, nodding seriously, considering himself a good doctor as he had already made it this clear. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. The source of infection? Does it need to be cut out? I can help with that. Just a taste of sweetness shouldn't lead to overindulgence. The young lady ought to curb her cravings. I'm curious if her boyfriend is ill. Jiang Ro pondered the same, disregarding her dignity as she shouted, Didn't you tell me that thing is all protein and very clean? Why? Do you not wash your hands after using the restroom? Wang Ke, feeling the loss of his dignity as a man, wanted to explode but could only hold it back. It was common knowledge online that it was all protein. What a waste. I should have listened to my mother and chosen a different girlfriend. And you say I don't clean? Perhaps it's my girlfriend who has been unfaithful while I'm away. Seemingly finding his voice, Wang Ke began to vent. How come my ex-girlfriend never fell ill? I want to know what you've been up to behind my back. With a thud, Jiang Ro picked up a plush bag and struck her boyfriend, exclaiming, Beast, I've only had you as my boyfriend. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? The two engaged in a heated argument while Xie Chuan observed, enjoying the spectacle. The live stream viewers were equally entertained. This guy has an ex-girlfriend? Everyone, keep an eye on him. Don't let his ex slip into the market. Who knew fungi could grow in one's mouth? Ladies who enjoy protein, take note. Brothers, if you kiss a girlfriend with oral fungi, will you inadvertently come into contact with the fungi of a previous partner? You're disgusting. No one thought the host was particularly nosy. He seemed quite amused. The comments in the chat caught Xie Chuan's attention, and he cleared his throat, stepping between the two. You two can argue at home. Do you want treatment or not? With a single phrase, the responses rang out simultaneously. Yes. No. Jiang Ro stomped on her boyfriend's foot. You heartless dog. You infected my mouth, and you think we want to treat it? Chapter 10. The Divine Detox Pill. Wang Ke screamed in pain, hopping on one foot while clutching the other, his eyes filled with resentment. However, he could not evade the responsibility for his girlfriend's affliction. He muttered softly, a young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner must be unreliable. I'll take you to a private clinic. A friend of mine works there. I can pull some strings to ensure you receive proper treatment. The pharmacy exaggerates the severity of illnesses just to make money. In my experience, many women enjoy lollipops, yet that doesn't mean they suffer from oral viral infections because of them. Furthermore, he considered his own endowment a family heirloom. Demeaned by his girlfriend's ridicule, akin to refuse picked from a dumpster, Wang Ke was unwilling to sacrifice his dignity as a man and relentlessly disparaged the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Xie Chuan, hands on his hips, was prepared to defend the clinic. Jiang Ro, however, delivered a sharp slap to the man's face, demanding he cease his pointless chatter. Your friend at the clinic is merely a college graduate who got in through family connections. Don't think I'm unaware. If my illness isn't cured today, you want to escape unscathed. I'll chase you home and post your medical history on your door. I want to let you off the hook. Both were equally stubborn, exchanging heated accusations. As their argument threatened to tear the clinic's roof off, Xie Chuan intervened, suggesting they cease their quarrel and decide whether treatment was necessary. Under the coercive gaze of his girlfriend, Wang Ke reluctantly nodded in agreement. Behind her back, he winked at the camera, signaling to the doctor, surely you understand my predicament? We are freshly graduated students with empty pockets. Please keep the cost of the medicinal materials reasonable, or I simply cannot afford it. His petty calculations drew disdain from the audience in the live stream. How disgusting. You've caused this poor girl's suffering, and yet wish to evade responsibility. You men are truly irresponsible. Did no one find curiosity in the hostess detox drug? Those upstairs, do you have thoughts? It seems your oral health may also be in jeopardy. What size lollipop have you been consuming? Care to share? The mockery was relentless. I have oral ulcers. Leave me be. Xie Chuan disregarded their incessant bickering. While there are indeed foundational principles in traditional Chinese medicine regarding herbal combinations, the intricacies of crafting pills were beyond his current abilities. Was the system truly reliable? Could it possibly lack a recipe for detoxification? Just as despair began to settle in, the system, having been dormant for some time, finally activated. Ding. Diagnosis correct. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine detox pill. Sighing in relief, clarity surged through Xie Chuan's mind as the formula for the detox pill materialized. Unlike ordinary detox drugs, this one could inhibit bacteria and eradicate viral spread. Skillfully extracting ingredients from various small drawers, he placed them into the traditional pot used by the elder for decocting herbs and began to brew the mixture slowly. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air while he leisurely fanned himself, the sounds of their quarrel echoing from outside. Jiang Ro was in agony, lamenting. My tooth is aching again. It's all your fault. Sweetheart, I can't help it. It must be those additives in the hot pot from those unscrupulous vendors. Don't listen to the doctor. He is just reluctant to offend the merchants. Wang Ke lied through gritted teeth. After a prolonged exchange of playful banter, the audience in the live stream was left cringing. Lu Jing had deliberately arranged for a camera to capture Xie Chuan's process of crafting the pill. With meticulous precision, Xie Chuan reduced the decoction, combined it with herbal powders, and added syrup, swiftly shaping a perfectly round pill. He admired the pill between his fingers, marveling at its efficacy. As expected from the system's divine detoxification formula, emerging with the pill in hand, he found the couple worn out from their quarrel, standing apart, with Jiang Ro cradling her sore tooth in distress. Xie Chuan, open your mouth, she commanded. Jiang Ro eyed the dark pill in his hand skeptically. Is it effective? Isn't this an unbranded product? Upon hearing the term unbranded product, Wang Ke felt a surge of joy. I told you the traditional Chinese medicine clinic would be ineffective. Who knows what sort of rubbish they've concocted for you? You don't even have an illness. You have a few cavities that can be extracted, he insisted, pulling his girlfriend away. But Jiang Ro was undeterred, shaking off his grasp. Let go. I'm asking the doctor, not you. Before the live audience, laughter erupted. The host had never faced such direct insults regarding his medical expertise since he began treating patients. Although the pill was made on-site, viewers were eager to sample it. Observing the host's fluid motions, they were convinced of the pill's quality. Xie Chuan placed the pill on a tray, stating, this anti-inflammatory, antibacterial pill is available for use. If you're unwilling to utilize it, feel free to leave. But remember to settle the consultation fee here, 200 yuan. He did not press those unwilling to seek treatment. It was a pity, though. He had crafted such a sizable pill, but could at least test the divine detoxification formula. Worth it. Jiang Ro, with tears in her eyes, implored, "Sweetheart, my tooth hurts so badly. Can you feed me the pill? It must taste bitter, right?" Xie Chuan. He struggled to comprehend the couple's tumultuous dynamic, oscillating between quarrels and reconciliations. Wonka stepped forward, trembling with concern. "My dear, you've suffered so much. Doctor, I warn you. If this pill is too bitter for my girlfriend, we will settle this." Xie Chuan. Why drag me into your melodrama? Wonka forcefully broke the pill apart, akin to tearing apart a traditional dish, while dirt from his nails mixed in, evoking nausea. The audience was left speechless. I see now, they're truly a perfect match, both irresponsible. Did they really need to break the pill into such tiny pieces to consume it? Thank goodness she isn't my girlfriend, or I'd have to give her a hefty punch. Aren't men supposed to carry pathogens? It seems breaking it apart has made it even dirtier. For the first time, he found love to be an eyesore. "Dr. Xie, please save my eyes. I fear I might be infected by fungi." The nearly 6-foot giant swallowed the small pill one by one, causing Xie Chuan to grimace, mirroring the audience's reactions. Crossing his arms as he watched. Finally finished, Wang Ko lovingly patted his girlfriend's back. "Sweetheart, how do you feel? Is this pill fake? If it is, I'll sue him for tenfold." Chapter 11. Brother, do you always take the back door? Xie Chuan felt a throbbing headache in just over 10 minutes since his arrival. He had already been inundated with complaints from various industries. As an adult, why not reflect on oneself? Jiang Ro waved her hand, slapping her face in disbelief. "What is going on? My tooth doesn't hurt anymore." Her face lit up with joy. "Doctor, your medicine truly works. Can you check if my teeth have any other issues? And by the way, I have 2 wisdom teeth at the back. Could you extract them as well?" She pleaded, as if clutching a lifeline. Xie Chuan's lips twitched. Extraction or treatment of other dental issues would incur additional costs. Extracting wisdom teeth requires specialized instruments. If you're certain about the extraction, it will cost 3,000 for both. Before he could finish, a male voice interjected hastily. No. Wang Ku shook his head regretfully, a look of fear in his eyes. "Xiaoro, you're still young, and your wisdom teeth don't hurt. If you extract them and develop cavities, you'll need implants, which is another hefty expense. My mother always said, if the roots are damaged, you'll suffer for decades. I advise you to think twice." He patted his wallet, looking like he was on the verge of tears, wishing he could whisk his girlfriend away from the clinic. Wide-eyed, Jiang Ro reconfirmed, "Doctor, we really don't need to extract the wisdom teeth?" "Wang Ku, I've told you, I don't have any money." "What wisdom teeth? I'm not your parents." Wang Ku retorted angrily. The two glared at each other, their earlier affectionate demeanor evaporating, leading to another round of mutual punches and kicks. To prevent anyone from absconding with the medical fees, Xie Chuan pointed to the QR code overhead. Regardless of who pays, the diagnostic fee plus 2 medications totals 800. In the ensuing stalemate, Jiang Ro took out her phone to pay the medical fee. She shrugged off her boyfriend's hand. "Leave me alone, from now on. We have nothing to do with each other. I treated you with care, but you, after causing me illness, don't intend to take responsibility? I've never encountered a man like you." Wang Ku quickly chased after her. Since the medical fee was already settled, a few sweet words would suffice. In the past, such tactics would have yielded results. "Sweetheart, you were too willful just now. You know I just started working and don't have much money. I'll take you to extract your wisdom teeth next time. How about we go eat your favorite spicy hot pot afterward? It's on me." As their verbal skirmish concluded, just as they were about to step across the threshold to leave, Xie Chuan spoke up. "Young man, wait a moment. While she is indeed free of illness, you have considerable issues yourself." The couple turned back, stunned. They had witnessed people rushing to help, but never one so keen to diagnose. "I believe the host is correct. He is not trying to cheat anyone. The boy could be transmitting bacteria to his girlfriend, which might be the source of her ailment." The audience in the live stream eagerly awaited the host's elaboration. Could it be that the young man has a venereal disease? Those who had previously doubted Xie Chuan rushed forward. They had already visited several clinics with their girlfriend, but were unable to find a solution. The little clinic had some merit. While he didn't cherish his girlfriend, he needed to cherish himself, after all. He hoped to live a long life. "Doctor, please tell me, what is my ailment?" Wang Ku asked earnestly, sitting down obediently and placing his hand on the pulse pillow. Jiang Ro, exasperated, thought, he spends money on her, but believes the little clinic's medical skills are unmatched. placing his hand on the pulse. Xie Chuan observed the young man and Apos' robust appearance, yet sensed a certain frailty and a hint of femininity in his features. Young man, you often wake up in the morning to find that you have soiled your bed? Haven't you? The crowd gasped. Is this even an appropriate topic for discussion? Isn't that clearly a sign of anal fistula? Jiang Rou suddenly understood. No wonder I always find the bed smelling foul in the morning. You have an anal fistula. Her voice was not quiet, and Wang Ke felt embarrassed, hissing under his breath. I haven't even complained about your bad breath. Stop it. Jiang Rou enumerated her boyfriend and Apos' flaws. You have foul gas, often scratch your backside, and constantly pluck your pubic hair. There was one time, I nearly swallowed it. Xie Chuan sat upright, digesting the revelations from the couple. Based on the pulse diagnosis, it was indeed the case. You two are quite extravagant. Exposing each other's secrets in such a manner, it seems like the secrets of couples can't be hidden. The audience in the live stream was highly entertained. I believe this treatment session is unnecessary. The patient has already revealed everything, someone remarked. The couple had reached a breaking point. Wang Ke, more concerned about his health, asked, Doctor, what should I do? With a mysterious smile, Xie Chuan leaned over the table. Having played around too much, one must ultimately pay the price. You've likely expanded your back door, and naturally, the feces will seep out, carrying numerous bacteria, which is why your girlfriend has become infected. Jiang Rou, nearly retching, rushed to the trash can. She's infected because of feces? What is the difference between that and indirectly consuming it? She had fully grasped the situation when Wang Ke, in a panic, exclaimed, Doctor, what are you saying? I'm a man. No way. The fact that you like men cannot be known to your girlfriend. His eyes conveyed a mix of terror, shock, and regret. Xie Chuan, seemingly oblivious, remarked, You young people certainly indulge in extravagant pursuits. If you play too much in the back, it's easy to develop hemorrhoids. You likely have them now, don't you? Wang Ke, who had been shifting uncomfortably on the chair, clearly exhibited signs of discomfort. With bile nearly rising in her throat, Jiang Rou grasped the crux of the matter. What do you mean? Her CPU was almost overheating as she struggled to connect the dots. Doctor, are you suggesting he likes men? In response to Wang Ke's pleading gaze, Xie Chuan nodded. Isn't it obvious? It's certainly not a woman's doing. Despairing, Jiang Rou felt disillusioned. She had thought that as long as she was understanding, they could eventually marry. But there was evidently a gender gap. She realized she was mistaken. With determination, Jiang Rou forcefully withdrew her hand from Wang Ke's grasp. From now on, we are done. You can go back to your big man. Wang Ke clung to her waist, pleading, Please, don't leave me. I'm being forced by men. I truly love you and have thought about marrying you. Don't go. I promise that from now on, the back door will never be opened again. Chapter 12. The divine hemorrhoid ointment with a dismissive flick of her hand. The disappointment in the girl's eyes was palpable. Wang Ke, we truly cannot continue this way. Please do not force me. When her parents opposed her relationship, Jiang Rou stood alone against the torrent of gossip. However, she could not bear the fact that her boyfriend preferred men, nor could she comprehend it. As Wang Ke contemplated pursuing her outside the traditional medicine clinic, Xie Chuan intercepted him. Hold on, my friend. Don't rush. The previous patient evaded the consultation fee. And I certainly won't let you slip away as well. A wise man does not stumble into the same pit twice, and Xie Chuan was no exception. Wang Ke's expression twisted in anguish as he mistakenly believed the doctor had come to offer comfort. Forcing a smile, he said, Doctor, surely a handsome young man like me can easily find a girlfriend, right? The doctor's professional demeanor nearly faltered as Xie Chuan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Your affairs are none of my concern, but you have yet to settle your medical fees. Moreover, your hemorrhoids require prompt treatment. Otherwise, surgery might be necessary. And it won't be a one-time solution. With a numb expression, Wang Ke suddenly laughed. Doctor, your calmness surpasses that of someone who has filleted fish for years at a supermarket. Are you devoid of emotions? Did you not see that I just experienced a breakup? And yet you come to stoke the flames? But health takes precedence. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, resonating with Wang Ke's description, who said the host lacked professionalism. When it came to money, he was utterly unambiguous. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years, they mused. Having already evaded fees once, am I the only one curious about how to treat Wang Ke's hemorrhoids? To be honest, I have one myself, quite substantial, and it hurts terribly. Upstairs, spare us the details, I can already smell it. Xie Chuan paid no heed to the banter between Wang Ke and the audience, patiently awaiting payment. Reluctantly conceding, Wonka's face shifted. "Doctor, please prescribe the hemorrhoid ointment. I feel I'm bleeding again." Sure enough, a crimson stain appeared on his brown trousers. Retreating behind the desk, Xie Chuan felt a wave of numbness. "You're not a woman. You shouldn't be experiencing that." Ding. Post-diagnosis correct. Congratulations on obtaining the divine hemorrhoid ointment. Initially, Xie Chuan believed that if the system did not provide anything, he would have to resort to ordinary ointment for his patient. However, with the system's assistance, the situation was much improved. "Stand there and wait. I will prepare the ointment for you, but please, whatever you do, do not sit down. If your hemorrhoids bleed on the chair, who will clean up the clinic?" Xie Chuan's thoughts were clear as he repeatedly cautioned Wang Ke. The audience found his antics hysterical. The host was indeed amusing. If they were in his place, they too would hesitate to allow a bleeding hemorrhoid patient to sit down. Wang Ke, however, was moved. "Thank you, doctor. Sitting down would surely exacerbate the pain." As Xie Chuan prepared the medication, his hand trembled. This guy is quite unusual. The divine hemorrhoid ointment described in the system was well crafted, yet required Xie Chuan to manually prepare it. Though it would be impossible to create the ointment on-site, he could concoct a medicinal liquid for daily application, yielding similar results. Gathering all the necessary ingredients, Xie Chuan wielded a mortar and pestle used by his grandfather, hammering away diligently. The audience watched in fascination as a machine captured the entire process of grinding the medicine. "These techniques, I believe I've only seen in martial arts dramas," one remarked. "Is the host truly making hemorrhoid medicine? That seems implausible. Hemorrhoid ointments typically contain preservatives and a plethora of chemical components. He likely won't manage to produce it in a short time." "Host, do you sell your hemorrhoid ointment?" Ignoring the inquiries from the audience, Xie Chuan finally finished preparing the medicinal liquid a few minutes later, pouring it into a bottle. The light green, viscous liquid sloshed gently inside. "This is the remedy for your hemorrhoids. You must apply it 3 times daily, morning and evening." Receiving the concoction with a sense of treasure discovery, Wang Ke exhibited no doubt as he tucked it into his pocket. "Don't rush off just yet. The consultation fee and the cost of the medicine total 2,000 yuan. "What?" Wang Ke exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Doctor, you cannot be serious. A tube of Ma Yinglong hemorrhoid ointment outside costs at most a few dozen yuan. You're charging me 2,000 for this unprofessional concoction?" His voice had risen in pitch, inadvertently aggravating the injury, and it felt as if his hemorrhoids might rupture. Desperately, he covered his rear, fervently defending himself. Xie Chuan shrugged. "If you are unwilling to use my hemorrhoid medicine, then simply leave it behind. Believe it or not, if you refuse my treatment, you might as well head to the hospital for surgery. Undergoing surgery would entail pain and suffering, potentially costing several thousand yuan, not to mention post-operative nutritional expenses, which could amount to tens of thousands." Wang Ke grimaced, pulling out his phone to scan the payment code, limping away while clutching his backside, which was now moist. The director, Lu Jing, opened a window to air out the room. It was nearing noon, and the staff could hardly endure any longer. She gestured to Xie Chuan to pause the live stream. "Lu Jing, let us take a break for lunch. We decided to order takeout." "Dr. Xie, what would you like to eat?" Outside, Qin Mingyu waved a lunchbox vigorously. Understanding that Dr. Xie was busy, she had prepared lunch specifically for him. Stepping away from the camera, Xie Chuan replied, "You all eat without me. I've already had my lunch." Having not seen him all morning, Qin Mingyu thrust a bag of snacks and a lunchbox into Xie Chuan's hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "I've been watching your live stream. I'm still a loyal fan. Keep up the good work." Recalling her previous ailments, Xie Chuan had always declined to treat her, advising her to visit the host. Chapter 13, The host's innocence in jeopardy. Xie Chuan indulged in fried chicken and icy cola, jesting that the admonitions against junk food came from elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with failing health, unlike him, who felt youthful and vibrant. "Life is but a fleeting journey," he exclaimed. For the young, maintaining health could simply mean a glass of goji berries accompanied by a sip of beer. His nonchalant demeanor elicited laughter from the audience in the live stream, all agreeing that an occasional indulgence might not be so harmful, just as the atmosphere was lighthearted. A woman weighing nearly 200 pounds entered the traditional medicine clinic, her designer clothes straining against her figure, her movements jiggling with excess weight. She was visibly disdainful, complaining in a high-pitched voice, "Is this clinic even up to standard? It's far too cramped. I sprayed myself with Chanel No. 5. And now I smell like your herbal concoctions." Xie Chuan set down his fried chicken and looked up at the overweight woman. If the clinic lacked the scent of herbal medicine, how would it sustain its business? Her immediate complaints suggested she was there to stir trouble, not one to coddle. Xie Chuan retorted, "If you seek treatment, please take a seat. If not, you're welcome to find another clinic." The woman, feeling unappreciated, slammed her designer handbag onto the table. "Cut the nonsense and help me. I have a date with my brother this afternoon." She barked, her tone sharp, yet it softened slightly when she mentioned her brother. The audience in the live stream felt a chill, and Xie Chuan was equally unimpressed. Maintaining his composure, he gestured toward the pulse pillow. "May I have your surname?" "What does my surname have to do with my treatment?" She snapped, her voice gruff. "Can you even treat me? If not, I'll take my money elsewhere." The audience was incensed, wishing they could intervene. "I need to document your medical history. Please provide your name," Xie Chuan replied, pushing the consultation form toward her, arms crossed. Unperturbed by her repeated insults, he could afford to wait. Patience was a virtue, and revenge, as they say, is best served cold. "Jiaqiuzue," she declared. "Doctor, I'm not joking with you. My body is precious. You better treat me well." She placed her pen down, her words laced with warning. Xie Chuan, through observation, had already surmised her ailment. He retrieved gloves from the drawer, putting them on with precision. The audience watched in disbelief. The host had not previously worn gloves. Was there a contagious disease at play? Viewers praised the host's precautionary measures. Unhappy, Zhao Qiuzue spat. "What else with the gloves? I use skincare products worth thousands. You're not worthy of touching me." Ignoring her, Xie Chuan placed his hand on her pulse, then removed the gloves and tossed them into the trash, his expression calm. "Zhao Qiuzue, anxious, pressed. What is wrong with me? Hurry up. You've been feeling dry and itchy. Haven't you?" Xie Chuan began. Her bravado faltered as she nodded. Realizing he had insight. "There are large red blisters in your groin area, spreading to your abdomen, and even your arms," he continued. Zhao Qiuzue's arrogance evaporated. Finally recognizing his skill, she altered her tone. "You're quite handsome. You must be able to cure me, right? If you can heal me, I would offer myself to you." She had just noticed that he was even more appealing than her online boyfriend. She exaggeratedly twisted her body, pulling out her Porsche keys. Xie Chuan was momentarily taken aback, and the audience erupted with laughter. "Is the host about to be spoiled?" They joked. "How could he possibly manage?" One chimed in. "If she sits down, wouldn't it crush him?" Xie Chuan, however, remained resolute. "I don't need you to offer yourself, but the consultation fee is 4,000 yuan. Please scan this QR code." Zhao Qiuzue scoffed. "Didn't you see how beautiful and wealthy I am? If I were a male model, they'd be clamoring to carry my feet." With a smirk, she transferred the money, adding an extra 1,000 as a tip. Xie Chuan felt as though she mistook the clinic for a bar. Nonetheless, he saw no reason to refuse a gift so readily offered. "Are we treating this or not?" "Of course we are." He pointed at her. "Now, lift your shirt." Her shocked scream echoed, "You rogue." But when she caught sight of his handsome face, her demeanor softened. A blush creeping onto her acne-scarred cheeks. "This isn't appropriate in broad daylight. Why don't you take my keys, and we can go to my house? I have a 2-meter bed." The staff struggled to steady the camera, fearing the stream would be shut down. Clearing his throat, Xie Chuan moved his chair back. "Madam, I am here to provide treatment. Please adjust your demeanor. Don't be like that," she insisted, leaning heavily on the table. "I could abandon my online boyfriend for you. Don't be jealous. I know you're playing hard to get," she added, "but fortune is knocking at your door." With the keys to her Porsche practically in his hands, Xie Chuan felt as though he was handling a hot potato. "I need to examine your blisters," he insisted. "Doctor, if you see my body, you'll want to be with me. Are you sure you still want to proceed?" Xie Chuan was taken aback. He had only ever teased patients, never had someone aim their affections at him. The tables had turned, and the audience eagerly anticipated his next move. Poor little doctor. Cornered by this heavy-set woman, one viewer lamented. "I too feel that being spoiled might not be as delightful as it seems," another noted. "Goodness, is she really going to force herself on him?" Feeling sympathy for the host, one viewer sent a rocket gift. Xie Chuan, unfazed, declared, "If you are unwilling to proceed with treatment, you may leave now. Your condition will only worsen, leading to skin lesions that become increasingly infected." As the owner of the clinic, he could not allow patients to bully him. "Little lady, you shall not have my body." Chapter 14. Encountering a flood of beasts, Zhao Qiuzue, reluctant and unwilling, retrieved the keys to her Porsche, along with her own saliva. In front of a multitude of onlookers, she removed her outer garment, lifting her top to reveal layer upon layer of flesh. The numerous vertical stripes on her abdomen were unmistakably stretch marks, a consequence of her excessive weight. However, her considerable girth obscured the fungal infection, rendering it nearly invisible. Perhaps noticing the attention, Zhao Qiuzui lifted the excess flesh, exposing a dense network of red lesions, a sight both alarming and grotesque. Some viewers in the comments section were horrified, while others empathized. What on earth is that? Is it contagious? My sister works in dermatology and says that this infection is virtually incurable. It may improve for a time, but it inevitably returns. What should I do? I have it too. Dr. Xie, please save me. During a momentary lull, Zhao Qiuzui scratched vigorously at the infection. The camera, positioned closely, captured her skin, which appeared almost petrified, blood oozing from her scratches while she seemed oblivious to the pain. Perhaps you should lower your clothing, Dr. Xie suggested, confirming his earlier suspicion that it was merely a common fungal infection. Doctor, is there any hope for my condition? Zhao Qiuzui flicked away the flakes of skin beneath her nails, yearning to delve deeper into her discomfort. The most irritating areas remained too intimate to touch. Cough, cough, she murmured, her scratching intensifying. Dr. Xie feared her fervor would lead to a public display of indecency. Rest assured, there is hope, but refrain from excessive scratching. If the lesions are ruptured, the infection may spread beyond its current boundaries, and scarring can be permanent. I advise you to exercise caution. In the next moment, a pair of pudgy hands slammed down on the table. Zhao Qiuzui became entirely subdued. Her eyes darted. Doctor, you mentioned that this infection is contagious? Is it transmitted between individuals? Uncertain of her motivations, Dr. Xie nonetheless nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is contagious. Zhao Qiuzui emitted a piercing scream, her teeth clenched in frustration. It must have been that old wretch who transmitted it to me. The last time we were together, I noticed something amiss. But he insisted it was just my jeans chafing. Now I realize, can denim truly cause such a rash? Useless scoundrel. I must confront him. Dr. Xie chuckled lightly. That's beyond our jurisdiction. However, if you recover, contact with anyone still exhibiting symptoms can still pose a risk of transmission. Without further ado, Zhao Qiuzui slapped a hefty stack of cash onto the table. Doctor, just tell me how to treat this. Can we make it stop itching tonight? I have an important person to meet. She feared that if her online love interest witnessed her incessant scratching, he would surely flee in terror. Ding. Congratulations. The host has made an accurate diagnosis and received the ultimate remedy for the infection. The prescription arrived promptly. Please take a moment to sit here while I prepare your medication. Using herbs such as patchouli and Japanese knotweed, he would slowly brew a concoction to apply to her wounds, alleviating her symptoms. Additionally, by grinding yellow essence and gallnut into powder to apply directly to the lesions, not only would it soothe the itching, but it could also diminish the appearance of scars. He separated the two types of medication, placing them before Zhao Qiuzui. The first package contained the brewed liquid for application, while he had already ground the second package into powder. Once you apply the liquid, follow it with the powder on the wounds. I assure you, within a week, you will be cured. A week? Zhao Qiuzui shook her head vehemently. I can't wait that long. I have to see him tonight. Dr. Xie's expression grew complex. I advise against that. Why not? Zhao Qiuzui's eyes sparkled with mischief. Is the doctor perhaps concerned about me? Are you jealous? Dr. Xie, suppressing the urge to retch, felt a vein throb in his forehead. Do you understand how you contracted this infection? It could be due to transmission, obesity, lack of air circulation to the skin, or a humid environment, leading to an imbalance of fungi. Engaging in vigorous activity will only exacerbate the friction and worsen your condition. His words were veiled. In Zhao Qiuzui and Oppo's face fell. What should I do? I have a date with him. I can't cancel. Boo-hoo. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Intense activity might not ignite a fire, but it could certainly lead to an infection. I feel itchy all over now. Dr. Xie, please check me. Someone shouted from the audience. Could you refrain from calling from behind the screen? If you're so bold, go see Dr. Xie in person. He'll surely educate you. Zhao Qiuzui, having built up her courage, lifted her gaze. Doctor, may I have your contact information? Once I'm cured, I'll arrange a meeting with you. Dr. Xie, what to do? He was being harassed. Is there no one to manage this patient? It's like facing a flood of beasts. He pushed his chair back, clearing his throat. Ms. Zhao, I must reiterate that even if your infection resolves, you need to lose weight. You also suffer from hypertension and hyperlipidemia. Most alarmingly, you are exhibiting signs of acanthosis nigricans at the base of your neck, which severely impacts your health and appearance. One cannot afford to be excessively overweight. It inevitably leads to a myriad of health issues. Zhao Qiuzui felt utterly despondent. You are so heartless, doctor. She feigned a pout, her voice nearly sparking with indignation. Doctor. Enough. Dr. Xie interjected, pointing to the QR code. That will be 5,000 yuan. Please scan it. The audience in the live stream chuckled at the host's apparent lack of compassion, deeming him merely a money grubber. The stack of cash remained on the table, and Zhao Qiuzue stowed it away in her bag. After scanning the payment, she sashayed away, scratching herself through her clothing. Once she exited, Dr. Xie finally exhaled deeply. Initially, Zhao Qiuzue's rudeness had prompted him to consider demanding more money for her education, but he had narrowly avoided a confrontation. He needed to maintain his integrity. Being a streamer was no easy task these days. The comment section continued to scroll, with some patients genuinely seeking the remedy. The causes of the infection varied. Some exhibited red lesions, others brown. It was crucial to tailor the treatment accordingly, and he welcomed customers to visit. Meanwhile, some patients, hiding behind their screens, contemplated purchasing the remedy to secretly treat their own infections. They fell silent, resolutely determined to avoid Dr. Xie, too embarrassing. Just then, a woman and Appo's anguished cry echoed from the entrance. Dr. Xie sprang to his feet, witnessing a middle-aged man supporting a young girl as they approached the clinic. Zhang Wei comforted her gently. My dear, can you hold on a little longer? We are almost at the clinic. It hurts so much. The girl, likely in her early 20s, was drenched in sweat, her face pale from the pain. Uncertain of the situation, Dr. Xie refrained from assisting, standing by the entrance as they finally entered. The viewers in the live stream began to speculate about the peculiar duo. Is there a father who calls his daughter darling? The age difference is striking. Is the girl pregnant? Host, please clarify for us. Chapter 15. Do not let my wife discover. Ignoring the commotion in the live broadcast room, Xie Chuan detected the metallic scent of blood emanating from the young woman, and from her expression, he surmised the gravity of the situation. As soon as she took a seat, the middle-aged man, panting heavily, implored, Doctor, please examine my girlfriend. Ever since her menstrual cycle began, she has been in excruciating pain. Indeed, they were in a romantic relationship, Xie Chuan thought, mirroring the sentiments of the viewers in the live chat. Young people certainly know how to indulge in their pleasures. The balding man before him appeared old enough to be her father, turning his head to glance at the comments in the live room. Xie Chuan and Appo's movement elicited a gasp from the middle-aged man. Doctor, are you live streaming? Could you please turn it off? I cannot let my wife find out. What? Xie Chuan responded, perplexed. The audience echoed his confusion. You have both a wife and a girlfriend? You certainly know how to juggle. Suppressing his astonishment, Xie Chuan reassured. No worries, I can ask the director to blur your face. All right, please provide your names. Grasping a ballpoint pen, Xie Chuan began the consultation. The man hesitated, clearly reluctant, and eventually muttered, I am Zhang Wei, and she is Lun Wan. Wait, Doctor, Arin and Appo's, do you only treating my girlfriend? Why do you need my name? 2 pages of medical forms were placed on either side, and with a fleeting glance at them, Xie Chuan returned his gaze. You have issues as well. Who are you insulting? Zhang Wei retorted. Employed at a state-owned enterprise and considered a minor leader, he had not experienced such indignity in years. How dare a mere practitioner from a traditional Chinese medicine clinic speak to him in that manner? I assure you, I am not insulting you. You indeed have a problem. Xie Chuan replied, as viewers in the live chat erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, the host is at a loss for words. It seems like an insult to me as well. Let him have it. How dare he search for a girlfriend while having a wife? You lot who can and Appo's seem to find partners. Why not investigate who his wife is? Have you noticed how wicked the host is? They indeed blurred his face, yet the blur extends to his neck. Well done. I admire the host and Appo's style. Here as a rocket. Lun Wan, in considerable pain, tugged at her boyfriend. Stop using your words. I am in agony. Darling, it breaks my heart to see you like this. The middle-aged man lamented, his oily demeanor evident. He turned to Xie Chuan, irritation etched on his face. Hurry up and treat my girlfriend. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. What is going on? Xie Chuan pondered, bewildered. Did he consider himself an emperor of ancient times? Very well, you wish to act tough in the clinic, do you? I shall make you regret it and remind you that this clinic is run by the Xie family. Now, let us discuss your basic situation. Lun Wan, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a wet wipe, explained, in recent months, my menstrual cramps have been severe. Sometimes, the pain is so intense that I feel faint. Painkillers do not help. I have never experienced this before. She recounted everything she knew. Place your hand on the pulse pillow. After taking her pulse for several seconds, Xie Chuan understood the issue clearly, yet he hesitated to speak, noting Zhang Wei and Appo's impatient demeanor. Miss, do you often come into contact with cold substances? Zhang Wei interjected. Yes. She frequently drinks ice water and insists I order her iced milk tea. I have told her not to drink it. It's both costly and detrimental to her health. How can she not understand? Frustrated, Xie Chuan scratched his head. What I mean is, are you engaging in practices that involve inserting ice? In an instant, Luan and Apos' face flushed crimson, and she bowed her head, unable to meet the doctor and Apos' gaze. Their private matters were now laid bare before the physician. This doctor was indeed formidable. Zhang Wei, feeling possessive over his woman, demanded, "Get to the point. Don't concern yourself with our private affairs." Xie Chuan found himself speechless. Is it too much to ask for some common sense? The audience seemed to catch on to something significant. Could it be what I think it is? Inserting ice cubes? My goodness, I've only seen that in novels. No wonder her stomach hurts. She deserves it. I suspect Zhang Wei is not ignorant of this. Rather, he is feigning ignorance to evade responsibility. Where is my husband? A comment exploded in the chat, attracting even more viewers to the live stream. At that moment, Zhang Wei was oblivious to the fact that his wife was witnessing the entire ordeal. Xie Chuan contemplated for a moment, aware of the comments flooding the chat. He could not meddle in domestic disputes. His only duty was to treat. She is too young. Frequently inserting ice has caused her abdominal coldness, resulting in increasing pain. If this continues, it could irreparably damage her uterus and even lead to cancer. His seriousness startled Luan, tears welling in her eyes. The petite beauty turned to Zhang Wei, both furious and distressed. I clearly told you not to do that. You assured me it was fine. What will happen to my body? How will I ever have children? I am only 19. How can I explain this to my family? A barrage of questions poured forth. And she now comprehended her grave mistake, but it was already too late. At that moment, fellow students recognized Luan, believing her to be a model student. They were astonished to learn of her hidden escapades. Zhang Wei, now serious, averted his gaze. Deep down, he had known that such actions were harmful, yet they were exhilarating. He had never intended to marry a student. He did not genuinely regard her as a girlfriend. After all, she would eventually belong to someone else. Once the thrill was gone, he could simply discard her and find another college girl. The only obstacle was the young doctor before him. If he had remained silent, merely prescribing a couple of medicines, once his girlfriend recovered, he could easily dismiss her without the current reproach. Zhang Wei, growing impatient, thought, I have plenty of money. Can I just pay for her treatment? I had no idea it would escalate to this severity. Today and Apos' doctors only know how to exaggerate for profit. The young woman, sobbing, did not grasp the seriousness of her situation, blinking her clear eyes. Doctor, what should I do? Now you ask what to do? Where were you earlier? Xie Chuan scoffed coldly. Your mucous membranes are already damaged, and there is inflammation. Have you inserted anything else? If it were merely ice cubes, there shouldn't be inflammation. Under his penetrating gaze, akin to an X-ray, Luan trembled in fear and shook her head, resolutely refusing to speak before the audience. Zhang Wei also denied it. What is wrong with you, doctor? Just prescribe medication. Why are you prying into our affairs? I have a meeting this afternoon. I am very busy, you know? The most dreaded patients are those who refuse to speak. Xie Chuan set down the case files, unyielding. If you are not forthcoming, you may leave. Before coming to this clinic, you should have known that traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. Do not conceal your ailments, or I will be unable to assist you. Chapter 16. My efforts exceed her deceptions. Zhang Wei and Apos' patience had worn thin. Grasping the girl and Apos' hand, he said, Let us go. I told you we need to see a proper hospital. Wait, Luan hesitated. Don't you think what Dr. Xie said was quite accurate? Are we really leaving? I think we should wait and observe a bit longer. Her eyes reflected a plea, as if fearing that her boyfriend would cause a scene upon departure. Zhang Wei's facade faltered. Internally, he mused that it was precisely because Dr. Xie was so correct that he hesitated to remain. After all, he was a minor public figure, having appeared in the news before. What if someone recognized him? Truly foolish of him, he thought, had he known better. He would not have pursued a naive college student. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Luan could only candidly report to Dr. Xie, You were right. My boyfriend has some peculiar preferences. The girl blushed, and the live stream audience became increasingly agitated. What peculiar preferences? It can and Apos' be what I think it is. Right? One viewer commented. Come on, share already. You and Apos, relieving us in suspense. Feigning ignorance, Dr. Xie maintained a serious demeanor, inquiring, what sort of preferences? What has she inserted? Lu Jing, who was operating the equipment, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. He was clearly aware but still chose to ask, oblivious to how embarrassed the girl had become, nearly digging her toes into the ground. Lowering her gaze, Lu Nuanyuan spoke softly, sometimes it and appos, carrots, sometimes cucumbers, sometimes eggplants. And sausages. I can and appos, recall everything. They had been in a passionate relationship since college, spanning several years, making it difficult to remember every detail. Dr. Xie dropped his pen onto the table with a thud. Well done. You must be trying to push your limits, are you? This is what young people believe in, living recklessly? Apologies, he truly couldn't comprehend. The staff, deeming the conversation inappropriate for minors, quickly shielded their eyes, overwhelmed by the revelations. Many young girls in the live stream trembled in fear, and one asked, Host, I want to know, can personal toys get sick? I sanitize them every time. Oh my. That and appos, that's quite excessive. If I hadn't known better, I would think that area is a mouth. Even if it were, I wouldn't dare to insert so much. The audience erupted in laughter, amused by the crude commentary. Lu Jing was taken aback, struggling to reconcile the usually refined Dr. Xie with his newfound vulgarity. Men are often unrefutable. During their escapades, they seldom consider the safety of their partners. After all, she was not his wife. He played with her affections, knowing she would eventually be discarded. Women have but a few years of youth. He was responsible for the finances while Lu Nuanyuan sacrificed her youth for him. And neither felt indebted to the other. Struck by a revelation, Lu Nuanyuan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The young girl, trembling in fear, fell to her knees. Doctor, I beg you, save me. I and appos, am only in my teens. I still want to have children. My parents must never know. If they find out, they will collapse. I can't die, can I? Often, young individuals pursue thrill-seeking adventures without considering the consequences, only to regret it later, blaming society and fate, rarely acknowledging their own missteps. With a long sigh, Dr. Xie sat back in his chair. Treatment is possible, but it depends on whether you can afford the consultation fee. Common gynecological infections are notoriously difficult to treat, especially with the attending physicians in the office exchanging concerned glances. They had encountered numerous cases involving similar reckless actions. Yet many patients did not survive. Once gynecological inflammation sets in, it becomes a long and arduous journey, potentially leading to cervical erosion, which offers no hope of recovery. Was this young man deceiving them? If the cervix had been compromised and penetrated deeply, the uterus might have sustained damage as well. Traditional medicine can be perilous. In the pursuit of profit, practitioners may resort to unethical practices. Outraged, Zhang Wei contemplated registering an account to expose these young individuals, determined to prevent patients from being victimized. Before he could speak, his phone rang. It was his wife. The woman, hidden behind the screen, could no longer contain her frustrations. Upon realizing her husband was about to spend a significant amount of money on his mistress, she voiced her displeasure. Baldy, I warn you. If you dare spend money on that woman, you will never see our child again. What? I have a child? Zhang Wei, having reached middle age without children, often blamed his wife while indulging in extramarital affairs. Hearing about a child brought an uncontainable joy to his voice, loud enough for every viewer in the stream to hear. On the other end, the woman spoke with pride. Of course, I have a child. Sever all ties with that wretched woman. I expect every cent you spend on her back, or I will not let this go. Unyielding, she pressed on, as Zhang Wei, thrilled by the news, found it impossible to care for the young girl. After all, the girl held little significance to him. Dawn and appos, worry, dear. I'll be home soon. As he hung up the phone, Zhang Wei prepared to leave the traditional medicine clinic. Dr. Xie, quick on his feet, realized the college student likely lacked the funds to pay. He had to ensure this opportunity didn't slip away without securing payment first. Wait a moment. You can't leave just yet. Doctor, I've told you, there is nothing between us. This is her body. If there is a fee, you should collect it from Lu Nuanyuan. Truly a fleeting romance, turning one's back on those who once cared. With tears in her eyes, Lu Nuanyuan could hardly fathom that the man who had called her his darling moments ago now loathed her deeply. It was merely because his wife was pregnant. Yet he had once assured her he would leave his old hag and marry her, just waiting for her graduation. Before she could graduate, her body had been mistreated beyond repair, and now she faced the cost of losing her beloved. Honey, are you really going to leave me? That old hag is deceiving you. I truly love you. Chapter 17. Brother, where the green hat properly ignoring the pain in her stomach, Lu Nuanyuan lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the man's waist. I understand that upon learning of her pregnancy, you feel compelled to entangle yourself with her. However, I wish to convey that I too shall bear you a child in the future, one that will bring you happiness. The man, entangled in an affair, ultimately harbored his true sentiments at home. Lu Nuanyuan and Appo's hands were forcefully pried apart and pushed away. Xie Chuan offered no resistance, merely posing a dispassionate question. Are you certain that child is yours? The conflict between the male protagonist and the mistress was enough to captivate the viewers in the live stream, especially with the female lead engaging with them. Everyone anticipated a dramatic showdown between the scoundrel and his mistress, yet a sudden revelation left them all astounded, making the situation increasingly intriguing. The host discerned something unusual, realizing why two bills had been opened. This is hilarious. I can end Appo's leave now. The female lead, who had just been referred to as Mad Rose, was urged to clarify her situation. Aren't you pregnant? Is the child truly your husband's? As a college student, I found immense joy in watching Dr. Ste's live stream, sending a free rose. A middle-aged man's head gleamed under the light, yet it was undeniable that he was extraordinarily enraged, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Doctor, I advise you to take responsibility for your words. My wife is exceptionally loyal to me. If you dare to slander her, I assure you we will become adversaries. At the moment his wife announced her pregnancy, the man swiftly reflected, realizing that all faults lay with him. His wife, diligent and devoted, had consistently cared for her parents and worked tirelessly for their family. He was the one in the wrong. Regardless of her transgressions, they stemmed from his failures. Lu Nuanyuan, who had never faced cold treatment, felt a mix of grievance and hope that the child his wife carried belonged to another, her eager expression urging, "Doctor, please help us understand this situation." An answer loomed on the horizon, yet she hesitated to voice it. Resuming his position behind the consultation desk, Xie Chuan made no haste. The middle-aged man, unable to suppress his curiosity, sat down and implored, "Doctor, what do you truly wish to convey?" His wife's phone rang again, berating the traditional medicine clinic, pleading for Zhang Wei to return home swiftly. He yearned to share the joy of her pregnancy as family members had gathered. Zhang Wei remained unfazed, asserting, "If the doctor speaks falsely, I shall sue him, and we will receive substantial compensation. If he speaks the truth." His wife interjected, "It's over. I can no longer conceal the truth about my infidelity." Her voice trembled, and Mad Rose harbored a deep-seated resentment towards traditional medicine, believing Dr. Xie was assisting in her betrayal. She was shocked to find he had not spared her either. "Why must I suffer from afar, without even visiting the clinic?" She cradled her belly, her face etched with bitterness. "It's truly over now." The comments section erupted in laughter. Dr. Xie is quite amusing, rescuing every patient and mending every broken family. I am curious about Mad Rose's true feelings. The tone of his wife was frantic, almost self-incriminating. What an impressive doctor. I suddenly wish for him to take my pulse. Upstairs, are you certain you dare to go? Your entire ancestry will be revealed. The host would show no mercy. With a resolute determination, Zhang Wei placed his hand on the pulse diagnosis, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Doctor, I warn you, do not insult my wife, nor attempt any deception in this matter. I will consult authoritative experts. I am not lacking in funds." Having issued stern warnings, Xie Chuan placed his hand on the table. After a pause, he confirmed his findings. Through observation, he had already discerned the man's inherent kidney deficiency, rendering him incapable of fatherhood. Upon examining his pulse, he realized the man was a true eunuch. Had he lived in ancient times, he would have been a valuable aid to the emperor without needing any surgical intervention. "Doctor, is my wife's child truly mine?" Zhang Wei impatiently pressed. "What do you think?" Xie Chuan retorted, knowing well that one cannot awaken a person pretending to be asleep. "My health is impeccable. I specifically chose a wife known for her ability to bear children. Surely, she possesses no deficiencies. Over the years, she has consistently undergone examinations without any pregnancies, merely because our fates had not yet aligned. Indeed, even the most astute individuals can falter in the face of certain realities." It was glaringly obvious, yet he remained oblivious to his own shortcomings. Lu Nuanyuan was the first to comprehend, smacking her forehead in realization. So, his wife is fine. But the problem lies with dear husband? She longed for a beautiful future with him, yet she did not desire a man who belonged to another. What was she to do? Would she be left empty-handed? Had she known, she would not have tried to hold on. Lu Nuanyuan, do you dare to say that again? The man despised being labeled as incapable. Zhang Wei sprang to his feet, poised to strike. "There is no need to rush. If you are indeed incapable, there is no reason to become enraged, lest you become the subject of ridicule." Xie Chuan stood in between them. "Brother, I must say, you truly lack the ability to conceive. It is a miracle that your wife can become pregnant at all. unprecedented in history. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling surplus to existence. His body trembled as he reflected on the years they had shared. His wife had seen numerous doctors, confirming she had no gynecological issues and excellent fertility. Yet, he had never undergone examination himself. The sudden revelation of his wife's pregnancy left him questioning. "Doctor, please, look again. Perhaps you are mistaken." With an exasperated glare, Xie Chuan firmly stated, "I assure you, my friend, I am not mistaken. You must accept the truth. You genuinely lack the ability to impregnate a woman. If you do not believe me, seek a second opinion elsewhere." Joy arrives swiftly, yet the blow comes even faster. Zhang Wei buried his face in his hands, weeping. "I have been caught cheating by my wife. The guilt of my recent infidelity was swiftly replaced by anger. Realizing my wife had also betrayed me, neither of us had spared the other." The comments section saw Mad Rose vanish, and the viewers morphed into detectives. The tale was too captivating. All three parties were liberated, and the host was commendable. Each twist intertwined with another. As a novelist, I had gathered ample material. The host is remarkable. Yet they seem to have yet to prescribe any medication. Hurry, host, and collect your fees before the patients flee. What wonderful viewers! Xie Chuan mused, extending his hand directly. If you do not intend to treat, I shall collect the consultation fee. If treatment is intended, that will be a different price. The diagnostic fee for both of you totals 500. Chapter 18. It turns out we are the beasts of burden. Zhang Wei raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on the streamer, genuinely reluctant to part with his money. The doctor, Xie, had just helped him shed an unwanted burden, and it would be morally reprehensible not to pay. "Doctor, you." He pulled out his phone, performing a fluid series of motions, ultimately acquiescing and paying the consultation fee. The man resolved to visit a larger hospital for a second opinion. One could not simply take the word of a minor practitioner. He was no naive girl. Lun Wanwan stomped her foot, hastily pursuing him. "Brother, wait for me. Didn't you say you would help me with my illness? You've led me to this state. You must help me. Get lost. My wife has been unfaithful. And who knows, you might be fooling around with other men behind my back too. You shameless hussy, and you expect me to pay you?" Zhang Wei spat out harsh words, indifferent to the feelings of the woman beside him. His mood was sour today, and no one would escape his wrath. Upon returning home, he would ensure that the traitors, the wretched woman and her lover, would meet a dreadful end. Lun Wanwan, who had clung to him since her freshman year, had transformed from an innocent maiden into a pariah, leaving her no avenue for retreat. Desperately grasping Zhang Wei's arm, she pleaded, "Darling, I'm not like your wife. I have always been loyal to you. If you don't believe me, check my classes. Besides class time, I've been on voice calls with you nearly all the time." Each call required her to engage in unspeakable acts. Yet, the man remained unmoved, walking away without a second glance. Lun Wanwan had no choice but to approach Xie again, tears streaming down her face. "Doctor, can you please help me? Is there any way to reduce the medical fees?" Xie glanced at the designer handbag she had placed on the table, worth over 100,000. Would she truly lack a few consultation fees? If she genuinely cared for her health, she wouldn't be entangled with a married man. She likely profited quite a bit from him. "Whether or not you wish to seek treatment is your concern, but my fees are non-negotiable. If you find my prices too steep, you are welcome to seek alternatives," Xie replied with unwavering firmness. A flurry of comments from her university peers and Lun Wanwan's family flooded the screen. "Counselor, what a shame. She claims her family is impoverished and often has to take on part-time jobs. I had no choice but to grant her leave. Don't blame me. Roommate, eh? No wonder she always pulls the curtains day and night. The bed emits indescribable odors. Forgive me, but I am still an innocent college girl and truly don't understand. Roommate B, it's so disheartening. Every time I heard those sounds, I had to pretend not to know. Now I can finally speak of it openly. Lun Wanwan's mother, your school and students have bullied my daughter. I will sue you all. And you, doctor, you have leaked my daughter as private matters. No one will escape justice." As the audience watched with bated breath, Lun Wanwan gritted her teeth and said, "Doctor, will 20,000 suffice for treatment? If it's not enough, I can find a way to pay in installments. I'm even willing to offer other compensations." "Xie? Goodness, that's impressive. You mentioned 20,000 without prompting for consultation fees. College students are indeed affluent." However, he found the idea of barter distasteful. Not only was he astonished, but a middle-aged woman in another city was also incensed. "You little vixen. With all that money, you don't even bother to buy a house for your brother? You better not come back, or I swear I'll break your legs." Many adults, toiling away like beasts of burden, felt a sense of indignation. It was terrifying. The mere act of spreading one's legs could secure a lifetime of struggle for them. They wished to be women too. Suddenly, the notion of being a reserved woman seemed lackluster. It was better to be shameless. Only I am the societal beast of burden. Seizing the opportunity for easy money, Xie was determined to fight for his own home. If things went well, he could soon acquire a place in Chuan City, thus establishing his roots in this city. Considering that you are a student, 20,000 will suffice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a correct diagnosis, earning a divine acupuncture skill. The system's notification rang out, clear and melodious. Xie's joints visibly trembled. His grandfather's acupuncture skills were extraordinary. Years ago, when Qin Mingyu suffered from tenosynovitis, a single needle from his grandfather had cured her for good. The reward of acupuncture was unexpected. If his grandfather knew that Xie was carrying on his legacy, he would surely be delighted. Xie's breath quickened. He was eager to employ his newfound skills. The system had not provided any tools. So Xie picked up a set of keys from the table, searching for the one that would unlock the lowest drawer. His hands trembled as he unlocked it. His expression markedly different from moments prior. Behind the camera, Lu Jing felt an inexplicable sadness radiating from him. Qin Mingyu, watching the live stream, held her breath. It was his grandfather's treasure chest. He was about to inherit his grandfather's craft. Grandfather, can you see this from above? Compared to Xie, who was the favored grandson, Qin Mingyu had a closer bond with the old man, often calling him grandfather as well, more like family than mere kin. As the parchment was unfurled, it revealed the acupuncture tools frequently utilized by his grandfather. They were not as refined as today's silver needles, but were comprehensive nonetheless. When he laid out the acupuncture set on the table, a sense of antiquity enveloped the room. A young practitioner at a certain acupuncture institute scoffed. Today, even sheepskin scrolls require processing, and look at those tools he possesses. They are utterly laughable. Silence. An elderly man with graying hair trembled, his lips quivering. If one were close enough, they could hear his teeth chattering, producing a sharp sound. Those knowledgeable recognized the immense collectible value of the Tuo divine needles. The old man had contemplated various means to acquire them from an elderly practitioner years ago, but was met with resistance, as it was said to be a family heirloom. He had no choice but to relinquish his wish. Later attempts to trace the old practitioner led to no fruitful outcomes. He recognized this sheepskin scroll as a remnant left by that practitioner. Had the old practitioner gifted the Tuo divine needles away? Not only did young practitioners harbor doubts, but even the audience in the comments section questioned the scroll's condition, deeming it far too tattered, and speculated that the silver needles had been dormant for quite some time. Lun Wan, fearful of the unreliability, whispered, "Doctor, are you certain your tools can heal? What if you worsen my condition? I'm still not even 20. Are you threatening me again?" Xie pushed the acupuncture set forward. "Rest assured, despite the appearance of my tools, they are heirlooms passed down in my family. Ordinary individuals cannot wield this set of silver needles." He spoke the truth. His grandfather had intended for him to inherit the art of traditional medicine and had entrusted him with the silver needles. Not only could he not pierce the skin, but even a simple bun would resist penetration. The Tuo divine needles were so delicate that without a modicum of skill, they would not penetrate the flesh. He retrieved disinfectant and cotton cloth, meticulously cleaning each silver needle. At that moment, the once dormant needles gleamed like swords drawn from their sheaths. Chapter 19. I wished to take him as my mentor. The live stream fell into an instant silence, as they initially perceived it to be just a casual embroidery needle. I knocked, and how it shone. Although I did not recognize it, I sensed its significance. "Host, please do introduce it. Is it a divine needle passed down through generations?" You are all too excited. How could such a young host possibly know acupuncture? Do not heed his boasting. Lun Wan hesitantly extended her hand, saying, "Dr. Xie, I once inserted a bullfrog in there, and just now I researched that bullfrogs carry numerous viruses. Are you certain acupuncture is advisable?" Xie Chuan responded. Silence is golden. The audience erupted in laughter. The patient had revealed too much. It was quite exhilarating. A deep breath escaped me, as my grandfather once said. To practice traditional Chinese medicine, one must remain calm and accommodate all kinds of peculiar patients. Xie Chuan replied earnestly, "Miss, I will perform acupuncture on you, which will allow your body to expel toxins autonomously, but I must clarify one thing. If you continue to engage in stimulating activities afterward, it will be unrelated to my treatment." Given the peculiar nature of her interests, he deemed it necessary to forewarn her to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Pouting, Lun Wan felt wronged. Dr. Xie, you cannot think of me that way. That irresponsible man has already fled. I vow never to repeat my mistakes. Please lie down, Xie Chuan instructed, retrieving a silver needle with a serious expression. Dr. Xie, must I undress? Lun Wan moved quickly, shedding her knitted sweater and preparing to remove her trousers. The single men in the live stream exclaimed in delight. The young lady was quite generous. Concerned the live stream might descend into chaos due to her antics, Lu Jing wished to leap directly into the recording scene. Xie Chuan hastily spoke, Miss, you need not undress so much. Simply lift your shirt to expose your abdomen, and keep your arms flat. Lun Wan lay on the bed, waiting quietly, and playfully said, Doctor, I have been afraid of pain since childhood. Please remember to be gentle. If you were truly afraid of pain, you wouldn't have recklessly inserted things down there, Dr. Xie quipped, leaving her too embarrassed to speak, her face flushed. The audience roared with laughter. Dr. Xie was undeniably blunt. As he picked up a silver needle, his hand trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he trusted the system would not fail him. The moment the silver needle approached her skin, everyone held their breath, including the judge Zheng Lao. The soft silver needle danced skillfully in Xie Chuan's hands, as if he had imbued it with vitality. As he inserted it, Lun Wan felt no pain. Instead, a warm current flowed through her body, her complexion glowing. Doctor, that feels wonderful, she murmured softly, her tone irresistibly alluring, twisting her body as if wanting to draw closer to the man. I must remind you, during treatment, if you inadvertently shift the needle, not only will the treatment be ineffective, but it could also injure other areas, Xie Chuan warned coldly, his gaze fixed on her. Lun Wan, embarrassed, pressed her hands against the sides of the bed, refraining from moving. The audience in the live stream felt anxious for Dr. Xie. He had it tough. He seemed to attract women, epitomizing the pinnacle of manhood. If I were Dr. Xie, I would not desire such a woman. I would fear catching a disease myself. This lady was far too enticing, unable to contain her excitement even during treatment. Could she truly withstand the aftermath? In total, 6 needles were applied, and once inserted, the skin on Lun Wan's abdomen reddened. The tips of the silver needles seemed to emit warmth. She closed her eyes in comfort, her small face flushed. Zheng Lao stood up excitedly from the judge's table, amazed by the presence of such a miraculous tool as the divine needle of Hua Tuo, performed by someone so young. The 6 needles of Qian Kuan could save a life. Once all 6 were in place, not only ordinary ailments could be treated, but it could also potentially eliminate cancerous lesions. However, few in traditional Chinese medicine made such promises, as the 6 needles of Qian Kuan had long been lost to time. When faced with cancer, patients often placed all their hopes on Western medicine. What they did not realize was that adept practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine could not only save cancer patients, but could also snatch life from the jaws of death. Zheng Lao, having only encountered the concept of the 6 needles of Qian Kuan in books throughout his life, had never learned it. Now, as a judge in a program, witnessing its application firsthand, he felt not only astonished but also exhilarated. Traditional Chinese medicine had hope. Traditional Chinese medicine could finally flourish. Initially, Zheng Lao had been reluctant to join the program, but an investor had informed him that to elevate traditional Chinese medicine, it was imperative to showcase true practitioners to the world. He had no choice but to agree. Originally devoid of hope, he now felt that participating in the astonishing Hua Tuo was worthwhile. At least Dr. Xie was a treasure. Not only Zheng Lao, but many dormant experts in traditional Chinese medicine also took notice in the live stream. How miraculous! To whom does this young man owe his teachings? Might he be open to taking students? I was blind to your youth, mistaking your age for ignorance in traditional Chinese medicine. It appears my understanding was woefully inadequate. To the layman questioning Dr. Xie, kindly depart. And to those newly acquainted with traditional Chinese medicine who are unaware of the 6 needles of Qian Kuan, please leave me to watch Dr. Xie in consultation. The president of Han City University of Traditional Chinese Medicine rewarded 10 rockets. The deputy director of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute rewarded 10 rockets. Descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family, Zheng rewarded 10 rockets. A series of rewards from esteemed institutions in traditional Chinese medicine sufficed to validate that Dr. Xie's treatment was not only accurate, but also indicative of his remarkable achievements. Some audience members who had previously mocked Dr. Xie were now shivering. They had assumed him to be their age, thinking they might seek his guidance in the future. Alas, the queue for Dr. X would only grow longer. Oh, Master, I humbly beg your forgiveness for my prior insolence. Please allow me to cut in line for treatment. Considering my fan value, I am genuinely curious if Lun Wan will recover. I have heard that conditions like hers are beyond the current capabilities of Western medicine and might even lead to the infection of cauliflower disease. The contagious nature and severity of cauliflower disease instill dread in ordinary people. With a calm gaze sweeping across the screen, Xie Chuan, seemingly oblivious to the admiration from esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, educated the audience in the live stream. Rest assured, she has not yet progressed to cauliflower disease. Once the acupuncture is completed, I will eliminate the lesions, but she will need to take medication and exercise caution afterward. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine can permanently eradicate lesions, and it emphasizes health preservation. If one neglects their body and repeatedly engages in reckless behavior, we too shall be at a loss. Xie Chuan spoke steadily, but his words were treated as gospel by his fans, with the fan leader quickly transcribing them for the live stream, which was filled with reminders. Xie Chuan could only smile wryly. He had merely been streaming for half a day, yet the crowd was utterly fervent. As the time came, he decisively removed the silver needles and placed them in alcohol for sterilization, pointing to the QR code at the top. Miss, it's time to get up. You need to settle the payment. Chapter 20. Xie Chuan was almost dazed with nimble movements. Lu Nuanyuan sprang up, the weakness that had enveloped her body suddenly dissipating. She felt as if she had been reborn, as though she had assumed a new form. Ah, she exclaimed softly. Dr. Xie, acupuncture is truly remarkable. I used to feel so drowsy during classes. If I ever feel sleepy again, may I come to you for a couple of needles? Pausing in his tidying, Xie Chuan cautioned, I advise you not to seek discomfort when unnecessary. It is vital to maintain your health. After alleviating your ailments, remember to drink more red date and goji berry tea. It will help replenish your vital energy and blood. With a decisive gesture, Lu Nuanyuan completed the payment of 20,000 yuan, dressed herself, and turned to exit. Stopping at the door, she snapped a few photos at the entrance of the clinic. Seemingly fearful of forgetting something, she stepped back inside, cautiously inquiring, Dr. Xie, may I take a picture with you? If I or my friends ever need assistance in the future, I would love to recommend you. Good traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are rare. Once found, they must be cherished, for they may prove invaluable later. Amused and exasperated by the young lady's whimsical thought process, Xie Chuan nodded but added, nonetheless, I suggest you refrain from seeking my services in the future. I do not wish for you to return under the same circumstances. While youthful mistakes are understandable, they cannot be repeated indefinitely. After taking the picture, Lu Nuanyuan dashed away. The clinic returned to its tranquil state as Xie Chuan opened the window for fresh air and carefully placed the sterilized silver needles back into the worn sheepskin scroll. In his leisure time after treating patients, he would watch the live stream, and upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback. What? So many gifts? He exclaimed. Director, may I ask if these gifts can be converted into RMB? His voice boomed with a hint of excitement, as if this unexpected bounty held significant importance for him. Lu Jing, holding the equipment, reminded him, Dr. Xie, I haven't ended the live stream yet. Please be mindful of your words in the broadcast. It's best to be straightforward with the fans and explain that you wish to withdraw the money. At least other practitioners put on a facade, claiming they want to help more patients in need. You, on the other hand, not only collected a hefty consultation fee, but now refused to overlook even this small gift. She remarked, rolling her eyes. With a smirk, Xie Chuan replied, and so what? I am merely an ordinary person. Should I not face my audience as such? Traditional Chinese medicine needs to sustain itself, you know? I still have no house in Chuan City. If the director is feeling generous, why not buy me one? Dr. Xie, someone is coming. Lu Jing nearly gasped, interrupting him. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, finding Xie Chuan's antics utterly amusing, even causing the director to exclaim. The director's voice was melodious, yet she seemed somewhat exasperated, likely not anticipating Xie Chuan's candidness. Xie Chuan was indeed correct. Even the distinguished masters of the craft required compensation. They resided in grand villas, chastising contemporary practitioners for their perceived greed, deeming it shameless. I support Dr. Xie in charging fees. Money is trivial, but life is paramount. Ignoring the live comments, Xie Chuan noticed a man clad in a baseball cap and fully armed with layers of clothing entering the clinic. Most notably, only his eyes were visible, and he appeared furtive, resembling a potential robber. At a glance, Xie Chuan discerned the man's cautious gait, his feet turned inward, likely to avoid detection by other viewers in the live stream or fans who had seen his broadcasts. Xie Chuan, are you here for your own treatment? The man in black nodded. What on earth? Do we have a fan seeking treatment? Xie Chuan thought, bemused. At least show your face, man. In traditional Chinese medicine, the principles of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation are paramount. Yet this man was entirely concealed, rendering it impossible for Xie Chuan to ascertain his condition. This is an affront to my practice. Using your body so carelessly is a challenge to my professional limits. Negative fans should leave. The audience reacted fervently. Puzzled, Xie Chuan suggested, please remove your mask and hat. If you wish to be treated, you must first adopt a proper attitude. No, the man finally spoke, his voice muffled, as he constrained his throat, making it sound neither masculine nor feminine. Aren't you capable of taking my pulse? Just do that for my diagnosis. As a public figure, he could not reveal his identity before fans. The moment he removed his mask, tomorrow's headlines would be even more scathing. To protect his career, Yu Dashi was indeed going to great lengths. Setting aside the consultation form, Xie Chuan stated plainly, I can take your pulse, but traditional Chinese medicine requires thorough observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation to diagnose your illness. If you do not wish to treat your condition, you may seek another clinic. After hesitating for approximately 2 minutes, the man finally removed his hat, sunglasses, 3 layers of masks, and scarf. Each removal warranted a careful inspection of Xie Chuan's expression until his belongings cluttered the table. Xie Chuan raised an eyebrow, momentarily doubting his recognition or wondering if there were 2 people in the world who bore such a resemblance. Only upon reading the comments in the chat did he realize the truth. However, once Yu Dashi removed his mask, a pungent odor seemed to envelop the space, growing increasingly intolerable. Heavens, is that not the comedian Yu Dashi? Why did he come here to seek treatment dressed so obscenely? He used to be quite generous. What ailment could be so embarrassing that he would disguise himself in such a manner? Xie Chuan was mildly taken aback as he jotted down notes, asking, what is your name? Age? Yu Dashi, 29. He replied. Upon hearing his voice, Xie Chuan struggled to maintain composure, pinching his nose. What a repugnant smell. Yu Dashi sounds like a public restroom that has not been cleaned for decades. Is this truly the real deal? Do celebrities neglect personal hygiene? After collecting basic information, Xie Chuan proceeded to inquire, what issue brings you here? Noticing Xie Chuan's slight grimace, Yu Dashi's small eyes furrowed. Doctor, can't you see? I've been suffering from oral ulcers for over a week now. Please help me. He had experienced oral ulcers before, but they had resolved quickly. This time, however, it was inexplicably persistent, compounded by an offensive odor that repelled even his wife from approaching him. Desperate, Yu Dashi had no choice but to seek help, and coincidentally, his assistant had been watching Xie Chuan's live stream, suggesting he consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Perhaps there was a solution. With an entertainment program scheduled for the following week, Yu Dashi reluctantly agreed. Lu Jing, supporting the equipment, rolled her eyes. Celebrities can be so dramatic, complaining about a mere oral ulcer and dictating instructions to Dr. Xie. As a minor figure, Lu Jing could not afford to offend a star. Unsure how Xie Chuan would handle the situation, she wanted to caution him to be mindful of his demeanor and refrain from saying anything inappropriate. Struggling to breathe, Xie Chuan took the initiative to don a mask, but still found it challenging to mitigate the unpleasant odor. Yu Dashi, please put on your 3-layer mask, otherwise, I might faint. Chapter 21. Do not lick what should not be licked. The audience in the live stream, merely observing Xie Chuan's actions, found the scene utterly unbearable. Yet, given that Yu Dashi is a celebrity, one would expect him to be more mindful of his public image. Or could it be that this young physician is deliberately slandering Yu Dashi? How much did Yu Dashi's rival pay Xie Chuan to provoke a star? With a fierce glare directed at Xie Chuan, Yu Dashi scolded him. What do you mean by this? You are a doctor, here to treat me. You want me to remove my mask, and then you insult me? Do you think I am easy to bully? The sudden outburst left everyone, including Xie Chuan, utterly stunned. Host, are you about to be blacklisted? They wondered. To be fair, Xie Chuan's bluntness might inevitably lead to complaints from patients. Lu Jing, holding the camera, struggled to keep it steady, the image trembling. Yet, Xie Chuan remained calm, as steady as an old dog. Your breath reeks, your tongue is coated white. At first glance, it appears to be oral ulcers, but it is not. To those who play tricks, Xie Chuan was indifferent. He merely needed to articulate the ailment. The urgency lay with the patient, not with him. Do you often have restless sleep and nightmares? Suddenly, Yudashi halted his fury, gazing incredulously at Xie Chuan, realizing there might be some truth to his words. Nodding in confusion, he remarked, "Don't think that just because you've spoken some truths, I will be gracious towards you. Anyone who has watched my entertainment programs knows that I have very light sleep. You must have seen my show. You're a fan, aren't you? Such narcissism. Who claims to be his fan?" Ignoring Yudashi's question, Xie Chuan twirled the pen in his hand. "Is your hearing slightly impaired? It should be due to overwhelming noise." Remarkable. The matter of hearing loss had never been disclosed by Yudashi before, yet this young physician had pinpointed it. He felt compelled to reassess his perception of Xie Chuan, as he seemed different from what he had imagined. Their eyes locked, and Yudashi no longer appeared arrogant. "Doctor, what shall we do about my ailment?" Xie Chuan, penetratingly direct, responded, "You have a habit of licking things, don't you?" His gaze, akin to an X-ray, sent shivers down Yudashi's spine. Suddenly standing, he thought, "No, I absolutely cannot let my wife know about my habit of licking things. Otherwise, my marriage would be in jeopardy." He looked at Xie Chuan as if he were a demon. Yudashi shook his head. "Doctor, just tell me what medication I need. You should know my condition, and I must hurry to the recording site. I cannot afford to waste time." The viewers in the live stream sensed something amiss. But he was wealthy and a celebrity. Could Xie Chuan truly handle this? They hesitated to watch the unfolding drama and advised Xie Chuan to prescribe something quickly to maintain good rapport, perhaps even attracting other entertainers to his practice. Not wishing to offend Yudashi, they quickly logged off. Xie Chuan seemed oblivious to the comments, stating, "Only by understanding your ailment can I prescribe the appropriate remedy. If you are reluctant to disclose your condition, as I mentioned earlier, you may seek another expert." Yudashi fell silent. He had indeed sought help before. His wife's friends had introduced him to numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, none of whom could discern his condition, and he was misled into consuming numerous bitter herbal concoctions. These brewed in his stomach, causing considerable discomfort, and he had recently lost significant weight. The oral ulcers tormented Yudashi to the extent that he could not even participate in normal performances, while his peers in the skit community had once held him in high esteem. However, since the onset of his halitosis, their gazes had shifted dramatically. "Fine. I will accept treatment." As if making a monumental decision, Yudashi nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I have licked something." The viewers in the live stream were astonished to witness Yudashi finally bow his head. The host's skills had compelled him to submit, an utterly astonishing feat. Curiosity piqued. One viewer wondered what Yudashi had licked that was so difficult to articulate. "I think I know, but it might be inappropriate. Surely it isn't his wife's, right? I recall a program where it was mentioned that she is quite particular about hygiene." Admitting it makes things easier, Xie Chuan fixed his gaze on Yudashi. "Your mouth harbors toxoplasma, along with numerous bacteria and parasites, some of which are found in feces. This is quite challenging to treat. Sterilization is imperative." "What?" The ground seemed to crumble beneath Yudashi. "Doctor, must we not gloss over this lightly? Why speak of it so bluntly?" The live stream audience rallied around the host. The revelation that Yudashi was attracted to men and had a penchant for licking men's private parts was utterly shocking. "He has indeed fallen from grace," someone exclaimed. "I recall he was particularly close to a director from an entertainment group. The two were seen entering the same hotel together. Surely there's more to that. I'm curious whose private part might harbor parasites. Who did Yudashi lick? Can that man come to see Dr. Xie for treatment?" Ignoring the implications, Xie Chuan continued, "In the future, refrain from licking men's private parts. They are not clean. Men are generally less meticulous than women, making it easier for germs to linger. The infection is not severe at present, and I can cleanse it for you." Ding. Congratulations, host, for accurate diagnosis. You have received a superior sterilization formula. Upon receiving the prescription, Xie Chuan reminded Yudashi, who wore a despondent expression, "I will prepare a batch of medicine for you. The remaining herbs can be kept in your possession. With treatment over the course of a week, you should recover completely." A machine followed Xie Chuan's adept movements as he prepared the medicine, placing the herbs into a clay pot according to the required cooking time. A stout figure climbed to the window. Yudashi gasped, "Doctor, please prepare it all for me and pack it in a bag. I'll heat a bag each time I drink." His professional career was already in ruins, but he could not let his oral health deteriorate. Everything could be restarted. Just moments ago, his agent had messaged him with a solution. He would claim that he had licked his son's private part, merely out of excessive affection. As for his wife, he would simply return home and kneel on the washboard if necessary. Soon, several prescriptions were ready. Xie Chuan handled the packaging while Yudashi fidgeted in front of the camera. He accidentally caught sight of a comment. Why is your wife in the live stream? Wang Chunli. Yudashi, are you reading the comments? Explain to me why you were licking a man's private part. His wife, a woman from the countryside, had always been a source of pride for Yudashi, and he had never abandoned her. However, he harbored numerous peculiar habits he had concealed from her, knowing that as an outsider, she would hear little of it. Yet today, during this live broadcast, she had learned everything. She was known for her temper. Would she cause a scene in front of everyone? Before the camera, Yudashi spoke gently. It was our son. You know I've never cared for him. Last week, while attending to him, he had an accident, and in a moment of panic. Please, let us discuss this when I return home. Chapter 22. Even if I lick men, I won't lick you. Wang Chunli harbored doubts in her heart. Is it truly the case? Her son was already 3 years old. Could he still be soiling himself everywhere? She had trained him well, and by the time he was over a year old, he no longer had accidents. She suspected that Yudashi was the one who was careless. Xie Chuan appeared appropriately beside the consultation desk, observing Yudashi fixated on the screen. He realized he was watching a live broadcast. Your medicinal soup is ready. It costs a total of 18,000. Please make the payment. Yudashi, feeling his pride wounded, was not pleased and directed his irritation towards Xie Chuan. For such ordinary soup, even in a top-tier hospital, it wouldn't cost this much. Are you trying to extort me? Do you believe I want to report you? Considering Yudashi's celebrity status, Xie Chuan had initially planned to show some leniency. However, given Yudashi's lack of respect, he felt no obligation to reciprocate. If you think my medicinal soup is a scam, feel free to seek treatment at a regular hospital. Do you truly believe a common doctor can treat the bacterial infection from the foul skin of an adult man? Just as Wang Chunli, on the verge of leaving the broadcast room, was about to express her frustration, she sent a comment. Yudashi, when you return, we're getting a divorce. Yudashi, in disbelief, sank to the floor, staring at Xie Chuan. You dare say anything in front of everyone? You've left me with no dignity at all. Struggling to catch his breath, Yudashi regretted his choices. 18,000 was merely a drop in the bucket for a star. Had he known Dr. Xie was not to be trifled with, he would have walked away. Dr. Xie, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely accidentally touched my son's bottom. The audience, observing his desperate attempts to defend himself, began to flood the comments section. Yudashi, just admit it. You've already made it to trending. Hurry and pay Dr. Xie. He.s. giving you a free trending topic, and 18,000 is definitely a bargain. Speculations circulated online about the man whose skin had been licked by Yudashi, with some claiming it resembled a certain director, noted for his ample backside. Xie Chuan, arms crossed, placed the medicinal soup on the table. After graduating from university, he had followed his grandfather, unaware of the superficial world outside, nor the need to manipulate others. How old is your son? When Xie Chuan inquired, Yudashi assumed he was finally acknowledging his celebrity status and was attempting to smooth things over. He eagerly replied, my son is 3 this year. While speaking, Yudashi resignedly pulled out his phone to scan the payment code and grabbed the medicine package from the table. My son is particularly adorable. Children at this age sometimes have accidents. I often take care of him. I apologize for the embarrassment. As he prepared to exit the camera's view, Xie Chuan questioned, does a 3-year-old enjoy spicy food? He seems to be quite the natural when it comes to spice. Does your son at 3 like to eat snail noodles, barbecue, and hot pot? Occasionally, even sip high-proof liquor? Yudashi was taken aback. He had erred in trusting and scrupulous practitioners. Can I get my money back? Revitalized. Wang Chunli genuinely fainted. Her son did not eat spicy food. What 3-year-old could handle such heat? Netizens, able to find anything online yet struggling to find partners, began scrutinizing the entertainment industry for individuals who enjoyed drinking and spicy food. They indeed identified a few suspects, filtering out those without ties to Yudashi, and began scrolling through potential candidates in the live broadcast. With lips moving in vain, Yudashi struggled to find a response. Doctor, is my treatment complete? Yes. You may leave. As Yudashi exited the traditional medicine clinic, he nearly stumbled. Xie Chuan smirked. Noticing the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. It was time to close for the day. A couple lingered at the entrance, excitedly eyeing the sign. Dr. Xie, please take a look for us. Xie Chuan swiftly tidied the items on his desk, removed his white coat, and turned to the couple with a puzzled expression. I'm afraid our clinic closes at 4. You'll need to come back tomorrow. The patient protested. Don't you usually work from 9 to 6? You really close early. The girl, still not willing to give up, inquired, can we exchange numbers? We're willing to pay. Even with money. I want to be your servant, Xie Chuan declined. Noticing the staff still lingering, he urged, what are you doing? Pack up the equipment. I'm off for the day. You can continue recording. Just as he was about to step outside, a young man blocked his path, leaving the staff in a predicament. Dr. Xie, the top fan in the live room insists that you see one last patient. The demands of fans held sway, with money involved. He doubted the avaricious Xie Chuan would refuse. Stepping back, he observed the numerous requests for overtime on the screen. Xie Chuan placed his hands on his hips, addressing them. Do you think I work all day just for the sake of it? It's for enjoyment. If this continues, I'll have to report to the king of hell ahead of schedule. His gaze fell upon the top fan, a female avatar named Zheng Baiji. Unsure of whether her claim of being from a traditional medicine family was genuine, Xie Chuan called out her name. Miss Baiji, girls shouldn't stay up late. Get some rest. We'll resume the broadcast tomorrow at 9. Don't be late. Without a hint of hesitation, Xie Chuan abruptly ended the broadcast, leaving no opportunity for the fans to react. Lu Jing watched the screen turn black, thoroughly exasperated. Do you even understand the concept of traffic? Even if you don't want to treat patients, you could at least interact with your fans for a moment. How could you just end the broadcast without a word of goodbye? In the realm of live streaming, not a single idol had the audacity to behave in such a manner. With an air of indifference, Xie Chuan considered the day's earnings, which had already amounted to several tens of thousands, an amount he had once never dared to dream of. There was still money in the live room waiting to be withdrawn. If added up, it could total over 100,000. Why should he exhaust himself further? Your dark circles and yellow tongue indicate insufficient rest. You're experiencing spleen and stomach deficiency. Go home and recuperate. Xie Chuan observed Lu Jing's displeasure. No consultation fee today. Consider it covering your lunch expenses. Lu Jing replied. Should I thank you? Chapter 23. Do not treat us as slaves leaving behind a mess. Xie Chuan rested his hands behind his head and meandered to the nearby Hanfu shop. The meal that Qin Minyu had delivered earlier was delectable, and he anticipated another delightful dinner tonight, making it a perfect opportunity to enjoy a complimentary meal without spending a dime. As he reached the entrance, Qin Minyu rushed out, and they collided unexpectedly. Xie Chuan, you truly have audacity. I saw the newly established fan group, and everyone was astonished when you abruptly ended the live stream. Remember to give a heads up next time. I was left wanting more, the young girl exclaimed, her lips pursing in a playful manner. Having styled her hair into 2 cute buns out of sheer boredom that afternoon. Navigating past the Hanfu section, he approached the dining table, lifted the lid of the pot, and served himself some rice. I pay for my meals every month. How can you deny me dinner? This dry pot chicken wings and shrimp you made today is exquisite. After they finished their meal, Xie Chuan returned home to rest, reflecting on the earnings of the day, feeling somewhat dazed. The arrival of the system had been abrupt, yet it undeniably altered his current predicament. A property in Chuan City costs millions. With diligent work over a few years, he could establish a home in this city. Turning over, the single bed creaked under him. Xie Chuan resided in the backyard of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, where the other areas were filled with medicinal herbs, leaving him with only a small bedroom to call his own. As for the production team, he had no control over them. Those individuals, dressed in fine suits, surely did not lack for money. After arranging the other staff, Lu Jing took a shower in her temporary accommodation, tidied herself up, and, in her towering heels, pushed open the door of the clinic once more. Xie Chuan, come out right now. She thundered, her fury palpable. Startled from near slumber, Xie Chuan, clad in an old shirt, leaned out of the window, his head poking into the clinic. What is it? What do you want at this hour? Can't a person get some rest? In the darkness, Lu Jing was taken aback. Flicking on the wall switch, their eyes met, intensifying her ire. Don't you have a place to stay? How can you leave us staff to only stay in hotels? This is outrageous. Rubbing his eyes, Xie Chuan, sitting cross-legged on the bed, retorted, what does that have to do with me? It's the production team that chose to come here. I heard the entertainment industry is flush with cash. Do you expect reimbursements for your living expenses? Go find a production team that won't reimburse you. Why come to me? You see how small this clinic is. I have to find a corner to sleep in. If you're willing, you can sleep on the floor here. I wouldn't mind. Lu Jing was left speechless. This is utterly unacceptable. Stifling her anger with hands on her hips, she noted that all the live stream rewards belonged to Xie Chuan, while the staff received only basic wages. Before arriving, the production team had considered many practitioners of traditional medicine well-off and ethical. who would not allow their crew to end up on the streets. Hence, the initial subsidy was insufficient. Unfortunately, their group drew a miser, and Xie Chuan had no intention of offering reimbursement. Glaring at the spacious floor, Lu Jing nearly choked on her frustration, feeling the urge to lie down and succumb to illness. Xie Chuan rolled his eyes, emphasizing, regardless of whether you fall ill or not, I need to clarify something. If you wish to sleep on the clinic floor and use the medicinal herbs, I will charge you rent. It's not much, just 10 yuan per person per day. The small window was shut, and Xie Chuan rested his arms behind his head. I'm going to strike it rich. Standing in the clinic, Lu Jing was disheveled by the wind, realizing how obsessed Dr. Xie was with money, obsessed to the point of madness. She resolved to urgently request living subsidies from the production team. Otherwise, the remaining days of the month would see them all homeless. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Xie Chuan stretched and headed next door to Qin Menu's for breakfast, clutching a hand-grabbed pancake for a mid-journey supplement. Sitting at the consultation desk, the clinic was eerily empty. Not filming anymore. Have you all returned home? Xie Chuan recalled the hurriedness of yesterday's live stream and realized he had yet to ask Lu Jing for her phone number. Had they absconded with the rewards from yesterday's stream? Thankfully, he had been cautious and used his own account. He needed to retrieve it quickly to claim the gifts. As he pondered, commotion erupted at the entrance of the clinic as staff wheeled in equipment, each person bearing deep bruises under their eyes. While Lu Jing's bruises and resentment were even more pronounced. Dr. Xie, she said, surveying the chaos, we're going live soon, and you haven't even tidied up the clinic? Xie Chuan glanced at the disarray. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and asked seriously, isn't the production team supposed to help clean up? It's fine. I don't mind, but if it affects the show's quality, that's your concern. Lu Jing was taken aback. Dr. Xie, what about your medical ethics? A young man could no longer contain himself, having clashed with friends filming other practitioners the night before. They had been treated to fine food and drinks, making the contrast far too stark. He felt it imperative to make Dr. Xie aware that they were not there to endure indignities. Dr. Xie, I've tolerated you on multiple occasions. You should manage our food and accommodation and occasionally provide snacks and beverages. We work hard filming for you. The rewards from yesterday's stream, after the platform's cut, must have amounted to tens of thousands. He shouldn't be so stingy. Taking a sip from his thermos, Xie Chuan scrutinized the name tag on his chest. Lu Chong, right? Your temper is understandable. When desires go unfulfilled, the frustration manifests in breakouts. This is a sign of longing for companionship. Ah, a bachelor, are we? How old are you, my friend? Lu Chong regretted speaking up. Had he known better, he would have kept quiet. At 30, he boasted of many past relationships to his peers, but in truth, he was perpetually single, often relying on his own hand for solace. Laughter erupted from his companions, and Lu Chong, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Dr. Xie, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Xie Chuan filled his thermos with water and disinfected all the consultation tools, completely ignoring him, effectively dismissing Lu Chong. However, the embarrassment Lu Chong felt was palpable, with others questioning the authenticity of his claims. Resuming his seat at the front, the clinic's cleaning staff had begun to assist with the tidying up. Be careful, don't damage the furniture. These pieces were passed down from my grandfather and are invaluable, worth their weight in gold, Xie Chuan reminded them. After the setbacks of the previous night and the morning's frustrations, Lu Jing had reached her limit. She merely hoped that Xie Chuan would soon be eliminated so they could disband and move on to another filming location. Swatting at a mosquito on her arm, Lu Jing took a deep breath. Dr. Xie, I believe we need to have a discussion. I spoke with the production team last night. All our food, accommodation, and travel expenses can be reimbursed. However, we cannot be treated as slaves. We will not agree to additional physical labor. They were not just cameramen. They were also the cleaning staff of the clinic, and at this rate, they would soon be reduced to Dr. Xie as personal assistants. Xie Chuan, appearing innocent, replied, I am cooperating with your filming, and I haven't received any wages. Asking you to help out is merely a form of compensation for your efforts. Chapter 24, Safeguarding Against Fire, Theft. And best friends, his incisive remarks left those present feeling oddly justified. Lu Chong, unwilling to concede, retorted, Dr. Xie, that's not a fair argument. If you win the championship, you would claim the substantial prize money, while we wouldn't share in those earnings. As he quietly arranged the pulse pillow, Xie Chuan suddenly lifted his gaze and fixed it upon Lu Chong. But what if I do not win the championship? Would all my previous efforts be rendered futile? Would I then be obligated to assist you with accommodation and act as an extra for your production team? The crowd fell silent, realizing the validity of his point. Suddenly, they found a tinge of sympathy for Dr. Xie. With the camera rolling, Xie Chuan settled behind the consultation desk, awaiting the arrival of patients. Prior to this, he noticed a smattering of viewers had already entered the live stream and greeted him. "Don't you all have work? You're here quite early." Some young women in the live stream perked up. When Dr. Xie wasn't consulting, they couldn't help but admire his striking looks, invigorating their spirits. "We are university students, and we have no classes this morning. Dr. Xie, do you have any wisdom on health preservation?" The day's consultations commenced, and he thought, "Patience, hurry and come for your examination." Amused by the comments, Xie Chuan reflected that perhaps he hadn't been as harsh yesterday as he thought. His approach had been rather gentle, considering the patients had already recovered from their ailments. His eyes lingered on the search bar at the top of the live stream, which displayed the news of Udashi's multiple infidelities during marriage. Well, it seems the viewers are right. My methods were indeed not so gentle. Yet he believed that the habits he had helped Udashi correct would soon restore his health. After all, life is meant to be lived, and aside from work, isn't that the essence of existence? Early rising and retiring is a commendable habit, and drinking a glass of warm water in the morning is crucial, as it not only aids in appetite control, but also normalizes the body's metabolism. Although Xie Chuan's advice may seem cliché, in the past, few would have heeded it. However, having witnessed his remarkable skills, disbelief was now a rarity, with many treating his words as gospel. As interactions continued in the live stream, a couple entered, the same pair that had intended to consult the previous evening. They had hoped to see the doctor then, but found him unavailable, so they returned today, conveniently nearby. Wan Xinxin ushered her boyfriend to sit, saying, "Doctor, please examine my boyfriend. He's been feeling unwell for some time." It was evident that she was deeply concerned about her boyfriend's condition. Gu Qing sat uneasily, nearly collapsing against the armrest. "Doctor, I've been in pain everywhere. It's unbearable. I've seen a Western doctor who prescribed medication, but it was ineffective. I've heard acupuncture can help. Could you give me a couple of needles?" As they babbled, Xie Chuan remained silent, observing the man's pale complexion and weak lower back, particularly noting how widely his legs were splayed, suggesting significant discomfort. Additionally, the man's thinning hair and dull eyes hinted at a state of perpetual exhaustion, as if he might faint at any moment. He jotted down their basic information on the consultation form. "Xie Chuan, have you experienced any recent symptoms? Where exactly does it hurt?" The doctor's inquiries prompted Gu Qing to fidget, embarrassed. Wan Xinxin, seeing his distress, spoke up, "Doctor, my boyfriend is experiencing pain in his lower region. Recently, I wanted to be intimate with him, but he keeps complaining of pain and sometimes even bleeds. I thought it might be due to ill-fitting underwear. So I bought a larger size, but it still didn't help." After sharing this, she disregarded her boyfriend's protests and continued recounting his symptoms, mentioning that he often had severe back pain, requiring her to stand on him for relief. Moreover, he seemed to be suffering from hypersomnia on many occasions. She returned from work only to find him still asleep, seemingly unable to awaken. With a pained expression, Wan Xinxin reminisced about their university days together. Now, as they approached the prospect of marriage, her boyfriend's health had deteriorated, and her family disapproved of her relationship with someone unwell. Yet, she believed Gu Qing had brought her immense joy, and if she let him go, she would never find anyone better. Viewers in the live stream observed the couple's affectionate demeanor, holding hands even during the consultation, prompting envy from many men. "If I were to encounter a girlfriend who adored me so, I would cherish her for a lifetime, ensuring she never faces any grievances." Some viewers speculated whether the couple's frequent intimacy might be the cause of Gu Qing's discomfort. "Stop projecting your own filth onto others," came a dismissive comment from above. Scanning the barrage of comments, Xie Chuan recognized the love between the couple, yet he discerned deeper issues reflected in the man's demeanor. "Place your hand on the pulse pillow," he instructed. Wan Xinxin eagerly complied, her enthusiasm palpable. Xie Chuan sighed inwardly, realizing he had meant her boyfriend. But she had taken charge of the conversation from the outset, as if she were the one in need of care. Their dynamic suggested that in their relationship, she often dictated the terms, with him acquiescing. Feeling the tension, they quickly switched roles. Xie Chuan noted the chill of the man's hand, which was slick with sweat, remarkable given that autumn had already arrived. After assessing his pulse, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. particularly under the weight of Wan Xinxin's concerned gaze, reluctant to deliver any discouraging news. Doctor, what exactly is wrong with my boyfriend? Can it be treated? I've heard from a friend that this clinic is quite effective. She visited yesterday. Instead of addressing her inquiry about the diagnosis, Xie Chuan diverted the conversation to an unrelated topic. Who is your friend? Wan Xinxin, taken aback yet unhesitant, replied, Yesterday, Lun Wan saw the doctor. You might remember her. You should thank her for referring me. Without thinking, she added, Lun Wan. She has been my best friend since childhood. I even introduced my boyfriend to her, and she promised that if we marry, she would be my bridesmaid. The mention of her best friend and boyfriend brought an uncontainable smile to Wan Xinxin's face. The viewers in the live stream recalled Lun Wan, the wealthy college student known for her reckless indulgences. Many wondered if introducing her boyfriend to such a friend might lead to complications. One must safeguard against fire, theft, and best friends, they mused, and it was hard to argue with this wisdom. Some viewers expressed concern, sensing that Dr. Xie had something significant to reveal, foreseeing potential conflict ahead. Chapter 25. The doctor's revelation. The young woman chattered incessantly, yet upon mentioning Lu Nuanyuan, Gu Qing's demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing his impatience as he interrupted her. What about her? I've already told you she's South your close friend. You shouldn't be seen with her all the time. She is still a university student, while we graduated. We belong to different social strata. Having been scolded by her boyfriend, Wan Xinxin felt aggrieved and forced a smile. Doctor, please don't take it to heart. My boyfriend must have been overwhelmed with concern and momentarily lost his temper. I truly do not mind. Especially since you seem unaffected, replied Xie Chuan ambiguously, leaving Wan Xinxin puzzled, as she was typically rather oblivious. Doctor, what do you mean? Is my boyfriend seriously ill? Xinxin, I've mentioned before that traditional Chinese medicine can be unreliable. Those who have transgressed often feel guilty, and Gu Qing's current behavior is a manifestation of that guilt. He dared not meet Xie Chuan's gaze and attempted to lead his girlfriend away. Sweetheart, but he is speaking the truth. Let us just observe. I asked my father for money before coming, and I am determined to help you recover. The notion of love had clouded her judgment. Despite Wan Xinxin's earnest attempts to reason with him, Gu Qing found a myriad of excuses to evade responsibility. Xie Chuan watched the unfolding drama with amusement. It was quite entertaining. However, given Wan Xinxin's current state, when the truth was revealed, she might even forgive him. Finally, after considerable persuasion, Gu Qing relented and took a seat, issuing a warning. Doctor, please refrain from probing into my medical condition and our private matters. Such conduct is unbecoming of a physician. Xie Chuan found the situation absurdly humorous, especially after discerning from their conversation that they were soon to be wed. As a doctor, he should not meddle in others' personal affairs. Yet he could not resist the urge to intervene when witnessing such a pitiful sight. After all, he prided himself on being a model citizen. I cannot say if I uphold medical ethics, but you certainly do not uphold moral standards, Xie Chuan remarked, igniting Gu Qing's temper. He sprang to his feet, clutching his groin in pain, his face turning pale. Concerned, Wan Xinxin steadied her boyfriend, chastising, Doctor, can you not adhere to some professional ethics? Can't you see my boyfriend is in agony? Why do you have to resort to insults? I know my boyfriend well. He was the president of the student council in university and highly respected by the teachers. How could he lack morals? Their family even has a plaque declaring them moral exemplars. Despite the clarity of her defense, the young woman continued to protect her boyfriend fiercely. Xie Chuan gazed at the ceiling, experiencing a sense of futility akin to discussing ice with a summer insect. Let me ask you, how often do you engage in intimacy per week? He inquired, releasing his hold on Gu Qing and counting on his fingers, his face flushed as he shook his head. My boyfriend is in pain. I have been working away, and for the past month, nothing has occurred. Overwhelmed with guilt, Wan Xinxin immediately took the blame upon herself. Darling, I apologize. It must be because I frequently travel for work and have neglected you, causing you distress. Perhaps I should resign from my job? Now that is the epitome of self-sacrifice, thought Xie Chuan, amused and exasperated. Why would you resign? To relieve him of his frustrations? Though the doctor's words were coarse, Wan Xinxin nodded earnestly. Terrified, Gu Qing quickly pushed her hand away. He could not allow her to quit her job. If she did, his own prospects would be ruined. Sweetheart, you've worked hard to secure a position in the system. We are still young and need to strive for our futures. Don't sacrifice your career for me. Your job is your foundation. His righteous declaration made several young women in the live stream swoon. Such a man was indeed commendable. Those who sought to confine their partners and stifle their growth were surely not worthy. It became clear to the viewers why the couple had endured from university to the present. Mutual understanding and support. Didn't you sense the underlying meaning in Dr. Xie's words? Please, stop with the conspiracy theories. Dr. Xie is surely wishing them well, which is why he is so thorough in his examination. When will I encounter a prince charming like him? I would treat him with even more devotion than Wan Xinxin. The live stream was rife with infatuated sentiments, particularly among the female participants, leaving Xie Chuan speechless. As the young woman struggled to persuade her boyfriend, Xie Chuan turned his attention to Gu Qing. I admit that youth does come with vigor, but can you truly endure 5 or 6 times a day? Gu Qing was left despondent, realizing that the doctor had indeed seen through him. 5 or 6 times a day is true, he boasted. I can satisfy several women in a single day, a feat that most men cannot match. The doubtful gaze of his girlfriend was unmistakable, and Gu Qing, with a defiant tilt of his neck, retorted, Doctor, you're a man too. Surely you understand such matters? What do you mean? Xie Chuan inquired, perplexed. I'm referring to your incessant activities over the past month, combined with a variety of scents emanating from you. You seem to have encountered numerous ailments. Even Wan Xinxin, though usually slow to grasp, finally understood. With wide eyes and tears welling, she exclaimed, You've truly cheated on me behind my back? Sweetheart, listen to me. It's just the traditional medicine's wild claims. If you don't believe me, go to another hospital. It's definitely not my fault. In a panic, Gu Qing fell to his knees before his girlfriend, disregarding his dignity. The potential marriage to Wan Xinxin, whose family was well off, could elevate his status immensely. His frustration was directed toward the forthright doctor, who had stripped him of his facade before his girlfriend. Doctor, are you truly making baseless accusations? Wan Xinxin demanded, removing her gold necklace and slamming it onto the table. Today, you'd better speak boldly. I can handle it. Xie Chuan, wishing to avoid a brawl, quickly tucked the necklace into a drawer, fearing it might get damaged. Under Gu Qing's threatening glare, Xie Chuan calmly relayed the situation. In the past month, you've likely engaged with over 10 women, leading to kidney strain. It's normal for it to hurt when overused. Young people should exercise moderation. Indeed, how could a perfectly fine individual experience pain when they've never experienced it before? Wan Xinxin suddenly grasped the situation. When I'm with you, you often claim to be tired. Do you only use that thing to relieve yourself? With her costly handbag in hand, she hurled it at Gu Qing's head, her fury boiling over. Behind my back, how many shameless women have you been with? Hand over your phone. Gu Qing stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground in pain, desperately trying to salvage his dignity. He cursed Dr. Xie internally, lamenting his decision to seek a cheap remedy rather than enduring the pain until his girlfriend left. Now, exposed, the prospect of marriage slipped away, along with the potential fortune. Xinxin, do you want me to suffer just to prove a point? Gu Qing cried, tears streaming down his face, feeling deeply humiliated. Chapter 26. Girlfriends Take Turns. Wan Xinxin paused her swinging bag, hesitating. After all, years of affection could not be so easily dismissed by a few words from a doctor. Suppressing her anger, she clasped her hands together. Gu Qing, I am granting you an opportunity to explain yourself. You better do so clearly. Otherwise, she found it hard to utter the words of separation, as their journey together had not been easy. Previously, when her parents opposed their relationship, Wan Xinxin had exhausted all her means, even threatening to end her life, before her parents finally consented to their marriage. With the wedding date already set, it was not something to be decided lightly. Gu Qing sat up. My dear, I truly miss you. Every time I engage in my craft, your image fills my mind. Your flushed cheeks, your alluring figure, and your soft, cat-like murmurs. Stop. Fearing that the live stream might drive them mad, Xie Chuan interjected. This is a Chinese medicine clinic, not a no-man's land. Please pay attention. Wan Xinxin regained her confidence. Doctor, have you possibly misdiagnosed? My boyfriend is truly wonderful. He is constantly thinking of me, and we speak through voice calls every day. There is absolutely no way anything like that could happen. Finding numerous excuses to convince herself, Wan Xinxin increasingly felt that the doctor before her was attempting to sabotage their relationship. It was challenging to awaken someone ensnared in love. They would always find reasons to refute. Xie Chuan, feeling dizzy, thought it was all quite ridiculous, especially since voice calls could indeed be muted. He merely wished to attend to patients. Were they going to continue this? The two settled back down, their expressions grim. The online viewers expressed sympathy for Dr. Xie, recognizing the truth in his words, yet failing to believe him. What a tragedy. I recognize her. Wan Xinxin is the daughter of a local coal magnate. Her family is quite wealthy, and she is an only child, not fond of cilantro. Wait, why is my boyfriend in a Chinese medicine clinic? I cannot be mistaken. My boyfriend has a mole at the end of his brow. Upstairs, you better not be lying. Milk, what do you mean? Not fond of cilantro. This is my boyfriend. I am not joking. Two other girlfriends appeared in the live stream, presenting evidence to convince everyone. They posted photos with their boyfriends on their profiles. Many viewers went to check, and upon returning, they believed it to be true, sending rockets to alert the protagonist. Wan Xinxin noticed that Xie Chuan seemed to be live streaming. Doctor, you are quite trendy, knowing about live streaming. How is your viewership? Would you like me to promote you? I am a beauty blogger. Seemingly intrigued, Xie Chuan asked. How many followers do you have? Just a few million. Wan Xinxin nervously bit her nails, lifting her hand to greet the audience. Hello, everyone. I am using my real name online, Wan Xinxin, a well-known blogger. Feel free to follow me. Having fans made things easier, at least after Wan Xinxin began her live stream. There would surely be viewers to alert her. Xie Chuan no longer worried about the girl. He bluntly addressed the male patient's ailments. Moderate your physical activities. You frequently engage in late-night activities too often. Your back pain stems from your partner's weight. I examined you earlier, and your lumbar disc is already compressed. I recommend orthopedic treatment. You need to replenish your strength, as you are experiencing severe hair loss. I suggest you practice restraint. Recently, you have developed tinea. Remember to maintain distance from your partner, as it is likely contagious. I will prescribe medication shortly. Xie Chuan spoke rapidly, leaving viewers stunned. This was the first time they had seen him elaborate so much, speaking for several minutes. Was Gu Qing even human? He must be a sickly individual. No wonder he was so thin. It was not a good sign for a man. Critically assessing her own weight, Wan Xinxin felt increasingly uncomfortable. Just then, her phone rang. Mom, I am with my husband at the clinic. I will call you back soon. What illness? Get back here immediately. Look at your phone. I have evidence. The voice of a middle-aged woman thundered through the phone, clear to those in the live stream. Gu Qing attempted to snatch the phone, but it was too late. Wan Xinxin, already tall, skillfully evaded his grasp and opened the chat history with her mother. Upon seeing the videos, photos, and text messages, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Her boyfriend had indeed cheated. Dr. Xie was right. The situation was compounded by the revelation that there was not just one girl involved. A flurry of blows ensued as the two engaged in a fierce altercation. Fearing for the herbs in his clinic, some of which had been personally harvested by his grandfather, Xie Chuan urged, "What are you filming for? Quickly protect the medicine cabinet. Do not let them destroy my supplies." The filming crew rushed in to provide protection, with Xie Chuan blocking the entrance. They had yet to settle the medical fees. He could not let either of them escape. When the altercation subsided, Gu Qing was left battered, and Wan Xinxin's hair was disheveled across her face. Xie Chuan stumbled. Having been pushed aside, a girl clad in motorcycle gear entered without hesitation, immediately confronting Gu Qing. "You scoundrel! You claimed your grandmother was ill, deceiving me out of 30,000 yuan. It turns out you used my money to marry another. Return my money, or I will not let this go." The live stream erupted in chaos, and Xie Chuan gleefully chimed in. "Ladies, please be careful not to damage my property. At least I helped you identify a scoundrel. There are many viewers outside watching. Thank you, doctor." The two women seized Gu Qing, the camera trailing behind them. Finally, they reached an open area where Xie Chuan stood at the door, the clinic's entrance firmly shut, casually observing the unfolding drama. Within half an hour, 3 or 4 more women arrived, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon Gu Qing. Local police were summoned, but upon learning the situation, they merely feigned interest, waiting to witness the spectacle, as long as no one was seriously harmed. Eventually, the chaos subsided, and several women united to file complaints. "He scammed me out of tens of thousands. He must repay me." Chapter 27. Congratulations on becoming parents. The two young policemen exchanged puzzled glances. Did they not witness the enforcement of the law? With a few succinct words, Wan Xinxin expressed her gratitude, explaining that had it not been for Dr. Xie, they would never have uncovered Gu Qing's nefarious deeds. He must be made to pay. As the legitimate girlfriend, she swiftly extracted her phone from Gu Qing's pocket, not bothering to inquire about the medical fees, and directly transferred 50,000 yuan. Indeed, she was quite generous. Xie Chuan licked his lips. noting that the consultation fee was only 500 yuan. It's nothing. The excess can be considered your compensation for the trouble. Today's debacle caused you to miss out on business, and besides, his money ultimately comes from me. Wan Xinxin waved her hand dismissively, exhibiting her magnanimity. However, the policemen were preoccupied with another matter, particularly one auxiliary officer who was still holding onto Gu Qing. He had just heard the young lady claim that Xie Chuan possessed exceptional medical skills. Could the rumors of a contagious disease be true? Hesitant to grip Gu Qing's wrist, he hastily grabbed his jacket instead, his expression revealing his distaste. Before the public servants, Xie Chuan maintained a respectful demeanor. I speak the truth. There is a fungal infection on his skin, and you must not make contact with him. The two policemen chose to err on the side of caution, opting to apprehend Gu Qing while maintaining a distance, ensnaring him through his clothing. As the farce concluded, Wan Xinxin gathered her friends to discuss the events. The doors of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic swung open once more, and the crowd, previously surrounding the scene, learned of the clinic's reputed efficacy and expressed interest in seeking treatment. However, many were deterred by the consultation fees. For those with minor ailments, common cold remedies would suffice, and they opted not to enter. Yet, some who suffered from more serious conditions, unresolved in hospitals, found themselves contemplating a visit upon eyeing the clinic's sign. Wu Wendy, supporting his date, remarked, I heard from your mother that you've been unwell lately, often experiencing abdominal pain. Shall I accompany you for a checkup? The girl pushed Gu Qing away, as if he had crossed a line, glaring at him with suspicion. Let us not forget, we've only met a few times. What gives you the right to treat me? Who are you to me? Taken aback by her rebuke, Wu Wendy remained polite, for he was already 30. If he failed to find a wife soon, he would have to settle for someone else's children or accept a divorced woman. Even if it meant playing the fool today, he felt compelled to care. Lily, I merely worry for your health. I'll cover the costs. Rest assured, I will treat you well for life. Gazing at his earnest face, Lily felt her apprehensions dissolve. Perhaps she had overthought. Recently, she had indeed been suffering from abdominal pain, having undergone numerous examinations without conclusive results. Her menstrual cycle had always been irregular, and she suspected it was merely a delay, coupled with the recent cold weather. She hadn't considered any other possibilities. Hearing that this doctor had a good reputation, she thought perhaps he could identify other issues. With her expression softening, Lily entered the clinic. Let me be clear, this is your initiative to treat me. I'm not forcing you to spend your money. Catching up to her, Wu Wendy chuckled, I understand you're a recent graduate without a job. It's my honor to take you on a date. Most importantly, the girl lacked previous romantic experience. She was still a virgin. The thought of marrying someone who would be his first made Wu Wendy feel he had struck gold. As they conversed, they entered the view of the onlookers. The audience became intrigued, refocusing their attention, momentarily dismissing the earlier debacle. Xie Chuan, too, was attentive, sitting upright, and inquired, which of you is seeking treatment? He personally pulled out a chair for his female companion, and Wu Wendy smiled ingratiatingly. Hello, Dr. Xie. I'm here for my girlfriend's consultation. What girlfriend? Lily quickly corrected him. Apologies, Wu Wendy stammered, nearly biting his tongue, his excitement palpable. Doctor, she is my date and my fiancée. She is here for treatment. Who is your fiancée? Lily retorted, annoyed. She wasn't ready to be anyone's girlfriend, let alone discuss marriage. Deep down, she still clung to thoughts of her ex-boyfriend. This exchange left the audience in the livestream perplexed. What exactly was their relationship? It had never been so ambiguous before. Some viewers suggested the boy was overly eager, while others pointed out that the girl was justified. A blind date should not evolve into a romantic relationship. It seemed the male lead had built castles in the air. Ignoring their identities and relationships, Xie Chuan directly asked for basic information. After recording the details, Lily took the initiative. Doctor, I've been experiencing persistent abdominal pain recently, sometimes so severe that I lose my appetite, along with feelings of nausea. I've taken painkillers several times, but they haven't helped. Is it something like cold in the uterus? My periods have always been irregular. Could you please check? Upon hearing her symptoms, some experienced married women in the comment section began to piece things together. The comments section buzzed with activity. Observing her appearance, Xie Chuan surmised that the girl's face appeared slightly puffy, though due to her weight, she might not have considered that possibility. Please, place your hand down, Xie Chuan instructed, and Lily rolled up her sleeve, resting her chubby arm for the pulse diagnosis, awaiting his answer with bated breath. After examining her, Xie Chuan exhaled with relief. Congratulations to both of you. Wu Wendy, bewildered, exclaimed, Huh? Doctor, are you saying there's nothing wrong with her health? That is splendid. His grin stretched from ear to ear. His mother had said that as long as the girl was healthy, with some effort, they would surely welcome a chubby little one within 3 years. Having reached an age where he longed to experience the joys of parenthood like his peers, Wu Wendy felt fortunate. However, Yu Lily, who initially held a smidgen of doubt, began to feel increasingly uneasy. Her period had yet to arrive. Should she buy a pregnancy test afterward? Before she could formulate a plan, Xie Chuan's next statement struck her like lightning. It seems you both are unaware, he said cheerfully. This is the first time I've detected a pregnancy pulse. After all, the arrival of a new life is a joyful occasion. The couple shook their heads in unison, completely oblivious. You may be first-time parents. My dear, you and your baby are both in excellent health. What? Wu Wendy shouted incredulously. Do you believe I'll report you for this? Lily is still a young woman, having never had a boyfriend. What nonsense are you spouting? This is outrageous. Without a second thought, Wu Wendy attempted to overturn the table. Quick as a flash, Xie Chuan ducked, expertly evading the onslaught. Chapter 28. Dare to make a bet? With a heart full of trepidation, Xie Chuan protectively clutched the important items on the table, bewildered. What do you mean, buddy? He inquired. She is clearly pregnant. You are about to become a father. Get lost. Wu Wendy's face flushed red with anger. What father? I haven't even touched her hand. Doctor, you have misdiagnosed and tarnished her reputation. I will report you right now. Swiftly, he took out his phone. Xie Chuan, slow to comprehend, finally grasped why Wu Wendy was furious. The child was not his. Indeed, such a revelation warranted anger. The girl wished she could disappear into the ground and snatch the phone from Wu Wendy's hand. I told you, we shouldn't have come to this small clinic. You insisted on it. Her heart racing, she thought, I must marry him soon, to secure a father for the child. Come on, let's go home. You've always wanted to meet my parents, right? Let's do it today. The girl was impatient, while Wu Wendy was left dumbfounded, grinning like a fool. As the two prepared to leave hand in hand, Xie Chuan interjected at the most inopportune moment. Wait, you haven't paid my consultation fee. Your diagnosis is wrong. Why should I pay you? Wu Wendy retorted defiantly. The staff responsible for filming regarded Wu Wendy with a look of pity. Dr. Xie has made it quite clear. How have you not realized? You're not even married, and yet you've been publicly humiliated, and you still want to cheerfully introduce her to your parents? In a few months, you'll be a father. Yes, a father without pain, a father for free. Who says my diagnosis is incorrect? One must not insult the medical skills bestowed by the system, nor the prestigious sign of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic personally presented by my grandfather. Xie Chuan insisted, hands firmly on his hips. If you don't believe me, go to a major hospital for a checkup. She is 3 months pregnant, but due to her weight, she may have mistaken it for mere weight gain. Wu Wendy had doubts about Xie Chuan's medical skills, but he would never question Yu Lily's integrity. As she had been introduced to him by a relative who claimed she was a good girl, his mind was spinning with frustration. Doctor, are you still going to babble nonsense? Brother, I'm not joking. She is truly pregnant. How about this? I'll write you a note. If you go to the hospital and she is not pregnant, I will give you 10,000 yuan. To protect my reputation, I'm willing to take a loss. Wu Wendy, though not lacking in money, found the prospect of an unexpected 10,000 yuan enticing, feeling as thrilled as if he had won the lottery. Why don't we go for an examination? I'm certain you can't be pregnant. I'll give you the entire 10,000 yuan if I win, plus another 10,000 as a gift for today. Others might not understand the situation, but Yu Lily knew it all too well. She recalled a past online romance where her boyfriend had come to her city, and after spending the night together, he vanished. She thought it impossible to be pregnant. But now, after the doctor's diagnosis, she felt something was amiss. It wasn't just ordinary stomach pain. There were occasional sensations of heaviness. She absolutely could not go to the hospital. If Wu Wendy made this public, the repercussions would be disastrous. She shook her head frantically. I'm already exhausted today. Can we just forget about the 10,000 yuan? You know he is just a fraud. Do you really think he can cough up that much from a tiny clinic? The prospective suitor hesitated, making a valid point. Wu Wendy felt disappointed. After all, it was 10,000 yuan. However, in the end, he would choose to give it to Yu Lily regardless. He couldn't force her to accept his money. As she was about to step out the door, Xie Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, what if I go with you to notarize it? How about 100,000? They continued walking forward. While Yu Lily tugged at Wu Wendy's hand, almost breaking into a run. Xie Chuan pursued them. "Brother, 200,000. I dare to bet with you. And I am willing to call the police for notarization. If I'm wrong, you can report me, and I'll serve time." In front of millions of viewers, Xie Chuan could not afford to ruin his reputation. He must have Wu Wendy prove his claims correct. With money as the motivator, Wu Wendy finally halted. As did you, Lily. 200,000 was no small sum. All right. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wendy's resolve wavered. Could the doctor before him be correct? Just ahead. A hospital stood only a few dozen meters away. "Let us check it out, shall we?" Wu Wendy coaxed, while onlookers encouraged you, "Lily, if you want to prove it, you should definitely get checked." Once the examination was complete, the clinic would have to close its doors. They could earn 200,000. Under the pressure of significant profit and the encouragement of the crowd, Yu Lily was pushed forward, with Xie Chuan following closely behind, instructing Lu Jing to close the clinic. Behind them trailed a camera, capturing the audience's entrance into the hospital. Xie Chuan, determined to validate his claims, was ready to spend. "Do you know why Dr. Xie is following? Surely it's for the consultation fee." The disdain for the deceitful girl was palpable as she sought to conceal her pregnancy while dating. The Navi man was truly foolish. In a rush to secure the money, Wu Wendy hurriedly registered and took Yu Lily for the examination. While waiting, Xie Chuan engaged with the viewers in the live chat. Comments from her roommates and university classmates surfaced, revealing her history of online dating. They recalled how she had moved out with her online boyfriend, their relationship being intimate enough to share private photos on campus forums. One of Yu Lily's roommates disclosed that her online boyfriend had a peculiar obsession, sending their intimate photos to the campus beauty to prove his prowess. They still had those photos saved. There was no way Yu Lily was a virgin. The young doctor conducting the examination was baffled by the crowd following for a pregnancy test, mistaking it for a socialite's arrival. "You must be this lady's family. Congratulations. She is pregnant, and the child is particularly healthy. Remember to come back for regular checkups." Boom. Wu Wendy's knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Xie Chuan was quick to catch him. This guy was truly unfortunate. How could he still refuse to believe it? One doctor might misdiagnose, but surely two. A Chinese medicine practitioner and a Western doctor could not conspire in error. "You must listen to me," Yu Lily implored in a panic. "I remember my mother telling me that 20 years ago, she was pregnant with twins, but only I was born. It must have been a case of a fetus within a fetus." Chapter 29. Do you take me for a fool? Wu Wendy stood in a state of bewilderment, firmly believing that Yu Lily must be lying, his heart weighed down with dread. Being older, he stubbornly fixed his gaze on Xie Chuan, hoping to hear from the doctor that it was a misdiagnosis. Xie Chuan's words were deafening. Indeed, a fetus within a fetus existed. But that was not the case here, as the fetus within a fetus must have long since perished. "Your child is merely 3 months along. With proper care, it will undoubtedly thrive." Yu Lily retorted, "What is wrong with you, doctor? Can't you just be quiet?" She wished to hide the truth, but it was too late. The Western doctor nearby nodded in agreement, affirming that they had just heard the fetal heartbeat, and the child appeared particularly healthy. He reminded her to come back for regular checkups. The last flicker of hope was ruthlessly extinguished, leaving Yu Lily in a pitiful state. If her prospective partner discovered her pregnancy, he would certainly not want her. After an abortion, her record would remain, making future marriage impossible. Before Yu Lily could devise a strategy, Wu Wendy erupted. "Do you take me for a fool? No wonder your parents are pushing for marriage. They must know your situation is unsavory." The towering man nearly collapsed in anger. Due to his studies, he had never experienced romance, still holding a yearning for love. He had a favorable impression of Yu Lily, but how could he accept that he had been set up with someone carrying another's child? The young doctor inside seemed to relish the unfolding drama, but there were patients waiting, urging them to take their quarrel outside. At the hospital's entrance, Wu Wendy turned to leave, refusing to pay for the examination. Yu Lily grasped his arm, pulling him toward the payment desk. "You insisted on bringing me here for the checkup. You must pay, or I won't let this go today. You are taking advantage of an honest person." The audience in the comments section could no longer tolerate the situation. Who had the honest man offended? He was already being coerced into taking responsibility, and now they were asking him to pay for medical expenses as well. A person with any sense of dignity wouldn't do such a thing. Come on, man. Stand your ground. If you don't, you might end up being a father for free. The rancid woman had the audacity to ask him for money. Fortunately, Dr. Xie had noticed the situation. He was indeed a benefactor to this man. The cameras were capturing every angle, and Wu Wendy forcefully shook off Yu Lily's grasp. Distancing himself, He feared that if he accidentally pushed her, she might miscarry, and he would be blamed. Wu Wendy was a clever man, unwilling to embroil himself in such complications. The child is yours. Where's the father? Have him come and pay. I refuse to be the scapegoat. Our blind date is over. I want to be seeking reimbursement for the money you spent on me previously. Before Lily could respond, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was her parents calling. Trembling, she made her way to the payment desk, took a cab, and left, likely summoned by her parents. Xie Chuan suddenly remembered that he had yet to receive his consultation fee. He had merely been an observer. Hey buddy, Xie called out to Wu Wendy, who was waiting at the curb. Who is paying for your consultation? It's 500 yuan. After a prolonged silence, Wu Wendy pulled out his phone. Had it not been for the small doctor before him, he might have remained oblivious. Raising another man as child in blissful ignorance for merely 500 yuan, a paltry sum indeed. Dr. Xie, I'll pay. Please give me the code. Let us go to the clinic instead. I see you might be unwell, and I can help treat you. Wu Wendy paused. Do doctors still have the habit of treating ailments on the go? Why was Dr. Xie so persistent? Yet, considering the assistance he had just rendered, Wu Wendy chose not to rush off in a cab. Following behind, they arrived at the clinic, where he eagerly paid the 500 yuan. Take a seat, Xie instructed. Sitting despondently, Wu Wendy chuckled at himself. Dr. Xie, if you want money as a token of gratitude, I can offer it, but I assure you, I am not ill. I have never had a girlfriend, my family has no hereditary issues, and I maintain a clean lifestyle, occasionally engaging in fitness. The young man bore a square jaw and a healthy complexion, undeniably fit, yet he needed to heed certain aspects of his health. Xie Chuan gestured for him to place his hand for a pulse diagnosis. After a moment, he inquired, have you been feeling particularly anxious lately? Experiencing frequent bouts of worry? Isn't anxiety normal? What adult doesn't have their share of worries? After all, we're all working for the capitalists, Wu Wendy retorted dismissively. In the midst of his career's ascent, he often felt anxious, but he chose to suppress it to achieve greater success. Xie Chuan found him to be the most serious patient he had encountered thus far. Viewers in the live stream suddenly found him intriguing. Was this man truly an extraordinary gentleman? Many young women began messaging Xie, requesting introductions. Your anxiety isn't normal. You must be burning the midnight oil for work. If you continue this way, your health will deteriorate. I advise you to see a psychologist. You likely have an evident anxiety disorder, perhaps even experiencing auditory hallucinations? Initially dismissive, Wu Wendy was taken aback by the doctor's insight. You can tell I'm having auditory hallucinations? Indeed, your pulse reveals it. Most people believe only physical pain warrants treatment, while mental issues are regarded as mere overthinking. Wu Wendy shared this sentiment, responding, Doctor, everyone faces pressure. Discussing my issues feels overly dramatic. I'm a grown man and can endure it. His optimistic attitude led some viewers in the live stream to think that Dr. Xie was merely trying to make money. Forcing someone to seek treatment? How could a person so easygoing possibly suffer from an anxiety disorder? New viewers, unfamiliar with Xie Chuan's expertise, flooded the comments, criticizing him. Unethical doctor. To make money. He fabricates anxiety disorders. If my dog went in, it would be diagnosed with severe depression. The comments were rife with disbelief. Even those who initially believed in Xie Chuan began to question the significance of anxiety. After all, who in this day and age didn't experience some form of anxiety? As Wu Wendy reached for his phone to pay for his consultation, Xie Chuan felt a sense of resignation. Today, he had encountered someone indifferent to the situation. If Wu Wendy left without paying, he would indeed become the kind of person the live stream had accused him of being, a mere money grabber. Chapter 30. Here comes the banner. It seems that the engines must be revved up. Xie Chuan took a deep breath and remarked, You may disregard your anxiety. But have you not noticed a subtle ache in your heart lately? Indeed. Wu Wendy paused in his payment, feeling a twinge of pain. He attributed it to an increase in physical activity recently. Your excessive stress is likely causing inadequate blood supply to your heart, hence the discomfort. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicine for you. Rest assured, the cost is exceptionally reasonable, and I guarantee that after consuming a single bowl of the herbal concoction, you will experience immediate relief. While Western medicine may require years to treat mental health issues, often supplemented by psychological therapy, Xie Chuan's approach requires no such therapy. A few bowls of herbal soup will undoubtedly cure your ailments. Since today is a rest day and he has no friends to gather with, Wu Wendy reluctantly agreed. Doctor, you have been a tremendous help. Since you say so, I shall heed your advice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for the correct diagnosis. You have received the divine healing soup. The system rewarded Xie Chuan once more, and he exhaled in relief, asking Wu Wenyi to wait while he fetched the medicine. Under the watchful gaze of cameras, Xie Chuan moved swiftly. In a little over 10 minutes, he emerged holding a steaming bowl of soup. It may taste a bit bitter, but I assure you, once you finish it, your anxiety and the pain in your heart will vanish instantly. In the public eye, as Wu Wenyi took his first sip of the herbal soup, he suddenly felt the confusion in his mind dissipate completely. His expression transformed, and he eagerly took another spoonful. By the time he finished the bowl, his tongue was burned and blistered, yet he felt rejuvenated. "Doctor, what kind of medicine is this? It's extraordinary." I felt as though my mind was encased in a shell. And with that first sip, it shattered. What you just consumed was the healing soup, specifically designed to treat mental disorders. Now that you've experienced its effects, you will need just 2 more doses to be completely cured. Who would refuse that? Wu Wenyi nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. "See, doctor, you've worked so hard. Please give me some more. How much will it cost?" Seeing his honest and courteous demeanor, Xie Chuan did not charge excessively, holding up 2 fingers. Just then, he received a notification of a 2,000 yuan payment on his phone. "Bro, did I not say it would be 200? Huh?" Wu Wenyi shook his head sheepishly, still believing it was 2,000, but the payment had already been made. "I can refund you." "See, doctor, there's no need for that. Truly, you need not refund me. I'm not short of money. Despite my shabby appearance, I am a programmer at a publicly listed company, earning tens of thousands annually. 2,000 is nothing. If, as you say, prolonged work stress could lead to premature demise, then exchanging 2,000 for a life is entirely worthwhile." Since the patient did not want a refund, Xie Chuan had no intention of returning the money. After preparing the medicine, he placed it in front of Wu Wenyi. "Should you have any ailments in the future, feel free to come here for treatment." "Rest assured, doctor, I will." Once Wu Wenyi departed, Xie Chuan turned to his live stream account and noticed a plethora of private messages, all inquiring about the young man's information. "Xie Chuan, I cannot share his phone number without his consent. You must search for it on your own." Indeed, he was a good man, but it was a pity. Some girls remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing the matter. Xie Chuan decided to ignore them, but then a unique comment popped up, urging him to check his private messages. At the top of the messages was a plea from Lily's parents. "Streamer, I implore you, could you clarify in the live stream? This entire act was orchestrated by Wu Wenyi, and I can offer you money. My daughter's reputation cannot be tarnished." A father's heartfelt request, earnest in tone. But Xie Chuan clenched his fists, choosing not to assist. Wu Wenyi was an upright individual. If this matter were to spread and escalate, he could potentially lose his job. "I am truly sorry, but I cannot help you. I hope you will take good care of your daughter. We are all adults here. We must face the consequences of our own actions and take responsibility for our mistakes." He cast the matter aside, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. Over the next few days, every patient acknowledged Xie Chuan's medical prowess. Particularly, Yudashi, despite the exposure of his scandal, found that his mouth had healed and his body felt remarkably agile. In the full view of the public, he personally presented a banner to Xie Chuan, accompanied by his manager, bowing in apology. "Dr. Xie, I was disrespectful that day. I should not have doubted your skills. You are truly exceptional, having cured my ailment. I assure you, I shall not commit the same mistake again. I have promised my wife that I will never again harbor feelings for men, nor will I indulge in their affections." Now, with his current standing, he no longer needed to bow to others. He hung the first banner he had received in a visible spot in the live stream, smiling broadly. "Mr. Yu, you seem to have gained a bit of weight recently." "Indeed, I have." He chuckled. "I'm not a rising star. I don't pay much attention to my physique, often indulging in rich foods. There's little I can do about it." Yudashi smiled wryly, knowing that as long as he could make people laugh, his appearance was of secondary importance. Xie Chuan twirled a pen, recognizing Yudashi's gratitude. With money in hand, losing weight was not an insurmountable task. "I noticed your tongue coating. You have excess dampness in your body and often stay up late, which contributes to your weight gain. You also tend to snack at night, don't you?" "Doctor, it's as if you reside in my stomach." "You are absolutely right." Yudashi's manager sighed. This is the reality of the entertainment industry. Not only in entertainment, even regular companies require overtime. Concerned that their star might not work late, the manager implored Xie Chuan to ease up a bit. After all, their artist relied on his bulk to earn a living. If he lost weight, what would happen to his comedic charm? Ignoring the manager's pleading gaze, Xie Chuan focused intently on Yudashi, as he had a grander idea. He thought of weight loss pills, Many young women yearn to shed pounds. If he could leverage Udashi to penetrate the market, it would undoubtedly propel traditional Chinese medicine for weight loss into a broader arena. Mr. Yu, would you like to slim down? With a thud on the table, Udashi gritted his teeth. Of course. Who wouldn't want to lose weight? In an industry so focused on looks, my appearance has relegated me to a mere supporting role. If you wish to lose weight, I have a method, Xie Chuan declared. Not only did Udashi feel excitement, but many female viewers lounging in the live stream perked up, becoming active in the comments section, eager to discover a way to shed pounds without exercising while enjoying their meals. Chapter 31. Dr. Xie, please don't let me die online. Lu Jing adjusted the machine, leaning in closer. Though her figure was nothing short of perfection, often regarded as a devilishly alluring silhouette, being a woman, she always desired to appear even slimmer. Moreover, positioned at the fringes of the entertainment industry, where cameras magnify every flaw, an insistent voice clamored within her, snatched the prescription. The camera was nearly thrust against her face, leaving Xie Chuan speechless. Sister, what on earth are you doing? It's not even noon yet. Planning to exact revenge by making me consume the camera? His humorous quip lightened the atmosphere of the live stream. Embarrassed, Lu Jing shyly replied, could you sell me some weight loss pills? Just a bit cheaper. I promise to make you look even more appealing in my shots, and will vigorously promote you. Even the director, a young lady, was charmed, and the audience found the dramatic scene utterly amusing. Viewers sensed the affectionate rivalry between the host and the director. If the director was bold enough to consume the pills, then surely, so could they. Dr. Xie, I'm a college student, please grant me a prescription. The chat room buzzed with excitement, and some lesser-known traditional medicine practitioners chose to abandon their streams to witness the spectacle surrounding Xie Chuan. Initially, they believed Xie possessed genuine medical expertise, but after witnessing the unfolding drama, they perceived it merely as marketing. They educated the online viewers, asserting that weight loss could only be achieved through diet and exercise, and that no effective weight loss pill existed. If there were, wouldn't some leaders with beer bellies have shed their weight long ago? Many viewers found the reasoning compelling and awaited Xie Chuan's potential embarrassment. Dr. Xie, quit reading the comments, urged Yu Xiaoxi, on the verge of tears. During Xie Chuan's previous live stream, his secret had been exposed. Initially furious, as it led to personal turmoil and a career downer, he found that even negative publicity could be beneficial. Under his agent's guidance, he issued a sincere apology, inadvertently boosting Xie Chuan's notoriety, with some even regarding him as a true man for owning up to his mistakes. Yu Xiaoxi was willing to place his trust in Xie Chuan once more, pleading, please, don't let me die online this time. Focusing on Yu Xiaoxi, Xie Chuan appeared bewildered. Buddy, I thought after your last social media debacle, you had nothing left to lose. Do you still harbor secrets? No, absolutely not. Yu Xiaoxi fervently shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I've resolved to be an honest person. As Xie Chuan tapped a rhythm with his fingers, he pondered the system's delay. He had already deduced the reasons behind Yu Xiaoxi's weight gain, yet no rewards had been granted. This was unlike previous instances. Did he truly need to concoct a weight loss prescription live? Surely, it could not be as effective as the system's divine formulations. He could not possibly embarrass himself in front of the entire online audience. An urgent plea echoed in his mind. System, if you truly intend to ruin my reputation, I will not allow you to reside within me any longer. Hurry and provide the prescription. Ding. The tardy system seemed to awaken suddenly. Congratulations, host, for the correct diagnosis. You have received a divine weight loss soup recipe. Instantly, the formula and preparation method for the miraculous weight loss potion manifested in his mind. Additionally, the system provided a comprehensive acupuncture regimen aimed at enhancing internal metabolism, particularly effective against dampness. Do you have time today? Xie Chuan unexpectedly inquired. If Dr. Xie has questions regarding my condition, I will certainly make time. Yu Xiaoxi stood upright. While seated, please lift your shirt, if possible. You may remove it and lie face down on the bed. While others remained unresponsive, Yu Xiaoxi clenched his buttocks, his expression teetering on the edge of tears. Doctor, didn't you say I should amend my bad habits? Are you truly going to make me serve you like those directors? That would be inappropriate in front of a live stream. He felt utterly wronged, genuinely prepared to turn over a new leaf. I beg you, Dr. Xie. I can afford the medical fees. I do not need to sell myself for favors. What utter nonsense. Xie Chuan retorted. The audience's perception of Dr. Xie shifted. Had Yu Xiaoxi not rejected him, they might have assumed he was merely treating a patient. Yet, with his remark, it seemed the drama was only beginning. prompting a wave of shares and an influx of viewers. Was it possible that Dr. Xie had an inclination towards men? He had never expressed interest in any woman. In truth, Dr. Xie was quite handsome, granting Yu Xiaoxi a stroke of luck. No, it was the audience who were fortunate. Taking a deep breath, Xie Chuan rolled his eyes almost to the heavens. Put away your bizarre thoughts. I have absolutely no interest in men. The nearly 200-pound man lay on the bed, shedding his psychological burdens, exposing his fleshy back to the live stream. Gathering a course of medicine, Xie Chuan placed it aside. I am going to perform a cleansing acupuncture treatment. It may smell a bit after the needles are inserted, so you can shower next door. The mention of needles made Yu Xiaoxi's flesh quiver. Doctor, I fear pain. And do you fear gaining weight? Well, yes. Lying obediently on the bed, Yu Xiaoxi resembled a fish waiting to be filleted. Xie Chuan retrieved an aged sheepskin scroll, unwrapped the silver needles, and began the sterilization process before administering acupuncture, as per the system's instructions. He was genuinely curious about this acupuncture method. According to the system, it was designed to eliminate impurities from the body, promoting lightness. Not only was he eager to treat Yu Xiaoxi, but he also wished to experience it himself. Yu Xiaoxi's back was densely covered with needles, nearly enveloping all sensitive acupoints, with a particularly formidable needle at the coccyx. The seasoned traditional healer in the chat room could no longer remain silent. How dare he insert needles at the coccyx, where the nerves are located, and allow them to move about? This was madness. Improper treatment could lead to paralysis. I recommend that a distinguished figure in traditional Chinese medicine intervene, expelling this unscrupulous practitioner from the program and announcing nationwide that he is to be barred from the medical field henceforth. The comments section erupted with activity. Yet Xie Chuan's focus remained fixated on Yu Xiaoxi's back. The flesh on Yu Xiaoxi's back was so thick that Xie Chuan applied considerable force, inserting all the needles and then incessantly flicking the needle tails while massaging the acupoints. Under his ministrations, Yu Xiaoxi's back visibly reddened, a hue that seemed alarmingly abnormal, as if blood might drip from his pores at any moment. His manager, sensing danger, trembled as he queried, Dr. Xie, this one tea lead to a fatality, will it? Perhaps we should stop? The color on his back is quite terrifying. I saw comments suggesting we might have punctured a blood vessel. Should I call an ambulance? A deep, somewhat pleasurable voice interjected, Xiao Su, this feels incredible. Chapter 32. The first encounter with a generous donor. The tremulous voice of Yu Xiaoxi sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, as they struggled to believe that such sounds could emanate from a man. The agent, unable to bear the sight, whispered a reminder, brother, we are still live. Confusion filled his mind. Was he truly experiencing pleasure? His entire back felt as though it were drenched in blood. Yu Xiaoxi, unable to contain his ecstatic sounds, thought to himself, I do not wish to embarrass myself in this live broadcast. Yet, he felt the weariness within him dissipating with each needle prick. His shoulders no longer ached, and his body felt remarkably light. After decades, he had never felt this liberated, as if he were floating on clouds. His descriptions were not merely words. The sheer delight in his tone was intoxicating. Not only the audience, but even Xie Chuan felt tempted to experience this for himself. If impurities could be purged, would he not feel more invigorated? Moments later, the needles embedded in Yu Xiaoxi's body became shrouded in a mist, prompting Xie Chuan and the crew to pinch their noses. The stench was unbearable. The once silver needles turned dark, while Yu Xiaoxi's plump back oozed a yellowish-black liquid mixed with impurities. Yet, he lay on the bed, still humming contentedly, oblivious to the audience's reactions. Xie Chuan stared at the comments section, hesitant to speak, as breathing became increasingly difficult. After donning a pair of gloves, he worked diligently for 10 minutes, finally extracting the last of the impurities and placing the silver needles into a basin of alcohol. This is disastrous. It will require several detoxifications, he thought, feeling as though he had pulled Yu Xiaoxi from the depths of filth. It was only then that Yu Xiaoxi caught a whiff of the foul odor surrounding him and widened his eyes in shock. Dr. Xie, has your medicine burned? It smells atrocious. Has the sewer exploded? He exclaimed, glancing at Xie Chuan. The doctor replied calmly, Mr. Yu, it is the odor emanating from you. Please address it promptly. I can no longer endure it. Suddenly recalling the doctor's earlier warning, Yu Xiaoxi examined himself, nearly fainting from embarrassment. How mortifying. He felt as though he had socially perished once again. Dr. Xie, you promised not to let me suffer this humiliation. Pinching his nose, Xie Chuan retreated behind the door, pleading, could you please take a shower first? I did not anticipate the sheer volume of impurities within you. A staff member finally arrived with air fresheners, and after opening the windows, it took several minutes before the air was even marginally breathable. Yu Xiaoxi moved freely. While the comments in the chat varied greatly, many young women aspiring to lose weight were captivated by the toxins expelled from his body. Zheng Baiji, hailing from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, was equally intrigued, having never heard of bodily waste being expelled through acupuncture. If possible, she thought, she would like to experience it herself. Xie Chuan remained unhurried, engaging with the audience in the live stream and refraining from blocking the critical comments from competing traditional medicine practitioners. It was clear that his expertise spoke for itself, and he had no need to engage with detractors. Why doesn't Dr. Xie respond? Perhaps he is colluding with the production team to create the spectacle? Speculated the host. Jia, who doubted the fairness of the program, noting that their viewership paled in comparison to Xie Chuan's. Was it possible that Xie Chuan's medical prowess had reached an unfathomable level? Standing beside the judge, old Zheng, Jia hesitated, wondering if he could inquire further. Suddenly, Zheng rose, his lips trembling with excitement. This is extraordinary. He has surpassed all traditional practitioners I have known. He embodies the hope for the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine. Jia was taken aback. To think that old Zheng, such a stubborn man, would praise Dr. Xie, his skills must indeed be exceptional. He longed for the program to conclude so he could seek out Dr. Xie for consultation. The comments during the live broadcast bolstered the trust of countless viewers, especially given old Zheng's esteemed reputation in the field of traditional medicine, attracting many practitioners eager to witness the spectacle for themselves. After several washes with shower gel, Yu Xiaoxi finally felt clean, but the drain had become clogged. He urged his agent to summon a repairman to assist Dr. Xie in clearing the blockage. Upon reappearing in the live stream, now clad in fresh attire, Yu Xiaoxi shocked everyone present. Hold on, did you get plastic surgery? That transformation was too swift. They exclaimed. Is this even the same person? His skin appears fairer, and it seems he has lost weight. The audience was astounded, as was Xie Chuan, who recognized the visible difference. The removal of impurities had wrought a remarkable change. Yu Xiaoxi felt even more acutely aware of his transformation, nearly offering up his knees to Xie Chuan in gratitude. Forgetting his earlier embarrassment, he nearly thrust his phone into the doctor's hands, eager to pay. Dr. Xie, you are undoubtedly the greatest benefactor of my life. I feel as though I have shed countless pounds. Although my figure remains plump, I feel invigorated. Could you possibly administer a few more needles? The visible results, coupled with the patient's own testimony, left the critics in the comments section baffled. Although they could not grasp the underlying principles, they stubbornly refused to concede. Xie Chuan shook his head and replied to the comments, I, Xie Chuan, am willing to open my doors for business and accept responsibility. I welcome scrutiny. If any issues arise from my treatment of Yu Xiaoxi, I will take full responsibility. That is my promise, effective at all times. Such boldness was impressive. Yu Xiaoxi raised 3 fingers, asserting, I am certainly not a plant of Dr. Xie. If anything, he is my rival, for he has nearly derailed my career. Today, I have faced yet another social demise. Do consider that I am in the entertainment industry and require a good reputation. The odor I emitted was worse than that of a beggar who hasn't bathed in 3 years. In light of the doctor's assistance and his compliance, Xie Chuan decided against charging extra, extending 5 fingers in a gesture of reason. The medicinal materials are not overly costly. However, the technique involved in acupuncture is valuable. Charging 5,000 yuan seems quite reasonable, does it not? The notification of a 50,000 yuan deposit arrived. What? No one mentioned a 100-fold return for amounts over 5,000. Xie Chuan remained honest, finding the 50,000 yuan price outrageous. You've made a mistake. I said 5,000. As he prepared to initiate a refund, Yu Xiaoxi abruptly stood, pressing Xie Chuan's phone screen as if more anxious than the doctor himself. Dr. Xie, this is my heartfelt intention. Your technique and skill are truly deserving of this price. Please, you must accept it. You could charge others 5,000, but for me, this is the true value. Only he understood the torment he endured in his quest for weight loss through diet pills. Dr. Xie had saved him. He was worth every bit of that price. In a whirlwind of emotions, Xie Chuan instinctively remarked, I have seen patients eager for treatment, but never one so eager to offer payment in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. You must not retract your offer. One must uphold moral integrity. Especially as a public figure, he added, referring to Yu Xiaoxi, who fervently declared, I am not a rogue. I am sincere. Chapter 33. Has the host become aroused? Before everyone present, Xie Chuan's actions were nothing short of a blatant abduction. After all, the money had already found its way into my pocket, so there was no chance of retrieving it. Yu Xiaoxi, accompanied by her team, stepped out feeling invigorated. On the screen, countless viewers clamored for the possibility of purchasing the medication. The live stream surged with tens of thousands of spectators, driven by the currents of modernity. Many young women yearned for weight loss and seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Dr. Xie, I am willing to pay a premium. What is your address? I'll come over for a couple of injections. A weight loss drug that requires no exercise and enhances skin quality. This was an enticing prospect for them. Their fervent requests for the medication reached a fever pitch. In Lu Jing's eyes, given Xie Chuan's evident obsession with wealth, he would undoubtedly sell it, and at a premium. No less. After all, Dr. Xie didn't strike her as the kind of fool who would refuse to profit. The production team had been sleeping on the floor every night and still had to pay Xie Chuan. As he gazed at the flood of requests in the comments, Xie Chuan rested his hands behind his head. No, I cannot send you the concoction I personally formulated through express delivery. If someone has an allergic reaction, I would be held responsible. To speak candidly, should any malicious individual substitute the medication, Xie Chuan's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. He indeed had a penchant for money, but not to the point of madness. Money could be earned, but the legacy left by his grandfather must not be squandered. Lu Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that the seemingly frivolous Dr. Xie possessed a moral compass. Yet, the netizens in the comments failed to comprehend his good intentions and continued to bombard him with inquiries. Just as Xie Chuan prepared to enlighten them, a man burst into the clinic in distress, clutching his ears. Doctor, please help me. Something has entered my ear. Hu Chun grimaced in pain, shoving his head towards Xie Chuan. The situation had escalated unexpectedly. Typically, such matters required Western medical intervention, and it appeared that Xie Chuan lacked the necessary instruments like an otoscope. How could he extract anything from within? Grasping Hu Chen's wrist, Xie Chuan surmised the issue. Brother, nothing has entered your ear. Your frequent ear cleaning has led to a habitual itch. How can I sit down when my ear itches incessantly? It feels as though something is crawling inside. Hu Chun retorted angrily. If you cannot treat me, I'll just go to the hospital. Surely my instincts cannot be mistaken. Brother, your instincts are indeed misguided. Xie Chuan fixed his gaze on Hu Chen's furrowed brow. With your frequent ear cleaning, you might feel as if there are insects crawling on your body. Especially at night, it can feel as though countless bugs are scuttling about, leaving you scratching until your skin is raw, yet you cannot find a single insect. Hu Chun, who had nearly reached the door, abruptly halted, leaning back in surprise as he regarded the doctor. This doctor has some insight, he thought. He had visited a small clinic where the doctor advised him to change his clothes regularly and sun his bedding. Hu Chun had even purchased a spray to eliminate dust mites, but to no avail. In the comments section, another viewer seemed to resonate with the symptoms. What is happening, doctor? Every spring and autumn, I also feel as if bugs are crawling on me. I assumed it was due to dry skin, and I've even applied body lotion. It's terrifying. Are there really bugs? It can't be what I think, right? The patient resumed his seat, rolling up his sleeves to reveal numerous scratch marks, some of which were already scabbed over. Doctor, is the itchiness on my body related to what is happening in my ear? As the atmosphere grew tense, Xie Chuan suddenly picked up his phone. Clutching his abdomen, he retrieved 2 tissues from the table. Apologies, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom. Hu Chen fumed. How professional are you, doctor? Can't you manage your bathroom breaks a bit better? His frustration was palpable, and the staff moved the equipment further away, fearful that he might explode in rage. Xie Chuan chuckled as he dashed away. Everyone has their urgent needs. One cannot schedule bathroom visits. Unable to remain seated, Hu Chun paced restlessly, eyeing the live streaming equipment. The heat was unbearable. Having removed his jacket, the scars on his arms were grotesque, blood drawn from where he had scratched. This doctor is also live streaming? How unprofessional, he mused. What can a small clinic possibly broadcast? Are you here to deceive people? With a sizable team present, Hu Chen noted that the handsome young man must have been an actor hired for the show. What is the name of your account, anyway? He pondered out loud, searching on his phone while the staff exchanged amused glances, unwilling to engage with him. According to the show's regulations, typically only the doctor was allowed to appear in the live stream, while staff members were instructed to maintain order and minimize their presence. In the backroom restroom, Xie Chuan calmly opened his phone and dialed the police. Upon hearing that a traditional Chinese medicine clinic was calling to report a patient possibly using white powder, the dispatcher was momentarily amused, but given the caller's earnestness, they agreed to send someone out. Please provide your address and ensure your safety. After sending his location, Xie Chuan observed Xie Chuan, who was growing increasingly impatient, seemingly embroiled in an argument with the staff. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the clinic. Xie Chuan, my friend, please sit. Do you feel more energized in the evenings? Ceasing to pressure the staff, Xie Chuan abandoned his inquiry about the account name. Propping his legs up, he began to fidget. Doctor, did you go to the restroom to find the answer? Nowadays, who doesn't he stay up late? We all feel more awake at night. As Xie Chuan scrutinized Xie Chuan's exposed skin, which was heavily tattooed, a realization struck him. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. But you are different. Your physique appears quite robust, naturally providing you with greater vitality than most. In that moment, he exchanged a knowing look with Xie Chuan, a shared understanding among men. Who wouldn't relish being regarded as strong, especially by a peer? Xie Chuan beamed, of course. I've been strong since childhood. Even the women I've been with, even after parting, still think of me fondly. You know my first love? She has 2 kids now and often reaches out, lamenting that her husband is useless. What can I say? I'm just impressive. He spoke with pride about his romantic exploits, the words flowing freely. Xie Chuan interjected occasionally, feigning keen interest. While Xie Chuan perceived the doctor as an inexperienced youth longing to hear more, the viewers in the live stream began to sense something amiss. Dr. Xie had never before engaged in such frivolous chatter with a patient. What had come over him? Was it possible that Dr. Xie had indeed become aroused? Chapter 34. The live stream room is seized. Tiger Chen spoke with parched lips, and Xie Chuan poured him a glass of water, urging him to take his time. Noticing the doctor's keen interest in his illustrious exploits, Tiger Chen boasted a little, then impatiently placed his hand in front of him. Doctor, can you actually heal? If not, don't waste my time. His chin was slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Xie Chuan. The audience in the live stream grew incensed. As fans of Dr. Xie, they were well aware of his capabilities. This little brat is so overbearing. Why doesn't Dr. Xie teach him a lesson? Of course, I can treat ailments. Xie Chuan calculated the time, anticipating the police's imminent arrival. However, your condition is rather complex. It may require acupuncture. Please lie down on the small bed. He realized that if this guy were to harm someone, the staff behind him could be at risk. While he had yet to master other acupuncture techniques, he recalled a point from advanced traditional Chinese medicine that could induce diarrhea. Without hesitation, Tiger Chen lay down, and Xie Chuan swiftly inserted a silver needle into the acupoint. Uft, uft, uft. A barrage of loud flatulence erupted in the live stream. Tiger Chen's face turned beet red, but he could not contain himself, feeling a heavy sensation in his trousers. Doctor, what have you done to me? Do you believe I want to hit you? In a fit of rage, Tiger Chen scrambled to his feet, but had to clutch his pants as he hurried towards the nearby public restroom. Xie Chuan, holding the silver needle, hid behind the counter, overwhelmed by the stench. You lot. Don't just hold your devices. Open the windows. You're about to ruin my Chinese medicine clinic. The staff were left speechless. Aren't you supposed to be treating him? Why are you allowing him to release such foul gas? We're going to turn yellow. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, clearly enjoying the misfortune of the staff, while Dr. Xie covered his nose in disgust. I feel like Dr. Xie's acupuncture was his professional Waterloo. Even if he was treating an ailment, it shouldn't have led to this. Did you all hear that? The flatulence was quite substantial. I've been constipated, Dr. Xie. Could you come to my house and give me a couple of needles? I believe it would be effective. Upstairs, can you not be so disgusting? In the restroom, Tiger Chen braced himself, unable to stop the relentless flow. It felt as if his intestines were about to burst. The toilet was on the verge of overflowing, and upon flushing, he discovered that it was already clogged. His complexion turned pale as he moved to another stall. Continuing his struggle, after successfully blocking 2 toilets, he stared in disbelief at the yellow substance threatening to overflow. Is this even humanly possible? An elephant probably couldn't produce this much. The cleaning lady, entering with her nose covered, was met with the sight of 2 overflowing toilets. Her piercing scream, laced with expletives, filled the air. Which scoundrel produced this much? Did they expel their brain matter? How can we possibly clean this? The toilets are blocked, and even the plunger won't go in. This was utterly intolerable. The cleaning lady, with decades of experience, had never encountered such a prolific human. Tiger Chen attempted to retort, but fearing she might catch him in the act, he hastily pulled up his trousers and dashed back to the clinic. Upon entering, he glared daggers at Xie Chuan. So, Is everything flowing well now? Xie Chuan felt a pang of guilt and quickly fabricated a rationale. The itching you experienced was due to internal blockages. Tiger Chen glared, still suspicious that the doctor was pulling a fast one, yet Xie Chuan appeared earnest. Shifting uncomfortably, it did seem that the itch had subsided. Doctor, is my ailment cured? Will it not return? Standing up, Tiger Chen had no intention of paying. Having only received 2 needles, he simply intended to leave. His sharp eyes caught sight of the police arriving at the door, and Xie Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to pretend. Your ailment is certainly not yet resolved. However, I may no longer be your primary physician. Your actual attending physician has finally arrived. Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't he their only one doctor at the clinic? Lu Jing was equally puzzled, unsure of Xie Chuan's intentions. Tiger Chen erupted in curses. I knew it. You're not a real doctor. You're too young and know nothing. You made me have diarrhea. You owe me compensation. Xie Chuan dragged Lu Jing back, seeking refuge. Suddenly, the police appeared, subduing the still raging Tiger Chen, pinning him against the table. The abrupt scene left everyone stunned. Lu Jing was at a loss. What is happening? Why are the police here? And why are they arresting your patient? Surely, you didn't misdiagnose and get reported? The staff felt hopeless. They were merely there to record a program, and didn't he deserve to be dragged into Xie Chuan's troubles? Tiger Chen struggled. But when he realized the individuals behind him were police officers, his earlier bravado vanished. Like a chicken caught by the neck, he began to plead, Officers, you've got the wrong person. I'm not a quack doctor. Please let me go. The real quack is over there. In a state of panic, he broke into a cold sweat. Many viewers had been swayed by Tiger Chun's antics. Surely, a patient entering the clinic couldn't he be at fault? They must have come to apprehend Xie Chuan. Those who had once admired Dr. Xie were now bewildered. Dr. Xie seemed quite competent in his healing. How could he be arrested? Surely, they hadn't mistakenly accused the wrong person? Some of the detractors in the live stream were eager to gloat. I knew something was off. This must be a publicity stunt. Which Good Samaritan reported this? Disgraceful fans. You're not allowed to criticize Dr. Xie. And now look, caught with evidence. Officers, please apprehend the quack doctor. As everyone sang the Doctor's downfall, a young female officer with a notepad raised her voice. Who reported this incident? From a corner, an unassuming figure stepped forward. Xie Chuan proclaimed loudly, Officer, I reported my patient, the very person you're apprehending. He had the feeling of worms crawling on him. Upon examination, I discovered he was abusing narcotics. His words struck like lightning, and Lu Jing fell into contemplation as the live stream abruptly shut down. You've just gotten the stream banned. The viewers still watching were left in shock, unable to process the news that the live stream had been terminated. Chapter 35. Encountering you. A glimmer of hope. Everyone was eager to understand the situation, and the host, Xie, was no exception. He called the platform, hoping they would promptly unlock Dr. Xie's live broadcast room. A few staff members from the platform, who were also watching Xie Chuan's live stream, had a rough idea of what was happening. Within a minute, they received a notification that the earlier incident was an accident, and the live broadcast could resume. Lu Jing stared blankly at the previous official announcement, which had clearly stated that they would be prohibited from broadcasting for an entire week. How could it suddenly be lifted? Nonetheless, it was, after all, good news. They quickly resumed the live stream, but Lu Jing felt disheartened. The room had been on the verge of attracting hundreds of thousands of viewers, yet due to the earlier incident, the audience numbers were likely diminished, necessitating a fresh effort to generate traffic. To her surprise, as soon as they went live, thousands of viewers flooded in. The numbers continued to soar, and fans shared the stream widely, with the platform featuring the broadcast on its homepage. In the live room, Hu Chan was shaking his body, adamantly denying any wrongdoing. Uncle Hat, I truly have not engaged in any illegal activities. This traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is deliberately trying to provoke a social reaction. You must investigate this thoroughly. Silence. A young police officer firmly pressed Hu Chen's shoulder, preventing him from fleeing. Someone has reported you. If your drug use is indeed fabricated, you will be released, and the accuser will be punished. If it is true, the unspoken words lingered in the air. The situation had escalated dangerously. Hu Chen's hair follicles had already been sent for testing. Approximately half an hour later, after distancing themselves from the live room, the test results emerged. Hu Chan was taken away by the police, and a female officer, putting away her notebook, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Dr. Xie, thank you. Had it not been for your report, we might not have apprehended him. He could have been part of a trafficking network. If we manage to catch the others, we might trace back to the source and eradicate this domestic scourge. Xie Chuan smiled. No need for thanks. I merely observed what was happening. The female officer had noticed the machinery from the beginning, but her focus had only shifted to it during the recent enforcement. Are you live streaming? Xie Chuan confirmed. Yes. I am live streaming while attending to patients. The earlier scene was witnessed by all the viewers in the room. At that moment, the negative comments from the trolls vanished without a trace. What a joke. If they dared to argue with Dr. Xie in such matters, they would be opposing the law. Who would choose to stand with wrongdoers? The live room was filled with praise. Dr. Xie is incredible, capturing criminals live. We are witnesses. I am so excited. My idol is this formidable. As the stream continued, Wen Jiangxiao exchanged a few words with Xie Chuan before heading outside, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, causing her to lean against the doorframe. Her complexion paling. Xie Chuan rushed over, steadying her arm. Are you all right? How could I be all right? I'm on the verge of fainting. Without regard for gender propriety, Xie Chuan swept her into his arms and laid her on a small bed, checking her pulse. In an emergency, he could not wait for the female officer's consent. The others had already departed, leaving her behind for follow-up. Doctor, it's unnecessary. I just have menstrual cramps, Wen Jiangxiao protested, clutching her abdomen. She attempted to rise from the bed, but was met with excruciating pain and fell back down. Xie Chuan, with a grave expression, stated plainly, "This is not ordinary menstrual pain. You have some cold in your uterus. You must have encountered cold water during your menstrual period while on duty, right? Continuous fatigue, coupled with your pre-existing health issues, has damaged your uterus. To be precise, if not addressed soon, you may face infertility, potentially leading to a hysterectomy." Wen Jiangxia was in considerable pain, unable to respond to his words, and barely managed to prop herself up. "It's fine. I have experienced pain before. But why is it so severe this time?" Before she could leave the bed, Xie Chuan abruptly pressed her back down. Disregarding the audience still watching the live stream, he retrieved silver needles and inserted them into several acupoints. Within seconds, Lu Jing marveled as the pain in her abdomen dissipated. "Doctor, you are quite impressive. You managed to relieve my pain with just a few needles. How much do I owe you?" Wen Jiangxia attempted to rise, intending to purchase some menstrual supplies. Realizing her lower half needed urgent attention. "Please sit in the chair," Xie Chuan instructed before turning to Lu Jing. "Director, could you please buy her some supplies? You know what women need." The female officer, committed to serving the public, had no reason to refuse. She handed her device to a colleague and hurried out. Many female viewers in the live room were closely monitoring the situation. They often experienced painful menstrual periods, yet dismissed it, thinking it was normal. "Doctor, Xie's expression is so serious. I sense that the female officer's issue is quite significant. In the future, if I experience menstrual pain, can I seek Dr. Xie's acupuncture? The female officer is so beautiful. Does she have a boyfriend? I could make her some brown sugar water. Hey, let's not overreach." Wen Jiangxia, appreciative of Xie Chuan's urgent assistance earlier, refrained from raising her voice and explained gently, "Doctor, I will come to see you for treatment another day. I truly need to return now. You absolutely cannot go back." Xie Chuan asserted firmly, "If you wish to preserve your uterus, you must heed my advice and request leave from your superiors." With so many people around, missing her presence would not be significant. Is it really that serious? Wen Jiangxia widened her eyes. "I have never had a boyfriend. It's just a minor menstrual issue. Will I really lose my uterus?" Nodding with a serious demeanor, Xie Chuan clarified, "If it were ordinary pain, it would merely be due to the retroposition of the uterus, resulting in a dragging sensation in your abdomen, along with some lower back discomfort. However, your situation is different. Not only is your uterus retroverted, but also the lesions have undergone pathological changes. In Western medicine, this could lead to a hysterectomy. Yet, encountering me provides you with a sliver of hope." A heavy silence enveloped the room as Wen Jiangxia felt immense gratitude towards Xie Chuan for assisting the police in apprehending a drug user. However, she was no fool, easily swayed by empty promises. She merely sought to earn some money. Fuming, Wen Jiangxia replied, "Doctor, I do not have time to linger. Do not spout such alarmist rhetoric." As she prepared to leave, Xie Chuan hurriedly detailed her condition. "Every time you experience severe abdominal pain, your extremities feel cold, and you have a small menstrual flow about 2 weeks before your period, along with instances of bleeding. Additionally, you frequently suffer from insomnia. Previously, your menstrual cycle lasted about a week, but now it is only 3 days. If left untreated, once your uterus is removed, your menstruation will cease, and your aging will accelerate rapidly. Wen Jiangxia halted, realizing that every point Xie Chuan made was accurate, especially the fact that every 2 menstrual cycles, she experienced several days of dark red blood clots, accompanied by abdominal pain. Chapter 36. Dr. Xie's enthusiasm after work. Every girl cherishes beauty. Although Wen Jiangxia donned a uniform every day during the summer, the mere thought of aging made her hesitate momentarily before she took out her phone to request leave from her superior. Doctor, since you have identified my condition, may I inquire about the treatment? It must be quite costly, I presume. Having worked for several years, I possess some savings, which should suffice for my treatment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the correct diagnosis. You have received the ultimate warming herbal soup. In truth, this ailment is not particularly complex. I will prescribe a few herbal remedies for you to take home. Exhaling with relief, Wen Jiangxia was grateful that surgery was unnecessary and that her work schedule remained unaffected. Doctor, please write me the prescriptions. With deft precision, Xie Chuan prepared a week's worth of medication, diligently labeling each package before placing them into a bag. Clear instructions were provided. Take the medicine twice daily and return for a follow-up consultation after a week. Holding the heavy bag of medication, Wen Jiangxia produced her phone to settle the bill. Doctor, how much do I owe you? I'll transfer the payment right away. Xie Chuan. Just 800 yuan will suffice. He did not ask for more, considering he was addressing a police officer who often had a busy schedule. After swiftly completing the payment, Wen Jiangxia felt it was quite reasonable. After all, a surgical procedure at a hospital would likely cost thousands and require significant time away from work. If a few doses of herbal medicine could genuinely cure her, it was indeed a profitable investment. Once the young lady departed, the viewers in the live stream rallied in support of Dr. Xie. Dr. Xie is truly remarkable. He charges the arrogant without hesitation, yet shows kindness to the honest and upright. Well done. But I wonder, can I take medication for my abdominal pain? Dr. Xie, could abdominal pain really lead to infertility? Can I endure the pain a little longer to avoid having children? Some younger girls held such notions, opting to endure pain rather than seek relief. Observing the comments, Xie Chuan earnestly advised, ladies, I implore you not to jest with your health. Infertility is merely a minor concern. It may also lead to other gynecological issues. Additionally, irregular menstruation can diminish your overall bodily functions. Remember to frequently change your sanitary products and maintain hygiene during your menstrual cycle. His serious counsel enhanced his appeal among many young women. While most men might view menstruation as a taboo topic, merely dismissing it as simple abdominal pain that could be alleviated with warm water, Dr. Xie took a different stance, emphasizing the importance of hygiene. As the day grew late, compounded by the myriad of tasks, the items knocked over by Xie Chuan in the clinic still awaited tidying. Xie Chuan stretched and bid farewell to the viewers in the live stream. My address is available in the stream. If anyone truly needs assistance, feel free to come by. If you experience minor health issues, seek timely consultation to prevent more serious conditions. This concludes today's live session. See you all tomorrow. With a swift motion, he grabbed a lunchbox and headed next door to dine with Qin Minyu, leaving behind a chaotic scene and an empty seat. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Dr. Xie is remarkably diligent even after hours. Jia felt a lingering sense of disappointment. Dr. Xie is so adept at diagnosis. The session ended too quickly. If only it could have lasted longer, perhaps we could have had a delightful dinner stream. Lu Jing gazed at the viewer count in the live stream, feeling regretful as she closed it. Dr. Xie always ends the stream at peak viewership. Lu Jie, what do we do about the mess left behind? We have to stream again tomorrow, and now Dr. Xie has left us to clean up. Had they not figured it out after several days? Lu Jing rolled her eyes, exhaling in resignation. Let us hurry and tidy up. When has he ever cleaned the clinic? Indeed, the staff assisted in clearing the space, wiping tables, and mopping floors, restoring order to the clinic. After finishing his meal, Xie Chuan stood at the door to inspect the work, genuinely complimenting. Well done, let us keep up the good work next time. Sitting for an extended period had made him a bit uncomfortable, and disregarding the staff's glances of discontent, he strolled nearby. By nightfall in Chuan City, the tea houses brimmed with patrons. Elderly gentlemen gathered to play cards and mahjong, while ladies danced in the square. Children frolicked in the park, and Xie Chuan found himself alone, his shadow elongated by the setting sun. Lu Jing caught up with him in a few strides, walking alongside him. Dr. Xie, It's been some time since the live stream began, yet I haven't had a proper chance to explore Chuan City. Her words came out stiffly, despite her efforts to appear casual. Feigning ignorance of her underlying message, Xie Chuan continued walking. Miss Liu, as someone from a bustling metropolis, you must find this small town rather unfamiliar. Perhaps it's best to return early. After circling the park for a while, Lu Jing's high heels began to pinch her feet. This discussion was prompted by the requests of the entire production team, and as someone chosen for the task, she had no choice but to negotiate with Dr. Xie. Dr. Xie, I actually came today to discuss something with you. The production team would like to extend the duration of the live stream, as your audience here is quite substantial. A longer session could help cultivate a unique streaming style for you. Even if Dr. Xie did not win the championship of the renowned program, he could still continue streaming, paving a lucrative path for himself. Taking a few steps forward, Xie Chuan suddenly halted, turning slightly to regard Lu Jing. I began streaming by sheer happenstance. Do you truly believe I would continue indefinitely? To be honest, he himself was uncertain before posing the question. The production team had his best interests at heart, and so did Lu Jing. Yet, Xie Chuan pondered, could the system accompany him for a lifetime? While the revenue from streaming had indeed amassed a certain wealth, everything felt overly reliant on the system. After a moment's reflection, Lu Jing promptly provided her answer. In this challenging era, if it were me, I would continue to earn through streaming. Even if I were to cease practicing traditional Chinese medicine, I would still cultivate a loyal following. Her insight was astute. Everyone is aware of the tendency to seek profit while avoiding harm. Xie Chuan suddenly laughed, his voice crescendoing, causing Lu Jing to gaze at him in bewilderment. Continuing their walk until they exited the park, Xie Chuan replied earnestly, I believe you are correct. Streaming is indeed a viable path. I must return to my studies now. Farewell. Was that it? He hadn't even confirmed whether he would extend the streaming duration, and Lu Jing stomped her foot in frustration. She felt led astray by Xie Chuan and resolved to ask him again the following morning. Upon returning to the clinic, Xie Chuan opened a long-forgotten box in his grandfather's storeroom, which contained handwritten notes that recorded years of medical experience. Previously, Xie Chuan had not fully grasped his direction, merely believing that acquiring medicine could allow him to lead a stable life. Now, he could embrace his grandfather's legacy, relying on the system and diligently learning more about traditional Chinese medicine, thus fulfilling his late grandfather's aspirations. Chapter 37. Forced to extend live streaming hours. Turning the pages of the meticulously annotated notes left by the elder, Xie Chuan immersed himself in study. Perhaps due to the advanced foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine provided by the system, the process of recognition had become significantly easier, allowing him to recall information effortlessly. He continued his candlelit reading until late into the night, eventually placing the book on the bedside table. The following morning, Lu Jing arrived once more, successfully cornering him at the door. The production team had reached their final compromise, hoping that after dinner, he could extend the live stream by 2 additional hours. Xie Chuan had not streamed the night before, a few days prior. An elderly physician had garnered nearly as much income in a few hours as Xie Chuan did in an entire day. Seated at the table, cameras aimed at him. Xie Chuan sighed. You've approached me several times. If I refuse again, you will undoubtedly persist, won't you? Placing the book on the table, he noted that within 2 hours in the evening, there would likely be no patients. If any did arrive, they would be emergency cases, to which he agreed to stream. Should there be no patients, he would gladly answer questions for the fans in the live stream for free. Now that sounds reasonable, Lu Jing replied, presenting him with a breakfast as a reward. Dr. Xie, this is your breakfast. From now on, we will have lunch delivered here. You can eat it in front of the live stream. Dr. Xie was quite handsome, and the viewers in the streaming room would certainly enjoy watching him. They had devised a way to showcase Dr. Xie's daily life to the audience. Have they lost their minds? Xie Chuan thought, glancing at the data presented by the staff. Did they expect him to conduct all his processes in front of the audience? If this continued, would they want to stream him even while he slept? Unbeknownst to him, the stream had already begun. In a fit of dissatisfaction, he lamented, You are nothing but capitalists. Do I have no personal time left? I'm still single. Should I consider dating soon? As tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the stream upon hearing that Dr. Xie was still without a girlfriend, they erupted in excitement. This is wonderful. Single women finally have hope. Lu Jing smiled wryly. You certainly have personal time. Once the production team finishes the live stream, you can find a girlfriend. Plus, there will be plenty of girls for you to choose from. Watching the stream, Qin Minyu felt a twinge of unease. Xie Chuan was looking for a girlfriend. Their previous friendship had been platonic. Now, seeing him exude charm and garner such popularity in the live stream, she felt a pang of jealousy. Holding a breakfast she had prepared for him, she paused, contemplating whether her gesture would seem overly eager since he already had breakfast. Frustrated, she bit into her flatbread while Xie Chuan, having brewed a pot of tea, awaited the arrival of patients. Oddly, not a single patient had appeared that morning. He decided to stand in front of the streaming room and began a set of 8 pieces of brocade exercises. Some viewers followed along, believing that practicing the exercises would benefit their health. Dr. Xie is doing the 8 pieces of brocade. It must be good for the body, so I will join in. One viewer commented, "Has anyone finally recognized the benefits of practicing 8 pieces of brocade?" Another chimed in. After completing a set of exercises, Xie Chuan was slightly perspiring. He sipped a cup of 8 treasure tea, staring at the door, which remained empty. Meanwhile, in the judging panel, Elder Zheng was absent, as he too was backstage, watching Xie Chuan's stream on his mobile device. He regularly practiced the 8 pieces of brocade and was pleasantly surprised to see a young person sharing his interest. What a fine young man, he mused. Xie followed along, completing a set of exercises herself. The soreness in her body seemed to vanish. "This really works," she exclaimed. Xie Chuan stretched his back and peered out the door multiple times. "Friends, there hasn't been a single patient today. Isn't this a good sign? Shouldn't we wrap things up early?" The comments flooded in, urging him to wait, and since the audience was patient, Xie Chuan hesitated to end the stream. "Well then, I still have a bit of the medical text from last night left to read," he decided, pulling out the topmost book to continue his studies. His serious demeanor and rapid page-turning revealed to many outsiders that doctors too must engage in continuous learning. "I used to think Dr. Xie's skills were innate. It turns out he also puts in hard work behind the scenes. Some critics should take note. 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of effort behind the scenes. Dr. Xie is so diligent. I should also take some time to study," one viewer thought. "That book in Dr. Xie's hands looks a bit worn. Should I send him a few new ones? Upstairs, don't waste your effort." The older the medical texts, the more they represent invaluable wisdom passed down by predecessors. They are treasures that cannot be matched by mere copies. Trust me, most traditional practitioners wouldn't even glance at those reproductions. As midday approached, an elderly man rushed in, panting heavily, and collapsed into a chair. "Doctor, you must come quickly. My wife is ill," he implored, visibly distressed. Xie Chuan followed him outside, where 2 young men were lifting a stretcher inside. On the stretcher lay a woman of similar age to the elderly man, groaning in apparent pain. "Let us get her into my clinic first," Xie Chuan urged, as the stretcher was placed on the ground. He crouched beside the woman, observing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the pain. "Please provide the basic information about the patient," he requested. Zhang Fugue solemnly replied, "This is my wife, Li Xiaomei. We thought to work a bit before the sun came up, but my wife tripped over a stone, startling a donkey nearby, which kicked her in the back. Ever since that fall, she hasn't been able to get back up. As misfortune would have it, after his wife fell, she could not rise. He had to call upon strong youths from the village to carry her here, as he knew that hospital fees would be exorbitant and sought help from a clinic first." The elderly woman nodded in agreement, while the 2 young men gulped down water, clearly exhausted from the 2-kilometer trek. After completing the inquiry form, Xie Chuan placed his hand on the woman's pulse and then gently on her lower back. "Does this hurt, Auntie Li?" he asked, as his hand rested near her ribs. She shook her head, indicating no pain there. Xie Chuan adjusted his position, placing his hand closer to her hip. This time, the woman grimaced in pain. After conducting a thorough examination, he had an idea of her condition. Zhang Fugue, anxious and worried about his wife, fretted, "What if she has broken a bone? Wouldn't that mean we need to go to the hospital for treatment?" "Rest assured, Auntie's bones are not fractured. They are merely misaligned. I need to realign them. So please step aside," Xie Chuan instructed. Hearing the doctor's words, the elderly man felt a pang of concern and stepped back along with the 2 young men. "Where's the system reward?" Xie Chuan wondered. He possessed strength, but realigning bones required a certain technique. Without it, his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 38. I must yield to age ding. Congratulations, host, on your accurate diagnosis. You have acquired the divine bone-setting technique. The system finally sprang to life. Xie Chuan pressed down on the shoulders of the elderly matron, and to the onlookers, he seemed not particularly strong. In the next moment, a loud crack echoed. sending a chill through the necks of everyone present, including the viewers in the live stream. Madame Li let out a pained wail. "Oh my goodness." Zhang Fugui rushed forward, disregarding the public setting, and embraced his wife, gently patting her back. "What hurts? Did the doctor accidentally press too hard? I'll take you to the hospital." The audience in the live stream felt they were witnessing a romantic moment, yet their curiosity leaned towards Xie Chuan's medical prowess. They had heard from the older generation that traditional Chinese medicine could miraculously reset bones with a single motion. However, Madame Li's agonizing cries were so intense, they seemed almost theatrical. Could Dr. Xie truly perform such a feat? I had read that human bones are notoriously difficult to realign, especially in adults, who often require surgery. What if Dr. Xie had failed? As the discussion swirled, Xie Chuan maintained his focus on Madame Li. "Since the issue has been resolved, it is time for you to provide some feedback. Are you not in pain anymore?" Li Xiaomei rose from the ground, gingerly touching her waist. It doesn't hurt anymore? How can that be?" She pushed her husband aside, her impatient nature taking over as she began to stretch her arms and legs, even performing several squats. The two young men from the village watched in astonishment, pondering whether she might be overdoing it. If she were to injure herself again, they would have to carry her to a larger hospital. Zhang Fugui, wide-eyed, cautiously inquired, "Xiaomei, do you still feel any pain in your waist?" "Not at all," Li Xiaomei replied, astonished and grateful. "Young man, I never expected your bone-setting technique to be so remarkable. I feel completely fine now. Is it all right for me to leave?" The divine bone-setting technique truly lived up to its reputation, alleviating her pain with but a single touch. Xie Chuan rubbed the area where he had just adjusted her bones, feeling a slight ache in his own hands, likely from the first-time exertion. "Please, have a seat," he instructed, gesturing toward Zhang Fugui. Assuming he had been mistaken, Zhang Fugui confusedly responded, "Doctor, you must have misidentified me. It is my wife who is unwell. I am perfectly fine. Please, check on her to ensure her bones are aligned properly." Li Xiaomei naturally took a seat, awaiting the doctor's assessment. "No, I am indeed referring to you," Xie Chuan reiterated, compelling Zhang Fugui to sit down. He grasped the man's arm, checking his pulse while examining his lower back. "You often experience lower back pain, do you not? Sometimes to the extent that you cannot sleep?" Madame Li, bewildered, began to recall. It seemed true. Her husband frequently rubbed his back, attributing it to hard labor in the fields. She had never paid it much mind, but could it be something serious? The thought of parting after decades together struck her deeply. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "Young man, please help my husband. What is wrong with his back?" The two honest young men from the village perked up, phones in hand, ready to contact their own children. If anything grave were to happen, it would be their children who would need to deal with the aftermath. The livestream audience found Xie Chuan's words alarming. The man appeared to be in good health. How could he be ill? Zhang Fugui, straightforward as ever, replied, "Doctor, please do not jest. At our age, perhaps I have a slight lumbar disc protrusion, but it's nothing serious, just the result of years of labor." "Is it truly just years of labor?" Xie Chuan noted from his pulse that Zhang Fugui had indeed been working hard lately. "Have you been lifting heavy crops, perhaps over 100 pounds at a time?" Given his age, it seemed unlikely he could handle such burdens. Life can be quite arduous. At his age, he should be retired. The two young men were taken aback, realizing their folly in thinking that Zhang Fugui was incapable of labor, only to discover he could lift such weights. "Impossible." Zhang Fugui shook his head, adamantly correcting, "Doctor, you are mistaken. All our crops are brought in by machine this year. I am nearly 60. I must concede to age." He wore a resigned expression, and his wife corroborated that Zhang Fugui had not lifted any heavy items. The live-stream audience felt that Dr. Xie had miscalculated. Suddenly, an idea struck Xie Chuan, and he took Zhang Fugui's pulse once more. A 60-year-old man, one would expect him to have no intimate relations, yet he exhibited signs of significant kidney deficiency. This morning, he had been advised of this very issue. Could it really be due to someone weighing over 100 pounds? Following this line of thought, Xie Chuan asked Li Xiaomei, "Do you engage in intimate activities frequently?" Silence enveloped the room. Everyone was stunned. It was one thing to be curious about the younger generation, but why inquire about the elderly couple? Surely, at their age, they lacked both the desire and ability for such matters. In the midst of the onlookers' astonished gazes, Li Xiaomei shook her head resolutely. Her voice rose in indignation. "Doctor, you have gone too far. My husband and I are of an age where such things are out of the question. I am already a grandmother." To clarify, since her menopause, she had lost all interest in such activities, and her husband had as well. What remained between them was a bond of camaraderie, pure familial affection. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Fugui, his expression darkening. "Doctor, did you not say I had a lumbar disc protrusion? What does this have to do with anything?" "Never mind. My wife's bones are already aligned. How much do I owe you?" Feeling defeated, Xie Chuan hesitated to insist on further examination. How could he, an acupuncturist, force an elderly person to receive treatment against their will? A tall young man stepped forward, blocking Zhang Fugui's hand from scanning the payment. With a lively demeanor, he wore a look of curiosity. "Uncle, please don't rush to pay. The elderly couple has been working, and before they left, they instructed me to help look after you both. Since you are unwell, we should take good care of you. We cannot afford to be careless." With a beaming smile, Zhou Fan gently urged Zhang Fugui back into the chair. "Doctor, please take a good look and see what illness my uncle has." Feeling as if he were sitting on needles, Zhang Fugui fumed. "I am of an age where I could be buried any day now. What illness could I possibly have?" As he considered his own health, the past grievances faded away. Li Xiaomei finally spoke up. "Just listen to the young ones. Let us get a thorough checkup. The sooner we detect any issue, the sooner we can treat it. We must not delay." Chapter 39. The little brother with parasites having made the decision to seek medical attention anew, Xie Chuan wasted no time. "Uncle," he stated candidly, "you may be experiencing some kidney deficiency. The soreness in your lower back is not simply due to a herniated disc. When one's kidneys are depleted to a certain extent, it results not only in lethargy, but also in discomfort in the lumbar region. Over time, these symptoms manifest physically." His words rendered the traditional Chinese medicine clinic silent. Zhou Fan appeared to be reveling in the gossip. It seemed that his esteemed elder was, in fact, suffering from kidney deficiency, perhaps even more so than himself. The crux of the matter lay with Auntie, who appeared to have been devoid of conjugal relations for over a decade. Li Xiaomei's expression hardened, as if turned to stone. "Doctor, what are you saying? My husband and I have not shared that kind of life together. Not only that, but he has never even utilized his skills. Our relationship is utterly innocent." The old man nodded vigorously. "Doctor, you must have misdiagnosed me. I am suffering from a herniated disc, not kidney deficiency." He extracted a few bills from his pocket, extending them towards Xie Chuan in desperation, his eyes nearly twitching from the effort. Having lived a full life, Zhang Fugui did not wish to tarnish his reputation in this clinic, nor did he want his spouse to suspect anything amiss. They needed to maintain the facade of harmony. Having heard that doctors could be bribed, he thought it prudent to navigate this predicament first. Accompanying Zhou Fan was his cousin, Yuan Xiaoxing, a recent university graduate and a person of integrity, whose eyes sparkled with earnestness. "Uncle, it's not time to pay yet," he exclaimed, raising the old man's hand. "Don't give the doctor money before he tells us how much it is. Let us focus on the diagnosis first. Money is not an issue." A deathly silence ensued. The attempt to bribe the doctor had been caught by Yuan Xiaoxing. Xie Chuan shrugged, insisting that it was not his concern. He had not accepted a single penny, and the entire livestream audience could attest to that. Li Xiaomei, however, could no longer overlook her husband's repeated peculiar behaviors. How could one even consider bribing a doctor if their partner was truly leading a fulfilling life? With a sharp slap, Auntie, who had only moments ago been reclining on a stretcher, suddenly regained her vigor, striking Zhang Fugui on the head. "You'd better confess. Why are you hiding private savings and attempting to bribe the doctor? Why do you have kidney deficiency?" It was over. He had truly reached the nadir of social disgrace. Zhang Fugui's mournful gaze fell upon Xie Chuan. "Young man, you really lack the ability to read the room. How do you expect to run a clinic and conduct business this way?" To avoid revealing any anomalies to his wife, Zhang Fugui chose to endure humiliation in front of the younger generation. "What can I say? You've reached menopause, yet men remain youthful until death. Occasionally, I indulge in some activities on the side, fearing you'd find out and be upset, so I've kept it a secret. Enough with your excuses. Next time, I'll do it in front of you," he declared. Xie Chuan found it exceedingly challenging to be a physician amidst such tumult. Li Xiaomei, flustered, could not help but feel embarrassed. After all, she had long since ceased to engage in such matters, having little desire left in that regard. The two young men, however, were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, realizing that the couple's golden years were undoubtedly enriched with joy, which might explain why many elderly individuals cling to their partners with fervor. Finally, as the situation began to resolve, Zhang Fugui retrieved his phone, preparing to pay once more. "Wait." Xie Chuan's voice rang out like a spell, leaving Zhang Fugui dazed. He desperately wished to bow and plead with the young man to remain silent. In truth, he was on the verge of doing just that. "Doctor, you have other patients. Let us not waste your time. We'll pay first." They say that modern doctors rely on machines, yet this young man could ascertain ailments merely by feeling the pulse. His skills were extraordinary, and in his presence, Zhang Fuguwei felt utterly exposed. He resolved to leave the clinic as swiftly as possible, vowing never to return. "Uncle, please don't rush. The primary issue with your health is not kidney deficiency," Xie Chuan continued. "You likely feel considerable pain, often accompanied by itching, and at times, there might even be lesions, which can cause excruciating pain when urinating." Zhang Fuguwei was left speechless. "As a dying man, I genuinely wish for death. Can't the doctor spare me some dignity? You shouldn't know such intimate details. You must have installed cameras in my home." His wife, who had lived beside him for decades, had never uncovered these secrets. Yet this young doctor knew them all. Under immense pressure, Zhang Fuguwei found himself in a quandary. Li Xiaomei was astonished. "Fuguwei, is this true?" The audience in the live stream was equally shocked, contemplating what actions could lead to such a state of decay for the little brother. "This surpasses my understanding. Can the elderly truly be so adventurous? I just want to know which elder's treasure has led our Fuguwei to such a state. Don't speak. Could it be poisonous? Honestly, it might well be toxic. I once had a girlfriend whose odor was so foul it nearly knocked me out." The comment section erupted with lively banter, each person demonstrating their unique flair, like seasoned drivers on a road trip. Zhang Fuguwei turned to leave, but Zhou Fan quickly intercepted him. "Uncle, don't run away. It's New Year's, and she just messaged me to ensure you get proper treatment." The two young men effectively blocked his exit, leaving Zhang Fuguwei in a state of near tears, utterly humiliated and adamant about not seeking treatment any longer. Xie Chuan, pursuing him, offered kind-hearted advice. "Uncle, don't feel embarrassed. Illness is a part of life. Yours is just a peculiar case." "How peculiar?" Li Xiaomei was increasingly curious, as the doctor hesitated to speak while her husband attempted to leave. After decades of marriage, how could she not understand her partner? There must be a significant secret lurking behind this. Resolute, demanded, Zhang Fuguwei, "Sit down. Today, we will address your ailment, whether you like it or not." With her back no longer pained, only fury remained. "Doctor, please, tell me what is wrong with my husband's little brother." The issue with the little brother was severe, something Xie Chuan had never encountered before in his medical practice. It was not merely a curious case. He had seen children engage with chicken droppings. Yet he had never witnessed an adult in such a predicament. Before the scrutinizing eyes of all, Xie Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Uncle's little brother has a parasite." The revelation was explosive. Lu Jing, holding a camera, shook it violently, causing the audience to struggle to steady their phones. They were incredulous, questioning if they had misheard. "Did you hear that? Uncle's little brother has a parasite." "I heard it too. It's not an ordinary germ. Could the host have made an error? Goodness. Just the thought of a little brother being compromised with parasites is too shocking to bear. Ugh, men are so filthy. Thank goodness I prefer women." Chapter 40. You make me feel less than a beast. They typically toil in the fields, their trousers worn tightly. How could they possibly harbor parasites? Li Xiaomei, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Doctor, are there really parasites? Where do they come from? What kind of worms are we speaking of?" She insisted on probing further, and Xie Chuan had no choice but to comply. "Sir, please do not blame me. It was your wife who insisted on asking," he remarked tactfully. "Madam, do you raise chickens at home?" "Indeed, we not only keep chickens, but also ducks," she replied. This provided a plausible explanation. The nematodes within the gentleman's body typically reside in poultry, and humans generally do not become infected unless there has been some inappropriate contact with the animals. Consuming thoroughly cooked food would certainly prevent infection. Li Xiaomei remained perplexed. "Doctor, does this relate to the animals we raise? Are they the source of transmission? We also have pigs. In fact, a few years ago, my husband took a fancy to raising various creatures, including grass carp and loaches, along with many peculiar reptiles." Xie Chuan, "Help me," he thought, unwilling to entertain further. The world, after all, had not spared him. Yuan Xiaoxing wandered curiously through the traditional medicine clinic, surprised to discover that Dr. Xie was live streaming. She found him on the app and decided to follow. As she observed the comments section, her astonishment grew, and she pulled Zhou Fan over. The two speculated about the comments, horrified that their respected elder engaged in such behavior behind closed doors. Zhang Fuguwei's lips twitched. "Doctor, Perhaps my ailment stems from animal transmission. I often bathe them, and when I return home, I must ensure I am clean. The naive recent graduate, Yuan Xiaoxing, widened her eyes and exclaimed loudly, "Grandpa, do you not even wear undergarments when tending to the animals? You might as well be bathing them with your bare hands." The words hung heavily in the air. Indeed, as a university student, she was both curious and bold, unafraid to voice what others might hesitate to say. Zhang Fuguei opened his mouth and closed it again, struggling to respond. "Child, must you ask so bluntly? Show your elder some respect." Li Xiaomei, though slow to comprehend, finally grasped the situation. "Right, I wear clothes when bathing them. How could I possibly contract nematodes? If infection were to occur, it should be through my hands, and besides, chickens and ducks do not bathe. Reptiles, at most, are washed every 6 months. By all means, you must clarify how this infection occurred." After a lifetime of honesty, she found it unfathomable to imagine the means of transmission. As the matter began to unfold, Xie Chuan looked at her and bluntly stated, "You insisted on asking." Zhang Fuguei stammered, unable to voice the truth himself. Yuan Xiaoxing had already messaged her son, informing him of the live stream. And now the couple's son and daughter-in-law were watching intently. The situation spiraled out of control, and they felt ashamed for their parents. Zhang Fuguei's son called at the perfect moment. "Dad, you need to leave now. This is too embarrassing. I am ashamed to be your son in front of the entire internet." "Leave? Leave what?" he retorted, putting the call on speakerphone, allowing Li Xiaomei to hear. In their previous arguments, their son always sided with his father, but now he was defending him. Today, she was determined to uncover the truth, refusing to leave until she did. "Zhang Fuguei, you will explain how this infection occurred." The elderly man fell silent. The weight of his wife's demands rendered him powerless. Li Xiaomei, exasperated, slapped her husband across the face, shouting, "Speak now, or I will divorce you." Still, he remained silent. Xie Chuan cleared his throat, feeling compelled to intervene. He, too, wished to avoid prolonging the situation. Responding to the audience's demands, he reluctantly assumed the role of a hero. "Madam, do not be upset. Your husband is of a certain age and has needs. He has not sought the company of other women. Theoretically, this cannot be considered infidelity. What is this nonsense?" Li Xiaomei struggled to comprehend. Xie Chuan continued, "Your husband finds release with the household animals. To be precise, life is still manageable for him." A thunderous noise echoed in the room. Zhang Fuguei wished to vanish into the ground. This was the end of him. Such a secretive matter had always been conducted in the chicken coop, hidden from others, even his son. Now, everyone was aware. A murderous glare shot towards Xie Chuan. "Why must you meddle, doctor? Is it your role to provide explanations?" Li Xiaomei's innocence shattered. She kicked Zhang Fuguei's leg and sobbed, "How can we continue living like this? If you had to seek solace, at least find another woman. That would be understandable. But to seek comfort with a hen, are you implying I am inferior to a beast?" Indeed, at this moment, she felt less than a mere beast. Li Xiaomei had led an honest life, and despite her wildest imaginings, she never envisioned such a betrayal. In her youth, she feared being abandoned or betrayed, but never did she consider being outdone by a creature. Xie Chuan had completed his good deed. How Li Xiaomei chose to proceed was beyond his influence. Yuan Xiaoxing enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up, praising the doctor for his transparency. "Why bother with major hospitals for marriage checks? Just bring your fiancée to Dr. Xie. Her past would be laid bare." He seemed to have stumbled upon an extraordinary notion and hurriedly joined the fan club. Active in the comments section, viewers expressed deep sympathy for Li Xiaomei. Goodness, she diligently cared for her entire family, only to be betrayed by a chicken. Can you believe it? The hen likely never imagined it would become embroiled in scandal, becoming a mistress in someone else's household. The comments section was particularly lively, and Xie Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the plight of the chickens and ducks is tragic. Having already faced the dinner table, now they must face the bedroom. Who would still dare to claim that being a social beast is difficult? Who would wish to be reborn as livestock, knowing the fate that awaits? Zhang Fuguei sat dejectedly in a chair, resigned to the reality of the situation. How much worse could it get? Even if he were to be killed, the truth would remain unchanged. His only regret was entering Xie Chuan's clinic. Chapter 41. Did you help him to bed? However, it is not yet the moment for him to experience profound regret. In the stillness, Xie Chuan spoke again. "My dear sir, prepare yourself mentally for what comes next. Do I still need to brace myself? Is there anything more humiliating than this?" Li Xiaomei's face, already ashen, grew even more despondent. Dr. Xie, have we not prepared ourselves? Is he suffering from cancer? Let it be terminal, so he can depart early and spare us the disgrace of his demise, which would only burden our descendants. The crux of the matter was that the old man had indulged excessively. What if, one day, he mistreated the hen and inadvertently transmitted parasites to her? The more Li Xiaomei pondered, the more convinced she became. Upon returning home, she resolved to sleep apart from her husband. If necessary, divorce. Unperturbed by the couple's inner turmoil, Xie Chuan coughed lightly. Sir, I mentioned previously that your back has borne heavy loads and has endured squats with substantial weight. You must refrain from lifting heavy objects henceforth. At your age, the damage to your back is quite severe. What? Are we back to this? Zhang Fugui stood up, exclaiming. Didn't you say I was suffering from kidney deficiency? He was desperate to be merely kidney deficient. What if another scandal were to emerge? Dr. Xie, you previously stated that my back issues stemmed from overexertion of the kidneys. Now that the examination is complete, shall we not prescribe some medication? The old man was on the verge of tears. He had never wronged anyone in his life, yet encountering Dr. Xie felt akin to having offended a sworn enemy. Xie Chuan solemnly refused. It is not as simple as that, sir. You have indeed lifted heavy objects. You did so this morning as well. I chose a roundabout approach earlier because you are rather obstinate. I must guide you gently. Pray tell, have you ever lifted heavy weights? It couldn't possibly get worse. Li Xiaomei's shoes dangled ominously above. Regardless, death was inevitable. Even if he lived, it would only be for a few more decades. Zhang Fugui steeled himself. Unafraid at last. Yes, I have indeed lifted heavy weights. Li Xiaomei's heart sank further. Could it be the old sow at home? Her husband's proclivities were bizarre enough, and upon reflection, the living creatures at home weighed over 100 pounds. Aside from her, the only other contender was indeed the old sow, which weighed several hundred pounds. She had assumed he had aged and could no longer assist with the chores. Now it seemed he was not past his prime and could still manage the old sow. How shocking! Was he even capable of such a feat? As the crowd speculated, Zhang Fugui shook his head decisively. Impossible. The old sow is far too heavy. It wouldn't be comfortable for her. Xie Chuan blurted out, Sir, I am curious. Have you ever attempted anything with the old sow? Isn't that a given? Who would speak of it if they hadn't? The viewers in the comments were amused by the host's earnestness. He was far too serious. What else is over 100 pounds? Li Xiaomei racked her brain. Where have you hidden the little brother? Speak honestly. Zhou Fan perked up, having already live-streamed the event to his parents. Now, the informants at the village entrance gathered around the phone, eager to witness the unfolding drama, with Zhou Fan acting as the war correspondent. As a novice reporter, he lacked experience, but recorded the entire event from a distance with clarity. Zhang Fugui, like a child caught in wrongdoing, raised his finger solemnly. My dear wife, this time it is indeed a person, not a beast. The crowd was taken aback. Good heavens, you're having an affair and yet are proud of it? But weren't you fond of the hen? How has this transformed into something else? The old hen was the mistress. Who, then, was the fourth? Everyone was intrigued. Xie Chuan's expression grew stern. He had initially believed only one person was infected, but it appeared otherwise. So, you were leading a blissful life with the old hen while also entangled with another woman? Was it a mingling of affairs? If your claims hold true, that woman must also be infected with parasites. The host's mind worked swiftly. Identifying the human mistress should be a trivial pursuit. Zhou Fan's phone trembled. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Recently, his mother had mentioned feeling unwell, though it was difficult to articulate. He only learned of it from his wife. They had visited the hospital, assuming it was a common infection, but the itch had persisted, leading to severe irritation. Could it be the situation he feared? Zhang Fugui remained silent, tacitly conceding. Li Xiaomei's laughter was hollow. Who might that person be? I want to pursue them for retribution. I've served your mistress on a platter. Who have you been sleeping with in the village? Send them for treatment promptly. We cannot have a situation where many in the village are infected. Daring to engage with a man like her husband, she mused. Was she not equally indiscreet? Zhang Fugui cast a quick glance at Zhou Fan and hesitantly approached Li Xiaomei. My dear wife, perhaps we should discuss this later. Speak now. Li Xiaomei, no longer concerned about her dignity, demanded. Having grown old, divorce was not an option. Zhang Fugui confessed, it's Wang Cuihua from our village. Wang Cuihua? Zhou Fan blurted. Recognizing the name. It couldn't be. It was his mother. Li Xiaomei was equally stunned. Their families were neighbors, often helping each other with farm work. But who would have imagined such illicit support? Bang! The phone clattered to the ground, striking Zhang Fuguwei. Zhou Fan's face flushed with anger. How shameless. You bear a disease and still engage with my mother, disturbing our household's peace. On the other end of the line, he could already hear his father's furious voice. Zhang Fuguwei, I previously lifted your wife to the clinic. My father has helped you immensely. Why must you meddle in our family affairs? Dizzy with rage, Zhou Fan surged forward, but Yuan Xiaoxing quickly intervened. Let us not escalate this to violence. Brother, let us remain calm. This is a matter concerning our elders. Since it has occurred, can we not address it rationally? Step aside. If it were your mother, you would certainly be distressed. Yuan Xiaoxing, caught in the crossfire, fell silent. Had he been in Zhou Fan's shoes, he too would struggle to swallow this bitter pill. Xie Chuan hurriedly placed himself between them. Please, let us not destroy my clinic. Everyone, take a moment to breathe. I can assist in contacting the authorities if necessary. Zhang Fuguwei stood humbly in the corner, neck retracted, with visible marks of slaps on his face. He had erred gravely. He deserved whatever fate awaited him. Because of a fracture, so many issues had arisen, and Xie Chuan felt pity for the gathered crowd. Zhou Fan must have experienced quite a tumultuous confrontation at home. The narrative was indeed riveting. Yet it seemed far from over. Should he interject? Chapter 42. Killing is merely a matter of the head. Why not spare the heart? Although the incident was not orchestrated by Li Xiaomei, as a couple, they must bear the consequences together. Zhou Fan, let us discuss this matter upon our return. We cannot resort to violence, can we? Indeed. We are all law-abiding citizens. No matter how furious Zhou Fan may be, he cannot truly act upon his anger. Sitting despondently in a chair, fingers entwined in his hair, he lamented that despite his parents' lifelong affection for each other, they were entangled in such a scandal due to the misdeeds of others. How could their family continue to thrive after this? Regret washed over him. He truly should not have become a war correspondent, for now the entire village was aware of the turmoil. Yuan Xiaoxing attempted to console him, yet he realized that no amount of comfort would suffice. Everyone, please remain calm. Uncle, it is time for you to confess. I no longer wish to speak. Xie Chuan said, standing nearby, feeling a pang of sympathy. The elder indeed had it coming, having failed to restrain his younger brother. But the innocent bystanders were undeserving of such chaos. All eyes turned to Zhang Fuguwei, who was under scrutiny from the audience in the live broadcast, deemed excessively outrageous. Who would assist him? He had betrayed a wife, becoming nothing more than a treacherous wolf. There was more to come, having disrespected a man's wife. He might have even trespassed upon their poultry as well. How terrifying! What audacity he displayed, as if he could indulge in any indiscretion without consequence. As an author of web novels, I could never have imagined such material surpassing fiction. Indeed, art is derived from life. Zhang Fuguwei understood that Xie Chuan's medical prowess was remarkable. Upon merely opening his eyes, he could discern every ailment afflicting him, from which there was no escape. Rather than continue to evade the truth, it would be better to confess sincerely. With a grave expression, he addressed Zhou Fan. I was wrong. Do not call me Zhou Fan. What do you owe me an apology for? Go apologize to my father. When you broke your leg, who carried you down the mountain? It was my father. Zhou Fan's fury was so intense that tears streamed down his face. His father, a simple and honest man throughout his life, had been betrayed by both a close friend and a wife. Why must the virtuous suffer? Yuan Xiaoxing, eyes glimmering with mischief, chimed in, Uncle, why do you owe Fangu an apology? Could it be that you have also slept with his wife? Yuan Xiaoxing, must you always stir trouble? Or do you find this gossip delightful? Zhou Fan erupted. That is utterly impossible. My wife is youthful and beautiful. How could she possibly be attracted to an old man? Zhou Fan recalled the lengths he had gone to win her affection, even working part-time during university, with every penny entrusted to her. Their love was genuine. And she was an educated woman. How could she fall for a man with such base tastes? Yuan Xiaoxing took refuge behind Xie Chuan, merely echoing the sentiments of the moment. After all, given the absurdity of the situation, what harm could there be in adding to the chaos? Zhang Fuguwei, with uncharacteristic candor, admitted, Zhou Fan, what Xiaoxing said is indeed correct. It is precisely the scenario you imagine. An explosion of disbelief ensued. The father and son had both been betrayed. Zhou Fan could no longer remain composed. Li Xiaomei and several staff members rushed in, barely managing to restrain him. Struggling on the ground, his jacket torn away, he appeared utterly disheveled, screaming like a madman, drawing the attention of passers-by. The situation spiraled out of control, Xie Chuan hastily dialed the police. It was a disaster. He had hoped to manage the situation, but Zhang Fugui had indulged excessively, violating the sanctity of both a father and son's households. Zhang Fugui, you scoundrel! I regarded you as a respected elder, and yet you have betrayed me with my own wife. Xie Chuan, how shameless you are! I have sacrificed so much for you, even fathering 2 children. I pursued you with all my strength, and yet you are so debased as to be seduced by an old man. Zhou Fan's words were unbearable. You claim I cannot earn money, as I have long been at sea, while you betray me. Ah. The audience in the live stream felt profound sympathy for this brother, while killing may only involve a blow to the head. Zhang Fugui's actions were devastating to the heart. Xie Chuan merely sought a confession, yet Zhang Fugui provided an uncomfortably clear account, through mere pulse diagnosis. He was unaware of how many lives he had upended. It was a catastrophe. Zhou Fan was restrained, and nearby police officers arrived, escorting the young man outside, while accompanying Zhang Fugui within. Li Xiaomei's countenance was devoid of color. Doctor, there is no need for medication. When will he die? Aside from wishing for the old man's demise, she could conceive of no other solution. After all, merely apologizing could not rectify this situation. Xie Chuan, I wanted him to confess because he is a carrier of hepatitis B, which has now progressed to liver cancer. Wonderful. Li Xiaomei instinctively exclaimed, Doctor, there is no need for treatment. Let him perish. Zhang Fugui was not ready to die. Life was still magnificent. His children were growing up, and he relished his dominance in the village. He had concealed his hepatitis B from his wife, and though she eventually learned, they had conducted thorough research, concluding that as long as he abstained from alcohol, he could live a long life. Now, liver cancer loomed. Was he to face his end? Doctor, please find a way to save me. I wish to live. I manage the finances at home. Zhang Fugui bore no ill will toward the doctor for exposing his woes. He simply wished to survive. In truth, traditional Chinese medicine could indeed treat cancer, and Xie Chuan possessed the capability. But he could not intervene for someone with such a tainted history. Uncle, I can only offer you deworming treatment. Beyond that, I am helpless. Sitting down in defeat, he thought, deworming would suffice. At least it would relieve the younger man of his discomfort. Before his demise, he could still indulge in the company of women. The facade of a lifelong honest man shattered. Zhang Fugui ceased to feign innocence, then prescribed me the deworming medication. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a correct diagnosis. You have received a divine deworming medication. Following the prescription, Xie Chuan began to prepare the medicine. Once completed, he placed the package on the table, indicating the QR code. The total is 5,000 yuan. Zhang Fugui's eyes widened. Why is it so expensive? Are you trying to swindle me? You are tarnishing my reputation. Do you believe I want to reveal this? The herbal ingredients were exceptionally rare. In Western medicine, the cost would far exceed this, even after insurance reimbursement. Xie Chuan shrugged, feigning innocence. Yuan Xiaoxing, having witnessed the unfolding drama, had become an admirer of Xie Chuan and could not help but defend the doctor. Uncle, please do not cause further trouble. The doctor has not suggested any inappropriate actions. The medication has been prescribed. You should pay promptly. Li Xiaomei snatched the elder's phone and settled the payment. This incident had profoundly impacted her, yet without the doctor's intervention, she might have remained in ignorance for a lifetime. Outside, the police mediated between the two parties, while Yuan Xiaoxing waved goodbye and re-entered the clinic. After all, this was no concern of his. He sought the expertise of this remarkable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, for in the future, while working away, he might not encounter such a skilled doctor again. Upon returning, both Xie Chuan and the audience in the live stream were filled with curiosity. Chapter 43. I was just bitten by a puppy with a sudden plop. Yuan Xiaoxing sat down in the chair, naturally placing his hand on the pulse pillow. Doctor, you are here to diagnose. Could you please check if I have any ailments? Xie Chuan. The crowd. Are university students this naive? And to take the initiative to seek medical attention. The crux of the matter was that Dr. Xie's methods were anything but gentle. Was this lad truly offering himself up as a sacrifice? Noticing the dazed expression on Dr. Xie's face, Yuan Xiaoxing innocently remarked, Doctor, I know you are quite skilled in your practice. I simply wish to ascertain if there are any hidden conditions within my body that need early treatment. Rest assured, you can speak candidly. My private life is quite disciplined, and I am bold enough to face the audience. Ah, so you are still a novice, the others chuckled, amused by his innocence. as the atmosphere in the live stream gradually became lively. With a patient proactively seeking help, Xie Chuan could not refuse. As he placed his hand to take the pulse, one could not deny the youth's robust health. However, upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed something peculiar. His gaze inadvertently drawn to Yuan Xiaoxing's chest. His eyes glimmered in a way that was hard to overlook, prompting Yuan Xiaoxing to cross his arms defensively. "Doctor, please do not stare at me like that. I am truly not interested in men." "How terrifying," Xie Chuan replied seriously. "You are not particularly interested in women either." "Of course not," Yuan Xiaoxing retorted proudly, lifting his chin. In his heart, he believed that a true man should not linger in the mundane world. Once he became wealthy, any woman would be within his reach. He was determined to better himself and had girls pursuing him, but he had never paid them any mind. The host was never one for idle chatter. The veteran viewers were already speculating. Does this guy not like women? Could he be indifferent in that regard? Goodness, the least explosive patient ever. Could he possibly prefer men? My heavens. Host, please spill the beans. We're dying to know. The group that had just enjoyed the gossip chose to remain in the live stream, now seeking material while watching the host's medical skills. Casual banter was harmless, but Yuan Xiaoxing's situation was evidently more serious. Xie Chuan lightly tapped the table. "Young man, given your current state, you may never find an attraction to women. Your pectorals have undergone a secondary development." "What?" Yuan Xiaoxing's mouth dropped open, as if he could fit a duck egg inside. He instinctively grasped his sides, and the audience observed with growing amusement. One girl exclaimed, "Larger than ours. My goodness, this is juicy. He must have reached AB cup. Mother, for the first time, I feel like men are my competition. Why have I not developed? Oh, how unfair. Hey, you just exposed something. Are you truly flat-chested? Could this young man soon find himself in a relationship?" Ignoring the comments flooding in, Yuan Xiaoxing squeezed his hands, his expression shifting dramatically. "Oh no. Why do my palms feel so full?" Though inexperienced with women, the current predicament felt decidedly abnormal. In despair, he stared at the host and suddenly knelt, pleading, "Benefactor, please save me. I am genuinely a man. I do not wish to become a woman, nor am I a pervert." Xie Chuan helped Yuan Xiaoxing to his feet, exasperated. "Do not kneel so easily." Gazing at the warning flashing across the live stream, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Placing a comforting hand on Yuan Xiaoxing's shoulder, Xie Chuan spoke earnestly. "I will help you, but please do not harm yourself further. We cannot afford to have my live stream shut down." Yuan Xiaoxing. He did not intend for things to escalate this far. Sitting back down, he no longer carried the earlier air of confidence. Hunched over, he tried to cover his upper body as much as possible. "Doctor, what is truly happening? I am indeed a man. Just half a month ago, I performed a certain task," the young man said, placing his hands on his waist, leaning over the table. Xie Chuan firmly pressed his hands down. "For the sake of my sanity, please remember that this is not a no-man's land. Do not resort to proving your masculinity by acting out. If you were to suddenly strip in front of the audience, given your condition, I might just perish live on air." Xie Chuan spoke sternly. "Let us communicate properly. Keep your hands on the table and do not move." The most concerning patient had emerged, and the audience was thoroughly entertained by Yuan Xiaoxing's naivety. How can there be such an amusing fellow? Keeping his hands obediently on the table, Yuan Xiaoxing pouted. "Doctor, why not just check? I am truly a man." "You must prove it to the entire audience." Xie Chuan. Typically, he was the one teasing the patients, yet this time, the patient was genuinely teasing him. What a predicament for the doctor. Lu Jing, observing the comments, burst into laughter. The viewers urged, "Dr. Xie, do take action. You are a physician, after all. You must observe and inquire. Besides, Yuan Xiaoxing has no interest in men. Perhaps he might be interested in you. Indeed, Dr. Xie is single. The two of you would make a fine pair. Goodness, it feels like we are getting a taste of sweetness in this live stream. For the first time." The audience felt sympathy for the doctor. "Young man, please take the plunge." Taking a deep breath, Xie Chuan steeled himself. "By taking your pulse, I can confirm you are indeed a man. I shall attest to this in front of the entire audience." Fearing what further revelations might ensue, Xie Chuan quickly added, "A month ago, you appeared quite normal and in excellent health. The secondary development of your pectorals must have begun recently. Have there been any peculiar circumstances?" "What peculiar circumstances could there be?" The crowd mused, pondering if perhaps Yuan Xiaoxing had developed an interest in men, or if someone had influenced him in that direction. The youth, with a playful spirit, jested in the comments. "What about those who can undergo secondary development? Let us all share." Reflecting on recent events, Yuan Xiaoxing felt utterly confused. I stayed up late playing video games. Does that count? Xie Chuan shook his head. No, that does not count. I performed my task quite frequently last month, an average of 5 to 6 times a day. Does that count? Xie Chuan was taken aback by such vitality but shook his head again. What else could it be? Yuan Xiaoxing scratched his head in distress, lamenting. I swear no man has touched me. I have always taken good care of myself. I only adopted a puppy last month, and it bit me through my clothes. Xie Chuan snapped his fingers, immediately responding, after being bitten by the puppy, and if there was bleeding, you must have failed to treat it promptly after vaccinating the dog. Correct? What? A bite from the dog caused this secondary development? Yuan Xiaoxing exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Doctor, you are spot on. Chapter 44. Doctor. I feel a bit itchy. Everything began to make sense as numerous internet users, gazing at their beloved cats and dogs, instinctively clutched certain body parts in trepidation. Should they dare to demand compensation, a mere financial expenditure would be trifling. The primary concern lay in the possibility of a secondary development. Yuan Xiaoxing pressed his hand against his chest, addressing the doctor. After being bitten, it was somewhat painful, though I paid it no heed. Now, there remains a hint of discomfort. Can you prevent my pectoral muscles from developing further? The place where they have grown should not recede. It was utterly embarrassing for a grown man to be bitten by a small dog, becoming a laughingstock online. Although such occurrences were rare, they were not unheard of. Xie Chuan interjected, turn your back to the camera and lift your shirt for me to examine. Upon inspection, the wound on his chest was shallow. Yet the development was impressive. If it continued, it might surpass that of many women. Yuan Xiaoxing felt hopeless, pleading with the doctor, is there no remedy? Will this development never cease? I truly wish to be a man. Although I have previously shown little interest in women, I assure you that after this treatment, I will earnestly pursue romance. Moments ago, his friends had already sent him a WeChat invitation for dinner. Amongst a group of grown men, what could they possibly consume? It was likely that those carefree fellows sought to catch a glimpse of his secondary development. Before dining, he needed to resolve this ailment. Weren't you just reluctant to date? Now you are willing? Xie Chuan quipped with a smile. Yuan Xiaoxing nodded fervently. Could he truly refuse? If he did, he would undoubtedly be dealt with by those men. Taking the patient's condition seriously, Xie Chuan remarked, your current development can indeed be suppressed. However, the pectoral muscles that have already formed will require some time for hormonal adjustments to diminish. Upon hearing this, the young man felt a surge of hope, nearly leaping up to embrace the doctor. Thank you, doctor. You are like a second father to me. Oh, paternal figure, please accept my bow. With hands clasped in gratitude. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Amused by his heartfelt thanks, Xie Chuan remained silent, awaiting the system to dispense rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accurate diagnosis. You have received a divine-level hormone injection. The secondary development of pectoral muscles stemmed from hormonal imbalances, and acupuncture could rectify this. Xie Chuan retrieved a sheepskin scroll and began to sterilize the silver needles. Yuan Xiaoxing had never experienced acupuncture before. He had only encountered it in novels. Due to the live broadcast, his parents had already called, urging him to ensure a full recovery under Dr. Xie's care, even transferring him 20,000 yuan. Lie down on the small bed and remove your shirt. I will perform acupuncture. Yuan Xiaoxing hesitated, saying, Doctor, didn't you mention you would close the live stream? Must I truly undress? If I do, I face humiliation before the entire internet? Some unsavory single men seem to anticipate the spectacle. Xie Chuan gestured to Lu Jing, the broadcast director, reminding her to censor the most sensitive areas to avoid chaos in the live stream. That seemed reasonable. The host was indeed considerate. With a sense of resolve, Yuan Xiaoxing removed his shirt and placed it on the chair. The live stream audience gasped collectively. The director managed to obscure the most critical areas, yet the delicate contours of his physique were still discernible. My goodness, he has a physique better than many women. It's so impressive. No wonder when men become aroused, women are of little concern. Comments flooded in, with some viewers expressing their admiration, while Yuan Xiaoxing remained blissfully unaware. As he observed the long silver needles, a wave of fear washed over him, yet for the sake of reclaiming his masculine traits, he gritted his teeth. Xie Chuan skillfully administered the needles. Initially, Yuan Xiaoxing felt a warmth in his chest, as though something was shifting within. Trembling, he inquired, Doctor? Is fat flowing out from there? Why do I feel a bit itchy? Can I touch it? It felt as if a tiny creature was crawling atop the sensitive area. In truth, as he uttered the last word, his hand instinctively moved. Fearing Yuan Shaoxing might accidentally touch the needles, Xie Chuan grasped his arm, saying, "If you wish for your pectoral muscles to grow larger, feel free to touch. Just don't blame me for the consequences." Resigned, he placed his hands obediently in his pockets. His body grew increasingly warm, and Yuan Shaoxing's face flushed crimson. Finally, once the needles were removed, he eagerly looked down. To his relief, the pain had subsided, but the shape had only slightly diminished. "Doctor, why hasn't he completely returned to normal? Especially the sensitive area, which had developed to a size larger than that of the average man." With an impassive expression, Xie Chuan explained, "If results were immediate, it wouldn't be traditional Chinese medicine, but rather a miracle. I have balanced your hormones. Next, I will prescribe several herbal formulas for you to brew daily. Within a week, you will surely improve." Having come this far in treatment, Yuan Shaoxing hastily donned his shirt. Following the prescriptions left by his grandfather, Xie Chuan prepared the medicine for the first time without the system's assistance and handed it to him. After glancing at the comments, Yuan Shaoxing felt disheartened. "Doctor, your prescription is too outrageous. My roommate has already forwarded the video. It's tragic. I absolutely cannot show my face in public for the foreseeable future." Xie Chuan chuckled softly. "Don't blame me. This was a staff oversight. In truth, consider this. Since the platform chose not to shut down the stream, it must be compliant. It's the overthinking individuals who are truly detestable. You should not dwell on it." As his mind spun, Yuan Shaoxing felt as if Dr. Xie were subtly manipulating him. Yet, he could not deny that the doctor's words held merit. Grinning broadly, he asked, "Doctor, how much do I owe you?" "Just 800. To cure a significant ailment for merely a few hundred yuan?" Yuan Shaoxing thought he had misheard and eagerly replied, "Doctor, did you forget to mention the additional fees?" He looked up, bewildered. How could a university student be so naive? Xie Chuan was taken aback. 800,000? You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant sum? Yuan Shaoxing's parents, watching the live stream, nearly fainted from the sheer absurdity of their son. Chapter 45. Your child may not be yours, having successfully earned 800 yuan. Yuan Shaoxing waved goodbye to Xie Chuan and the audience in the live stream. "Brothers, I'm off now." The young man, radiant with sunshine, reached the door and collided with a familiar face. "Zhou Fan, why have you returned?" Yuan Shaoxing's voice faltered as he glanced at the woman behind him, unable to articulate his thoughts. Wang Tsuehua was covered in bruises and bloodstains, her appearance barely recognizable. Her clothes in tatters, suggesting she had just been assaulted. It was no surprise. After colluding with the neighbors, betraying her husband, how could she not expect retribution? Xie Chuan noticed the claw marks on Zhou Fan's face, suspecting his return was related to a troubling matter concerning parasites. Wang Tsuehua, unwilling to face the camera, entered with a hostile glare directed at Xie Chuan, her tone sharp in accusation. "What are you doing with your pathetic live stream? You've ruined our lives. What isn't it for you?" If not for the traditional medicine live stream, perhaps her husband would have remained oblivious to her infidelity, continuing to provide for her as always. Yet today marked the nadir of her existence, upon discovering the truth, rather than forgiving her. Her husband had nearly beaten her to death in front of the entire village. Had their son not intervened, she might have lost her life. To make matters worse, her daughter-in-law had audaciously stolen her lover. At the village entrance, a fierce confrontation unfolded between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, leaving Wang Tsuehua in a deplorable state. Xie Chuan, raising his hands defensively, explained, "Don't blame me. I didn't force you to their bed, did I? If Zhang Fugui truly coerced you, you could sue him. If you have no means to do so, I would be willing to assist." Wang Tsuehua was at a loss for words. Could she claim she had been coerced? She had eagerly pursued him, initially rejected by Zhang Fugui, who deemed her unattractive compared to younger women. With persistent flattery and care, she eventually achieved her goal, becoming his mistress. Now that trouble had arisen, if the truth were unveiled, her life would be over. Zhou Fan stepped forward, weariness etched on his face. He felt helpless concerning his parents' issues, yet standing beside him was the mother who had raised him. He could not simply disregard her. "Doctor, I apologize for the trouble. Please don't blame her. My mother is unwell. I kindly ask for your assistance." After saying this, Zhou Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing deeply as he clenched his fists at his sides, struggling to maintain composure. Wang Tsuehua wrapped her arms around herself, casting a wary look at Xie Chuan. "You lecher. You wouldn't dare touch me, nor look at me in that way." Xie Chuan felt as though the sky had fallen. What had he just heard? "Rest assured, I have no intention of looking. I can discern your ailments merely by feeling your pulse." Wang Tsuehua remained unconvinced. Who knows if you're truly as innocent as you claim? I must remain cautious. Mom, Zhou Fan exclaimed, exasperated. Can you not make a scene? You've already become a pariah before the entire internet. Do you think anyone cares for you? Even Dad doesn't wish to glance your way. Although filial piety restrained him from saying more, Zhou Fan could no longer tolerate his mother's repeated affronts to the doctor. Ashamed by her son's words, Wang Tsuehua fell silent and obediently placed her hand on the pulse pillow. Yuan Shaoxing returned to observe the unfolding drama at the entrance of the traditional medicine clinic. From a distance, another figure appeared, stumbling toward them. Was that a sister-in-law? Goodness, another one has arrived. Dr. Xie's place is truly a battleground. After taking her pulse, Xie Chuan's expression turned grave. You not only harbor parasites but also suffer from cervical erosion. Your hemorrhoids are particularly severe. Do you wish to expel your intestines? Having witnessed many trivialities regarding the human body, he had never encountered such a brutal disregard for one's own health. Surely a portion of her intestines must be outside her body. Xie Chuan found it outrageous, and with no intention of holding back, he continued, fully aware that Zhou Fan, sitting beside Wang Tsuehua, was likely cognizant of the truth. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Tsuehua protested, feeling exposed. Doctor, do you even know how to treat illness? I merely experienced a severe childbirth that caused my intestines to slip out. Fearful of being abandoned by her son, Wang Tsuehua dramatically slapped her thigh, feigning tears. To ensure you both were born, the medical conditions back then were horrendous. After giving birth, I couldn't even push them back in. What was I to do? I've endured pain for years. Must I suffer this humiliation simply because I am a woman? Zhou Fan, feeling lost and guilty, grappled with the realization that if not for her sacrifices, perhaps his mother would not have endured such suffering. He was unaware of the perils of childbirth. Yet if her plight stemmed from him, he would undoubtedly cover her medical expenses. Wang Tsuehua, adept at manipulation, was now turning the tables. Xie Chuan did not afford her the opportunity, his lips curling in disdain. Madam, your words lack integrity. You only began experiencing prolapse in the past 2 years. Have you perhaps given birth to another child? From your pulse, it appears you terminated a set of twins a decade ago, which indeed inflicted damage on your body. What? Wang Tsuehua gasped, her mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. The fact that she had been pregnant with twins was a secret she had never dared to share with her husband. At the time, he had been away at sea for over a year, and left with no choice. She had to terminate the pregnancy with Zhang Fugui's child. Zhou Fan recalled the incident vividly. His mother had deceived him, manipulating their entire family. The conflict between filial piety and morality raged within his mind, prompting him to stand in anger, teeth clenched. Mom, you have betrayed Dad. That child was not his. How could you do this? Wang Tsuehua's heart simmered with resentment at her son's accusations. Regardless of her actions, she believed the world could criticize her, but her son had no right. After all, she had given him life, thus claiming absolute authority in this matter. With a forceful rise, she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Fan. Whose child I carry in my womb is none of your business, you little brat. Can you guarantee that the child your wife carries is indeed yours? Bravo! Yuan Shaoxing exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, applauding the dramatic confrontation. The scene of mother and son turning against each other was unprecedented. Zhou Fan, standing on the moral high ground, sought to vindicate his father, only to find himself battered by the fallout. At the entrance, Qin Shiyuan had arrived. And upon hearing the ruckus from within, she staggered, her complexion pale. How could her mother-in-law know about this matter? Chapter 46. The reluctance to undergo paternity testing. Qin Shua hesitated to enter, her instinct urging her to flee. Yuan Shaoxing, sharp-eyed and straightforward, remarked, Sister-in-law, you've come too. The clash between mother and son escalated into a fierce battle, further intensified by Qin Shiyua's presence, plunging the situation into chaos. In an attempt to divert attention from herself, Wang Tsuehua shamelessly questioned her daughter-in-law, Are you brave enough to undergo a paternity test? The seeds of discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had long been sown and now erupted uncontrollably. Qin Shuya, refusing to back down, retorted, I may not dare to take the test, but are you willing to have Zhou Fan and your father-in-law tested? Both women stood their ground, neither willing to concede. The atmosphere charged with tension, leaving one to wonder who the true father of the child might be. Wang Tsuehua, lacking confidence, turned away, muttering, What a disgraceful daughter-in-law we have. To which Qin Shua shot back, Don't cast stones, we're cut from the same cloth. The drama unfolded with remarkable intensity. Wang Tsuehua contemplated surgical intervention to rectify her condition, necessitating a visit to a larger hospital. Xie Chuan prescribed deworming medication and, after providing instructions, glanced at the still fuming Xie Chuan. Given her association with Zhang Fuguei, it was evident that this young woman bore her own share of secrets. Zhou Fan reluctantly settled the bill, his forehead taut with tension. Mother, your entanglement with that despicable man, Zhang Fuguei, must end here. This is our last connection. Now an adult, he no longer wished to have a mother stained by scandal. From now on, my filial duty lies solely with my father. As a storm brewed in his mind, Wang Tsuehua, disregarding all, cried out, how dare you insult your biological father? What do you owe Zhou? He is not your real father. In a desperate bid to secure her son's loyalty and ensure a peaceful old age, Wang Tsuehua resolved to embrace the chaos. The room fell silent, shock evident on everyone's faces, and Xie Chuan nearly choked on his drink. The revelation was staggering. Zhou Fan's mother was not his biological parent. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Zhou Fan felt as though he were drowning in confusion, realizing his mother bore the marks of betrayal. The young man felt a rush of blood to his head and fainted. Yuan Shaoxing rushed to support him, calling for the doctor. Xie Chuan swiftly approached, taking his pulse, and, angered by the situation, administered 2 acupuncture needles. Zhou Fan, lying on the small bed, gradually regained consciousness, his eyes devoid of color. His life seemed to have lost its direction. He longed to honor his father, yet he was the son of an enemy. His existence was more dramatic than any fiction. Brother, anger is harmful to your health, Xie Chuan earnestly advised. The past is unchangeable. Follow your heart and fulfill your responsibilities. The doctor's words resonated. Even if Zhou Fan were not his father's biological son, he had lived in ignorance all his life. What fault was that? Gratefully, Zhou Fan expressed, thank you, doctor, for your guidance. I must take my leave. Just as he departed, Wang Tsuehua hurriedly followed, clutching her medication. Fuming, Xie Chuan stomped her foot in frustration. Men were unreliable. They promised eternal love, yet upon learning of her infidelity and the child's uncertain paternity, they turned their backs without hesitation. Zhou Fan was unwilling to assist her. Yet she needed to gather herself. Doctor, please take a look at me. She placed her hand on the pulse pillow, feeling an intense itch below, particularly troublesome at night, robbing her of sleep. Xie Chuan, noticing the similar affliction, placed his hand on her wrist and discerned a new ailment. With a look of compassion, he stated plainly, indulge in whatever you desire. Enjoy the remaining days of your life to the fullest. Upon hearing this, Xie Chuan initially thought she had escaped unscathed. But the implications of the doctor's words soon dawned upon her. Was her life truly nearing its end? After a few encounters with Zhang Fuguei, how could that be possible? Her complexion drained of color, she pleaded, Doctor, what did you mean by that? It is as I said, besides harboring parasites, you frequently introduce small animals into your body, which are gradually eroding your liver. You may have experienced chest pain and weakness lately. The symptoms are evident and irreversible. Xie Chuan's demeanor turned grave. He wished he could provide aid, but without the tools of modern medicine, the damage was too extensive. Impossible, Xie Chuan exclaimed. Wang Daniu at the village's edge claimed his eels were the cleanest. How could this be? Overwhelmed, she realized the gravity of the situation. Doctor, you must have made an error in your diagnosis. I will go to a larger hospital immediately. You charlatan, may you meet misfortune. In her agitated state, she shouted and began to cough violently, spewing forth dark blood. Her body felt as though it were floating aimlessly, and she staggered out of the clinic. Meanwhile, viewers in the comments section cautioned, Dr. Xie, it seems someone has skipped out on their medical bill again. You should pursue them. Such a warning to those who recklessly introduce foreign objects into their bodies. This could lead to dire consequences. In the live stream, Yuan Shaoxing noted the diminishing excitement and quickly bid farewell. Addressing the audience, Xie Chuan remarked, she has but a few days left. Let her enjoy what remains of her life. Some viewers critiqued the broadcaster for being too harsh, questioning how one could wish death upon another. As staff members tidied the space, a hesitant young woman lingered at the entrance, covering her ears. After several moments of indecision, she finally stepped into the clinic. The girl was quite lovely, with large, expressive eyes that caught the attention of viewers in the live stream. Doctor, she began, her voice quivering with emotion, I am injured. Please share your basic information name, age. Xie Chuan requested, pen in hand. Reluctant to disclose her name, she protested, Doctor, it's merely an external injury. I won't require surgery, so there's no need for a consent form. Can we skip the name? That is not permissible. She felt tormented inside. Wang Mingming knew that if she went to a hospital, her information would be recorded, which was precisely why she sought treatment here. Ashamed, her gaze dropped to the floor. Xie Chuan found her reaction peculiar. Her complexion was flushed, suggesting she was not in poor health. Before he could voice his thoughts, she became shy again. Doctor. It's like this. Wang Mingming's voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible. Her hands remained tightly covering her ears, leading Xie Chuan's gaze to focus there. Is it an ear injury? Injuries to the ears should not be difficult to discuss. Why conceal them so thoroughly? Young lady, what seems to be the issue? Chapter 47. Do you enjoy exploring obscure caverns? Under the persistent questioning of Xie Chuan, Wang Mingming reluctantly lowered her hands. The live broadcast captured the audience as collective gasp. It was utterly horrifying. A large gaping hole marred her earlobe, grotesque in appearance, with only a small remnant of flesh clinging to the bottom. Lu Jing, who was responsible for filming, shuddered involuntarily. What on earth was happening? Xie Chuan immediately discerned that the terrifying hole before him was evidently man-made. It had long been obstructed from healing, resulting in a horrifying shape. Doctor, is there any way to help? Wang Mingming's voice quivered with distress. I don't understand why this happened. I merely bought a pair of earrings and suddenly developed a metal allergy. The public screen was rife with hesitant comments from girls contemplating ear piercings. Would they too suffer such an outcome if they wore heavy earrings? It was less of a piercing and more akin to a gaping mouth hanging from her ear. Those seeking treatment were truly obstinate. Xie Chuan, with a serious demeanor, asked, Miss, did your earrings cause this? Under the doctor's scrutiny, Wang Mingming was at a loss for words, growing impatient. Doctor, just tell me if there's a way to close the hole. Everyone blames unscrupulous vendors. Why must you keep questioning me? Her eyes widened in frustration. If the metal earrings caused this, I would treat it as a metal infection. However, if they did not, I must ascertain the root cause to provide proper treatment. Prompted by the doctor, Wang Mingming fell silent, her gaze downward. Comments on the public screen hinted at some peculiar predilections, and Xie Chuan seemed to grasp a clue. He reached out, placing his hand on her arm, and took her pulse seriously. Moments later, his expression grew grave. Miss, your condition is evidently abnormal. The infection from the earring has reached your nerves, causing frequent headaches. I must stress, you cannot take your piercings lightly. As he spoke, Wang Mingming bowed her head, stammering. Doctor, I understand. I want to take your piercings lightly again. But is there any way to help me now? She indeed suffered from recurrent headaches, sometimes so severe that they robbed her of sleep. Her ear was particularly unsightly, rendering her nearly unable to face others. She was truly reckless. At that moment, a man burst in, around the same age as the girl, his face contorted with anger upon spotting Wang Mingming. Wang Mingming, how many times must I tell you to wait at home? Why have you come to see a doctor again? I've said we'll get lip piercings next time. Don't you love me? Before their relationship, he had professed love, promising to do anything for her. Yet now, he still pushed her aside. Feeling the intense gaze of her boyfriend, Wang Mingming hid behind Xie Chuan. You Xing, I've already broken up with you. Please let me go. I really don't wish to end up like your ex, covered in holes. I've never wronged you. I still intend to marry one day. I don't want to partake in your peculiar preferences. Since being with her boyfriend, she hadn't enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. Confined like a dog in a cage, staring at the large black dog in his home, she had believed that by obeying him, she would earn his affection. Only to find him still entangled with his ex. One day, in a dim room, she had seen his ex. They were laughing and chatting. And other men were present. Wang Mingming had once been a well-behaved girl. Despite her affection for her boyfriend, she understood that he might have relations with many women. She could not be the sole one. Heartbroken, she wished to completely close her newly pierced ear hole. After visiting numerous clinics, none of the doctors could assist her. And she was nearly in tears, dreading how she would face her parents during the new year. Yu Xing frowned deeply. Mingming, listen to me. You are the only one I love. I merely ask you to do one thing for me. You refuse? He lamented. I wish to present my heart to you. How beautiful would the ear piercings be? I bought you the loveliest earrings. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 fluffy earrings from his bag. Do you see? These are your favorite corgi earrings. Just wear them, and your ear will no longer be visible, making you even cuter. Xie Chuan felt caught in the middle. Observing the simmering anger in the young man's eyes, it seemed he would surely resort to violence after coaxing her back. Why did this young girl allow herself to be so easily swayed by a man? Caught in her boyfriend's sincere gaze, Wang Mingming hesitated. In truth, he treated her well aside from his peculiar fixation. But I don't want to get lip piercings or any other piercings. I beg you, I truly value my appearance. Can we lead a good life together? Emerging from behind Dr. Xie, the girl clutched her bag, her eyes pleading. It seemed that if the man agreed, she would readily forgive him. Baby, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have forced you. I respect your wishes. If you don't want lip piercings, we want to get them. As they appeared ready to leave hand in hand, Xie Chuan could no longer contain his anger. He had just taken her pulse and realized Wang Mingming was merely an 18-year-old girl. Associating with such a person could jeopardize her bright future. Are you sure you want to treat that gaping hole in your ear? It can still be healed now. If you wait, the muscle's healing capacity may diminish. And it might never recover. His voice echoed between them. Yuxing raised his fist, glaring at the doctor in fury. What is it to you? We don't want treatment, so why meddle? Placing his hands on his girlfriend's shoulders, he coaxed her. Baby, let us not heal your ear hole, all right? I want to let you get any other piercings, but the ear hole is my favorite. Darling, I adore your ears, no matter how you change. I will always love you, not like those shallow people who only see your appearance. Wang Mingming's wavering resolve solidified. Yuxing had done so much for her. What was wrong with keeping the ear hole? She smiled brightly. Thank you, doctor, but I want to treat it. I don't feel pain in my ear. Your ear may not hurt, but it has already damaged the nerves. To go to such lengths for a man now will only lead you to become more infatuated in the future. Xie Chuan shook his head and sighed. Anyone with such a daughter would likely be driven to despair. As the couple neared the threshold, Xie Chuan remarked, somewhat angrily, My friend, is your preference truly for such obscure caverns? Chapter 48. The irredeemable love-stricken mind. The matters between the two were inherently clandestine, that they were mercilessly exposed by Xie Chuan. Yuxing glared at the doctor with an intensity that nearly ignited flames. Since his arrival, he had harbored an unmistakable displeasure towards the physician. What concern is it of yours how significant my endowment is? My girlfriend is aware, and that suffices. It is no business of yours. Are you aware that she has already sustained nerve damage? If you persist in your reckless behavior, it is highly probable that she may not have another 3 years to live. Xie Chuan remained unfazed, stepping around the table and advancing a couple of paces. Your peculiar proclivities are of no consequence, but should they result in a fatality, you shall be left to your own devices, ensuring your meals are regular. The fans on the screen rallied in support of Dr. Xie, hoping the young woman would awaken to reality and realize the perils of associating with such a man. For a bleak future undoubtedly awaited her. Wang Mingming, with tears brimming in her eyes, shielded her boyfriend. Doctor, you cannot speak of my boyfriend in such a manner. He has forsaken his studies for me, even refusing to return home, abandoning his own family. What is wrong with me getting him an ear piercing? The crowd was left speechless. This was not simply a case of love-struck behavior, it bordered on sheer foolishness. She seemed to believe that every action he undertook was solely for her benefit. Xie Chuan found himself incredulous, his laughter tinged with anger. If you refuse treatment, then be on your way. Your lives rest in your own hands, and they bear no relation to me. How many lives will perish in a single day? Even if Xie Chuan had the inclination, not every case could be salvaged, prompting him to return to his seat. The couple exchanged glances, murmuring softly as they crossed the threshold. It was their first visit to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic without seeking treatment, having not even paid the consultation fee. Online, netizens began to share their own experiences, comforting Dr. Xie. They expressed that the couple's behavior was perverse and that they would inevitably face dire consequences. The girl was pitiful. She had excelled academically during her time at our school, yet now she was entangled with this societal delinquent. I have informed her parents. To the upstairs neighbor, I advise you to refrain from meddling, lest you become poisoned by their influence. Nowadays, young girls seem blissfully unaware of the dangers they face. In a quaint garden villa, a middle-aged woman nearly fainted upon viewing the content of the video. Her daughter's ears bore large holes. No wonder she had not returned home for over 6 months. Having succumbed to the influence of a boyfriend who had led her astray. Just as they stepped out of the clinic, Wang Mingming received a call from her mother. And she hastily answered, Mom, I'm in class. You need to turn around and seek treatment. Do you see what is on your ear? Will you ever face anyone again? Driven by an innate fear of her mother, Wang Mingming trembled, uncertain how to respond. Yuxing snatched the phone from her, shouting into it. Auntie. She has grown up and possesses the autonomy to control her own body. If you wish to interfere with my girlfriend, I hereby challenge you. With a toss of his hair revealing the tattoo on his neck, he chewed gum nonchalantly. Initially frightened, Wang Mingming now felt nothing but admiration for her boyfriend. He was undeniably masculine, protecting her behind him. She finally believed that this man could bring her happiness. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving the middle-aged woman feeling faint as she rushed to the live stream. Desperate for the host's attention amidst the myriad of comments, she sought out the most valuable gift on the platform. As the special effects flooded the screen, Lu Jing noticed. But even Xie Chuan was taken aback by the sheer number. A woman named For Season's Peace requested to join the call. She was the one who had sent the extravagant gifts. Having spent several tens of thousands in the live stream, Xie Chuan, not entirely devoid of compassion, agreed. Hello. This is the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Are you here for treatment? Patients must be present in person, and our address is displayed at the top of the live stream. For Season's peace, panting and overwhelmed, implored, Doctor, I beg you, please go outside. That girl is my daughter. I wasn't aware she had such large holes in her ears. The woman on the phone was weeping uncontrollably, unable to reach her daughter quickly enough, fearing her daughter would be led astray by such a person. She felt an urgent need to intervene. Having seen the video where the doctor had kindly advised her daughter, she believed that the physician was a good man and that she must seize this opportunity. Please, do not cry, Xie Chuan said, feeling a headache coming on. I am merely a doctor. I do not possess the authority to restrict another's freedom. You should try calling her directly. If she does not answer, consider reporting to the police that your daughter is missing. For Season's peace recognized her request was unreasonable and sought to offer advice. The young man in the video clearly appeared to be trouble. Her daughter bore bruises on her arms, suggesting she had been subjected to violence. She ended the call and hastened to contact the local police. Many netizens commented that the host was heartless, merely needing to intervene. Yet the host was unwilling to save a wayward girl. Xie Chuan explained patiently that he was not unwilling to intervene. No one should be deprived of their personal freedom. I cannot force treatment upon anyone. If I did, you would accuse me of charging against their will. The critics fell silent, and parents of daughters expressed their regret for Wang Mingming. How could such a promising young woman be in the company of delinquents, leading herself into such despair? For Season's peace quickly reported to the local police, articulating her concerns and pleading for help. An assistant found several relevant photos on her daughter's phone, depicting the blonde youth alongside others, bullying a university student. For Season's peace's mind raced, she decided to report the blonde, suspecting he might be involved in a serious crime. With evidence in hand, the police were dispatched shortly. Nearby, the police apprehended the blonde, and based on several short videos, they discovered a girl who had been missing for days. Wang Mingming shook her head, insisting she knew nothing, fervently defending her boyfriend. My baby is certainly kind-hearted. It must be that this woman wanted to cling to him, and after being rejected, she ran away from home. Officers, you cannot wrongfully accuse a good person. She flaunted her 2-ear piercings, kneeling before the police. The love-stricken mind truly knows no bounds when Jiangxia pulled her up, stating, I have seen Dr. Ste's live stream. Were it not for him, do you truly believe you would still be alive? Producing a spring knife concealed on Yuxing, she opened his phone, revealing his sinister plans, and tossed it toward the young woman. Take a good look for yourself. Clutching the phone, Wang Mingming was reluctant to believe, convinced that everything before her was a fabrication. Chapter 49. My boyfriend didn't kill me. Why isn't he a good person? When Jiangxia, exasperated, grasped Wang Mingming's arm, insisting, I will take you for treatment. Earlier, she had checked the girl's background. Not yet 18, she had fallen prey to a deceitful blonde, lacking the discernment to see through his ruse. A call from the girl's parents urged immediate medical attention. Officer, please wait. Don't take me there. The true culprit behind the murder isn't me. It must be another Wang Mingming with the same name. My boyfriend would gladly sacrifice his life for me. When Jiangxia, bewildered by the depths of her delusion, chose silence, not wanting to succumb to her foolishness. In the traditional medicine clinic, Xie Chuan lounged with his legs crossed, yearning to save the world but resigned to saving himself instead. The earlier incident continued to stir controversy online, with some inciting him to intervene and disrupt the couple. Such reckless words came from those who likely wouldn't muster the courage themselves. In the bustling live stream, the tone of the comments shifted abruptly. Xie Chuan turned to see Wen Jiangxia, whom he hadn't seen in days. What brings Officer Wen here? Her mother asked me to take her to the clinic. Could you please take a look? Ideally, cure her in one go. The main issue isn't her physical health, it's her mind. Wen Jiangxia gritted her teeth in frustration. The girl had been resisting all the way. Seated against her will, Wang Mingming sobbed uncontrollably. Miss, just because you're a police officer doesn't mean you're right. My boyfriend hasn't killed me or harmed me. Why isn't he a good person? Her explosive declaration left those who had empathized with her earlier wishing to slap themselves in disbelief. What had transpired during their brief separation? Xie Chuan blinked in confusion. What on earth is happening? Where is her blonde boyfriend? The truth would eventually surface. The suspect had been apprehended. And when Jiangxia felt no trepidation about revealing further details of the case. Sitting nearby, she took a large gulp of water, suppressing her anger. The girl's boyfriend was linked to a murder from months ago, with evidence of a conspiracy against her stored on his phone. She maintained that it was a case of mistaken identity. With a disdainful snort, she reflected that even if this love-stricken girl were to be cured, she would likely descend back into the throes of romance. Xie Chuan regarded Wang Mingming with incredulity, no longer concerned about her unsightly ear piercings. My dear, I sincerely suggest you examine your mind. It seems you might have been lacking in it since birth. How could someone fall in love with someone who would murder them? His incredulity left him momentarily speechless, as he typically refrained from speaking ill of others, yet he found it hard to contain his frustration with such absurdity. The online community buzzed with opinions. The host is going too far. As a doctor, she should be gently guiding the girl, who is heartbroken over losing her boyfriend, instead of pouring salt on her wounds. Easy for you to say, standing there without a care. The police have already tried to reason with her. She refuses to listen. The host has been more than gentle. If she falls into the hands of a murderer, do you think she'll still be standing before Dr. Xie? How terrifying. I will never again claim to be love-struck. True love-struck individuals are epitomized by Mingming. The comments aligned with Xie Chuan's thoughts, leading him to block the more sanctimonious users. Wang Mingming sobbed, my boyfriend must have only killed bad people. He is so kind and righteous. If he were to ever kill me, it would only be because I did something wrong. The crowd collectively sighed in exasperation. Some speculated that she was merely playing a part for the show. When Jiangxia, desperate for hydration, found herself in a predicament, dressed in professional attire, any hint of weakness would be seized upon by online observers, potentially jeopardizing her career. Xie Chuan, extend your hand. Wang Mingming hesitated, refusing to comply, her neck stiff. Doctor, my boyfriend is surely going to prison. I no longer wish to live. Just let me die. I want to fly away with him. The tension in Xie Chuan's forehead was palpable. He had never encountered a patient so obstinate. To express a desire to die in front of the entire internet was a profound disservice to the nurturing efforts of her parents. Xie Chuan, who was watching the live stream, requested to join the broadcast, witnessing her daughter sobbing uncontrollably. She believed she had given her daughter the best, but had allowed her to become entangled with a petty criminal, losing her moral compass. Wang Mingming, if you refuse treatment, I will no longer be your mother. Have you forgotten your family and your obsession with a man? Upon hearing her mother's voice, Wang Mingming's earlier bravado dissipated. With reddened eyes, she stared at the camera, realizing that the entire scene had been broadcasted. Mom, I'm grown up now. My boyfriend is right. I shouldn't be a mama's girl. I refuse treatment today. Let me die. Then go ahead and die. I gave birth to a daughter who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Even if I raise you to adulthood, what good will it do in society? The mother-daughter quarrel escalated, prompting Xie Chuan to intervene to avoid wasting time. Aren't we here to treat you? Let's focus on that. He observed closely, recognizing that Wang Mingming indeed had some issues. My dear, you often seem drowsy, indicating a lack of affection. Thus, your boyfriend's mere semblance of love can easily deceive you. The sudden revelation about her own symptoms left Wang Mingming momentarily at a loss. Her hands clasped together. With her parents often away for business, she had been left alone at home, yearning for their presence but receiving no response over time. The arrival of the blonde had filled the void of her youthful longing. Xie Chuan was struck speechless, before breaking down in tears. She felt powerless. If she didn't earn money, the family would struggle to survive, but earning money meant leaving her daughter alone at home. Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have chosen to stay with you instead of working with your father. As the camera captured her mother weeping profusely, Wang Mingming felt an indescribable mix of emotions. She had lost her boyfriend, yet suddenly her mother seemed to care. Perhaps this was simply fate. Mingming, please focus on your treatment. It's okay to be without a boyfriend. Your parents are here for you. Once you recover, you will surely meet someone who loves you even more. Xie Chuan spoke gently to her daughter, attempting to soothe her. Chapter 50, The Revelation of the Prescription. According to Xie Chuan, Xie Chuan seemed to discover a method and spoke gently to her daughter, hoping that her only child would reconsider her stance. Wang Mingming felt a tightness in her nose and burst into tears. Mom, I understand now. I will take my treatment seriously. She had previously believed her mother was indifferent, thinking that even in death, her mother could simply have another child. What was she? After all, she could only find a semblance of existence through her boyfriend. At last, the young girl earnestly began her treatment. Xie Chuan noted that Wang Mingming often appeared melancholic. Your mind is primarily preoccupied with other matters. It is difficult for you to concentrate on your studies, he remarked, discovering a remedy from his grandfather's prescriptions that could enhance memory. I will prepare a prescription to improve your memory. As long as you are willing to learn and apply yourself, it is never too late. Is there really something to enhance memory? Not only were the viewers in the live stream astonished, but when Jiangxia also widened her eyes in anticipation. Xie Chuan ignored the inquiries. Wang Mingming nodded, particularly cooperative this time. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accurate diagnosis. Obtained a divine healing ointment. The system's voice echoed in Xie Chuan's mind as the formula for the healing ointment rapidly materialized. Although the preparation was somewhat complex, it could be completed on-site. Please wait here while I prepare the ointment. Upon hearing he was making an ointment, when Xie, filled with curiosity, leaned over the counter with Wang Mingming. Xie Chuan, unfazed, began the preparation, though Lu Jing took the lead in managing the medicinal materials, intentionally blurring the screen to prevent certain practitioners from learning his methods. Those in the live stream who were eager to learn were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Why are they so guarded against us? Do they think we are thieves of medical knowledge? Soon, Xie Chuan concocted the divine healing ointment, made entirely from high-quality ingredients. Young lady, here is a mirror. Apply the ointment to your ears, and you will soon feel some effect. Gazing into the mirror, Wang Meiming saw 2 large holes in her earlobes and wept once more. Holding the ointment, it felt like a lifeline as she squeezed a bit onto her ear. Experiencing a refreshing coolness, the areas she applied began to itch. Doctor, why does it itch? That's a good sign, Xie Chuan replied. The itch indicates that new flesh is forming. Understanding this, Wang Mingming applied more ointment to her ears. The pain from her earlier injuries had finally subsided, replaced by a soothing sensation. It seemed as though the previously inflamed wounds were visibly healing before her eyes. No wonder her mother insisted she seek treatment here. The doctors truly possessed remarkable skills. As a police officer, when Xie could discern the changes unfolding. What is in your ointment? It has such miraculous effects. Healing wounds in such a short time. I have never seen anything like it before. Do you have any more? I would like to purchase a tube. We often undertake missions and sometimes sustain injuries that are difficult to heal quickly. A mere band-aid could leave us vulnerable for the next task, accumulating scars over time. When I return to civilian attire, I often feel embarrassed to wear skirts, fearing others will see my scars. The viewers in the live stream, stirred by Wen Jiangxia's testimony, began to express their eagerness. When might they acquire Dr. Xie's ointment? Surely, it could be made available in bulk? The audience grew increasingly fervent. Yet Xie Chuan maintained his stance. If you wish to inquire about your ailments, you may visit my pharmacy, but I cannot sell the ointment online, as I am unaware of any allergies you may have. Should complications arise, I would be held accountable. His responsible demeanor led Wen Jiangxia to believe that his pharmacy's success was merely a matter of time. Turning to her, Xie Chuan said, Officer 1. If you desire the ointment, come by tomorrow afternoon to collect it. After the treatment's concluded, he prepared traditional Chinese herbs to enhance Wang Mingming's memory and placed them in a bag. On the other end of the phone, Xie Pingyan, without hesitation, rewarded several high-value gifts, totaling tens of thousands of yuan. Dr. Xie, my daughter likely has little money on her. Consider the gifts I sent as payment for the consultation. Please let me know if it is sufficient. I can provide more. As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to spend any amount. Xie Chuan waved his hand, indicating it was adequate. I will have your daughter accompany Officer 1, and then you may come to pick her up. Xi Pingyan agreed, offering a few words of caution to her daughter before ending the call. Wang Mingming left, behaving exceptionally well, bowing to Xie Chuan in the live stream. Thank you, Doctor. Once she departed, the viewers who had previously criticized Dr. Xie for his perceived indifference toward the young girl now reversed their opinions. The doctor is so kind. Though he did not intervene directly, he always finds the best solutions. Am I the only one curious about the ointment? I have a prominent scar from a burn. Could you sell me a tube? Upstairs, what good is merely talking? Doctor Xie stated that one must visit the pharmacy for a physical examination before any sale. I've already boarded the high-speed train. Good heavens. There is actually someone proactive in the live stream. Amid playful banter in the comments, with 2 hours remaining and no patients yet, Xie Chuan picked up the medical texts left by his grandfather. If his grandfather were still alive. Combining the system's offerings with the elder's vast experience should enable him to assist even more patients. Since his grandfather was no longer present, he would have to inherit the mantle. As he continued reading, many young women in the live stream were captivated by the diligent and talented Dr. Xie. Who could resist such charm? However, some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the live stream were dissatisfied. A few seasoned practitioners, certified by various medical schools, began furiously criticizing in the comments. Traditional Chinese medicine is about integrating the strengths of various schools. If he possesses such an extraordinary ointment, why not disclose its formulation? I suspect it contains banned substances. Who is this Dr. Xie? It's likely just hype. Can we not revoke his qualifications to participate in this program? We should scrutinize his credentials. Surely, there is no ointment that can affect such rapid healing. Zhang Baiji clutched a formula in her hands, a concoction she had created herself, which had already shown great efficacy. Yet, Xie Chuan's ointment had surpassed her by leaps and bounds. It was clear who the true genius was. Chapter 51. It's over. Eldest sister is serious. Old Zhang has long regarded the practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine who seek fame and recognition with disdain. How embarrassing it is that they shamelessly attempt to appropriate Dr. Xie's achievements before a nationwide audience, cloaking their intentions in grandiloquent rhetoric. Host Jia felt that the comments were excessive, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, being an outsider, and merely observed the barrage of remarks. Suddenly, old Zhang rose, declaring, "If you possess the capability to formulate your own ointment, then do not stoop to pilfering the accomplishments of others for your own gain. It is utterly disgraceful." Known for his unwavering reverence towards research, Zhang's outburst left many of the lesser practitioners of traditional medicine feeling abashed. After all, Zhang is a luminary in the medical field, and few dare to challenge his esteemed position. In the live broadcast, those seeking remedies appeared somewhat subdued. At the entrance, two stunning women accompanied a young girl into the clinic. Gu Mingmin, with her ponytail held high, entered with hands on her hips, impatiently urging the doctor, "Please examine my sister. She is in excruciating pain and has been crying." Beside her, Gu Minghua furrowed her brow in concern, quickly helping her younger sister to a chair. The sudden appearance of three lovely women captivated everyone's attention in the live stream. Gu Minghua and Gu Mingmin, likely twins, were dressed in similar dresses, exuding an extraordinary charm at around 27 or 28 years of age, far surpassing that of many internet celebrities. Dr. Xie, unfazed by Gu Mingmin's casual demeanor, pulled out a chair and focused on the younger sister, Gu Shu, who was hunched over, clutching her abdomen. "Since you're in pain, please place your hand here. I will check your pulse." As he extended his hand to the pulse pillow, Gu Shu gasped in pain, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. As her discomfort escalated, Dr. Xie pressed on a specific acupoint, and in an instant, her pain vanished. She looked up, astonished. "The pain is gone. I can leave now." "Please don't rush to leave," Dr. Xie interjected. "Tell me your name and age." Gu Shu hesitated, fidgeting with her hands. "Why should I still seek treatment if I'm no longer in pain?" Gu Mingmin stepped forward, providing her sister's name. She is a university student. She often suffers from menstrual cramps. Is there a permanent solution? Some viewers in the live stream felt envious of Gu Shu's beautiful and caring sister. Dr. Xie replied candidly, "My dear, do not be hasty. Your sister's ailment likely has another underlying cause that requires thorough investigation." Upon hearing the term investigation, Gu Shu reacted sharply, her voice piercing as she pointed at Dr. Xie. "What do you mean? I'm not a criminal. Do you believe I would sue you? I'm a university student, you know." After her outburst, her eyelids drooped, revealing a guilty demeanor. Gu Minghua, who had remained silent, ushered her sister back to the chair. "If you're not afraid, let the doctor examine you properly and see if you've been sneaking ice cream without telling us. It must be the cold that is causing the pain during your period." With her sisters flanking her, Gu Shu felt trapped. Dr. Xie couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was his first encounter with such cooperative guardians. He must ensure he provides the best treatment to justify their concern. "Young lady, do you often stay up late?" Upon catching the warning gaze from her elder sister, Gu Shu shook her head vigorously. "Doctor, what are you talking about? Our dormitory lights out at 10 o'clock. There is no way we stay up late." The thought of her sister potentially moving to Chuan City to supervise her sleep was alarming. Being sisters, how could you not know if your younger sibling is lying? Gu Mingmin interjected without hesitation, delivering a swift slap to the back of Gu Shu's neck. "If you dare to deceive me again, I swear I'll give you a beating right here in the street. Speak honestly." Under the familial pressure, Gu Shu meekly nodded. "I might have stayed up late once or twice. A few days ago, I was in so much pain I couldn't sleep." Dr. Xie, however, was already on to her. "Dear girl, this isn't just a matter of once or twice. Has it not been half a year since you've had a proper night's sleep?" With another slap to the back of her neck. Chapter 52. Dr. Xie, why not become a paparazzo? With a wad of cash tucked under his left elbow, Xie Chuan felt a sense of comfort. So what if a little girl glared at him? The medical fees had already been settled, amounting to no less than 10,000 yuan. Xie Chuan worked diligently. Let us not be obstinate. After all, you had been immersed in ice for 2 months. Was that some peculiar quirk of yours? Gu Shu, what kind of doctor are you? Why not simply become a paparazzo? It's such a trivial matter. You're already on the verge of uncovering everything. Feeling suddenly unwell, Gu Shu thought to herself that perhaps it would have been better to suffer from stomach pains at home. "Sister, second sister, my roommate's stomach hurts more than mine. Every evening when we bathe, I let them go first, and by the time I get in, the water has cooled considerably. As a result, I end up taking cold showers. We should stagger our bathing times from now on. She was quick-witted, concocting an excuse with ease. Gu Minghua appeared puzzled. Could it really be that way? Poor little sister, she thought, stroking her head. No need for that. I'll rent a place for you near the school. In the future, you can bathe alone and surely have hot water. It's my oversight as an elder sister. The audience in the comment section expressed envy. Even Xie Chuan felt a tinge of jealousy. Though the two beautiful sisters were somewhat harsh, their concern was truly enviable. Most university students lived on campus, and few had the means to stay elsewhere. Gu Shu's gaze faltered as she repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. Sister, earning money isn't easy for you. I want to spend your money. I'm fine living at school. The bond among the sisters was strong, and as they spoke, Xie Chuan could hardly interject. You seem to have misunderstood. I mentioned she was immersed in ice, not merely cold water. He gestured toward Gu Shu's sleeve, indicating, if you don't believe me, pull up her sleeve. Her arm should still bear frostbite. Gu Mingmin, a practical person, quickly rolled up the sleeve. The entire live stream audience could see the dense frostbite on Gu Shu's arm. How could she have such injuries in autumn? Miss, have you been putting your hand in the refrigerator? Even if we are starving, we cannot subject ourselves to such treatment, Xie Chuan pondered. Utterly baffled by the peculiarities of her behavior, Gu Minghua noticed a large screen nearby, likely broadcasting the live stream. Her expression shifted dramatically as she took in the comments. Are you saying this is a particularly niche trend, to soak someone in ice? Once she spoke, Xie Chuan glanced at the comments as well, realizing the situation. Gu Shu felt an urge to flee, only to be yanked back by Gu Mingmin. Where do you think you're going? Are you feeling guilty? Forced back into her seat, Xie Chuan continued to assess her pulse, his expression grave. Young lady, your stomach pain is likely not due to menstruation. You exhibited signs of a miscarriage a week ago. Everyone was taken aback. Miscarriage and ice immersion? Speculation ran wild. The twin sisters exchanged glances, incredulous. How could their younger sister, despite her antics, possibly be pregnant? Their upbringing had been strict, and Gu Mingmin raised a chair, poised to strike Xie Chuan. Doctor, I warn you, don't think that just because you're a streamer, you can tarnish my sister's reputation. She is an exceptionally well-behaved child. How could she be pregnant? Even if she had a boyfriend, I believe she would be prudent and not engage in excessive interactions with men. See, people's ingrained perceptions can be perilous. They tend to unconsciously favor familiar memories over the truth. Xie Chuan took a step back, realizing the fierce nature of the woman before him. If he were to utter anything further, he might find a chair hurtling toward him. Should you doubt my words? A visit to a major hospital for an examination will suffice. She truly shows signs of a miscarriage. This is not merely menstruation. She has evidently failed to handle the aftermath of a miscarriage properly. Gu Minghua suddenly grasped the situation and swiftly seized Gu Mingmin's hand, preventing her from striking. Minmin, have you forgotten? The timing of our younger sister's cycle aligns closely with ours. Yet now it has shifted to the beginning of the month, a full 2 weeks earlier. That should be impossible. For several consecutive years, their cycles had matched. Now, the twins directed their gaze toward Gu Shu, as though waiting for her to utter a lie that would warrant severe repercussions. Gu Shu was on the verge of tears. She had already confessed. What more did they want from her? Sisters, don't make me drag you to the hospital for an examination. I have the patience for this. Gu Mingmin glared, her eyes wide with fury. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shu fell to her knees. Sisters, I beg you. It truly isn't my fault. I was dragged into a grove, and that's how I became pregnant. If it were merely an accident, her sisters would feel compassion for her. Yet if they discovered that she had been reckless with her boyfriend, they would show her no mercy. Gu Minghua, overwhelmed with grief, immediately embraced her younger sister, disregarding her own dignity. It's my fault. After our parents passed, I failed to take care of you properly, allowing you to be victimized. I should have stayed by your side instead of going out to work. Gu Mingmin relinquished her makeshift weapon, her eyes reddening. They realized it was their failure to protect their younger sister that had led to her suffering alone, bearing the burden of an unexpected pregnancy. The more they thought about it, the more heart-wrenching it became, and the three of them wept together in a poignant embrace. In the midst of this emotional moment, an untimely voice interjected. Xie Chuan cleared his throat, exposing Gu Shu's pretense. Young lady, were you indeed assaulted by multiple individuals? At this, he was met with 3 piercing gazes, each scrutinizing him as if he were being tortured. As a doctor, Xie Chuan felt compelled to clarify the patient's condition. He had no desire to conceal the truth. The audience in the live stream was taken aback by the doctor's words. Surely, A girl as well-behaved as Gu Shu could not engage in such reckless behavior. Could Xie Chuan be deliberately creating a sensational effect, tarnishing her reputation? Some viewers deemed him excessively harsh, prioritizing viewership over the young lady's innocence. They decried him for exposing her vulnerabilities and demanded his removal from the program, questioning his empathy. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned hostile, and Xie Chuan chuckled bitterly, realizing the discrepancy in their perceptions. Gu Mingmin pulled out her phone. "You've insulted my sister's purity and publicly humiliated her. I'm calling the police on you right now." "What is this? How can you not handle it?" Xie Chuan exclaimed in a fluster. "Once you question Gu Shu, you'll understand. Last night, she participated in a group event. I would not lie. I stake my profession on it." Gu Shu paused her tears, gazing up at Xie Chuan with disbelief. How could he possibly know about last night? She had been with her two sisters, without any apparent discrepancies. No, she must not let the truth slip. Chapter 53, The Children of the Rivers and Lakes. Discussing money is too vulgar with hands on her hips. Gu Shu decided to take the initiative. "Doctor, what do you mean?" she asked. "I admit. I passed by a construction site and was dragged in by the migrant workers, but I was left with no choice. Do you have to dig into my wounds?" She feigned confidence, and her two sisters believed her even more. Gu Mingmin, known for her fiery temper, immediately pointed at Xie Chuan and dialed a number. "Hello? Police? Please come over. There's a rogue Chinese medicine practitioner here." "Don't." Xie Chuan's voice came through the phone. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, take her for an examination. There were so many people last night, and the evidence hasn't been cleaned up yet, has it?" Gu Shu, determined to avoid exposing any weaknesses in front of her sisters, exhausted all her wits. Xie Chuan, too, could not allow his reputation to be tarnished by a young girl. And both competed to present their cases. Gu Minghua recalled the noises from downstairs last night. She thought it was merely the stray cats she usually fed returning, and hadn't paid much attention. Since their SA dispute, why not just check the surveillance footage? She suggested. "Xiaomin, don't be anxious. Perhaps the doctor is telling the truth. He has already diagnosed so many ailments. Don't you have the home surveillance? You should check it." After exchanging a few words on the phone, Gu Mingmin hung up and prepared to access the footage. Gu Shu fixed her gaze on the camera in the live stream and stepped in front of it. "Sister, why are you checking the home surveillance? We are out here. We should casually check the footage to avoid revealing our home's location to unscrupulous doctors and netizens." Realizing the wisdom in her words, Gu Mingmin sighed. Acknowledging that her younger sister had indeed grown up and was becoming ever more meticulous. As expected of the child I raised, she praised. "You're right. I'll check the surveillance outside the clinic." Gu Shu interjected. "Sister, can't you leave me a shred of privacy? The doctor is eager for you to check the surveillance, but you're not granting me any privacy and want to expose me in front of everyone?" She attempted to grab her sister, but Gu Mingmin swiftly walked away while accessing the footage. Indeed, at 3 in the morning. The surveillance showed someone passing by outside the courtyard. Gu Mingmin, upon opening it, saw several rogues loitering in the yard. Their home was secured by a password lock and an additional security door. How did these ruffians gain entry? Continuing to review the footage from the previous time frame, Gu Mingmin's expression changed drastically. It turned out her dear sister had personally opened the door for the rogues, appearing particularly affectionate with the leader, almost as if they were about to shed their clothes right under the camera. The video then picked up the girl's excited voice, accompanied by the sounds of the men's exhilaration. The audience in the live stream could vaguely hear the commotion, and the chat was buzzing. The production team did well. The audio equipment was excellent, allowing even the audience outside to hear everything clearly. My goodness, it seems like the girl was willing and even urging them to proceed quickly. Xie Chuan once again exposed the true nature of the patient. The situation was terrifying. The young girl was indeed quite the performer. Gu Shu sat in a corner, rendered speechless as the truth was laid bare. She glared at Dr. Xie in indignation. "You are a doctor. Why meddle in this? Can't you just focus on treating your patients?" Entering the room with a grim expression, Gu Mingmin slammed her phone on the table and crossed her arms. Questioning Gu Shu, "What further excuses do you have? Speak them all." Gu Shu remained silent, unable to utter a word. "Sisters, you all know I don't have many friends. They were there for me during the toughest times. It's self-natural to be close to them." She desperately sought justification as she watched her sister's fist nearly descending upon her head. Gu Shu quickly raised her arms to shield herself, trembling in fear. Xie Chuan, with a look of realization, remarked, "So you repay kindness with your body? I thought we had moved past such things in this modern era. Young lady, you truly are remarkable, showing great respect for the traditions left by our ancestors. What a commendable act of self-sacrifice. Gu Mingwa was infuriated, demanding, "Doctor, clarify what ailment she has. Rest assured, we can handle it." If her sisters had been negligent before, it seemed now that it was not a fear of neglect that plagued her sister, but rather a dread of their sudden return home. Originally, that garden villa was a home they built together through hard work. However, the thought of it being filled with the presence of numerous men made Gu Mingwa feel nauseous. Suddenly, Gu Shu stood up and glared at Xie Chuan, exclaiming, "Doctor, what do you want from us? We have no parents, we rely on each other. Am I supposed to add to my sister's burdens?" She wore an expression of righteous indignation. Xie Chuan replied, "You seem quite sensible, so how much do you earn each time? With so many clients, it must surpass your sister's incomes. Once you used your body to earn money, now it seems you must use money to sustain your body." Gu Shu appeared to ignore his latter statement, fixating only on the former. She swung her bag at Xie Chuan with all her might. Had he not dodged quickly, her Hermes bag would have struck his face. Still shaken, Xie Chuan thought he had not spoken out of turn. "Young lady, don't be so volatile. I speak only the truth." Bah. Gu Shu, having already revealed her true nature, had nothing left to hide, her face flushed with anger. Discussing money is so coarse. In this world, we are all children of the rivers and lakes. If it's a matter of mutual consent, why should there be a price? What distinguishes me from the courtesans outside? Those courtesans charge for their company, seeking men's wealth, while I only choose to accompany those I hold dear. She scoffed at the idea of taking money. Even when her sisters provided a bit of living expenses, she would still buy bubble tea for the men she favored. The audience was left speechless. The twin sisters wore expressions of disbelief and profound sorrow, utterly unprepared for their younger sister's transformation into someone so unrecognizable. They felt too ashamed to remain there, covering their faces with their hands. Xie Chuan pondered, attempting to comprehend. "I understand now. Don't be upset. Surely you are greater than those courtesans. You cannot be measured by money. Our aim is to provide for the masses, allowing others to partake freely." The broadcaster's words were a stark insult, yet Gu Shu, foolishly nodding in agreement, believed that women should be generous, rather than being with men solely for their wealth. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock, their perspectives shaken. Gu Mingmin, fully aware that what had transpired could not be changed, seized upon the latter part of Xie Chuan's earlier statement. "Doctor, what do you mean by taking money to sustain your body in the second half of life?" Chapter 54. Choose your burial clothes wisely. Not responding to the young lady's words, Xie Chuan took out a bottle of alcohol spray to disinfect his hands, simultaneously donning a pair of gloves. It was the first time he had been this thoroughly prepared, leaving the viewers in the live stream astounded. Could it be that Gu Shu's illness was contagious? If the young girl had not been so promiscuous, perhaps they would not have considered that possibility. However, given her numerous boyfriends, the audience quickly associated her with the dreaded disease, and the boys who knew Gu Shu grew visibly upset. "Damn it. I thought you were just popular, with many boyfriends, but I never imagined you had been intimate with them all. Are you also a victim? Shit. No wonder I've started getting red bumps. I thought it was just from wearing tight jeans. Guys upstairs, you better be joking. It's terrifying to think you all are from the same city and have been involved with her. In a world so vast, the chance of encountering several individuals who had been intimate with Gu Shu in a single live stream suggested she had indeed been quite promiscuous. If Gu Shu truly had the disease, it could spread to all the men she had been with, and then from those men to even more unsuspecting women. The idea of it snowballing into a citywide epidemic filled everyone with an unshakable dread. The gazes directed toward Gu Shu shifted from sympathy to contempt. This young girl, unaware of her own recklessness, was poised to bring calamity upon society, a truly despicable act. Not only did the viewers express their disapproval, but even the twin sisters felt a chill run down their spines. The doctor's demeanor left little room for misunderstanding. Gu Mingmin rubbed her hands on her clothes. Realizing the gravity of her earlier contact with her sister, she recalled that sweat was not a means of transmission. Gu Shu was taken aback, her voice rising in desperation. "Doctor, what do you mean? I definitely do not have the disease. I am in perfect health and always take precautions. Moreover, my partners have always been very careful. I only have one girlfriend." Xie Chuan seized upon her words, quickly inquiring, "What do you mean by partners?" "Literally what it implies." Gu Shu replied with a hint of pride as she lifted her chin. "They all adore me, and I simply can't bring myself to reject any of them. I want to provide a home for each sweet boy." The innocent boys in question could only think, "Please, flower sister, do not offer me a home." The audience fell silent, while Xie Chuan refrained from interjecting. Yet, Gu Mingwa trembled as she asked, "The doctor has confirmed it, right? Nodding, Xie Chuan expressed his regret, stating, "It's already beyond treatment. Go eat whatever you wish." Gu Shu was taken aback. She had heard that such diseases had an incubation period, yet she exhibited no symptoms. She lifted her shirt, revealing her pristine abdomen. "Doctor, look at my skin. There are no signs of the disease." "You must have misdiagnosed me," she asserted defiantly. Seeing her sister's bare abdomen, Gu Mingmin began to entertain the possibility of a misdiagnosis, even if she had been intimate. The odds of contracting the disease were exceedingly low. How could it be her sister who was afflicted? "Doctor, please take another look." Xie Chuan, feeling helpless, noted that both the patient and her family clung to a shred of hope. He had already stated the facts. Why were they unwilling to accept it? "You may go to a larger hospital for further examination. While she appears clear on her abdomen, there are likely many signs on her inner thighs, including her tongue." Earlier, he had noticed the tip of Gu Mingmin's tongue had lesions resembling those of the disease. Perhaps the camera angle had obscured it from others, but as a doctor, he was trained to observe even the faintest signs. Gu Minghua raised her hand but hesitated to strike her younger sister, fearing contamination. She withdrew her hand, silently shedding tears. Stepping back in disbelief, Gu Minghua felt the weight of impending loss, her sorrow echoing in the air. Gu Shu hastily pulled on loose pants. Horrified to find numerous lesions on her calves, red as freshly ripened cherries, instilling a profound terror within her. The audience was equally horrified, typing frantic messages in the chat. "This is terrifying. It's true she has the disease. Will everyone she has come into contact with be infected? Oh my God, she is a university student. Seemingly with a bright future, yet she has squandered everything. An investigation into Gu Shu's relationships is imperative. It's likely that all her past boyfriends have been lucky too." To the boys who enjoyed free rides, a word of caution. Sometimes, the free lunch comes with a price. Collapsing onto Xie Chuan's desk, Gu Shu was genuinely frightened. "I've heard this doctor is incredibly skilled. Doctor, I beg you, my sisters are very wealthy. We can pay you. Will you help me? I promise I will change. I want to engage with multiple men again." In moments of impending death, a primal will to survive often emerges, and Gu Shu was no different. Her disheveled hair framing a face filled with desperation, pinning all her hopes on Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan disinfected the table with alcohol, coldly declaring, "It's too late. You've undergone multiple cross-infections. It's beyond treatment. You might as well enjoy your last meals and choose your burial clothes with care. If it were an initial infection, perhaps it could remain dormant for years, even decades." However, Gu Shu's reckless behavior had led to extensive viral spread, reaching a point where it threatened her life. Sitting on the ground in despair, Gu Shu turned to her sisters, hoping they might have a solution. Yet, when her gaze met theirs, she saw only disappointment reflected in their eyes. Gu Minghua broke down, crying, "We lost our parents when we were young. We've never neglected you. We've endured hardships to ensure you had everything. Look at what you have done." Taking a deep breath, Gu Mingmin paid for the medical expenses. "Doctor, thank you for your hard work, but we must ask you to check us as well, to see if we have been infected. Let the ungrateful sister be." Their lives were just beginning, and they could not allow her recklessness to bring them down. Moreover, with thousands of viewers in the live stream, if they did not address this immediately, their reputations would be tarnished. After disinfecting, Xie Chuan checked the twins' pulses, discovering they were both quite healthy. Though Gu Mingmin's temper was notably fiery. "Young lady, your temper is too hot. Remember to keep your anger in check, or you may risk insufficient blood flow to the brain." Chapter 55, Framing? Blame shifting? Gu Mingmin nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She thanked the doctor and indicated that they were leaving. Remaining any longer would subject them to the scrutiny of the entire online audience. Gu Mingmin had already received several calls of concern from friends, all worried about her condition. Upon hearing that she had not been infected, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After the sisters departed, Xie Chuan focused once more on the comments section, once again enlightening the audience. While the world has become more open, one must not casually seek romantic partners or engage in intimate relations. The cauliflower disease is not transmitted through sweat or skin, so there is no cause for alarm. As the day's busy activities came to a close, it was time to end the broadcast. There were still some special programs scheduled for the evening. Xie Chuan dined with the staff, while the nearby Hanfu store had been sampling designs. Qin Minyu had returned to her hometown to visit her grandparents. After finishing his meal, Xie Chuan sent her a message, a gesture of neighborly care. Recently, he had been adding extra broadcasts in the evenings. Sitting in front of the live stream, he patiently answered the questions posed by netizens, particularly those regarding home remedies, which many found invaluable. After all, when illness strikes, there may not always be time to reach a hospital. and perhaps a remedy could save a life. Suddenly, a barrage of rockets appeared in the live stream, followed by several more, all from the same individual. Tian Daoqiu, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Xie Chuan inquired. After all, he was neither a talent show host nor a beauty streamer, so it was unlikely anyone would continuously shower him with gifts. The individual seeking him out must have been experiencing health issues. Soon, Tian Daoqiu requested to join the stream. As the top donor, Xie Chuan did not refuse and hit the accept button. As soon as he appeared, Tian Daoqiu activated his camera, and his online name suited both his identity and age. He bore a somewhat balding head and an unusually unattractive face, which he directed towards the camera. With a tone of melancholy, he said, "Host, my daughter is ill, and I implore you to assist." His expression was one of despair as he turned the camera, shaking it until he finally revealed his daughter's room. On the bed lay a girl barely in her 20s, her complexion alarmingly pale. The external speaker was on, and there was soothing music in the live stream. According to logic, the girl should have been awake by now. Yet her eyes remained tightly shut. Through the camera, augmented by beauty filters, Xie Chuan suggested, "If possible, I hope you can bring your daughter in for examination. I have previously mentioned that it is difficult to assess conditions accurately through a stream. Misdiagnosis can occur." Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Yet the girl's appearance on camera seemed distorted, almost unrecognizable. Tian Daoqiu hesitated, and after a few seconds of internal struggle, he replied, "We are on Chang'an Street." The viewers were taken aback. Chang'an Street was quite close to Xie Chuan's clinic, practically on the way. Was this father deliberately evading his responsibility to seek medical help for his daughter? Ignoring the comments flooding in, Xie Chuan furrowed his brow. Chang'an Street is not far. If you wish to come, you could easily arrange for someone to carry your daughter in a wheelchair. Tian Daoqiu's anxiety was palpable, his gaze lowered, as if he had endured significant inner turmoil. His body trembled, and his teeth chattered. Xie Chuan found it peculiar. "Are you still considering it? I strongly advise you to bring her in. The situation appears urgent." Tian Daoqiu seemed to awaken from a stupor, gritting his teeth as he promised, "I will definitely come by tomorrow morning." Xie Chuan calculated the travel time and realized it should only take about 10 minutes under normal circumstances, hardly necessitating a wait until the following day. Was Tian Daoqiu truly the father of the girl in bed? Why did he not exhibit a sense of urgency, raising Xie Chuan's suspicions? Moreover, the girl was strikingly beautiful, while Tian Daoqiu stood out as remarkably unattractive among ordinary individuals. "I fear for her condition. She may not survive through tonight. Please, bring her in." "I can extend my hours," Xie Chuan urged. Tian Daoqiu recalled the earlier gifts he had sent and decided it was best to transport her first. After a few brief words, he concluded the call. The viewers in the comments section began to discuss their appearances, though the conversation was short-lived and soon drowned out by the overwhelming chatter. Everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the top donor. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tian Daoqiu's vehicle halted outside the clinic. A few couriers assisted in carrying the girl inside, placing her under the high-definition camera of the clinic. The audience observed that the girl appeared to remain unconscious, maintaining her previous posture. The staff responsible for filming even speculated whether she was deceased or in a vegetative state. Tian Daoqiu stood at a distance, pleading, "Doctor, please examine my daughter." As Xie Chuan approached, his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the lifelessness in the girl's face. He quickly knelt to take her pulse, realizing it was nearly absent. Initially puzzled by Tian Daoqiu's excessive use of beauty filters, Xie Chuan now understood the intent behind the concealment. It seemed an elaborate deception was at play, and the urgency to seek treatment for his daughter was merely a fade. "Lu Jing, bring me the acupuncture kit." And do so quickly, Xie Chuan instructed as he sprang into action. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he had never felt so tense during a live stream. The needles in his hands moved with a speed reminiscent of a fantastical weapon, almost too swift for the viewers to comprehend. Tian Daoqiu sat in his chair, inexplicably sweating profusely, yet he felt a sense of certainty that the doctor would uncover no hidden truths. In the judging panel, Elder Zheng had taken a break but was closely following Xie Chuan's evening stream. From the moment he laid eyes on the girl, his brow had remained furrowed. How peculiar. She appears less a patient than a corpse. While Western medicine might overlook her condition, Chinese medicine would undoubtedly reveal the truth. Yet, the mentors around him suggested that the heavy use of beauty filters was the cause of the girl's appearance. In Xie Chuan's live stream, devoid of any beautifying effects, Elder Zheng realized something was amiss. Could it be that a competitor had intentionally sent a lifeless body to discredit Xie Chuan and eliminate him from the competition? Who could be behind such a scheme? Elder Zheng felt a wave of regret. This was the first time he had experienced such tension throughout the show's course. He feared that a rising star in traditional Chinese medicine might be unjustly ousted. As the number of viewers in the live stream grew, many who recognized the girl began to appear, especially one young man with a crayon Xinchuan avatar, who passionately accused Tian Dao Chou-Chin. Chapter 56, You Owe Me My Daughter. Many viewers speculated that a madman might have erupted in the live stream. Or perhaps the boy had gone mad due to parental opposition to his romance. However, the girl lying on the ground appeared utterly lifeless. Tian Dao Chou-Chin, clearly a concerned father, was intently focused on the girl's condition. Meanwhile, the man with the SpongeBob SquarePants avatar found his comments gradually drowned out by the flood of viewers' remarks, rendering them nearly invisible. Nevertheless, Xie Chuan committed this ID to memory and asked Lu Jing to investigate further to see what the situation was outside the camera's view. Many viewers remained oblivious to Xie Chuan's distress, as did Tian Dao Chou-Chin. After administering chest compressions, Xie Chuan took out the silver needles left to him by his grandfather and, without hesitation, plunged them into the girl's vital acupoints. After half an hour of frantic attempts to revive her, he returned the silver needles to their leather pouch, silently standing there, fixated on the girl's body. Suddenly, Tian Dao Chou-Chin sprang up from his chair at the door, rushing in with fury. Doctor, did you not assure me that you would save my daughter? Why has she not yet awakened? What did you do to her? Are you trying to harm my daughter? His barrage of questions left the viewers in shock. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that after 30 minutes of resuscitation, the girl remained unresponsive. Was there truly no explanation from Dr. Xie? Xie Chuan turned to Tian Dao Chou-Chin, clearly signaling that his daughter was beyond salvation. What did you do to her? What transpired? Have you taken her to the hospital for examination? The series of inquiries left Tian Dao Chou-Chin nearly speechless. He would not back down. After all, he was merely a junior doctor. He had targeted Xie Chuan due to his substantial following, emboldened by the youth of the doctor to seek assistance in the live stream. With a thud, Tian Dao Chou-Chin knelt before his daughter, trembling hands reaching for her breath. In an instant, he withdrew his hand. You have killed my daughter. You owe me my daughter. The abrupt turn of events left not only the viewers but even the streaming platform officials contemplating whether to shut down the broadcast, as such content was against regulations. Who would dare to stream a corpse? Xie was also taken aback, suddenly faced with such a perilous situation while hosting a program late at night. Was this truly happening? The next moment, he noticed the mentors in the commentary section rising to their feet, their brows furrowed, particularly the younger instructors who began to voice their thoughts. What a pity. Dr. Xie was too reckless. The patient was already presented as a stillbirth upon arrival. How could he possibly save her? This is no longer a patient. It is evidently a lifeless individual, one that typically cannot be revived. If she was beyond saving, why bring her in at all? Was he merely courting trouble? The mentors bowed their heads, acknowledging that Dr. Xie could have refrained from intervening, yet he chose to act. Now, having entangled himself in complications, whether he could extricate himself remained to be seen. Elder Zheng's worry was palpable, his hands clasped behind his back. What a pity. Dr. Xie should not have intervened, especially not falling for the family's peculiarities. Even the program judges had concluded that the person on the ground was deceased. The viewers, who had previously lauded Dr. Xie, now hesitated to sing his praises, for witnessing a death live was a reality too harsh to accept. Lu Jing's hands trembled as she held the camera. Why had Xie Chuan not notified them sooner, allowing them to continue filming? She was a young woman. How could she possibly sleep after such an event? Tian Dao Chou-Chin continued to accuse Xie Chuan, gripping his collar as if he intended to confront him physically. You owe me my daughter. She is my only child, whom I have cherished deeply. Why could you not save her? If it were not for your delay, I would have taken her to a major hospital. The father's lament struck the viewers with profound regret. Many medical professionals felt that Dr. Xie had overstepped. Had he not summoned the girl that night, he would not be facing this predicament now. Shoving Tian Dao Chou-Chin aside, Xie Chuan turned to Lu Jing, inquiring if SpongeBob had said anything. A corpse lay on the ground, and beside it was a family member on the verge of madness. Yet, Xie Chuan chose to question an obscure account in the live chat, leaving everyone astonished. Did he truly regard human life as insignificant? At that moment, Lu Jing scrolled through the back-end messages, revealing a lengthy string of content sent by SpongeBob. She had yet to finish reading when she handed her phone to Xie Chuan. He scanned the messages swiftly, then addressed the audience. SpongeBob, I am aware of the concerns you raised. Doctor, Are you trying to make excuses? You have killed my daughter. That SpongeBob was the man who attempted to elope with her. You two must be in cahoots, and I will ensure you both face justice. Tian Dao Chou-Chin suddenly erupted in fury, grabbing a stool and charging at Xie Chuan. The staff prepared to intervene. But Xie Chuan decisively seized Tian Dao Chou-Chin's wrist and pressed down on a specific acupoint, causing him to crumple to the ground. Are you certain that the one lying there is your daughter? Xie Chuan's unexpected question sent ripples of confusion through the crowd. What did he mean? Was Tian Dao Chou-Chin's daughter not his biological child, or had she been abducted? If so, why bring her to a high-traffic live stream? As the truth was laid bare, Tian Dao Chou-Chin struggled desperately on the floor, clinging to his daughter. How can she not be my daughter? Before my wife passed, she left me with this child. She is my only treasure. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Or have you run out of excuses and are now attempting to slander me? As the confrontation escalated, Xie Chuan refused to be cowed. Let us not ignore the fact that you two bear no resemblance. Furthermore, I received a private message stating that she is not your daughter. SpongeBob mentioned that he lost a sister years ago, and the person lying there is indeed his sister. The situation reached an impasse, leaving the program team baffled by Xie Chuan's intentions. Shouldn't they be attending to the patient on the ground? Just then, when Jiang Xia entered with a small team. Having received a message from Xie Chuan. Chapter 57, Do Not Touch My Child Bride. Upon the arrival of the police, Tian Dao Chou-Chin was taken aback. He merely sought an explanation but never intended to summon the authorities to this place. With the police now present, how could he conceal the current predicament? Doctor, what do you mean by this? You have caused my daughter's death, and now you wish to arrest me? I swear, even if it costs me my life today, I will not allow your reckless behavior to continue. The situation took a dramatic turn, and certain netizens were particularly exhilarated, especially the fervent supporters of Dr. Xie Chuan, who were convinced that he would uncover unexpected developments today. Furthermore, given the dissimilarity in their appearances, they could hardly believe Tian Dao Chou-Chin's claims. The previously overlooked SpongeBob finally garnered attention, with every utterance he made being pinned by netizens. Dr. Xie paid no heed to Tian Dao Chou-Chin's attempts at self-justification, focusing instead on the patient, whose condition was evidently alarming. She had been subjected to prolonged abuse and even sustained control over her sleep, which had plunged her into a deep slumber. Had it not been for the timely intervention, she might very well have lost her life. After a thorough examination, I suspected that the girl lying on the ground was not his daughter. Dr. Xie articulated his diagnosis, causing Wen Jiangxia considerable distress. At this late hour, where was the possibility of conducting an assessment? Even if an assessment were to be done, it would require a certain amount of time. On what basis do you claim she is not my daughter? Tian Dao Chou-Chin insisted defiantly. Dr. Xie approached him, towering above, and remarked, If you refuse to acknowledge that the girl on the ground is not your daughter, that is of little consequence. I could simply stimulate a few of your acupoints, and the truth will inevitably surface. At that moment, you shall have no means to deny it in front of the entire live audience. Dr. Xie's sudden tactic was something Tian Dao Chou-Chin had never anticipated. He was aware that his actions could lead to legal repercussions. Yet he had allowed himself to indulge in a sense of false hope. Although he had envisioned reaching this point, it was unfortunate that it was thwarted by a doctor. How could he not harbor resentment? The situation had spiraled out of control. She is indeed not my daughter. After a prolonged psychological battle, Tian Dao Chou-Chin suddenly conceded. But what did it matter? She was a child bride I had nurtured since childhood, destined to marry me once she matured. I granted her life. Should she not heed my wishes? His unexpected declaration left the netizens who had previously defended Tian Dao Chou-Chin utterly stunned. It was astonishing that she was not his biological daughter, and his actions amounted to nothing less than the enslavement of a person as his spouse. Dr. Xie's assertions were evidently correct, and even some of his critics found themselves speechless. If we were to adhere to conventional theories, Tian Dao Chou-Chin's actions could be classified as human trafficking. Wen Jiangxia, having responded to the call in the dead of night, initially presumed that a problem had arisen on Dr. Xie's end. But little did he know that a significant crisis had indeed unfolded. If this child bride had been raised since childhood and her origins were shrouded in mystery, it was highly probable that a human trafficking ring lay in the shadows. He needed to summon more colleagues. What is the condition of the girl on the ground? Is she still alive? Lu Jing interjected, as SpongeBob sent another message, expressing deep concern for the girl's well-being. Dr. Xie gently tapped the girl's forehead, and in the next moment, the frail girl on the ground slightly opened her eyes, seemingly stirring. Tian Dao Chou-Chin, still in denial, was utterly flabbergasted. He believed that if the girl were dead, all evidence of his guilt would be obliterated. Who could have anticipated that the lifeless figure on the ground would awaken? Impossible. Was she not already dead? How can this be? Tian Dao Chou recoiled in horror, as though confronted by something truly terrifying. Dr. Xie let out a cold laugh, saying, "Did you not state that my medical skills are exceptional? You even brought your daughter to me. Since you acknowledge my abilities, it is only natural that I restore her health. If I fail to do so, how can I honor your trust?" Tian Dao Chou wished fervently that Dr. Xie would indeed betray his trust, but it was too late. The girl on the ground, named Ning Ruyuan, had once enjoyed a blissful family life but had been lost as a child and raised by Tian Dao Chou, enduring years of emotional torment. Help? The moment the girl regained consciousness, she grasped Wen Jiangsha's hand, gazing at Tian Dao Chou in terror. What had transpired on the scene? The once presumed dead had returned to life, and in addition to their admiration for Dr. Xie's medical prowess, spectators were astounded by the rescue of such a fragile life, which could potentially reveal a human trafficking network. Online, praise for his medical skills surged, while the judges, including Elder Zhang, heaved a sigh of relief. He found it incredible that someone who appeared deceased could miraculously revive. Clearly, Dr. Xie's use of a long-lost medical technique possessed the power to snatch souls from the clutches of death. The comment section filled with many Western medical professionals who believed that the sudden revival of a presumed dead person was distinctly abnormal. It is absolutely impossible. Once a person is dead, they cannot return to life. If such a phenomenon were to occur, it must be due to some nefarious manipulation behind the scenes. Something felt amiss. The individual sent over was clearly deceased. Could there have been a substitution? Isn't traditional Chinese medicine about prolonged treatment? Their methods emphasize nurturing the body over time. For someone to be miraculously cured at once should not fall within the realm of our Western medical practices. Many Western practitioners regarded traditional Chinese medicine as ineffective, merely serving to maintain health without yielding any significant therapeutic benefits. However, witnessing Dr. Xie's extraordinary skill today not only left them in awe, but also led them to suspect that there must be undisclosed tactics at play in this live broadcast. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the correct diagnosis. Reward: Divine Nutritional Formula. Ning Ruyuan had long suffered from malnutrition. Not only was she emaciated, but even upon awakening, she clung to life by a thread, still in a critical state. Dr. Xie promptly utilized the divine nutritional formula provided by the system, hastily gathering several medicinal herbs. With no time to brew a potion, he steeped them in hot water to extract some medicinal liquid, unhesitatingly opening Ning Ruyuan's mouth and pouring it in. Due to her frail condition, Ning Ruyuan sputtered several times, nearly expelling the herbs. After considerable effort, she finally managed to consume the concoction. "What I just gave you is a potion that will restore your strength," Dr. Xie explained, simultaneously pressing for answers. "Now, tell me what happened." With newfound energy, Ning Ruyuan no longer required assistance to sit upright in a chair, her gaze fixed on Tian Dao Chou, brimming with hatred. "On what grounds do you prevent me from seeking my biological brother? Why do you obstruct me?" You even went so far as she reached the conclusion. Ning Ruyuan cried out in anguish. "You merely raised me to serve as your servant. You denied me an education and even sought to end my life. You have offered me to your business partners, profiting immensely from my existence. Have I not repaid your kindness in nurturing me?" Chapter 58. The twine selectively snaps at the thinnest points. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless, as was Xie Chuan. Even though he was not her biological father, having raised her for many years, there must have been some semblance of affection. How could he possibly hand over his own daughter to a business associate? Among the viewers was a partner of Tian Dao Chou, who, out of respect for marriage, had refrained from acting against Ning Ruyuan previously, but upon learning of the situation today, he condemned him as lower than a beast. "Old fool. It's no wonder you asked me to pick up your daughter and even assist her with her homework. It turns out you had ulterior motives. Goodness. With your business acumen, it couldn't possibly be that you relied on your daughter's connections to achieve your success?" The viewers were stunned by the words unfolding before them, especially considering Tian Dao Chou's ultimate intention was to turn his daughter into his wife. Fortunately, Dr. Xie had exposed years of scheming. Otherwise, Ning Ruyuan would have faced a lifetime of darkness. Cornered, Tian Dao Chou could not remain passive. He struggled fiercely. His face glistening with sweat, his expression twisted with rage. "You ungrateful wretch. I raised you, gave you life, provided for your every need. And now you bite the hand that fed you?" Fear, rooted deep within, caused Ning Ruyuan to shrink beneath the table. Her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the enraged man. Yet she understood this was her sole opportunity to retort. "Yes, you raised me. But I have earned you quite a fortune and even framed your rival, leading to his ruin. If you destroy me, you shall not escape unscathed. We can perish together. With his adoptive daughter exposing his sordid affairs, Tiandao Chochin desperately sought to silence her, but it was already too late. Had he foreseen this day? He should have smothered her with a pillow the moment she set foot in his home, thus avoiding the predicament brought on by Ning Ruyuan's reckless words and subsequent police involvement. Arrest him. When Jiang Xia declared, his expression grave, as he commenced an overnight interrogation, Tiandao Chochin found himself unable to explain his actions before the crowd. Once the man was taken away, when Jiang Xia yawned and remarked, "Thanks to you calling the police. Dr. Xie, we now see how he treats his own daughter while running an entertainment company. Many of the small internet celebrities associated with his firm have vanished. With today's revelations, I suspect there is an inextricable link. We must investigate thoroughly, and should any new evidence arise, I hope you will inform us." Theoretically, when Jiang Xia should have taken Ning Ruyuan for questioning that very night. However, the young girl was in a fragile emotional state, her body marred with scars. Forcing her away might lead to her demise before dawn. Despite the law's limitations, when Jiang Xia reassured the trembling girl on the floor, "Do not fear. We shall seek justice for you. If you possess further incriminating evidence against Tiandao Chochin, we are ready to listen." Under the table, Ning Ruyuan seemed to find a flicker of safety. The presence of so many people around the traditional medicine clinic, along with Dr. Ste's care, eased her fears somewhat. She nodded gently, "I will." Upon hearing her agreement, when Jiang Xia cautioned Dr. Xie, "I'm unsure whether Tiandao Chochin has provided you with medical expenses, but this girl holds significant evidence against him. I hope you will prioritize her treatment. I will cover her medical fees later." They had worked tirelessly through the night. Having been called in despite having ended their shifts, Dr. Xie remained unfazed, remarking, "Tiandao Chochin has showered me with gifts in my live stream. It is more than enough to cover her treatment." Once the crowd dispersed, the comment section overflowed with sympathy, intermingled with the distasteful remarks of a few lewd men. "Anchor, please show some compassion. If she truly lacks medical funds, I would gladly send gifts to help the girl. It's so tragic. She comes from a good family. Yet the human traffickers are despicable. Can her inheritance from Tiandao Chochin be transferred to her? She has suffered so much, and her frail body will need treatment for the rest of her life. Do you even understand? Did you not see how lively the girl was? If she were unwilling, could anyone force her into bed? Upstairs, don't you have a daughter? Speak kindly." After reading several comments, Dr. Xie turned to the girl still hiding beneath the table. "You may come out now. Your adoptive father has left. In the background, your biological brother has messaged me and left his WeChat. He wishes to video call to ensure your safety." Upon hearing about her brother, Ning Ruyuan seemed to find renewed courage to live. She emerged from beneath the table, her eyes spinning with dizziness. Dr. Xie helped her into a chair. "Sit tight. I'll call your brother while I examine you." After successfully adding her on WeChat, Ning Ruyuan felt a surge of excitement, just as she was about to dial her brother. SpongeBob sent her a message, "Ruyuan, I'm watching the live stream. Focus on your treatment. Trust Dr. Xie. He will never harm you." Setting her phone down, the girl fell silent. Dr. Xie donned gloves, fully equipped, and after examining her, he lamented, "Young lady, to speak candidly, you have lupus erythematosus. This condition is notoriously difficult to cure, regardless of whether one resorts to traditional or modern medicine. The healing process is excruciating." Dr. Xie was uncertain if the system could provide a remedy for lupus. If not, it would be as if fate had chosen to target the most unfortunate. With a light laugh, Ning Ruyuan felt fortunate to have survived thus far. Moreover, the prospect of reuniting with her family filled her with a sense of completeness. "Thank you, doctor. I would like to know, how much longer do I have to live?" The girl's question tugged at Dr. Xie's heartstrings. He could not bear to answer, cursing the system internally. "Are you not capable? Why don't you conjure a miraculous remedy to cure lupus and save the girl? She has never committed any wrongdoing. The true villains are those who harm her. Why can't you punish the wicked?" Amidst Dr. Xie's frustrations, the system appeared to spring to life. Ding! Detected the host's grievances. Rewarding a divine prescription for lupus erythematosus. The sudden proclamation left Dr. Xie momentarily stunned. Was it truly a remedy for lupus? He hesitated to believe it. Lupus is a condition with no cure. Once contracted, one can only await death, enduring immense suffering, so much so that one might wish for an end to their life. Before the screen, Ning Ruyuan's biological parents and brother gazed at the girl in the camera with anguish. They had arrived too late, unable to share in the joy of family reunification. Tomorrow, they would surely buy tickets to find her. The online community also expressed deep regret. acknowledging Dr. Xie's medical skills, yet recognizing the universally acknowledged difficulty in curing lupus, leaving many devoid of hope. Chapter 59. Please don't let me die online. After a prolonged silence, Xie Chuan lifted his gaze towards the young girl, disregarding the sympathetic comments in the live stream. He suddenly spoke earnestly. Do you wish to live? Everyone considered this a trivial question. Who does not desire to live? Especially when a bright future, filled with hope, lay before her. How could she not want to live? She yearned for life, yet felt powerless to grasp it. Ning Ryuan was momentarily taken aback by Dr. Ste's question. Doctor, what options are there? She asked. Fate does not always align with our desires. To speak frankly, prior to your diagnosis, I had observed your case at the hospital, and the likelihood of recovery seemed bleak. Her hands clutched the sides of her chair tightly, as if attempting to suppress the sorrow within. Yet, Xie Chuan shook his head and earnestly addressed the girl. As long as you possess the will to survive, I can save you. Listen carefully. Whether you wish to live for 3 years, 5 years, 10, 20, or even several decades, just say the word, and I will do my utmost to preserve your life. The elder brother before her was unlike others. Upon seeing her, he neither imposed nor took advantage. Instead, he exuded sympathy and sought to pull her from the abyss. Ning Ryuan was touched, nodding vigorously, before suddenly bursting into tears and throwing herself into Xie Chuan's embrace. The unexpected scene left Xie Chuan flustered. His intention was solely to heal the patient, not to take advantage of the young girl. Moreover, considering the circumstances, if he were to embrace her and the online audience witnessed it, they might misconstrue him as the kind of doctor who would seek personal gain in exchange for saving her. Such a perception would tarnish his medical ethics. In a hurry, Xie Chuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender towards the camera. Ryuan, let us converse properly. Please refrain from hugging me, especially during this sensitive moment. If you hold on to me, the online commentators could inundate me with their scorn. Please, don't let me die online. Though Xie Chuan had not delved deeply into the online evaluations of himself, he occasionally glanced at the comments during live broadcasts and noted that many criticized him. His mere presence had ruffled the feathers of many within the medical community. Being scorned was expected. If he were to rise to prominence with a system capable of curing ailments that many doctors could not, he would consider himself a nobody if he were not criticized. Ning Ryuan, amidst her tears, suddenly smiled. Doctor, you need not worry. I regard you as an elder brother. Can you truly heal my illness? Since I claim I can, then I shall, Xie Chuan replied firmly, conducting another examination. He discovered that she suffered from gynecological issues and minor infectious diseases. Your best course of action now is to nurture your health. Since your family hasn't arrived yet, and you're resting outside, we can't help but worry. Given that you are a girl, you should rest with the female director. Fellow viewers, I assure you, I am not resting with the young girl tonight. Xie Chuan forced a smile, anxious about potential backlash from detractors. The audience found his self-preservation amusing. Living in the digital realm was no easy feat for Dr. Xie. Ning Ryuan accepted a meal provided by Lu Jing and began to eat earnestly. Having toiled relentlessly beside the principle of hard work, she had scarcely taken the time to eat properly and had often endured various forms of punishment. Before her fainting spell, she had gone several days without sustenance. Upon seeing the food, she devoured it hungrily. Xie Chuan quickly interjected, do not rush. Tonight, have some porridge to sustain your health and gradually increase your intake. Once she finished her meal, her complexion brightened, and she followed the director to rest. Xie Chuan observed the comments section, where many concerned viewers expressed a desire to donate. But he knew he could not decide on their behalf. Everyone was aware that Ryuan had an elder brother. Whether or not to donate depended on her family's wishes. As the evening's broadcast concluded, Xie Chuan thought it was merely an ordinary stream, an inconspicuous chapter in his career of healing patients. Yet, it sent ripples throughout the medical community. The difficulty of curing lupus was common knowledge among physicians. Even nurses were well aware of the slim chances of recovery. The hope that had briefly flickered in Zhang Lao's heart was now completely extinguished. The young man was ultimately too inexperienced, buoyed by the accolades from online viewers. He had taken on a challenging case. If only he had a more mature mindset, he would understand that doctors are not omnipotent. Soon, an online poll emerged, with few believing that Dr. Xie could cure lupus, and many eagerly awaited to see him fail. Numerous doctors criticized Xie Chuan for taking advantage of the young girl's illness as a means to gain fame, effectively delaying her treatment. Unaware of the online turmoil, Xie Chuan awoke early the next day and opened the live streaming software, only to find numerous private messages from lupus patients. All of them were suffering, and hearing of a doctor who could potentially cure their condition prompted them to reach out. They longed to end their suffering, yet familial bonds held them back. The physical pain they endured had left them resembling withered husks. Seeing the abundance of messages stirred a complex mix of emotions within Xie Chuan. Beneath the surface of these challenging cases lay many patients who felt helpless, with doctors seemingly powerless. Since he had obtained a remedy, he felt a responsibility to heal these patients. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of private messages, Xie Chuan decided to address the issue during the live stream. The morning air was refreshing as he opened the door, intending to buy breakfast nearby, when he was struck by a potent smell of paint. He wondered why he hadn't heard any renovation noises from next door. Turning around, he was confronted by the sight of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic's exterior. Defaced with glaring red paint scrawled with slanderous messages, "Unethical doctor, get out of the field of traditional medicine. Murderers shall pay with their lives, you will face retribution, disclosing patient information. May you meet a tragic end." The offensive phrases were densely packed, and the strong paint odor drew in the surrounding neighbors. The nearby residents, who had once benefited from Xie Chuan's grandfather's kindness, had received treatment from the elderly gentleman and held a favorable view of the young doctor. Upon hearing about Xie Chuan's success in the live stream and his ability to heal many patients, they felt a sense of joy for him. Now, seeing the defacement, they quickly fetched cleaning supplies. "Xie Chuan, don't take it to heart. Those people are simply malicious. Annie will help you clean the wall." "What a disgrace. Who did this? Are there any cameras nearby?" "Old Lu, I recall there is a camera outside your rice noodle shop, right?" "Yes, let us check the footage." The neighbors, filled with enthusiasm, busied themselves. When Lu Jing arrived, she found Xie Chuan standing still, lost in thought, staring blankly at the graffiti with reddened eyes. When she first met Xie Chuan, Lu Jing had perceived him as merely a money-driven individual. However, as she got to know him, she began to understand the true essence of traditional Chinese medicine, the embodiment of healing in a white coat, dedicated to curing countless ailments across the world. Chapter 60. Standing amidst heaven and earth, unrepentant to oneself, and guiltless to others, Lu Jing was never one to offer comfort, acutely aware of her own clumsiness with words. "Do not be disheartened. I have faith in your medical skills, as do many of your admirers." Xie Chuan exhaled a heavy sigh. The live broadcast must go on. Yet as he gazed at the wall, he lamented, "Their opinions of me matter little." His grandfather held a deep affection for the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, cherishing every table and chair. The exterior walls had been personally painted by him, only to be vandalized by others. After years of practice, all his grandfather received were commendations from patients. Should he discover the wall of his beloved clinic adorned with slanderous words, it would surely grieve him, even from beyond. It dawned on Lu Jing that his actions were for the sake of his grandfather. She urged Xie Chuan to focus on the live broadcast, insisting, "You should go ahead. Leave the rest to me." Once he was out of sight, she brushed away the tears from her eyes. She too once had a grandfather who had cared for her throughout her life, only to be neglected by his children, with Lu Jing herself ultimately accompanying him on his final journey. Since this clinic was a legacy from Xie Chuan's grandfather, she resolved to restore the walls to their former glory. Without delay, Lu Jing contacted a local renovation team and purchased latex paint and wall tiles. The malevolent individual, in their quest for notoriety, posted a message online, alerting many fans to the plight of Dr. Xie's clinic. As the live stream commenced, fans flooded the comments section with concern for Xie Chuan's well-being. "Dr. Xie, how are you? Do you need help with the wall? My husband specializes in this. He can assist you for free. This is outrageous. Dr. Xie saves lives. Such slander should not go unchallenged. I believe we should report it. Rest assured, I have already alerted the authorities." Upon seeing the outpouring of support from his devoted fans, Xie Chuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Many viewed him as inexperienced and doubted his medical expertise, yet he believed that as a man of integrity, standing steadfast in the world, he bore no regrets nor guilt. Although detractors sought to disrupt the live broadcast, Xie Chuan's words resonated, and any further attempts to incite negativity were met with overwhelming praise in the comments. Host He Jia expressed concern for Xie Chuan, noting that despite being bullied, he maintained a commendable attitude. Ningru Yuan, accompanied by staff, entered the live stream with a significantly improved demeanor. The young girl, dressed in a denim dress, appeared frail, causing concern among viewers. "Dr. Xie, I slept well last night. Thank you for your hospitality. My brother has contacted me. This phone was purchased by you, right? I will repay you." Before the audience, Ningru Yuan produced the phone. Her adoptive father had restricted her access to communication devices, attempting to confine her at home without any means to connect with the outside world. After Dr. Xie had allowed her to use his phone to reach her parents, She had found it resting on her pillow alongside a note. Xie Chuan smiled nonchalantly. It is merely a phone. We are all adults here. In case of danger, having a phone enables swift communication with the authorities. There was no need to elaborate. Her abusive adoptive father had already caused enough distress. The warmth of Dr. Ste's kindness touched everyone present. Today, Ning Ruyuan's parents had come in person. And Xie Chuan began preparing her treatment, simmering the medication for lupus in the herbal pot. Once you finish this potion, you may return home. He commenced the preparation of an extensive array of herbs, nearly overwhelming the display table. After meticulously sorting the ingredients, a sturdy man resembling Ning Ruyuan entered. Ruyuan, your brother has come to take you home. The siblings exchanged greetings and embraced, tears flowing freely, while Xie Chuan felt moved by their emotional reunion from a distance. Once their heartfelt exchange concluded, Ning Qiansheng placed a stack of cash on the table. Doctor, thank you for rescuing my sister from the clutches of evil. Xie Chuan returned the money, saying, please keep it. She will need to readjust to life once she returns. Knowing Dr. Ste's character, Ning Qiansheng shook his head. Doctor, please accept it. We truly do not lack for money. Our parents specifically instructed us to express our gratitude by offering this to you, recognizing the sincerity in their words. Xie Chuan reluctantly accepted the money, placing it in a drawer alongside the numerous medicinal preparations. Your sister is quite ill. We will first address the lupus. The potion I prepared this morning is a nourishing liquid designed to expedite her recovery. After several minutes of thorough explanation regarding each herb, Ning Qiansheng assisted Xie Chuan in transferring the items to the car, while the staff followed closely with the camera. As they bid farewell, the comments section erupted with praise. Yet, Xie Chuan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Jing, who was diligently covered in dust, tirelessly working on the walls. Do not exert yourself. You are a young lady. Wall painting is not your task. Once the broadcast concludes, I shall take care of it myself. He attempted to approach and take the tools from her hands. Lu Jing wiped her face with her sleeve, only to smudge more dust across her cheeks. It is fine. Focus on your live stream. This clinic is your grandfather's legacy, and I am determined to restore it to its original state, to prevent similar vandalism in the future. She intended to apply tiles in a manner that would convey grandeur and dignity. Their conversation resonated with the audience, who found them a charming pair, prompting some uninformed viewers to ship them as a couple. Many sympathized with the doctors, recalling their initial observations of Xie Chuan's live stream outside the clinic. Now, witnessing the exterior walls marred by red graffiti, they felt a profound sense of loss. Unable to deter her, Xie Chuan felt a stirring of emotion and prepared to fetch her a bottle of water, when he was interrupted by a series of persistent coughs that seemed to threaten his very lungs. Document. Tor, cough, cough, cough. The commotion of coughing drew the attention of the live stream audience, prompting Xie Chuan to turn. Come in quickly. Wang Dongong, appearing hunched and red-faced due to his coughing, entered the clinic, clutching his chest. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the table, resting his hands on the pulse pillow. Observing his difficulty in speaking, Xie Chuan began by checking his pulse while applying acupressure to alleviate his discomfort. Is it better now? Miraculously, the cough subsided under Xie Chuan's treatment, leaving Wang Dongong astonished. Doctor, you are incredible. I was nearly breathless from coughing. I have been suffering from this persistent cough for some time now, despite receiving 4 treatment and numerous prescriptions from the hospital, none of which proved effective. It has cost me a small fortune. The mention of his recent expenses ignited his frustration, all for a mere cough, and yet the medical insurance barely covered it, leaving me out thousands. Chapter 61. Doctor, do you possess the Eye of the Phoenix? The commenters in the section resonate deeply with the sentiments expressed. The misfortune is palpable. A mere cold last year consumed 2 months' worth of my salary. With a year consisting of only 12 months, one must question the very essence of survival. Recently, I too have been afflicted with a cough, suspecting a viral infection. Yet, the thought of visiting a hospital is daunting. Enduring illness seems preferable, as hospitals can be merciless. However, upon arriving at Dr. Xie's office, I quickly discovered that the consultation fee is rather steep. Be quiet upstairs, someone interjected. Even if Dr. Xie's fees are high, he treats the complex ailments that hospitals struggle to resolve. He isn't coercing you to spend. The comments became polarized, with Xie Chuan focusing on his patient's health. After recording the essential details, he inquired, have you recently changed your environment? Wang Dongong shook his head. No, I reside in Chuan City. I am a local. That cannot be right. You must have changed your surroundings, perhaps your living situation? The young man's face flushed, and he spoke in a barely audible tone. Doctor, are you a fortune teller? Do you engage in divination on the side? Xie Chuan simply smiled in silence. Unable to withstand the doctor's perceptiveness, Wang Dongong reluctantly confessed. Scratching his head, I recently met my girlfriend in person and have been staying with her. Is that relevant to my cold? She isn't coughing either. It shouldn't be contagious. The commenters expressed envy, pondering when they might embrace their own girlfriends. Nodding seriously, Xie Chuan continued, Young man, does your girlfriend neglect hygiene? At this, Wang Dongong became indignant, standing up in anger. Doctor, do not speak ill of others behind their backs. My girlfriend is very conscientious about cleanliness. His voice was loud, revealing a hint of insecurity. Others overheard, but some female commenters were displeased. Dr. Xie, what do you mean? This encroaches on privacy. Why must you disparage his girlfriend when treating him? Indeed, household responsibilities are shared. Surely Dr. Xie doesn't expect a woman to manage everything alone? In the live stream, misunderstandings seemed commonplace. Unfazed, Xie Chuan persisted in his probing. When did your throat irritation begin? It started when I began seeing my girlfriend. Wang Dongyang's words faltered. And the implication struck him. Was it possible he had been poisoned? His complexion paled as he clutched his phone, unable to suppress the urge to message her. Do you have any peculiar habits? Absolutely not. Wang Dongyang shook his head vigorously. I am a respectable young man, focused solely on work, with no peculiarities whatsoever. Furrowing his brow, Xie Chuan murmured, That cannot be. You are clearly suffering from a viral infection. If you lack any unusual habits, it suggests a lack of cleanliness at home. Are you truly devoid of any? Wang Dongong, feeling increasingly anxious, thought that the doctor seemed almost prophetic. As he was on the verge of discerning the cause of his ailment, he resolved to amend his ways upon returning home. With hands clasped, Xie Chuan stated, Aside from your persistent cough, your lungs appear somewhat distressed. If you wish to recover, it is imperative you be forthright. Their eyes met, and Wang Dongyang felt as though he were being stripped bare in front of the doctor. Observers in the live stream sensed something amiss. Those who had previously praised Dr. Xie now fell silent. Could there be more to this story? Doctor, I do have a minor quirk, Wang Dongyang admitted, raising two fingers to signify it was truly insignificant. It shouldn't matter too much, right? It matters greatly, Xie Chuan replied sternly. What exactly are you smelling, feet or something else? Is it something moldy? Oh, no, that cannot be the case. Do you enjoy the scent of decay? His words tumbled out in confusion. Wang Dongyang stared at the doctor, feeling utterly bewildered. Doctor, do you truly possess the eye of the phoenix? Outside, a wall bore the words unethical doctor, perhaps a testament to the accuracy of the physician's observations, which had offended some. It seemed he had struck a nerve again. Smiling, Xie Chuan reassured him, I do not possess such mystical powers, but I do pay close attention to every patient, solely to expedite your recovery. After much hesitation, Wang Dongong, desperate to cease his cough, murmured softly, Doctor, I have a penchant for the scent left by undergarments. He left the remainder unspoken. But those familiar with the live stream grasped the implication. The risk of bacterial infection suggested he had not washed them in quite some time. Xie Chuan's expression confirmed this hypothesis. You should consider bringing your girlfriend in for a checkup. Neglecting hygiene with undergarments can lead to illness. Wang Dongyang's face fell as he hesitated. Doctor, they aren't my girlfriends. I don't know her. They were purchased from an online store. Xie Chuan remained silent. He had asked too much. The antics of the younger generation were indeed perplexing. The comments erupted in outrage. Indeed, Dr. Xie provided ample entertainment. Some viewers recognized Wang Dongyang as a minor internet celebrity, often sharing photos with his girlfriend on a popular platform, with only her among his followers. Eager commenters swiftly left messages. Xie Chuan, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the young man, noted, Oh, I forgot to mention that I am currently live streaming. Your girlfriend may soon find out. Unfazed, Wang Dongyang shrugged off the comments. You speak of my video channel following? It matters little. She is a married woman. She does not mind my relationship. Xie Chuan could only shake his head, realizing he had meddled too much. Young people are quite adventurous. The audience in the live stream was left utterly dumbfounded, urging Dr. Xie to inquire about the specifics of the young man's romantic entanglements. While Xie Chuan was indeed curious, he maintained his professionalism as a doctor, refraining from indulging in gossip. Returning to the matter at hand, I am not intrigued by your private affairs, but I assure you that shop is not reputable. Of course, it is disreputable. What legitimate store sells used undergarments? Wang Dongyang responded, making a valid point. Yet, Xie Chuan's intent was not merely to highlight the absurdity. As a Navi youth, he found himself at a loss for words. Wang Dongyang, sensing the doctor's embarrassment, presumed that they shared a similar interest, hence the discussion of peculiar habits. We are all men here. If there is a link, why not share the joy? He retrieved his phone, revealing that the shop was an online merchant, offering customization for undergarments. If you're interested, I can send you the link. The contents on the phone were magnified, revealing all to the viewers in the live stream. Xie Chuan, in utter disarray, recoiled as if avoiding a deluge. No, please. I have no need for that. Chapter 62. Your unique flavor. The comment section was abuzz with fervent brainstorming. Is there truly a 50-year-old woman in the title? I must be mistaken. A vibrant red? High-waisted? My friend, your taste is quite distinctive. Ugh, I feel nauseous. The last image is all pilled up. Could it be that there's some peculiar obsession at play? A few images bombarded Xie Chuan's mind, leaving him dazed as he cautiously protected himself. His throat had been coughing for months, and it was easy to damage his lungs. He swore off any more scents. Wang Dongong wore a look of deep distress, akin to losing a treasured heirloom. Please, doctor, cough. Think of something. That item is my mental sustenance. Without it, how can I sleep? Every night. Cough. I keep it by my pillow to find peace. Cough, cough. Bending over, he coughed like a boiled shrimp. Unable to articulate a word, merely gesturing frantically, breathless. Moments ago, Xie Chuan had pressed an acupoint for him, briefly alleviating his cough, but it would return in due time. Donning gloves, Xie Chuan pressed on the acupoint again. As Wang Dongong caught his breath, he swallowed hard, grabbing a tissue to wipe his mouth. Doctor, have you heard that coughing can be fatal? Xie Chuan answered bluntly. Doctor, do you have any antihistamines? Wang Dongong asked, his persistence earning the admiration of the audience in the comment section, while the merchant stood by, bereft of tears. He was reluctant to see a customer accidentally suffocate themselves with a scent. His shop would be under scrutiny. He could not withstand an investigation. A hidden merchant from a certain platform implored, Ancestor, I beg you, please don't buy it. Don't smell it, please. I can't do this anymore. Don't die on me. I confess, I am merely a reclusive man. All the products were crafted by my friends. He was just a jobless uncle, unattractive, who, due to poverty, never married. Where could he find a woman to help him? His group of friends couldn't even muster a single wife. The audience erupted in laughter, seemingly finding the prospect of a 50-year-old woman not so unacceptable after all. The critical point was that the merchant had not even produced a 50-year-old woman. Yet sales reached into the thousands. One wonders how those thousands of men would feel when they saw their wives wearing those garments. Would they dare to touch them? Seeing the merchant's comments, Xie Chuan's lips twitched, and he gestured for Wang Dongong to look at the comments before inquiring about antihistamines. As he leaned closer, Wang Dongong, in disbelief, scrolled to a particular comment, his face turning a deep shade of purple, whether from shame or anger was hard to distinguish. Still somewhat incredulous, he snatched the mouse and opened the video account's comments, discovering the verification. Indeed, it was a store on that very platform. Damn it, he roared, frantically reporting. You are not human. Not only are you selling on that platform, but you are also diverting traffic from the video account. This is outrageous. I will report you. I will have your shop shut down, and I want your account banned. Return my flavor of youthful woman. Return my youth. Return my health. After a flurry of actions, he still felt unsatisfied and switched to his account to report once more. Deflated, he raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. Doctor. Xie Chuan sympathized with his plight, but there was little he could do. All he could offer was medical assistance. Do you know? I specifically ordered a custom piece, wanting the woman depicted in the image, and it cost me several hundred yuan. It's unbearable. Do you understand? I was almost in love with her. He had indeed experienced many romances, albeit all online, brandishing classmates' photos to deceive, coupled with decent gaming skills that attracted numerous girls. Who would have thought that in reality? He was still a virgin? The closest he had come to a woman was through the sin of that mature lady, each night clutching her items. He even began to fantasize that once she was divorced, he would boldly pursue her, and they would create a beautiful story together. Suddenly, that dream shattered, and with it, his heart broke. Xie Chuan observed his despondent expression and replied honestly, I do not comprehend. After all, I do not fancy men, nor do I indulge in fantasies. Your preference is quite peculiar, being enamored with a singular scent. But one must withstand the tempest of life. What tempest? This feels like a calamity. Wang Dongong lamented. It's worse than a breakup. Meanwhile, the merchant who had been reported gazed sorrowfully at his suspended shop. I shall reopen one. Ding. Congratulations, host. Diagnosis correct. You have received a miraculous cough remedy. Xie Chuan acquired the prescription and asked coolly, Stop wailing. Shall we proceed with treatment? Yes. Wang Dongeng replied resolutely, his tongue hanging out. He couldn't help but think about how every night he not only embraced the items but sometimes even tasted their scent. He felt as though he might as well donate his tongue. This was utterly revolting. Xie Chuan swiftly prepared the medicine, brewing it in a pot. He instructed that it must be consumed for a week, morning and evening, and if the cough persisted after that, he was to return. The total cost was 1,500 yuan. Was it WeChat or Jifu Bao? Wang Dongeng winced at the thought of spending that much on the sin of a mature woman, let alone the exorbitantly priced traditional medicine. His eyes widened. As if holding a hot potato, he placed the medicine on the counter. Doctor, are you robbing me? Surveying Wang Dongyang's indignant expression, Xie Chuan replied nonchalantly. You were the one who inhaled it. I didn't force you. If you choose not to treat it, the longer you cough, the more you will spend. If you believe I am extorting you, there's a hospital a few hundred meters to the right. Today happens to have an expert available. I recommend you go there. For a cough like this, he knew one would need at least half a month at the hospital, and even then, it might not be cured. They would first send you for x-rays without asking about your condition, and after a course of ineffective medication, you would be sent to another hospital for further x-rays. Wang Dongeng was well aware of how much money was required for hospital visits, and reluctantly picked up the medicine. He scanned the payment and, upon reaching the door, warned, Doctor, if I do not recover, you must refund me. Snap. Wang Dongeng took a loud photo of the traditional medicine shop's entrance. I remember your shop's name. You can't escape. Xie Chuan. He opened the door to conduct business. He wasn't a mobile vendor who could simply flee. After all, he was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with tens of thousands of followers. Somewhat famous, and he needed to run? Returning to his seat with a frown, Xie Chuan cautioned the audience in the live stream with peculiar preferences. For those who enjoy the scent of feet, the aroma of armpits, or consuming footskin, and various other peculiar interests I cannot even fathom, it would be prudent to refrain from such habits from today onward. It truly is not healthy. Chapter 63, By the Heavens. How extraordinary. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by the recent turn of events. Just moments ago, one could hardly imagine even the faintest whiff of gasoline lingering in the air, let alone the scent of feet. The fellow who had persisted despite his illness truly showcased an unwavering commitment to his peculiar inclinations. Alas, he was a man whose mental state had clearly deteriorated. Quickly report him. The merchant has opened a new store. I couldn't help but wonder if this fellow would pursue the merchant for emotional damages once he learned of the new establishment. Wang Dongyang's name flickered across the screen. The kind-hearted gentlemen above expressed their gratitude. Thank you. I'll seek compensation for medical expenses. The merchant trembled in fear, questioning, what kind of live stream is this? Is it so easy to run a small business? How absurd it was to expect him to bear the costs of medical care, especially when he had not forced his customers to partake in anything against their will. With that, he resolved to cancel all his accounts and use the funds he had saved over the years to travel the world, particularly to Chengdu, where he intended to confront the traditional healer who had ruined his business. He had to see him with his own eyes, lest he die with regrets. Doctor, help me. I've been stabbed. Xie Chuan was still engrossed in the barrage of comments from the live stream when an unmistakable cry for help pierced through the noise outside. A man was wailing desperately. The audience, intrigued, shifted their focus. What? Did I hear that right? Stabbed? Why isn't he at the hospital? Shouldn't Dr. Xie perform surgery on him? The situation was bewildering, yet the man seemed to possess an unusual vigor in his cries. As Xie Chuan hurried outside, he was met with the sight of a young boy covered in blood, clutching his shoulder. Upon seeing Xie, the boy looked as if he had found a lifeline. Doctor, please save me. Xie Chuan quickly assisted him inside. Xie Ziyu collapsed into a chair, panting heavily, his expression akin to that of a soul on the brink of the underworld. What should I do? I've been stabbed. Is there still hope? The audience in the live stream was left speechless. It was indeed a dire situation, yet the boy remained oddly composed. Without checking his pulse, Xie Chuan urgently summoned the system. Please, provide me with a healing technique, preferably one that can stop the bleeding quickly. Ding. Detected host's need. Granting divine healing technique. The system responded promptly, and Xie Chuan instructed the boy to lie down. Remove your shirt. Xie Ziyu hesitated, struggling to raise his arms. Doctor, could you assist me? What followed was a comical scene. Xie Chuan helped Xie Ziyu remove his shirt just as an elderly man entered, his expression one of shock. Goodness, at your age. You should know better. Two grown men, how shameless. The elderly gentleman, witnessing the scene, could not help but see it as a humorous spectacle, prompting laughter among the viewers. Xie Chuan swiftly removed his own shirt and lay down on the bed, pulling out a sheepskin scroll. Sir, Please wait a moment while I treat him. The elderly man blinked, turning to the boy on the bed. At such a young age, are you attempting suicide? Regretting it now? You've inflicted a severe wound upon yourself and yet refuse to go to the hospital? With a cut that deep, you must need stitches. Xie, in agony, struggled to catch his breath, the old man's incessant chatter nearly causing him to faint. Unfazed, the elderly gentleman continued his monologue. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan concentrated on acupuncture. Once he completed the procedure, the bleeding had ceased, though plasma still lingered on the surface, evidence of the significant loss of blood. The elderly man approached, scrutinizing the situation. Doctor, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Treating such a deep wound with acupuncture? Do you think this is merely a blemish? His incredulousness was met with laughter from the live stream audience, who shared his skepticism about acupuncture's efficacy in this context. As Xie Chuan deftly cleaned the wound with gauze and alcohol, a miraculous sight unfolded. The extensive injury had stopped bleeding. The elderly man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is this some form of sorcery? How can a mere incision resemble the slaughter of a pig, and yet the bleeding has ceased? The old man, initially ready to leave, turned back, his gaze towards Xie Chuan filled with newfound respect. He raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible!" The viewers in the live stream beamed with pride, affirming that indeed, Dr. Xie was remarkable. Some skeptics had previously doubted acupuncture's ability to treat wounds, but the long-standing tradition of Chinese medicine had endured for millennia, proving its worth. As the conversation unfolded, the elderly gentleman's face flushed with embarrassment, his curiosity about Xie Chuan's abilities piqued. Mr. He, could you discuss with the production staff about obtaining a replay of the treatment segment? I wish to see it again, he implored, leaving the audience in shock at the revelation that such an esteemed figure in traditional medicine sought to witness a young practitioner's technique. Could it be that Dr. Xie's skills surpass even those of Elder Zheng? The online discussions erupted, with Xie Chuan oblivious to the whirlwind of attention surrounding his healing methods. As he completed his work, Xie felt an odd sensation. His wound itched but no longer pained him. He could breathe easily again, feeling invigorated. By the heavens! Am I witnessing a miracle? Have I stumbled into a fantastical realm? I was stabbed, yet feel no pain. The brief encounter with the elderly man had taught Xie a new way to express himself, his astonished eyes wide with wonder. The old man, close by, could see the wound visibly shrinking, healing before his very eyes. Chapter 64. Why did she only hurt me and not others? Xie Chuan calmly retracted the silver needle and inquired of the young man still lying on the bed, "Do you need me to assist you in calling the police?" The situation had been urgent, and his primary focus had been on saving a life. However, in a civilized society, when someone wields a knife to inflict harm, it is the duty of a good Samaritan to intervene. The audience, reminded by the broadcaster, suddenly recalled that it was Xie who had initially been stabbed. The elderly man gasped in shock. "I can help too. There's a police station not far from here." My heavens, could it be that someone is pursuing him? Hurry! Call the police. The elderly man frantically searched for his phone, while Xie hurriedly interjected, "Please, do not call the police." Having said this, he pulled out his phone and casually wiped the bloodstains from it before dialing a number associated with a beautiful woman's avatar. The call connected, and the woman on the other end unleashed a torrent of invective. "Xie, how dare you run away? You are driving me mad. Get back here right now. Where are you? I refuse to live if you abandon me." Her voice was thunderous. The elderly man, accustomed to his wife's domineering nature, instinctively dropped to his knees. The live stream erupted in laughter. Indeed, the elderly man was a man of character. However, the woman on the line was undeniably fierce. Xie wore a mournful expression and quietly replied, "Lily, I'm at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic getting treated. Didn't you stab me twice? It hurts terribly. The doctor just finished bandaging me." "Oh." The voice on the other end was filled with shock, followed by a tone of concern. "Darling, is it serious? I'm so sorry. I was just so angry and lost control of my emotions. Are you in pain? Quickly, tell me your address. I'll come take care of you." "What?" The audience was taken aback, and even Xie Chuan was bewildered, realizing that the commotion had stemmed from a playful spat between the couple. Who would believe such a deep wound could be inflicted by someone they loved? Xie provided the address, wearing a blissful expression. "Lily, meeting you in this lifetime is my..." The call ended abruptly, and the young man stared blankly at his phone. The elderly man rose from the floor, having knelt the entire time to listen. Indeed, his wife was far more formidable than the young woman on the phone. Yet, she would never resort to using a weapon. At most, she would give him a few slaps, leaving him battered and bruised. "Why doesn't she beat you to a pulp?" Xie Chuan asked uncertainly. Is that wound over 10 centimeters long caused by your partner? Doctor, please be more precise. That was inflicted by my wife, Xie replied, feeling disgruntled. I was playing games online with a pretty girl, and my wife found out, so she stabbed me twice. It's nothing. Couples bicker, but they always make up. He wore a proud smile, raising an eyebrow at Xie Chuan, who appeared incredulous and utterly perplexed. Doctor, you must still be single, right? Confronted with the truth, Xie Chuan felt no anger. I suddenly think being single isn't so bad. He observed the comments in the live chat, where viewers debated the couple's relationship, with even acquaintances offering their testimonies. What kind of love is this? They dare to wield knives against each other. If I were that guy, I would have reached my limit long ago. B. Chapter 65, Moving the Child Inside the Palace. Lily observed the live broadcast with great interest. Doctor, you're quite fashionable, aren't you? You even know about live streaming. It seems like the comments are discussing me and my husband. She leaned closer to the large screen, intrigued by the comments. Doctor, do you think if I opened an account and showcased a performance of my husband and me bickering, would I gain followers? The comments section appeared lively, with many expressing interest in the couple. Xie Chuan, however, remained serious, focusing intently on the young woman. Your account is a personal matter. Extend your hand, and I shall check your pulse. Lily was bewildered by his seriousness. Why would she extend her hand? She wasn't ill, and given the doctor's youthful appearance, it was evident he might be attempting to swindle her. Resolutely, she kept her hands behind her back, adopting a posture that suggested he intended to harm her. Where did you find this, doctor, dear? Perhaps your wound is merely superficial, yet you've bandaged it so tightly. Are you conspiring with the doctor to frighten me? Xie let out a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. If you were indeed colluding with the doctor, how could he have such a large gash? Did you not inflict this upon yourself, my dear? An elderly gentleman nearby widened his eyes, gently explaining, Young lady, your strikes were quite forceful. Fortunately, the 2 wounds are on the shoulder. Had they been on the heart, you wouldn't be here so confidently today. You might be preparing for a wake. The old man's words struck a chord with Lily, who stared in disbelief. She attempted to peel back the bandage for a closer look, causing Xie to grimace in pain. Darling, can we focus on your treatment first? The doctor claims you are unwell, and we should take this seriously. His technique is truly commendable. You are the one who is unwell, Lily retorted, stepping on her husband's foot with her high heel. In her frustration, she might dismiss what others said, but she held her husband's words in the highest regard. Reluctantly, she perched on the stool. Doctor, please attend to me properly. The girl's tone was soft, yet unexpectedly, Xie Chuan shivered. There was no denying the weight of Lily's blows. If she could inflict such damage on her husband, one could only imagine the consequence for a stranger. His reaction amused the audience in the live stream. Even Dr. Xie felt a twinge of apprehension regarding this extraordinary woman. As Xie Chuan took her pulse, he quickly became convinced. Doctor, what ailment does my wife suffer from? Xie asked with concern. The old gentleman chimed in. I hope it's not something tragic for this couple. Observing the situation, he feared that one day, one of them might end up seriously hurt. Your wife is pregnant. 3 months along, but regrettably, it is an ectopic pregnancy. Upon hearing the term ectopic pregnancy, Xie paused, bewildered by women's health issues. Doctor, is an ectopic pregnancy particularly unusual? I know my wife's constitution is unique. Could it be twins? The crowd was taken aback. Are you actually pleased? Indeed. The young man appeared cheerful on the surface, yet deep down, he wished for his wife's demise, as it would allow him to reclaim control of his life. Lily kicked him, demanding he repeat himself. How dare you say I have an ectopic pregnancy? It can be fatal. Do you understand? Xie, utterly confused, knelt down, clutching his wife's leg in supplication. Lily, I was wrong. I truly did not know where women should carry a child. After a thorough explanation from Xie Chuan, he finally grasped the situation. With a heavy heart, he caressed Lily's abdomen with both hands. Suddenly resolute, he raised his head. Doctor, regardless of the cost, please move my child inside. What? Xie Chuan was taken aback. He had heard of absurd requests, but this was beyond reason. Xie thought perhaps his tone was insufficiently assertive, so he retrieved his bank card. Doctor, there's several million in here. If you can ensure my child's safe birth, I will give you 10% of my company's shares. Such a bold proclamation left the viewers of the live stream momentarily speechless. It was no wonder the couple was always embroiled in conflict. Clearly, their mental faculties were not entirely sound. Some seasoned novel enthusiasts found the scene hysterical. Finally witnessing a domineering CEO in action, Xie Chuan's eyes widened at such an outrageous demand. For a child of such size to be moved. Do you truly believe acupuncture could achieve that? In truth, he had faced many bizarre cases before, but this request was one he could categorically refuse. It was utterly impossible to relocate a child from the liver to the uterus through acupuncture. Initially skeptical, Lily observed her husband's fervent demeanor and nodded in agreement. Doctor, is it truly possible to move the child inside? How would the surgery be performed? When can it be done? What an extraordinary pair. It was no wonder they were together. Clearing his throat, Xie Chuan explained, ectopic pregnancies cannot be relocated. I recommend you go to a hospital for an immediate termination procedure, as the mother's health will deteriorate with the child's growth, posing significant risks. After his explanation, Xie abruptly knelt before Xie Chuan, pleading, Doctor, I implore you. Move my child inside. I know you possess exceptional skills. This young couple truly embodied the spirit of a hidden dragon and phoenix. After Xie Chuan's thorough explanation, the couple resigned to their fate. Lily smacked her husband on the head. I am already pregnant, and you still dare to strike me. You're right, my dear. It was my fault. Would you grant me another slap? With a series of slaps, she playfully obliged. You are wonderful, my dear. You've rewarded me with 3 slaps. Xie Chuan was nearly at a loss for words, remarking on their playful banter. Your wife is vibrant and healthy, aside from the ectopic pregnancy. However, you, young man, seem a bit frail. Remember to nourish yourself well after returning home. As they prepared to leave, Xie Chuan called after them. Wait, you haven't paid yet. The total comes to 8,000 yuan. Xie produced a bank card for payment, but alas, there was no PS machine available, requiring a WeChat transaction instead. Xie's face flushed crimson as he cautiously glanced at his wife, resembling a tail-wagging dog, seeking her favor. Darling, my allowance for this month has been distributed yet. Could you possibly advance it for me? Observing the bandages adorning her husband, Lily felt a pang of sympathy for him, as he could scarcely dress himself. She willingly made the payment, declaring, well, your allowance for this month is now reduced to 2,000 yuan. Chapter 66. Save me quickly. Don't let my wife betray me. As couples drifted apart, the comment section was filled with envious remarks from men. My monthly allowance is merely 50, which I earn by helping my wife with laundry and household chores. If I were to be lazy, not only would I have no money, but I would also incur penalties. I once thought that a monthly living expense of 500 was the pinnacle. However, Xie's monthly living expense is 10,000, which is equivalent to the combined salary of my husband and me. If only my wife could provide me with such an amount, I would gladly endure daily beatings. An elderly gentleman was also bewildered by the earlier commotion. Rummaging through his pockets, he felt a few thousand yuan, which he had secretly earned by selling scrap behind his wife's back. Enduring beatings was one thing, but his suffering felt unjust. Sir, you've been watching the show for quite some time. May I ask your name and age, and what ails you? Xie Chuan inquired earnestly, drawing his gaze from the comment section back to the elderly man. With a complex expression, the elderly man replied, My name is Li Guangrong, 71 years old. Last night, my wife accidentally kicked my head while resting her foot on it, causing me to suffer from a stiff neck. Initially, he had wished to conceal his submissive nature. But after witnessing the earlier scene in the Chinese medicine clinic, what was there left to hide? Being beaten by his wife was a badge of honor. Yet here he was, merely suffering from a stiff neck rather than a knife wound. Xie Chuan first checked Li Guangrong's pulse, then placed his hand on the back of his neck. Does this hurt? No sensation here. And here? Does it hurt? No. Doctor. Please be gentle. Xie Chuan withdrew his hand, focusing on the side of the old man's neck, which, although free of bruises, was causing him great discomfort. He cautiously returned to his seat. In the past, a simple neck twist would suffice to relieve stiffness, but after a day of pain, he had finally sought help from the clinic. My body isn't as resilient as it once was. Must I undergo surgery? Perhaps I've just strained a muscle? Li Guangrong inquired uncertainly. After all, Western medicine often required x-rays, but with traditional Chinese medicine, a troubled brow from the practitioner could signify impending disaster. Seeing Xie Chuan furrow his brow, Li Guangrong felt a surge of panic. Sir, there is no need to deliberate. You have a fracture. Young individuals typically required 100 days of recovery for a fracture, and for someone of his age, would he not be confined to bed? Li Guangrong chuckled before abruptly losing his smile, his sudden shift in mood leaving the live stream audience puzzled. Oh no, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. My wife still needs my care. If I fracture a bone, she certainly won't be able to serve me a morsel, and we would both starve. Before his wife succumbed to hunger, he would perish first. In the face of marital adversity, where was the camaraderie? Their bond of life and death was a rare fate indeed. Xie Chuan approached the elderly man, Do you usually cook? Does your wife not help? When he mentioned his wife, Li Guangrong sighed. In our day, finding a wife was a challenge. When I finally married, I was overjoyed, cherishing her dearly, only to discover she was utterly incapable of cooking. After years of enduring, I was left to do everything, yet she never learned. Having lived through decades, he found himself nearing the end of life, all due to culinary strife. Alas, if I fracture my bone, my companion may very well seek solace with the elderly gentleman from the square dance group. Doctor, please assist me. If I am incapacitated for 3 days, my wife will undoubtedly betray me. She will surely dine with the neighbor, old Wang. The thought of his wife growing closer to old Wang, who was better off, heightened Li Guangrong's anxiety, and he grasped Xie Chuan's hand, pleading desperately. The audience was in stitches, realizing that even septuagenarians feared the betrayal of a spouse. Xie Chuan gently touched the old man's neck. Is your bond truly so fragile? You wouldn't understand, young man. You are not married, Li Guangrong replied earnestly. In my youth, I thought about leaving my wife, believing I could find someone better, but, murder, huh? Seizing the opportunity while the elderly man spoke, Xie Chuan swiftly moved his hands. Before the viewers could react, a distinct crack echoed through the stream. Li Guangrong let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, clutching his neck but turning it with newfound ease. Does it still hurt? Xie Chuan asked, crossing his arms. You need not worry about betrayal. Realizing the young man's remarkable skill, Li Guangrong was astounded. How is it possible? I don't even need to rest for 100 days? You've truly safeguarded my old age. You are a benefactor. From the trembling hands of the elderly man, he produced a red bill, which Xie Chuan placed in the drawer. That will suffice. What had been a simple gesture now demanded a red bill from the elderly man, prompting some viewers to express their discontent. Yet Li Guangrong felt it was worth every penny. Doctor, I live nearby. If I ever have a headache, I will surely seek your help. Hold on. Xie Chuan stopped him. A fracture is merely a minor ailment for you. Have you previously worked in a factory? Li Guangrong's eyes widened as he quickly sat back down. Doctor, you are correct. I worked in a pharmaceutical factory for 2 or 3 years. I earned a decent sum. But as I grew older, they no longer wanted me. His tone was tinged with regret. Factory life was easy, merely observing machines while earning thousands monthly. The factory provided uniforms and gifts during holidays. As he reminisced about the factory benefits, viewers earning just 2,000 began to envy him. Xie Chuan's expression turned serious. Have you considered that perhaps your salary isn't easy to come by? Of course it is. No heavy lifting, no laborious tasks, and every meal includes meat. Some viewers began to sense something amiss, and those who had worked in factories shared their experiences. Xie Chuan chuckled softly. Sir, don't you cough violently each night? I know, it's due to smoking. After all, I'm old now, and my lungs are likely damaged. Upon mentioning smoking, Li Guangrong pulled out a cigarette box but quickly stowed it away, mindful of the clinic's atmosphere. You have pneumoconiosis caused by factory dust, leading to severe coughing and significant lung damage, Xie Chuan stated bluntly. A job that does not require education or hard labor but offers high pay will inevitably demand a toll. Chapter 67, Cancer and Lousy. Uncertain who will depart first, the envious netizens fell silent. It turned out that a high salary without labor was merely purchasing one's life. Mother, the child is frightened. Is the money enough for treatment? The elderly man chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. Doctor, I am nearly on my way to the coffin. I am not concerned about cancer. Between cancer and me, who knows who will go first? For someone of his age, living a few more years was a bonus. Xie Chuan understood that the old man had come to terms with his fate, yet he had a solution for this ailment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Diagnosis confirmed. You have received the ultimate lung cleansing soup. Old sir, the phlegm you are coughing up is black. Are you truly not afraid? Young man, you are remarkable. Li Guangrong praised sincerely. Even my old partner is oblivious, yet you see through it all. More dutiful than his own son. Xie Chuan. Here's the thing. I have a prescription that guarantees your health will improve within days. With your condition, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you can live for decades. Traditional Chinese medicine not only diagnoses ailments but also observes the cycle of life and death. The elderly man's breath was stable, his pulse comparable to that of a man in his 40s. Upon hearing he could live longer, he remained unfazed. Doctor, how much is your prescription? Earlier, a couple spent thousands on treatment. Would he have to exhaust his savings? Xie Chuan recalled the prescription. It amounted to 1,000 yuan, ensuring a complete recovery, but advised him to reduce smoking. An old smoker, how could he quit all at once? With the assistance of the ultimate lung cleansing soup, Even if the old man wished to smoke again, he would manage to control it. I thought it would cost a fortune. Turns out it's just over 1,000. The elderly man, of course, wished to be treated. 1,000 yuan for decades of life was worth it. Let us proceed. That was precisely what Xie Chuan awaited. He stood to prepare the medicine, which would be divided over several days. Old sir, each day's efficacy varies. Start with the purple bag. 1 dose each morning and evening. Then take the orange bag, and the remaining yellow bags are for daily use over the week. Li Guangrong nodded vigorously. Thank you, doctor. Having spent 1,000 yuan, he feared it might be ineffective. He immediately pointed to the purple bag. Doctor, may I borrow your pot to brew a dose? Understanding the old man's intent, Xie Chuan stood up and prepared it for him. As long as you are not in a hurry, sit here and drink slowly. What could a retired elder be in a rush for? Moreover, witnessing a good show at the traditional medicine clinic made him even more inclined to wait. Many netizens working in factories sought the prescription. Doctor, we only have 3 days off a month and can't make it for treatment. I've been coughing and thought it was just a cold. Could you send me your ultimate lung cleansing soup? Dr. Xie, my father has lung cancer. Is your ultimate lung cleansing soup effective? I beg you. I'm a university student. Will the ultimate lung cleansing soup nourish the liver? Can it be consumed as a health tonic? Those upstairs, please do not disrupt. I hope the host can assist those in critical condition due to pneumoconiosis. Many netizens with pneumonia or lung cancer spontaneously sent rockets, hoping Dr. Xie would notice them. Lu Jing felt a deep sympathy for these netizens. It was not easy for them. Dr. Xie, can you help them? Just a moment ago, a fan mentioned that his father was in the late stages of lung cancer. The director's voice echoed in the live stream. Although Lu Jing was filming, she did not need to appear on camera. However, having been by Xie Chuan's side for so long, she could no longer bear the suffering of humanity and occasionally made requests on behalf of the fans. In theory and principle, without examining the patients and knowing their allergies, one should not casually administer medicine. Yet, given that your father is in the late stages of lung cancer, and if you have nowhere else to turn, I will first send you the ingredients for the ultimate lung cleansing soup. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Chuan responded, if your father's symptoms improve, I recommend you come to see me in person. The netizen's request received a response, and Xie Chuan inwardly sighed. Were it not for the fear of malicious intent, he would have disclosed the prescription online. At last, the old man's medicine was ready. Li Guangrong crushed the cigarette but underfoot, allowed it to cool slightly, and swallowed it in 1 gulp. This medicine is bitter. Coughing violently, he could hardly contain it. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Doctor, CS medicine, won't it kill him? Li Guangrong snatched the garbage bin and began to cough up phlegm, as if he were trying to expel his lungs. The dark, viscous phlegm filled nearly 2 cups. Xie Chuan remained confident, awaiting the old man's testimony in response to the comments. Once the coughing subsided, the old man took a tissue to wipe his mouth and rinsed with a cup of water. Doctor, I feel revived. His once hoarse voice now resonated with clarity and strength. For decades, I felt as if my throat were blocked by chewing gum. Now it's refreshing, and I can breathe again. The garbage bin was filled with dark, sticky liquid, darker than paint, as the old man described it. The viewers could visibly perceive the qualitative change in his condition. Some requested to see the bucket of thick phlegm, and the crew readily obliged. The viewers were astonished. Is this even humanly possible to expel? If it came out, does that mean the toxins in his throat have also been expelled? Old sir, 1 dose has shown results. After several doses, I assure you, your body will be revitalized. Make sure to continue taking the medicine at home. Xie Chuan smiled. Li Guangrong bowed deeply. Oh, young man, you are truly a divine being. With several packets of medicine in hand, the old man turned to leave the clinic. Xie Chuan prepared the ultimate lung cleansing soup for the fans with lung cancer, instructing Lu Jing to find a courier to send it out. As evening approached, he needed to go for dinner. Health is paramount. Fans in need of treatment can make an appointment with me in advance. As he reached the clinic's entrance, just as he was about to close the door, a whirlwind of energy burst through, brandishing a red flag. Li Guangrong, panting, had not even set down the medicine he had taken earlier. Little divine being, wait. The old man cleared his throat, his voice booming. You are a living god on earth. You have cured my pneumoconiosis. I present this banner to you. I've heard that doctors dislike many things, but what they cherish most is honor. He created quite a stir, promoting the name of the clinic to everyone he encountered. Many passers-by watched, and the fans in the live stream felt the old man was truly a grateful person. Xie Chuan accepted the banner, which was quite trendy, featuring just 1 character. Awesome. Old sir, you need not thank me specifically. It is my duty. Should you fall ill in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Though it would be best if you didn't have to. After exchanging pleasantries, the live stream officially ended. At a renowned hospital in Kyoto, the attending physician scoffed. Old Liu, you are already in the late stages of lung cancer. If you undergo chemotherapy, perhaps you might have a few more years. Do not trust the remedies outside. If traditional medicine could cure cancer, Western medicine could resurrect the dead. Chapter 68. With matters resolved, he departed. Concealing his identity, an elderly man lay upon his bed, abruptly rising with a thud. I am already in the terminal stage of lung cancer. Why should I concern myself with whether traditional Chinese medicine is genuine or not? In any case, you cannot prevent the natural course of life and death. The attending physician was momentarily taken aback by his words. Suit yourself. Just be wary of being deceived. It was rumored that due to the program's influence, the once downtrodden practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine had found a glimmer of hope. But to him, it appeared merely a facade put on by a crowd of charlatans. If traditional Chinese medicine were truly effective, how could Western medicine have gained a foothold in China? After responding to fan messages, particularly from a follower battling cancer, Xie Chuan decided to indulge in a meal at a nearby rice noodle shop. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, and a woman in the crowd shouted, "Is there a doctor? Someone has fainted." Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Chuan dashed out of the shop, declaring, "I am a doctor. Please make way." The crowd instinctively parted for him, while Lu Jing silently began a live stream, stating, "We have encountered a patient who has suddenly fainted. Dr. Xie is currently administering aid." On the ground lay a man in a jacket, unconscious. Xie Chuan placed his hand on the man's pulse, his expression shifting from tense to relaxed as he understood the situation. "Please step back a bit. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I will apply acupressure massage. He will awaken." He pressed his hands against the man's calves, kneading firmly. In these times, it seemed there were still many good-hearted individuals. As someone spontaneously called for an ambulance to assist, Xie Chuan found it perplexing. The man was truly able to endure such treatment. He focused on the most painful acupoints, causing the man on the ground to flush. Within half a minute, he began to thrash his legs, his body writhing in discomfort. Moments later, the man gritted his teeth, clearly in agony. Onlookers realized that the young man was finally regaining consciousness. Lu Jing adjusted the camera. "Dr. Xie, he has awakened. Should we stop the massage?" Xie Chuan appeared relaxed, clearly only applying pressure. Could the man truly be gravely ill? The onlookers were filled with confusion, as viewers in the live stream began to recognize the man. The man lying on the ground was previously scamming beneath our overpass. "He deceived me out of several hundred yuan. I recognize him too. He claimed to be homeless, but he is nothing but a rogue. He has been in this line of work for years, has he?" Xie Chuan continued his massage, moving from the left leg to the right. The man was thrashing about, pleading, "Get away from me." With his knee pinning the man's foot, Xie Chuan worked methodically, amusing the crowd with his antics. "This fellow has remarkable endurance. What a heroic act." Finally, the ambulance arrived, and doctors and nurses emerged, carrying a stretcher. The man, drenched in sweat and grimacing, seemed to don a mask of agony. "Help." The medical team began to lift him onto the stretcher, but one of Xie Chuan's hands remained firmly on the man's leg, still pressing on the most painful acupoints. "Ah, it hurts. Please stop. I'm begging you, don't press anymore." As the man was loaded into the ambulance, Xie Chuan reluctantly released his grip. The viewers in the live stream found the situation utterly hilarious. "Dr. Xie is too amusing. He gave that scammer no chance at all. Truly, the depth of traditional Chinese medicine is profound. I love it. Let us see if that rogue dares to feign unconsciousness again after this. We need more people like Dr. Xie to handle him." The crowd surveyed their surroundings. Where had that remarkable young doctor gone? With matters resolved, he departed, concealing his identity. With a clap of his hands, Xie Chuan reappeared at the entrance of the Chinese medicine clinic, and Lu Jing followed closely behind. Her curiosity piqued. "How did you know the passerby was pretending?" Xie Chuan replied, "His heartbeat was normal, his breathing as robust as an ox. Could he truly be fainting?" That evening, many viewers posed questions, and Xie Chuan's live stream gained even more traction, attracting a fresh wave of viewers drawn by the perspective of the crowd's videos. The comments in the live stream were quite entertaining. "The miraculous doctor's stream is indeed extraordinary. The fainting rogue has since turned over a new leaf. I hear he has returned to his hometown. Doctor, my girlfriend often claims she suffers from depression, yet she seems happier than I am. Can we determine if she is genuinely depressed? I suggest you refrain from joking about it. Do not provoke your girlfriend." These days, young people are quick to label themselves as depressed. Even a dog could score high enough on a questionnaire to be deemed depressed. Physical ailments are easier to diagnose, whereas mental health issues are far more complex, often leading to misdiagnosis of mild depression based on fleeting emotions. Earlier that afternoon, Xie Chuan had exposed a pretender. Now viewers were eager to learn if he could also unveil those feigning mental health issues. Responding earnestly to the public inquiries, Xie Chuan stated, "Traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. If you are genuinely depressed, I can provide acupuncture within half a month. I guarantee you will feel as normal as anyone else. However, if your condition is feigned," he chuckled innocently, "it might just hurt a bit." Some young people, feeling overwhelmed by parental expectations or academic pressures, were tempted to consult Dr. Xie but quickly reconsidered. If their affliction were feigned, they might find their discomfort far worse than that of the man from earlier. That evening, the clinic was devoid of patients. And as Xie Chuan concluded his QA session and prepared to end the stream, Zhang Zhu limped in, wearing a mournful expression. "Doctor, you ruined my acupoints this afternoon. You owe me compensation." His voice was just loud enough to reach the live stream. "Dr. Xie, don't end the stream yet." The crowd perked up. The pretender had returned. What a spectacle to behold. "Everyone, let us tune in." Xie Chuan fixed his gaze on Zhang Zhu. "Weren't you unconscious? I was saving a life. And I even managed to awaken you." Fainting can be serious. Some may never regain consciousness once they collapse. As their eyes met, Zhang Zhu seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Because of you, I lost my job. I've become unemployed. If a grown man wishes to be a beggar, he should kneel in the busiest areas. Fainting only clogs traffic and wastes public resources." "Oh, so you admit you were pretending to faint?" Xie Chuan lamented. "If that is the case, I should report you for wasting public resources." Zhang Zhu fled in haste, and Xie Chuan ended the stream. Videos of the nameless doctor rescuing a pretender gained immense popularity. And within a few days, Xie Chuan's follower count surged by hundreds of thousands. His reputation spread far and wide, attracting genuine patients in need of care, including that terminally ill man. Traveling a great distance, the man arrived with a rosy complexion, exclaiming, "Dr. Xie, you are my savior." Old Lu knelt before him, accompanied by his children. "My lung cancer has finally healed. Before coming here, my attending physician took an X-ray and declared that I could live for several more decades." Fame can be a double-edged sword, Xie Chuan thought as he helped the man to his feet. "Old Lu, is it? Please rise. I shall take your pulse." Chapter 69. Know when to withdraw. Old Lu produced a stack of medical images, sitting down as he spoke. "Doctor, please take a look at these scans. My lung cancer has truly improved." Initially, his attending physician was skeptical and summoned the more seasoned deputy director for a second opinion, gathering nearly all the doctors in the hospital for a consultation. After thorough examination, they confirmed that the lesions from his lung cancer had been eradicated. While marveling at the miraculous outcome, the Western physicians began to introspect. Could it be that the ancient wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine had been overlooked, with only a select few truly mastering its depths? Was it possible that conditions deemed untreatable by Western medicine could be cured through traditional methods? With myriad questions swirling in their minds, they sought validation in the live broadcast. Yet the barrage of comments overwhelmed them, leaving them at a loss. They could only implore old Lu to ask Dr. Xie whether the lineage of traditional Chinese medicine had indeed been interrupted. "Dr. Xie, our entire hospital as physicians ask you, can authentic Chinese medicine truly achieve the miraculous, bringing the dead back to life?" When it came to discussing national culture, old Lu was animated. The prowess of their traditional medicine was undeniable. It was merely the inadequacy of successors that had led to a misunderstanding of the ancients' medical practices. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the doctors from old Lu's former hospital were glued to their screens, eagerly awaiting Dr. Xie's response. Removing his hand from old Lu's wrist, Xie Chuan elaborated on the condition. "Your lung cancer has indeed healed, but due to the duration of your illness, upon your return, I will prescribe several herbal remedies to fully remedy your persistent breathlessness." Old Lu gave a thumbs up, astonished that even his breathlessness could be discerned. Facing the camera and the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Xie Chuan recognized that many were practitioners of traditional medicine, including the judges of the program, who also hailed from similar backgrounds. There was palpable curiosity about his medical expertise and the legacy of Chinese medicine. Xie Chuan spoke candidly. Since its inception, traditional Chinese medicine has been intricate and challenging to grasp. Mastery requires a lifetime of study, perhaps even several, as the myriad schools and diverse treatment methodologies abound. The extensive time investment, coupled with a complex learning process reliant on innate talent, has, over centuries, evolved alongside rapidly changing societal rhythms. Few are willing to dedicate their lives to mastering traditional Chinese medicine. In contrast, Western medicine demands a decade or more of study, with an emphasis on practical application, leading to proficiency by middle age. Traditional Chinese medicine, however, may only reveal its secrets after decades of dedication, with true mastery potentially eluding even the most devoted. Xie Chuan did not exaggerate. Bolstered by a systematic approach, he had acquired extensive knowledge at a young age. Yet, even the most experienced practitioners of acupuncture must invest a lifetime to hone their skills. Upon finishing his explanation, old Lu gasped, and the live chat fell silent. It became clear why the art of traditional Chinese medicine has struggled to be passed down. Its techniques are so refined that no one remains capable of tasting the myriad herbs. The Western physicians finally grasped that while they lamented the hardships of medical training, it was only after Xie Chuan elucidated the intricacies of traditional medicine that they understood its challenges stemmed from the sheer complexity and depth of its content. The ancestors were indeed remarkable. Regrettably, the transmission of traditional knowledge has gaps, leading to the preservation of only superficial aspects. Excitement surged as Xie Chuan's insights illuminated the strength of national medicine, reaffirming that their heritage had not been entirely lost. Overcome with fervor, old Lu resolved to settle the outstanding fare from a ride he had taken 3 years prior. Many practitioners of traditional medicine expressed heartfelt admiration, including Elder Zheng from a lineage of traditional healers, who recalled a tome left by their ancestors that chastised later generations. He finally comprehended. It was the inadequacy of contemporary practitioners that had led to misunderstandings, while Dr. Xie was truly gifted. Elder Zheng's endorsement further solidified Xie Chuan's standing, prompting many to share the broadcast. Yet, skepticism lingered among numerous Western physicians who dismissed traditional Chinese medicine as fanciful, relegating it to mere bodily maintenance without efficacy against cancer. They asserted that the unique conditions of patients were the true catalyst for self-healing, attributing old Lu's recovery to a mere coincidence rather than skillful treatment. The program's producers aimed to promote the event without veering into absurdity, lest viewers be misled. Previously, Xie Chuan had never engaged with detractors, but upon discussing the ancestral practices, he felt a profound respect. He would not allow disrespect towards their forebears. Without the ancient practice of tasting herbs and alleviating the ailments of the world, how could these keyboard warriors find the audacity to critique? All you Western doctors, do your ancestors not owe a debt of gratitude to traditional Chinese medicine? Were they not treated by its healers? Would their bodies have healed without it? Xie Chuan admonished. I advise you to recognize when to retreat. If you doubt, bring forth another lung cancer patient, and I shall cure them as well. The assembly of keyboard warriors fell silent, reflecting on the inevitability of illness that their ancestors must have faced, given the harsh living conditions of ancient times. They feared a confrontation with Xie Chuan, who might showcase his prowess by treating a cancer patient in real time. Some quietly withdrew from the discourse, while others hastily obscured their profiles. Xie Chuan would not indulge their obstinacy. Am I to be chastised for speaking candidly? I am a physician, committed to alleviating suffering, and I must also address the stubbornness of certain minds. He warned, I wield no professional privilege. If I speak harshly, so be it. Should your ancestors awaken, they would surely scold you. While acknowledging the merits of Western medicine, he urged that one must not forget their roots. You may criticize traditional medicine, but should you fall ill, do not seek my aid. I shall not assist. He challenged, if you possess the fortitude, pursue chemotherapy. Years of treatment may leave you bald, yet you will still succumb. Refusal to concede that others may surpass you guarantees eternal stagnation. With his forceful remarks, the previously vocal supporters of Western medicine fell silent. Realizing the power of Xie Chuan's words, old Lu observed in astonishment, admiring not only Xie Chuan's medical prowess but also his eloquence. Dr. Xie, your skills are genuine. Their disbelief is inconsequential, for I am here to settle my bill. He produced a check, placing it on the table. After toiling for most of my life, nearly missing the chance to enjoy it, this is my reward. During his time in the hospital, he had spent considerable sums on ineffective treatments that left him bald. Yet, after a few prescriptions from Xie Chuan, he felt revitalized, and the price was well deserved. Chapter 70. Doctor, please strike me. Xie Chuan pushed the check forward, stating, You have already paid the required medical fees. I truly do not want any more. When he looked up, however, there was no one there. Old Lu had fled. And a voice echoed from outside, Dr. Xie, I implore you, accept it. In front of the live stream, Xie Chuan counted the zeros on the check, gasping in disbelief. Brothers, can you help me count how many zeros there are? The comments section erupted in astonishment. Who is sending me money? I don't want this. Why must you insist on giving it to me? The streamer remarked, I wish to see a decimal right after the first digit. Another chimed in, as for me, I hope the first digit is 0, followed by your decimal point. Am I the only one who counted correctly? There are 5 zeros. Xie Chuan placed the check into the drawer, gazing at it under the sunlight. He sighed, what can I do? I don't want it either, but one must be perceptive. As our ancestors said, those who understand the times are the true talents. Who would refuse money? That's foolish. Besides, I am not within the system, so I need not abide by the rules. Lu Jing's lips twitched. What a perceptive talent he was. Talents ought to be serenaded with a ballad of love, no, rather, a ballad of patience. Just then, a patient entered, awaiting Dr. Xie's expertise. Miss, come here. Are you here to seek treatment? What is your name? The girl, Ning Yuqing, dressed in a Lolita outfit, approached with a dazed expression, mechanically taking a seat. Doctor, I am unwell. I am aware you're unwell. Otherwise, you would not have come to me. After she recited her basic information, she placed her hands on her skirt, unwilling to speak further. She resembled a porcelain doll. Yet her sudden silence rendered Xie Chuan awkward. How about this? Extend your hand. I shall take your pulse. No. Ning Yuqing suddenly raised her head, resisting. Taking the pulse is futile. The machines at the hospital are useless. She leaned against the desk, standing up, and thrust her face into Xie Chuan's view, mere centimeters apart, allowing him to see the pores on her delicate skin. The viewers in the live stream were baffled. Could she be a fan, attempting to tease Dr. Xie? Yet, she said nothing, which was rather alarming. Xie Chuan cautioned, Miss, I am here to provide treatment. I am not for sale. Though he jested about the haters, he was firmly committed to medical ethics and would never engage in inappropriate conduct. Ning Yuqing unexpectedly declared, Doctor, please strike me. Xie Chuan? The filming crew. The audience. Silence ensued for several seconds. Xie Chuan began to suspect that Ning Yuqing might be mentally unwell, as he could not approach her with conventional reasoning. Some viewers in the comments section speculated wildly, could this be some kind of task? I have never encountered someone seeking to be hit. It seemed to resemble a peculiar type of behavior. Was she in search of a master? I get it. Xie Chuan understood instantly. He truly did not possess such inclinations. Miss, I am here to heal, not to harm. He felt an urge to call the authorities. Someone was harassing a doctor. Ning Yuqing realized she might have frightened him, her expression falling into despair as she murmured, I knew it. No one can cure my illness. Just as the young girl turned to leave, Xie Chuan, observing her dejected demeanor, decided to intervene. Miss, wait. Could you elaborate on what ailment you were suffering from? Hesitating, she glanced at her feet, then suddenly lunged into Xie Chuan's embrace. Bang! She collided with him like a small cannonball, causing Xie Chuan to clutch his chest in pain, exclaiming, I am here to treat you, not to be assassinated. Even if you were terminally ill, you shouldn't emerge to endanger the world. Ouch, my ribs. The abrupt incident only reinforced the notion that the girl before him might be unhinged. Lu Jing ceased filming and stepped into the frame, already prepared to call the police. A few individuals noted Ning Yuqing's oddity. She stood expressionless, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Doctor, does it hurt when you were struck? She asked. With a slight ache in his chest, Xie Chuan retorted, who wouldn't feel pain? Do you think I am a machine? Even if one were to feign injury, how could one crash into a Chinese medicine clinic? Doctor, you are not a machine. Perhaps I am a machine. I do not feel pain, the girl stated emphatically. Leaving the on-site staff dumbfounded, it seemed she truly did not experience pain. The audience on the public screen was stunned, finally grasping why Ning Yuqing initially requested to be struck and collided with Dr. Xie. It was not a peculiar preference. She was ill? No. Wait, who can claim that an absence of pain is a disease? If that were the case, allow me to acquire such an ailment. I wish to bear children without suffering. Suddenly, I discovered a condition that seems to suit me perfectly. Young lady, I hope you are not jesting. This is not an illness. If it were mine, I would be in fits of laughter. Would I even need to pay for treatment? It is akin to being endowed with an innate protective barrier. Xie Chuan, disregarding the pain in his chest, pointed firmly at her, his expression grave. Please, have a seat. In the medical text recorded by my grandfather, there exists a rare condition known as congenital insensitivity to pain. Those afflicted with this condition live their lives devoid of the sensation of pain. They resemble lifeless entities yet possess human emotions. You have this insensitivity, akin to the shining moon in a game. Your life has activated the shining moon effect, and your body feels no pain. Correct? Xie Chuan articulated the girl's condition with ease, and Ning Yuqing nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Doctor, you truly are well-versed. Others do not believe me, claiming I seek attention. My friends say I have taken too many painkillers, and fortune tellers claim I am possessed. My family does not have a hereditary condition of insensitivity to pain, yet I genuinely do not feel it, and it tortures me. Recalling the numerous humorous incidents stemming from her inability to sense pain, Ning Yuqing broke down in tears, resembling a shattered doll. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and Xie Chuan handed her a tissue. Do not weep. Have you not encountered me? Since this is an ailment, there exists the possibility of a cure. The audience could not comprehend why one would cry despite feeling no pain. Some deemed the girl overly dramatic, attempting to educate her on the matter. However, Xie Chuan understood the inherent dangers, observing the needle-pocked hands of the girl. You have been attempting to stimulate your sensations through external means. Your actions are misguided. With precision, Xie Chuan diagnosed her condition, and Ning Yuqing sat upright, like a diligent student. The fanfare in the live stream was overwhelming. The audience's thoughts were dangerously misguided. Xie Chuan addressed the camera. Would you mind if I educate them on the perils of congenital insensitivity to pain? Chapter 71. Within lies a traditional Chinese medicine. Renzhong Huang. Ning Yuqing shook her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Doctor, I sincerely wish you could educate everyone. Many people believe that being insensible to pain is a blessing. Even my parents do not believe I have this condition. I have spoken to many around me about my illness, yet none have shown belief. If only we had a doctor to explain it, perhaps things would improve significantly. Xie Chuan understood her sentiments and addressed the live audience. Let me put it this way. Ordinary individuals feel pain from any injury, while those afflicted with insensitivity to pain would not even realize if they were burned alive. For instance, when experiencing a common cold or sustaining a burn from boiling water. Upon concluding his explanation, the viewers in the live stream were left horrified. No longer did they envy her. To be devoid of the sensation of pain would mean facing a silent demise in full awareness. At last, Ning Yuqing had found a doctor who comprehended her plight. No longer did she seem melodramatic or attention-seeking to others. Doctor, is there hope for my insensitivity to pain? I have researched extensively, and many sources claim it is congenital. Perhaps a condition I shall carry for life without any remedy. The girl's large eyes sparkled with anticipation, though a deeper sense of disappointment lay beneath. I assure you, if it is an ailment, there must be a solution, unless it is an incurable disease. Though uncertain, Xie Chuan held faith in the power of the system. Moreover, his grandfather's notes once detailed treatment methods for insensitivity to pain, suggesting a potential for healing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the correct diagnosis. You have obtained the ultimate nerve stimulation protocol. Indeed, the system never failed to deliver. Please lie down on the examination table. I must perform acupuncture. Xie Chuan produced a sheepskin scroll, sterilized the silver needles, and stated, I will draw the curtain. No photographers are allowed inside. Ning Yuqing felt a surge of anxiety. The act of closing the curtain implied an intimate procedure. As an unmarried young woman who had never even held a man's hand, she nervously inquired, Doctor, must I remove my clothing? I am a doctor. Every patient is equal in my eyes. You need not worry. I am no rogue. He continued. Insensitivity to pain may accompany you throughout your life and could potentially be passed to the next generation. Take your time to consider and let me know your decision. Xie Chuan remained patient, awaiting Ning Yuqing's response. At last, after a few minutes of deliberation, the girl began to remove her clothing with hesitation. Stop! Xie Chuan exclaimed as he noticed her hands at the waistband. The remaining 2 pieces were unnecessary. Displaying his professional expertise, he began the procedure. Initially, Ning Yuqing felt no pain, but soon thereafter, a wave of heat enveloped her body. It was as if countless warm currents were radiating from within. Invisible steam rose from her hands. Ah, doctor, you have pierced my hand with the needle. She exclaimed in shock, yet still did not perceive any pain. Rest assured. Traditional Chinese medicine is quite adept. Even if I were to puncture you through and through, it would not cause you harm. Xie Chuan continued his operation until every needle from the sheepskin scroll was inserted into her body. She felt as though she might transform into a hedgehog. Too terrified to move. Stay still. I must go prepare the medicine. Remember, do not move. Without pain, Ning Yuqing naturally remained still, urging, Doctor, please hurry. Xie Chuan exited to prepare the medicine, boiling one set while crushing fresh herbs into a medicinal paste, and then returned. The viewers, unaware of the intricacies of his actions within, grew anxious, particularly those aspiring to learn traditional Chinese medicine. Applying the medicinal paste to several critical acupuncture points on Ning Yuqing's body, he awaited the results. Moments later, the girl's expression shifted dramatically. It hurts. It hurts so much. Her face glistened with cold sweat as she attempted to pull the needles from her body. Do not move. We are stimulating your nerves. Pain is a normal response. You have not felt it in over 20 years, and it must be endured all at once. Xie Chuan stepped out to retrieve the pot. The medicine now ready, and poured it into a bowl to cool. Ning Yueqing's cries of agony echoed through the live stream, stirring hearts with dread. It was this painful when I gave birth. Dr. Xie, do you not have acupoints for pain relief? Could you not apply them to the girl? Are you foolish? Someone retorted. The girl seeks to regain her sense of pain, yet you wish to relieve it? That would be counterproductive. 10 minutes later, Xie Chuan returned through the curtain. Ning Yueqing appeared as if she had emerged from water. Though in distress, her face shone with a smile. Thank you, doctor. I can feel pain now. As he removed the needles, disinfecting each before placing them back in the sheepskin scroll, she remained still, feeling a chill as goosebumps rose on her skin. Put on your clothes. When the girl reappeared, her hair was drenched, clinging to her scalp. Xie Chuan presented her with a bowl of medicine. Drink this, and your insensitivity to pain will be entirely cured. You will thereafter be no different from anyone else. Peering into the bowl, Ning Yueqing nearly retched, mustering her courage. She could not bring herself to take a sip. Doctor, is this a concoction from an underground well? It carries an odor reminiscent of a restroom. Xie Chuan lowered his gaze, unable to face the young woman or the live camera. Rest assured, you wish to be cured, did you not? Holding her nose. Ning Yueqing gulped it down in one breath, nearly gagging as she reached the bottom. After a few heaves, she reminded herself not to waste the medicinal ingredients. Beside her, Xie Chuan offered a cup of warm water. Rinse your mouth. The young girl drank the entire cup. Xie Chuan remarked. What I meant was for you to rinse your mouth. There is also mouthwash available for a quick swish and spit. Ning Yueqing did not grasp the reasoning behind his instructions but complied obediently. Following his guidance, she expelled the unpleasant taste, and the fragrant jasmine mouthwash soothed her palate. Though her stomach churned, the viewers in the live stream found the situation peculiar. Previously, Dr. Xie would not have allowed any waste of medicinal materials. Ning Yueqing, glancing at the comments, felt her world crumble. Doctor, what exactly was in your medicine? Was there perhaps spider or cockroach remnants? Or even earthworms? She had heard that traditional Chinese medicine might sometimes contain bits of deceased animals, and though she had consumed it, she reluctantly accepted it. In response to the audience's inquiries, Xie Chuan maintained a serious demeanor. There was no choice. To stimulate your senses, we had to utilize Renzhong Huang. What? Ning Yueqing was perplexed by the term, but the comments section elucidated the truth. It was human excrement. Had she just ingested feces? In front of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, she had consumed feces. The young woman immediately squatted outside the clinic, retching uncontrollably, unable to expel anything. Some viewers expressed sympathy for her plight, while others condemned Xie Chuan, questioning why he had not disclosed this sooner. How outrageous, deceiving the girl into consuming feces. Please, be mindful of your words. Renzhong Huang is indeed a medicinal ingredient. Nevertheless, it is quite repulsive. It will haunt her for a lifetime. Chapter 72. I do not wish to age prematurely. Xie Chuan gazed intently at the comment section, his expression betraying no emotion. It was he who sought a remedy. And the method was singular. Do not presume that I am being obstinate. Human yellow is a medicinal herb, and what about cow dung? As long as it can cure ailments, is that not sufficient? The prescriptions devised by our ancestors, after countless trials of herbs, surely cannot be erroneous. Ning Yueqing was on the verge of expelling her bile, her face flushed. Doctor, will I still have to consume that kind of medicine in the future? Unbeknownst to her, she had been able to swallow it before realizing its nature. Now, she could not bring herself to do so. You need not take it again, he replied. The young woman's countenance brightened as if after a rainstorm. Thank you, doctor. Although the method of treatment is rather unpleasant, I can finally sense the pain. After seeking the counsel of numerous physicians who were unable to remedy her condition, she finally encountered someone capable of healing her, despite the distasteful means. Ning Yueqing had come to terms with it, for what had been ingested could not be undone. Xie Chuan gestured for her to take a seat. Allow me to examine your health further. You may have other issues. Upon hearing the young lady express no grievance towards the doctor, and even appearing grateful, the commentators ceased their idle chatter, seemingly understanding her sentiment. Ning Yueqing placed her hand upon the pulse pillow. Is it due to my long-term condition of painlessness that my body has developed ailments? The young girl, perplexed, trembled with anxiety. After his examination, Xie Chuan concluded. Your stomach has sustained burns. Shortly, I shall prescribe some remedies to nourish it. However, more critically, you have experienced several episodes of appendicitis, yet due to your condition, you have been oblivious to the pain. I recommend the removal of your appendix. Once he had spoken, the commenters were taken aback at the thought of appendicitis. To endure such excruciating agony without even feeling it was indeed a dire predicament. Ning Yuqing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. Do not rush to thank me." Xie Chuan replied, his brow furrowed with concern. "Is your menstrual cycle not arriving once every 6 months?" Ning Yuqing was astonished. She had not imagined the doctor could discern such a detail. "You possess quite the insight, akin to a fortune teller, nay, even more accurate." Her mother was unaware of her infrequent cycles. Having reviewed some materials that suggested such occurrences could be normal, there are those who may not menstruate their entire lives. "Doctor, is this truly the case? Has something gone awry with my body?" Were she an ordinary individual, she would have detected the anomaly sooner. However, due to her painlessness, Ning Yuqing had delayed addressing her condition far too long. Xie Chuan sighed and replied candidly, "You have always experienced dysmenorrhea, yet your nerves have not perceived the pain. In other words, you are suffering from coldness in the uterus, which has begun to affect your future fertility." The young woman was rendered speechless. At just over 20 years of age, the implication that this could influence her ability to bear children did not evoke sorrow, but rather a smirk at the corners of her mouth. "That is splendid news. No need to endure childbirth or the accompanying suffering." Xie Chuan, it appears she remains unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Let me put it this way. Should you forego childbirth, the prolonged consumption of cold substances may very well lead to an early cessation of your menstruation, resulting in premature aging." Now, the young woman's smile faded. The prospect of not having children had been a source of joy. Yet the thought of hastening her aging was decidedly unappealing. The female commentators listened intently, particularly those who felt youthful yet were acutely aware of their rapidly aging appearances. "Doctor, is there any way to prolong my menstruation for a few more years, perhaps with greater volume? Will this allow me to maintain my youth?" In contemporary society, girls often begin their cycles early and conclude them swiftly, typically aging by 50. Suddenly, the notion of foregoing motherhood did not seem as amusing. Ning Yuqing was taken aback. "Doctor, is there still hope for me?" Observing the many young women sharing their experiences in the comment section, Ning Yuqing resolved not to delay addressing her ailment any longer. She earnestly hoped for recovery. Recalling the prescriptions pinned in her grandfather's notes, which had aided numerous patients, Xie Chuan contemplated departing from the system to try his grandfather's remedies, believing they might yield significant improvements. "I shall prepare some medicine for you. After a period of treatment, your menstruation should return next month. If discomfort persists or other symptoms arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." Rising to gather the herbs, Xie Chuan noted Ning Yuqing's despondent demeanor. After preparing a large assortment of medications, and after providing her with instructions, he sat down. "There may still be stagnant blood within you, so the next cycle may be substantial. It is imperative to ensure complete clearance." The young woman blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed discussing such matters. "Doctor, how much do I owe for this consultation?" Having treated numerous ailments, she anticipated a bill in the thousands, or even tens of thousands. "Just 800 will suffice." The young woman appeared to have just emerged from school, donning a pair of worn-out sneakers. Xie Chuan collected only the cost of the medicine, waiving the consultation fee. He indeed tailored his charges based on the patient's circumstances, but ensured that the less fortunate were not disadvantaged. After settling the payment, the young woman departed. Her spirits lifted. The comment section continued to buzz with discussions regarding the perils of painlessness. Envy had dissipated, replaced with a sense of chilling contemplation. With no patients present at the moment, Xie Chuan perused the comments and messages from fans in the back office. He noticed one particular girl, seemingly a verified influencer with considerable reach. "Host, I am willing to pay. Might you come to my location to examine my ailment?" Yang Ling spoke with a hint of shyness. She was unable to detach herself, as she had to live stream daily. After a moment's reflection, Xie Chuan declined. "While work is indeed significant, so too is one's health. Do find time to visit me." As a streamer, her commitments were formidable, compounded by the demands of a filming crew, making relocation of equipment exceedingly cumbersome. Subsequently, several patients arrived to purchase medicine, and Xie Chuan completed their prescriptions. Sensing that the day's live stream would not attract further visitors, "Let us all retire early. It is the weekend, and I, too, wish to take a stroll." After bidding farewell to the audience, Xie Chuan closed the stream, reminding the Still Days staff, "You all work hard. Do take the time to rest. While filming and ranking and votes are crucial, your health must not be sacrificed." With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled into the courtyard, where Lu Jing and the other staff exchanged glances. "Oh well, the live stream is already over." After consuming a couple of bites of takeaway food, Qin Minyu sent a message. "Dr. Xie, I have concluded my affairs back home and brought you some local specialties. Having not seen her in quite some time, Xie Chuan had presumed she would not return after her visit home. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious university, easily capable of securing a position in a large firm, and was not bound to a small hanfu shop in an alley. I will ensure your shop is well looked after, but I will not be cleaning it. That is your responsibility, Xie Chuan replied succinctly, only for her to suddenly initiate a video call. Chapter 73 Pretending to be my boyfriend. Xie Chuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the call. The girl on the other end was dressed in a floral dress with an apron tied around her waist. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, suggesting she was in the kitchen. Steam swirling around her lovely face. Amidst the haze, her eyes were red, as if she had just shed tears moments before. Struggling to muster a smile that lacked its usual radiance. What's wrong? Hearing that familiar voice, Qin Minyu could no longer hold back and asked in a hushed tone. Will you help me? It seemed the girl had suffered a great injustice, and without a second thought, Xie Chuan replied, Of course I will. During the time of his grandfather's passing, Xie Chuan had been engulfed in silence and despair, nearly unable to recover. It was the girl on the other end of the line whose heartfelt companionship had pulled him out of the shadows with her daily care. If Qin Minyu found herself in trouble, he would spare no effort to assist her. Qin Minyu let out a sigh of relief and began to explain her situation. My grandmother passed away not long ago, peacefully. You know my parents favor boys over girls. They want to marry me off to a man in the village whose wife has died. I couldn't say anything else, so I told them I have a boyfriend. In reality, managing a hanfu shop, she had no boyfriend at all. Aside from Xie Chuan, there were hardly any males around, only female mosquitoes buzzing about. Xie Chuan was taken aback. When did you get a boyfriend? An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Akin to watching a rose he had nurtured being plucked away silently by another. Qin Minyu chuckled softly, the conversation easing her tension, at least making her feel less stifled than at home. Oh, I was just lying to them, she said lightly. I don't actually have a boyfriend right now. I'm counting on you, Dr. Xie, to pretend to be my boyfriend. She tried to sound casual, but her nervousness betrayed her as she subconsciously fidgeted with her cheek, rehearsing countless false gestures. Xie Chuan had thought something serious was afoot. It turned out she merely needed a stand-in boyfriend. You were raised by your grandmother, so it must be difficult for you. I can pretend to be your boyfriend, but can you escape from home? If it weren't for Qin Minyu's grandmother ensuring her education, her parents would have undoubtedly married her off early to provide for their son. Now that their son had grown, they likely wanted to sell off their daughter to help fund his marriage. Xie Chuan worried about Qin Minyu's safety at home. If something significant were to happen in their small village, and she was already married, they would simply turn a blind eye. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. I told them I have a boyfriend, and I've contacted a classmate who works as a police officer. She happens to be returning home. And we'll leave together tomorrow. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up, sitting on a small stool in front of the clay stove. Qin Minyu felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She didn't wish to sever ties with her family, but her parents were relentless. A message from Xie Chuan pinged in her WeChat, asking her to send her location. Since the address wasn't a secret, she complied and sent it over. Outside the kitchen, a voice shouted, Is the food ready? I'm starving. You haven't been back in 3 years, and now that you are, you still can't take care of your brother. How do other sisters manage? A young male voice dripped with complaint. Other sisters earned money for their brothers before marrying. What good was it that she attended a prestigious university if she had never given him a cent? In the courtyard, their parents were persuading her brother, likely because they saw her as a university student, and the bride price offered was particularly generous. Soon, laughter erupted from the three of them in the yard. When dinner was finally served, Qin Minyu spoke up. Tomorrow, I'll go to the city to move my things back and sell the shop to help you out a bit. The house needs renovations. And it's time for my brother to have a place of his own in the small county. She tried to suppress her emotions, pushing her food around with her chopsticks, tears mingling with the broth, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. Her mother widened her eyes. You finally understand. You're thinking of us, selling your shop. I heard you have some nice clothes there. Bring them all home for your future sister-in-law. Qin Chenxian grinned widely. One foot propped on a chair, the other sprawled out, his posture uncouth. Mom, you're right. How much will you sell the shop for? You want to tell me. Will you? I'll go with you tomorrow. You can't hide a single cent from me. Clenching her fist beneath the table, Qin Minyu felt a surge of anger. This was her hard-earned money from university part-time jobs, supplemented by scholarships that enabled her to open the shop, even if she sold it. All rights to the profit belonged to her, and it had nothing to do with them. Yet the shameless family was intent on claiming all her earnings as their own, leaving her with nothing, all while cloaking their greed in lofty ideals. To avoid raising suspicion, Qin Mingyu pushed her food around vigorously, responding in muted tones. That night, Xie Chuan tossed and turned, examining the address on WeChat and searching for the nearest flights. If Qin Mingyu didn't return as planned tomorrow, he would go find her. After messaging her to agree on a specific time, Xie Chuan finally felt at ease enough to sleep. The next day, a weekend. Xie Chuan found himself dozing at his desk, noting the absence of patience. Is there anything anyone wants to ask? It was nearly noon, and feeling a pang of hunger. He signaled the production team to prepare some boxed lunches so they could start eating sooner. After addressing a few fan inquiries and finding no customers throughout the morning, he clutched his lunch while glancing at the time, wondering if she was almost there. After finishing his meal, he strolled over to the adjacent Hanfu shop. Still finding no one. How strange. Didn't she say she was coming back today? Is she really not returning? Xie Chuan sent her a WeChat message, but received no reply. Just as he stepped into the Chinese medicine clinic, he was met with a breathless voice behind him. Turning around, he saw a girl with a high ponytail carrying several bags. Are you Xie Chuan? The girl scanned her surroundings anxiously. I'm Wang Yuding. You need to help Mingyu. She is being held back by her family. Her brother is in the Hanfu shop next door, trying to force the sale of the store. Xie Chuan felt a rush of anxiety but poured Wang Yuding a glass of water and urged her to sit down. After gulping down the water, Wang Yuding vented her frustration. We had a flight early this morning, but her parents outright canceled it, fearing she would run away. You must save her. If she really marries, it would be such a shame for her to live in a small village. In this culturally backward village, if one or two exceptional individuals emerged, they would sympathize with one another, much like Wang Yuding, who deeply lamented Qin Mingyu's plight. With only one daughter in her family, her parents were relatively open-minded. And fearing for Qin Mingyu's safety, Wang Yuding had rushed to seek help from her friend's supposed boyfriend. Chapter 74, Can You Still Carry on the Family Line? The live broadcast camera was still set up when Lu Jing approached with a box of rice. Is she the owner of the neighboring Hanfu shop? We must be saved. The girl was adorably cute, warm-hearted, and kind. Having just arrived locally, she was unable to find a supermarket and unexpectedly got her period, prompting Qin Mingyu to assist her by bringing sanitary pads. As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Chuan had already exited. Indeed, the Hanfu shop next door had its door wide open, and Qin Shenxian was inside, gesturing animatedly at the landlord. This is my sister's shop. Why shouldn't I be able to sell it? You must refund me the rent for the next 6 months, he asserted confidently, his feet propped up on a small round table. The landlord, a middle-aged woman, appeared irritated as she placed her hands on her hips. Who do you think you are? Even if you are her brother, my shop is rented to Qin Mingyu. Only she can personally terminate the contract with me, and she must compensate me for the loss of the next few months. The two argued vehemently when, at that moment, Xie Chuan strode in. The middle-aged woman, seeing him as a potential ally, being well acquainted with the shopkeepers in the area, exclaimed, "Ah, Xie, just in time. A ruffian claims to be Mingyu's brother and insists on selling everything in the shop." The young girl was not present, and she needed to watch over the shop's belongings. Qin Mingyu had been diligent in paying rent to the landlord for years, and the woman, sensing something was amiss, refused to allow Qin Shenxian to take anything from the shop or to easily reclaim the upcoming month's rent. Had Qin Mingyu herself come to address the matter, the landlord would have certainly agreed. Where is Qin Mingyu? Xie Chuan asked directly. You are forcing her to marry against her will. Do you realize that is a crime? The room fell silent at his declaration, and the middle-aged woman became even more resolute in her refusal to allow the eviction or the removal of items. What era are we in? Still practicing feudal customs? I said that Mingyu, such a diligent and ambitious girl, cherishes this shop above all else. Why has she suddenly not been here for days? No wonder, she must have been detained. Qin Shenxian, unashamed, stood up defiantly, declaring, I am the only one in the family who can carry on the lineage. She is my sister, of course, she must marry early, so I can have some money to wed a wife. Otherwise, what was the purpose of our parents having her? They might as well have drowned her at birth. With a thud, the landlord hurled an orange peel at Qin Shenxian in disgust. You shameless wretch. You are not the shop owner. You have no right to invade my premises. I will call the police. Having never faced such indignity, Qin Shenxian, who had always been pampered, demanded the police be summoned. Neighbors gathered, and upon hearing the sequence of events, they understood the situation. They advised Qin Shenxian to reconsider his actions and to bring Qin Mingyu back as soon as possible. However, rooted in his beliefs, Qin Shenxian was unlikely to change his mindset due to a few words from the neighbors. You don't understand. There is no shortage of heirs in your family. Marrying a wife is incredibly challenging these days. If my sister marries, the groom could provide me with a house, a car, and hundreds of thousands in cash. Wouldn't he that make you envious? It became clear that he was the beneficiary, which lent him an air of righteousness. The audience in the live broadcast grew upset, recalling how the young girl had once brought food to Xie Chuan, occasionally appearing on camera, with her round, charming face. Many even regarded her as a couple with their beloved host, vehemently opposing Qin Minyu being married off to a remote place. Host, stop the broadcast. Go rescue Qin Minyu. That poor girl. She worked so hard to get into a good university, only to be dragged back down by her family. It's outrageous. The beneficiary feels justified in his actions. It appears that many men with lineage concerns think the same way, utterly repugnant. The discussion in the live chat continued. And after Xie Chuan inspected the shop's items, he suddenly interjected, "Are you certain you can still carry on the family line?" The neighbors and online viewers knew that Xie Chuan had inherited his medical knowledge from old Master Xie. With just a glance, he could discern a person's ailments. Leaving the room in stunned silence. Furious, Qin Shinxian retorted, "How could my virility be in question? Are you cursing me? My neighbor's wife was in my bed last night, claiming I was stronger than her husband. How could I fail to carry on my lineage?" He spoke with pride, recounting sordid details without a hint of shame. The audience was taken aback, especially with a fellow villager watching the stream. The neighbor rushed to inquire at the village gossip center. The landlord chuckled. "He is not cursing you. Dr. Xie is the best in the region. Even celebrities seek his help. If he looks at you, and you're in trouble, it's likely due to your own misdeeds. Your lineage may be in jeopardy." The neighbors chimed in, and Qin Shinxian, realizing the implications, started to panic. Xie Chuan observed his pale complexion, noting the signs of both physical exhaustion and the toll of certain activities. He concluded that due to his poor health, Qin Shinxian would likely never father children. "Are you truly a doctor?" Qin Shinxian questioned, considering the words of the neighbors. He pulled out his phone to search for Xie Chuan's account, discovering millions of followers and numerous comments praising his diagnostic skills. Panic set in. "No way. Xiaoya married my neighbor, but she bore my child. I pay her monthly for child support. And the widow at the end of our village? Her son is also mine. And I've been supporting him." He continued to justify his claims, insisting that despite not being married, he had a responsibility to his offspring. If he were indeed incapable of procreation, how could the children born to others be related to him? The audience was bewildered, unsure how to assess Qin Shinxian's character. While he exploited his sister's resources, he was also a man who had fathered children with others, yet he claimed to support them. Xie Chuan remarked, "You do not accumulate virtue, and thus you deserve your misfortune. Supporting others' children is your just reward." Chapter 75. I want to bring her home. The village's information bureau was in utter chaos, a cacophony of rumors swirling around. The households that Qin Shinxian had been involved with were shattered, including the Qin family. At this moment, Qin Minyu was locked inside her room, oblivious to the turmoil outside, which erupted into a chorus of shouts. "Bring out your son Qin Shinxian. How dare he sleep with my daughter-in-law? I'll break his legs. Where's Qin Shinxian? How dare he sleep with my wife? I demand an explanation. How shameless. Whose wife in this village has he slept with?" The Qin family's parents were momentarily at a loss, their attention caught by the live stream recordings. Suddenly, Qin's mother was no longer flustered. "You dare come to my son for an explanation? You shameless harlot. You can't even stay faithful after marriage, spending my son's money. Return what you owe him, or I won't let this go." The scene outside the Qin residence had descended into madness, and a brawl had erupted. Qin Minyu remained locked away, spared from the turmoil. Viewers in the live stream began to express their thoughts, while also connecting with Xie Chuan to broadcast the live situation. "Don't worry, host. Although I am a man, I would never let my sister be a doormat. Qin Minyu is locked in, and I can't intervene as the police are mediating. But I can involve myself in her situation." After hearing this, Xie Chuan picked up his phone, furrowing his brow as he observed the events unfolding. Everyone present was concerned for their own wives and Qin Shinxian, with no one considering the plight of the girl. Once the matter was resolved, Qin Minyu would still be left vulnerable to bullying. Hearing the commotion from the live stream, Qin Shinxian trembled in fear, clutching his head, feeling guilty and hesitant to return to the village. "If I go back, won't I be beaten to death by someone's husband?" While watching the live stream, Xie Chuan booked the nearest flight. "Lu Jing, cancel the live streams for the next couple of days. I'm going to bring her home, rather than staying at home." It could be said Qin Minyu was trapped in a den of wolves. The warmth of a modest Hanfu shop was far more comforting than her own home. Considering the treacherous mountain roads, Xie Chuan decided against bringing the production team along. "Lu Jing, Observing the fans in the live stream and their requests, interjected, "It's fine. I'll live stream from my phone. I'll go with you and call Officer 1 for assistance." She had always been sociable and had already exchanged contact information with Officer 1 Jiangxia, clearly explaining the situation to him. With the landlady present at the Hanfu shop, there was no fear of property damage. As for Qin Shenxian, the neighbors had already pushed him out. He dared not return home, nor answer calls from the village. Sitting on the steps of the Hanfu shop, gnawing a hamburger like a homeless wanderer. 2 hours later, the three arrived at the airport. The uproar in the village had finally subsided under police intervention. The local police were overwhelmed, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, your son Qin Shenxian provided financial support voluntarily. And your wife's infidelity was also by her own accord. If it comes to that, you may have to seek arbitration." With faces bruised from the altercation, Qin Minyu gleaned snippets of the gossip from outside. She had long realized her parents favored her brother and would inevitably spoil Qin Shenxian into becoming a troublemaker. As expected, the entire village was stirred by his actions. In the evening, Qin's mother entered her daughter's room and learned of the live stream events. However, rather than blaming her son for his ability to seduce others' wives, she chastised Qin Minyu for making connections with a doctor friend, thereby exposing her son's misdeeds to the public. The anger on the woman's face was palpable, as if she felt compelled to push her daughter into the fire to relieve her own grievances. "You little harlot. I shouldn't have listened to your grandmother and sent you to university. That was the beginning of our family's troubles. If it weren't for you, your brother wouldn't be in this disgraceful position." Standing by the wardrobe, Qin Minyu was no longer the timid girl of her youth. She would not cower before her parents' authority. Spoiling a child is akin to dooming them. You raised him to be indifferent to right and wrong. What does that have to do with me? Outside, Qin's father entered, the smoke swirling around him obscuring his expression. Both women awaited his words, as he held the highest authority in the household. Once he finished his cigarette, he tossed the butt to the ground and said, "I saw the content inside, and they say our little Xian won't be able to father children in the future. Regardless, we must find a way to treat this illness." He raised his gaze, calculatingly fixing it on his daughter. "Your friend seems quite capable. Surely he can help." Qin Minyu smiled. Having endured a lifetime of indignities within her original family, she would not allow her friend to bow to them. What if he can't? There are many ailments that even doctors cannot cure. Qin's father had already formulated a plan. If he can't cure him, it just highlights the flaws in our family's genes, leading to poor upbringing. Doesn't he, that doctor friend, have feelings for you? Lure him here to become our son-in-law. He can earn money and support your brother. When you have a child, register it under your brother's name. After contemplating, Qin's father found the scheme splendid. The family lineage would continue, and they could raise a child with better genetics, all while ensuring financial stability, allowing his son to continue his reckless lifestyle. Qin Minyu was taken aback, anger surging within her. "What are you doing? My friend has done nothing to offend you. Don't drag him into this." Meanwhile, Qin's mother lunged at her, attempting to slap her across the face, but Qin Minyu evaded her. The woman's hand struck the wardrobe, causing her pain as she rubbed her hand against her clothing, spitting out her words. "I see you've grown wings. Just do as your father says and call your friend over. Stubborn girl, unwilling to marry an older man? Your father has picked a young and wealthy one for you, and you still aren't satisfied? He has millions of followers in the live stream. You can just enjoy the good life." Qin Minyu wanted to resist them. She sought her phone to call Xie Chuan, but the door was slammed shut, locking her out. Crouching in the corner of the dilapidated bed, hugging her knees, Qin Minyu felt the path ahead shrouded in confusion. To the outside world, she was a university graduate, lively and cheerful, just like her peers. But what would Xie Chuan think of her if he learned of her family's sordid intentions? She felt her family was unworthy, and if they were to use despicable means to bind Xie Chuan to her, she would be no different from her parents. Why? Have I already sacrificed my love? Must they also demand a sacrifice from my friend? The girl remained hidden in her room, sobbing uncontrollably, while her parents feasted heartily outside, scheming ways to maximize her benefits. Devoid of any sense of shame, she felt like the most significant commodity in the household. Selling her off would be more effective than any ancestral offerings. Chapter 76. If you wish to take my daughter away, you must first pay the price. The mountain road was treacherous, and after a bumpy ride on the motorcycle, Lu Jing felt as if she might be sick. Could it really be that they were being sold off to the depths of the mountains? How could they have traveled so far? In this day and age, when vehicles cannot access the mountain roads, they were left with no choice but to ride motorcycles. The winding path was particularly concerning. If they were indeed taken to a remote area, escaping would be nearly impossible. The uncle driving the motorcycle shouted into the wind, "Hang on, young lady. We're almost at the village." Meanwhile, Xie Chuan was on another motorcycle, his hair disheveled by the wind, when Jiangxia silently contacted her colleagues. Sensing that the villagers in this secluded area were fierce and that it wouldn't be easy to take Qin Minyu away, a few minutes later, the motorcycle halted in front of a weathered door adorned with couplets. "Old Qin, come out. Your daughter's friend is here," the leading uncle called, enthusiastically introducing the household to the locals. Before long, a man with a square face emerged. It was Qin Minyu's father. Upon seeing Xie Chuan, his eyes lit up. He had seen this young man in videos and heard he had earned a substantial amount online. As a doctor, he was a fitting match for his daughter. "You're Xie Chuan, right? My daughter's boyfriend? You two seem to be moving quite fast," Qin's father stated loudly, making sure the neighbors could hear him. Eager to flaunt the fact that his family had found a doctor as a son-in-law, he blocked their entrance, and Xie Chuan, along with the two girls, could only stand at the door, though his primary concern remained Qin Minyu's safety. "Where's Qin Minyu?" he asked directly, skipping the pleasantries. Qin's father, momentarily losing his boastful demeanor, sneered coldly, "Let me be clear, if you wish to marry my daughter and see her, you will need to provide a dowry of 300,000 no less. We have invested a great deal to see her through college. Do you think you can just take her away without compensation? You must be dreaming. Show me the money first, and then you can see her." The area fell silent, and the neighbors reacted nonchalantly, merely commenting that the Qin family was about to strike it rich. After all, there were not many university students in their village, and girls who had only completed middle school often required dowries of over 100,000. Given that Qin Minyu had graduated from a prestigious university, what was wrong with a dowry of several 100,000? Lu Jing stepped forward. "This is outrageous. You are unlawfully restricting Qin Minyu's freedom. Do you realize that?" Villagers whispered among themselves, glancing at the two beautiful young women behind Xie Chuan, questioning their presence alongside a man when they were supposed to be preparing for marriage. Qin's father shamelessly retorted, "You young lady, your words are quite inappropriate. She is my daughter. I can control her as I please. This is family discipline. What law are you talking about? Even if the king himself came, I am still her father. Does the law dictate how I raise my child?" Indeed, the villagers exhibited a fierce and unreasonable demeanor. Lu Jing was at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance at Wen Jiangxia, hoping the police officer would intervene with her knowledge of the law. "You handle this," she suggested, pulling out her identification. "I am from the Jiangong police station, and you are suspected of unlawfully detaining someone." Qin's father was taken aback for a moment, then dismissed her with a scoff. "A little girl with a fake ID thinks she can intimidate me?" Inside the house, Qin Minyu heard the commotion and felt a surge of joy. Xie Chuan had come to rescue her. However, the arrogance of her parents made it clear they would not allow him to approach. After a long silence, Xie Chuan spoke plainly, "If I provide the 300,000, will that mean from now on, Qin Minyu has no connection to your family?" Upon hearing hope, Qin's father began to negotiate. "How can she have no connection? Blood is thicker than water. Besides, she will have to support me in the future. If you two have a son, he will carry our family name. You will become our family's son-in-law." Xie Chuan paused, anger rising within him, but he refused to be manipulated. The viewers in the live stream were incensed by the scene unfolding before them. How shameless. They are taking advantage of their own daughter. 300,000 for a dowry. And they expect the streamer to become their son-in-law? Have they lost their minds? Don't give in to them, Xie Chuan. Qin Minyu has no obligation to save her original family. Comments flooded the live stream, and Lu Jing found a good angle to hide the camera. Qin's father, desperate and frantic, declared, "If you don't pay the dowry, I will marry my daughter off to old Wang, who lost his wife. You will regret this. You won't even find the door to pay the dowry later." Fans from the village who had previously watched Xie Chuan's live stream had arrived, sympathizing with Qin Minyu's predicament, hoping the streamer could rescue her from this dire situation. The Qin family was unreasonable and would not compromise. Xie Chuan refused to allow himself to be led by others. "I can provide the 300,000, but I will take her away, and we will have no further ties." At that moment, an older woman rushed out from within, eager to seize the opportunity. "Shopkeeper, why not just let it go? After all, she is a loss-making investment." Qin's father dismissed her. "How can we let it go? I heard a university graduate can earn over 100,000 a year. We have decades left to live. How much can you earn for us?" The couple began calculating, their eyes gleaming with greed. Suddenly, several motorcycles pulled up in front of the Qin household, and a dozen individuals dismounted, forcefully pushing into the crowd. "You must be the family of Qin Shinxian, right? He owes our boss FA over 200,000. Today, You either pay us or we will deal with you two old fools. The villagers parted, sensing the tension. Everyone knew that Qin Shenxian had a gambling problem, and his parents were oblivious to the extent of his debts. Qin's father, reverting to his youthful bravado, exclaimed, "My son isn't home. How would I know if you're falsely accusing him? If he owes money, go ask him. If you have the guts, beat me. But if you do, I'll still come back to your home to demand the money." Bang. The leader, a man with yellow hair, wasted no time and punched Qin's father in the eye. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can talk back to me? I'm your ancestor." A chaotic scene ensued, with fists and feet flying. Qin's mother wailed, trying to intervene, but she was struck by her husband and then kicked by the yellow-haired man. Chapter 77. Being her guardian, the family no longer dared to consider the prospect of a son-in-law living with them. Mr. Qin, in a state of disarray, hastily rose from the ground, adopting a demeanor that was both eager and obsequious. "Young man, if you provide me with a dowry of 300,000, you may take my daughter away. From this day forth, whether she lives or dies, I shall not concern myself." If the persistent suitor were to continue his visits, the elderly couple would certainly suffer, and given their ruthless nature, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc on their son. Even as he approached death, the old man felt compelled to consider his son's welfare. Lu Jing believed that such a sum was excessive. If Qin Minyu were to discover that her father was engaging in clandestine dealings and treating her as a mere commodity, she would undoubtedly be incensed. The viewers in the live stream urged him to reconsider. Yet, Xie Chuan, undeterred, asserted, "I am aware that Minyu's parents have never treated her well. Nevertheless, she emerged from their loins, and it is only fitting to repay them for their act of procreation, allowing her some semblance of freedom." He promptly scanned Mr. Qin's QR code and transferred the funds. Once the money was sent, Xie Chuan frowned and demanded, "I wish to see Qin Minyu." Mr. Qin soon stepped aside with a smile, while Mrs. Qin remained reluctant, questioning why they could simply take her daughter away. "Step aside, do not obstruct us. Do you wish for this family to perish?" The couple exchanged dissatisfied words at the door as Xie Chuan entered. As anticipated, the door was locked, but he retrieved the key from the windowsill. Upon unlocking it, they found Qin Minyu huddled in the corner, gazing at them with a look of guilt. Seemingly unable to face them. "We have come to take you home. Please, rise." Xie Chuan approached and gently pulled the girl by her arm. After a moment, Qin Minyu lifted her head, her eyes reddened, her voice hoarse. "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Rest assured, I will repay the 300,000. Tears glistened on her cheeks, her sleeves soaked through, betraying that she had been crying for an extended period. Since transferring the money to Mr. Qin, Xie Chuan had never intended to reclaim it. That sum had been originally meant for the treatment of Yudashi, and it was just sufficient. "Are you not an excellent cook? You have prepared meals for me for quite some time. Consider this as payment for future meals. Now, please stand." His tone was light. And with the two girls supporting Qin Minyu on either side, she finally managed to rise. There was nothing in the home that belonged to her. After her grandmother's passing, the family deemed her presence to bring misfortune and burned all of her grandmother's belongings, leaving Qin Minyu without a single memento. Together, they walked to the door, where the persistent suitor had already been sent away. Mr. Qin squatted at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing them, he immediately blocked their path. With the money now in his possession, after repaying his son's debts, he still had several thousand remaining. "No, you cannot leave just yet. In addition to the dowry, there are also the 3 gold items, the engagement money, and various expenses that must be accounted for. This time, let us say it amounts to 200,000. The neighbors began to murmur, feeling that this was excessive. The young man had rescued their family from dire straits. Yet they were turning around and attempting to extort more money. Many urged Mr. Qin to reconsider. Not far away, a police motorcycle stopped, and 2 local officers disembarked. Approaching Wen Jiangxia for clarification. "You are suspected of extortion. The other party has chosen not to file a complaint, showing you mercy. Should you continue your attempts to extort, we will take legal action." Upon hearing the police, the elderly couple fell silent. No matter how formidable they were, they could not overpower the law. Mr. Qin could only cast a resentful glance at his daughter, blaming her for the family's current plight, deeming her a harbinger of misfortune. "Get out of here. I will pretend I never had you. How shameless. Now that a wealthy man has appeared, you take the money and think to leave. This society is indeed made so by you gold-digging women." Qin Minyu was used to such remarks, but in front of her friends, she felt humiliated and wanted to retort. However, as she opened her mouth, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Jing, unwilling to let such a kind-hearted girl be bullied, argued vehemently. "What do you mean by gold-digging woman? The money was taken by you. and has nothing to do with her. She embraced the girl, comforting her gently. The viewers online felt that this family had gone too far. I now understand how some gold-digging women come to be. They are forced by their families. It was truly shameless for them to take all the money and then shift the blame onto their daughter, all while maintaining a self-righteous stance. Indeed, those who labeled women as gold diggers might very well be the ultimate beneficiaries, speaking without a care in the world. The police, having heard enough, did not intend to intervene further. They were seasoned in such matters, and Lu Jing found it difficult to contend with the two arguing parents. Taking advantage of a pause in their shouting, Xie Chuan observed their faces and remarked, "Have you never noticed that your son does not resemble you at all? Perhaps you should investigate your bloodline. As for the remaining few thousand, consider it a remedy for your heart ailment." Without waiting for a response, he instructed the lead officer on the motorcycle to escort them away. As they approached the Qin family's door, the couple tried to block their path. But the villagers who admired Xie Chuan quickly urged Mr. Qin to investigate. "Dr. Xie has a keen eye. Why not check?" The thought of a muddled bloodline left Mr. Qin in a complex state of mind, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on the woman beside him. "You tell me." The woman, feeling cornered, collapsed to her knees. On their way down the mountain, Qin Minyu bid farewell to several uncles from the village. They bore no ill will towards her, instead advising her not to return. On the bus, her emotions finally began to settle. By evening, after disembarking from the plane, they dined on hot pot at a local restaurant not far from the traditional medicine clinic. With Lu Jing's encouragement, the atmosphere gradually became lively. After their meal, they returned to the clinic. Viewers in the live stream suggested that Qin Minyu apply for a trademark for the Hanfu Experience Center, as many of the designs were created by young girls themselves. "Xie Chuan, is my brother truly not my father's blood?" Qin Minyu pondered this question throughout the journey. After a lengthy silence, Xie Chuan nodded. "In traditional Chinese medicine, we observe and inquire, based on bone structure, he indeed does not resemble you. You have had a long day. You should return home and rest early. Do not go back. You are no longer connected to that family." Qin Minyu was not a saint. She had escaped this time thanks to her friend's assistance. Otherwise, she might have been imprisoned in that remote valley for a lifetime. Rising, she solemnly bowed to the three of them and then to the viewers in the live stream. "Thank you for helping me escape from that den of wolves. I will never return." With matters finally settled, when Jiangxia took a leave of absence from the station today to assist her friend and determined it was time to return, saying a few brief words before bidding farewell, Qin Minyu returned to the Hanfu Experience Center to negotiate with the landlady. Xie Chuan waved goodbye to the viewers in the live stream, assuring them that he would be a diligent guardian for Qin Minyu moving forward, eliciting laughter from all. Chapter 78. Dr. Ste's loss of medical ethics as a new day dawned. It seemed as though Qin Minyu's life was embarking on a rebirth. Early in the morning, she arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and meticulously cleaned every corner, while also preparing a thoughtfully crafted breakfast for everyone. Upon entering the clinic, Lu Jing and Xie Chuan were taken aback. The young girl was exceedingly diligent, and if she wished to express gratitude, such efforts were wholly unnecessary. "Let us eat first. We are a bit late today. Please set up the live stream," Lu Jing instructed the staff with composure. After finishing breakfast, Xie Chuan awaited the arrival of patients. Before long, a patient entered the clinic, accompanied by an elderly couple. The viewers in the live stream quickly recognized them. Was this not the famous internet celebrity? "Hello, Dr. Xie. I specifically rushed over from Beijing upon hearing that you can treat many difficult ailments. My mother has been mute since childhood, and my father lost his ability to speak after a fever. I wish to enrich their world. In times past, he would have deemed such hopes impossible, well aware that his parents' conditions were deemed untreatable. However, comments from fans in the live stream suggested that Dr. Ste's medical skills were exceptional, capable of curing congenital diseases. Xie Chuan had encountered videos of Li Jianping and was deeply moved by the young man's filial devotion to his parents. "You must be the one who plays multiple roles to speak for your parents, correct? Please bring your parents here. I shall examine them." Without further ado, Xie Chuan commenced the consultation. The live stream attracted a plethora of viewers, not only Dr. Xie's fans but also those of Li Jianping, who had amassed millions of followers. To many doctors, congenital ailments were insurmountable, conditions carried from birth, and impossible to remedy. Why should Xie Chuan exert himself unnecessarily? Overextending his efforts could lead to unwarranted scrutiny. As he examined the middle-aged woman, Xie Chuan furrowed his brow. "Your mother's condition stems from a congenital ailment. There exists an acupuncture technique that might restore her ability to speak, yet whether she can articulate words post-treatment depends on guidance from family members. After so many years of silence, it is indeed peculiar to expect a mute to suddenly converse, and it will necessitate tremendous support from the family. Li Jianping was taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. Is that true? Regardless of the difficulty, my mother can truly speak again? That would be wonderful. She has not lived like a normal person for decades and will finally hear the world's clamor. His exhilaration was infectious, resonating with both Xie Chuan and the viewers in the live stream. After concluding the examination of the middle-aged woman, Xie Chuan proceeded to check the pulse of the man beside her. Your father's condition is quite treatable. He lost his ability to speak due to an illness. Yet he possessed the capability prior. Therefore, after this acupuncture session, you should be able to speak immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host, for the accurate diagnosis. You have received the divine acupuncture needle. The system's assistants arrived swiftly, bringing a sense of fortune to Xie Chuan. Li Jianping, brimming with anticipation, urged, Doctor, what are we waiting for? Let them undergo treatment. Is there a payment required? How much? I can pay right away. His excitement rendered him flustered, performing a flurry of actions in mere moments. Hold on, do not rush to pay. Help your father onto the bed and explain to him that during the acupuncture, he must remain still. He might experience some discomfort in his head and will need to endure it. Xie Chuan clarified the necessary precautions before the treatment. Li Jianping turned to his father, communicating through sign language, demonstrating several times until the earnest middle-aged man nodded in understanding. After preparing the sheepskin scroll and ensuring proper sanitation, Xie Chuan began to deftly insert the needles into the patient, who soon flushed red. Li's father felt a sharp pain, wanting to clutch his head, yet recalling his son's instructions, he bore it silently, the veins on his forehead bulging. Observing this, Li Jianping felt a pang of sympathy. Doctor, may I massage my father's head? He seems to be in such pain. Of course, but be gentle. Do not apply too much pressure, Xie Chuan replied. Meanwhile, in the judgment seat, Zhang Lao was skeptical. If the hearing loss was due to a medical condition, there might be a chance of recovery within a few years. However, after so many years of accustomed silence, it was inconceivable that acupuncture could remedy Li's father's ailment. As for Li's mother's congenital deafness, it was an incurable condition, and Dr. Xie's boldness seemed unwarranted. Numerous doctors believed that Dr. Xie, having gained fame at a young age, lacked the prudence expected of a seasoned practitioner. Holding a silver needle, Xie Chuan continued to stimulate acupoints on the patient's head. His methods appeared aggressive, alarming viewers in the live stream, who felt a headache just by watching. My goodness, Dr. Xie has pierced the scalp. I saw it clearly. He even penetrated the ear. It feels as if a needle has been thrust through the brain. The scene was distressing for Li Jianping, but he refrained from speaking out, fearing it might disrupt the treatment. After more than 10 minutes, with the imprints of the silver needles still visible on his hands, Xie Chuan meticulously disinfected each needle and returned them to the sheepskin scroll, focusing intently on Li's father, who lay drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Rise, sir. You may now speak. The man uttered a few muffled sounds but could not form a single coherent word. This seemed to validate some doctors' assertions in the live stream that Dr. Xie sought fame at the expense of genuine healing, and such conditions were beyond remedy. Yet, Li Jianping disregarded the disparaging comments flooding the chat. He sensed something different about his father. The sounds were not merely the usual moans but carried a noticeable change in tone. Dad, I am your son. Please try to call my name. As he spoke, Li Jianping animatedly demonstrated with sign language, his hands moving rapidly through the air. After several minutes of effort, the man stammered, eliciting disappointment from those witnessing Dr. Xie's first major failure. Li Jianping desperately wished to heal his parents, a sentiment understood by his fans. How could a revered traditional Chinese medicine practitioner mislead him, filling him with hope only to plunge him into despair? Is it so that Dr. Xie truly cannot treat this? Why deceive him? Now, after such elaborate procedures, nothing has improved. Could it be that the brain has sustained damage from such lengthy needles? Observations echoed in the chat. I too feel that before. Uncle was not so agitated. It seems his brain might have been harmed, and he is in great distress. The minutes of futile attempts left Li Jianping feeling defeated, tears welling in his eyes, slowly trickling down to the tip of his nose. Dad, do not force it. If you cannot speak, then you cannot. Your son will always be your voice. With his head bowed, he lamented the distance he traveled, the hope he offered his parents, and the folly of placing faith in internet rumors. In his despondent demeanor, Li's father mumbled. Chapter 79. You are the reincarnation of a living deity. A mere monosyllable left Li Jianping momentarily speechless, compelling him to concentrate intently. Father, please try to call my name again. Speak it out loud. Do not be afraid. Your son is right here beside you. Under the encouraging gaze of his father, it was as if the elder was a child attempting to articulate his first words. Jian. Ping. Upon uttering those two syllables, he exerted every ounce of his strength, incredulous at the sound that escaped his lips. Covering his mouth with his hand, tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. It had been decades since he last spoke. The unfamiliar sensation brought forth both excitement and a sense of relief. For he could finally communicate with his son, no longer a source of embarrassment. I can talk now. His voice was clearer this time, albeit hoarse. As he adjusted to the timbre of his own speech, Li Jianping embraced his father tightly, and within the warmth of their family circle, a new voice emerged. He wrapped his arms around his mother's shoulders, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad can speak now. You will too. From this moment on, we can communicate like a normal family. Your son will no longer have to be your voice." The audience in the live stream was deeply moved. Although they could not fully comprehend the bleakness of a disabled person's existence, witnessing a mute person articulate words felt akin to witnessing a rebirth. Dr. Xie is truly remarkable. My family's broadcaster has finally fulfilled his wish. He will no longer need to learn sign language. He can converse with his parents fluently. Often, he felt like he was playing multiple roles, akin to a madman. But now, with his father speaking, his world was finally vibrant and colorful. As comments flooded in, Li Jianping, having calmed his parents' emotions, suddenly knelt before Dr. Xie. The unexpected gesture caught even Dr. Xie off guard. "Young man, please rise. I merely treated your father. There is no need for such reverence." Yet, Li Jianping remained kneeling, recounting his arduous journey. Many fans were aware that he spoke on behalf of his parents, but they were oblivious to the financial struggles he faced in seeking out numerous doctors and hospitals in pursuit of a cure, ultimately yielding no results. Hearing my father speak, I feel a bit dazed. It is as if he has finally come alive before me, he expressed earnestly. "Doctor, you are a living deity." The young man's words were laden with flattery, his praise for Dr. Xie abundant. Since inheriting his grandfather's legacy, Dr. Xie had received numerous expressions of gratitude from patients, which instilled a profound sense of accomplishment within him. Yet at that moment, he felt an unusual sentiment. He had salvaged a family, helping the young man to his feet. Dr. Xie spoke earnestly. "I am a physician with the capacity to heal. It is imperative that I instill hope in you. Your father's ailment has been treated, and now we must turn our attention to your mother. As I mentioned, your mother's ability to speak relies heavily on familial support. Unlike his father, who had made significant progress, his mother resembled a child learning to speak for the first time. Without patient guidance, even if the treatment proved successful, it could take years for her to articulate words." With unwavering faith in Dr. Xie's skills, Li Jianping assured him, "Doctor, please proceed with the treatment. I understand my mother's condition is complex." He gently supported his mother, who lay on a small bed. After sterilizing the silver needles once more, Dr. Xie began the acupuncture process, which this time was lengthy and intricate. Following the insertion, he felt utterly drained, fixating on the warm silver needles. Dr. Xie wiped the sweat from his brow with a dry towel, instructing, "Do not move the needles yet. They require half an hour of stimulation. If, after this duration, the patient still does not perceive any pain, we must intensify the treatment." Years of delay had instilled a fear in Dr. Xie that Li's mother might suffer from nerve degeneration, making recovery exceedingly challenging. As time ticked by, half an hour elapsed. Yet Li's mother remained unresponsive. "Doctor, is my mother beyond help?" Li Jianping inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. He had mentally prepared himself, having heard many doctors declare that congenital conditions were often untreatable. Dr. Xie shook his head, clarifying, "It is not that the treatment is ineffective. Rather, the intensity of the silver needles has yet to reach the necessary threshold." Feeling fatigued, Dr. Xie rummaged through a drawer, retrieving some snacks prepared by the staff. He casually tore open a package and munched on several. Observing his actions, no one dared to voice any objections. Medical students in the live stream were reaching their limits. The patient still has needles inserted, and he is eating snacks? What kind of professionalism is this? Is he disregarding the patient entirely? Is it permissible to eat while treating someone? They questioned in disbelief. Amidst the uproar, Dr. Xie finished the last of the potato chips, the crunch echoing in the room. Once more standing before the patient, he felt revitalized. "I apologize, I was drained. The process of acupuncture demands immense physical energy, and I needed a brief recovery." The woman on the bed remained still, her hands resting placidly on her abdomen. Dr. Xie then retrieved the remaining silver needles from the parchment, speaking solemnly, "Prepare yourself. If these needles do not elicit any sensation, we will have to stimulate her acupoints again tomorrow." We must systematically target all significant points related to sensory perception. Perhaps that will yield results. Li Jianping remained steadfast by his mother's side, resolutely stating, "Doctor, I trust in your medical expertise. Let us commence." As the first needle was delicately inserted into a nearly invisible part of her scalp, Li Jianping's mother exhibited no response whatsoever. Medical students present explained that this was among the most painful acupoints, integral to sensory perception. A lack of reaction indicated potential nerve damage. If even this point yielded no response, it was a grim sign of hopelessness. As he read the comments, Li Jianping's heart sank. "Doctor, you have done your utmost. Thank you. Please do not pressure yourself further." His demeanor was one of despair, already resigned to the notion of giving up. Yet Dr. Xie remained undeterred, producing a second silver needle from the parchment. In the eyes of the ordinary observer, it might seem the most advantageous point for sensory restoration, but in Dr. Xie's view, not reaching the final step in treatment meant one had not truly fought against fate. Perhaps at the last moment, there lies a glimmer of hope. Even as the family had begun to relent, the doctor persevered. Viewers in the live stream were deeply touched. They had never witnessed such unwavering dedication from a physician. Dr. Xie's stature in their eyes grew ever larger. As several more needles were inserted, the woman continued to show no signs of awareness. Yet the muscles on her scalp distorted in response to the needles. Li Jianping and his father wept silently as Dr. Xie held the last remaining silver needle in his hand. Chapter 80. Useless persuasion. Once the needle is inserted, even a person on the brink of death will open their eyes. If the condition truly improves, there will be 2 consecutive days of headaches. Yet it will not damage the nerves. After finishing his words, Xie Chuan raised his gaze to seek the family's consent. Li Jianping, weeping profusely, nodded vigorously, "Doctor, I trust your judgment." As Xie Chuan's hand poised over the center of the woman's head, Zheng Lao from the judging panel stood up in disbelief, his voice trembling as he intervened. No. Dr. Xie was being overly audacious. Zheng Lao could not allow a rising star in the medical field to engage in such reckless behavior. Should the treatment fail, Xie Chuan's reputation would be tarnished, and the patient could very well face a lifetime of paralysis. Can we call Dr. Xie to halt the treatment? Zheng Lao's panic was palpable. He held great respect for every traditional Chinese medicine practitioner on the panel, particularly for Zheng Lao, a revered figure in the medical community. He swiftly retrieved his phone and instructed the staff to locate Dr. Xie's contact details. Dialing the number, Zheng Lao's urgency was evident. As Xie Chuan prepared to insert the needle, he paused to answer the call. "Dr. Xie, do not proceed with the needle. That acupuncture point, apart from causing pain, controls numerous sensory systems and could potentially lead to lifelong paralysis. Generally, no one dares to needle there. I advise you to reconsider." Xie Chuan furrowed his brow, unaware of the caller's identity. "I have absolute confidence." "Your confidence is irrelevant. I have practiced medicine for decades, always heeding my master's teachings. The point you wish to needle is strictly off limits." Fearing that Xie Chuan might not understand the gravity of his words, Zheng Lao quickly clarified his credentials. His voice, on speakerphone, resonated in the live broadcast, and viewers recognized him instantly. Everyone urged Xie Chuan to exercise caution. If he fails to treat her, he may never appear in the live studio again and could lose all medical credentials. Li Jianping, terrified of his mother facing paralysis, stepped forward, pleading, "Doctor, perhaps we should stop? I know you have done your utmost. It's already a miracle that my father is well. I will be my mother's ears, and I can communicate with her through sign language." With the experts and family surrendering, Xie Chuan felt the weight of psychological pressure, yet he was unwilling to concede. The acupuncture point provided by the system, the final needle, would surely bring her back to life. He believed in the system and was determined to defy fate. Before a multitude of viewers, Xie Chuan raised his head and addressed the camera. "Zheng Lao, you have stated that the point you have never needled for decades does not imply it cannot be needled. It is simply complex. However, our ancestors have needled various points and treated numerous ailments. I stake my career on this. I will succeed." Though young and naive in appearance, his tone was resolute, willing to gamble his career for a single patient. Zheng Lao, feeling exasperated, abruptly ended the call. "Make your own decision, but do not blame me for not warning you." Fans of Xie Chuan implored him to be prudent. If he were to render the patient paralyzed, he would be barred from the live studio and stripped of his medical license. In desperation, Li Jianping knelt, bowing his head. "Dr. Xie, I beg you, let us not proceed." Amidst the clamor, Xie Chuan grasped the silver needle without hesitation and plunged it into the acupuncture point atop the woman's head. Li Jianping's face drained of color, paralyzed with fear, unwilling to breathe for fear of disturbing him. Li's father, eyes ablaze with rage, was ready to confront Xie Chuan at any moment. The atmosphere in the live broadcast studio turned somber. Two fan group leaders could no longer bear the tension and personally disbanded their groups. Dr. Xie is courting disaster. Everyone disperse. He was my first favorite traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and now it's all over. Why does he not heed the experts? Is Zhang Lao's expertise not superior to his? In the television program, Zhang Lao felt unwell and gestured to leave the judging panel. Since the inception of the amazing Huatua, it was the first time Zhang Lao had lost his composure. He had seen many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners during the show's recordings. Yet he had only taken a liking to Dr. Xie. The prospect of Dr. Xie's downfall deeply affected him. Staff members began dismantling the filming equipment. Reluctant to part ways after spending considerable time together, following this shoot, they would be back to job hunting. Only Lu Jing remained, holding the camera, refusing to believe in Dr. Xie's failure. Having witnessed Xie Chuan perform numerous miracles in the studio, she was convinced he would create another. What are you doing? Set the equipment back up. It's not time for farewell yet. Her shout halted the ongoing activities, though her voice resonated throughout the live broadcast. Xie Chuan paid no heed. He was unconcerned about the program's demise. His sole focus was on the patient before him. Veins bulging in his hands, Xie Chuan deftly navigated through the soft tissue, successfully inserting the silver needle into the woman's head. He knew that if there were no reaction in an inch, it would be impossible to treat her thereafter. Taking a deep breath, he instructed Li Jianping to communicate with the woman in sign language. Tell your mother to call out if it hurts. If not, I will withdraw immediately. The person slumped on the ground was unresponsive, lost in despair, tears streaming silently. Without hesitation, Xie Chuan kicked him awake. I am risking my career for this, so tell your mother to vocalize if she feels pain. Startled by the jab, Li Jianping regained his composure and frantically relayed the message in sign language to his mother, repeating it multiple times. The woman on the bed nodded, indicating her understanding. With renewed determination, Xie Chuan applied pressure on the needle, advancing it another inch. Amidst a chorus of skepticism, the woman suddenly cried out, her voice barely coherent with pain. Ah. She writhed, attempting to cradle her head with both hands. Li Jianping reacted swiftly, holding his mother's arms down, his mind racing. Doctor. Xie had stated that if she felt pain, it meant she could speak. Mom, is this the beginning of recovery? Xie Chuan quickened his pace, stimulating the acupuncture point. Observing the woman teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, he pinched a point on her body to keep her alert. Can you hear me? If you can, nod your head. The patient on the bed nodded clearly, tears soaking her hair. One by one, the silver needles were removed, and the woman leaned back, her head throbbing, like a fish laid out on a chopping board. After sanitizing the silver needles, Xie Chuan neatly placed them into the lambskin roll, wiping the sweat from his brow. Can you hear the sounds around you? This time, the woman blinked in disbelief and slowly nodded. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, almost deafening. She could hear her son patting her hand, her husband arranging her hair, and the doctor's concerned inquiries. Rising from the bed, she opened her mouth, uttering sounds that were no longer incoherent, beginning to form syllables. In her excitement, she took a few steps forward, moving as she once did. Chapter 81. The gamble paid off. The viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. As Master Zheng had mentioned, an inaccurate acupuncture point could leave a patient completely paralyzed. Even Master Zheng himself lacked absolute confidence in administering the treatment on a patient. Yet, Dr. Xie managed to do it, and remarkably, the patient was still able to walk normally. In an instant, the audience dwindled from hundreds of thousands to merely a few tens of thousands, each eager to spread the word. They flooded the chat with various special effects, celebrating their victory. The cheers around them, coupled with the gradual improvement in the patient's condition, filled the air with hope. At that moment, Xie Chuan, drenched in sweat, felt the beads of perspiration trickle down his face. He had won his gamble. Rejecting the notion of fate, he placed his faith in the system, which had never disappointed him. His relentless efforts were finally yielding fruit, steering everything towards a positive outcome. Overwhelmed by tension, he sank into a chair, feeling utterly drained. He closed his eyes, seeking solace from the pressure. While others doubted his capabilities, he never wavered, steadfastly believing in himself and his ability to achieve victory. Success. Lu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed to Xie Chuan, embracing him tightly. You did it, she exclaimed, her faith in him unshakable. And he did not let her down. Xie Chuan understood the struggles she had faced. Many believed he was risking his entire career for an improbable miracle. A multitude of disappointed gazes surrounded him, yet only Lu Qing remained steadfast by his side, unwavering in her support. "Thank you for your trust." Xie Chuan gently patted her back. "I am relieved that I have not betrayed your faith in me." With a sense of liberation, he finally relaxed, the tension that had gripped him dissipating. "You were remarkable." Lu Qing regained her composure and praised him. "You remained calm and composed, handling everything with such grace. Even when no one believed in you, you persisted without hesitation, determined to save him." In that moment, it felt as though countless beams of light illuminated Xie Chuan. He truly was exceptional. With a faint smile, Xie Chuan reflected on how ever since he participated in this program, he had frequently overheard the astonished whispers of those who had come to regard him with newfound respect. Typically, he would nod in acknowledgement at their compliments. But Lu Qing's praise lifted his spirits even more. "I told you I could do it." Li Jianping, overwhelmed with emotion as he heard his mother's voice, embraced her and erupted in joyous cheers. "We did it. Fortune has smiled upon us." Gratitude poured from him, tears streaming down his cheeks as he could hardly contain himself. The family, entwined in a heartfelt embrace, reveled in their hard-won joy. Li Jianping knelt before Xie Chuan, disregarding his protests, and bowed deeply. "Thank you. Without you, our family would not be where we are now. Thank you for never giving up." His voice choked with emotion, he bowed fervently. Even as Xie Chuan attempted to lift him up, concerned as the man's head bled. "Why are you doing this?" Xie Chuan questioned gently. "You can thank me. But there is no need for such gestures." "No." Li Jianping clutched Xie Chuan's hand tightly. His parents followed suit, kneeling in unison, their meaning unmistakable. "Mr. Xie, without you, I wouldn't be able to speak today. Thanks to you, I can communicate, and even my wife can hear my voice. This bow is our way of expressing gratitude for your immense kindness. Without you, we would still be disabled." Tears flowed freely from the three of them as they grasped Xie Chuan, their emotions overwhelming. Xie Chuan, both amused and helpless, helped them to their feet. "All right. I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Saving lives is my duty. I understand your desire to express gratitude, but it need not be in this manner. Just live well, foster a harmonious family, and contribute positively to society. That is the greatest reward. Of course, I promise I will follow your advice and give back to society." Becoming a person of value, Li Jianping affirmed, feeling that with Xie Chuan's assistance, he had fulfilled two significant aspirations in his life. He felt content, devoid of regrets. The next step was to honor his promise and, as Xie Chuan suggested, to become a valuable member of society. The family cried unabashedly, oblivious to their running noses, while Xie Chuan, bemused, offered them some tissues to wipe their faces. Xie Chuan's success was undeniable, even to those who had doubted him. Master Zheng remained troubled, unable to comprehend why such a talented individual would risk everything for a single patient. Oh, this child, why must he sabotage his own future? The more he pondered, the more distressed he became, lamenting the potential fall of a gifted practitioner in traditional Chinese medicine. His absence from public view posed a grave concern for the field. He was truly a rare talent. As this prodigy faced downfall, there seemed to be no means to alleviate the situation. That child truly was misguided. Master Zheng clenched his fists in frustration, striking the table twice in anger. The other judges nearby shared his distress. Indeed, this child's abilities commanded respect. Had he remained on the right path, his future would have been immeasurable. There was a chance he could have excelled in this field. With such a promising future ahead, why would he choose to self-destruct, jeopardizing all he had? I once thought highly of him, but now he appears utterly foolish. They expressed their discontent vocally, chastising him. How could this child suddenly act so foolishly? The atmosphere was heavy with disappointment. The group exchanged glances, struggling to calm their emotions, all the while condemning the situation. Feeling despondent, their minds raced with thoughts, each sigh echoing their collective dismay. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "We did it." Master Zheng, indifferent to the unfolding events, stepped out to request quiet. He sighed, massaging his temples, feeling disheartened. "All right." As he moved towards the exit, the door swung open abruptly. "Master Zheng, we have great news." Master Zheng raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued but still lacking enthusiasm. "What is it?" Chapter 82. The allure of traditional Chinese medicine. The events surrounding Xie Chuan plunged him into profound sorrow. He found himself utterly disinterested in everything around him. His face clouded with melancholy as he gazed deeply out of the window. A generation's genius was on the brink of collapse. How unfortunate. The anger of Elder Zheng stemmed from the other party's reckless disregard. Even with his gentle admonitions, they remained obstinate and insistent on their erratic course. He was irate with Xie Chuan's lack of understanding. In a hurry, a young assistant rushed to Elder Zhang's side. Just now, Xie Chuan succeeded. Elder Zhang's mind went blank for a moment. What did you say? As realization dawned, his excitement surged. He truly succeeded? Indeed, replied the assistant. Just moments ago. That individual not only awakened, but even stood up. He can speak and hear sounds. He gently patted your hand, signaling you not to worry or be distressed over this matter. Xie Chuan has succeeded, so you needn't be angry. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang could hardly believe it. He hesitated for a moment before returning to the live broadcast, seeking confirmation. Is it true? Has it been resolved smoothly? Being of advanced age. He trembled with emotion as he looked at everyone, yearning for an answer. Yes, the situation has been completely resolved. The patient currently has no physical issues. He is remarkable. At such a young age, his decisiveness and key abilities are extraordinary. The future of a traditional Chinese physician like him is boundless. Initially, they had doubted his capabilities. Yet his performance left no room for skepticism. The professors nearby murmured in quiet astonishment, their faces reflecting relief. Xie Chuan's actions had once again astonished everyone's perception of him. They had assumed that this time, things would not proceed smoothly, that Xie Chuan would part ways with them. However, his performance had already left them in awe. Elder Zhang remained incredulous, yet as he watched the live stream, witnessing the family's joy and gratitude towards Xie Chuan, tears welled in his eyes. He had truly succeeded. This child, a prodigy with exceptional talent, was destined to achieve greatness. Elder Lin, beside him, offered gentle counsel. Do not be fooled by his earlier stubbornness. He possesses an innate understanding of the situation. Had it not been for this insight, he would not have dared to take such risks. Perhaps we placed undue pressure on him earlier, which was somewhat inappropriate. As Lin spoke, he patted Elder Zhang's shoulder, attempting to ease the awkward tension that had arisen between them. Elder Zhang reflected deeply on Lin's words. You are indeed correct. That child always acts with discretion. Likely, he identified the problem early on, which prompted him to take such a bold risk. I have misjudged him significantly, indirectly causing potential issues. Thankfully, he is diligent enough. Elder Zhang recognized his own shortcomings and did not seek to excuse himself. Instead, he earnestly listened to Elder Lin's words. It was I who acted rashly in a moment of passion, failing to consider Xie Chuan's character, and unjustly rebuked him. I even claimed I would no longer concern myself with him. As Xie Chuan addressed the camera, his voice gradually emerged while Elder Zhang struggled to find the right words. Elder Zhang, I have succeeded. Perhaps buoyed by happiness, Xie Chuan's face radiated with a smile. Bian Mu, watching the live broadcast, called Xie Chuan to extend a formal apology. I am sorry. I misjudged you. While you may appear carefree on the surface, you approach your tasks with a sense of propriety, never acting recklessly. My earlier anger clouded my judgment, and I unjustly vented my frustrations onto you. The more Elder Zhang pondered, the deeper his feelings of guilt grew. The youth displayed greater magnanimity than he, an elder who, despite his vast experiences, could not control his temper when provoked. On the other end of the line, Xie Chuan laughed, seemingly unbothered by the recent events. I have forgotten what transpired. Why do you still dwell on it? He said nonchalantly. I merely wish to inform you that through my efforts, I successfully saved the life of that patient. Though the pressure was immense, I firmly believed I could succeed. Indeed, Elder Zhang's feelings of guilt deepened. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Even I am left feeling inadequate. Furthermore, I must sincerely apologize for the unnecessary troubles my actions have caused you. Bian Mu deeply reflected on his behavior, growing increasingly remorseful for his previous actions. Xie Chuan dismissed the matter, considering it a bygone issue not worthy of further discussion. Moreover, I understand that Elder Zhang is concerned about me. Your kindness and grace shall remain etched in my heart. To blame you for this incident would be impossible. Bian Mu truly cared for him, and Xie Chuan would not forget that. A smile finally graced Bian Mu's face as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for standing by my side during this time. Not at all, Xie Chuan reassured him. With Xie Chuan's comfort, Bian Mu's initial anxieties began to dissipate. With Xie Chuan present, the burden felt lighter. Xie Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. More importantly, through his own efforts and the support of the system, he had once again performed a miracle, and this miracle was unparalleled. As word spread, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd, surpassing even Xie Chuan's own elation. Everyone was cheering, proclaiming, I knew Xie Chuan was exceptional. He is the first of his kind in history. Once again, he has created a miracle. His abilities are truly formidable. Following a barrage of skepticism, Xie Chuan ultimately triumphed. Let us congratulate him with applause. Xie Chuan, you are now my idol. The comments section exploded with activity. Xie Chuan's performance soared to trending status, filled with accolades praising his capabilities and remarkable skills, inspiring fervent admiration. Many regarded Xie Chuan as an idol, and his fan base expanded rapidly. Yet, rather than basking in this attention, Xie Chuan felt a deepened desire to enhance his abilities. Eager to showcase the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine to all. Chapter 83. The Rise of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Individuals pursue education for the revival of China. While Xie Chuan dedicates his efforts to the ascendance of traditional Chinese medicine, Xie Chuan performs miracles, drawing an increasing number of disabled patients seeking his assistance. They yearn to speak and long for the day they can hear sounds again. Though Xie Chuan stands alone, the throngs of disabled individuals gather outside the clinic, anxiously awaiting their turn. The cacophony of voices fills the air. As Xie Chuan gazes outward, a sea of people stretches before him, densely packed to the point where vehicles cannot enter. Local traffic officers arrive to assist, maintaining order amidst the chaos. Yet, Xie Chuan remains tirelessly occupied. Even the production crew finds themselves cornered by the crowd. Fans of the show stare in disbelief at the bustling clinic, their jaws agape in astonishment. Is it truly possible that all these individuals are here solely for assistance? The sheer number is overwhelming. How long can Xie Chuan's efforts continue to heal them all? They once placed all their hopes in Western medicine, only to be met with despair upon hearing the fatal verdicts that extinguish their hopes. A family suffers when one cannot speak. They expend great effort, wishing for a turn of fate. Yet, the children remain beyond reach, and they resignedly accept their plight. Unexpectedly, upon the airing of Xie Chuan's program, the deaf and mute find themselves healed. These individuals come rushing, placing all their hopes in him, eager for his help. Every life he can touch is a victory. Rising before dawn, Xie Chuan understands that he cannot single-handedly heal every deaf and mute patient in the world. Thus, he contemplates sharing his knowledge. Why not teach others? If more individuals join in this effort, we can amplify our strength. After much deliberation, he presents this idea. Some express interest in learning, while others hesitate, aware of the challenges involved. Those with potential would not have remained stagnant for so long. Clearly, this ability resides solely with Xie Chuan. On the first day, he treats hundreds of patients who have traveled from far and wide. To honor their expectations, he works diligently. Even when fatigue grips him, the numbers continue to swell. Exhausted, he scarcely finds time to eat. In a rare moment of respite, he slumps to the side, grappling with a sense of despair. How exhausting! Fortunately, his system allows for swift recovery. Yet, he must maintain a facade before the crowd. His companions, equally fatigued, have endured a day of relentless congestion. The area is so crowded that it nearly causes the camera to slip from their grasp. Miraculously, it remains intact. A throng of people collapses in exhaustion, and the program has gone viral. Meanwhile, officials from the state arrive, eager to consult Xie Chuan regarding this endeavor. That night, he engages in discussions with them, his expression serious. The gathered crowd listens intently, as if struck by a revelation. Dr. Zhang stares in astonishment, raising his thumb in praise. No wonder your reputation has been expanding. It is our honor to have a practitioner of your caliber in our country. You are a pillar of our nation and a source of pride. The way they regard Xie Chuan shifts, filled with admiration. Yet, he humbly smiles. I am not as formidable as you claim. I have merely learned from the source and grasped a bit through my own understanding. In comparison to the esteemed practitioners present, I am unworthy. His modesty is met with disagreement. No, you are indeed more capable than I. I concede your superiority. With a student of your caliber, I am confident our discipline will flourish. Xie Chuan is taken aback by their gratitude, feeling overwhelmed. He has never experienced such fervent appreciation before, and words elude him. The individuals before him are all esteemed professors, yet they humbly seek to learn from him. This dynamic is almost surreal, akin to a dream. Under Xie Chuan's guidance, many practitioners learn how to treat the ailments of the deaf and mute. A world without individuals suffering from such conditions seems within reach. However, although his techniques are profound, they hesitate to implement them recklessly. The final method he shares instills fear. They are reluctant to follow his instructions. Despite their capabilities, they are not yet prepared for such advanced practices. Acknowledging their limitations, they choose to learn humbly, aware of the potential risks involved. Xie Chuan, initially eager to encourage them further, observes their serious expressions and ultimately refrains from additional comments. He nods in agreement. Indeed, the last technique carries inherent risks. Should anything go awry, my abilities may not suffice to save everyone. A weight hangs upon him. He longs to impart his knowledge, yet as Elder Zheng once cautioned, a misstep could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in paralysis for the patients. Thus, although they wish to learn, they are genuinely cautious about proceeding without due diligence. They fear causing unnecessary trouble, which would be catastrophic. Our capabilities are limited. We dare not act recklessly. This technique should remain with you. While we, the group of traditional practitioners, exchanges knowing glances, acknowledging their limitations. Chapter 84. The need for inheritance in traditional Chinese medicine. Xie Chuan did not conceal his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He imparted all that he knew. However, the several practitioners hesitated. Xie Chuan did not press them. If you truly feel unable, then when you encounter such patients in the future, have them come to me. I will certainly assist in any way I can. Yet, some conditions are congenital. Even with my utmost efforts, success is not guaranteed. They must be mentally prepared, he cautioned. Clarifying the situation. How could they be unaware? The practitioners nodded in understanding. Rest assured, we comprehend your intent. We will disseminate this matter further. You need not worry. Elder Chen stepped forward, gazing at the young man before him, who was even younger than he. Despite the age difference, his demeanor was one of utmost respect. Who among them could compare to Xie Chuan's prowess? Even the well-versed Elder Chen found himself at a loss when faced with these deaf-mute patients. Xie Chuan was akin to a revered ancestral figure. His presence heralded a turning point for many. I hope in the future, there will be fewer deaf-mute patients. Thanks to you, hope has been rekindled for them. I must extend my gratitude on their behalf. The several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, who were typically held in high regard, found themselves in a position of profound gratitude before Xie Chuan. One after another, they expressed their thanks, causing Xie Chuan to shyly touch his nose. He smiled, understanding their sentiments. Enough of the gratitude. What remains is to focus on devising methods to treat these patients, rather than dwell on superfluous discussions. His proposal quickly garnered unanimous agreement. They nodded and learned much from Xie Chuan, including treatment methods they had previously dared not attempt. Yet, apprehension lingered. What if they failed? Would that not spell disaster? However, traditional Chinese medicine must be inherited. If only Xie Chuan possessed the knowledge, then a century hence, the art of Chinese medicine might face decline once more. No one wished for that. They envisioned the enduring legacy of Chinese medicine flourishing. As eager learners, they spent the entire night engaging in discussions with Xie Chuan, preparing for practical application the following day. Xie Chuan managed only a brief 2 hours of sleep. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a throng of hopeful deaf-mute patients gazing up at him in anticipation. The sight tugged at Xie Chuan's heart, making it difficult for him to refuse them. Following the broadcast of the previous patient, hope ignited within the hearts of these individuals, prompting them to rush here. Yearning for miraculous outcomes, they looked to Xie Chuan, pleading for his assistance. Fortunately, several skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners stood by, having spent the night earnestly learning. They had already begun to grasp the techniques, though nerves clouded their confidence, as they had never before attempted such treatments. Xie Chuan formally introduced these capable practitioners. Beside me are esteemed teachers, renowned in our nation, who have come to assist these deaf-mute patients. However, some family members expressed dissent. We journeyed thousands of miles in hopes that you could heal my child, yet you turn to others for help. Do you think this is fair to us, who have traveled so far? We specifically seek your aid. Please, we implore you. Their skepticism was palpable. These practitioners previously lacked such capabilities. How is it that after merely half a day here, they are suddenly qualified? Xie Chuan's expression turned slightly cold. With my solitary efforts, it is unlikely I could treat all of you by next year. Traditional Chinese medicine must be inherited. We cannot place all hope upon one individual. His demeanor was serious as he explained further. Therefore, I implore you to cease your current actions. If you find this disagreeable, you are free to leave. My capabilities are limited, and I cannot tirelessly attend to every case. They were all sent by the state. Upon realizing this, many came to Xie Chuan to humbly learn. They had spent the night awake, genuinely wishing to heal these patients, yet the words of their families stung with harshness. The remarks were increasingly disheartening. Xie Chuan made his intentions clear. Regardless of their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to follow his guidance. Who would dare oppose him? The crowd fell silent. Xie Chuan was right. Traditional Chinese medicine requires inheritance. If all hope rested solely on him, the future of this ancient practice would be jeopardized. His words rendered them speechless, gradually leading to a heavy silence. Elder Chen felt a tinge of sorrow. In the past, they were revered by patients, often sought after to the extent that money could not guarantee an audience. Yet here, under Xie Chuan's guidance, they felt like novices, facing disdain from those they aimed to assist. Though understanding, it was a disheartening experience. With a sigh, Elder Chen quickly adjusted his demeanor. He addressed the group, calmingly. Please grant us an opportunity. I believe in you. A family member stepped forward, tears brimming in their eyes, placing their hopes in the hands of these traditional medicine practitioners. Please, save my child. After suffering a high fever, they have suddenly become mute. We have sought various remedies for a year, yet nothing alleviates the situation. The family appeared worn and frail, their circumstances dire, struggling to make ends meet in their pursuit of treatment. Elder Chen, witnessing their plight, quickly approached. If you trust me, I will not let you down. Please, follow me this way. His confidence surged. With a natural aptitude for traditional medicine and now holding the highest credentials, he was recognized by national leaders. Last night, Xie Chuan's insights had enlightened him. Now, he was eager to apply what he had learned. The patients, no longer hesitating, sought out the nearby traditional practitioners. Yet, some remained steadfast in their belief in Xie Chuan, willing to wait for him to provide the healing they sought. Chapter 85. The troublemaker. Ultimately, it is their choice, and Xie Chuan has no authority to interfere. They have time. If they wish to wait, so be it. As for Xie Chuan, all he can do is rise early and retire early, dedicating himself to the treatment of these hearing-impaired patients. Days turned into a whirlwind of activity for Xie Chuan. His hands were overwhelmed with tasks, as he followed a monotonous routine of sleeping and working at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Even mealtimes were crammed into mere minutes, hastily shoveling in a few bites before convincing himself he was satiated. The clinic had previously seen a steady stream of patients, but recently, the numbers had surged to unprecedented levels. Despite Xie Chuan collaborating diligently with fellow practitioners to treat many patients, the demand continued to grow. Observing the throngs of people outside, he rubbed his temples in exasperation. When would this ever end? With a heavy sigh, Xie Chuan gazed skyward, feeling a tumult of emotions. Although he was eager to assist these patients, the sheer volume was overwhelming. A multitude of individuals had gathered, and the numbers were only increasing. He felt as if his hands might cramp from the incessant work. These patients had come from all corners, some traveling vast distances. Xie Chuan did not want to disappoint their hopes. He genuinely desired to help them to the best of his ability. But the numbers were proving to be too much to bear. Rubbing his temples, he felt a mix of resignation and frustration. Meanwhile, Bian Nu approached him, noticing the ever-growing crowd with concern for Xie Chuan's well-being. After all, the production team had nearly halted their broadcast over the past few days. Initially, they had come to observe Xie Chuan's performance, but now the situation had become a complete bottleneck. Elder Zheng and his colleagues watched on, their hearts heavy with sympathy. Witnessing the relentless efforts Xie Chuan exerted to aid these hearing-impaired patients, he had no time to rest. Even in the dead of night, he could be summoned. Quality sleep was a luxury he could not afford. Moreover, some patients, fully aware of Xie Chuan's busy schedule, still chose to express their outrage in public, demanding immediate attention. Faced with such circumstances, Xie Chuan's demeanor soured. Enough, he snapped, his tone laced with irritation. Addressing a young man before him, Xie Chuan stated bluntly, I am exceedingly busy. There is much to attend to. Might I ask for your understanding? Rubbing his temples in distress, the din of the crowd made his head feel as if it would explode. Xie Chuan's fervent desire to help felt doused by a bucket of cold water. The woman before him, brimming with indignation, confronted him aggressively. Have I spoken incorrectly? So many have come here seeking your assistance, yet your pace is exasperatingly slow. I have been here for 3 days, and my brother has yet to receive treatment. How have you garnered the title of divine physician? Her face was etched with resentment, her disdain for Xie Chuan unmistakable. Upon hearing her words, Xie Chuan met her gaze with a frigid detachment. If you doubt my capabilities, you are free to leave at any moment. I will not plead for your stay. However, should you insult me, I will not let it pass lightly. Xie Chuan's eyes were icy as he faced her, his temper flaring. After diligently working for days without rest, merely hoping to assist as many as he could, he was taken aback by her accusations. His fees were reasonable, tailored to what these patients could afford. How could she twist his efforts into grounds for criticism? Xie Chuan scoffed in disbelief. It is not that I do not believe in you. Rather, there are still countless patients awaiting assistance. At this rate, how long shall we wait? We sleep outside on the ground, and each day we rush here only to find we have not yet had our turn. Look at my brother. What condition is he in? Can you not show some compassion and help us? The woman's argument was relentless, her words harsh and accusatory. Xie Chuan regarded her with disdain. If you were not so intent on creating trouble, I assure you I would have treated several patients by now. Furthermore, you are sleeping outside in this heat. You should be grateful for the chance to rest. I have scarcely had 2 to 3 hours of sleep in a day, have I complained? As she continued her diatribe, Xie Chuan's patience wore thin, igniting a fire within him. He pointed an accusing finger at her, unable to contain his frustration. The woman, incensed, confronted him with a fierce glare. What do you mean by that? You are a doctor. It is your duty to provide care. How can you now accuse me of wrongdoing? Xie Chuan paused momentarily, caught off guard by her audacity. And a smile, albeit sardonic, escaped him. He wished to assist where he could, yet here was this individual, choosing to quarrel with him at such a critical moment. Your words grow increasingly harsh, he replied coldly. I do not wish to treat you. Please take your brother and leave swiftly. Additionally, I have a multitude of matters to attend to, so I kindly ask you to cease this disturbance. Xie Chuan's message was unequivocal. He had no interest in extending grace to someone intent on causing trouble. The woman, undeterred, stepped closer, her eyes blazing with fury. On what grounds do you refuse to treat my brother? We have waited here for 3 days, and you claim you will not help? Is this not excessive? How can someone like you, hailed as a genius physician, be so utterly worthless? Chapter 86. You may leave. I am weary we placed all our hopes upon you. And yet you respond in such a manner? The woman could no longer contain her inner fury, her eyes locked onto Xie Chuan, unleashing a deafening roar that momentarily silenced many present. In the face of her accusations and relentless pursuit of Xie Chuan, the crowd remained taciturn. What nonsense is this? The woman's behavior was incomprehensible to the majority. Lu Qing stepped forward, attempting to mediate. This matter can be discussed calmly. There is no need for such uproar. She sought to temper the situation, but the woman, consumed by rage, was beyond reason. Silence. You are merely a grasshopper on the same string as him, naturally. You choose to support him instead of me. Her piercing gaze and sarcastic tone were filled with extreme indignation. She appeared as though she had lost her sanity, wishing for mutual destruction with everyone around her. Yet, in contrast to her fury, Xie Chuan maintained a semblance of calm, unperturbed by her outburst. It was Lu Qing, however, who could endure no longer. Enough, she declared, unable to bear the scene any longer. Look around. Xie Chuan is the only one here with such remarkable skills. Your disruption has halted everything, forcing us to listen to your incessant clamor. If you do not wish to be treated, kindly leave. Do not delay the other patients. Xie Chuan had been utterly exhausted, and Lu Qing had witnessed it all. With no time for a moment's rest, he had been preoccupied with the well-being of the patients present. Had he not shown enough compassion? Yet this woman had the audacity to launch a tirade against him, speaking as if only she required healing in this world. If you do not wish to be treated, do not hinder others. Moreover, our time is precious. We cannot afford to indulge you in your tantrums. Please, leave promptly and do not waste our time. Lu Qing issued a decree for her expulsion, urging her to vacate the premises immediately. Upon hearing this, the woman collapsed onto the ground, throwing a fit. No, unless Xie Chuan treats my brother, none of you shall receive treatment. Her selfishness was glaring. Her thoughts were solely occupied with her own concerns. She erupted in fury, her tone harsh and her behavior outrageous, inciting anger in those present. Stop your nonsense. Your commotion is holding everyone up. Can you not see that all are waiting for you? If you do not wish to ensure your brother's recovery, we too wish for our lives to be spared. Do not delay my husband. If you continue, he may lose his temper and harm you. Do not come crying to us then. Please, step aside and do not hinder the other patients. It was the first time many had witnessed such appalling behavior. As the crowd expressed their disdain, they sought to halt her despicable actions, but she remained unyielding, cursing at them. Silence. What do you know? Just look at Xie Chuan. He is deliberately neglecting us. Otherwise, why does he not speak? His true motives are transparent. He pretends to help us while secretly profiting from our plight, showing no genuine intent to assist those of us in need. And this slow pace, how long must we wait? You speak a few words, and he flies into a rage, claiming he does not wish to treat us? Is this truly the demeanor of a healer? Xie Chuan's heart sank. His patience had reached its limit. He glanced at her and stated, the disturbances end here. I kindly ask everyone to return and rest. I lack the energy to continue treating you. With that, he turned to leave. The words stung like daggers, continuously pricking at his heart. Even the most patient soul could be driven to anger by such provocations. Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd fell into a state of disbelief, rooted to the spot in shock. The news was too staggering to fathom, leaving them dazed. Please, everyone depart swiftly. I shall say no more. What? The air filled with cries of despair as the families of the patients begged for mercy, imploring Xie Chuan for assistance. Please, Dr. Xie, you haven't treated my child yet. I beg you, help him. I am on my knees, pleading. My child has been deaf for so long. We traveled from afar, hoping for a miracle, and now you say you will not treat him? What are we to do now? His hearing was lost due to a high fever. You are the only one who claimed you might heal him. Please don't abandon us. Xie Chuan's words struck terror into the hearts of the onlookers. Each utterance felt like a nightmare descending upon them, their eyes filled with despair and anguish. They longed for hope, for their children to be safe and sound. However, Xie Chuan's declaration plunged them into despair. A few were on the verge of kneeling before him, seeking his help. Many fell to their knees, hoping he would show them mercy. After such a long wait, they were finally on the cusp of receiving aid, only to face the prospect of abandonment. Their bodies trembled. Their eyes filled with hopelessness, and some sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The atmosphere was chaotic. As for the woman, she too was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Her mind was blank, and she felt utterly lost. What to do? Could it be that Xie Chuan truly intended to abandon her brother? Chapter 87. Hatred in the Heart. Blind to others? No. Absolutely not. He shook his head vigorously. As if driven mad, his emotions running high. You cannot do this. Please, I beg you, save my brother. Suddenly, he became aware of his own missteps. The thought of his brother, who would remain mute and deaf, brought forth a torrent of tears as he clutched Xie Chuan's trousers, weeping uncontrollably. He felt utterly wronged. He had not anticipated that his words would incite Xie Chuan's anger, leading to his refusal to help. If only he had known, he would have acted differently. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. His actions had caused irreparable harm to everyone, especially Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan felt a chilling disillusionment and was disinclined to assist them. His mind was made up. I'm sorry, but I must ask everyone to leave. I did not intend to treat any mute or deaf individuals. Treating a single patient would earn Xie Chuan at most a few hundred yuan. While the total could accumulate to a larger sum, his energy had been waning in recent days, and he feared for his health. He was already burdened with laborious tasks, none of which were rewarding. Having stated his position so clearly, there was no need for him to endure further humiliation and attacks. Xie Chuan spoke frankly. Please leave promptly. I wish to rest without further disturbances. He met their gazes with unwavering honesty. At that moment, a group of people collapsed onto the ground, particularly those who had traveled great distances, believing their children or loved ones might find salvation. Their hopes were dashed by this woman's actions. In that instant, they surged forward, pinning the woman to the ground. Their faces were masks of barely contained fury. When anger ignites, tempers flare. Some voices grew hoarse, shrieking in anguish. Why? Why did you do this? Why must you condemn us all to your fate? If you do not wish to seek treatment for your brother, take him and leave. Why must you ensure that we are all left without hope? Do you not realize I spent 2 entire days on a train? 2 days. And in hard seats. No less. All because my child's condition is unique. I have scrimped and saved, investing every last bit of money into this. Because of you, you have crushed the only glimmer of hope my family had. The woman speaking bore an unmistakable hatred in her eyes, glaring at the others. Unable to contain herself, she struck the woman who had caused them such despair. Initially, that woman had boasted loudly, but now she resembled a pariah, despised by all. As fists rained down upon her, she cried out in pain. I didn't mean to. Must you press me so? Don't you see that the real problem lies with Xie Chuan? Look at his atrocious attitude and actions. He could have treated us, yet over a few words, he became enraged and refused to help. If he were not so irritable or truly wished to assist us, would he behave in such a manner? This woman continued to twist reality, hastily shifting all blame onto Xie Chuan. Her shamelessness was intolerable. Lan Qin could no longer bear it. Nor could the other practitioners of the clinic. They regarded her with undisguised disdain. You truly deserve this. People like you should be blacklisted to prevent others from suffering because of your actions. Elder Chen could not restrain himself. He had witnessed Xie Chuan's tireless efforts over the past few days. He knew precisely how capable Xie Chuan was. The key was that Xie Chuan had not even been afforded a moment's rest, dedicating himself to alleviating the financial burdens of others. For a family with a deaf-mute child, it was likely that they had invested all their resources and hopes into this treatment. Yet, due to some individuals' impulsive actions, the only lifeline for others was cruelly severed. To this day, there was no hint of remorse. Listening to the accusations and witnessing the despicable behavior was utterly laughable. Just how shameless could one be to commit such acts? Even several elder figures rose in indignation. You have gone too far. For days, this place has been overwhelmed with those seeking Xie Chuan's help, yearning for a resolution to their deafness. He has barely rested, yet you dare to turn against him? People like you deserve no aid." The elders were incensed. Elder Zheng, observing Xie Chuan's every move, saw him focus solely on the patients, akin to a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, striving valiantly to save them. Yet in the end, instead of gratitude, he faced wrath from some. These people were truly outrageous. Elder Zheng could no longer contain his fury, rising to condemn their actions. Others shared his outrage. Indeed, this girl has gone too far. If her brother needs treatment, do others not require it as well? Because of such trivial matters, she has turned the situation chaotic. Was there no one present to intervene? It would be best to remove that girl to prevent further disturbance to Xie Chuan's peace of mind. Moreover, vigilance against this woman was crucial. If she were to act out of spite, what would become of Xie Chuan? Chapter 88. Organizing volunteers. Indeed, let us hasten to make arrangements. This matter requires utmost caution, particularly concerning the production team. I kindly urge you to expedite your efforts. Do not dawdle throughout the process. Elder Zheng and the others promptly organized the necessary arrangements. The production team, fully aware of the urgency, diligently worked to assist Xie Chuan, believing that every little contribution mattered. After all, it was unthinkable to stand idly by while Xie Chuan endured such egregious bullying from others. Consequently, they arranged for a substantial number of bodyguards, primarily to ensure Xie Chuan's safety. As for that woman, no matter how much she screamed and protested, the outcome remained unchanged. Xie Chuan was unwilling to continue with the treatment. Overwhelmed and exhausted, Xie Chuan succumbed to slumber. His fatigue was evident. He had been in a noticeably poor state these past few days. Following a heated exchange with the opposing party, he fell into a deep sleep. The cameras captured his repose, while a group of onlookers observed him through the screen. This child had been worked to the bone in recent days. Elder Zheng could not conceal his concern for Xie Chuan. He yearned to rush to the scene to assist him, yet he remained steadfast in maintaining the overall situation. Fortunately, the production team demonstrated a measure of understanding. They complied with Elder Zheng's requests and followed his directives. Generally, their performance could be deemed acceptable, if not commendable. In recent days, numerous individuals sought Xie Chuan's medical expertise, all of whom were hearing impaired, with some even experiencing autism, thereby significantly complicating the treatment process. Since he needed rest, it was best to allow him to sleep undisturbed. After all, he was utterly exhausted. Indeed, let this child enjoy a well-deserved slumber. Elder Zheng and others expressed their unanimous desire for Xie Chuan to rest peacefully, showing no inclination to interrupt him. The production team kept a vigilant eye on Xie Chuan's every move, their hearts aching for him. Having scarcely slept for 3 consecutive days, Xie Chuan's attention remained fixated on his patients, balancing the demands of their care while enduring their unreasonable behavior. If it were me, I would have long since reached my breaking point. Some individuals truly lack shame if they do not wish to live. They should simply depart instead of making a spectacle of themselves. Were it not for them, several patients would have already received treatment. Instead, Xie Chuan, already drained, ultimately decided to cease his efforts. I never anticipated that our country harbored such a vast number of hearing-impaired individuals. I believe that woman deserves her plight. She has brought this upon herself. However, the others are innocent. They should not have to bear the consequences of her actions. Since Xie Chuan is fatigued, let him rest well without further concern. We shall stand unwaveringly by his side. Xie Chuan, you can do it. I, a robust individual, wish to apply for a security position dedicated to safeguarding Xie Chuan's well-being. I wonder if the production team is in need of such assistance? If so, I shall immediately travel to the city where Xie Chuan resides. Otherwise, should we spontaneously organize a charity event? This would help maintain order and prevent any unfortunate incidents from occurring. Such measures could effectively prevent Xie Chuan from becoming enraged once more. Those unreasonable individuals must be promptly expelled and forbidden from entering. I find the suggestion made above quite commendable. We should certainly consider it. However, spontaneous volunteers should ideally be local, as accommodation could pose a significant challenge. It is likely that they would need to stay in hotels, contributing both financially and physically. Upon learning of this situation, a local wealthy merchant generously offered 2 houses with approximately 20 rooms for our use. He also provided meals. An increasing number of individuals stepped forward, eager to bring warmth back into the heart of the disheartened Xie Chuan. They refused to stand idly by as he faced provocation and humiliation. Unbeknownst to Xie Chuan, who was deep in slumber, or perhaps entirely oblivious to it all, he remained lost in dreams. After 5 or 6 hours of rest, he awoke to find that night had fallen, and a multitude of hearing-impaired individuals awaited him outside. They yearned for his assistance. As Xie Chuan emerged, he was met with a crowd of individuals who seemed ready to kneel in their plea for help. However, his indifferent gaze deterred them, causing those who had intended to rush forward to halt in their tracks. With tear-filled eyes, they stared longingly at Xie Chuan, hoping for his acquiescence. To speak candidly, their pleading expressions tugged at Xie Chuan's heartstrings. His anger had notably diminished. And then there was that woman. Though she had caused a commotion, the arrival of volunteers prevented her from entering, regardless of her continued outcries. Xie Chuan could clearly hear her voice from within. Yet he remained unfazed. His gaze drifted outside, where he spotted a multitude of volunteers who had come to aid him. Initially engulfed in anger, Xie Chuan felt a sudden warmth in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Gradually, his emotions calmed, and he no longer felt as furious as before. He looked at the woman standing at the forefront, cradling a child in her arms. Despite the frigid winter, she appeared frail, standing still and unwavering. Her gaze remained fixed on Xie Chuan, following him wherever he moved, desperately hoping for his assistance. Moved by the sight, Xie Chuan reluctantly consented. Come here. Had he softened his heart? After a brief glance at her, he chose to proceed with the treatment. The child, deaf and mute, remained tranquil in his mother's embrace. As she approached Xie Chuan, the woman spoke softly, expressing her gratitude. In that moment, Xie Chuan paused. Her gentle words and heartfelt demeanor stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Though the mother was poorly clad, the child appeared well-fed and healthy. It was evident that this mother cherished her child dearly, striving to provide the best environment possible, even at the expense of her own well-being. But what about the child's condition? The woman lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes veiling a profound sorrow. It was clear that she bore the weight of grief, for her child had been diagnosed as congenitally deaf and mute upon birth. Chapter 89, but fully stacked as for the child's father. Upon learning that his offspring was born deaf and mute, he unhesitatingly chose to abandon the child and left without a backward glance. The mother, however, faced with the reality of having carried this innocent child for 10 months, found herself unable to forsake him. Ultimately, she resolved to shoulder the burden alone. Yet, despite the formidable strength and resilience of a mother, the mounting cost of treatment and the necessity of caring for her child became overwhelming for this woman. Although she was merely in her 20s, she bore an air of someone much older, as if the weight of her circumstances had aged her beyond her years. In that moment, upon learning about her situation, Xie Chuan fell into a deep silence. He felt a twinge of regret for having pried into their family matters. After all, he was merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, dedicated to the noble pursuit of healing rather than delving into the personal tribulations of others. Observing Xie Chuan's reaction, the woman managed a faint smile. It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. I just wish to know if my child's condition can be treated. Her gaze was filled with hope, and her voice remained gentle. This demeanor tugged at the hearts of those watching from outside the screen, evoking a shared sense of sorrow. Xie Chuan began to examine the child's condition, but the prognosis was far from optimistic. His expression sagged as he advised the mother to prepare herself mentally for the worst. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pleaded, "Is it true that he cannot hear?" She knelt before him, placing all her hopes upon Xie Chuan, yearning for his assistance to alleviate her child's suffering. Xie Chuan quickly helped her to her feet. "I will do my utmost to help you. Please get up." Despite his efforts, she remained kneeling, her desperation palpable. "I have spent the last 3 years seeking out various renowned physicians, hoping they could save my child. I have even considered a cochlear implant, but the costs are exorbitant, and I cannot gather the funds. I heard you might be able to help those who are deaf and mute. I took a risk bringing my child here. How much do you need? I will work hard to repay you. I implore you, please assist us. My child suffers terribly. He does not deserve this fate." Xie Chuan steadied her as he gazed at the silent child, determination coursing through him. "There is indeed a risky procedure I can attempt, but I must warn you that I cannot guarantee success. If you can accept that, I will do everything in my power to save your child. If you cannot, then I must advise against proceeding further." He continued, "Your child also has a unique tumor that, to my knowledge, cannot be treated with any existing technology domestically." "What?" The mother gasped, as if struck by lightning. Her entire being trembled, disbelief etched across her face as she clutched Xie Chuan's hand. "Are you saying that at merely 3 years old, my child is deaf, mute, and harbors a tumor that could rupture at any moment?" Despite her anguish, Xie Chuan nodded solemnly. The weight of the revelation drained her of strength, and she collapsed to the ground, her face a mask of despair. An overwhelming sense of hopelessness enveloped her, leaving her momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the harsh reality before her. How could this be? She lamented. He is just a child, newly arrived in this world. He has always been so sweet and well-behaved, like a little angel, and yet fate has dealt him such a cruel hand. Why must a newborn be abandoned by his father, only to be afflicted by such dire conditions? Xie Chuan observed the scene with a heavy heart, his own emotions tumultuous. He rubbed his temples, feeling helpless. He longed to assist this mother with all his might, but if she refused, he had no choice but to let her leave. Oh my goodness, how can this child bear such burdens at such a tender age? Is there truly any hope for his survival? Life is so unjust. Some are born into privilege while others are condemned to suffer. My heart aches for him. Why must the innocent endure such tragedy? Please, Xie Chuan, lend your aid. But what good will it do? Xie Chuan has already stated that the tumor is uncommon and currently untreatable in our country. Could he be sent abroad for treatment? After all, their medical facilities are far more advanced, and perhaps there is still hope. Lack of funds is a grave sin. How could one even dream of seeking treatment abroad? This child's plight resonated with many parents, stirring a deep empathy within them. Chapter 90, Prepared for Death in My Daily Life. Whenever my daughter has the slightest fever, I become utterly frantic, my heart racing and my body tense. If I were to learn that my child's condition was dire, I might very well faint from despair. As a parent myself, I fervently pray for the safety of this child, hoping he can endure. May everything go smoothly. A multitude of mothers expressed their sentiments. And the comment section was abuzz with offers to donate to this mother, primarily due to the apparent hardship she faced. The mother, frail and barely weighing around 70 to 80 pounds at a height of over 5 feet, was severely malnourished. As for the mother, Xie Chuan placed all decision-making power in her hands. If she wished for treatment, he would do everything in his power to help her child. The woman understood that Xie Chuan was her only option. After shedding tears, she feigned strength, pleading, "Please help me treat him." Xie Chuan inquired again, "Are you truly prepared for the psychological burden? Can you accept that if the treatment fails, your child may no longer be with you?" The woman responded, "You mentioned that he has several tumors within him. If I abandon treatment now, it means this child will soon lose his life. Yet you just told me that if I allow you to treat him, there is a 50% chance he could survive. Faced with this solitary possibility, I wish to try. Perhaps the heavens will favor me, and my child will live." As she lifted her gaze to meet Xie Chuan's, the fear in her eyes had transformed into a deep yearning for her child's survival. She wished for her child to live peacefully in this world. However, before proceeding, she asked Xie Chuan, "Can the tumors be treated? If so, will he suffer from the torment of these tumors in the future? Can he laugh and play like a normal child?" A mother has many questions. Her child had never experienced a day of normalcy since birth. Xie Chuan assured her, "Certainly. Once he regains his voice and vision, he will be able to laugh and play like any ordinary child. As for the tumors, it may take nearly half a year to completely eradicate them, and there is a possibility that new tumors could emerge during this time." Xie Chuan was unequivocal, detailing all potential issues and side effects to the mother. "So, you are confident you can cure this complex ailment? But what troubles you is my son's deafness." "Yes. The tumors can be gradually alleviated through acupuncture. Although the process is slow, it is preferable to doing nothing at all. Currently, we lack the advanced capabilities in our country to treat the tumors afflicting your child," Xie Chuan explained clearly. "The choice is yours. If you decide to trust me, I will devote myself to his treatment. However, if you choose to withdraw, I will respect your decision." The mother hesitated for a long time. Upon seeing her child sitting there, pitiful and silent, a surge of determination arose within her. She wished for her child to be safe. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "I want to proceed with treatment. I will bear all consequences and costs myself." Looking at Xie Chuan, she suddenly recalled something. "I do not wish to burden you, an exceptionally skilled physician, with my troubles, so I would like to sign a contract here. It will explicitly state that should anything happen to my child, I will bear all responsibilities and consequences." She remembered how, just days before, Xie Chuan's situation had caused a stir, with many believing his career was at an end, including the families of patients who had refused further treatment. Xie Chuan had gambled his career, risking everything to treat those individuals. With a nod of understanding, she proceeded. Xie Chuan, taken aback by her consideration, recognized her sincere intentions. After her repeated insistence, he agreed. Very well. Soon, the contract was signed, clearly stating that should any mishap occur with the child, the mother would assume full responsibility. As she signed her name, her hand trembled violently, betraying her deep sorrow. She felt a profound sadness. However, if her child did not receive treatment, he would have less than a month to live. If treated, perhaps his life could be prolonged. The solitary glimmer of hope lay before her. As a mother, she could not strip her child of the only chance he had. Elder Zheng still believed Xie Chuan's approach was too risky, yet he understood that Xie Chuan possessed his own judgment in every endeavor. Since Xie Chuan expressed confidence, Elder Zheng chose to trust him. He gradually calmed, unlike his previous emotional turmoil, as he observed Xie Chuan's composure throughout the process. Elder Jing knew that Xie Chuan would succeed this time. I trust you, and I am prepared to bear any unforeseen circumstances. The mother placed all her hopes in Xie Chuan, fully aware of the possibility of failure. Nevertheless, she remained filled with anticipation and hope for a favorable outcome. With her affirmation, Xie Chuan no longer hesitated. Let us begin the treatment. The process was arduous. Xie Chuan first allowed the child to sleep. Knowing that due to his young age and inability to see or hear, the insertion of needles could provoke distress. Ensuring the child was asleep before gradually introducing the needles was undoubtedly the wisest course of action, albeit slightly unorthodox. Chapter 91. Has it been cured? The mother, referred to as Xie, observed anxiously, her breath quickening as she watched the scene unfold before her. The sight resembled sharp blades piercing into her very being, causing her heart to ache. As a mother, her face was etched with tension. Her child, covered in needles, triggered a deluge of tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She yearned to remove the silver needles, wishing to spare her child from any further anguish. With only a month remaining, she wished to allow her child to relish the final moments. However, Xie restrained herself. Xie Chuan, under immense pressure, was drenched in cold sweat. In a fleeting moment, he found himself completely soaked. To speak candidly, a sense of fear had begun to creep into him. Would he triumph? The fate of this child hung in the balance, dependent upon destiny's whims. Yet, Xie Chuan hoped for victory, aspiring to seize control over his own fate. Everyone held their breath, anticipating a miracle. If a miracle were to occur, the child could survive. All present wished for the child's survival, unwilling to witness further suffering. At such a tender age, the child had endured enough. He should not have to suffer any longer. Half an hour passed, and Xie Chuan suddenly felt that today's half hour was more excruciating than usual. Typically, time would slip by unnoticed, but today, each second dragged on interminably. Fortunately, Xie Chuan possessed exceptional resilience. Gradually, he found solace, and his emotions began to stabilize. As time progressed, he gained mastery over the situation, rendering everything before him effortless. Simultaneously, concerning the tumor afflicting the child, more silver needles were introduced, resulting in nearly 100 needles adorning the child's small form. The sight was shocking, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Oh my, the child is merely 3 years old. The atmosphere around them erupted in gasps. Chen Lao and several others approached Xie Chuan, their eyes keenly observing his every move. They were there to learn, and the spectacle before them exceeded their wildest imaginations, resembling a dream. In this dream, Xie Chuan stood as a master, imparting knowledge that was refreshingly unique. Is this appropriate? Chen Lao hesitated as he watched Xie Chuan prepare to insert a needle into a precarious area of the child's body. Chen Lao felt compelled to intervene, perplexed by Xie Chuan's seemingly reckless choice to penetrate such a sensitive region. Xie Chuan glanced back, quietly asking, "Do you trust me?" Chen Lao. How could he possibly not trust Xie Chuan? If he harbored doubts, he would not have journeyed so far to this place. He recognized Xie Chuan's remarkable abilities, which was precisely why he had come to learn. His skepticism stemmed from the unsettling nature of the situation. The area Xie Chuan intended to target appeared perilous. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. I wish to trust you, but isn't this area too risky? What if something goes wrong? He spoke with palpable tension, carefully articulating his concerns to Xie Chuan. Yet Xie Chuan, seemingly indifferent, replied, "As long as you believe in me, that is all that matters. The rest is inconsequential. Your belief signifies that I can succeed." His words were softly spoken, yet audible to all present. However, not everyone was convinced. A dissenting voice emerged, challenging Xie Chuan's intentions. How is this different from playing with a life? Are you not pushing this child toward the brink of despair? Do you not feel remorse for your actions? A man stepped forward, gesticulating vehemently and voicing his condemnation of Xie Chuan. In response, Xie Chuan remained composed, unfazed by the accusations directed at him. He replied slowly, "You are not me. How can you presume to know my capabilities?" As he spoke, Xie Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze fixated on the child lying on the bed. Initially, the child seemed oblivious to the pain, but gradually, his expression tightened. The surrounding noise startled him, causing his eyes to widen in fear. In that moment, the child, who had never encountered such sounds before, was overwhelmed. He burst into tears, a heart-wrenching sight that tugged at the heartstrings of all present. Xiaoya, witnessing her child's distress, felt her breath quicken, a wave of anxiety washing over her. She longed to embrace her child, but Xie Chuan interjected, urging her to wait a few more minutes until he could remove the needles. Xiaoya was anxious, her body tense, her breath shallow. She clutched her hands tightly, gazing at Xie Chuan. "May I ask, will this truly work? Is there no cause for concern?" The child's furrowed brow suggests he is struggling with the pain. Perhaps in that moment, her maternal instincts faltered, and she considered withdrawing with her child. Yet Xie Chuan insisted on waiting a few more minutes. All were in anticipation of a miracle, including Xie Chuan himself. After a couple of minutes, he finally removed all the needles from the child. The little one erupted into a fit of tears, his helplessness evident. Xiaoya immediately scooped him up, surprised to realize that his cries sounded different than usual. "Has my child's condition improved?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and confusion, waiting for Xie Chuan's response. Xie Chuan glanced at the child, but shook his head. "Not necessarily." Chapter 92. Did we win the bet again? What? What do you mean by not necessarily? They were utterly bewildered, lost in confusion throughout the entire ordeal. A sense of helplessness enveloped them. Xie Chuan's actions were entirely beyond their expectations. He said, "You should first soothe the child's emotions." As he spoke, he observed the child before him. Sensing something was amiss with the child's behavior, it seemed as though he could hear sounds, yet simultaneously could not. Particularly, his eyes appeared significantly more animated than usual. However, perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety, the child quickly collapsed into his mother's embrace, weeping profusely. He struggled to articulate words, for he was mute. Yet today, he managed to emit a few cries, a slight, yet notable progress that brought tears to Xiaoya's eyes. He was crying, and it seemed to have some effect. His eyes brimmed with tears, and when his gaze met Xie Chuan's, one could see the shimmering light of tears, almost as if they were glowing. It was profoundly different. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan stood motionless, keenly observing. Even Old Chun and several others wore tense expressions. The atmosphere was heavy with seriousness. After all, they were all fixated on the child. To them, the child's condition was of utmost importance. Their scrutiny was meticulous. Of course, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The murmurs of the crowd gradually seeped into the child's ears. Hearing voices for the first time, he appeared visibly confused and frightened by the sudden intrusion of sound. His cries intensified. He was pitiable. In response to his reaction, Xie Chuan could now assert with certainty that this child could indeed hear. He could hear sounds. Xie Chuan exhaled in relief. Initially, he had been quite anxious, fearing that the child would remain unable to perceive sound. Thankfully, the child's response alleviated his concerns. Being so young, he did not know how to express himself. All he could do was cry. Upon hearing his own cries for the first time, the child was left with nothing but fear. He grew increasingly frantic. Thus, it gave the impression that he had not been cured. "Is this real?" Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she rushed towards Xie Chuan, clutching him tightly. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" As a mother, tears streamed down her face, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to wail. Her child could hear? Is this true? It felt like a dream. And everything before her was shrouded in confusion and fear. She repeatedly implored Xie Chuan for a response that would satisfy her disbelief. Then, she heard Xie Chuan whisper in her ear, "Absolutely true. Not a single word of falsehood has escaped my lips." His conviction was unwavering, each word pronounced with certainty. The crowd could not contain their cheers. After all, the child was so young, yet it was a success. This was a moment worthy of celebration and joy. Everyone yearned to seize the opportunity to rejoice. Even Old Chin and the others gazed at Xie Chuan in astonishment. Xie Chuan had triumphed once more. His abilities had repeatedly captivated them. The way they looked at him was now filled with admiration. Looking around, it was evident that no one else possessed such remarkable prowess as Xie Chuan. Only he stood unparalleled. "Thank you so much." Xiaoya knelt before him, preparing to bow in gratitude for his assistance that enabled her child to hear. Xie Chuan spoke gently. "First, you should spend some time catching up with your child. Come back to me the day after tomorrow. I will perform acupuncture daily to address the tumor within him. As for your living arrangements," before he could finish, she interjected, "I brought some clothes. I will rent a place nearby with my child and look for a job." "How does that sound?" "That is acceptable." She was quite understanding. Xie Chuan had many things he wanted to remind her about, but she grasped his meaning well. For instance, right now, she gazed at Xie Chuan with immense gratitude, almost bowing to thank him. Xie Chuan promptly assisted her, saying, "All right, it's rather lively here. You should take your child to that room to reminisce. Alternatively, you could leave with him to a quieter place." Xie Chuan cautioned her. particularly considering the child had just begun to hear sounds. Exposing him to a crowded and noisy environment could overwhelm him, potentially exacerbating his condition. Xie understood Xie Chuan's intent. She decisively followed his advice, fearing that any neglect on her part might frighten the child and result in unforeseen consequences. She led the child outside, also mindful of not disturbing Xie Chuan, who had a multitude of tasks at hand and numerous patients requiring treatment. It would be inappropriate to monopolize his space. After careful consideration, Xie chose to exit with her child. The individuals present had already revered Xie Chuan's capabilities. This time, his prowess had thoroughly impressed them. They viewed him as a miraculous healer. If he were not a divine doctor, how could he be so exceptional? Consequently, many sought his assistance, hoping he could remedy their ailments. The atmosphere was once again bustling with anticipation. A throng awaited Xie Chuan, yearning for his swift intervention in their troubles. Everyone longed to hear sounds and heal their issues. This particular patient, unknowingly, helped soothe some of Xie Chuan's earlier frustrations. Initially, the woman's actions had disheartened him. Even after she regained consciousness, he was not particularly inclined to treat these patients, many of whom behaved like ungrateful wretches. Over the past 2 days, he had only managed a few hours of sleep, so fatigued that he could fall asleep at any moment. Yet, they approached him seeking trouble? Their poor attitudes left him speechless. It was entirely reasonable for him to wish to avoid entanglements with them. Fortunately, Xiaoya's appearance turned the tide. With her presence, Xie Chuan's spirits lifted, and he continued to assist these patients with their treatments. Old Shun, observing Xie Chuan, grew increasingly in awe of him. He extended his hand, giving Xie Chuan a thumbs up. "You are impressive. This young man possesses deeper insight and greater ability than I. It is a privilege for our traditional medicine to have someone like you. I believe that in the future, you will only grow stronger. I eagerly anticipate the day you become renowned across the world." Chapter 93. Inheritance. In response to the words spoken by the other party, Xie Chuan humbly nodded, expressing his gratitude for their good wishes. He articulated his aspiration for the future, to make traditional Chinese medicine renowned across the globe, ensuring that all people are aware that the traditional Chinese medicine of our nation is indeed the pinnacle of the world. Although Xie Chuan's tone was somewhat audacious, his statement garnered the unanimous agreement of the crowd, who all nodded in affirmation. "You speak the truth. I too hope that someone in the future will elevate our traditional Chinese medicine, making it widely recognized as the most formidable system in the world." They acknowledged that while Western medicine has its utility, it pales in comparison. "I have faith in your capabilities to excel in this endeavor," they proclaimed, their words ringing with conviction. Upon hearing this, Xie Chuan felt deeply appreciative of their trust. He nodded in response, affirming, "I shall exert every effort to ensure that I do not disappoint you, and I hope you might grant me the opportunity to prove myself. Should I falter in any aspect in the future, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Perhaps, in due time, I will enhance my skills, enabling me to truly promote our traditional medicine." Xie Chuan's declaration resonated profoundly with the others, who nodded in agreement, their admiration for him visibly intensifying. Truly, he was a representative of the contemporary youth, demonstrating patriotism through both his abilities and character, never having engaged in any act of disloyalty. The sincerity of Xie Chuan's words filled them with a sense of shame. Professor Chun, who had been listening nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed, sensing that Xie Chuan was perhaps exaggerating, as he appeared to be extolling their virtues unnecessarily. No, please do not praise us. Your abilities far surpass ours. You are indeed the most exceptional among us, while we do not deserve such accolades." The prowess of Xie Chuan exceeded their expectations. They had long believed that the challenges faced by the deaf and mute were insurmountable, yet Xie Chuan had effortlessly resolved these issues. Who else could achieve such a feat? Apart from the female protagonist, it seemed no one else possessed such capabilities. Professor Chen approached Xie Chuan earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Your recent discovery has provided us with tremendous assistance. We had previously thought that the deaf and mute could only rely on certain devices to perceive sound. Who would have imagined that you would uncover a solution? You are a true benefactor. We shall report this matter, and it is highly likely that there will be news coverage, with journalists coming to interview you. Until then, please prepare yourself mentally." Professor Chen clarified his intentions to prevent any misunderstandings that might lead to unforeseen complications. Xie Chuan understood the implication and nodded. "I comprehend. If journalists or others wish to interview me, I shall patiently oblige. Is that acceptable?" There was a moment of hesitation from Professor Chen as he deliberated on how to express his concerns. "It is highly probable that individuals from other nations will seek to inquire about your methods. Would you be willing to share this knowledge or the patents with them? Though uncertain, he felt it necessary to address this issue directly. He awaited Xie Chuan's response, which came firmly. I cannot permit that. This knowledge belongs to our country, and I cannot simply divulge these techniques. My fellow countrymen have yet to master them. How could I turn around and relinquish everything? Professor Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Xie Chuan's resolute stance. Is that so? Good. Your reply reassures me. I was concerned that you might hastily give away this knowledge, which would be disastrous. Professor Chen's apprehension stemmed from the current climate, where many individuals betray their homeland. However, with Xie Chuan's declaration, he felt a sense of calm. He understood that Xie Chuan would stand by his word, never to act in contradiction to his promises. I trust you unconditionally. Rest assured, I shall never engage in any actions that would harm our nation or tarnish its reputation. I can state this clearly and unequivocally before a live audience. Even if a knife were to be held to my throat, I would resolutely refuse to collude with those who seek betrayal. Therefore, you need not worry. Each word from Xie Chuan rang with conviction, intended to alleviate any unwarranted fears among the group. With this assurance, the once anxious crowd finally felt a sense of relief. Before they could respond, Xie Chuan continued, in the future, I may pass on this technology to our traditional medicine. Should anyone wish to learn, they are welcome to come to me. But they must first promise that they will never share this knowledge with foreign entities. If discovered, I will pursue the matter relentlessly and will not let it go easily. Xie Chuan's fervent words conveyed his unwavering determination. Professor Chen couldn't help but admire the young man's resolve. With such promising youth, he felt assured about the future of their nation. His gaze was filled with appreciation for Xie Chuan, bringing him a sense of comfort. Xie Chuan's statements dissuaded those foreign individuals who had previously considered approaching him for collaboration, realizing that such opportunities were now unlikely. Chapter 94. The Unyielding Ones Yet. There are always those who remain undeterred. They ponder and, subsequently, make a special visit, eager to discuss matters of collaboration, inquiring if you might have a moment to spare. With smiles plastered on their faces, they wish to engage in a thorough dialogue with Xie Chuan. However, Xie Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance at them, instantly discerning their intentions. I apologize, but I currently have no desire to engage in any collaborative ventures with you. I kindly ask you to take your leave, he stated decisively. His refusal was unyielding. Faced with their insistence, he remained unrelenting, directly denying their advances. I understand your perspective, yet I still hope we can sit down and discuss this matter properly. I believe it will pique your interest. One of them stepped slightly closer, attempting to initiate a dialogue with Xie Chuan. Yet, Xie Chuan took a step back. I have already expressed my lack of interest in collaborating with you. Please refrain from pursuing this matter any further. His expression was devoid of emotion, a clear indication of his resistance. He was resolute in his desire to avoid any association with them. After all, he was a citizen of Huagua, while they hailed from a foreign nation, one that had previously encroached upon his homeland. Their presence was repugnant to him, so much so that he was unwilling to entertain any connection with them. Xie Chuan reiterated, I apologize, but I have stated my disinterest, which remains unchanged. I urge you to leave promptly, otherwise, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. His demeanor was frigid, his words cutting and resolute. The demeanor of his interlocutors shifted abruptly, their faces darkening, revealing a mixture of displeasure and indignation. What do you mean by this? I have come here seeking collaboration, and naturally, I hope for a fruitful discussion. There is no need for such hostility in your assumptions about my intentions. One of them expressed, their tone dripping with sarcasm. It was evident that they found Xie Chuan's conduct presumptuous and were displeased by it. Anger simmered beneath the surface as they confronted him. However, Xie Chuan remained unfazed. Feel free to speculate as you wish, but if you think I would share my traditional Chinese medicinal knowledge with your nation, you are sorely mistaken. Please leave at once and do not further disturb me. I have no intention of collaborating with you. With a detached glance, Xie Chuan made it clear that he wished to sever any ties with them. Yet, his visitors appeared oblivious to his clear message, each insistence growing more irksome than the last. Given the gravity of the situation, he issued one final warning. I advise you to leave immediately. Should you fail to comply, I will be compelled to contact the authorities. The consequences of such actions were clearly understood by all parties involved. Seeing Xie Chuan's unwavering resolve, they reluctantly exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction palpable. Ultimately, they turned away, unable to shake off their frustration. It was clear that persuading Xie Chuan to collaborate would not be a simple task. How is it possible that he refuses to cooperate with a nation as advanced as ours? If he were to accept, he could become a figure of great renown, and we would ensure his ascent in the United States. At that point, his status would only continue to rise. The frustration of the visitors was evident, as they lamented the opportunity slipping through their fingers. How could he be so foolish as to turn down such advantages? One of the individuals from Sakura Nation muttered, their voice tinged with incredulity. Beside him, a companion gazed at Xie Chuan's retreating figure and sighed heavily, enveloped in a cloud of despondency. I share your sentiments. Those from Huagua possess such narrow-mindedness. If it were me, I would be eager to collaborate rather than display such foolishness. The disdain in their voices grew, revealing their growing irritation. While they vented their frustrations, they remained oblivious to the reasons behind Xie Chuan's refusal. Despite the allure of numerous benefits, he had never considered compromising his principles by engaging with them. Meanwhile, Professor Chun, who had been present during a live broadcast, was taken aback by the swift arrival of Xie Chuan's visitors. His brows furrowed, a hint of worry etched across his face. Even if Xie Chuan possesses remarkable composure, I fear that constant harassment may eventually lead him to waver and consider collaboration, he mused, concern shadowing his gaze. Are you worried for me? Xie Chuan asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Rest assured, I will not entertain any collaboration with them. Even with temptations laid before me, my decision remains steadfast. His conviction resonated clearly in each word. With a heavy sigh, Professor Chen replied, I understand your determination, but my greatest concern is that they may resort to incessant pestering. What will you do then? It is this uncertainty that troubles me. Professor Chen was candid, especially in his interactions with Xie Chuan. The young man, perceptive and understanding, welcomed such directness. Yet, the professor's worries continued to weigh heavily on him. I anticipate that there will be a steady influx of individuals seeking to engage with you, Xie Chuan admitted, growing increasingly vexed by the situation. Chapter 95. The traitor Xie Chuan harbored no grand ambitions. His sole desire was to perpetuate the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine for the world to recognize. He had no inclination to collaborate with individuals from other nations, firmly wishing to decline such overtures. His hope was that they would cease their attempts to approach him. Professor Chen, after careful consideration, resolved to establish a team that would assist Xie Chuan in rebuffing foreign entities seeking collaboration. Despite uncertainties regarding the appropriateness of this approach, he felt compelled to voice it. If Xie Chuan consented, that would be splendid. If he did not, Chen could understand. To Professor Chen's surprise, Xie Chuan promptly agreed. Expressing gratitude for the assistance, I appreciate your help in this matter. The prospect of not having to refuse these requests himself was indeed a relief, and a faint smile replaced his earlier frown. This arrangement is quite favorable. I won't have to deal with their incessant troubles in the future. Professor Chen was taken aback by Xie Chuan's sudden decisiveness, having anticipated some hesitation. Instead, Xie Chuan had readily accepted without a moment's pause. Chen, both astonished and amused, candidly remarked, I expected you to decline. I did not foresee your swift agreement. He realized he had underestimated Xie Chuan's resolve. Xie Chuan replied, I was already somewhat vexed about how to address this issue. Now that you offer your assistance, I must seize this opportunity. He expressed his gratitude towards Professor Chen and assured that any traditional Chinese medicine students could approach him for guidance whenever they wished. However, he requested that they carefully vet potential candidates, expressing concern that some might betray the trust placed in them for monetary gain. Professor Chen understood Xie Chuan's apprehensions, as he shared similar worries. Xie Chuan's expertise in traditional Chinese medicine was remarkable. If passed down to domestic practitioners, it could significantly diminish the number of hearing-impaired individuals worldwide. Yet, the more knowledge disseminated, the greater the fear that some might sell out for profit. Upon my return, I will thoroughly vet these individuals. Only once I am certain of their integrity will I allow them to approach you. I will send you the finalized list to your phone. How does that sound? Professor Chen contemplated this method, acknowledging its inconvenience, but recognizing it as the most effective strategy available. Xie Chuan expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Thank you. With your support, I can now breathe a sigh of relief and not remain overly anxious about this issue. Indeed, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. His mood visibly brightened. However, circumstances unfolded as they had anticipated. While some individuals genuinely sought to learn, others, foreigners, approached Xie Chuan to discuss potential collaborations, only to be met with his firm refusal. Devoid of options, they resorted to nefarious schemes, targeting local practitioners instead. Even if Xie Chuan declined their partnership, there would always be traitors willing to betray their country for financial gain. Professor Qin found himself filled with indignation, realizing that Xie Chuan's warnings had materialized sooner than expected. His gaze hardened as he regarded those who had betrayed their nation, feeling an overwhelming contempt. How could you truly consider betraying your country for a mere pittance? He thought, shaking his head in disbelief at their folly. Among those exposed, a few knelt in shame, their heads bowed, speechless, displaying remorse on their faces. Yet, Professor Qin's disappointment was palpable. We will report this to the authorities, and I cannot predict the consequences you will face, he stated sternly. At such a young age, you dare to conspire with outsiders? You are truly beyond redemption. In his 70s, Professor Qin viewed anyone younger than himself as a mere youth. His eyes filled with paternal concern, even for those only a few years his junior. Yet, these individuals had crossed a line. One young man stepped forward, anguish evident on his face. I had no choice. My family is in dire need of money. Without it, our situation cannot improve. I was driven to this foolish act out of desperation. He continued to plead his case, desperately seeking to justify his actions. Yet Xie Chuan merely observed him, finding the young man's faux tears amusing. Your pretentious display is laughable, he stated bluntly, leaving no room for dignity. The young man faltered, unable to articulate a response, feeling increasingly exposed under Xie Chuan's unwavering gaze. I did not, he stammered, his voice strained as he attempted to exonerate himself. You are mistaken. I truly had no alternative. He persisted in his defense, but the sincerity of his words was met with skepticism. Everyone present recognized the theatrics for what they were. Xie Chuan scrutinized him once more, shaking his head slightly. You may deceive others, but to attempt to fool me with such feeble skills is quite pitiful. Chapter 96. Seeking forgiveness had he spoken the truth. Perhaps the situation would not have escalated to such severity. Yet this individual, despite being discovered and exhibiting dubious behavior, continued to concoct justifications for his actions. Xie Chuan felt nothing but regret for him. Why must a promising young man resort to such disgraceful and clandestine dealings? He sighed softly. As for Professor Qin, he gazed at this once bright student, now embroiled in treachery for the sake of money, colluding with unsavory characters. He shook his head, overwhelmed by a sense of disdain. It was disheartening to witness such potential squandered. Professor Qin lamented. I warned you all from the outset that under no circumstances should you engage in acts of betrayal against our nation or conspire with foreign entities. Have you all so easily forgotten my words? His disbelief was palpable as he surveyed the faces before him, filled with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. They were undoubtedly intelligent, with futures that should have been filled with promise. If they had simply focused on their development and approached their studies with humility, they might have aspired to become individuals like Professor Qin himself. Yet, inexplicably, they chose to dismantle their bright prospects piece by piece. At this juncture, even as he sought to excuse himself, he remained unwilling to confront the truth. The professor's gaze reflected profound disappointment, and he shook his head. I believed in you. Yet this is how you repay my trust? How foolish you are. With those words tinged with disdain, Professor Qin ultimately shook his head in sorrow. It was a pity he had invested so much effort in nurturing these individuals, hoping for their improvement, only to find himself reduced to a mere jester, trampled underfoot. He felt a deep sense of injustice, resenting the fact that his hopes had been met with such mockery. His eyes were filled with disappointment as he observed them. At that moment, the errant youth appeared guilty, lowering his head in embarrassment, unsure of how to explain himself. He was humiliated. His heart was heavy with regret, and he struggled to find justifications for his actions, but no one was willing to believe his fabrications. I was merely momentarily misguided, and thus acted foolishly. If only you would grant me a chance for redemption, I promise to amend my ways and never repeat such actions. This misguided individual continued to cling to the hope of forgiveness, spouting endless explanations. Alas, he was merely putting on a facade. Professor Qin, no longer willing to entertain his charade, regarded him with eyes filled with disappointment. You have already crossed the line once. You will inevitably do so again. Given your tarnished reputation and multitude of issues, why should I place my trust in you? The words escaping his lips held no credibility. Could one truly believe the hollow promises of such a person? Certainly not. Professor Chen's words, coupled with Xie Chuan's disdainful gaze, extinguished any flicker of hope the individual harbored. He was indignant. Having secured neither wealth nor favor, he found himself in a wretched predicament. He loathed the situation. In Xie Chuan's eyes, there was no trace of shame. Instead, they reflected the contempt he felt for this individual. The latter was tormented by self-loathing, regretting his carelessness that had led to such a dismal outcome. In light of his despicable actions, Xie Chuan was resolute in his refusal to forgive such repugnant behavior. He stated bluntly, his misdeeds are numerous, and I observe a complete lack of remorse. In my view, he deserves no leniency. He should be swiftly apprehended and held accountable for his actions. He turned to Professor Chen, seeking his perspective. Professor Chen nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. This individual shows no remorse and continues to fabricate excuses. A person with such a tarnished history cannot be forgiven for his transgressions. Thus, I shall pursue this matter to the fullest extent. Those who choose to betray their country must pay the price. Professor Chen hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to offer a chance for redemption to this young man, recognizing that youth often leads to impulsive and foolish decisions. However, the gravity of the individual's actions and the look in his eyes ultimately swayed the professor's resolve. He remained silent, pondering the futility of granting further opportunities. This child was irreparably lost. Having arrived at this conclusion, there was no need for further courtesy. It was imperative to bring him to justice to prevent any escalation of his transgressions. Such individuals, a persistent threat, must not be allowed to linger. At that moment, the pain in Professor Chen's eyes was unmistakable. He had once placed his trust in this young man, only to be met with betrayal. He refrained from speaking further, shaking his head in disappointment as the misguided youth continued to attempt justifications. Yet, it was too late. The die had been cast. No amount of rationalization could reverse the consequences of his actions. These were the just deserts he had earned. Who could he blame? It was time to report the matter to the authorities and escalate it to the national level. Those who ultimately choose betrayal must face severe consequences. Professor Chen concurred. Xie Chuan, who had always abhorred individuals who lacked the capability yet sought to exploit their nation's resources, felt a surge of indignation. Such traitors deserved to suffer, to endure the torment of their actions, and truly grasp the essence of despair. Upon hearing this, the young man's face drained of color. He became frantic. No, please, don't send me away, he pleaded desperately, attempting to secure even the slightest chance for reprieve. Chapter 97 report. Yet he was acutely aware that he had no opportunities left. By his own efforts, he had managed to provoke such ire from Professor Chen. And now he was likely racking his brain in desperation. Professor Chen would no longer afford him any chances. Thus, he was reaping the consequences of his own folly. A grown man, he wept pitifully, lamenting his fate. I truly realize my mistakes, he murmured, chanting to himself. However, to Xie Chuan, he appeared nothing more than a jester, merely amusing in his antics. His performance was woefully lacking in skill. Xie Chuan cast a fleeting glance at him, emanating disdain from within. He shook his head slightly, thinking it best to cease the charade, for it was all too transparent. Xie Chuan approached, delivering a scathing mockery, his gaze apathetic. The other party was in utter torment, feeling as if Xie Chuan was stirring the pot relentlessly before him. In his eyes, Xie Chuan's actions ignited a profound hatred, leaving him in disarray. At this moment, he was engulfed in despair. His eyes brimmed with resentment as Xie Chuan cast a casual glance in his direction. What? After committing such transgressions, you now glare at me with such malice? As if your current misfortunes are solely my doing? Xie Chuan found amusement in the individual before him, always forthright. He offered no pretense and promptly exposed the absurdity of the situation. The other party seemed taken aback, likely not anticipating such directness. With a few succinct words, Xie Chuan laid bare his inadequacies, instilling a trace of panic within him. He paused momentarily, feeling a flicker of despair as he regarded Xie Chuan, his emotions clearly unraveling. As for Professor Chen, he was unyielding. Enough. What on earth are you making such a fuss about? Professor Chen, unable to contain his irritation, regarded him with disdain. Not only do you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing, but you also choose to create this spectacle? Individuals like you are essentially beyond redemption. Could this man still be salvaged? Certainly not. A person who relentlessly shifts blame onto others serves no purpose. Xie Chuan's disdain was palpable. Even Professor Chen's gaze reflected a sense of disappointment. The individual before them was filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice, lamenting the missed opportunities and the dismal outcome he now faced. Is there really no room for negotiation? He pleaded. Professor Chen, you know my family's situation is dire. If I hadn't been cornered, I would never have resorted to such actions. Moreover, I genuinely wish to atone for my mistakes and sincerely ask if you could grant me another chance. If you do, I promise to prove myself and ensure you are not disappointed again. His expression was one of innocence, spiraling into despair as he yearned for a turn of events. However, Professor Chen regarded him with a critical eye. If I were to grant you an opportunity, would that imply I must extend the same to others? If I were to offer chances to everyone, would that not lead to a situation where all could simply express regret and expect things to return to normal? Would this not breed more traitors? Might your actions inadvertently contribute to an environment of chaos? Professor Chen could not harbor even a semblance of sympathy for him. To show compassion to an adversary would be akin to being merciless to oneself. Excessive leniency would only embolden the wrongdoer. Ultimately, this would result in further disorder and turmoil. And what of the other party? They might even revel in their misdeeds, particularly after having committed wrongs. Xie Chuan was determined to prevent such a scenario. You are an adult. You should have anticipated the dire consequences of your actions. To now grovel for my forgiveness, do you truly believe I should pardon you? No, Professor Chen. Having lived to this age, would never grant forgiveness based on mere apologies. To do so would be to provide others with the same opportunity for wrongdoing. Professor Chen would never entertain such a notion. He spoke candidly, severing the last glimmer of hope for the individual before him. The other party fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words, consumed by despair and anguish. Is there truly no hope left for me? He muttered. At this juncture, it was baffling that he still dared to cling to such a notion. Xie Chuan scoffed, casting a brief glance at him before moving on. He had a multitude of patients requiring care and needed to focus on healing them, leaving no time to witness his performance. With a final glance, he departed. The individual felt a pang of bitterness. He had believed that upon completing his task, he would secure funding and swiftly depart. Yet, reality was brutally harsh. The aspirations he clung to were slipping further from his grasp. Ultimately, Professor Chen reported him, escalating the matter to national authorities. As a result, this traitor faced imprisonment, destined to languish behind bars for life. Even if he were released, he would no longer hold Chinese nationality. Worse still, the incident had become public. At home, he faced the backlash of being labeled a traitor, suffering the wrath of fans known for their fierce loyalty. His family became the target of public scorn, transformed into pariahs. All his efforts had culminated in chaos and ruin. He lamented his choices, wishing he had never embarked on such treachery against his country. Only now did he realize the grave folly of his actions, beginning to repent for his past stupidity. Yet the die had been cast, his remorse held little value now. In his misguided pursuit, he had inexorably led both himself and his family into the abyss. Professor Chen expressed his regret, stating, "This student I had always held in high regard for his abilities, yet I never anticipated he would conspire with others and engage in such foolish and ignorant behavior." Professor Chen felt a pang of disappointment, for the situation had unfolded in a manner he had never envisioned, leading to actions that betrayed ethical conduct. Chapter 98. The meeting. Had I known this would be the outcome, I should never have chosen to bring him here. His trust has ultimately been trampled underfoot. Professor Chen pondered, feeling an unbearable anguish. He forced a bitter smile as these matters had left him drained and disoriented. Seeing his sorrow, Xie Chuan comforted him. Have you ever heard the saying, old things must go for new things to come? There is no need to grieve for someone like him. Xie Chuan continued. Such individuals will inevitably pay the price for their actions. As for you, you have made considerable efforts to support him, yet he lacks ambition and indulges in reckless behavior. A faint smile played at the corners of Xie Chuan's lips. He had never allowed such people to disturb his own peace of mind. These individuals are merely depleting themselves, rather than consuming your spirit. Professor Chen, we have all witnessed your dedication in recent times. Your commitment to preserving traditional Chinese medicine is evident to everyone. You have done more than enough, and should not allow these individuals to entangle you in confusion and despair. I hope you can ease your anxiety and not let these irrelevant people affect your mood. Xie Chuan's voice was notably gentle, gradually calming Professor Chen, who had initially been anxious. Xie Chuan's words resonated with reason. Indeed, it was the other party who should have recognized their mistakes. Meanwhile, he had exerted every effort to assist them, yet some were truly oblivious and acted recklessly throughout. The ones who deserved to acknowledge their faults were they. Professor Chen, who had been trapped in his own thoughts, felt a weight lift off him as Xie Chuan spoke, leaving him considerably lighter. Thank you for your reminder. They are indeed the ones in the wrong. I should not doubt myself because of their actions. Professor Chen had committed no error, so why should he harbor self-doubt? Noticing that Professor Chen had ceased to dwell on his troubles, Xie Chuan felt relieved. Yes, the true offenders are those who, for a mere sum of money, engage in treachery. Individuals like you, who have made great contributions to the country, have never faltered. Do not allow them to sow seeds of doubt within you regarding your capabilities. Xie Chuan teased lightly, raising an eyebrow, his spirits evidently lifted. Recently, Xie Chuan had kept his doors shut. The previous days had been overwhelming, filled with patients seeking his medical assistance, leaving him utterly exhausted. Finally, he had a moment to rest. Professor Chen observed this and found it both amusing and exasperating. Yet, upon Xie Chuan's light-hearted jest, the tension that had gripped him earlier began to dissipate. and he felt a sense of guilt for having burdened Xie Chuan. The last time, he had merely sought 2 or 3 students willing to carry on the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine, only to turn around and discover that these students had betrayed him. In mere seconds, he had aged considerably, his state far from what it once was. Thankfully, Xie Chuan's kind words had prevented him from succumbing to despair. With friends gathered around, it was evident they had misjudged character, ultimately being deceived. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated too severely, and they had managed to identify the issue before it worsened. If anything, this could be considered a fortunate turn of events. They had uncovered the true nature of the individuals involved without allowing matters to deteriorate. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen felt a sigh of relief. You make a compelling point. It does seem to follow a certain logic. His eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Very well, let us not dwell on the actions of these traitors. Why should we burden ourselves with their misdeeds? We are of an age when we should enjoy life. As for the remaining matters, let us entrust them to the younger generation. With youth around, I believe the future is in capable hands, and we need not overthink. Indeed, there was no need for such worries. Moreover, with exceptional young talent like Xie Chuan, it was certain that he would swiftly resolve any issues that arose. Yet, these past few days, Xie Chuan appeared utterly fatigued, burdened with an overwhelming pile of responsibilities. Just as he finally had the opportunity to rest, he found himself entangled in such troublesome affairs. The young man, already inundated with pressing matters, now faced even greater exhaustion. Professor Chen felt an immense sense of guilt towards Xie Chuan. After much contemplation, he resolved to treat Xie Chuan to a hearty meal. He earnestly extended an invitation, only for Xie Chuan to decline, citing his current obligations. For instance, Professor Zheng had attempted to arrange several meetings with Xie Chuan after filming concluded. Yet, Xie Chuan's workload had been substantial, making their meetings increasingly difficult to coordinate. Finally, when Xie Chuan managed to find some time, he insisted on reserving it for Professor Zheng. Professor Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Might I join you two during your gathering? He had long admired Professor Zheng, having only glimpsed him on television until now. Finally having the chance to meet him in person, he felt compelled to seize this golden opportunity. Thus, Xie Chuan brought Professor Chen to meet Professor Zheng. The latter was somewhat surprised, perhaps not anticipating the eagerness with which Professor Chen wished to meet him. However, as they were both part of the traditional Chinese medicine community, they quickly delved into discussions about their field. In no time at all, they were engaged in lively conversation, and all previous discomforts seemed to vanish. Their discourse was filled with excitement and laughter. Chapter 99. A joyful conversation. Both individuals are indeed luminaries in their field, possessing remarkable abilities. However, until now, they had never gathered together. Ever since they delved into the study of traditional Chinese medicine, they had remained in one place, diligently immersed in their research, leaving little time for other matters. This meeting was a fortuitous coincidence, brought about by one Xie Chuan, allowing them both to finally convene. Their shared objective henceforth is Xie Chuan. I harbor no concerns about this young man's capabilities. Rather, I hope that he will elevate our traditional medicine to new heights. I firmly believe that with his talent, traditional Chinese medicine will continue to flourish. Indeed, I have spent many years in this field, yet I have never encountered someone as exceptional as he. Professor Chen reflected, gazing at the young man before him, his eyes brimming with admiration. The more he observed, the deeper his respect for Xie Chuan grew. Xie Chuan, feeling the intensity of their unwavering gazes, couldn't help but feel a touch of embarrassment. Nevertheless, witnessing their enthusiasm, he chose not to disrupt their spirited conversation. The young man possesses remarkable talent, truly impressive. How is it that at such a tender age, he could discern that traditional Chinese medicine could heal the deaf and mute? Professor Chen pondered this question for a long while. Despite his extensive research, he remained perplexed by it. He had inquired multiple times with Xie Chuan, but the latter never seemed inclined to share his insights, leaving Chen both astonished and troubled. Eventually, he decided it was futile to dwell on it any longer. As long as Xie Chuan demonstrated his abilities, that was sufficient. The future of traditional Chinese medicine was secure in his hands, and the rest mattered little. A faint smile graced his face. Indeed, I recall my own tempestuous nature at the time. I was quick to anger, openly questioning his capabilities during the program. Little did I expect that his performance would far exceed my expectations. As Professor Zheng reminisced about Xie Chuan's demeanor on the show, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed his face, tinged with a deep sense of guilt. Upon reflecting on Xie Chuan's extraordinary abilities, Professor Zheng regarded him with a particular fondness, a hint of apology woven into his admiration. After all, not long ago, he had unleashed his fury on the program. Xie Chuan had never sought to retaliate, for otherwise he would have lost face entirely. Xie Chuan's performance and abilities were undeniably formidable. It was precisely through this program that I became acquainted with Xie Chuan, realizing that such medical prowess existed in this world, leaving me utterly astounded. As Professor Chen spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Merely discussing it lifted his spirits immensely. Were it not for this program, he might never have had the privilege of knowing Xie Chuan. Moreover, it was a national initiative. His talents are undeniably significant. The two professors lavished Xie Chuan with fervent praise, causing him to gradually fall silent. He gazed at them, instinctively reaching to touch his forehead, feeling somewhat awkward. "Gentlemen," he began, his gaze drifting toward them. Only then did they notice his presence, sheepishly diverting their eyes, chuckling as they apologized. "We seem to have completely overlooked you in our discussion. My apologies." "Not at all. It is a rare occasion for us to gather. Please, converse freely. However, as the dishes have been served, shall we not eat while we talk?" Initially, Xie Chuan intended to modestly downplay his abilities, suggesting they were not as formidable as they believed. Yet, seeing their eager expressions and feeling their intense focus upon him, he suppressed his urge to redirect the conversation. He cast a glance at them, feeling a tinge of bashfulness. Nonetheless, their faces radiated unabashed affection for him, a growing admiration that deepened with each passing moment. As they continued to ponder when they might meet again, they recognized the reality of their advancing years. The prospect of long journeys became a source of concern. Both were acutely aware that they were nearing the end of their lives, and it was uncertain when they might reunite. Despite their worries, they felt grateful for this moment. Professors Zheng and Chen humbly sought to learn from Xie Chuan, receiving valuable insights that proved significantly beneficial. A spark ignited in Professor Zhang's eyes as he marveled at Xie Chuan's capabilities. "You, young man, are exceptionally gifted at such a young age. As an old man, I might even find myself disseminating your medical wisdom in the future. Your talent truly astounds me." He was once again captivated by Xie Chuan's abilities, appreciating him more with each glance. Who could possibly compare to Xie Chuan? "In truth, I am not as remarkable as you all claim. My abilities are rather ordinary," Xie Chuan replied modestly, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, the professors did not share this sentiment. "Are you quite certain your abilities are so mediocre? If that were the case, what does that make us?" Professor Zhang, having perceived Xie Chuan's humility, understood him well. He placed a reassuring hand on Xie Chuan's shoulder, affirming, "Your recent accomplishments have been evident to all. We know you possess considerable skill. So, refrain from downplaying yourself. We wholeheartedly believe you are a genius. As a prodigy, it is only natural that you attract admiration, especially from us professors. It is no surprise that we cannot contain our praise for you. So please, do not dwell on humility." Chapter 100. Dealing with traitors. All of this is truly deserved by Xie Chuan. Reflecting upon his recent endeavors, he has quietly assisted numerous individuals in need, particularly those who were deaf and mute. Once devoid of hope, these individuals have now transformed remarkably. This metamorphosis owes much to Xie Chuan's exceptional medical skills. Were it not for his profound knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine and his notable achievements in this domain, how could the conditions of these individuals have been remedied? Professor Zheng expressed gratitude on behalf of them all. The burgeoning attention Xie Chuan has garnered lately is primarily due to his expertise in treating the deaf and mute. Such a feat is not something one can easily accomplish. Initially, he considered offering a few words of explanation, but upon witnessing the glimmer of admiration in the eyes of Professors Chen and Zhang, he hesitated and ultimately chose to remain humble, accepting their recognition with heartfelt gratitude. It was indeed a privilege for Xie Chuan to gain the approval of these esteemed professors. He stood nearby, absorbing knowledge with humility. Although he had little to learn at this moment, Professors Chen and Zheng found themselves enlightened by the wisdom Xie Chuan imparted. In a fleeting moment, he felt overwhelmed by their admiration. Time, as it often does, slipped away swiftly, and soon it was time to part ways. Professor Zhang gazed longingly at Xie Chuan, reluctant to leave, yet bound by pressing obligations. He lamented the uncertainty of when they might meet again. But he harbored hopes for their next encounter, certain it would be awe-inspiring. He believed in Xie Chuan's capabilities and was confident he would not disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Professor Zheng held great aspirations for Xie Chuan, wishing for him to carry on the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine. With such a promising youth, he felt certain that Xie Chuan would only grow stronger. Thus, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon him. Xie Chuan, feeling a touch of embarrassment from their praise, reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, I shall strive diligently in the future. I am committed to ensuring the continuation of traditional Chinese medicine, so you need not worry. As for whether I can surpass my current self, that remains uncertain. However, I will immerse myself in study and endeavor to grow ever stronger, striving not to let you down." His words resonated with conviction and determination shone in his eyes. The professors felt a sense of relief upon hearing his promise. "We have every confidence in you. Our nation is fortunate to have a physician with such a profound understanding of traditional Chinese medicine." Their heartfelt admiration for Xie Chuan grew deeper. He accepted their sentiments quietly, initially feeling the need for humility, but eventually embracing their praise with calm acceptance as he observed them. Professor Zheng departed first. While Professor Chen had pressing matters to address concerning the traitor, he cast a penetrating glance at Zheng as he receded into the distance, appreciating Xie Chuan's potential. "You are indeed remarkable. To earn such affection from Professor Zheng foretells a future of immense promise for you. Alas, I too have a multitude of tasks to attend to, and I cannot linger to discuss these matters further. I shall handle the situation regarding the traitor myself. For now, focus on providing care to your patients. Do not trouble yourself with the affairs at hand. Continue with your program, and I will arrange for others to assist you with any remaining issues." Recently, it had come to light that individuals from abroad were keenly observing Xie Chuan, devising various schemes to lure him to their country under the pretense of preserving traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, who could be unaware of their ulterior motive to monopolize this heritage? Years prior, they had forcibly seized control of their own nation, but through the perseverance of its people, they were ultimately expelled, leading to the flourishing life they enjoy today. It was infuriating to see these ambitious individuals, after so many years, brazenly attempting to impose themselves once more and utter such audacious claims. Professor Chen was deeply angered upon hearing their statements, wishing he could strike them down for their audacity. He was perplexed by their shamelessness, boldly asserting such sentiments in front of the people of Huagua, were it not for the courtesy extended to guests. Professor Chen's temper would have prompted him to forcibly eject them. The mere mention of these individuals fueled desire. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, yearning to confront them and hasten their departure from the country, lest he be plagued by their presence. His agitation was palpable. Xie Chuan, observing the scene, couldn't he help but chuckle, finding Professor Chen's indignation somewhat amusing. Professor Chen turned back, puzzled, as he caught Xie Chuan's gaze, curious about what had elicited such laughter. Without hesitation, Xie Chuan explained, "In my view, Professor Chen, your current reaction is rather endearing. However, I completely understand your disdain for those individuals." He had previously learned of Professor Chen's family history, knowing that many of his kin had sacrificed their lives before the war. Fortunately, some descendants remained, allowing for the legacy of Professor Chen to continue. Professor Chen harbored a profound aversion to the people of Yinghua country. Chapter 101. Do not collaborate with them. It has come to my attention that some individuals have chosen the path of treachery, opting to collaborate with the enemy. This notion ignites a fiery indignation within me. With limbs and faculties intact, why must one conspire with such nefarious characters? Is it truly the case that financial desperation compels one to commit acts of betrayal against their own nation to secure a more prosperous existence? Professor Chen has long grappled with this conundrum, pondering endlessly without resolution. He harbors a profound disdain for such treachery. If he were to discover any traitorous behavior among his subordinates, he would unhesitatingly report them to the authorities, ensuring they face justice. Consider one of his students, who, in a moment of desperation, pleaded for mercy on his knees, yet failed to elicit any sympathy from Professor Chen. To him, this was a deserved consequence for one who chose treachery over integrity. This individual betrayed his country and his own conscience for a mere pittance. Professor Chen's demeanor was somber, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on Xie Chuan's words, he shook his head slightly, his expression tinged with complexity. "In our family's past, we were perilously close to annihilation at the hands of others. By the grace of heaven, the Chen family survived. However, the majority of our treasured traditional medical texts were plundered by those brigands and have yet to be returned to their rightful owners." Though Professor Chen himself did not experience these events firsthand, the tales relayed by his parents filled him with anguish and loathing for those marauders. He harbors a deep-seated animosity for those who resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. If only, while I still draw breath, these individuals could return what rightfully belongs to us. He lamented, shaking his head, recognizing this as a mere fantasy. Given the audacity of that nation, notorious for its shameless manipulations, it is highly improbable that they would ever restore what they have claimed as their own. Once in their possession, why would they ever consider relinquishing it? Thus, it seems that any hope of reclaiming our heritage is a formidable challenge. Recently, as thoughts of Xie Chuan weighed heavily on his mind, Professor Chen found himself unable to eat or sleep, incessantly worrying for Xie Chuan's safety. He nearly sought to remain by Xie Chuan's side to protect the assets of our beloved nation. His distrust of the Sakura nation stems from their historical treachery and unscrupulous tactics. Even now, despite being rebuffed, they persist in their audacious pursuit. Their relentless fixation on reclaiming what belongs to us presents a daunting task. Yet, even without the traditional texts, our expertise remains unparalleled. Past, present, and future. I firmly believe we shall prevail against them. Xie Chuan spoke with unwavering conviction, and his resolute demeanor reflected sincerity. His words served as a source of inspiration for Professor Chen, who was moved to tears. He placed his hand solemnly on Xie Chuan's shoulder and declared, "If this is the case, shall I entrust the future of our traditional medicine to you? My age weighs heavily upon me. I find myself increasingly unable to devote the time and energy I once could. Though I desire to contribute, my capabilities are waning. My physical condition has deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years, and my vitality is but a shadow of its former self. In but a few years' time, I fear I may depart from this world." Though reluctant to accept this reality, Professor Chen has come to terms with it. You are the young luminary of your generation, and I have every confidence in your abilities. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will offer my utmost support. Simply ask, and I shall be there. Regardless of what transpires, you need not worry. With us veterans by your side, we shall navigate any challenges that arise. Professor Chen shared heartfelt sentiments with Xie Chuan as night fell and the city lights began to twinkle. Disregarding his status, he sat casually on the steps, engaging in earnest conversation. Xie Chuan nodded, taking to heart Professor Chen's words. He understood the depth of sincerity emanating from the elder, and he could not afford to disappoint the expectations placed upon him. While he did not make a direct promise, the determination in Xie Chuan's eyes conveyed his steadfast commitment to Professor Chen. Content with this affirmation, Professor Chen cast a lingering glance at Xie Chuan as he prepared to depart, though he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. Many patients awaited his expertise, seeking Xie Chuan's healing touch. Recently, Xie Chuan had expressed a desire to rest, yet found himself surrounded by patients day in and day out. As he traversed the bustling streets, observing the ebb and flow of humanity, Xie Chuan felt a sense of fulfillment. Professor Chen was right. He must not ally himself with the Sakura nation. Such vile collaboration is unacceptable, now and forever. Recognizing the gravity of this realization, Xie Chuan swiftly quashed any such thoughts, resolute in his refusal to entangle himself with those individuals. Before long, Xie Chuan returned to his traditional medicine clinic. The following day, the practice resumed. With his condition returning to normal, he awaited the arrival of patients. The initial cases presented minor issues. Xie Chuan assessed them without needing to take pulses, swiftly diagnosing their ailments. He proceeded to prescribe remedies or acupuncture, resolving their concerns with ease and relieving their anxieties. Remarkably, the cost remained modest. Had they sought treatment from Western medicine, who could say how exorbitant the fees would have been? The patients showered Xie Chuan with praise, their flattery unabashed. Xie Chuan understood that had he lacked proficiency, they would have likely heaped scorn upon him rather than expressing gratitude as they were now. Chapter 102. An irreconcilable grudge until such a patient arrived here, an elderly gentleman afflicted with a debilitating illness. His legs bore the scars of suffering, pockmarked and uneven. Over the years, he had endured a myriad of pains and tribulations, yet he had never uttered a word of complaint. He swallowed his anguish in silence, never expressing a hint of discontent. However, today, his children could no longer bear to witness his nightly struggles, tossing and turning in bed, tormented by pain that elicited cries of despair. As a grandson, he was acutely aware of the harrowing events of those years, and he understood all too well that his grandfather was a victim of those times. By some stroke of fortune, he had survived while others perished, yet outwardly unscathed. He had silently endured the torment of his affliction, even weeping in his sleep. Each day and night was a relentless cycle of suffering that had driven him to despair. He had once suggested taking his grandfather to a renowned hospital for treatment, but alas, there had been little success. They had traveled across multiple cities, consulting numerous physicians. Yet each was at a loss regarding his grandfather's condition. Despite their collective efforts to devise solutions, they ultimately found themselves without answers. Upon hearing of Xie Chuan's remarkable abilities, he journeyed a great distance with his grandfather, clinging to the hope that healing was within reach. He placed all his faith in Xie Chuan, approaching him with earnest eyes, filled with a deep yearning. "I have heard that you can treat a plethora of perplexing ailments, and that even the most daunting challenges can be overcome. Is this true?" He gazed at the youthful Xie Chuan with a mixture of astonishment and hesitation. Could such a young man truly possess the skill to heal his grandfather's affliction? Doubt crept in. Perhaps it would be wiser to take his grandfather away. Yet, he could not resign himself to witnessing his beloved grandfather ensnared by pain day after day. He longed for a remedy to alleviate the suffering that plagued the old man. Despite his efforts to provide comfort through painkillers, nothing seemed to alleviate the torment. As a grandson, how could he remain calm? I am not as enigmatic as the outside world portrays, Xie Chuan retorted. The fear of failure weighed heavily on him. The prospect of embarrassment loomed large. Upon hearing Xie Chuan's response, the glimmer of hope in the grandson's eyes dimmed. He lowered his gaze, unable to conceal his sorrow. I knew it would come to this, he lamented, his spirit crushed despite his initial resolve. The weight of the news struck him like a blow. And he murmured to himself, grappling with the profound disappointment that had settled in his heart. Xie Chuan observed him carefully, inquiring, "What affliction has brought you such anguish? Please, share your tale." As Xie Chuan spoke, he examined the man before him, noting that while he appeared outwardly unharmed, the elderly gentleman beside him bore the marks of suffering. When the old man's pant leg was lifted, gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers as they beheld the wounds upon his legs. How could this have happened? A bystander, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed for answers. The grandson, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied, "This occurred during wartime, when my grandfather was subjected to inhumane experiments. He was forced to come into contact with toxic substances." As he recounted this harrowing tale, anger surged within him, his fist clenched in fury. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, as if ablaze with righteous indignation. These despicable invaders have no humanity. During that era, our nation was far too weak to withstand their atrocities. We attempted to resist, yet we were met with brutal oppression. The wounds on my grandfather's body are a testament to his attempts to fight back, only to be met with savage retribution. These fiends relentlessly subjected him to various poisons and experiments, leaving him in a state that is neither man nor beast. Now, his health is precarious, and I fear his time is drawing near. As his grandson, I could not bear to watch him suffer, leading him from hospital to hospital, all in vain. The recounting of past injustices ignited a shared fury among those present, their tempers flaring. The grandson continued. The ailments he endures are a direct result of being treated as a mere subject for cruel experimentation, most of which were tied to gambling with human lives. In his youth, my grandfather was robust, but after being poisoned, they sought every conceivable remedy, leading to his current state of despair. The elderly man, embodying a gentle and unassuming nature, offered a shy smile, apologizing for the trouble he had caused. "I'm sorry to have burdened you all." His words struck a painful chord in everyone's hearts as they recalled the atrocities they had faced. To speak frankly, I cannot swallow this bitterness. We share an irreconcilable enmity with the Cherry Blossom Nation. Witnessing the wounds on the old man's legs was unbearable for many, their hearts heavy with the weight of history. As if 1,000 pounds of lead pressed down upon their chests. Chapter 103. Hatred towards that group of people. Xie Chuan stepped forward to examine the condition of the elderly man's leg. With a profound understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, Xie Chuan's formidable skills were largely attributed to his systematic training. However, upon witnessing the wounds on the old man's leg, his heart sank as if plunged into an abyss. Gently, he caressed the elderly man's leg, and after a moment of silence, he raised his gaze to inquire softly, "Does it hurt?" The old man paused, taken aback by the unexpected tenderness in the young man's voice as he asked about his injuries. Perhaps accustomed to his suffering, the old man feigned indifference, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "After so many years, I've grown accustomed to it. I hardly feel any pain." Yet, Xie Chuan discerned the anguish reflected in his eyes. A hint of despair lingered there, for his body had remained unchanged over the decades. He had consulted countless doctors, yet none could truly alleviate his suffering, that could only offer fleeting relief. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope, but over time, that hope had been systematically dismantled. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "I apologize for the trouble." Xie Chuan felt a pang of discomfort hearing those words. "Not at all. You are a benefactor. How could I consider it a burden?" However, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Xie Chuan's heart. Despite his condition, the old man remained preoccupied with the thought of being a nuisance to others. His tone and demeanor only deepened Xie Chuan's compassion for the elderly man, who maintained a facade of indifference, masking his true pain. In reality, he was suffering immensely, swallowing his agony to spare others from worry. Nearby, the old man's grandson stood, stealthily wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. He was acutely aware of his grandfather's pain, which drove him to seek Xie Chuan's help in hopes of alleviating the suffering that had become unbearable. Having visited numerous hospitals without success, he had heard of Xie Chuan's remarkable abilities and rushed to see if a solution could be found. "I am no great benefactor. Rather, I feel quite inept. I have not contributed value to my country and now, in my old age, squandered its resources. Perhaps it would be better for me to depart early." Sparing the nation further waste, the old man lamented, unreservedly criticizing himself. As he spoke, he stole a glance at his grandson, gauging his reaction before continuing. In my youth, I always aspired to triumph over them, yet before I could even fight, I was apprehended. Later, although I had some ambitions, my abilities fell short. We were like puppets, oppressed and forced to comply with their demands, subjected to poisons that left us in perpetual agony and despair. Many could not endure, and I witnessed my comrades perishing one by one. Yet here I am, having reached the age of over 90, still tormented by suffering, yet my body remains relatively unchanged. Aside from the pain, I appear healthy, and despite enduring long journeys with my grandson, I do not feel fatigued. I see you are still quite young. Perhaps. The old man hesitated, not doubting Xie Chuan's intentions, but rather concerned about the severity of his own ailments. He feared that this young man might be unable to resolve his issues, especially with so many onlookers observing the situation. As he did not wish to tarnish Xie Chuan's reputation, Xie Chuan sensed his apprehension and reassured him, "Do not worry. I will do my utmost to address your health concerns. You may rest assured." Confident in his abilities to tackle any ailment, he added, "Please extend your leg. I need to examine it more thoroughly." The condition of the elderly man's hands was equally dire. His grandson, anxiously fidgeting like a restless ant on a hot stove, urgently asked, "Everyone says your skills in traditional Chinese medicine are exceptional. After your examination, can you truly heal my grandfather?" Su Shen's voice trembled with anxiety. To him, his grandfather's health was paramount. Since childhood, he had yearned to cure the ailments afflicting the old man. Subsequently, he resolutely pursued a career in medicine, only to realize his limitations. Despite being the last to sleep and the first to rise in his studies, he struggled to retain medical knowledge. Ultimately, he had to pivot to another vocation, where he excelled and, through hard work, built a thriving business in just a year. However, in medicine, he found himself utterly lacking in talent. Consequently, he devoted all his earnings to seeking treatment for his grandfather, harboring a simple wish for his grandfather's health to improve, sparing him the torment of suffering that rendered him breathless. Each time he witnessed his grandfather tossing and turning in pain, he felt utterly helpless as a grandson. Chapter 104. Trust me. Upon hearing of Xie Chuan's remarkable medical skills, he hurriedly gathered a group of people and rushed over to this side, eager to assess the situation. He hesitated to agree outright, contemplating for a few moments while observing the ailments afflicting the elderly gentleman before him. As he gently reached out to touch the old man's shoulder, the latter instinctively furrowed his brow and uttered, "I have long since grown accustomed to this pain. It hardly bothers me." But how could that be true? The old man was merely enduring his suffering in silence. "I would like to inquire, what are the odds of success?" Shen Ke hesitated, having heard of Xie Chuan's esteemed reputation. It was said that many complex ailments found resolution under his care. The most notable case was a recent one involving a deaf-mute patient. In the hospital, the medical staff had been at a loss, despite their efforts to save him. Restoring speech to someone who could neither hear nor speak seemed an impossible task with current medical practices. However, with Xie Chuan, the word impossible held no weight. Xie Chuan was determined to exhaust every effort to heal them, never once contemplating surrender. "Approximately 70%, he replied, cautious not to sound overly confident. Observing the old man's injuries, he continued, "It will take some time. Do you wish to proceed with the treatment?" 70%? Shen Ke hesitated further, casting a doubtful glance at the young man before him. It should be noted that he had been told by doctors during previous visits that the chances were only 30 to 40%. Moreover, the treatment process would inevitably entail immense suffering. His grandfather had endured much, yet the toxins afflicting him showed little sign of alleviation over the years. As his grandson, Shen Ke felt a tumult of emotions, anxiety gripping him at the thought of any potential mishap. Nevertheless, Xie Chuan's proclamation of a 70% success rate left him astounded. He could hardly believe it and felt a surge of surprise. Torn between doubt and hope, he approached his aged grandfather, squatting down to meet him at eye level. "Grandfather, what are your thoughts? You are growing older, now over 90. Do you wish to pursue treatment? If so, I will summon him to begin at once." He could not bear to witness his grandfather suffer any longer under the weight of these toxins, seeing him toss and turn in bed each night. For Shen Ke, this was a source of profound anguish. Yet, his grandfather's advanced age made him wary of enduring further tribulations. In that moment of uncertainty, Shen Ke furrowed his brow, contemplating a heartfelt discussion with his grandfather. The elderly man smiled gently, sensing the genuine concern from his grandson. Over the years, Shen Ke had shown increasing devotion, tirelessly seeking a remedy for the toxins plaguing him. At the very least, he wished to allow his grandfather a semblance of normalcy before his passing. But the reality of his grandfather's age weighed heavily on his mind. While both were mired in indecision, Xie Chuan's voice broke through. May I have the opportunity to try? I truly wish to attempt it. Grant me a week, and I shall restore your health. He cautioned that there might be some pain along the way, yet expelling the toxins entirely was no simple endeavor. I implore you to consider this. And, grandfather, fret not. I have observed your condition. Though illness has rendered you weaker these past 2 years, your vitality remains surprisingly robust. In essence, he conveyed that the elderly man, at least for the next 2 years, was not in imminent danger. Seeing the glimmer of hope in Xie Chuan's eyes, the old man hesitated before turning to his grandson. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Given your sincerity and earnestness, I shall reluctantly permit you to treat me. Even if it ultimately fails, do not burden yourself with guilt. In my eyes, you have already accomplished something remarkable. He began to shower praises upon Xie Chuan. Each word echoed his acknowledgement of the young man's capabilities. It was truly admirable that a man of such kindness, suffering so deeply himself, still sought to uplift Xie Chuan. This left Xie Chuan in awe of the elderly man's spirit. Perhaps it was the sight of the old man's current plight that fortified Xie Chuan's resolve to heal him at all costs. In that moment, his determination crystallized. He looked at the elderly gentleman with unwavering conviction. Then, I ask that you place your hopes in me. I shall do everything within my power to restore your health. At this juncture, Xie Chuan had no other thoughts but to heal the patient before him. Having witnessed the suffering inflicted upon the elderly man over the years, he understood the weight of their shared history. It was precisely this knowledge that fueled his relentless drive. The old man saw through Xie Chuan's earnestness and affectionately stroked his head. Do not place too much pressure upon yourself. I have long since grown accustomed to this pain. In fact, without it, I might find it disconcerting. He had endured this hardship alongside his grandson for so many years. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Yet Xie Chuan could not accept this perspective. For all these years, you have suffered under the burden of these toxins. I cannot allow you to endure such agony any longer. Therefore, I am determined to assist you. I harbor no ulterior motives, only a desire to help. Trust that I will accomplish what I promise. You need only to have unreserved faith in me. With a smile, Xie Chuan felt that, despite this being their first meeting, the elderly man likely knew nothing of his background. Yet he remained steadfast in his commitment to assist. This conviction compelled Xie Chuan to devote himself entirely to the task at hand. For reasons unknown, the elderly man suddenly found himself filled with immense trust in Xie Chuan. Even Xin Ke, after a moment of hesitation upon hearing Xie Chuan's words, found himself aligning with the young man's conviction. Despite his youth, Xie Chuan was undeniably capable. And it was said that many esteemed professors of traditional Chinese medicine had placed their hopes upon him. He had even been featured in special interviews, a testament to his remarkable talents. If his grandfather chose to believe in Xie Chuan, what reason did he have to doubt? Chapter 105. Do not mind me, my grandfather has chosen to place his trust in you, thus I cannot question your abilities. Furthermore, I have heard that you are a distinguished figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and many esteemed professors hold your skills in high regard. I find myself quite eager to witness your future endeavors. He observed that Xie Chuan remained composed and respectful while examining the toxins afflicting his grandfather, responding to inquiries with a calm demeanor. Indeed, he appeared to embody the effortless confidence often spoken of online, unfazed by the challenges at hand. When confronted with adversity, he did not falter. Rather, he stepped forward without hesitation. Seeing his attitude, Xin Ke could not help but express admiration, acknowledging Xie Chuan's impressive capabilities. The more he observed him, the more he appreciated this young man, finding him far more intriguing than he had initially perceived. After praising Xie Chuan, even a hint of bashfulness colored the latter's expression. He smiled and remarked, I am not as remarkable as you all claim, but I am diligently striving to improve myself. You can place your complete trust in me regarding your grandfather's situation. I will not disappoint you. Xie Chuan's bold proclamation indicated his unwavering confidence in this matter. However, Professor Zheng, aware of Xie Chuan's considerable talents, cautioned that the toxins present were not to be eradicated within a week. He advised, I recognize your capabilities. Yet the circumstances are rather exceptional. I urge you to exercise caution and heed our counsel. Professor Zheng felt a sense of exasperation. Xie Chuan had been particularly headstrong of late. Even with their gentle guidance, it was unlikely he would take their words to heart. Instead, he remained resolute in his belief that he could succeed. While Professor Zheng acknowledged Xie Chuan's potential, he was concerned about the complexities of the elderly man's condition, which had persisted and worsened over the years. The toxins had yet to be adequately addressed, particularly in the areas of injury. His intention in advising Xie Chuan was merely to ensure he remained vigilant. Should an error occur, the repercussions could prove challenging to manage. Upon receiving the counsel, Xie Chuan responded with his characteristic bravado, stating, "In my lexicon, the word impossible does not exist. I firmly believe in my capabilities, and when faced with challenges, I am confident I shall prevail." His words rang with conviction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Xie Chuan's demeanor remained unchanged. He spoke with the same composure as always. Professor Zheng fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether Xie Chuan's current approach was perhaps bordering on recklessness. He felt troubled. "Why do you continuously disregard our well-intentioned advice?" Professor Zheng mused to himself, recognizing Xie Chuan's tendency to maintain his own views and perspectives. Even when confronted with challenges, he remained dignified and composed, managing to resolve issues with apparent ease. Xie Chuan, caught between amusement and frustration, firmly articulated, "I understand your concerns, but I assure you, I am in good health. Regarding the elderly man's condition, I wish to seize this opportunity to take on the challenge. I am certain I will succeed." His confidence was palpable, each word resonating with strength. In that moment, Professor Zheng paused. Though he had initially intended to chastise Xie Chuan, he began to reconsider whether he had been overly harsh. Xie Chuan was undeniably talented and intelligent. He possessed a sense of balance in his actions. It was Professor Zheng's own anxiety that had inadvertently placed undue pressure on Xie Chuan. Realizing this, Professor Zheng experienced a moment of clarity. "I believe in you," he proclaimed, his tone resolute. "You have always demonstrated a keen sense of judgment in your endeavors. Your confidence indicates that you possess a solid grasp on the situation, prompting this decisive course of action. As a professor, I extend my unconditional trust in you, confident that your abilities will lead to success." As he gazed at the screen displaying Xie Chuan, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps his initial instinct had been to suppress Xie Chuan's boldness, viewing his actions as reckless. Yet now, he found himself appreciating Xie Chuan's determination. It was a privilege for Xie Chuan to earn the trust of Professor Zheng. Xie Chuan expressed his gratitude. "I sincerely appreciate your faith in me. I will not let you down. Over the course of this week, I will thoroughly research how to expedite the improvement of his condition. There must be a way to alleviate the toxins within him and address his ailments." With resolve, Xie Chuan shifted his focus to the elderly man's health. However, as night descended, he refrained from intruding upon the man's rest. The severity of the elderly man's condition surpassed Xie Chuan's expectations. Despite lying in bed, he furrowed his brow, unable to find solace in sleep, tossing and turning. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Casting a glance at Xie Chuan, the elderly man feigned tranquility and urged, "You should go rest. Do not worry about me." Chapter 106. A modicum of research. He calmed his mind, exerting effort to encourage Xie Chuan to rest, reluctant to let these young individuals worry about his health. However, how could Xie Chuan, having witnessed the reality, stand idly by as the elder's condition deteriorated so gravely? Approaching the elder's side, Xie Chuan knelt to examine him. "The circulation in your legs is quite poor. If this persists, amputation may become necessary." Concern flooded Xie Chuan's heart. The elder's current state was indeed alarming. Initially planning to assist him with treatment the following morning, it now seemed urgent to act without delay. Xie Chuan promptly prepared his silver needles, ready to administer acupuncture to the elder before him. The elder, however, felt it to be an inconvenience. His gaze towards Xie Chuan tinged with guilt. "Why do you worry for me, child?" The elder sighed heavily, a cloud of sorrow enveloping his expression. Xie Chuan reassured him. "Your health is paramount. The rest is inconsequential." Bowing his head, he focused on alleviating the elder's afflictions. The elder's condition was far more serious than Xie Chuan had imagined. Any further delay could exacerbate the issues with his legs, potentially leading to amputation, a consequence too grave for anyone to bear. Upon hearing the news, Bianmu hurriedly rushed to Xie Chuan's side. He had been in the adjacent room, initially intending to sleep alongside the elder. Yet, accustomed to solitude, the elder preferred to be alone, suggesting Bianmu sleep by himself. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan was ready to examine the elder's condition before returning to prepare the necessary remedies for his treatment. Little did he know that this examination would unveil a crisis. Bianmu burst into the room, frantic and breathless. "What is my grandfather's current condition? Didn't you say treatment could wait until tomorrow? Why the sudden change?" Anxiety gnawed at Bianmu as he contemplated his grandfather's worsening state. Despite his wealth, the treatment should have been straightforward. Yet, numerous esteemed physicians had proven ineffective. Today, they had sought Xie Chuan's aid, only to be met with unexpected complications. Bianmu pressed on, urgency in his voice. "Can his condition be alleviated?" A wave of pressure bore down upon him. His expression was one of unease, nerves taut as he approached Xie Chuan. who met his gaze with a somewhat dismissive tone. Given his current state, it is difficult to ascertain. His legs require acupuncture, ideally. We should mitigate the toxins and ailments within him tonight to prevent further deterioration. Xie Chuan's words heightened Bian Mu's anxiety, his brow furrowing in confusion. Did you not say that my grandfather could wait until tomorrow? Why the sudden severity? Xie Chuan admitted uncertainty but noted that his recent examination revealed an alarming decline in the elder's condition. Bian Mu regarded Xie Chuan with skepticism, unsure of his claims yet recognizing that deception seemed unnecessary. The fee for the diagnosis was surprisingly low, even shocking, the most modest he had ever encountered. Crucially, Xie Chuan promised improvement within a week, an unprecedented assurance. Bian Mu ceased his inquiries and stood by, observing intently. He noted Xie Chuan's spirited demeanor, reflecting the diligence he had seen online, meticulous in his approach, unflinching in the face of adversity. Bian Mu felt gratitude towards Xie Chuan, regardless of the outcome of the elder's treatment. As Xie Chuan's silver needles penetrated the elder's skin, the once pained and pale expression of the elder began to ease. Astonishingly, he felt a gradual alleviation of his suffering. Previously, he had endured excruciating pain, with no physician able to provide relief. Yet Xie Chuan was different. From the outset, he exerted every effort to alleviate the elder's afflictions. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped the reality of his improving condition. You, he stammered, astonished. Upon feeling the needles, he sensed the pain within him subsiding. The elder, who had previously been in despair, now marveled at Xie Chuan's skill. Bian Mu, still anxious, queried, Grandfather, do you feel any discomfort? But the elder shook his head, laughter erupting joyously. For the first time, I don't feel such agony. His gaze brightened as he turned to Xie Chuan. You, young man, possess a talent that exceeds my expectations. I am eager to learn how you achieve this. Xie Chuan, initially focused on the elder's legs, found his attention drawn back by the elder's curiosity. He had indeed delved into the study of medicine. Chapter 107. A scream particularly with respect to the traditional Chinese medicine passed down from our ancestors. I have a fair understanding. Xie Chuan explained with meticulous detail, every word spoken sincerely. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes lit up immediately. He extended his thumb in praise, exclaiming, Today's youth are truly remarkable, each one surpassing the last. I never expected you to possess such knowledge. It truly astonishes me. Our country's traditional medicine requires diligent preservation by you younger generations. If everyone forgets it, what will become of us in the future? He could not help but sigh, his face clouded with worry. The mere mention of this matter would cast a shadow over the elder's countenance, revealing a profound sorrow. He appeared deeply saddened, perhaps because, despite our nation's growing stature, there remain numerous inadequacies. Although everyone strives tirelessly to strengthen themselves, such endeavors are far from simple. Their country progresses steadily, step by step, ultimately achieving all that they have. They are acutely aware that if they wish to attain more in the future, they must exert every effort to grow stronger. However, due to the ravages of fire and war, many possessions that rightfully belong to them have been gradually seized before their eyes. They have repeatedly sought to reclaim what belongs to their nation, yet the hearts of thieves are devoid of shame. In their minds, anything taken becomes theirs by right. Thus, what are they truly entitled to? Even if restitution were to occur, such shameless individuals have never contemplated returning what was taken. Instead, they incessantly concoct excuses, brazenly asserting, these treasures have been passed down by our ancestors. On what basis do you claim they belong to you? How can your nation become increasingly audacious? They often use such rhetoric, positioning themselves as victims, while in reality, they are the ones devoid of honor, having wrongfully appropriated the treasures of Hua country. The journey our nation has undertaken to reach its current state has been nothing short of arduous. I have witnessed our country evolve from nothingness, yet, to speak candidly, we still have much work to do. We must strive harder to instill a sense of fear in those who would disregard our existence. The elder's unwavering determination was evident in his eyes. Whenever he spoke of these matters, his sorrow was palpable, leading him to voice his thoughts more freely. Xie Chuan could sense the elder's helplessness. He spoke with conviction. In the past, our circumstances were dire, but now, as our days improve, I firmly believe that one day we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Each word he spoke resonated with strength. Hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and he burst into laughter. Indeed, you possess ambition. I too hope that our nation grows ever stronger, gradually reclaiming what belongs to us. I eagerly await that day. Though given my current state, I fear I may not witness it. The elder's gaze, filled with fervent expectation, fell upon Xie Chuan and his grandson. He yearned for his grandson to fulfill this promise. Without hesitation, Shenku assured him, Grandfather, Rest assured. I will honor your wishes and ensure that you need not worry about this matter. He spoke warmly, yet the elder, fully aware of his frailty, understood that he should not harbor excessive hopes. With a tender gaze, the elder replied, I appreciate your sentiment, but I am aged and frail. At over 90 years old, do you truly believe I will live to see our nation flourish and those treasures returned? Deep down, he harbored skepticism about his own longevity, and thus preferred not to dwell on unrealistic aspirations. Yet, his grandson's words struck a chord within him, igniting a flicker of desire. At that moment, he hesitated, fervently wishing to witness such a scene in his lifetime. Very well, I am of such an age that I should not dwell on these matters. However, I trust that the two of you will witness it firsthand in the future. I hope our nation grows ever stronger. The elder's eyes shimmered with a glint of hope, as if starlight flickered within, illuminating his countenance. Xie Chuan observed every nuance of the elder's demeanor and spoke gently, You need not worry, with my assistance. Your health shall improve, and you will surely partake in these future endeavors. He spoke candidly, his silver needles never ceasing their rhythmic dance. He continued to encourage the elder. The elder laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. However, just as he finished speaking, an abrupt scream pierced the air. Ah! The sound was chilling. Shinku immediately leaned forward, his expression filled with concern. Grandfather, what is wrong? Please don't frighten me. Anxiety gripped him, as he anxiously watched his grandfather, feeling as though his breath was caught in his throat. They were all tense, particularly Xie Chuan, who had anticipated that the elder wouldn't utter such a scream. Yet, something felt amiss. This was undeniably unsettling. With a furrowed brow, Xie Chuan cautiously inquired, Are you all right? If something is wrong, please let me know immediately. His breath quickened, fearing for the elder's well-being. Chapter 108. A revolutionary transformation. The elderly man chuckled warmly and said, With such an impressive young person like you around, what problems could I possibly have? Do not worry about me. My health is quite robust. He continued to put on a brave face, always finding trivial excuses to mask his discomfort. Xie Chuan observed him with a gaze filled with deep concern. As for the words he uttered, Xie Chuan was reluctant to accept them wholeheartedly. If you experience any issues with your health, you must inform me. Should you feel unwell, please consult with me promptly. Otherwise, if you continue to endure in silence, I will be unable to assess your condition. Out of consideration for your well-being, I urge you to exercise a bit more caution. Xie Chuan lifted his gaze to meet the elder's eyes, enunciating each word as a reminder for him to remain vigilant. Moments ago, it was evident that the elder was in pain. The furrows on his brow spoke volumes. Yet, he had grown accustomed to suppressing his discomfort, enduring even the most intense pain in silence. This sight tugged at Xie Chuan's heartstrings. Even Shinku, standing nearby, urged his grandfather, Indeed, Grandpa, if you feel any discomfort, you must speak up. You cannot continue to bear it as you usually do. Do you understand? If you keep holding it in, we will be the ones worrying. And I fear you may not be able to continue your treatment. Fortunately, the elderly man was not a stubborn relic of the past. With a gentle approach, he could be persuaded. He nodded in agreement, saying, You are both right. I must take better care of myself. My apologies, I was merely thinking of enduring, as I have always done in the past. If the pain returns, I will let you know. With that reassurance, Xie Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the elder was willing to communicate, that was sufficient. The tension within him eased considerably. Under Xie Chuan's attentive guidance, the elderly man began to feel a sense of revitalization. Although a faint pain lingered, it was not substantial enough to affect him significantly. He could endure it. However, he took to heart the words shared by Xie Chuan and his grandson. Although he could tolerate the discomfort, he still communicated the truth of his condition to Xie Chuan. Treating the toxins in the elderly man's body was no simple feat. These toxins had long since intertwined with his being. Explaining why previous doctors had been at a loss regarding his ailment. Had Xie Chuan not possessed a system to aid him, he too would have been helpless, much like others before him. Fortunately, Xie Chuan had an array of methods at his disposal. As time slipped by, 2 hours passed almost unnoticed. During that interval, the elderly man let out a brief cry of pain, but it was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure. After 2 hours, he was astonished. Typically, he would writhe in agony, helplessly collapsing onto his bed, often yearning to voice his distress. Yet today, he felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. His astonished eyes widened as he gazed at Xie Chuan in disbelief. I once thought I would endure pain for the rest of my life, never anticipating that a young man like you could achieve such results. The elder's initial skepticism regarding Xie Chuan's abilities had dissipated. How could he question someone whose prowess surpassed his wildest expectations? I no longer feel pain, In fact, I feel remarkably light, far more so than I ever have. The battle he had faced had wrought profound changes upon his body. From that moment onward, he had been trapped in a cycle of suffering and despair, believing he would never escape it. Little did he know, with Xie Chuan's assistance, he was undergoing a miraculous transformation. Compared to his previous state, his health had drastically improved. "Are you truly not in pain anymore?" Xinku inquired, his tone laced with disbelief. He suspected his grandfather might be feigning comfort merely to spare him worry. However, the elderly man laughed heartily. "Just look at me now. I can walk with vigor." Rising to his feet, he demonstrated his newfound agility before his grandson, moving with surprising speed. Initially, he had spoken without conviction, unsure if he could truly walk so swiftly. Yet in the next moment, he was indeed moving rapidly. He turned to Xie Chuan, his eyes wide with astonishment, genuinely taken aback by his own performance. "Is it possible? Am I truly walking with such ease?" His excitement surged as he approached Xie Chuan, grasping his hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you. Thank you for upholding our traditional medicine, for allowing me to walk with ease once more." This was a reality he had never dared to envision. For the past 2 years, he had been confined to a wheelchair, yearning to stand and walk, yet his leg discomfort had forced him to suppress that desire. He never imagined that, with Xie Chuan's help, he would actually stand and walk again. Overcome with emotion, the elderly man burst into tears, embracing his grandson tightly. The atmosphere was imbued with warmth, and even the cameramen, accustomed to such scenes, found their eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing such heartfelt moments only deepened their appreciation for Xie Chuan's remarkable abilities. Indeed, Xie Chuan was extraordinary. Since the program aired, through his tireless efforts, he had provided genuine assistance to many in need, resolving their issues. Whether it be the hearing impaired or this elderly gentleman, who had greatly contributed to the nation, they were all experiencing improvements in their health thanks to Xie Chuan's intervention. At that moment, every individual present radiated joy. Each face gleamed with brilliant smiles, and excitement filled the air. The most exhilarated of all was Xinku. He had consulted numerous doctors, yet his grandfather's condition had remained insurmountable. Despite their best efforts, including seeking treatment abroad, no solution had been found. Who would have thought that a young man like Xie Chuan could enable his grandfather to rise? In just 2 hours of treatment, a profound transformation had occurred. Chapter 109. Treatment to continue tomorrow. In disbelief, Xinku's eyes widened as he observed the scene before him, akin to a surreal dream. Unable to grasp the reality of it all, he pinched his own arm with considerable force. Ouch! The sharp pain confirmed that what lay before him was indeed real. Taking a step forward, Xinku's face radiated uncontainable joy. Despite having consulted numerous doctors, many of whom were renowned for their exceptional skills, none had succeeded in treating his grandfather. Yet, in just 2 hours, Xie Chuan had managed to bring about a remarkable improvement in his grandfather's condition. Xinku's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed intently at Xie Chuan, filled with excitement. "Thank you." Suddenly, Xinku knelt before Xie Chuan and bowed deeply in gratitude. Xie Chuan was taken aback, momentarily stunned by such a display of appreciation. He quickly stepped forward to assist Xinku back to his feet. "What are you doing?" With tears of joy brimming in his eyes, Xinku exclaimed, "I've invested so much effort and consulted countless doctors, yet they remained helpless against the toxins afflicting my grandfather. He has been confined to a wheelchair for years, unable to stand. But thanks to your treatment, he has shown significant improvement. It feels like a dream to witness this. Almost too surreal to comprehend. Without your intervention, who knows how long it would have taken for my grandfather to recover? He might have never stood again." Listening to Xinku's heartfelt explanation, Xie Chuan finally understood the source of his overwhelming emotion. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I must inform you that due to the many years of inactivity, your grandfather's muscles have atrophied, and he can only stand for about 5 minutes at most. Further treatment will be necessary. However, I cannot guarantee whether he will be able to stand for extended periods in the future. What I can assure you is that I will do my utmost to eliminate the toxins from his body, ensuring he no longer suffers from such ailments." Xie Chuan's tone softened as he spoke, moved by Xinku's evident concern for his grandfather. Each word he uttered was deliberate. Xinku nodded resolutely in response. "Yes. If my grandfather can stand for even a short while each day, that is already a tremendous achievement. I do not wish to ask for more. Will you continue the acupuncture treatment, or should my grandfather rest now?" Xinku's eyes brimmed with anticipation, hoping that Xie Chuan would choose to continue the treatment. He believed that with Xie Chuan's help, his grandfather's condition could further improve by the next day. Sleep was the last thing on his mind. He was far too exhilarated to rest. Yet, Xie Chuan could not acquiesce to his request. While your grandfather is indeed resilient, he cannot endure such exertion. Moreover, he needs his rest. It is already the middle of the night, and I too require sleep. After a long day, I cannot continue treatment at this hour. Should I doze off, it could lead to unfortunate mistakes. Therefore, for the safety of all, it is best for your grandfather to rest, and I shall do the same. After recuperating, we can resume his treatment. Realizing the inappropriateness of his request, Shinku felt a twinge of embarrassment and shyly apologized. I am sorry. My excitement got the better of me, and I did not consider this. I understand your enthusiasm. But I hope you and your grandfather can get a good night's sleep and not allow your excitement to keep you awake. Around noon tomorrow, I will return to continue his treatment. Xie Chuan provided a time frame for their next meeting. Shinku nodded in agreement. Understood. I will take my grandfather to rest immediately and will not disturb you. As for you, Dr. Xie, please take care of yourself. He addressed Xie Chuan with utmost respect. Initially skeptical of Xie Chuan's abilities, he now regarded him with admiration, realizing the depth of his expertise. Regret washed over him for his previous doubts. He had been foolish to question such a skilled practitioner simply because of his youth. Now, he recognized that Xie Chuan's capabilities far surpassed those of many others. Xie Chuan, however, felt somewhat awkward under Shinku's unwavering gaze. Being scrutinized so intently by a man was unsettling, prompting him to wish for an escape. He hastily made his exit. Why is he running so fast? Shinku wondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, the elderly man chuckled heartily. With the way you were staring at him. He probably thought you had feelings for him. What? Shinku gasped in disbelief, quickly clarifying, I was merely admiring his skills. I have no such intentions. My preferences are quite normal. I am only interested in women. He rushed to defend himself, but he couldn't help but recall his earlier fervent gaze, which might have indeed caused Xie Chuan to feel uneasy. Clearing his throat, he admitted sheepishly, perhaps you have a point, Grandpa. I might have put too much pressure on him. Reflecting on how he had once doubted Xie Chuan's abilities, he felt a pang of regret for his earlier skepticism. Now, he wished he could erase those thoughts from his mind. I was truly foolish. Enough. Do not be so hard on yourself. You already knelt and apologized. He has forgiven you, so there is no need to dwell on it. Chapter 110, The Impact of Judgment Reflecting on the Doubts I Harbored About Him. I could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Shinku spoke candidly, withholding nothing. His grandfather gazed at him, reminiscent of the tender moments from his childhood, gently stroking his head. The soft-spoken, affectionate words gradually echoed in his ears, imbued with concern for him. You should have realized that this was not your intention. If it was indeed unintended, I believe he would not place blame upon you. Furthermore, you need not impose such immense psychological pressure on yourself. There is no need to force yourself into a corner. The elder is an exceptionally capable figure. Upon sensing his grandson's unease, he offered gentle reassurances to alleviate the turmoil within. Indeed, bit by bit, the weight of his worries dissipated. As he listened to his grandfather's words, Shinku felt as if enlightenment had struck him, awakening him entirely. A genuine smile finally graced his face. He remarked, Grandfather's words hold wisdom. As for me, I have been overly anxious and lost in thought. If I feel remorseful, I should simply apologize. This self-torment is, after all, rather inappropriate. It is merely an exercise in futility. To dwell in a state of guilt only leads to self-doubt. In truth, Xie Chuan had never intended to blame him. Rather, it was Shinku who had been excessively cautious and fearful. Thus, he had unwittingly escalated the situation into a significant misunderstanding. Having come to clarity, Shinku resolved to sincerely apologize to Xie Chuan. However, before he could make his way out, his grandfather interjected, It is the dead of night. Are you certain that he does not need rest? Do you truly wish to disturb him in such haste? His grandfather instinctively reached out to stroke his forehead. Shinku, ever the astute one, typically navigated challenges with ease, resolving problems and troubles as they arose. Rarely did he find himself in a position like today, where it seemed that every action he took led him astray. Upon realizing his blunder, Shinku felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, forcing a smile as he touched the bridge of his nose, much like a guilty thief. Grandfather, your reminder is most insightful. I shall take your advice and rest for now. Tomorrow, I will formally apologize to him. What do you think? Shinku sought his grandfather's counsel. As long as the elder consented, he would proceed accordingly. That would indeed be prudent, the elder replied. In summary, when someone is resting, allow them that peace. Do not incessantly disturb them. Otherwise, if they are deprived of proper rest and still required to assist me, it would be quite inappropriate. The elder had discerned that Xie Chuan had likely been quite exhausted of late. With so much on his plate and being the sole individual responsible, he often found himself toiling into the late hours. This very reason indirectly hindered Xie Chuan's ability to rest well. Observing this, The elder promptly cautioned his grandson to exercise a modicum of discretion and not act rashly. Fortunately, Shinku was remarkably intelligent. He absorbed his grandfather's instructions completely. Nodding in agreement, "I shall wait until tomorrow to address this matter. For now, I will rest. And as for you, grandfather, I believe your leg will not act up again tonight, so please rest well. Once he awakens tomorrow, we can continue with your treatment." With Xie Chuan present, he suddenly felt a sense of stability. The very presence of Xie Chuan rendered his worries trivial. He sensed Xie Chuan's strength, and his mood shifted dramatically. The admiration in his gaze towards Xie Chuan was palpable. Indeed, Xie Chuan was remarkable. He placed his trust in him, relinquishing further doubts. As for Xie Chuan, he returned to rest. After an entire day of exertion, he was undeniably fatigued, just as he hoped to finally enjoy a moment of reprieve. A sudden knock resounded at the door. The urgency in the visitor's demeanor suggested that something of great importance awaited Xie Chuan. As he rose, a sense of confusion washed over him. Upon opening the door, Xie Chuan, still drowsy, had not yet found his voice when the intruder rushed in, grasping Xie Chuan's hand. "Please, you must save my child." The visitor was in tears, their anguish palpable. They had no time to concern themselves with appearances. Their focus entirely on the suffering child before them. Desperation drove them to seek Xie Chuan's aid in the dead of night. Without Xie Chuan's intervention, the child's life was potentially at stake. Frantic, the parent nearly fell to their knees, pleading for assistance. "Please, save my child." They trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by panic. As a mother, witnessing her child in distress instilled a fear deeper than any other. In that moment, all hope was pinned on Xie Chuan, the desperate plea for help echoing in her heart. Xie Chuan, still groggy, felt his senses sharpen as he registered the urgency of the situation. He quickly turned his attention to the child, conducting a thorough examination. Xie Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, the mother continued her lamentations, her cries growing increasingly desperate and heart-wrenching. "What is happening to my child? Will he be all right? Can you save him? Why has he suddenly become like this?" The urgency of a mother's love drove her to bombard Xie Chuan with an avalanche of questions, her words tumbling forth in a frantic stream. Faced with her incessant questioning, Xie Chuan's expression grew complex. He spoke, his tone laced with a hint of detachment. "Could you please quiet down a little? Your current state is quite disruptive to my work." Xie Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that the mother was consumed by worry for her child. Yet, her frantic behavior not only failed to alleviate the situation but also posed a hindrance to Xie Chuan's assessment. Chapter 111. Boundless gratitude, particularly that child. Upon hearing his mother's words, burst into a cacophony of tears. Despite his evident discomfort, his cries were the loudest of all. As for the mother, prompted by Xie Chuan, she stood nearby, her eyes brimming with tears, embodying a mixture of helplessness and the urge to cry, yet refraining from doing so. Xie Chuan, however, had little time to spare for her distress. The child in his care was of utmost importance, and he needed to closely observe the situation to ascertain the nature of the child's ailment. Xie Chuan remained composed and adept in the face of challenges. Before long, he discerned that the child was merely experiencing some abdominal discomfort. After providing a slight measure of relief, the issue was resolved. Initially, he had assumed there was something more serious at play, which had caused the mother such alarm, only to discover it was a trivial matter that had utterly frightened her. Xie Chuan reassured her, "There is no significant issue with his health. You need not be overly anxious." The child's discomfort stemmed solely from having overeaten, which had led to severe abdominal pain. Xie Chuan conveyed his observations candidly, and upon hearing his explanation, the woman felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Is there truly no other problem? She wondered, recalling the child's earlier suffering. As a first-time mother, and with the child being so young and unable to articulate his pain, she had been thoroughly terrified. In her panic, she had rushed to seek Xie Chuan's assistance. Her eyes filled with earnestness and urgency. Xie Chuan gently reiterated that the child was indeed fine and urged her not to impose such significant psychological burdens upon herself. Seeing her distress, he spoke softly, elaborating on the situation until she finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed. Perhaps due to her sudden relaxation, she plopped down onto the ground, only then realizing she was drenched in sweat. "Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you." Once she regained her composure, she solemnly expressed her gratitude to Xie Chuan, bowing repeatedly. "I am truly thankful. Your life-saving kindness shall not be forgotten." In her moment of desperation, she had sought Xie Chuan's help, fearing he might be asleep. Yet it seemed fate had conspired to aid her in her time of need. However, Xie Chuan found her notion of life-saving kindness somewhat amusing. "Simply give me 20 yuan. He replied matter-of-factly. Though such a remark seemed to disrupt the tender atmosphere, it bore a certain logic. Xie Chuan sought only a trivial sum, anything beyond that was unnecessary. Yet, upon hearing his request, the woman's countenance shifted to one of discomfort. She nervously fidgeted with her fingers, clearly hesitant to produce any money. Xie Chuan quickly grasped the implication she was financially strained, which explained her earlier desperate plea. It became evident that all her resources had been devoted to her child, leaving her with nothing for herself. Seeing her unease, particularly as her gaze fell upon him, he noted the unspoken sorrow within her eyes. She briefly met his gaze but quickly averted it, overwhelmed with confusion. Xie Chuan, initially intending to collect a symbolic fee, now felt compelled to extend his generosity. He silently withdrew a modest sum from his pocket, about 1,000 yuan, and pressed it into her hands. The woman was taken aback, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. "What are you doing?" she asked, still grappling with the reality of his gesture. "No, you must keep this. You can repay me later when you are able," Xie Chuan insisted. She pushed the money back toward him, adamant in her refusal. "You have already saved my child's life. I cannot accept your money. It would be utterly selfish of me." Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched the money tightly, acutely aware of her dire financial situation. She recognized that this money could alleviate some of the burdens she faced, allowing her family to live a little more comfortably. However, her moral compass forbade her from accepting it. She felt a pressing need to return the money, to restore some semblance of dignity. Xie Chuan, undeterred by her objections, calmly stated, "Accept it. When you are in a better position, you can repay me. It's merely a small sum, why worry?" He continued, "It is late, and I am exhausted. You should return home." Xie Chuan, though appearing aloof, possessed a kind heart, always ready to assist those in need without hesitation. Yet suddenly, the woman erupted into tears, her voice laced with profound sorrow. Life had become increasingly arduous, especially for her young child, while she was unable to earn a living. The man in her life, despite earning a substantial salary, contributed a meager 1,000 yuan each month, leaving her to scrimp and save. "Every day, I count every penny. While he enjoys a life of comfort," she lamented, reflecting on the stark contrast between her struggles and his indulgences. She had often contemplated assigning blame. But what good would it do? Would such accusations bring about any realization or remorse? No, it would only breed resentment. As she held the money, she felt its weight pressing down on her, a tangible reminder of her gratitude towards Xie Chuan. Chapter 112. I will repay you well once I am wealthy. I shall undoubtedly return to express my gratitude. His eyes sparkled like countless stars, and in response to Xie Chuan's actions, she gazed at the man before her with profound appreciation, her words resounding with conviction. Yet, this display only prompted Xie Chuan to wave his hand dismissively. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Enough now. I see that your health has improved significantly. It's late, so you should return home and rest properly. Let us not dwell on trivial matters." He reminded her, primarily out of concern for the time. Why was he still speaking of such things? A mere 1,000 yuan was inconsequential. His fame was burgeoning, and his recognition continually expanding. In truth, numerous brands sought collaboration with him. Xie Chuan mused that if he partnered with just one of these brands, he could seize the opportunity to amass wealth, yet he remained reluctant. Furthermore, even without collaborating with these brands, the production team was profiting handsomely from his rising fame, naturally ensuring that he received a substantial reward. As for his medical practice, it suffices to say that Xie Chuan was currently far from financially troubled. Given this, he held no regard for the paltry sum of 1,000 yuan. The woman dared not press him further. With a nod, tears glistened in her eyes as she turned away, resolutely departing with her child. Nonetheless, she etched Xie Chuan's kindness deeply into her heart. His actions today, along with the debt of gratitude she owed him, would remain with her for a lifetime. Soon, her child would be starting kindergarten, and she would embark on her own career. She was certain that she would soon be able to repay Xie Chuan. Watching her retreating figure, Xie Chuan felt a surge of emotion. Despite being merely in his 20s, the weight of family and children had been his back, rendering him wearier than anyone else. Yet, he persevered, never once contemplating surrender. Perhaps it was this indomitable spirit that Xie Chuan admired so deeply in him. He hoped that in the future, the young man would shine brightly and persist in all endeavors. Suddenly, it struck him that many individuals, after marrying, found life increasingly arduous. They labored diligently to maintain their little households, yet some foolish individuals, as if their minds were not fully developed, would frequently engage in repulsive and senseless behaviors. Xie Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. Despite a promising future, the burden of parenthood had rendered his life exceedingly challenging. Observing his attire, It was evident that he had not changed clothes in years. Every family faces its own struggles, but some households and women seemed particularly unfortunate. He hoped for a brighter future for them. Realizing that Xie Chuan was an exceptionally admirable young man, he felt optimistic about the future of their city. He looked forward to both Xie Chuan's transformation and the transformation of others. He wished for Xie Chuan to strive hard, healing more patients while also aiding those in need. In the comments section, the majority spoke from the heart, each voice resonating with sincerity, their eyes gleaming with admiration for Xie Chuan. At that moment, they were remarkably earnest, as if a gentle smile adorned each face. Only Xie Chuan, utterly exhausted from his labors, turned to seek rest. He collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to sleep. Although it appeared that his recent schedule was somewhat less hectic, in reality, he remained as busy as ever, overwhelmed with a multitude of tasks. The following morning, Xie Chuan reluctantly opened his eyes, staring vacantly at his surroundings. Despair etched upon his features. It felt as though his mind had momentarily shut down. If only he could seize this opportunity to rest. At the very least, he wished to sleep adequately. Regrettably, he had promised an elderly gentleman that he would address his ailments first thing in the morning. If he could resolve the issue swiftly, that would be ideal. If not, he would need to extend the elderly man's patience for about a week before the problems could be fully remedied. Xie Chuan rose and, in a swift motion, prepared himself. Despite his exhaustion, he was determined to fulfill his promise. He could not afford to go back on his word. Rising later than the sun and sleeping less than a beast of burden, his mental state remained tenfold ahead of others. He felt an urge to vent his frustration, yet found no outlet. Suppressing his emotions, he approached the elderly gentleman. However, the dark circles under his eyes did not escape the elder's notice, and he expressed concern for Xie Chuan's well-being. Why not rest a while longer? Perhaps you could assist me later in the afternoon? The elder, increasingly worried for Xie Chuan's condition, observed him closely, fearing that the young man might collapse on the spot. Feeling guilty, the elder thought it best to encourage Xie Chuan to rest, assuring him that his own issues were not worth such concern. Nevertheless, Xie Chuan smiled and reassured him. The vitality of youth surpasses that of an elder like yourself. So worry not for me. I genuinely do not require such unnecessary concern. As he spoke, Xie Chuan suddenly slipped, nearly falling to the ground. Luckily, the elderly gentleman caught him just in time, preventing a mishap. The awkwardness of the situation made the elder chuckle. Just a moment ago, you were so confident about your health, and now you nearly fell. He teased, amused by the irony of the moment. Chapter 113. Can he manage it? At that moment, Xie Chuan awkwardly touched his nose. Was this not a sudden and harsh slap to his own face? In this cheek. It echoed with a resounding crack. Xie Chuan laughed, albeit with some embarrassment. Primarily, his mind had yet to adjust. He needed a moment. He believed he should. Though he intended to utter some words to preserve his dignity, the elder's somewhat harsh speech was imbued with genuine concern for Xie Chuan. Enough. What is wrong with you? Am I not aware? The elder continued, had it not been for you last night, I doubt I would have slept so soundly. Your presence resolved my problems, and I owe you my gratitude. How could I impose upon you? I need to go outside and exercise, so could we possibly postpone the treatment for a while? If you have time in the afternoon, then please assist me then. In short, help me whenever you can. My frail body has long since adapted to these minor issues. I can endure them, he added with a hint of nonchalance. However, you, young man, must ensure you rest well. Otherwise, I would feel a deep sense of guilt. The elder's tone was sincere, each word laced with concern for Xie Chuan. One glance at him revealed the seriousness of his words. Even if Xie Chuan wished to refuse, the matter did not lend itself to rejection. After a moment of inner turmoil, Xie Chuan hesitantly inquired, Are you certain you have thought this through? Are you sure you do not wish to reconsider? I am in decent shape. Truly, I am not as poor as you suggest. It was merely a slight stumble earlier. Is that truly such a grave matter? He himself was not worried, yet the elder before him was deeply concerned. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I jest? What are you pondering? He looked at Xie Chuan, his gaze filled with admiration. Do not fret over me. My recovery is progressing quite well. Without you, in my current state, I would likely have faltered. To put it plainly, I must thank you sincerely. You are my savior. Your well-being is paramount and must not be compromised. Should anything happen to you, considering my age, I am no longer capable of venturing about. And few possess the ability to assist as you do. Therefore, you must take great care of yourself. The elder's eyes sparkled with determination. He looked intently at Xie Chuan, each word steeped in genuine concern. He was not feigning. Rather, he was earnestly imploring Xie Chuan to heed his advice. Xie Chuan fell silent. As the elder repeated his sentiments, Xie Chuan grasped his intentions. He ceased to refuse and nodded in agreement, choosing to acquiesce. Today, his mental state was indeed worse than usual, primarily due to recent busyness, which had adversely affected his condition. If he did not rest adequately, he truly would be unable to cope. Thus, Xie Chuan displayed a demeanor as if the slightest breeze would topple him. After confirming the elder's unchanging stance, he decided to return and rest, prioritizing his own recovery. If he continued to labor without respite, his life would inevitably be jeopardized. For the sake of his own safety, Xie Chuan could not afford to be reckless. This time, he cherished his life more than ever. Consequently, he hurried to rest. It must be said, witnessing Xie Chuan in such a state, the elder felt increasingly pained. He knew that his grandson was of similar age to Xie Chuan, and to treat the elder's ailments. His grandson had traversed countless places, often toiling until the early hours of the morning, only to rise at dawn and rush to work. Such a busy individual, with scarcely a moment for himself, still managed to carve out time to assist the elder with his treatment. The thought of it deepened the elder's sorrow. Had it not been for him, how could his grandson's life have become so arduous? And then there was Xie Chuan, who, despite having just found a moment to rest, was now compelled to aid him. The elder felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The more he contemplated, the greater his guilt grew. It seemed he had unwittingly become a burden to many. Xie Chuan collapsed into sleep. Exhausted, he slumbered deeply, undisturbed, and did not awaken until noon. The comments section erupted. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, many rushed to him, hoping he could alleviate their ailments. Yet, look at him now, unconcerned for others' well-being. He lay there in deep slumber. It was evident that Xie Chuan had truly worn himself out. Otherwise, he would not be so utterly fatigued. Suddenly, I felt a pang of sympathy for Xie Chuan, though my concern seemed of little consequence. My goodness, it was palpable that he had been overwhelmed with tasks, as everyone sought his assistance, leaving him utterly drained. Regrettably, no one stepped forward to lend him a hand. Otherwise, he might catch a breath and not feel so fatigued. To those who continue to criticize Xie Chuan, could you not exhibit a modicum of decency? Do you not see his current condition? How can you shamelessly speak such words without having ever offered any help? Some individuals merely persist in urging others, but if given the chance, do you truly think they could manage? Chapter 114. I come from a poor family. Upon awakening, Xie Chuan radiated vitality. He was determined to seek out the elder, whose health had improved somewhat, yet remained precarious. Xie Chuan felt compelled to hasten the treatment of the lingering virus afflicting him. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, with an individual pounding on the door like a madman. Strangely, despite seeking Xie Chuan's assistance, the intruder's demeanor was exceedingly abrasive. Open the door. Hurry up. Can't you hear me? I'm injured. Come treat me at once. The tone was unmistakably that of a brash and unreasonable person, his aggression palpable. Xie Chuan furrowed his brow, bewildered by the commotion. What on earth is happening? He muttered to himself. He approached the door, and as he opened it, a man barreled forward, almost colliding with him. Fortunately, Xie Chuan managed to grab the intruder's clothing just in time, preventing an embarrassing mishap. The man's expression was fierce, and upon noticing Xie Chuan's failure to provide a warning, he erupted in rage. Could you not pay attention when you opened the door? Do you have any idea there is someone outside? Your thoughtless actions nearly caused me injury. If I were to sustain further harm, would you be able to bear the responsibility? His tone was harsh, and his temper flared as if Xie Chuan had committed a grave offense. Xie Chuan's brow tightened. He regarded the man but preferred not to engage in unnecessary disputes. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? He asked, wishing to ascertain whether medical attention was required. Xie Chuan sought only to determine the man's ailment, prioritizing the treatment of the elder's affliction. However, the man, brimming with indignation, retorted, if I had no issues, would I have come here in the first place? He regarded Xie Chuan with evident disdain. I wonder where your intellect resides. Such an obvious question requires inquiry. It seems to me that your mind is somewhat deficient. He pointed at Xie Chuan's head, implying that despite being renowned as a healer, his intellect was underdeveloped. Xie Chuan glared at him, feeling a surge of annoyance. So, if you have an issue, state it promptly. If not, kindly refrain from speaking. I have numerous pressing matters to attend to and lack the leisure to engage in your trivial complaints. His tone was icy, driven by the man's hostile demeanor. The man's expression darkened, clearly displeased. What nonsense are you spouting? Guests should be treated with respect. You intend to profit from me, yet you act as though I owe you a debt. Without me, do you truly believe you could earn a living? His temperament was volatile, yet Xie Chuan had already inquired about his concerns. The man, consumed by anger, chose to unleash his fury upon Xie Chuan instead. His aggressive tone was irksome, leading onlookers to question his sanity. if he were in his right mind. He ought to respond honestly to Xie Chuan's inquiries rather than vent his frustrations. Xie Chuan, maintaining a cold demeanor, regarded the man with displeasure. Might I ask what it is you wish to convey? Do you feel unwell? Please, do relay your symptoms expeditiously, as I lack the time to indulge in your inconsequential grievances. Xie Chuan's establishment was a clinic for those seeking help, yet this audacious individual was a first. Moreover, several cameras captured the exchange. The man seemed oblivious to this fact, continuing his tirade unabashedly. Were it not for his status as a patient, Xie Chuan would have been disinclined to assist him, as the man's tone suggested a lack of genuine intent for help. Irritated, the man thought to himself that Xie Chuan could not possibly be as esteemed as others claimed. If he were truly exceptional, how could he engage in conversation with such a disagreeable tone? After a brief consideration, he dismissed the thought, focusing instead on his own grievances. I am here specifically for treatment, not to engage in a lengthy discussion. He extended his hand. My hand is fractured, and I have been feeling unwell lately. Please, prescribe some medicine for me. And, by the way, I come from a poor family, so do ensure that the medicine you prescribe is affordable. If you prescribe exorbitant medications, I assure you, I will not pay. Xie Chuan listened in silence, his mood deteriorating with every word. He wished to be patient, yet the man's demeanor was pushing him to the brink. What is it you truly desire? Is it so difficult to articulate? Chapter 115. I will not seek treatment anymore. Do you doctors believe that if you don't recklessly prescribe medication, you will perish? His demeanor abruptly shifted as he confronted Xie Chuan, his tone turning acerbic. His piercing gaze fixed intently on Xie Chuan, emanating hostility. The audacity of his stance was astonishing, especially since he had no knowledge of the prescriptions Xie Chuan had provided or their costs. In a sudden outburst, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Xie Chuan, his arrogance palpable. At that moment, Xie Chuan's desire to assist vanished entirely. I'm afraid I cannot help you. I kindly ask you to leave at your earliest convenience. The rudeness was too excessive, prompting Xie Chuan to decisively sever ties. Assisting such an individual would be a mere waste of his time, and he was unwilling to entangle himself further with someone so repugnant. Xie Chuan issued an eviction notice, surprising even himself with the firmness of his decision. The man before him stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The situation deviated markedly from his expectations. He had anticipated that Xie Chuan would treat him with deference. Yet, the developments were entirely contrary to his imaginings. He was taken aback, struggling to believe the words he had just heard. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly expelling me? Do you not fear that I shall expose your true nature before this live audience? Let everyone see your true colors and not be deceived by your facade. He felt a profound sense of injustice. Despite his claims of a fractured hand, Xie Chuan's lack of assistance bewildered him. His frustration boiled over as he launched into a tirade against Xie Chuan. The latter's tone was unbearably rude, and as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he believed cordiality was expected. Yet, Xie Chuan's behavior was incomprehensible to him. Fuming, he glared at Xie Chuan, feeling the weight of his indignation. Are you not being excessive? Do you presume that your modest fame has elevated you to such heights that you can treat others with disdain? He scrutinized Xie Chuan, finding him utterly distasteful. In response, Xie Chuan coldly stated, Can we dispense with the trivialities? I have made it clear that you are not welcome here. If you wish to leave, I have no objections. His demeanor was indifferent. He had come to terms with the situation. He merely wished to inform the spectators that Xie Chuan was a duplicitous individual. Welcoming such a person was the last thing Xie Chuan desired. To put it plainly, the man's insincerity was glaring. Not only was he disingenuous, but he also had the audacity to criticize Xie Chuan's methods. Xie Chuan found it baffling that this individual felt entitled to voice complaints regarding pricing. When has traditional Chinese medicine ever been exorbitantly priced? Xie Chuan was incredulous at the man's character and wished to distance himself from such behavior. Yet the other party grew increasingly irate, his temper flaring. He could not accept that these events were unfolding before him. In his view, Xie Chuan should be respectful and accommodating, yet the current attitude was far from what he expected. Am I not a patient? How can you treat me with such disdain? He was utterly bewildered, feeling his anger rise uncontrollably. Xie Chuan, however, remained unfazed. He seized the man's hand, surreptitiously assisting him with his injury. Nevertheless, Xie Chuan harbored no desire to help him. In fact, he had hoped the man's injury would remain unresolved. But he realized that the man's repulsiveness did not justify emulating his abhorrent behavior. Xie Chuan was resolute in his decision to assist, despite the man's incessant complaints, which grew increasingly sarcastic and offensive. Xie Chuan's gaze turned frigid as he shot the man a look that rendered him silent, enveloping the atmosphere in an awkward stillness. Xie Chuan's piercing stare instilled genuine fear in the man. He felt a shiver run down his spine, overwhelmed by trepidation. "Could you refrain from looking at me like that? Your gaze is unsettling," he stammered, genuinely frightened. Xie Chuan, however, could not acquiesce. "Regrettably, I cannot fulfill your requests. If you feel angered or humiliated, feel free to vent your frustrations at me. I shall remain silent on this matter. I kindly ask you to seek assistance elsewhere, as my temperament is rather poor, and I am not inclined to aid you." Xie Chuan's eyes were icy as he regarded the man with palpable disdain. His words deliberate and resolute. The man, feeling unjustly treated, sensed that Xie Chuan was deliberately antagonizing him. Yet, he had no evidence to substantiate his claims. The man was deeply dissatisfied with Xie Chuan's response, convinced that the latter was intentionally trying to irritate him. "You can treat mute patients. Why can you not treat me? This is merely a minor fracture. If you cannot assist me, I have reason to suspect your intentions," he implored. "Is your temper not a bit excessive for such a trivial matter? Why must you refuse my simple request?" Chapter 116. He couldn't believe him. "Do you know the state of my hand right now?" He abruptly raised it, primarily intending to reproach Xie Chuan. However, in that moment of raising his hand, he failed to realize the extent of the pain. He was somewhat astonished. Yet, this fellow was indeed a person devoid of gratitude. At that moment, he wore a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, his hand had been in such agony that despair loomed, leading him to seek Xie Chuan's assistance. How could it inexplicably feel better now? The man was utterly bewildered. Just earlier, especially when he had knocked on the door, he had distinctly felt the excruciating pain from his fractured arm. At that time, he had felt as though his breath was nearly ceasing. How could it be that after such a brief interval, his hand had inexplicably healed? He was truly perplexed. After a moment, he glanced at his hand, then at Xie Chuan before him. Yet, he never once suspected Xie Chuan's involvement. To him, how could Xie Chuan possibly help him? Xie Chuan was a self-centered individual. From the beginning to the end, he had been so selfish that without surveillance, he could never genuinely assist those with familial issues. After Xie Chuan had expelled him, he hadn't even bothered to spare him a glance. Xie Chuan's intentions were crystal clear. "Your hand is healed. Now, may I kindly request that you leave? You are not welcome here. Unwelcome is unwelcome. No matter how much time passes, I will never welcome your presence." Xie Chuan's tone remained as cold as ever. Yet, had it not been for his earlier action, one might truly think Xie Chuan harbored an intense disdain for this man. While Xie Chuan's demeanor was indeed frigid, he was, in essence, rather decent. He acknowledged the other's injury and understood the importance of his hand. Even in anger, Xie Chuan made an effort to assist him. Yet, this fellow simply did not comprehend how to respect others. After Xie Chuan had helped him, he remained oblivious, still speaking in a sarcastic tone. "I believe it must be divine favor that has completely healed my hand. I knew that good people are rewarded in this world. Surely, the heavens would not allow someone as virtuous as I to suffer injury." He shamelessly declared this with a sense of delight. Upon hearing his words, Xie Chuan felt as if his ears were about to develop calluses. Xie Chuan's face openly displayed his disdain for him. He merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before silently stepping aside. He truly did not wish to endure this man's incessant prattle any longer, continuously chattering. He remained oblivious to the fact that it was Xie Chuan who had aided him. Never mind. Doing good deeds does not necessitate recognition. Xie Chuan turned to leave, intending to return indoors and shut the door. Curiously, today was not as busy as usual. He only needed to focus his attention entirely on the elderly gentleman. Just then, the elderly man emerged and happened to witness the commotion. That young man truly could not discern the situation. Upon noticing the presence of other patients, he eagerly sought to escalate matters. "Look," he remarked sarcastically, "you are here for treatment, right? Let me tell you, this young man has a terrible temper. You must not seek his help. Otherwise, not only will your medical issues remain unresolved, but you may also be subjected to a barrage of insults." This fellow truly lacked perspective, hastily making the situation increasingly awkward. He wore a cold smile. With his smug demeanor, Xie Chuan could not be bothered to expose him. Xie Chuan coldly gazed at him, observing this series of tedious antics with great exasperation. Xie Chuan inquired, "Do you perhaps have a serious mental condition?" Xie Chuan never belittled himself. He spoke candidly, unlike some who, despite being provoked, felt compelled to bottle up their anger. Ultimately, they would suffer various discomforts, and the one to bear the consequences would be themselves. Xie Chuan had no desire to be that kind of person. He spoke his mind freely, unreservedly expressing his thoughts. "You see, I am merely a patient here seeking treatment, yet I am met with such rudeness." He immediately criticized me. People like him should not be approached for treatment. Rather, he ought to be expelled from the field of traditional medicine. Look, he has no awareness of his own issues. Furthermore, since you are patients, you should understand my perspective. Xie Chuan, weary of his nonsensical chatter, summoned security. This fellow is too noisy. Could you please assist me in removing him? Please ensure he does not harass me any longer. Today, I must attend to this elderly gentleman. If others have made appointments, kindly ask them to wait patiently. Once I finish my current matters, I will expedite their treatment. Xie Chuan's tone toward others was gentle. Only upon encountering certain individuals did his face reveal unrestrained disdain. Chapter 117. Depart immediately. Though he claimed to be unwell, his current demeanor revealed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Xie Chuan observed him, noting his irritable tone and an unmistakable surge of anger. I see you are clearly becoming increasingly arrogant. Otherwise, how could you have caused such a ruckus? Guests should be treated with respect, and given my serious condition, what on earth are you trying to achieve? As he felt himself on the brink of being forcibly removed, the man's indignation only intensified, prompting a tirade of curses. His agitation was palpable, a veritable storm of fury. Xie Chuan merely cast a glance his way, unwilling to engage in such trivialities. I apologize, but despite your status as a guest, I have no intention of assisting you at this moment. My skills simply do not extend to remedying your issues. I suggest you seek help elsewhere. Xie Chuan was resolute in his refusal. The man, akin to someone incapable of grasping reason, continued to hurl insults, his tone exceedingly harsh. Encountering such an unreasonable and obstinate individual, the best approach was to refrain from excessive dialogue. Engaging further could provoke his temper, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Even an elderly gentleman interjected on behalf of Xie Chuan, expressing disbelief at the man's malicious attacks. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? How can you so viciously malign this fine young man? The elder, earnest in his defense, found the man's behavior utterly outrageous. It was a trivial matter, yet the man chose to scorn Xie Chuan with such disdain. The elder regarded Xie Chuan with admiration, acknowledging his dedication and exceptional medical expertise. Many had struggled to treat his ailment, but Xie Chuan possessed an intimate understanding of such matters, coupled with a commendable temperament. It baffled the elder that some would resort to such mockery against someone so deserving of praise. In a fit of rage, the man pointed at the elder, exclaiming, "This is between him and me. What business do you have here? If you think you're too idle, perhaps you should just perish." His fury knew no bounds. He lashed out indiscriminately, regardless of the company present. Upon overhearing the insults directed at his grandfather, Shen Ke could not stand idly by. He stepped forward, towering over the frail man. "What did you say? Clarify your words." Shen Ke's imposing stature left the man visibly shaken, his bravado evaporating in an instant. The man trembled in fear, his earlier aggression replaced by terror. He realized the disparity in their sizes and strength. Shen Ke loomed at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, while he barely exceeded 5 feet 3. When Shen Ke seized him by the collar, it was as if he were a mere chick being lifted effortlessly. "Let me go," he gasped, struggling in vain. His anger flared not only from Shen Ke's actions but also from a sense of injustice. Is this how you treat someone who merely expressed a few grievances? He shot a resentful glare at Xie Chuan, blaming him for the predicament he found himself in. Shen Ke, unimpressed, hurled the man aside with contempt. "From this moment forward, you would do well to keep your mouth shut. If you dare utter another word, I will not hesitate to respond with my fists. My patience is not infinite, and should you continue to provoke me, I will not mind demonstrating the consequences." His cold gaze scrutinized the man, who trembled under the weight of his threat. The man, now thoroughly intimidated, nodded vigorously in submission. "You are right. I will no longer provoke you, I swear." Panic-stricken, he attempted to distance himself from Shen Ke, fearing for his safety. It was evident to him that should Shen Ke decide to act, the outcome would be dire. In a desperate bid to secure his own safety, he hurriedly retreated from the scene of conflict, adopting a demeanor of submission. However, Shen Ke showed no mercy in his tone. "Get out of here. If I catch you lingering, do not blame me for being merciless. My fists do not discriminate, and I assure you, they could very well be the end of you." Shen Ke's warning hung in the air, a stark reminder to all present. Chapter 118. Healing. The man was so frightened that he nearly lost control of himself. Trembling all over, he dared not linger in the vicinity. His pupils dilated, and his face stiffened as if he had committed a grave error. Without hesitation, he turned and departed, casting a resentful glare at Xie Chuan before leaving. If it weren't for Xie Chuan, would he have been subjected to such humiliation? All the blame rested on Xie Chuan. How delightful it would be if Xie Chuan could vanish swiftly from his life. The thought lingered in his mind. However, he could only glare at Xie Chuan, for it was only after that man had departed that he could seek trouble with Xie Chuan. Otherwise, that man would undoubtedly retaliate against him. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was prudent for him to refrain from getting involved in trivial matters, lest certain individuals, driven by madness, relentlessly pursue him. Overcome by fear, he exited hastily. Xie Chuan found the man's submissive demeanor rather amusing. Wasn't he just brimming with arrogance moments ago? Especially earlier, when he had exuded such an imposing presence. Yet, the moment Shen Ke lifted his hand, the man was rendered tense and fearful. Observing his earlier display, Xie Chuan could hardly muster the energy to criticize him. He was simply too amusing. Once the man had departed, Xie Chuan expressed his gratitude to Shen Ke. "Thank you." Shen Ke replied, "No need for such formalities. Furthermore, should you encounter that fellow again, feel free to act without restraint. Do not spare him any leniency. Individuals like him only learn through severe reprimands. If you do not teach him a lesson, he is likely to return to trouble you again, and by then, you may find yourself regretting it." Shen Ke's advice was indeed wise. Xie Chuan was well aware of this. Rest assured, if he dared to trouble me again, I would not hesitate to confront him. If he possesses the audacity, he ought to come forward quickly. If he lacks such courage, it would be best for him to silence himself and abandon whatever schemes he was concocting against me. Xie Chuan's gaze reflected his weariness. However, he soon regained his composure and approached the elderly gentleman. "Very well, let us proceed indoors. I shall assist you in purging the toxins from your body." These toxins had resided within him for many years, and the cleansing process might cause considerable discomfort. "I kindly ask you to bear with it a little longer." Xie Chuan's caution stemmed from uncertainty about the elder's tolerance. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. "I thought it was a significant issue. Just these trifles? There is no need for concern. I have always been resilient. These are mere minor inconveniences to me." He maintained a cheerful demeanor in front of Xie Chuan. His eyes filled with warmth, particularly when he looked at Xie Chuan, filled with affection and admiration. He held Xie Chuan in high regard, which was why he had earlier signaled to his grandson to teach that fellow a lesson. Fortunately, that man seemed to have gained some sense and refrained from causing further trouble. "Could you kindly assist me now?" The elderly man invited eagerly, smiling as he stepped inside. Xie Chuan followed closely behind. Soon, they entered a room where the atmosphere felt slightly oppressive. The tools arranged within elicited a shudder from the elderly man, who struggled to maintain a smile. Please do not tell me that these instruments will be used on me?" Xie Chuan nodded slightly, his expression serious as he replied, "You are correct. All of these will indeed be utilized on you. Are you unable to accept this?" The elderly man swallowed nervously, the color draining from his face. "To be honest, given my current condition, perhaps it is not absolutely necessary." He hastily sought an excuse, his anxiety mounting as he attempted to retreat. The more he contemplated, the more his fear escalated, causing his entire countenance to stiffen. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refused from the beginning. Now, witnessing this scene, he felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him. The sheer terror compelled him to flee from this troublesome place. He had no desire to remain. It was all too frightening. Yet, his grandson stood behind him, blocking all avenues of escape. Xie Chuan chimed in, "You are not afraid, are you? I distinctly remember you asserting that no matter the pain, to you it was merely a trivial matter. Regardless of how agonizing it may be, you can endure it, correct?" Xie Chuan suppressed a chuckle, finding the elder utterly charming. This elder had a jovial disposition, and most importantly, he could appreciate a good jest. "Fear not, these silver needles will not inflict excessive pain. In fact, they will even alleviate the toxins within you." Xie Chuan began the disinfection process. He continued speaking as the elderly man, steeling himself, sat before Xie Chuan, following his instructions. The elder soon reclined on the bed. Before long, Xie Chuan initiated the treatment. In mere moments, the elderly man was covered in silver needles. The sight was rather intimidating. Surely there were over 100 needles. Who could witness such a spectacle without gasping in astonishment? Was Xie Chuan truly healing, or was he intent on taking a life? The sheer number of needles piercing the body was terrifying. My goodness, the mere sight of it sent chills down my spine. Should I ever fall ill and require so many needles, I would rather forego treatment entirely. There would be no way I would allow those silver needles to penetrate my body. The audience waited with bated breath to see if Xie Chuan could indeed heal this elder. Could he live up to the esteemed title of a miraculous physician? The viewers in the live stream buzzed with speculation. Even Zheng Lao found himself in a state of heightened tension. His breath came in short gasps. Healing this elder's body was no simple feat. There were too many intricacies involved. The slightest misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Zheng Lao breathed rapidly. Having learned caution from prior experiences, He was far more circumspect than before and did not dare to question Xie Chuan's abilities as cavalierly as he once had. He placed his trust in Xie Chuan, confident that he would succeed. Chapter 119. He will certainly succeed, however. This time the challenge is exceedingly formidable. Managing it effectively is far from a simple task. Even Xie Chuan is fully alert, his expression taut and laced with a hint of solemnity. A slight sheen of perspiration emerges on his palms, though it does not entirely hinder him. Still, the moisture nearly caused him to lose grip on the silver needle he holds. The initial tension is palpable, yet as the situation unfolds, it transforms dramatically. Xie Chuan maintains a serious demeanor, while Shenke breathes rapidly, consumed by anxiety. Would you like to take a short break? Shenke suggests. Having noticed that Xie Chuan's current state seems rather off, he glances at Xie Chuan. Let us pause for a moment and resume shortly. No need. Xie Chuan firmly declines. I am capable. I can manage this. Do not worry about me. Throughout this period, Xie Chuan does not lift his gaze even once. His refusal is resolute. Yet Shenke is in a state of distress. I am primarily concerned about my grandfather. I sense that his condition has become rather complicated. He casts a worried glance at Xie Chuan, then shifts his gaze towards the elderly man. The elder lies with his eyes tightly shut, motionless, his face betraying little expression. However, the slight furrowing of his brow reveals that he is likely in poor condition. It is evident to Shenke that his grandfather is enduring considerable suffering. As a grandson, witnessing this naturally amplifies his anxiety. He turns back, suggesting, "Shall we allow my grandfather a moment to breathe?" The more he observes the situation, the more tense he feels, leading him to propose this repeatedly. Xie Chuan quickly comprehends his intent and feels a twinge of guilt. I apologize. I did not realize that before. He glances at the elder, then at the last silver needle in his hand. This is the final one. As long as it is successfully inserted into his body, the problem will be resolved. The last one. Shenke initially intended to insist that Xie Chuan take a break, but upon hearing his words, he suppresses that thought. Then please, continue. He had aimed to refuse, yet ultimately found himself unable to do so. At this moment, Xie Chuan's expression remains grave. He takes a deep breath while focusing on the task at hand. The final silver needle, to put it frankly, is rather daunting. Though it is merely one needle, inserting it into the body proves to be a significant challenge. Shenke watches anxiously from the side, his heart racing as if it were suspended in his throat. At this moment, he feels that his grandfather's life hangs by a thread. Observing so many needles poised for insertion, he gasps in shock. Truth be told, this is the first time they have encountered such a scene. Previously, they had never experienced anything like it. The thought of so many needles entering the frail body of an elderly man raises doubts. Can he truly withstand this? Will there be no adverse repercussions? Although Xie Chuan possesses remarkable abilities, it seems he may be taking an excessive risk this time. Shouldn't he cease this endeavor immediately? Good heavens. The man is already in his 90s. Is it not a bit extreme for Xie Chuan to persist in this manner? The sight sends chills down Shenke's spine, evoking an inexplicable fear. How can one not be afraid? The more they observe, the more they feel the terror permeating the air, tightening their bodies in apprehension. They unconsciously swallow hard. The onlookers, engrossed in the unfolding drama, are utterly horrified by the scene before them. Even old Zheng appears visibly tense. Yet, the other professors present do not entirely agree with Xie Chuan's approach. They hurriedly attempt to contact him, urging him to halt. He must not continue. His actions could potentially accelerate the elder's demise. Look at him. If he persists, the elder's life may be at stake, and the consequences could be dire. The professors are in a frenzy, their urgency palpable as they scramble to intervene. It is evident that they are in a state of panic. However, in contrast to the others, old Zheng remains notably calm. He casts a glance at the frantic group. All right, everyone, let us not be hasty, quiet down. Old Zheng's demeanor stands in stark contrast to that of the others. He reassures them, Xie Chuan has always acted with prudence. He is undoubtedly considering alternative treatment options. Let us exercise patience. Perhaps a miracle will occur. After previous experiences, old Zheng possesses unwavering faith in Xie Chuan. However, that does not mean others share his complete trust. The professor's eyes are filled with dissent as they seek to intervene. In similar situations, they would typically be the first to object. Why then? Do they not take charge today? If a life were lost, it would be catastrophic. Additionally, this individual's status is not trivial, should a life be lost. The repercussions could lead to severe consequences for the young man involved. Shouldn't they be anxious? They must not allow past commendable performances to cloud their judgment. Caution is essential. They need to act swiftly to prevent Xie Chuan from proceeding any further. Otherwise, if something goes awry, how will they address it? The tension in the air thickens as their voices rise, each face reflecting concern. They are all on high alert. This situation is of grave importance. If anything were to go wrong, it could devastate Xie Chuan's future, and the ramifications would be too severe to contemplate. Their breaths grow shallow with rising trepidation. Yet old Zhang, unwavering in his belief, asserts, "I trust that Xie Chuan will resolve this issue. Thus, you need not be anxious. Give him a chance. He will surprise you." Chapter 120. A collapse of mentality. The atmosphere among the few individuals nearby was tense, their tempers flaring with each passing moment. Xie Chuan's current behavior was undeniably a gamble with human lives. The more they watched, the more their anxiety escalated, as if their very breaths were caught in their throats. Their eyes were fixed on the screen, an unsettling, restless emotion spreading within their hearts. Fear gripped them. What would be the consequence if something went awry during the program? Their restlessness reached a boiling point. If this continued, it would surely lead to disaster. I believe we must act swiftly to halt his reckless antics. We cannot allow Xie Chuan to persist in this madness. Who could bear the consequences of such folly? One individual spoke, his breath becoming slightly labored. His nerves were taut, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. A wave of anxiety was evident on his face. Indeed, if we do not intervene promptly, who could shoulder the repercussions? The expressions of the others mirrored his distress, their moods shifting sharply as they discussed the matter. Their gazes eventually settled on Elder Zhang, the only one fully engrossed in the unfolding events on the screen. He appeared unfazed, seemingly placing his unwavering trust in Xie Chuan amidst the turmoil. Even as others questioned Xie Chuan, Elder Zhang remained focused, observing intently. Xie Chuan, as ever, displayed remarkable concentration. In the face of adversity, he remained unperturbed. Elder Zhang, witnessing Xie Chuan's performance, could not help but extend his hand in commendation, stating, "Throughout this entire process, Xie Chuan has exhibited exceptional poise. I am confident that he will astonish everyone present and not disappoint you." A faint smile crept upon Elder Zhang's lips, admiration evident in his gaze. The longer he watched, the more he appreciated Xie Chuan's prowess, truly captivated by the scene before him. Xie Chuan was indeed impressive. Elder Zhang, having recognized Xie Chuan's abilities from the outset, found himself continually astonished by him, each instance redefining his understanding. Yet, the countenance of the others was far from pleasant. They remarked, "But have you considered that the difficulty of that last needle may be a divine warning against reckless actions? If we do not intervene soon, it could spell disaster. An elderly man who has contributed greatly to the nation may very well meet his end at Xie Chuan's hands, leading to a lifetime of imprisonment for him." Elder Qian was furious. He launched into a tirade, immediately clashing with Elder Zhang. However, Elder Zhang disagreed with his assertions, countering, "But have you considered that this particular acupoint is inherently challenging? To insert the silver needle requires utmost focus. The hundreds of needles prior were already quite demanding. Is it not reasonable that Xie Chuan could not insert this one immediately? Your persistent opposition, can it not be interpreted as ulterior motives? Just days prior, news broke that Elder Qian's so-called genius student was found lacking in comparison to Xie Chuan. The revelation sparked considerable chaos. The situation was undeniably tumultuous. As for that prodigy, he had basked in numerous accolades, prideful and self-satisfied, particularly in Elder Qian's eyes, who had once deemed him a true master of traditional Chinese medicine. However, Xie Chuan's emergence and recent performances had caused Elder Qian to become increasingly sardonic and resentful towards him. Such behavior led Elder Zhang to question Elder Qian's true intentions. Elder Zhang's words twisted Elder Qian's features in anger. For a fleeting moment, Elder Qian's eyes displayed vulnerability. He averted his gaze from Xie Chuan. Elder Zhang, perceiving this, remarked with a hint of disdain, "See? I said from the outset that your motives are suspect. It appears my words ring true." His eyes conveyed a mixture of contempt and disdain. Why did this man feel compelled to act in such a manner? They were still within the confines of a program. His eagerness to tarnish Xie Chuan's reputation was nothing short of self-sabotage, leading to a rather comical outcome. Xie Chuan cast a nonchalant glance towards him, his expression revealing unmasked disdain. Elder Qian paused momentarily, sensing the weight of the gazes upon him. The once boisterous crowd of fans had fallen silent, their attention fixated on him. In that moment, his face turned ashen, tension radiating from him unexpectedly. "You are clearly slandering me. I can report your malicious behavior," Elder Qian retorted, attempting to salvage his dignity in the face of embarrassment. Elder Zhang regarded him with a look of undisguised disdain. "Enough. Your intentions are transparent. Please refrain from such antics before me. I will not allow anyone to bully a talent like Xie Chuan." Elder Zhang's piercing gaze conveyed a warning that was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing these words, Elder Qian seethed with anger, feeling that Elder Zheng was deliberately embarrassing him in front of others. It was he who harbored true malice. It was astonishing that, at such an advanced age, Elder Qian would resort to such childish tactics. The humiliation he suffered left him speechless. As he focused on the screen, watching the impressive Xie Chuan and his recent accomplishments, Elder Qian felt an uncontrollable rage simmering within him. He yearned to suppress it, but the situation was intolerable. The more he held back, the stronger his desire to chastise Xie Chuan became. Had it not been for Xie Chuan's rise, his student would not have endured such disdain, which ultimately led to his mental collapse in that unfortunate incident. The title of genius was stripped from him, while Xie Chuan thrived and grew ever more arrogant. As these thoughts consumed him, Elder Qian could no longer contain his anger. Why should Xie Chuan bask in success while his student languished in despair? Their mental states irreparably shattered? Chapter 121. Detoxification. Old Master Qian was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. He had always believed his disciple to be the most extraordinary genius in the world. The future of traditional Chinese medicine relied heavily on him. However, with Xie Chuan's unexpected emergence, everything seemed to spiral into despair. He brooded, his expression darkening. Old Master Zheng cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone carrying an unspoken warning. One must maintain their original intent and not harbor grievances over every matter. What does not belong to you will never truly belong to you, no matter how much effort you expend. Zheng's voice was somewhat ethereal, leaving the audience perplexed and bewildered. They were left scratching their heads, pondering the hidden meanings behind his words. What animosity lies between Old Master Qian and Old Master Zheng that prompts such a public admonition? This episode promised to unveil yet another layer of gossip. All eyes were on Xie Chuan. He was the one with the potential to triumph. The audience eagerly anticipated his success in healing the elderly veteran before them, recognizing that without the sacrifices of individuals like him, their current lives would not be as splendid. As Old Master Qian absorbed Zheng's admonition, his countenance shifted abruptly, revealing a flicker of resentment in his eyes. His displeasure was palpable, and he shot a fierce glare in Zheng's direction. Anger surged within him. There were certain matters better left unsaid in public. Qian had not anticipated Zheng's forthrightness, especially in front of the production team. The thought of fans scouring the internet for his past misdeeds only deepened his agitation, causing anxiety to well up within him. Meanwhile, Old Master Zheng chose not to expose the underlying tensions. There was no need for discord on set, particularly when his primary concern was Xie Chuan. The young man's performance had been commendable, meeting the expectations of all who believed in him. What was supposed to take half an hour concluded in merely 5 or 6 minutes. As the final needle pierced the skin, Xie Chuan felt the tension within the elderly man dissipate, allowing for a deep sigh of relief. He stood and addressed the man lying on the bed. In half an hour, I shall remove all these silver needles. If you experience any discomfort during this time, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will remain by your side. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xie Chuan maintained a serious demeanor as he scrutinized the elderly patient. In contrast, Shen Ke gasped, his heart racing with fear as he beheld his grandfather's condition. The sight was truly alarming. His grandfather resembled a porcupine, covered in silver needles. It was a scene he had never witnessed before, and he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Fear not. This is merely the process of extracting toxins from his body, Xie Chuan explained. This area promotes circulation, while others stimulate sensation. His sincerity was evident as he elaborated, ensuring Shen Ke understood the procedure. Through Xie Chuan's thorough explanation, Shen Ke quickly grasped the situation, nodding in comprehension. Although the sight still struck him as terrifying, he recognized that Xie Chuan's methods were undoubtedly justified. All he needed to do was trust the young man's expertise. As he stood by, anxiety gnawed at him. After all, the elderly man before him was his grandfather, now over 90 years old, seemingly subjected to torment. Shen Ke wished he could endure all the pain himself. Yet, surprisingly, the elderly man appeared unfazed, even finding the humor to jest with Xie Chuan. Once these silver needles are removed, will I feel a decade younger? The elder's attempt at conversation lightened the mood. Xie Chuan chuckled. Removing the toxins may indeed rejuvenate your skin, perhaps making you appear younger. As he spoke, he continued to monitor the silver needles, noticing some had turned a deep black hue. Shen Ke soon observed the same alarming change, turning to Xie Chuan with astonishment. There truly are toxins, he exclaimed, his admiration for Xie Chuan swelling. The elderly man remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet he sensed the joy radiating from his grandson, who was visibly elated by their shared experience. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye as Xie Chuan began to extract the silver needles. One by one, they emerged. each darkened needle a testament to the toxins within. Xie Chuan's curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Is this what you referred to as the reading?" The dramatic transformation within such a short period left Xie Chuan utterly captivated, his respect for Xie Chuan deepening. "Indeed, these are the toxins," Xie Chuan confirmed. "Please be patient while I continue to cleanse the body." Xie Chuan remained silent, attentively observing as Xie Chuan skillfully removed the majority of the needles, with only a handful remaining untainted. As the camera zoomed in, the viewers were left in shock by the sight before them. The transformation was nothing short of terrifying. Who would have thought that such simple silver needles could extract so much toxicity from the elderly man's body? Most astonishingly, the once grotesque appearance of his legs, marred by toxins and various ailments, began to reveal a smoother surface, thanks to Xie Chuan's expertise. The audience was left in disbelief, witnessing an extraordinary recovery that seemed almost miraculous. Chapter 122. The transformation, could it be true? Am I not mistaken? The elderly gentleman, who was once beset by grave ailments, appears to be gradually improving with the assistance of Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan can only be described as a miraculous healer. My heavens! I am once again astonished by Xie Chuan's prowess. Henceforth, I shall refer to him as the strongest in the world. He undoubtedly possesses unparalleled abilities in this realm. A collective astonishment enveloped the onlookers, who beheld this extraordinary scene as if caught in a dream. The sight before them left them all in profound shock. Could it be that he has truly been cured? Initially, many thought such an outcome was utterly impossible. Yet, it seems that in this world, the concept of impossibility simply does not exist. If one possesses sufficient skill, anything can be achieved. Xie Chuan is undoubtedly a masterful physician. With his presence, the future of traditional Chinese medicine is destined to flourish. The crowd was electrified, and the fans were completely captivated by Xie Chuan's prowess. They had never envisioned a day when they would witness such an astonishing spectacle. All of this felt surreal, as if they were enmeshed in a dream. They stood momentarily stunned, collectively gasping in disbelief. Initially, many had harbored skepticism, thinking Xie Chuan's assertions were exaggerated. However, the truth of his words was now irrefutable. Each statement he made was genuine. He had not been misleading. Success. Elder Zhang, who had just risen to his feet, slowly resumed his seat, his gaze coldly fixed upon those before him. He derisively remarked, "Did you not previously claim that his abilities were lacking? Yet, from my observation, he possesses remarkable skills, which I greatly admire. Having lived for over 60 years, even I, once regarded as a genius, must concede that Xie Chuan is indeed the most formidable. With his guidance, we shall conquer various perplexing ailments. Not only that, but he will also lead us in enhancing our capabilities step by step. In the future, we shall grow increasingly formidable." Elder Zhang's gaze fell pointedly upon Elder Qian, his words dripping with a hint of sarcasm. Such remarks would surely sting for some. As Xie Chuan's speech concluded, one could see the tension in another's face. His expression was rigid and awkward, a clear indication of discomfort. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Elder Zhang's spirited demeanor. In his mind, he felt utterly humiliated. Just moments ago, he had been indignantly defending his stance, asserting that Xie Chuan's actions were nothing but reckless folly. And now, he found himself thoroughly discredited. His face was left in tatters, a portrait of disbelief and resentment. If only he could retract every word he had spoken earlier. At the very least, he wished he had tempered his pride. Had he done so, he would not now be enveloped in such embarrassment. Elder Qian fell silent, his gaze shifting away, his mood fraught with agitation. It was as if he were on the verge of an explosive outburst. The fire of rage burned within him, yet he could only suppress it. Reflecting on the situation, he lamented that had he anticipated this outcome, he would never have indulged in self-deception. And now, at this moment, he felt utterly stripped of dignity. Despite his fury, he was left with no words to express his discontent. He felt utterly powerless. The elderly gentleman gazed in astonishment at his newfound condition. He had never imagined that he could experience such a transformation. His eyes sparkled with surprise. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he looked at Xie Chuan, glancing down at his legs, overwhelmed with emotion. In a heartbeat, he was engulfed in tears, astonished that his condition had begun to improve. The excruciating pain that had once plagued him had dissipated entirely. He stared at Xie Chuan, his hands gripping the healers firmly. Am I dreaming? Is this truly happening? Everything before me feels so surreal. Clutching Xie Chuan's hand, he muttered to himself, unable to believe the miraculous scene unfolding before him. After all, it had come so unexpectedly. Initially, he thought he had prepared himself, but in truth, he had no idea that his legs could genuinely recover. This felt as if it were a fantastical dream, each element more unbelievable than the last. Standing before him, Xie Chuan shared in the same overwhelming emotion. He was acutely aware of his grandfather's suffering since the victory of the war. even with the assistance of specialized medical personnel. The lingering pain of the past could not be easily alleviated. Thus, he had endured years of torment, feeling powerless to effect change. He had sought help from countless doctors, striving to find a solution. Yet, until now, there had been little success. However, Xie Chuan's recent treatment plan had been nothing short of astonishing. Not only could his grandfather stand, but the toxins accumulated over the years seemed to be gradually purging from his system, leaving him in a state of remarkable improvement. Xie Chuan grasped his grandfather's hand tightly. Could it be that you are truly on the mend? Grandfather, it seems you might finally be at peace. Overwhelmed with joy, he lifted his grandfather in an embrace, unable to contain his exuberance. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter, dispelling any previous tension or discomfort. Xie Chuan quietly tidied his belongings, absorbing the jubilant atmosphere around him. Witnessing Xie Chuan's tears of joy was a heartwarming sight, radiating warmth to all present. Just as Xie Chuan was about to step outside, he was suddenly seized by Xie Chuan. Thank you. If it were not for you, I would not know what to do. Xie Chuan held Xie Chuan's hand tightly, his emotions bubbling over with gratitude. Chapter 123 requires your assistance in passing down knowledge. Being held tightly by such a robust man, Xie Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, he could sense the deep gratitude emanating from the other party. Initially intending to retract his hand, Xie Chuan found himself moved by the sincerity of the man's demeanor, ultimately choosing to keep his hand in place. With a slight furrow of his brow, he spoke with a degree of seriousness. I must inform you that, on the surface, it appears your leg has fully recovered. In truth, we still need to allow 2 or 3 more days for recuperation. During this time, I will continue with your acupuncture treatment. As I've mentioned before, if you experience any discomfort, please feel free to communicate with me at any time. Afterward, I will reassess your condition to determine if you are ready to leave. Xie Chuan's seriousness stemmed from the fact that the individual before him was indeed his patient, and he felt it his duty to address all concerns. Thus, he spoke with such gravity. Listening to Xie Chuan's words, the old man looked at him with unending gratitude. As for Xie Chuan, he had come to trust Xie Chuan entirely. Without a hint of hesitation, he readily agreed to whatever Xie Chuan suggested, declaring, whatever you say goes. I will follow your guidance throughout. His respectful demeanor and earnest expression left Xie Chuan somewhat flustered. Xie Chuan chuckled softly. Now, you should rest well. I will come by frequently to examine your leg. He needed to disinfect the silver needles in his possession, which had turned black, laden with toxins. Xie Chuan thought to himself that it was indeed timely to clean these instruments and not waste any more time here. He could feel the gratitude of those around him. Naturally, Xie Chuan had other pressing matters to attend to. Once he finished speaking, the others realized they had inadvertently delayed Xie Chuan. They nodded appreciatively, understanding the importance of not imposing further upon him. After Xie Chuan departed, they expressed their astonishment, never expecting such a significant transformation in their elder's health during his lifetime. The old man had assumed that he would endure persistent pain in his legs for the rest of his days, believing his ailments to be insurmountable. Yet, Xie Chuan had diligently worked to treat him. Not only was his leg no longer painful, but he could also stand and take a few steps. However, having spent most of his time in a wheelchair, he needed time to adapt to this newfound ability. This young man is truly remarkable. Without him, I would have been at a loss, the old man thought, tears streaming down his face in overwhelming gratitude. He reflected on how, without Xie Chuan, he might still be suffering in silence, unable to resolve his afflictions. The arrival of Xie Chuan felt like a divine intervention, as if all his ailments had been alleviated with his presence. The old man, now tearful, grasped his grandson's hand tightly, saying, once this is all over, we must express our heartfelt gratitude. If not for him, I might still be enduring the same agonies as before. The old man was well aware of the value of gratitude and understood that Xie Chuan charged a fee. However, he knew that the cost was minimal, especially considering that Xie Chuan had arranged for his accommodation. He felt deeply indebted to someone like Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan, understanding the situation, reassured him, you need not worry. Grandfather, I will handle everything. Appropriate etiquette and gifts will certainly be included. Xie Chuan regarded Xie Chuan as a savior and felt compelled to elevate him to the highest esteem. Eager to inform others of Xie Chuan's exceptional talents, he gazed at Xie Chuan with awe, realizing that despite his youth, Xie Chuan possessed remarkable skills that promised to uphold the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine. He fervently hoped for its continued prosperity. Naturally, there were now individuals specifically arriving to seek mentorship from Xie Chuan. While Xie Chuan was preoccupied with his silver needles, a sudden commotion outside drew his attention. A young man in his 20s, seemingly older than Xie Chuan, approached him and abruptly bowed his head to the ground. This unexpected gesture left Xie Chuan utterly bewildered. Observing the young man's puzzling behavior, Xie Chuan was momentarily at a loss. He finally inquired, "What are you doing?" Clearly, Xie Chuan had not grasped the nature of this young man's actions. The young man replied, "I have formally taken you as my master. From this moment on, I am your disciple, and you shall impart your medical knowledge to me. Rest assured, I will ensure that traditional Chinese medicine is preserved and passed down." Taken aback by such a declaration, Xie Chuan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "What is happening?" he thought, staring incredulously at the young man. The unexpectedness of this encounter left him somewhat unnerved. "Are you jesting with me?" He managed to smile, though inwardly he was astonished by the audacity of the young man. "You've approached me without prior consent and immediately declared yourself my disciple? What sort of absurdity is this?" Xie Chuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, questioning whether this young man had misjudged the situation. "I say, young fellow, are you mistaken? This seems rather inappropriate," he remarked, his expression one of indifference. He contemplated how best to decline this unexpected proposition, genuinely perplexed by the young man's actions. Chapter 124. You truly have no shame. Does he need his assistance to inherit the legacy? Xie Chuan listened to this ill-omened and shameless individual. The man felt a chill run down his spine under Xie Chuan's gaze, yet he shamelessly approached Xie Chuan's side, bowing respectfully as he implored, "I sincerely wish to join you. Please grant me this opportunity. With a master as formidable as you, I believe traditional Chinese medicine in our country will surely thrive." His words were spoken with audacity, yet he was too cowardly to meet Xie Chuan's eyes. Xie Chuan remained utterly indifferent. "So?" he replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, from today onwards, I shall be your disciple. I trust you will impart to me a wealth of knowledge, correct?" His sycophantic smile and relentless insistence were laughable. Xie Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "Pray tell, who are you to approach me in such a manner?" Faced with this audacious individual, Xie Chuan felt no obligation to be polite. He could confront him as he pleased, dismissing the man entirely. After all, he had not regarded Xie Chuan highly from the outset. "Why, I am your disciple," the man insisted. "Did I not kneel and bow to you just moments ago? Since I have done so, should you not impart your knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to me?" His words dripped with an audacity that was both appalling and comical. Xie Chuan's gaze remained coolly fixed upon him. He was neither angered by the man's distasteful behavior nor intimidated by his unfounded confidence. "I'm afraid we do not accept disciples here," he replied. "If you are insistent on becoming my disciple, you must first kneel outside and perform 100 respectful bows to demonstrate your sincerity. If your attitude is indeed earnest, perhaps I might reluctantly consider your request." His cold gaze bore down on the man. Xie Chuan was resolute in his refusal, and the moment the man heard this, his face turned ashen, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated such forthrightness from Xie Chuan. His expression stiffened, and a wave of agitation washed over him. "How can you go back on your word? I have already bowed to you. Not only do you refuse to teach me, but you also seek to make things difficult for me? Such behavior will surely invite scorn." He spat, his teeth clenched in frustration. Xie Chuan regarded him with a languid demeanor. "So?" His eyebrows arched slightly, his gaze still filled with disdain as he regarded this presumptuous figure before him. He looked upon him as one would regard a fool. "You." The man's anger flared, his temper escalating. He clenched his fists, ready to strike at Xie Chuan at any moment. Yet, Xie Chuan swiftly grasped his hand. "Is this how easily you become enraged? I initially thought you were here with genuine intent to learn. Now it seems your previous words were mere deception?" A faint smile graced Xie Chuan's lips as he could not help but mock the man before him. The man, who had seemed mild-mannered, was now thoroughly provoked by Xie Chuan's words. "You are going too far," he accused, his voice rising. "I traveled from a distant city, seeking to learn from you, hoping you would become my master and impart your wisdom. I never expected you would be so unyielding." Each word dripped with sarcasm, laden with accusations directed at Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan was unfazed. "Enough of your pointless tirade. I have no desire to listen. You may do as you wish, but I have not agreed to take you on as a disciple. Since I have not consented, kindly refrain from making me uncomfortable." Xie Chuan found the man utterly repugnant. This individual had approached him with an unearned sense of entitlement. Following his rejection, the man was now filled with indignation. Observing the man's rage, Xie Chuan felt no inclination to engage further. Xie Chuan had no inclination to accept someone so shameless, especially not one who had attempted to play tricks on him. He understood that such a person would never be welcomed in his circle, and he would remain steadfast in his refusal. "You will regret this. I shall broadcast your actions across the internet. Your conduct will be condemned by all. A selfish person like you will surely face the consequences of your actions." he threatened, his shamelessness on full display. Xie Chuan remained unperturbed, merely raising an eyebrow, indifferent to the man's bluster. Chapter 125. Just you wait, a mere few words of warning. Could it be that Xie Chuan truly felt fear? In Xie Chuan's lexicon, how could he possibly be intimidated by such trivialities? With an air of nonchalance, Xie Chuan beckoned with his fingers, exuding an aura of calm confidence. If you have the ability, then come at me swiftly. If not, then do me a favor and silence that mouth of yours. His disdainful gaze fixated on the individual before him, observing his rage contorted the man's features into a grotesque mask. How laughable it was, Xie Chuan mused. That one would resort to such antics when thwarted in their desires. Unperturbed by a mere warning, Xie Chuan's expression remained serene as he regarded his adversary. The latter, witnessing Xie Chuan's demeanor, became increasingly agitated, his temper flaring uncontrollably. You, he spat, his face twisted in fury. You have gone too far. How is it that someone like you, so despicable, has gained notoriety as a hero among the masses? I have traversed countless miles only to be met with your scorn. Is it not a sign of your malice and wickedness? Each word dripped with indignation, framing him as a victim of grave injustice. Yet, those present could see clearly that Xie Chuan stood unblemished amidst the turmoil, while the fault lay with others. Unsurprisingly, viewers online rolled their eyes in disbelief. Is this person unwell? Who behaves in such a manner? They wondered, baffled by his antics. He seems utterly deranged, blaming everyone and everything while being completely in the wrong. How is it that he has the audacity to make such demands? Indeed, it was evident that a lack of shame could lead one to commit the most outrageous acts. Is there no one to restrain him? Where are the security personnel? Someone needs to remove this individual before he continues to harass Xie Chuan. As the situation unfolded, the audience grew increasingly incensed by this embodiment of pure annoyance. Fortunately, Xie Chuan was not one to be easily bullied. He stood firm, embodying his true self. With unwavering resolve, he declared, I will not yield to someone like you. If you wish to unjustly shift responsibility onto me, I must apologize in advance. I will not grant you your wish. A faint smile graced Xie Chuan's lips as he delivered his words with unmistakable candor. In the exchange that followed, Xie Chuan met each attempt at provocation with a mixture of scorn and indifference, leaving his opponent momentarily speechless. The man's face turned a shade of crimson, caught between embarrassment and fury, as he realized the extent of his own disgrace. Yet, he was discontented. He had arrived with hopes of effecting change, only to face the harsh reality of failure. His ugly demeanor had ultimately led to his own humiliation. You have truly gone too far, he finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence, his voice strained. Xie Chuan regarded him coolly, retorting, And do you think your behavior is justified? Are you the only one who is innocent in this scenario? Xie Chuan could not suppress a dramatic eye roll, clearly unimpressed by the other's shamelessness. Enough. You are exceedingly bothersome. If you have no legitimate reason to be here, I suggest you leave at once. As for any notion of you becoming my disciple, I advise you to abandon that thought. One must possess self-awareness and refrain from coveting what does not belong to them. Xie Chuan expressed his disinterest with unwavering conviction, his disdain palpable. The man's complexion drained of color as he struggled to maintain a facade of composure. Unable to bear the weight of Xie Chuan's words, in a fit of rage, he erupted. Silence. I have never encountered someone as intolerable as you. I will remember your actions today and expose them to the world. Be prepared for the repercussions. His voice dripped with venomous intent, a sinister glint in his eyes. Chapter 126. Deliberate threats. Observing his terrifying demeanor, Xie Chuan nonchalantly raised an eyebrow. He paid no heed to the warnings uttered, even casting a casual glance at the individual before him. How amusing. To think such vocabulary could intimidate him? One threat after another, in Xie Chuan's eyes, amounted to nothing. He was inherently unbound by such matters and remained unfazed. Thus, the so-called warnings barely warranted a glance from him. When he was taken away, he appeared highly unconvinced, vehemently cursing Xie Chuan while the latter remained indifferent. In a swift motion, Xie Chuan spared him not even a fleeting glance, leaving others deeply concerned. That person was so arrogant, persistently seeking trouble, it stirred a twinge of worry for Xie Chuan. The more formidable one's abilities, the more susceptible they are to such disturbances. Who could have imagined that someone would be so vile as to seek Xie Chuan as a mentor while concocting such schemes? Frankly, their misfortune was palpable. Could someone intervene to manage the situation, to prevent Xie Chuan from enduring such indignities? Furthermore, Xie Chuan had always been earnest in assisting others. He hardly had the bandwidth to thwart such nonsense. These individuals were insufferable. Must they continue with their antics? Could they not allow Xie Chuan to focus on his healing rather than be bogged down by their trivialities? Everyone felt a collective irritation. particularly after witnessing Xie Chuan ensnared by their troubles, igniting a fire of frustration within them that could not be quelled. Opinions were voiced, all agreeing that such behaviors must be properly curtailed. Otherwise, it would only escalate further, especially with incidents like today's, if no one intervened. The other party would undoubtedly grow more arrogant. Once one individual succeeds, others are bound to follow suit. In light of this, fans and netizens felt a pressing urgency. They were anxious and worried. The production team had also contemplated the matter, acknowledging the legitimacy of the concern. They were now deliberating whether to assign someone specifically to protect Xie Chuan, lest an unforeseen incident occur, especially with the clear threats made earlier, uttered in a vile tone. Individuals like that must be held accountable. This situation necessitated careful handling, particularly the earlier fellow, whose haughty demeanor suggested he would not relent easily. Thus, heightened vigilance was indeed prudent. They were brainstorming solutions to alleviate this predicament for Xie Chuan. As for Xie Chuan himself, he remained remarkably unconcerned. Even when the production team called, he responded with a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "What's the big deal? If that guy truly intends to challenge me, let him come. I am curious to see just how capable he is." Xie Chuan spoke with deliberate calmness. With no patients to attend to, he lounged casually, his mood seemingly quite pleasant. Observing him in such a state, others felt at a loss for words. What a spectacle! At that moment, Xie Chuan was completely unfazed, boldly asserting, "I relish those who harbor disdain for me. It would be best if they hastily devised a plan against me." Xie Chuan expressed this with unabashed delight. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless, grappling with their incredulity. How could his train of thought diverge so drastically? Was it truly the right time for such levity? This matter was grave. One would think he ought to consider it more seriously. Furthermore, his swift refusal to heed their warnings raised eyebrows. In that moment, Xie Chuan appeared utterly indifferent, treating the situation as trivial. Had he regarded it with the seriousness it warranted, he would not have exuded such arrogance. Yet, as they listened to his words, their expressions turned grave. What was this child uttering? Was there any rationale behind his remarks? They were concerned for his safety, hoping he would reconsider and not act recklessly. This matter was indeed significant and intertwined with many complexities. To act thoughtlessly would be sheer folly. The reason for their intervention stemmed from the clear observations made regarding today's events. The intricacies and issues involved were numerous. Should something unfortunate befall him, it would undoubtedly cause widespread unease. They implored him to heed their counsel and allow them to arrange for proper protection. Everyone was eager to assist. Yet Xie Chuan's perspective remained uniquely his own. He remained unflustered, even remarking, "I thought it was a trivial issue. Now I see it is merely a minor inconvenience. What is there to fear? If he possesses any skills, let him come forth. Could this not add a dash of excitement to my otherwise leisurely time?" Xie Chuan not only displayed no fear but even articulated such sentiments. At that moment, the audience was left momentarily speechless. No one anticipated that Xie Chuan's responses would consistently astound. Did he truly believe that such expressions were appropriate? Their faces were void of expression. Their cautionary words fell on deaf ears, as Xie Chuan disregarded their concerns entirely. The crux of the matter was that despite their earnest attempts to caution him, Xie Chuan remained unperturbed. His current demeanor incited frustration among many. Was this truly how one ought to respond? While they worried for his safety, he appeared utterly unconcerned, navigating the situation with ease and humor. Despite being rebuffed by Xie Chuan, the others had initially intended to voice their concerns, only to be met with his resolute dismissal. He confidently declared, "Do not worry about me. I know my own limits, and as for those meager threats, I cannot fathom what you are all so afraid of. If he truly possessed any prowess, let him show it." It was evident that the individual lacked any real capability. Chapter 127. How could he act like this? He could only stand before me, seething with anger, spouting warnings that held little weight. What else could he possibly do? Did Xie Chuan truly remain oblivious? It was merely a series of inconsequential tricks, and Xie Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance at these antics. To him, no matter how skilled the opponent might be, it was of little consequence. In essence, he remained utterly unfazed. He leisurely observed the individual in front of him, unperturbed. When confronted with challenges, Xie Chuan felt confident in his ability to manage them with ease. As for the trivialities, they were nothing more than that. Xie Chuan found it baffling what there was to be concerned about. With his remarks, everyone fell silent, pondering his words. Indeed, he had a point. What could that individual do apart from irritating Xie Chuan? He was utterly powerless. It was precisely because of this impotence that Xie Chuan regarded him with indifference. In Xie Chuan's eyes, while the opponent possessed some capability, it was largely mismatched against his true nature. Moreover, he thought that mere threats could intimidate him. Quite frankly, Xie Chuan was least susceptible to such intimidation. The opponent's misguided attempt to constrain him was utterly laughable. In Xie Chuan's lexicon, the notion of being intimidated simply did not exist. Thus, he boldly rejected the idea, grounded in the simple truth that he did not regard the other party as a threat. Had he truly acknowledged the opponent's significance, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Soon, Xie Chuan, with utmost seriousness, elaborated, "I understand your concerns for my safety, but truthfully, I have no need for such apprehensions. I possess the capability to resolve these matters myself. After all, how significant could they possibly be? I remain calm, while you all seem excessively anxious, trembling with fear. What gives?" Xie Chuan found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He had not anticipated such a despicable and underhanded approach from someone who had visited him. Yet to him, it was merely a trivial matter. He remained unfazed. Following Xie Chuan's rejection, silence enveloped the crowd. They respected his decisions, and since he showed no inclination towards their concerns, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. With heavy sighs, they expressed their discontent. Observing their forlorn expressions brought a smile to Xie Chuan's face. He was unperturbed. Yet others were fretting over his well-being. The irony was that everyone was on edge. Even Elder Zheng took the time to call Xie Chuan, urging him to be cautious. He warned that ill-intentioned individuals were undoubtedly lurking, and once such thoughts took root, they would only grow more sinister. Hence, he implored Xie Chuan to remain vigilant. Xie Chuan acknowledged this, nodding appreciatively for their concern. However, he possessed the discernment to navigate such situations. Even now, he found himself enjoying a moment of leisure. Suddenly, a patient entered, appearing to be in excruciating pain. He approached Xie Chuan and abruptly knelt before him, his demeanor reflecting great distress. Frowning, Xie Chuan inquired, "What seems to be the matter? You appear unwell." The man, realizing his predicament, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xie Chuan remarked nonchalantly, "If you speak to me in such a manner, I might reconsider assisting you." The man's agony was palpable, yet Xie Chuan maintained a sarcastic tone. "If you desire my help, then cease the complaints and let me attend to you. After all, you are the patient here. Yet you seem to possess more arrogance than I." His indignation was evident, had it not been for his intense suffering. He would have relished confronting Xie Chuan about his impudence. At that moment, the onlookers were oblivious to the history shared between Xie Chuan and the man. They had previously expressed sympathy for Xie Chuan, only to witness his seemingly rude demeanor towards a patient, leading to widespread disapproval. "Xie Chuan, could you not be a tad more courteous? After all, he is a patient." They murmured amongst themselves, perplexed by his conduct. Doubt crept into their minds regarding whether Xie Chuan was truly deserving of their sympathy. Just moments ago, they had worried for him, yet now, witnessing his interaction with the patient ignited a fire of frustration within them. Did they not consider that the mutual familiarity between the two might be the root of their peculiar banter? Such camaraderie often indicated a strong bond. Yet the crowd's sudden discontent was puzzling. Many believed that as long as Xie Chuan could successfully treat the patient, everything else was inconsequential. The disagreement among them escalated. While some deemed the matter trivial, others viewed Xie Chuan's demeanor as an affront to propriety. The man, unable to contain himself, rolled his eyes, his expression a mix of irritation and disbelief directed at Xie Chuan. "You, my friend, are becoming increasingly insufferable. Once I recover, I shall hold you accountable," he warned, pointing at Xie Chuan, who merely observed, unperturbed by the man's ire. In response to the man's aggressive demeanor, Xie Chuan calmly pressed a firm hand against his chest. Chapter 128. Your condition is quite serious, be quiet. You're ill, and yet you can't manage to be a little more composed? Xie Chuan's gaze carried a hint of melancholy. This fellow, does he not realize the gravity of his own situation? The man smiled lightly. "But you are here, aren't you? With you around, this minor issue can be resolved effortlessly." Indeed, as long as Xie Chuan is present, problems tend to dissipate swiftly. However, Xie Chuan looked at him disdainfully. "If my abilities were lacking, you would surely be in dire straits this time." "Not at all," he reassured himself. "You are now regarded as a miraculous healer, possessing formidable skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Faced with such a trivial issue, you will undoubtedly find a solution." Despite their immense pain, they remained earnestly explaining their plight before Xie Chuan. He had faith in Xie Chuan's capabilities, yet Xie Chuan cautioned him. "You'd best not place too much hope in me, lest I fail to cure you, and your mindset crumbles as a result." Xie Chuan's warning was deliberate. He was not omnipotent. Especially regarding this matter, he could not guarantee he had all the answers. Thus, he advised caution. Should an unfortunate event occur, there would be no one to rescue him. Lin Mingwei nodded. "You make a valid point. I shall consider this matter with utmost seriousness. However, You must examine me quickly. I feel as though my breath is on the verge of ceasing. If this continues, I might truly perish from the pain. He was in excruciating agony. This desperate and life-threatening situation rendered him utterly hopeless. Perspiration dripped from him, and amidst the cold sweat, he could distinctly sense that his life was hanging by a thread. As he uttered these words, he was in profound suffering. His very breath seemed to morph into a source of torment. Of course, Xie Chuan understood the severity of his condition. Promptly, he began to examine him, furrowing his brow. His expression turned grave as he assessed the issues plaguing Lin Mingwei. Xie Chuan could not suppress the frown that creased his forehead. I am quite curious. How long have you been enduring this? Given Lin Mingwei's current state, it was evident that his condition had escalated. Lin Mingwei shook his head. I have no idea. I only know that my abdomen has been in such pain lately that I feel as if I might die. I intended to visit the hospital for a checkup, but due to the excessive amount of wet wipes I had on hand, I ultimately abandoned that thought. He felt a tinge of embarrassment as he awkwardly explained. At that moment, Xie Chuan was nearly exasperated. Do you not realize the severity of your condition? How can you recklessly disregard this? When it was time for an examination, you neglected it entirely, as though you were jesting with your own life. Xie Chuan was infuriated, truly concerned that this man showed no regard for his own safety. Lin Mingwei chuckled awkwardly. It was simply too peculiar a situation. I had no choice but to endure. I never anticipated that my endurance would lead to such a predicament. His physical state was indeed alarming. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, he was in utter despair. At that moment, he was rolling on the ground, writhing in agony. Yet, even then, he managed to suppress all his suffering before Xie Chuan, striving to remain composed. Xie Chuan commenced his examination. Upon investigation, he uncovered numerous issues, and with each revelation, his expression darkened. Lin Mingwei immediately sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Oh no. Surely I am not afflicted with a terminal illness or something incurable. Unable to contain the pain, Lin Mingwei asked, It won't claim my life, will it? He forced a smile, but he was already deeply anxious. The thought of his life potentially ending in that moment filled him with an inexplicable dread that spread throughout his being. He was intensely nervous, awkwardly smiling as he inquired, Am I truly facing death? I am still young. I wish to live. Given our long-standing friendship, can't you think of a way to save my life? He implored urgently, placing all his hopes on Xie Chuan. Now you understand fear? Xie Chuan expressed disdain. Why did you not feel this way sooner? Now that you are frightened, I am not inclined to assist you. Xie Chuan's irritation was palpable in his direct speech. Lin Mingwei, in excruciating pain, replied, At that time, I truly had some family matters to attend to. I had no way to come here. Please, you must save me. You and I have known each other for so many years, it would be such a waste for me to perish now. This is a perfect opportunity for you to showcase your skills. I believe. You must seize it. He spoke earnestly, pouring all his hopes into Xie Chuan's hands. If Xie Chuan had a solution, it meant he had a chance to survive. If even Xie Chuan could not help him, then his demise was imminent. Whether or not he could accept this reality was beside the point. Xie Chuan disregarded Lin Mingwei's pleas, extending his hand to firmly press on Lin Mingwei's abdomen. Ah! A chilling scream erupted. Lin Mingwei, in unbearable agony, found himself plunged into despair. He now had ample reason to suspect that Xie Chuan was intentionally causing him pain. Otherwise, why would Xie Chuan press down so forcefully on his abdomen? Despair engulfed him. The anguish was already unbearable, and this only intensified his suffering. His face turned pale as he looked at Xie Chuan with a mix of despair and resentment. Xie Chuan's expression was taut, gravely assessing the situation. Your condition is rather complex and quite severe. I believe. Xie Chuan contemplated other methods of treatment. The system had yet to respond, leaving Xie Chuan uncertain whether he could truly save him. Are you willing to be a test subject? Xie Chuan asked with utmost seriousness. Do I have any other options? Lin Mingwei replied. You could seek treatment from Western medicine, but given your current condition, I cannot guarantee they will be able to help you. Xie Chuan's demeanor was grave. Lin Mingwei realized that his physical state was alarmingly critical. Chapter 129. I believe in you at present, apart from placing his hopes on Xie Chuan. There seems to be no other recourse available. He trusts Xie Chuan. Lin Mingwei nodded slightly. Then I shall unconditionally believe in you. You will surely heal me and not let me suffer so painfully, right? He forced a smile, though deep down, he was uncertain. Primarily because Xie Chuan had mentioned that his condition was complicated, which implied that his health must be quite dire. I will do my best, Xie Chuan said earnestly. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to cure you completely. His face was taut, and the words he uttered sent a shiver down Lin Mingwei's spine. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingwei felt his whole body tense. He was overwhelmed with fear. Is there truly no other option? Why do I get the feeling that what you said today sounds very grave, as if I am about to meet a disastrous fate? This overwhelming sense of terror forced a smile onto his face, even though he felt utterly unwell. Now, with his heart heavy with concern, Lin Mingwei's face was rigid, pale as he grappled with despair. In that moment, he truly forced a smile. If Xie Chuan cannot heal him, then who in this world could? Questions swirled in his mind, and he felt a suffocating sensation hovering in his heart. His complexion was ashen, and he sensed that he was even more unwell now. Of course, Xie Chuan's words were merely meant to frighten him. At that moment, Xie Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing almost instantly how Lin Mingwei had taken his words to heart. Are you lacking in virtue? How could you joke about such matters? When all his anger coalesced, an uncontrollable fury spread through his chest. Lin Mingwei was furious. I trusted you so much, only to find out you were deceiving me. Is this how you repay my faith? He looked pitiful, on the verge of tears. The ordeal had genuinely terrified him, leading him to believe that he might truly be beyond saving. In the end, it turned out that some people were simply toying with him. Only he, the fool, had been led astray. It was only now that he realized something was amiss. If Xie Chuan continued to fool him, he might genuinely break down in tears. I consider you a brother, yet you treat me like a fool? He was not truly angry. It was just that Xie Chuan's earlier words had made him contemplate his life. He silently left behind his last words, thinking he might truly be finished. Fortunately, Xie Chuan had merely been jesting. From now on, if you notice something wrong with your health, remember to go to the hospital immediately or seek me out. Do you understand? If there is a next time and anything were to happen to you, I truly wouldn't be able to save you. Xie Chuan's words were serious. This fellow had been preoccupied with resolving his own matters before seeking Xie Chuan's help, unaware that his condition was deteriorating severely. Acting in such a manner was simply neglecting his own health. How foolish. Xie Chuan's admonition prompted Lin Mingwei to nod silently. However, with the blunders he had made, would he dare to utter a word in protest before Xie Chuan? He could only respectfully nod and say, "You are absolutely correct. I have learned a great deal from your words, and I assure you this situation will not occur again." He nodded earnestly, though he felt quite aggrieved. Xie Chuan reiterated, "Remember, if this happens again, do not act recklessly. If you continue to behave irresponsibly, who could possibly save you?" His tone was grave. At that moment, Lin Mingwei felt as if he had committed a grave misdeed, nodding silently, afraid to speak further. He treaded lightly, while Xie Chuan maintained a serious demeanor. Xie Chuan conducted a thorough examination of Lin Mingwei, then proceeded with various treatments. After a while, Xie Chuan's brow remained slightly furrowed. His expression tightened as he gazed at Lin Mingwei, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Remember my words. Do not let such errors occur again," Xie Chuan reminded while treating him. Lin Mingwei dared not utter a word. As the silver needles fell upon him, he felt as if his entire body was being crushed. When the inflammation surged within him, he forced a smile. He dared not defy Xie Chuan's words. With a stiffened face, he cautiously replied, "You speak with great wisdom. Indeed, I will learn from this experience and strive to ensure such a situation does not repeat itself in the future," he promised humbly before Xie Chuan. However, Xie Chuan felt that Lin Mingwei was merely placating him, especially with the assurances he offered, which seemed utterly unfounded. Xie Chuan stared intently at him, beginning the treatment. Lin Mingwei's ailment stemmed from prolonged neglect of his health, initially manifesting as abdominal pain, which gradually escalated to severe gastric distress. Ultimately, his condition appeared to resemble that of stomach cancer. Such a diagnosis is immensely serious, and his situation had been worsening over time. Xie Chuan's expression was grave, likely astonished that Lin Mingwei had allowed his condition to deteriorate to this extent. Filled with disappointment, Xie Chuan was primarily angry because Lin Mingwei had not heeded his warnings. During their last encounter, he had cautioned Lin Mingwei that his health was no longer what it used to be and that he needed to be careful, otherwise it could very well lead to stomach cancer. Lin Mingwei had promised to be mindful, yet ultimately disregarded the severity of the situation until it was too late. Now, Xie Chuan was uncertain whether his treatment plan would be bearable for Lin Mingwei. Yet, he was unwilling to dwell on it further. Regardless of whether Lin Mingwei could withstand it, Xie Chuan resolved to treat him first. Any further delays could cost Lin Mingwei his life. Xie Chuan remained exceptionally focused and rarely frowned. Generally, he exuded an air of confidence, suggesting that he could cure any ailment. Chapter 130. Do not act recklessly, however, today. He was evidently different. Is Lin Mingwei's health truly as dire as it seems? Why do I perceive that Xie Chuan's gaze towards him is decidedly peculiar? Moreover, everyone appears to be on edge. The more I observe, the more I sense something is amiss. It seems his health must be quite grave. Instances that can render Xie Chuan unflappable are exceedingly rare, and Lin Midway, as a friend, is certainly one of them. Oh my heavens. I am desperate to ascertain whether there is still hope for his recovery. Such severe gastric cancer suggests that the situation is far from simple. Young individuals today must pay greater heed to their health, lest they encounter unforeseen calamities, rendering them beyond salvation. The prowess of traditional Chinese medicine is far from the exalted claims purported by the masses. I believe Xie Chuan is merely engaging in theatrics, attempting to deceive those naive souls who are all too willing to believe him, only to later reveal that there is, in fact, no cure at all. Everyone ought to exercise a modicum of discernment. Must they truly be so gullible? This is, after all, gastric cancer. How serious is the condition of gastric cancer? Is it not common knowledge? This affliction necessitates prolonged hospitalization and extensive treatment. Various chemotherapies and subsequent complications arise, creating an exceedingly grave situation. Furthermore, if it is malignant, even after a period of treatment, it could still be fatal. There is considerable contention surrounding this matter. A multitude of individuals are contemplating that. Upon receiving a gastric cancer diagnosis, one must promptly seek hospital care. What purpose does visiting Xie Chuan's clinic serve? Is this not a mere jest? Such a serious illness as gastric cancer demands immediate medical attention. There should be no delays. Our traditional medicine is not infallible. Conditions like gastric cancer necessitate reliance on Western medicine. Xie Chuan's current actions seem nothing short of folly. I find his approach utterly unacceptable. Old Qian previously spoke of yin and yang, yet ultimately failed to achieve the desired outcome. And now? He continues to espouse his beliefs without pause. Upon hearing his words, Old Zheng involuntarily furrows his brow, casting a grave expression in his direction. Do you harbor some animosity towards him? Old Zheng suddenly inquires. Old Qian is momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Old Zheng's directness, leaving him momentarily speechless. His countenance stiffens slightly, and his lips twitch in agitation. He swiftly diverts his gaze, indignantly asserting, I am merely speaking the truth. If traditional Chinese medicine were in its prime, perhaps there would be methods to treat gastric cancer. However, contemporary traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, and many ancient texts have nearly vanished. Given this context, how could one genuinely expect to cure his ailment? Xie Chuan's actions undoubtedly gamble with the lives of others, and I cannot condone such behavior. At that moment, Old Qian's outraged voice resounded with authority. Each statement he made was resolute, condemning Xie Chuan's actions as inappropriate. He merely criticized his reckless conduct. However, Old Zheng held unwavering faith in Xie Chuan. That was then. The current Xie Chuan, along with his expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, should not go unnoticed. With a prodigious talent like Xie Chuan among us, I firmly believe our medical heritage will soon flourish once more. As for gastric cancer, I trust that Xie Chuan's willingness to intervene indicates he possesses ample confidence. In such circumstances, we, as academicians, ought to unconditionally support Xie Chuan without casting doubts upon his abilities. Such a prodigy in traditional Chinese medicine deserves our unwavering trust, particularly from those of us who are also esteemed professors in the field. Yet Old Qian's actions were undeniably vexing, and his countenance betrayed an inescapable fury. Old Zheng could hardly fathom how despicable and foolish this individual could be. Just the mere utterance of his words drew a deep, sorrowful sigh from Old Zheng. Alas, how can there exist such ignorant and foolish individuals in this world? Does he not realize the magnitude of the impact of his actions? He continuously questioned Xie Chuan's capabilities, sternly asserting that there were flaws within his expertise. He yearned to uncover the shortcomings in Xie Chuan's prowess. Yet, he found himself increasingly captivated by Xie Chuan's remarkable abilities. Xie Chuan is an exceptionally talented individual. His willingness to act signifies that he is thoroughly prepared. They ought not to question him. Old Qian reiterated his earlier sentiment. I perceive you all as exceedingly clumsy. Though Xie Chuan may possess talent, he cannot withstand the tumultuous chaos you are currently creating. The consequences of your reckless chatter could be burdensome for us all. Furthermore, are you not all merely embroiled in senseless commotion? I do not endorse this behavior. I implore you to cease your actions forthwith. Especially given Xie Chuan's current state, we must do everything in our power to prevent him from proceeding any further. Old Qian's agitation escalated. At that moment, he seethed with indignation, muttering under his breath. His countenance, obscured by shadows, suggested that this matter was far from resolved. Meanwhile, the crowd murmured amongst themselves. Numerous attendees were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the affair. Each individual harbored distinct opinions and perspectives, and their voices clashed in a cacophony of disagreement. In truth, I too perceive that Xie Chuan's current actions, in comparison to his past conduct, are markedly more reckless. Even if it is a matter concerning his brother's life, can he truly disregard it so easily? Does a mere acquaintance warrant such perilous treatment? We must urgently intervene and prevent Xie Chuan from proceeding any further. I find myself in agreement with those voices of dissent. Such behavior is utterly inappropriate. We must act swiftly to halt this chaos before it escalates further. In this precarious situation, why do I feel an increasing sense of dread? This truly brings forth a heavy heart. Old Zheng, I acknowledge your competence and your faith in Xie Chuan. However, the pressing issue is that Xie Chuan's actions are undeniably trivializing the lives of others. If you allow this to continue unchecked, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to manage. Shall we not act to stop this now? The words came from another professor. Chapter 131. A frustration of iron not being steel. Traditional Chinese medicine is gradually waning. In comparison to the once formidable practitioners of this art, the current state is significantly diminished. This is a case of gastric cancer. Furthermore, there is presently no evidence to substantiate that Lin Mingwei is indeed suffering from gastric cancer. If one wishes to avoid the self-sabotage of their future, Xie Chuan should promptly facilitate Lin Mingwei's hospital examination to prevent any inadvertent deterioration of his condition. The assembly pondered deeply, yet they expressed their dissent vocally and with resistance. The few professors sighed heavily, lamenting the situation. I know you hold Xie Chuan's abilities in high regard, but are you certain you're not merely indulging in folly this time? Are you aware of how excessive your conduct is? A collective sigh escaped the group, as they perceived the stubborn nature of Elder Zheng. Despite their earnest attempts to reason with him, he remained dismissive of the matter at hand, especially with his current irritable temperament. Despite their best efforts to persuade, they received only indifference in return. What do you truly desire? Do you genuinely regard Xie Chuan as your disciple, or hope for his boundless future? The expressions of those around tightened in disapproval, their faces betraying their anger as they condemned the situation. Each word they spoke conveyed their indignation. They regarded Elder Zheng, who appeared obstinate and unwilling to acquiesce, and with each thought, their frustration only grew. With their tempers flaring, they finally exhaled in resignation, stating, "Very well. This is your personal decision, and it truly does not concern us. As for ourselves, we shall refrain from meddling further in your affairs. You may proceed as you wish. But we have no desire to waste more breath on this matter." The group sighed deeply, their gazes toward Elder Zheng laced with disdain that was palpably evident. They moved aside to engage in fervent discussions about the situation's right and wrong. Isn't Elder Zheng regressing with age? Once such an astute individual. Now he seems prepared to recklessly let this matter unfold without intervention. I understand he admires Xie Chuan and believes in his potential. Yet traditional Chinese medicine is indeed in decline, and while Xie Chuan's capabilities have captivated us all, he is simply too reckless. They observed that Xie Chuan had become increasingly arrogant, spiraling further into madness. Where he once exhibited restraint, he now seemed devoid of such consideration. The notion of moderation appeared to have vanished from his lexicon, leaving him increasingly audacious. This provoked involuntary frowns among the others. In light of this situation, they collectively exhaled. Why must it be this way? While Xie Chuan possesses remarkable talent, that does not grant him the liberty to act with such reckless abandon. What if something were to go awry? What then? Tension hung in the air as they sat nearby, unable to suppress their sighs. Yet Elder Zheng remained steadfast, unwavering in his conviction, his gaze reflecting an unwavering determination. I believe in Xie Chuan. His actions must be grounded in reason. As for us, we shall await patiently. If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. As for me, my faith in him is unconditional. He spoke with earnestness, having never wavered in his belief during this period. He had once faltered, questioning Xie Chuan's capabilities, only to be proven wrong by Xie Chuan's undeniable skill. Thus, this time, Elder Zheng would unconditionally support Xie Chuan, determined not to repeat his previous folly. The group, upon hearing Elder Zheng's words, could not suppress their exasperation. You are nearly lost in your obsession. Are you truly unaware of the current circumstances? You simply refuse to accept the reality. Our warnings are not mere jest. They are grounded in the actual situation. They continued to implore him, yet Elder Zheng remained resolute, responding with conviction. I understand your concerns, but this matter is beyond my influence. I desire only to believe in Xie Chuan, to trust that he can succeed. The rest, I find little interest in. He was acutely aware that his words may not have been entirely suitable, yet he articulated them with unwavering resolve in front of all. At that moment, the majority present likely deemed him irredeemable. Xie Chuan's actions were indeed reckless. How could he assert with such certainty that the other party was afflicted with gastric cancer? Such baseless claims rested solely on Xie Chuan's shoulders, and if Lin Mingwei's eventual examination revealed no issues, or if gastric cancer was altogether absent, not only would Xie Chuan's reputation be tarnished, but Elder Zheng's unwavering faith in him would also suffer irreparable damage. This behavior was undeniably perilous. And should anything untoward occur, no one would be able to shoulder the consequences. The assembly's sensitivity heightened, and at that moment, Xie Chuan bore the weight of their expectations. However, this was not necessarily a burden of hope. Rather, most were merely spectators, pondering whether Xie Chuan would indeed succeed. Could it be that his abilities were nothing more than a source of amusement or embarrassment? And what if he were to err? The crowd remained captivated by the unfolding drama, their interest piqued. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the tumult brewing online, exuding an air of calm. Observing his dear friend's condition, he felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation. I had cautioned you repeatedly, yet you chose to disregard my words. If it were not for Lin Mingwei's current state, I would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to him. Chapter 132. I am not joking. Lin Mingwei appeared as though he were a thief caught in the act, filled with a profound sense of guilt as he offered his apologies. You know, I have been overwhelmed with numerous matters lately. Which is why he had never anticipated that things would deteriorate so severely in such a brief period. It had only been a short while. Yet his health had taken a drastic turn for the worse. Had it not been for the unbearable pain he experienced today, he would not have sought out Xie Chuan. Perhaps he would have continued to suffer in silence. At this moment, his heart felt desolate, and his countenance was ashen. Could he remain unperturbed? If he hadn't been compelled by pain to seek Xie Chuan, he might still be oblivious to the gravity of his condition, despite having many tasks at hand. He should not have neglected his well-being. Do you realize that your life was nearly lost this time? Xie Chuan expressed his frustration, primarily because he felt Lin Mingwei was taking his life too lightly. If it weren't for your excruciating pain today, would you have simply allowed this to continue? Lin Mingwei dared not respond. The words spoken by Xie Chuan left him feeling quite embarrassed. He had indeed intended to visit the hospital once his affairs were settled. But who could have foreseen that he would become so busy? The lack of time had led to his overwhelming sense of guilt. He looked at Xie Chuan with a mixture of helplessness. I truly regret my actions. Can we please refrain from discussing this further? The remorse he felt was palpable as he uttered his apologies before Xie Chuan. To this day, he suddenly realized that he had kept Xie Chuan's words in mind. But his busyness had caused him to forget. Xie Chuan's reminder had awakened him to the reality of his situation. Once again, he expressed his contrition. I am truly sorry. I realize my mistake. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me this once, I would be grateful. He wanted nothing more than to convey his apologies sincerely to Xie Chuan, especially now that the pain in his abdomen had subsided somewhat. Xie Chuan was not one to hold grudges. After a brief glance at Lin Mingwei, he resumed his treatment. Under Xie Chuan's care, Lin Mingwei noticed a marked improvement in his condition within just half an hour. At the very least, his pallor had begun to lift. After a moment, Xie Chuan suggested, given your current state, it would be best for you to stay here tonight. Lin Mingwei hesitated, caught off guard. You know, which do you value more? Your life or your work? Xie Chuan cast a cool glance in his direction, his words laced with caution. Lin Mingwei lowered his gaze, feeling like a guilty thief. Both are important. I don't care. You must stay here tonight. I will continue your treatment, and afterward, you should come here once a week. This way, we can prevent your condition from worsening. If I can assist you, I certainly will. If you continue to be obstinate or resistant, then you can go to the hospital and let the doctors handle it. Xie Chuan was capable, but it all depended on whether Lin Mingwei was willing to cooperate. If he refused, then Xie Chuan's efforts would be in vain. Thus, it rested on Lin Mingwei's choices. Xie Chuan's tone was cold, and the warning in his gaze was unmistakable. Lin Mingwei glanced at Xie Chuan, instantly feeling intimidated into silence. He dared not utter a word of dissent. The intensity of Xie Chuan's stare was somewhat frightening, as if it could disassemble him piece by piece. After so many years of friendship, Lin Mingwei was well aware of the meaning behind Xie Chuan's gaze. Consequently, he averted his eyes, unwilling to voice his objections. In Xie Chuan's presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, desperately trying to appease him. I understand. I will do as you say. He earnestly promised to follow Xie Chuan's instructions to the letter, hoping it would suffice. He dared not refuse Xie Chuan, as doing so could jeopardize his health further. Nevertheless, he cast a hesitant glance at Xie Chuan. Noticing Lin Mingwei's gaze, Xie Chuan turned slightly. What are you looking at me for? If I recall correctly, your abilities from a while back seem to be somewhat inconsistent with your current state. Lin Mingwei stared intently at Xie Chuan. Hadn't Xie Chuan once been a mere novice? How could he have transformed into the renowned healer everyone spoke of in such a short time? Is that so? Xie Chuan scratched the back of his head. Could it be that my earlier self was merely deceiving you? Lin Mingwei retorted. What? You chose to conceal this from me? Isn't that a bit excessive? He was momentarily exasperated, unable to hold back his discontent. I trusted you unconditionally, and yet you were deceiving me all along? What's wrong with you? He could not suppress his disdain for the person before him. Had he known, he would have clung to Xie Chuan's leg from the very beginning. Perhaps he could have achieved great success alongside him. Xie Chuan fell silent, merely observing him with a contemplative expression. Lin Mingwei, unfazed, continued, Fine, if you're dissatisfied. I shall say no more. I respect all your decisions. Regardless, as your good friend, I naturally wish for your continual success. Seeing your condition improve fills me with joy. How could I not be happy for you? Xie Chuan responded, As your friend, I also hope for your well-being in the future. But you must stop treating your health lightly. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably face dire consequences. You know I never deceive you. Xie Chuan's words were grounded in sincerity. Chapter 133. Returning to organize. I am well aware that you are not deceiving me. Lin Mingwei, feeling nearly recovered, nimbly rose from his bed, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Xie Chuan, unwavering. In his eyes, there was a palpable admiration for Xie Chuan, a gaze imbued with reverence. Previously, Lin Mingwei had failed to recognize Xie Chuan's remarkable abilities. After a period of absence, Xie Chuan had transformed into the renowned miracle doctor spoken of by many. Having experienced Xie Chuan's healing, Lin Mingwei's perception of him instantly shifted. He was utterly awestruck by Xie Chuan's prowess. Truly, Xie Chuan is exceptional. Noticing a reduction in his abdominal pain, Lin Mingwei's admiration deepened. He silently extended his thumb in approval, affirming, As I expected, you have not disappointed me. Your abilities are indeed formidable. It is a privilege to know such a powerful brother in my lifetime. Lin Mingwei felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. I must be extraordinarily fortunate. What good deeds have I performed in this life to be graced with your presence? However, Xie Chuan could not suppress a roll of his eyes. With a look of disdain, he admonished, Enough. Please keep your comments to yourself. His tone was unexpectedly stern, leaving Lin Mingwei puzzled. He had deliberately attempted to change the subject to avoid a potential reprimand from Xie Chuan. But despite the topic shift, Xie Chuan's words rendered him speechless. Embarrassed, he awkwardly touched his nose, feeling quite mortified. Remember what I instructed you. It is imperative that you heed my words. Do not act recklessly. Xie Chuan's expression was grave as he reminded Lin Mingwei. Not daring to neglect the warning, Lin Mingwei respectfully nodded. Understood. I shall immediately return to gather everything I require and bring it here. I intend to stay the night and for the next few days until you have fully healed me. What do you think? Xie Chuan's tone remained firm, primarily because Lin Mingwei seemed to disregard his own well-being, fixating instead on his work. How could Xie Chuan not be frustrated? Fortunately, Lin Mingwei recognized Xie Chuan's earnest intentions and agreed without further protest. Since you've consented, let us proceed as I suggested. Now, hurry and prepare your things, and do not dawdle in my presence. With a fierce glare from Xie Chuan, Lin Mingwei straightened and bowed deeply. His pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color. He promptly turned to organize his belongings, fully aware that he could not disregard Xie Chuan's instructions. After all, he could not ignore the words of his parents. Nor could he dismiss Xie Chuan's concern for his safety. Thus, Lin Mingwei swiftly gathered his possessions, including the elderly, who were resting nearby. Observing Xie Chuan bustling about with numerous tasks, the elderly felt a pang of sorrow. Why does this child not take a moment to rest? The more he watched, the more his heart ached, prompting a deep sigh. Xie Chuan's industriousness reminded him of his own past, when he too had busied himself with activities to distract from pain, striving to forget his suffering. Although he had succeeded in momentarily escaping the agony, sleepless nights plagued him, leaving him restless and tormented. While doctors were at a loss regarding his condition, now, witnessing Xie Chuan's tireless dedication, the elderly felt a mix of heartache and admiration. How could one not feel compassion? Xie Chuan was indeed working hard. Yet, despite his efforts, the realm of traditional Chinese medicine seemed to rest solely on Xie Chuan's shoulders, as others, though competent, could not compare to his exceptional skill. Moreover, the need for the transmission of traditional knowledge had been compromised by past conflicts, leading to the loss of invaluable texts. These texts had been surreptitiously appropriated by a shameless nation, which now audaciously claimed them as part of their heritage, distorting history to absolve themselves of responsibility. It was utterly disgraceful, and one could only wonder at the audacity of such claims. Busy beyond measure, Xie Chuan had little time for respite, especially with numerous patients arriving. seeking his healing touch. Yet, with only one Xie Chuan to go around, the influx of patients made each case a complex challenge. Despite his unwavering commitment to assist them, many ailments proved to be intricate and demanding. Fortunately, knowledge concerning the treatment of the deaf and mute had recently been disseminated among other practitioners, allowing them to share the burden. If not for this, Xie Chuan would have been utterly overwhelmed. Once he had ensured the well-being of the elderly and Lin Mingwei, he turned his attention to assisting other patients. Although some individuals exhibited disruptive behavior, the majority sincerely sought Xie Chuan's help, their eyes wide with hope. Some even approached Xie Chuan, kneeling in desperation. "Please, help me," they implored, tears streaming down their faces, their sincerity palpable. Xie Chuan gently assisted them to their feet, assuring, "If it is within my power to heal, I will certainly do so." Chapter 134. I can do it. The hospital has exhausted all options regarding my cancer. They have informed me that I have a mere month left to live. A man stood before Xie Chuan, tears streaming down his face. He had recently witnessed hope diminish before his very eyes, and despite his efforts, he felt utterly powerless. For someone from an ordinary family, this felt like a sudden nightmare, as if his life could extinguish at any moment. In this moment, he could only place his hope in what others referred to as a miraculous healer, Xie Chuan. He yearned for success. However, the hospital had made it abundantly clear that his condition would soon deteriorate rapidly. When that time came, his situation would only worsen, with no prospect of improvement. A month to live? Xie Chuan furrowed his brow, examining the patient before him, and realized the man's condition was far more dire than he had anticipated. The patient's gaunt frame suggested that, in a short while, his life could truly hang in the balance. Based on his current state, as the Western doctors had indicated, it seemed that he might indeed be on the brink of death. As he spoke, his breathing became labored, possibly due to his agitation, which seemed to have stimulated his heart. Soon, he began to feel unwell and collapsed to the ground. The entire episode transpired within mere seconds. Xie Chuan reacted swiftly, initiating rescue efforts without delay. "Someone, please help." Xie, who had witnessed the scene, was momentarily taken aback, his initial reaction one of astonishment. Yet, upon hearing Xie Chuan's command, he quickly sprang into action, assisting the patient who had just fainted, determined to lend a hand. Throughout the process, he remained bewildered, following Xie Chuan's orders without uttering a single word of his own. Xie Chuan carefully placed the patient on the bed and conducted a series of examinations. Eventually, they discovered that the fainting spell was a result of overwhelming emotions, leading Xie Chuan to breathe a sigh of relief. It had been truly frightening. He had nearly feared the worst. Fortunately, the patient's condition had not yet deteriorated to a critical state. "What is his condition?" After Xie Chuan regained his composure, Xie stepped forward, puzzled and curious about the severity of the situation. Observing the man's emaciated form, he sensed that the case was indeed complex. He wondered whether Xie Chuan's abilities could truly save him. Xie Chuan glanced at the man lying on the hospital bed, his complexion pale, before turning his gaze to Xie. "As I mentioned earlier, his condition has severely worsened. Most of his bodily functions are beginning to fail." A collective gasp filled the room as everyone absorbed this shocking revelation. Good heavens! They were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the gravity of the man's condition. Lin Mingwei, overwhelmed by the news, found himself in a state of disbelief. The notion that his organs were decaying implied that seeking Xie Chuan's help might not guarantee a cure. If Xie Chuan were unable to assist, there was a real possibility that public opinion would turn against him, and he would be seen as anything but the miraculous healer everyone believed him to be. Almost instantaneously, doubts began to cloud their judgment regarding Xie Chuan's capabilities. Consequently, rumors would likely spread, leading to a chaotic situation. With newfound caution, Lin Mingwei's expression turned serious. "I believe this situation is far too grave. Perhaps you should reconsider treating him. What if something goes wrong? Your reputation could be irreparably damaged, and most importantly, if you cannot help him, you would only shatter the little hope he has left. Are you certain you truly wish to witness this unfold?" Lin Mingwei's tone was grave. He had assessed the situation from all angles and felt uneasy about it. At that moment, Xie Chuan hesitated. "He came to me, placing all his hope in my hands. If I do not attempt to save him, it would mean he might truly die without a trace. If I can help, I will do my utmost. But I cannot guarantee success, especially with his organs beginning to fail." Xie Chuan's brow furrowed deeply. As the conversation progressed, his expression grew serious. He met the concerned gaze of his close friend, Lin Mingwei, who was clearly worried for him. Xie Chuan could see the genuine concern reflected in Lin Mingwei's eyes. Yet he was unwilling to give up. He longed to try, even if it meant merely prolonging the man's life. After all, the man's sincerity was evident. He had entrusted all his hopes to Xie Chuan. To refuse would mean extinguishing the fragile spark of hope he clung to. I understand your kindness, Lin Mingwei interjected. But have you considered the dangers involved? Do you realize the trouble this could bring upon you? He seized Xie Chuan by the collar, his face tense with concern. It was perplexing. Xie Chuan had always been a wise individual and should not act so recklessly. Yet, Xie Chuan had made up his mind. He spoke with newfound determination. I understand your concerns, but I genuinely wish to give this a try. Before proceeding, I will clarify everything. Rest assured, if I find myself unable to help, I will communicate that clearly to avoid undue psychological burden on myself. Xie Chuan had mentally prepared himself, regardless of the outcome. He was resolute in his decision to attempt the impossible. Chapter 135, How much longer can I live? The anguish of others weighs heavily, yet why does Xie Chuan, possessing the ability, not extend a helping hand? Perhaps by challenging his own capabilities, he might ultimately triumph over all adversities. Lin Mingwei opened his mouth, but the words he wished to express were forcibly swallowed back. For a moment, he gazed at the person before him, his expression clouded with a myriad of emotions. A sensation difficult to articulate. I understand your desire to assist them, but they are already in the late stages of cancer, with even the hospital at a loss. Do you truly believe you can help? Are you certain this isn't a jest? You cannot gamble with your own career. Do you comprehend the perilous nature of your situation? Should anything go awry, can you truly bear the weight of such responsibility? Lin Mingwei's expression was one of profound concern as he scrutinized the individual before him. A sigh escaping him as the situation escalated, enveloping him in melancholy. Even the others joined in the persuasion. Indeed, this matter is of grave importance. If something were to happen, the consequences could be dire. Perhaps you should reconsider, at least do not respond so impulsively. Shinka cautioned, primarily out of worry. However, Xie Chuan was unyielding. I understand your concerns, but this matter leaves no room for negotiation. I am fully prepared psychologically. I wish to challenge myself, and I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Each word was pronounced with unwavering seriousness, plunging the crowd into silence. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with complexity. They regarded Xie Chuan as though he were a fool, convinced that he must be out of his mind. If only he would contemplate the situation more thoroughly. He would never agree. Yet, Xie Chuan remained resolute, dismissing all their cautions. Seeing this unfold, Elder Zheng gasped in disbelief. Filled with trepidation, he quickly dialed Xie Chuan. The individual is in the late stages of stomach cancer. My advice is, should you not reconsider? This is a matter of great consequence, and should anything happen, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Zheng's brow furrowed, his nerves taut. As his words hung in the air, the others understood the gravity of the situation. Xie Chuan acknowledged the elder's worries but reiterated, I wish to attempt this, so I hope for your support. Will you grant it to me? His earnestness was palpable as he cautiously sought their approval. Elder Zheng fell into a brief silence, then furrowed his brow once more. Are you certain you have considered this thoroughly? Are you sure you will not go back on your word? Do you realize that your actions here bear significant implications for your future? What if? Before Zheng could finish, Xie Chuan interrupted, I understand your concerns, but I am fully prepared. Trust me, I can do this. Once he awakens, I will ensure we have a proper discussion. As long as he consents, I will devote myself entirely to aiding him. If he does not agree, then I shall have to relinquish my efforts. Though eager to embrace the challenge, Xie Chuan was not reckless. He had meticulously considered his decision. Upon hearing his declaration, Elder Zheng grasped the meaning behind Xie Chuan's words. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, his nerves still tense. With a deep sigh, he conceded, I truly wish to dissuade you. But since you are resolute in your preparations and wish to engage in meaningful dialogue, how could I impede your path? I choose to respect your decision. If you wish to give it a try, then pursue it. Elder Zheng had deliberated for quite some time. He understood that Xie Chuan possessed a unique character. If he had chosen this course of action, then it was best to silently support the decisions he made. Upon hearing this, Xie Chuan, who had been frowning, instantly relaxed. Then allow me to express my gratitude to Elder Zheng. Thank you for believing in me. Since the last incident, Elder Zheng had placed unwavering trust in him. Previously, there might have been slight doubts, but now, Zheng's faith in Xie Chuan was unconditional. He no longer questioned his abilities. I recognize your competence. Thus I wish to extend my best wishes through this opportunity. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors, yet I must remind you, if it proves too difficult, do not feel compelled to overexert yourself. Assist if you can, but if you cannot, we must concede. After all, he is in the late stages of cancer. and his body is deteriorating rapidly. He genuinely wishes to survive, thus placing his hopes in Xie Chuan, yearning for assistance to prolong his life. However, he had completely overlooked the reality that his body was beyond the point of endurance. Xie Chuan planned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the individual once he regained consciousness. For now, all depended on the state of his health. The man, who had fainted from fright, gradually regained awareness, his expression dazed. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by onlookers, all staring intently at him. The sudden attention startled him. "Why you?" he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Do not be alarmed. Take a moment to compose yourself," Xie Chuan advised, a smile tugging at his lips. However, the man swallowed hard, his nerves frayed as he clutched Xie Chuan's hand tightly. Panic coursed through him, his entire body tense. "Is there still hope for my recovery?" he pressed urgently, seeking a reassuring answer from Xie Chuan. To him, this inquiry was paramount. It was a matter of whether he would continue to live. Time was short. He had but a month left. If even Xie Chuan could not help him, it meant his fate was sealed. The thought alone cast a shadow of despair across his face. "I genuinely wish to live. So I must ask you, can you assist me?" The man suddenly broke down, tears streaming down his face, and despite having just composed himself, he was overcome with emotion once more. "Could you please calm down?" Xie Chuan implored, his expression grave. He took a deep breath, furrowing his brow. "Given your current condition, I cannot guarantee your safety in front of me," he warned, adding, "You must be aware that your body is deteriorating, and it is doing so at an alarming rate." Chapter 136. Please, save me. Chinese medicine, while capable of healing, is contingent upon one's individual circumstances. Clearly, the state of your health at present. Xie Chuan paused slightly, his gaze fixed upon him, conveying that he could not guarantee his safety. Xie Chuan's words fell like a dreadful blow, striking him with brutal force. The man stiffened, having harbored high hopes that Xie Chuan could save his life. Yet, those words rendered his complexion ashen, plunging him into despair. Tears surged forth, and he appeared on the verge of sobbing. This meant, my chances of survival depend on my current health status, and given my present condition, the likelihood of living long is rather bleak. Gradually, he grasped the meaning behind Xie Chuan's words. He felt utterly hopeless. He had come seeking Xie Chuan, believing there was a chance for life. However, the harsh reality seemed to attack him mercilessly. The man was engulfed in despair. "Why? I have always been diligent in my life, never wishing harm upon anyone. I have consistently endeavored to assist those truly in need. Yet, why is fate so unjust? Why must it inflict such suffering upon me?" He had always believed that finding Xie Chuan could lead to his salvation. But Xie Chuan's statement felt like a push into the abyss. He lamented, his expression one of deep sorrow, rendering those around him speechless. Observing his quiet sobbing, they wished to help, yet his affliction was beyond the reach of anyone but Xie Chuan. Even the hospital had proven ineffective. So what could those unversed in medicine possibly do? At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Even the comments section reflected a similar somber mood, as many were affected by his sudden outburst of tears. They watched him, lost in silence, feeling his profound sorrow, sensing his desolation. They wished to assist. Yet they were mere ordinary interns, powerless to make a difference. This was cancer. How could mere goodwill suffice? He was the last of his family, desperately fighting for survival, only to find that fate had no intention of sparing him. Was there truly no other recourse? Not even with traditional Chinese medicine was there a glimmer of hope. His body was beginning to decay, a testament to the agony he endured. Yet, he bore it all until he stood before Xie Chuan, fighting desperately for his life, only to be met with frightening outcomes. Fate was indeed cruel. Even traditional Chinese medicine might lack the means to treat such advanced cancer. Thus, Xie Chuan's willingness to help and attempt a remedy suggested he had resolved to take significant risks, and others should not be overly critical, lest they burden him with undue psychological strain. Oh, what a heart-wrenching sight! Who would not feel sorrow, especially for the man who still suppressed his cries? The scene was utterly tragic. The crowd remained silent, for the individual before them was more pitiable than they had imagined. And then his family. Xie Chuan approached him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. He spoke no words, while the man seemed to have lost all hope. He raised his swollen eyes to Xie Chuan, expressing deep gratitude for his willingness to help, yet lamented, "You've just stated that my chances of survival are minimal. In that case, why not give up? After all, I am the last remaining member of my family, and living or dying makes little difference." Ultimately, he surrendered, relinquishing any expectations. Yet, Xie Chuan was determined that he should not abandon hope. If you do not attempt it, how will you know that you cannot survive? Why don't we try? After a moment's hesitation, Xie Chuan made a significant decision. He wished to attempt it. Perhaps a miracle could unfold. Xie Chuan's words momentarily stunned the man. However, after a brief pause, he shook his head in refusal. There was no need. I am uncertain how long I have left to live. If your efforts fail, I fear those online will attack you. I do not wish to burden you with troubles, being a dying man. He recognized Xie Chuan's esteemed reputation, which had drawn him to seek his help, hoping for salvation. Yet now, knowing his chances of survival were slim, he felt it best to give up. It was not in his nature to trouble others in his final moments. Nevertheless, he was immensely grateful to Xie Chuan. Yet Xie Chuan replied, "It is true that many of your organs are beginning to decay. Given the late stage of cancer, complete recovery is impossible. However, I can extend your life by a few months. During that time, you can accomplish what you desire, adjust your mindset, and alleviate some of your suffering. What do you think?" Xie Chuan was aware that he could not cure the man to live for decades more. Yet, a few months were within reach. His words left the man astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you serious? Could Xie Chuan genuinely extend his life by several months? Hearing this, he grasped Xie Chuan's hand tightly, filled with hope. If you can do this, then I wish to pursue treatment. I have something incredibly important to do. But my health has hindered me. If you could grant me a little more time, I would be eternally grateful. He nearly fell to his knees in supplication. Listening to his plea, Xie Chuan nodded. Yes, I can do this. Xie Chuan spoke with unwavering certainty, meeting the man's gaze with resolute assurance. I am not deceiving you. I truly can. As long as you trust me, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Xie Chuan returned the man's earnest gaze, genuinely wishing to fulfill his hopes. The man placed all his faith in Xie Chuan, his voice trembling with emotion. Then I implore you to help me. Please. I only need 3 months. After that, whether I live or die matters little. A bittersweet smile played on his lips, yet his demeanor remained sincere. Chapter 137. Can he really live for another 3 months? If he could be granted 3 more months, he would successfully resolve all the matters at hand, thereby turning all his aspirations and desires into reality. Observing his earnest expression, with his eyes curving into a smile before Xie Chuan, the atmosphere grew increasingly complex for Xie Chuan. After a brief moment of silence, he replied, I understand. I will do my utmost to assist you. I will strive to extend your time as much as possible. Xie Chuan was acutely aware of his limitations. However, he possessed a system. As long as the system was at his disposal, every problem could find a resolution. It was unfathomable for issues to persist indefinitely. Thus, Xie Chuan retreated to his humble abode. System, is there a treatment for his advanced cancer? He furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that he had placed a considerable amount of hope in the system. If it could offer assistance, perhaps the other party could enjoy a longer life. Although Xie Chuan could only manage to extend his condition for a brief period, it was far from sufficient. He yearned for the other person to live even longer. The system's response was, naturally, that there were solutions. However, due to the decay within the individual's body, Xie Chuan could only resort to exchanging points. Exchanging points? Originally, he intended to use his points for personal rewards, boosts that would enhance his own capabilities. The thought of expending points on someone else was rather unappealing to Xie Chuan. Was there truly no alternative? Could you please reconsider and think of other solutions? A sense of melancholy began to envelop him. Was it really the case that no other methods existed for prolongation? Rubbing his temple absent-mindedly, Xie Chuan felt a headache approaching. His emotions were tangled. At that moment, the system's response remained as blunt as ever. Upon hearing this, Xie Chuan let out a deep sigh, feeling decidedly low. I knew it would be like this. He sank into a languid demeanor, settling onto a nearby chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, a flicker of realization crossed his face as he recalled the individual's earnest plea for assistance. The thought of watching him slip away was unbearable for Xie Chuan. You are a system. Logically, you should possess a plethora of solutions. Yet here we are, devoid of any. Xie Chuan found himself growing increasingly frustrated with the system. He had placed his trust in it, and yet, its actions were unfathomable. The system responded, I am not an omnipotent entity. I cannot disregard the established rules simply because of another's plight. Exchanging points is indeed the only option available. I hope you can comprehend this. The system's words were excessively forthright. Xie Chuan fell silent for a moment, releasing a heavy sigh. Fine, I will ponder this matter anew. Perhaps I can uncover alternative solutions to address the issue at hand. He resolved not to place further hope in the system. Thus, Xie Chuan prepared to tackle the problem independently. At present, the system remained silent. Xie Chuan understood well that reliance on the system was not a viable strategy for every situation. In circumstances like this, it was imperative to exert oneself fully and resolve the issues personally, rather than assuming that the existence of a system would remedy all challenges. Rising swiftly, he left with an air of indifference. Outside, tranquility reigned. The gazes of Shun Ku and his companions fell upon the man before them, a palpable sorrow lingering in the air. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, the tribulations he faced were increasingly heartrending. Shun Ku sighed heavily. Alas, what a tragedy! Lin Mingwei, unfazed by the situation, maintained a composed demeanor, unaffected by the surrounding gloom. However, upon seeing Xie Chuan, he immediately approached with earnest concern. Is there a solution? Are you certain you can truly save him? Lin Mingwei's greatest worry was for Xie Chuan. The recent rumors swirling on the internet had created quite a stir, shrouding everything in a haze of confusion. Many were questioning Xie Chuan's abilities, believing he was merely deceiving them with empty promises. Given the controversies surrounding Xie Chuan, he faced relentless criticism from a group of people eager to disparage him. After painstakingly proving his abilities, if he were to make a promise without any means to truly heal the individual before him, would it not invite a wave of condemnation? Lin Mingwei was genuinely reluctant to witness his friend endure such public scrutiny. Sensing the concern radiating from his dear friend, Xie Chuan stepped forward to reassure him. I am fine, everything is well. Really? Lin Mingwei eyed him skeptically, questioning, why does it seem your complexion is less than favorable? Is that so? Xie Chuan chuckled lightly. Worry not, I genuinely have no issues. Xie Chuan often uttered such words, leading others to believe he was merely dismissing their concerns. Having known each other for quite some time, Lin Mingwei was well aware of this tendency. However, the more Xie Chuan attempted to downplay his feelings, the more Lin Mingwei's concern intensified. I am your good friend. We've known each other for quite a while. With that expression, I can tell you are simply trying to placate me. Lin Mingwei, exasperated, confronted him directly. He regarded Xie Chuan earnestly and added, You know I unconditionally stand by your side. Whatever you wish to pursue, as your brother, I will support you without reservation. However, I hope that if you find yourself in any trouble, you will confide in me. Do not shoulder everything alone, understood? Lin Mingwei approached Xie Chuan, gently patting his shoulder. After hearing such words, Xie Chuan nodded slightly. Enough with the dramatics. I'm a grown man. What are you trying to achieve? If I say I'm fine, then I am. Don't lecture me. He continued, These are mere trifles. They do not affect me. Furthermore, I have already devised a method to treat him, which should extend his life by approximately 6 months. Indeed, even without relying on the system, Xie Chuan could ensure the individual before him lived for another 6 months. However, there was one matter Xie Chuan chose to withhold. Chapter 138. A heartfelt counsel. Upon noticing the slight furrow in Xie Chuan's brow, the man sensed that there were significant matters concealed from him. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired directly, Please, speak openly. I can handle it. He had already come to terms with his advanced stomach cancer. What else could possibly be beyond his endurance? Meeting Xie Chuan's gaze, he wore a serious expression. Xie Chuan briefly assessed him, confirming his readiness to hear the truth, and proceeded to speak. While it is possible to extend your life by 6 months, be aware that during this time, you may endure excruciating pain due to the decay within your body. You might find yourself writhing in agony. And there may be other complications. Xie Chuan meticulously outlined the potential issues that could arise. For a moment, the man was taken aback. He had anticipated something far graver. Yet it turned out to be merely a few manageable concerns. Enlightened, he smiled radiantly, declaring, I understand now. It's just a little pain, and I believe I can endure it. Moreover, I am immensely grateful for the 6-month extension. The remaining minor issues do not concern me. As long as I can live for 3 or 6 more months, that is sufficient. With his resolve clear, Xie Chuan felt no further hesitation. After pondering for a while, he realized he still required additional materials. Once I gather these resources, I shall commence treatment for your ailment. For now, adhere to the prescribed Western medicine from the hospital. I will also take measures to alleviate your pain. Being in the late stages of cancer, it was customary for him to rely on painkillers. However, excessive use of such medication often led to diminishing effects. Thus, Xie Chuan planned to initiate acupuncture as a means to relieve his discomfort. The man responded with gratitude. I appreciate your help. He felt profoundly thankful, as if Xie Chuan were a celestial being, bringing hope when all seemed lost. Xie Chuan's promise to ease his suffering was a beacon of light. After a thorough session of acupuncture, the man distinctly felt a reduction in pain. Previously, his body had been stiff, and the intense internal agony had made breathing a torment. While conversing with Xie Chuan, he had been suppressing his pain, attempting to maintain a facade of calm composure, though it was merely an act. Despite his efforts, the occasional furrowing of his brow betrayed his true condition. Yet Xie Chuan, perceptive from the start, chose not to expose his pretense. Following 2 hours of Xie Chuan's ministrations, the man's condition had improved considerably. Now, I must gather the necessary medications. Should you experience any discomfort or pain, do not hesitate to seek me out, Xie Chuan instructed. The man nodded obediently. As Xie Chuan prepared to leave, he noted that their traditional medicine clinic currently had 3 patients, the man being the most critical. The other 2 were in relatively stable condition, having shown significant improvement thanks to Xie Chuan's earlier treatments. Once outside, Lin Mingwei urgently approached Xie Chuan, ensuring no one else was present before voicing his concerns. Are you certain you have thought this through? What if you fail? Do you realize how many are watching you closely, eager to witness your downfall? If you were to fail, the repercussions could be severe. Lin Mingwei had reflected deeply on this matter and had even perused the online commentary regarding Xie Chuan. Many harbored great expectations for him, yet this very weight of anticipation could turn into vehement criticism should he falter. Their selfishness mirrored that of a heartless wolf. They would not tolerate any missteps. His worry for Xie Chuan intensified, prompting him to seek further dialogue on the subject. Yet Xie Chuan remained resolute, stating, I am fully prepared for this endeavor, and I am confident I can extend his life by nearly 6 months. Therefore, you need not worry. Do you not trust in my abilities? Why would I deceive you? A faint smile graced Xie Chuan's lips, acknowledging Lin Mingwei's concern. Having made his decision, Xie Chuan was unwavering. From this moment on, cease your worrying. With my presence, everything will proceed smoothly. Extending his life by a few months is not an insurmountable task. You simply need to trust me unconditionally. Will you believe in me? If you do, I am certain our future endeavors will be fruitful. Xie Chuan's confidence stemmed from his system and inherent capabilities. During his treatment, he observed that while the man's condition was dire, alleviating his suffering for 3 months was a trivial matter. Seeing Xie Chuan's unwavering confidence, Lin Mingwei sighed, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He sensed that Xie Chuan seemed somewhat oblivious to the severity of the online scrutiny he faced. Despite Lin Mingwei's persistent warnings, Xie Chuan appeared unfazed, as if he had never truly considered the implications. Well, I have done my part in cautioning you, but if you choose to disregard it, what more can I do? Lin Mingwei, feeling exasperated, decided to let the matter rest, recognizing that Xie Chuan's determination was unshakable. Chapter 139. And Xie Chuan has always been rather headstrong. Particularly once he has made a decision, he is not one to easily alter his course. Therefore, Lin Mingwei pondered that voicing his concerns might only serve to irritate Xie Chuan. He said, I respect all the choices you have made, however. I hope you remember that we are here to assist you. We will do everything within our power to help. But when it comes to medical matters, our ability to aid you is somewhat limited. Though Lin Mingwei was reluctant to admit it, the truth of the matter was as he stated. Xie Chuan understood his good intentions and placed a reassuring hand on Lin Mingwei's shoulder. I am quite capable of handling these matters myself. So there is no need for you to worry about me. He spoke with a tenderness that acknowledged his brother's concern. Xie Chuan's demeanor turned serious as he continued. I will manage these issues adequately. Do you understand? Lin Mingwei nodded in reluctant acceptance. I understand. I will firmly keep your words in mind. As for you, be extra cautious. Remember, you must pay particular attention. Otherwise, should anything happen, I am uncertain if we can help you then. Lin Mingwei spoke with utmost seriousness. Xie Chuan was well aware of this. Enough of these worries. Do not overthink. From now on, my focus must be on treating the cancer afflicting him. And you, do not take things lightly. Remember what I have told you, and do not act recklessly. Suddenly, Xie Chuan recalled something and turned to Lin Mingwei. His expression slightly stern as he reminded him. Lin Mingwei nodded vigorously, promising, I know your situation is unique, and you have many responsibilities. Rest assured, I will not burden you. He spoke earnestly, but Xie Chuan remained skeptical of his friend's words. When had Lin Mingwei ever spoken with sincerity? Hardly ever. Soon, he would become engrossed in his work and neglect everything else, only to seek Xie Chuan's help later with a multitude of excuses. Having known each other for years, Xie Chuan was well aware of Lin Mingwei's tendencies. Remember, if you cannot recall, then I truly cannot assist you, he warned, his gaze piercing. Lin Mingwei trembled slightly under Xie Chuan's intense stare, feeling a twinge of shame as he nodded. To be frank, he felt a bit embarrassed to acquiesce, especially since he had failed to keep his promises several times before. What if he faltered again this time? However, Xie Chuan's attention soon diverted from Lin Mingwei as he began preparing the necessary medications and herbs. If he could not gather the required materials within 3 days, he feared the man's condition would worsen significantly. His health was already precarious, and should it deteriorate further, the consequences would be dire. Xie Chuan remained vigilant and serious during the preparation of the herbs. During this time, old Zheng called Xie Chuan, inquiring about the herbs he required. If he could assist, he would certainly do his utmost to help gather them. Xie Chuan hesitated for a moment, but then conveyed his needs to old Zheng. If my memory serves correctly, I do have the herbs you mentioned, though I cannot recall their exact location. Perhaps I could have my students search for them? If found, I will have them sent to you. What do you think? Old Zheng was always there to lend a helping hand, even if the herbs were quite valuable. He had no time to consider such matters. His primary concern was the man's health and whether Xie Chuan could indeed extend his life by 3 months. Such an endeavor, deemed impossible by many, left him pondering whether a miracle might unfold. He worried about Xie Chuan's ability to deliver on his promises, apprehensive about how others might disparage him should he fail. He had always valued Xie Chuan, hoping to assist in any way possible. Above all, he wished for Xie Chuan to achieve greatness. Xie Chuan assured him, "Of course, once I have gathered everything, I will ensure those herbs reach you. You need not be overly formal with me. Saving a life is of paramount importance. Your sole focus should be on treating the cancer patient. Many doubt your capabilities, thinking you merely boast. I hope you can prove them wrong and demonstrate your true prowess." Old Zheng hoped for Xie Chuan to rise above and deliver a resounding rebuttal to the skeptics. Xie Chuan had consistently strived to showcase his abilities, achieving success time and again against all odds. Yet, those who had witnessed his previous triumphs seemed to have forgotten them entirely. Convinced that this time he could not possibly create history, Xie Chuan nodded in agreement, stating, "You need not worry. I will once again astonish everyone. I am confident I can extend the man's life by around 6 months. I will fulfill my promises and not disappoint your expectations. As for the opinions of others, let them say what they will. I have never regarded their judgments highly. To me, they are akin to mere ants. What do they contribute besides stirring trouble? It is I who truly saves lives. They merely observe and then hastily criticize my efforts. I have repeatedly achieved the impossible and accomplished what was deemed unfeasible. As for the previously mute patients, had it not been for my intervention, who knows what their condition would be now? Thanks to my efforts, those issues were resolved. Yet, what attitude do those critics adopt? I genuinely disdain them and have no desire to engage in conversation with such individuals." Chapter 140. Failure is not an issue. Xie Chuan had always chosen to ignore the opinions of those around him, blocking them out without hesitation whenever possible. He never wished for their existence to affect him. Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng nodded with satisfaction. "I knew your child would not disappoint my expectations. It has been proven that my judgment has always been accurate. You have indeed lived up to my hopes. Well, I understand you have many matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any further. Please focus on resolving your issues." Elder Zheng expressed his fondness for Xie Chuan. Though he wished to engage in a more meaningful conversation, he recognized the multitude of tasks at hand for Xie Chuan, and thus, he restrained his eagerness, allowing Xie Chuan to proceed with his responsibilities. Xie Chuan nodded in agreement, then returned to his duties. True to his word, Elder Zheng soon arranged for items to be delivered to Xie Chuan's shop. Xie Chuan was taken aback by the speed of this delivery. With a sense of gratitude, he messaged Elder Zheng, appreciating the medicinal herbs sent his way, which had proven immensely helpful. Elder Zheng reassured him not to concern himself with trivial matters. The pressing priority was to treat the patient, especially given the severity of their cancer diagnosis. Therefore, Xie Chuan understood the urgency of expediting the treatment process. Initially, gathering the herbs would have taken 3 or 4 days, but with Elder Zheng's assistance, the task was accomplished in merely half a day. Lifting a significant weight off Xie Chuan's shoulders, "I will assist you in your treatment." The next morning, Xie Chuan prepared to attend to the patient, who was somewhat astonished. "Wasn't it said that there weren't enough herbs and that we needed time? It is Elder Zheng who sent these. He is aware of your unique condition and arranged for this batch of herbs to be delivered to me for your treatment. I will return the herbs to him afterward." Xie Chuan explained earnestly. He spoke without reservation, maintaining a sincere demeanor throughout. The man, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. "I cannot express my gratitude enough. I am indebted to you all for your kindness. I never imagined that so many people would exert themselves to help me. To feel such compassion from a stranger was a profound experience for him, especially as he reflected on the hardships he had endured. His existence had often felt unbearable. Yet, in these final days, everyone had extended their hands in support. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Wishing to kneel before Xie Chuan and Elder Zheng in reverence, Xie Chuan, perceiving his thoughts, stepped forward and gently placed a hand on the man's arm. Let us set aside the expressions of gratitude for now. The immediate concern is to effectively treat your ailment. Your condition has deteriorated significantly in just a day. Fortunately, we have gathered all the necessary herbs. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you would still have the chance to extend your life by 6 months. After re-examining the man, Xie Chuan's expression grew serious. He was taken aback. Logically, after the acupuncture treatment the previous day, the man's condition should have improved. However, it was evident that his illness had worsened since last night, while his mental state appeared markedly better than before. The man's face paled. How could this be? Is my condition truly that dire? He inquired anxiously. However, he soon lowered his gaze, seemingly resigned to his fate. I am aware of my poor health, and I have come to accept it. I do not wish to burden you further. Perhaps you should cease treatment for me. If I cause you any trouble during this process, it would be regrettable. He fumbled through his explanation, clearly reluctant for Xie Chuan to continue his efforts. Xie Chuan regarded him steadily. Your condition has indeed worsened, but I never suggested that I am unable to treat you, even in a serious state. Treating you is a straightforward task for me. What you must do now is patiently await my care and refrain from overthinking. Xie Chuan felt a mix of frustration and compassion at the man's reaction. Before he could finish speaking, the man began to panic and object. Did he truly doubt Xie Chuan's abilities? The latter regarded him with a hint of exasperation. The man's response induced a sense of shame within him. I only have a month left to live, and here I am, imposing upon you. If my presence causes you to be criticized, my conscience would grow increasingly heavy. The man sighed, recognizing Xie Chuan's genuine desire to help, yet he could not shake the gravity of his situation. He lowered his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he apologized. Xie Chuan met his gaze, preparing the medicinal herbs. I told you yesterday to trust me unconditionally. I will heal you. While I cannot guarantee a complete recovery, I can ensure you will gain at least 6 more months. I will fulfill my promise. All I ask is for your unwavering faith in me. Though the man's condition had worsened, Xie Chuan maintained that it was merely a minor setback in his pursuit to save him. You need only to trust me and allow me to do my work, he declared with unwavering confidence. The man felt a jolt of realization at Xie Chuan's resolute demeanor. After witnessing his conviction, he nodded silently. I understand now. I will trust you unconditionally. Do as you see fit, even if it ends in failure. Chapter 141. Did not be too disgusting. The man's gaze was penetrating. When it fell upon Xie Chuan, his demeanor was sincere and earnest. Upon hearing these words, Xie Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, I have said it before. All you need to do is trust me unconditionally. The rest is not your concern. Xie Chuan was as resolute as ever, his conviction evident in his unwavering eyes, which spoke volumes about his determination. The man paused momentarily, taken aback by Xie Chuan's steadfastness. After a brief hesitation, his gaze turned genuine as he declared, I certainly trust you unconditionally. No one other than Xie Chuan would dare to step forward without hesitation to offer assistance upon learning that his condition left him with merely a month to live. Furthermore, it was as if Xie Chuan was staking his entire career on this gamble, fully aware that success was uncertain. Nevertheless, Xie Chuan was unwavering in his commitment to save every patient. Since you believe in me, you may now keep silent and be patient, he said, a faint smile gracing his lips, which were imbued with seriousness. The man's expression softened, and a smile spread across his face. All right, he nodded. Shortly thereafter, Xie Chuan began addressing the issues at hand. His expression turned slightly grave as he held a series of silver needles. As the needles pierced the man's body, he winced, seemingly gasping in pain. Due to the uniqueness of your physiology, the medicinal properties on these needles will induce a sharp pain as they enter your system. I wonder if you can withstand it? Xie Chuan spoke softly, his sincerity evident in his eyes. The man's body tensed, yet he managed a feeble smile as he replied, I can. Having endured far worse pain previously, he was determined to face this minor discomfort. Then I kindly ask you to endure a little longer. Xie Chuan's tone was gentle. The man nodded in agreement, closing his eyes, though he would soon experience bouts of intense pain. In that moment, Xie Chuan became fully absorbed in his work, tirelessly assisting him. Lin Mingwei set aside all his tasks, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. He inhaled sharply. The gravity of the situation made him tense. It should be all right, right? He thought, feeling increasingly anxious. Beside him, Xie Chuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I believe that someone as capable as Xie Chuan will find this merely a minor hurdle. Let us wait patiently. He will succeed. Xie Chuan had unwavering faith in Xie Chuan, primarily because Xie Chuan had significantly improved his grandfather's health. Previously, his grandfather had been on the brink of death, but Xie Chuan's intervention had alleviated many of the toxins plaguing his body. What once was a multitude of issues had been considerably mitigated. Without Xie Chuan, his grandfather's condition could have deteriorated severely. Thus, Xie Chuan's faith in Xie Chuan was absolute. Around them, a crowd had gathered, including members of the production team, all keenly observing the proceedings. As the camera focused on Xie Chuan, even those watching from afar felt a pang of trepidation, each silently praying for his success. However, old Chen scoffed, his face a mask of disdain and weariness. Shaking his head slightly, he sighed. This child is clearly ruining his future. Is he not simply acting recklessly? His criticisms were laced with sarcasm, revealing his contempt for Xie Chuan's efforts. Old Zheng, observing the unfolding drama with a stoic expression, remarked, I believe in Xie Chuan. So let us not incite discord among ourselves. He found it perplexing why some felt the need to undermine someone so capable and dedicated. With a deep sigh, he lamented, I have already offered my warnings. Alas, some choose to disregard my words. What can I do now? The comments from old Qian only grew more scathing, and his gaze lingered on Zheng, implying something unspoken. Zheng shook his head, disheartened by such petty behavior at their age. Xie Chuan was striving to promote traditional Chinese medicine, having wronged no one. Yet, there were always those who felt compelled to disrupt. Why engage in such nonsense at our age? We are on the verge of our final journey. Why target a determined young man who is striving for excellence? Zheng pondered, unable to grasp their motives. He found himself increasingly frustrated, reminding them, what you choose to do is your affair, but I must advise you not to overstep your bounds. Let us all exercise a little restraint. With that, he quickly diverted his gaze back to the task at hand. Chapter 142. A time for rest. Everyone present seemed to have one foot already in the grave. Continuing these petty antics was truly revolting. Why must they target a young man who has done nothing wrong? It was evident that their own actions were excessively harsh. They incessantly pressured others. Mr. Zheng's words left some individuals feeling somewhat ashamed. The opposing party's expression suddenly stiffened, yet his piercing gaze remained fixed on Mr. Zheng. In that moment, Mr. Zheng stood fearless, casually averting his eyes to glance at his adversary. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The audience could sense the differing opinions of the two elders regarding Xie Chuan. This matter had even led to some unpleasantness among them. I cannot help but feel that Xie Chuan is bravely being himself, increasingly diligent in his efforts. Yet, why does one elder seem to harbor such strong dissent towards him? It appears that no matter what Xie Chuan does, he is met with criticism and sarcastic remarks. This disdain seems rooted in the fact that his previous apprentice, once hailed as a prodigy, particularly skilled in traditional medicine, has seen his reputation plummet since Xie Chuan's emergence. Compared to Xie Chuan, his abilities are indeed lacking. Perhaps this jealousy has festered within, prompting such targeted hostility towards Xie Chuan. Mr. Zheng had remarked that they were already halfway in the grave, and at their age, resorting to such tactics was frankly appalling. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Such behavior is unworthy of an elder. The antics of this individual have become utterly tiresome. Enough is enough. Let us not engage in further quarrels over this trivial matter. Let them behave as they wish. We are merely spectators, and it is unnecessary for us to be consumed by anger over their affairs. Let us all calm our hearts and not be bound by such trivialities. I unconditionally support Xie Chuan. I believe he is exceptionally capable and has resolved numerous issues through his diligence. It is surprising that even someone labeled a genius like Xie Chuan faces such unwarranted disdain. Witnessing this situation is almost comical. I feel no desire to engage in further discourse. My support for Xie Chuan remains unwavering. Originally, Qian Lao's apprentice was already a source of disdain. His abilities were hardly remarkable. A modicum of respect could have spared him from such contempt. Yet, both he and his master seem to embody mediocrity. Together, they are simply insufferable. It seems Qian Lao is oblivious to how his actions have led many to detest him. He is lost. Moreover, an increasing number of people have chosen to support Xie Chuan, recognizing his exceptional capabilities. They see that Xie Chuan genuinely cares for those who are impoverished and suffering. Unlike Qian Lao and his ilk, who readily demand exorbitant fees without guaranteeing improvement in health, Xie Chuan charges modestly while effecting rapid recovery. Xie Chuan's prowess is indisputable. Yet, some individuals, lacking insight, persist in their snide remarks and unfounded disparagement. Fortunately, Xie Chuan remains unfazed, his focus unwaveringly devoted to healing patients. Observing the agony of a middle-aged man before him, Xie Chuan instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing the man's pain and his struggle to endure it. However, the man did not utter a word of discomfort in Xie Chuan's presence. He respected and trusted Xie Chuan's abilities. After a moment, Xie Chuan dedicated himself entirely to the treatment. He took a brief respite but quickly devised a solution. Upon finding the answer, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. After approximately half an hour, Xie Chuan successfully resolved the issue. Done at last, he exhaled deeply. As he released his breath, all eyes turned towards him, a collective excitement evident in their expressions. Particularly, Lin Mingwei halted all his activities and rushed to Xie Chuan. Seriousness etched on his face. How did it go? You should be feeling much better now, right? Lin Mingwei was the most concerned individual present, his curiosity palpable. With a smile, Xie Chuan replied, "As you hoped, the process went exceedingly well. Initially, Xie Chuan had anticipated a challenging ordeal, yet it concluded successfully." Lin Mingwei stared in disbelief. That quickly? The entire process had only taken about 2 hours. Resolving everything in such a short span was astonishing. The crowd gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom Xie Chuan's words, which had taken them completely by surprise. The man interjected, "Are you saying I might still have another 6 months to live?" "Indeed," Xie Chuan affirmed. "My treatment has yielded some improvement, but you will need to take the herbal remedies I prescribe daily. They may be quite bitter, but if you wish to live, you must endure." Surely, for the sake of survival, he could withstand the taste of medicine. The man agreed, his resolve unwavering. "Of course, as long as you can extend my life, I am more than willing." "Thank you." He stood, intending to bow deeply before Xie Chuan. Chapter 143. Pay attention. Xie Chuan promptly supported him, saying, "Enough, you have expressed your gratitude, and there is no need to kneel and bow before me again." Xie Chuan's demeanor was serious, his brows slightly furrowed as he earnestly regarded the man before him, engaging in a detailed discussion. The man, hearing these words, remained profoundly grateful. Each word that fell from Xie Chuan's lips deepened his appreciation. He replied, "Gratitude must be sincerely expressed. After all, without you, there would be no me now. Regarding the medication you mentioned, I shall diligently adhere to your advice and take it as prescribed." He bowed slightly, performing a 90-degree bow. It was thanks to Xie Chuan that he was spared from certain death. The past month would have subjected him to severe torment. Even if he had been tortured to the brink of despair, he had no recourse. Fortunately, thanks to Xie Chuan, his lifespan had been extended. He was immensely thankful. Xie Chuan placed his hand on the man's shoulder, saying, "Enough with the expressions of gratitude. There is no need to continue." He encouraged, "From now on, move forward with courage and be true to yourself. If you ever feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as I am here, I will assist you." Xie Chuan was deeply concerned about the man's health. The question of whether he could successfully survive for another 6 months would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of many. This might cause him some distress, disrupting his peace. Xie Chuan added, "However, in the coming days, you may find many people intentionally inquiring about your health. If you feel uncomfortable, simply refuse to engage in conversation or discussion with them. If it becomes too bothersome, feel free to reach out to me." Xie Chuan felt it was imperative to clarify these matters beforehand, especially given his burgeoning reputation, which had drawn numerous individuals eager to discuss potential collaborations. They would undoubtedly be curious about the man's health changes, and those eager souls would relentlessly pursue him. Thus, Xie Chuan needed to issue a precautionary warning. The man comprehended Xie Chuan's words immediately. He reassured, "Rest assured, if they wish to trouble me, let them be. I owe my recovery to your treatment. And should they have inquiries, I will answer truthfully to the best of my ability. If I can help, I shall do so wholeheartedly. If not, then I am indeed powerless." His sincerity was evident, yet Xie Chuan remained unconvinced. "I appreciate your willingness to speak on my behalf, but allow me to caution you that this matter is not so straightforward. Inform them that there may be individuals with ulterior motives, and that could lead to complications." Xie Chuan's thoughtful consideration prompted a moment of surprise from the man. In an instant, He grasped the implications of Xie Chuan's words, feeling a twinge of guilt. You are absolutely right. I had not considered this aspect initially. Please accept my apologies. He spoke earnestly, reflecting on Xie Chuan's previous statements. Xie Chuan could only chuckle at the situation. You need not worry or feel anxious. Just be mindful and refrain from spreading this matter widely. Exercise caution, he advised. The man nodded in understanding. I shall heed your instructions and will certainly act with care, ensuring I do not cause you any trouble. His demeanor was respectful. His gaze fixed intently on Xie Chuan. Satisfied with the man's attitude, Xie Chuan nodded slightly. Very well, you should return to see me in about a week, and I will ensure you have a week's supply of medication. Xie Chuan patted the man's shoulder, and once the matter was resolved, a sense of relief washed over him. Instantly, he felt lighter, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. Initially, he had felt tense and suffocated, but now, everything had been satisfactorily resolved. As the man departed, his eyes remained filled with gratitude towards Xie Chuan. He felt that without Xie Chuan's intervention, he might have already been lying in bed, barely clinging to life. After a day of Xie Chuan's treatment, his pallor had improved significantly, showing signs of recovery. While it might not extend his life by several years, a few additional months were indeed a considerable blessing. Xie Chuan's successful resolution of the situation had ignited a fervent desire among many to seek his assistance. A throng of individuals, filled with excitement, expressed their hopes. My mother is currently in the late stages of cancer. I wish to inquire if Xie Chuan can truly prolong her life. If possible, could you kindly extend her time with us? Another voice chimed in. My grandfather's health is dire, and we have no means to reach Xie Chuan's location. How wonderful it would be if he could come to help us. We have many cancer patients here, especially children. We beseech Xie Chuan to assist us. The private messages flooded in. Upon learning of Xie Chuan's capabilities, a multitude of people eagerly sought to bring their children to him. For them, it was a matter of life and death. They yearned for their loved ones to survive. The collective anticipation was palpable, as emotions surged and hope blossomed. Yet, despite their fervent wishes, they received no response from Xie Chuan. He was occupied with the tasks at hand, striving to do what was within his capabilities. Furthermore, alleviating the suffering of cancer patients was no simple endeavor. Xie Chuan had merely exchanged for some medications through the system. Chapter 144. A tingling sensation. Xie Chuan's points are primarily beneficial to himself, and it is certainly impossible for him to casually exchange these points for those in need of his assistance. Once is already sufficient. Why would there be a second time? It is evident that Xie Chuan is rather unwilling. He explains in front of the screen, in truth, my ability to heal him was merely a stroke of luck. His condition appeared severe, yet it was not as dire as it seemed, thus I could offer some help. However, for the remaining cases, I sincerely apologize. But my abilities are limited. Although I wish to assist, I find myself utterly powerless. I hope everyone can understand. To prevent a large group of people from flocking to him, Xie Chuan feels it is necessary to clarify his stance. Otherwise, a swarm of individuals would soon converge upon him, all rushing towards him like bees to honey. How could he possibly have the energy to heal all those in need within such a short span of time? Hence, Xie Chuan articulates these sentiments. His words quickly illuminate the reality that Xie Chuan is, in fact, quite helpless. He cannot treat every ailment, nor is he at the level of being invincible. His prowess has yet to reach such a terrifying threshold. Xie Chuan's reminder serves merely to avert a mass influx of people seeking his help. Does one not perceive the irony in his speech, as if he were hiding something? His actions are evidently questionable, and the more one observes, the more disconcerting it becomes. One might ponder, how can this be? Just moments ago, I had intended to inquire about assistance for a patient at home suffering from cancer, hoping that Xie Chuan might have a solution. Yet, unexpectedly, he delivered this puzzling proclamation, revealing his clear reluctance to engage in treatment, which is evident from his demeanor. Do you not find Xie Chuan's behavior excessively selfish? To me, it appears rather egregious, completely disregarding the plight of others while solely concerning himself with his own fatigue. I have patients in need. Why must Xie Chuan casually utter such remarks? Merely listening to him evokes an overwhelming sense of hurt, a profound sorrow flooding my heart. Might I kindly request that you refrain from such comments? Is it not said that his traditional Chinese medicine skills are particularly exceptional? If that is the case, why can he not extend a helping hand to us? Is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? The crowd's eyes lowered slightly, a wordless sadness permeating their hearts. Their spirits plummeted. Online judgments have proliferated, yet Xie Chuan seems utterly unfazed, proclaiming, Whatever judgments you wish to pass on me online is your prerogative. I support your right to do so without issue. However, I hope you can understand my earlier statements. A faint smile graced Xie Chuan's face. With utmost seriousness, he discussed this matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the underlying reason for his words. Yet, even if they could comprehend, they found such behavior inappropriate and improper. After all, how many doctors would act in such a manner? Many expressed strong dissent regarding this issue. I feel that Xie Chuan has become increasingly arrogant. He is no longer the person he once was, gradually losing himself and becoming more self-serving. It seems that, in his eyes, he has suffered significant grievances. Heavens, he spoke so aptly before, yet now, how has the situation morphed into something so unexpected? Xie Chuan, please do not act recklessly. If you do, what shall we do? A multitude of people are eager to seek Xie Chuan's assistance, hoping he might provide a remedy. After all, in our world, there exist numerous patients, particularly innocent children in hospitals, who are truly the most pitiable. Thus, I wish to ask if Xie Chuan can reconsider and address these matters properly. Xie Chuan, do not forget your duty to heal, and please refrain from uttering such bewildering words. The confusion caused by your statements only serves to provoke discontent among the people. I find this utterly inappropriate. In truth, I unconditionally support all of Xie Chuan's decisions, so no matter what he chooses to do next, I will not utter a word of dissent. Xie Chuan, pursue your desires boldly. Have we all forgotten the case of the deaf-mute? Just because Xie Chuan utilized traditional Chinese medicine to heal one, he tirelessly worked for days without rest, and yet, some individuals shamelessly uttered repugnant remarks. I hope everyone can remember the lessons of the past. I am still haunted by those memories, acutely aware of how deranged those individuals were. Indeed, the past grievances linger vividly in our minds. Should such occurrences arise again, I fear I may crumble under the weight of it all. I implore everyone to be lenient with Xie Chuan and refrain from unnecessary grievances. Meanwhile, I believe Xie Chuan is quite innocent. Observing Xie Chuan in his current state, I sense the immense difficulty he faces. Let us all exhibit a modicum of rationality. For he has consistently strived to assist us, has he not? Please, do not act recklessly. Yes, indeed. I hope everyone can maintain their composure and refrain from creating unnecessary turmoil. I support everything Xie Chuan has articulated, finding great wisdom in his words. And I urge everyone not to swarm him in pursuit of assistance. The online discourse is rife with controversy. Xie Chuan is acutely aware that his statements may not be appropriate. Nevertheless, the events of recent times remain vividly etched in his memory, for they were truly overwhelming, so much so that he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chapter 145. Please, save my father at that moment. Xie Chuan wished fervently for a doppelganger. Having learned from past experiences, his reminders, although somewhat deliberate, were ultimately for his own benefit. After all, should anything truly untoward occur, it would be beyond anyone's control. Thus, Xie Chuan's reminders were particularly insistent, causing many to hesitate. I always felt that Xie Chuan was being intentionally dramatic, so everyone hastened their pace to seek him out. After all, only Xie Chuan possessed the skills to address such issues. Everyone should hurry, for if they could reach Xie Chuan for treatment, they should do so without delay. I was resolute. I had already procured all my tickets and was en route to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic where Xie Chuan practiced. Whether my mother's ailment could be cured now hinged solely on Xie Chuan's reputed abilities. Even with Xie Chuan's deliberate insistence, there remained a group of individuals who dismissed his words. In the blink of an eye, another throng arrived. Faced with this overwhelming situation, Xie Chuan gazed outside. Feeling utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, his heart sinking. Simultaneously, Lin Mingwei stood beside him, silently placing a hand on his shoulder. You may need to rely on your own fortune. I trust that with your capabilities, you will surely resolve this predicament. Lin Mingwei said earnestly, giving Xie Chuan a thumbs up. Xie Chuan's face turned ashen, managing a forced smile. Perhaps you should not place so much faith in my abilities. I find myself doubting them as well. Observing the unfolding scene, Xie Chuan's emotions became so complex they defied description. He sighed deeply. Hadn't he already cautioned these individuals? Why did they seem to disregard his warnings? How could he possibly address these problems single-handedly? His heart was heavy, and the sight before him was so exhausting that he wished to flee the scene immediately, reluctant to linger even a moment longer. Overwhelmed, Xie Chuan expressed a desire for those around him to exhibit some rationality. At the very least, they should not rush in with such reckless urgency. After encountering this dilemma, He could not help but let out a deep sigh, feeling tormented. Lin Mingwei sympathized with him, quietly offering consolation. Though I understand your current suffering, the situation is unique, and I am powerless to assist you. I wish I could help, but as you know, it is not as simple as merely wanting to do so. Lin Mingwei's words were merely empty reassurances, and Xie Chuan struggled to suppress his disdain. Could you please remain silent? Less talk would spare others the burden of listening to your unfounded optimism. Xie Chuan replied with a hint of irritation, casting him a reproachful glance. Lin Mingwei complied, shuddering his lips with an awkward smile. Although he felt deep sympathy for Xie Chuan, truly offering assistance was challenging. Very well, I shall no longer impede your efforts. From here on, it is up to your own performance. I believe with your talents, you will adeptly resolve the issues at hand. Good luck. With that, he swiftly moved aside. Throughout this entire ordeal, Xie Chuan found himself besieged by an unrelenting crowd, which only deepened his despair. He felt utterly hopeless and emotionally drained. For a time, he could not afford to consider anything else. He was wholly absorbed in addressing the matters at hand, even as his own health deteriorated. As Xie Chuan worked through the throngs, a young girl suddenly rushed forward, kneeling before him. Please, save my father. It seems you are the only one who can help him. The girl was distraught, tears streaming down her face. I cannot bear to watch my father's life slip away before my eyes. She grasped Xie Chuan's leg, her chin raised as she looked up at him, pleading earnestly. Please, save my father. If you do not help, he may not survive. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and as she fell to her knees, the sound echoed in the stunned silence that enveloped the crowd. Everyone nearby was taken aback, for they were all there seeking Xie Chuan's assistance due to their own ailments, yet none exhibited such overt desperation as this young girl. Can you not restrain yourself a little? There are still many waiting in line. Came the chorus of complaints from the crowd. Do not think your youth grants you the privilege to cut in line. Hurry back and wait your turn. They chastised her, indignant at her brazen interruption. However, the girl paid no heed. I have nowhere else to turn. I am at my wit's end, and I must ask you for help. My father was just violently vomiting blood, and the hospital has yet to diagnose his condition. If this continues, my father will surely perish. Desperation drove her to this audacious act, fully aware that her behavior was inappropriate, yet feeling compelled to act for her father's sake. Most present were patients themselves, and witnessing such a scene tugged at their hearts. Yet, allowing her to skip ahead would mean a prolonged wait for them. Consequently, none were willing to yield. Even Xie Chuan disapproved of such behavior. Allowing one person to cut in line would set a precedent for others to follow, disrupting the previously orderly queue. Thus, Xie Chuan remarked, you should be third in line. As for your father. Chapter 146, Astonishment. Xie Chuan originally intended to inquire whether his father could endure the situation. However, upon reflection, he realized that in a hospital, those in the most critical condition are always prioritized for treatment. It is inconceivable to have the gravely ill wait while others are treated first. My father's condition is dire. The young girl, astute as she was, quickly grasped Xie Chuan's implication and promptly apologized. Xie Chuan replied, I understand. Please, hurry and bring your father here. Without hesitation, Xie Chuan spoke, yet his words stirred discontent among those nearby. We arrived here first. Why should his father be seen before us? Indeed, they had been waiting for quite some time, only to be suddenly sidelined in such a critical moment. The rules here are patently unfair. A group of voices echoed with sarcasm, their frustration palpable as they grumbled amongst themselves. Xie Chuan cast a glance at them, recognizing that the condition of the other patient was evidently more severe, which was why he felt compelled to assist. As for them, your situations are not so grave. Thus I hope everyone present can exercise a modicum of understanding, rather than approaching with sarcasm. The vitriol in their words was more caustic than any sarcasm. A crowd of angry faces directed their ire at him. Xie Chuan's remarks incited a sense of shame among them. They lowered their heads in embarrassment, perhaps taken aback by Xie Chuan's audacity in chastising them. For a moment, their voices faltered. Moreover, Xie Chuan asserted, the urgent matter is to tend to those who genuinely require assistance. Your conditions are not as critical, hence I shall first attend to those truly in need. His words resonated clearly, prompting an immediate silence among the crowd. Just moments ago brazen, they now dared not utter a word. Xie Chuan swiftly approached the gravely ill patient, who was violently vomiting dark blood. The young girl wept inconsolably, pleading, please, save my father. I cannot bear to lose him. Her tears flowed freely as she cried out in despair. Xie Chuan reassured her, calm down, what you need to do now is to cease your cries. With a calm gaze, he directed her to silence. Her sobs subsided, as fear of her father's fate loomed large. Yet an even greater dread of Xie Chuan's potential ire kept her compliant. Xie Chuan's focus was entirely on her father. After a moment, he began to diagnose the situation. Has your father been bitten by a venomous snake? He discerned that the affliction stemmed from venom. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Initially fearing her father had contracted some form of cancer due to his deteriorating health in recent days. However, the revelation of a snake bite shifted the gravity of the situation. Xie Chuan pressed further. Do you recall which snake it was? I must extract the toxins from his body. But I need you to tell me when it occurred to treat him effectively. Despite his insistence on a targeted approach, Xie Chuan's exceptional abilities allowed him to analyze the nature of the venom even as he spoke. Yet the man, seemingly reluctant, declared, I have no issues with my health. I do not require treatment, and we cannot afford it. His abrupt declaration caught many off guard, evident from his tattered clothing that his family was not well off. His urgency to explain stemmed from desperation. Xie Chuan understood his plight. I do not intend to charge exorbitantly. You need only cover the medical expenses, which are quite reasonable given your current financial situation. He urged, first, let us address your condition. The venom is spreading rapidly if we do not act swiftly. Your situation will only worsen. For your safety, I implore you to share what you know. If you are unaware, I shall devise another approach. The urgency of the matter was echoed by the young girl. Yes, the priority is to treat your condition. It is the most severe. Other concerns can wait. I have ample funds, so do not worry. Her reassurances seemed to ease the man's anxiety, and he divulged everything he knew to Xie Chuan. Witnessing this exchange, the onlookers were moved, beginning to comprehend the man's motivations. His family's dire poverty had driven him to the brink, ultimately choosing to sacrifice himself rather than burden them further. Even with a desire to survive, he had remained silent until Xie Chuan's insistence compelled him to yield. He complied with Xie Chuan's treatment, who began to extract the toxins methodically, prioritizing the man's safety. The crowd watched in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. They recognized Xie Chuan's medical prowess, yet were unprepared for the brilliance of his traditional techniques. As he worked with fluidity and precision, his skill left everyone in awe. Chapter 147. Rescue. At the scene of the rescue, only Xie Chuan was present. However, under his adept handling, what initially seemed like a complicated situation was swiftly resolved in a matter of moments. Xie Chuan remarked, It is fortunate you sought me out earlier. Otherwise, your father's life would have been truly at stake. It was evident that the man's condition was dire. His complexion was ashen, his tongue was entirely purplish, and the blood he coughed up was a sinister black. The critical issue was that the toxins had begun to invade his system. Had there been any delay, his life would have been in jeopardy. Upon hearing Xie Chuan's words, the young girl felt her heart leap into her throat, her breaths becoming shallow and labored. She understood that something was amiss with her father, which had prompted her to rush him to this location. At home, she had discovered a cancer report bearing her father's name. Initially, she assumed her father's ailment was related to cancer. Little did she know that he was also poisoned. Had she not fortuitously encountered that report and learned of Xie Chuan's treatment of a cancer patient, the coincidence might have cost her father his life. What is my father's current condition? Is there truly a chance for salvation? Most importantly, will the toxins within him be fully expelled? And can anything be done regarding his cancer? The young girl suddenly unleashed a barrage of questions, her gaze fixed intently on Xie Chuan, a hint of urgency in her voice. Yet, Xie Chuan was wholly engrossed in the act of saving a life, oblivious to her concerns. Throughout the ordeal, Xie Chuan maintained a remarkable composure, while onlookers were left breathless by the harrowing scene unfolding before them. The gravity of the situation grew increasingly unsettling, sending shivers down their spines. How could this man be in such a severe state? It feels as though his life hangs by a thread. Surely he must be all right? Even with Xie Chuan present, it's uncertain if he will survive this ordeal. The murmurs of the crowd crescendoed, their shock palpable as they witnessed the unfolding drama. Not long ago, a group had vehemently criticized the situation, but now, witnessing Xie Chuan's intervention, their voices fell silent. They realized that Xie Chuan's decision to prioritize saving a life was undoubtedly the correct one. Had he not resolutely turned down their earlier demands, this man's fate might have been sealed. As guilt washed over the onlookers, they began to reflect on their earlier harshness. They chastised themselves for their unkindness, realizing that had they been more considerate, perhaps the urgency of the situation would have been lessened. For those seeking Xie Chuan's help, the experience of brushing against death had instilled a newfound humility. Though some had initially resisted, witnessing the elderly man's perilous condition prompted a wave of remorse, leading them to confront their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan efficiently completed the rescue, exhaling a sigh of relief as the tension eased from his shoulders. However, amidst the turmoil, there was an ill-mannered individual who, witnessing Xie Chuan's efforts, brazenly interjected, "This is the consequence of cutting in line. Had he not done so, perhaps he would still be alive, but look now, he's spewing black blood." The remarks of this man, whose ignorance was glaring, were met with disdain. The young girl chose to ignore him, yet he persisted, growing increasingly emboldened with each word. "What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? You must be his little lapdog to defend him so passionately." With a condescending glare, he scrutinized her, his expression dripping with contempt. "At such a young age, you've clearly chosen the wrong path. If you continue down this road, you will inevitably face the consequences of your actions." The man's arrogance was astounding. As he continued to belittle her, the young girl, already on edge, could no longer contain her frustration. "He is my father. His life is in jeopardy. Would you kindly have the decency to cease your vile interruptions?" With tears brimming in her eyes, she glared at him defiantly. The man was taken aback, feeling an unusual discomfort at her words. His indignation flared, but he couldn't help but question why she was so agitated over a few comments. Moreover, he believed his words held merit. Had they not chosen to cut in line, her father might have been spared this fate. Chapter 148. A fall. This fellow resembled a persistent fly, incessantly buzzing in one's ear, creating an unbearable din listening to him ramble. Xie Chuan felt a surge of irritation. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, and before anyone could react, someone delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the man fell to the ground, eliciting gasps of shock from the surrounding crowd. Fear rippled through the onlookers as they instinctively retreated. The man was astounded that Xie Chuan had truly struck him. In an instant, he lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, his expression a testament to his agony. Yet Xie Chuan remained unperturbed, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Deservedly so. The man, writhing in pain, shot an infuriated glare at Xie Chuan. I merely returned the favor in kind," Xie Chuan thought, refusing to engage further with someone so prone to provoking conflict and displaying a volatile temperament. To Xie Chuan, the man's unprovoked outburst and furious insults were indicative of a dim-witted individual. Since he lacked common sense, Xie Chuan deemed him unworthy of consideration. He acted decisively, without a moment's hesitation. As Xie Chuan's words took flight, the man's seething rage escalated, boiling over into an uncontrollable fury. He brandished his fist, advancing aggressively towards Xie Chuan, intent on delivering a violent blow. However, Xie Chuan maintained an air of calm indifference. Just as everyone anticipated the punch to land, he leisurely lifted his gaze, his expression laced with disdain. "Enough. This is not a place for your unreasonable antics. I suggest you leave promptly. Should you choose to linger, do not blame me for being ungracious." Xie Chuan's patience had its limits. He had already issued a warning, yet the man appeared oblivious, continuing to act like a fool. Even after being cautioned, he was still eager to threaten Xie Chuan with his raised fist. Around them, a crowd gathered, murmuring in discontent. "Isn't this excessive? A young man like you, capable and able, why resort to violence? Physical confrontation resolves nothing. It only exacerbates the situation. How immature." The spectators expressed their indignation, appalled by the man's behavior. They urged him to reconsider, asserting that such conduct was unbecoming of someone his age. Yet, the man, with a fierce countenance, barked, "Silence. Who gave you the right to meddle? This is my affair with him. It concerns none of you." His rage was palpable, and he lashed out at the well-meaning crowd. Dismissing their attempts to defuse the situation, Xie Chuan was focused on his patient, undeterred by the chaos surrounding him. As he tended to the individual in need, the man's shouting and posturing became increasingly absurd. "You must treat me now," he demanded, his voice dripping with entitlement. "If you do not comply, do not expect me to remain civil." Xie Chuan, steadfast in his resolve, ignored the man completely. Throughout the ordeal, he remained focused on his patient, who was gradually recovering under Xie Chuan's care. Yet, the agitated man, like a tempest, continued to lash out. "You need to treat me immediately. If you don't start listening, there will be consequences." He swung his fist once more, but Xie Chuan remained unaffected, his gaze steady and full of disdain. Realizing Xie Chuan's unwavering demeanor, the man felt a shiver run down his spine. Fear crept in as he swallowed nervously, his bravado faltering. Xie Chuan's voice cut through the tension. "Leave this moment." His patience had worn thin. Initially, he had extended a hand of opportunity, but now. Chapter 149. Expulsion. Yet he persisted obstinately, going to great lengths to disrupt the proceedings. Faced with his repugnant antics, Xie Chuan's irritation mounted relentlessly. It was only when his patience wore thin that Xie Chuan resorted to such drastic measures. Upon hearing Xie Chuan's words, the man instantly tensed, a flicker of panic betraying his composed facade. He felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back, wishing to sever all ties with Xie Chuan and his companions. Fear still gripped him. Xie Chuan's gaze was cold. Get out immediately, before I lose my temper completely. If you do not leave at once, I assure you, I will not hesitate. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Xie Chuan's indifferent stare bore down on him. Several onlookers swallowed hard in terror. Subsequently, he retreated further as the surrounding voices of condemnation grew increasingly louder. Hurry up and leave. We do not welcome your presence here. No one in the vicinity welcomed him. Everyone shared the same sentiment, eager to expel him at once. This fellow, who had just suffered a painful fall, was still recovering when a throng of people surged forward to drive him away. Incensed and seething with rage, he could no longer endure the humiliation. With a face twisted in fury, he protested vehemently, I am also a patient, seeking his help to save my life. Why do you shamelessly push me out? I tell you, Xie Chuan must treat me today, or I will ensure he faces dire consequences. Foolishness begets foolishness. Even with a plethora of opportunities laid before him, he dared to act with reckless abandon. His ignorant behavior had already drawn the ire of many. Seeing his obstinacy, Xie Chuan could no longer restrain himself and delivered a swift kick. The impact made the man's head ring. Shocked and bewildered, he stood there like a fool, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Xie Chuan acted decisively. He showed no leniency simply because the man was a patient. When the time called for action, Xie Chuan would not hesitate. This turn of events left the man utterly confounded. He had just endured a beating and was still recovering when he faced yet another assault from this crowd of lunatics. Was this truly the renowned Xie Chuan, celebrated for his exceptional abilities? Did he genuinely care for the patients as everyone claimed? Doubt lingered in his mind. The successive blows shattered his composure. Filled with indignation and resentment, he raged. Why is this happening? I knew from the start you were all just pretending to care, and you have been toying with us, the innocent patients. Enraged, he began to spew forth baseless accusations and malicious rumors. His fabrications only fueled Xie Chuan's disdain for him. Xie Chuan wished for nothing more than to see him gone, to silence his incessant complaints. Xie Chuan called for security, stating, from now on, whenever such a person appears, just expel him without hesitation. We need not entertain the likes of him. To be candid, Xie Chuan had never wished to act so harshly. He understood that saving a life was akin to constructing a pagoda of virtue. He would exert every effort to save those in need. However, the man's unreasonable behavior caused significant disruption, and Xie Chuan merely sought to rid himself of this nuisance before further chaos ensued. Thus far, the man showed no signs of ceasing his malicious antics. Xie Chuan held a particularly unfavorable impression of him and had no desire to engage in any discourse. Security arrived promptly, swiftly subduing the man and escorting him out. The man struggled vehemently, shouting, Let me go. You should be subduing Xie Chuan, not me. What is the meaning of this? I am a patient here for treatment, not someone to be bullied. It was perplexing how he dared to speak so defiantly. Yet security paid him no mind. They were here to maintain order, and they followed Xie Chuan's commands without question, hastily resolving the matter to prevent further trouble. Be silent. One of the security personnel snapped, his patience worn thin. He cast a disdainful glance at the man, his annoyance palpable. Do you not know who you're dealing with? You dare to cause chaos here? If you wish to court disaster, I shall gladly assist you in your expulsion. The security officer found the man insufferable, believing that anyone with half a mind would not engage in such foolishness. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan was aware that his actions were perhaps excessive. Yet he felt compelled to prevent the disturbance from spiraling out of control, potentially depriving other patients of their necessary treatment. He remained focused, continuing to attend to the patient before him. After addressing the major issues, Xie Chuan remarked, I have resolved most of the problems. Just take him to the hospital for the remaining minor issues. With the significant concerns dealt with, he spoke without thinking. He had no time to spare, advising the girl to take her father to a nearby clinic where they could quickly address the smaller ailments. The young girl, tear-streaked and hesitant, pondered, Will other hospitals truly be able to help my father? She wished to keep her father in the capable hands of Xie Chuan, whom everyone revered as a miraculous healer. With Xie Chuan present, she believed her father would surely be safe. Chapter 150, Persuasion. If he were to be transferred to another hospital, it would not guarantee the survival of his father, nor would it ensure a cure. The young girl placed all her hopes in Xie Chuan, fervently wishing that he could assist her further. Yet, to her astonishment, Xie Chuan declared, Your father does not have cancer. What? The girl was taken aback by Xie Chuan's response. Are you suggesting that my father's illness is a misdiagnosis? She struggled to comprehend, repeatedly seeking clarification from him. Xie Chuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your father's condition consists merely of minor issues. After a few injections, he should be fine. If you doubt the misdiagnosis, you may have him re-evaluated at the hospital. With a multitude of tasks awaiting him, Xie Chuan could only ask others for assistance or suggest they return to the clinic, while he remained to address other concerns. Upon hearing his words, the young girl was overwhelmed with excitement. In front of everyone, she suddenly knelt down, without waiting for Xie Chuan to intervene, and bowed 3 times with fervor. When she lifted her gaze, tears streamed down her face. Thank you. I am truly grateful. I believe in your words, so I will take my father to the nearby clinic for those injections. The girl unconditionally trusted Xie Chuan's assertions, convinced that he would not deceive her. Surely, he would not speak such things in front of so many people without sincerity. Therefore, she placed her unwavering faith in his words. At that moment, her emotion surged, and she looked at Xie Chuan with utmost sincerity. Xie Chuan felt a sense of contentment upon hearing her resolute declaration. Shortly thereafter, a young man appeared before Xie Chuan, wearing an awkward smile. He approached with an air of hesitance, glancing back at his mother, who appeared to have a fiery temperament. Hurry up, she urged, her demeanor exuding impatience. The young man wore an expression of embarrassment. How should I even say this? He felt utterly at a loss, forcing a smile. The situation was becoming increasingly burdensome, and he felt his mother was being overly intrusive. Confused and resentful, he thought to himself, can we not discuss such matters here? After all, this is a live broadcast. While it was a natural human concern, he dreaded the possibility of public humiliation. The very thought of losing face left him stiff with apprehension. If this isn't resolved, I fear you will continue to act recklessly in the future. So, you must now explain everything clearly. His mother pressed him relentlessly, her words ringing out with authority. The young man's expression grew tense with irritation. Finally, exasperated, he declared, lately, I've been struggling with self-control, and I've been using my hands all day. Are you satisfied now? The young man was filled with resentment, having repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to share such matters publicly. Yet, he could not fathom his mother's insistence on exposing him in front of a crowd. Xie Chuan, observing the young man's demeanor, recognized him at once. However, he had never intended to disclose such personal issues before an audience. Who could have predicted that the mother would be so insistent? Unaware of the discomfort she was causing, she cheerfully remarked, see, this is how it should be. What is the big deal? Just say it outright instead of being so shy. Her face lit up with excitement, oblivious to her son's mortification, especially with so many onlookers present. As the crowd listened, whispers erupted as they reacted to the young man's candid admission. The mother, filled with pride, exclaimed, look at my wonderful son. He always listens to me, unlike some of you who are perpetually at odds with your children. She did not seem to recognize the awkwardness of the situation, flaunting her apparent superiority. The audience fell into stunned silence, incredulous at the spectacle. What is happening here? They murmured among themselves, bewildered by the mother's behavior. Did she not realize the absurdity of her words? Such matters should be kept private, yet here she was, exuberantly sharing her son's personal struggles with the world. That's our business, she asserted defiantly. My child can handle his affairs as he sees fit. Do you have any objections? You're merely envious of my situation. Otherwise, why would you be so sarcastic? The shamelessness of her words was astonishing. Xie Chuan interjected, enough. It would be wise to temper this display, lest your child feel unable to hold his head high in public. He sought to advise her, believing her behavior to be inappropriate. Chapter 151. The woman with an overbearing desire for control. Despite Xie Chuan's earnest counsel, the woman disregarded his words entirely, her voice rising in indignation as she demanded, what do you mean by that? Her fierce gaze bore down on him, filled with barely suppressed anger. I pay you, and you simply need to follow my instructions. Why do you incessantly prattle on? Furthermore, do you really think my family needs your guidance on our parenting methods? She launched into a harsh reprimand, pointing an accusatory finger at Xie Chuan, unleashing a torrent of insults upon him. Xie Chuan stood there, bewildered. His intentions had been noble, yet he found himself the target of her vitriol. After enduring her scathing tirade, his expression darkened, reflecting his discomfort at the unjust treatment. Meanwhile, the woman's son, standing nearby, was visibly agitated, struggling to contain his anger. What are you doing? He exclaimed in frustration. The earlier incident had already been humiliating enough, and now his mother was publicly berating him without any sign of restraint. The woman, incensed, shot back. I am your mother. How dare you not support me? And who is he to meddle in our affairs? If he's a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, let him focus on treating his own issues and stop with these nonsensical distractions. During her tirade, her malevolent glare fell upon Xie Chuan, clearly displeased with his presence and actions. Xie Chuan fell into silence, feeling the weight of her accusations. The sudden shift of blame left him confounded. He could not fathom why she felt compelled to suppress him in such a manner. His expression remained impassive, but inside, he contemplated the futility of trying to communicate with someone so obstinately hostile. In that moment, he even considered the option of refusing to assist in the treatment. After all, the child exhibited no significant health issues. He merely needed to exercise a little self-control. Yet, the mother's behavior was repugnant. "I've told you I am perfectly healthy. These are normal adolescent experiences. Why do you twist my words and make me feel worthless?" The boy felt a growing resentment towards his mother's overpowering need to control. With her harsh words raining down on him, the boy's irritation boiled over. "What I choose to do with my life is my own business. And it has nothing to do with you. Besides, is there anything wrong with what he said? Why do you act so self-righteous?" The eruption of his suppressed fury caught his mother off guard, leaving her speechless. In disbelief, she gazed at her son, struggling to comprehend the situation. "How can you, my son, not stand by me? After all I've done for you, you repay me with this? What kind of gratitude is this?" Her voice trembled with fury, and tears began to stream down her cheeks as she lamented her perceived betrayal. Xie Chuan, maintaining his composure, remarked, upon examination, "I found no significant health issues aside from the aforementioned concerns. However, as a teenager, you must learn to control yourself. Excessive indulgence will only harm your body. You may return home to rest, as there are no further issues to address." He longed to issue an ultimatum, urging them to leave immediately. The boy, feeling a profound sense of pity for his plight, regarded his mother with indifference. Her temper flared as she continued to berate both him and Xie Chuan. "What is wrong with you two? If it weren't for your lack of prior acquaintance, I would suspect collusion between you. His condition is dire. As a doctor, shouldn't you be prescribing something to prevent this from happening again?" Her controlling nature was evident as she lamented, at such a young age, instead of focusing on learning. "You're causing me distress. I fear you may be beyond saving." Her words dripped with sarcasm, each insult aimed at belittling her son, crushing his spirit further. "I demand that you rectify your behavior, or you shall no longer be considered my child. And as for you, doctor, who claims to possess great skill, I find your ability severely lacking." Her disdain was palpable, and Xie Chuan felt his patience wearing thin. "One's tolerance has its limits," he replied coldly. "I suggest you temper your behavior. Should you continue, do not expect me to remain courteous." His frigid gaze met hers. Having initially approached the conversation with a willingness to engage, but her tone and attitude had soured the interaction entirely. Chapter 152. Excessive demands even with the most cheerful disposition. One can be incensed by the utter disrespect emanating from another's lips. Xie Chuan retorted without hesitation, "Am I not formidable? Everyone knows the truth. If you believe I am not, then why have you traveled such a distance to bring your son for my treatment? Furthermore, it seems you have never genuinely respected your child, imposing your rigid demands upon him. What wrong has he done to deserve a mother like you? It is suffocating to witness such a lack of basic respect." Xie Chuan's words struck with precision, each syllable a sharp rebuke. The woman before him was taken aback, her complexion paling at the unexpected response. She stared incredulously at Xie Chuan, unable to comprehend how he, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, could respond so pointedly. Her anger swelled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, her face flushed with indignation. "What? Look at what Xie Chuan is saying. How could someone involved in traditional medicine speak in such a manner?" In a fit of rage, the woman cast aside the items in her hands and pointed an accusatory finger at Xie Chuan, vehemently declaring, "How I choose to educate my child is my concern, and it is not for you to critique. Mind your own business first. You have a plethora of your own unresolved issues, yet you dare to question me?" Her fury was palpable, and Xie Chuan could not suppress a smile at her outburst. "To be frank, the words you just uttered are simply a reflection of your own predicament," he replied coolly. "What?" The woman appeared momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on her face as Xie Chuan continued, "Before you concern yourself with others, perhaps you should first address your own myriad of troubles. You have yet to resolve your issues, yet you find the leisure to criticize me?" The woman's face turned a ghastly white, realizing that her own words had come back to haunt her. Despair washed over her, mingling with anger. You have crossed the line. People like you are the scourge of society and should not be allowed to prosper. I strongly advocate for a boycott against you." Rather than permitting your reckless behavior to continue, it was evident that she remained oblivious to the reality of the situation. Boldly berating Xie Chuan in front of the gathering crowd, she believed he lacked respect for her. Yet it was her own failure to extend respect that rendered Xie Chuan disinclined to engage in further discourse with her. Her fury escalated, akin to a shrew, as she pointed accusingly at him in public. Xie Chuan and Appo's demeanor was unperturbed. "Enough," he said languidly. "This matter ends here. I have no desire to continue this discussion. Your child is fine. He merely requires a bit of guidance. Please leave promptly." Xie Chuan, issuing an eviction order, had no intention of prolonging the encounter. The woman and Appo's explosive temperament was apparent, and further engagement would only squander his precious time. He resolutely declined to waste any more moments on her. At that moment, the woman and Appo's fury ignited further, and Xie Chuan and Appo's actions only poured fuel on the fire. Unable to contain her rage, she opted to call the authorities, portraying herself as the victim. The crowd, however, was incredulous. "Are you unwell? How many here require Xie Chuan and Appo's assistance? I have cancer. My hopes rest solely on him. We all know his capabilities, yet you dare to criticize him when it is your own inadequacy that is evident." The child, burdened with a mother like her, had indeed drawn the short straw in life. "Enough. Please leave at once. We do not welcome you here. Your behavior is utterly unreasonable." The crowd rallied in defense of Xie Chuan, expressing their sympathy for his plight. His fees were modest, and initially, he had approached the situation with remarkable patience. Who could have predicted such an explosive reaction from her? In the end, she found herself despised by all present. The woman was taken aback by the coldness of the crowd, expecting at least some support. Her mental fortitude crumbled. "What is wrong with you all? Shouldn't you be standing with me? You." Her eyes filled with tears, a pitiful sight, ready to break into sobs. Xie Chuan interjected, "That is enough. I believe there is nothing more to discuss. Please leave." His expression remained impassive as he gazed at her. She had intended to continue her tirade against him, but the disdain in the eyes of those around her quelled her resolve. Ultimately, she departed, still muttering accusations against Xie Chuan and labeling the crowd as ignorant fools. Convinced they only sought his treatment without any regard for decency, Xie Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Having done nothing wrong, he was inexplicably cast in a negative light. With a complex mix of emotions, he sighed, feeling pity for the child caught in such circumstances. Initially, he had suspected something was amiss with the boy, but now it appeared to be merely the typical turbulence of adolescence. The child truly had no significant issues. It was the mother's excessive demands that were the problem. Chapter 153, The Accident in This World. One encounters all sorts of individuals, and those like him ought to be rigorously assessed to determine their suitability for the role of a mother. Clearly, he is utterly unfit. His actions have undoubtedly inflicted deep wounds upon his child's self-esteem, potentially leading to a lifetime of insecurity and resentment. Alas, such matters ultimately do not concern us. It is best to refrain from meddling, lest we provoke their ire and find ourselves embroiled in their disputes. The woman from earlier seemed ready to confront them at any moment. It is wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements. If the other party were to act out of anger, we could find ourselves in dire straits. Thus, it is prudent for everyone to remain silent. The group complied, closing their mouths in unison. Xie Chuan could not help but sigh in pity. How unfortunate for that child to have such a mother. It may well be the most unfortunate circumstance of their life. Yet, pity alone is insufficient. The child's inability to resist could result in a lifetime of emotional turmoil beneath the oppressive weight of maternal control. Should the psyche become twisted, the future could hold dire consequences. As the discussion continued, Xie Chuan interjected, reminding them that this is a private matter that does not pertain to them. "Let us cease this conversation. Is there anyone here in need of my assistance?" Just then, someone rushed in, their voice laced with urgency. "There's been an accident ahead, and it appears to be quite serious. Could you please hurry to the scene?" Upon hearing accident, Xie Chuan sprang to his feet. While most people nowadays prefer Western medicine over traditional Chinese practices, the gravity of human life demands immediate action. "Very well, please lead the way," he said decisively. A group of individuals who had initially sought Xie Chuan's medical expertise now fell silent, their plans disrupted by the unforeseen accident. They followed him without uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the scene, where the atmosphere was thick with shock. The severity of the accident was staggering. Gasps filled the air as the crowd swallowed hard. Visibly shaken, even Xie Chuan felt a twinge of panic. My heavens, how could it be so dire? The sight before them was alarming. A multitude of vehicles lay entangled in a catastrophic pile-up, accompanied by the anguished cries of victims. Families hovered nearby, grief-stricken, while onlookers gathered, some attempting to assist the injured. It appears as though these vehicles are on the brink of explosion. Quickly, we must extract the survivors before it is too late. Move swiftly. The tension was palpable. Everyone worked diligently, their expressions grave. Xie Chuan, too, sprang into action, as did the group he had brought along, each person contributing their utmost efforts to aid those in need. Despite being patients themselves, they selflessly endeavored to save others, a sight that moved many onlookers deeply. Behold, this is the strength of our people. In times of peril, we unite and support one another. We are not a nation of isolationists, but rather one that stands together in the face of adversity. Relief washed over them as they witnessed this collective spirit. Indeed, let us not dwell in anxiety. We can breathe easier now and focus on the task at hand. Local medical personnel, please expedite your arrival. The onlookers were stirred by emotion. Their spirits lifted as they organized themselves to assist. The chaotic scene, while disordered, was met with a sense of order as everyone collaborated to aid the injured. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the tense atmosphere. Vehicles continued to succumb to destruction, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness! They gasped in unison, their shock palpable. Thankfully, someone had sensed the impending danger and urged quicker action, thereby facilitating the transfer of victims to safety. At that moment, the explosion did not claim any lives, but the sight left everyone shaken, their hearts racing. Some instinctively patted their chests in relief, while others, overwhelmed, sank to the ground in despair. This is terrifying. If we had not acted swiftly, the toll could have been far greater, they murmured, shaken by the realization that the initial chaos could have led to even more tragic outcomes. While the accident had already been disastrous, the sudden explosion threatened to escalate the casualty count further. Amidst the turmoil, Xie Chuan remained focused on addressing the needs of the injured, maintaining a composed demeanor throughout. However, one family member, a rogue character, confronted Xie Chuan as he worked to assist their child, expressing disdain and hostility. What right do you, a practitioner of traditional medicine, have to compare yourself to our Western doctors? Leave at once. I cannot risk my child's life in your hands. If anything were to happen to him, I would hold you responsible. You clearly have ulterior motives disguised as a desire to help. Chapter 154. Rescue. Suddenly, the other party erupted into a fit of rage. Like a madman, rushing out to point fingers at Xie Chuan with a hostile tone. Xie Chuan frowned slightly, finding the other's behavior utterly perplexing. He looked at him, attempting to reason. Your child's situation is quite critical. Immediate action is essential to avoid potential life-threatening consequences. Xie Chuan's serious warning, however, fell on deaf ears. The man, seething with anger, retorted, "You people are clearly just trying to extort money from me. You have no genuine intention to save my child. I refuse to trust you." Not only did he refuse to believe, but he also shoved Xie Chuan forcefully, his vile demeanor and actions leaving onlookers baffled. Many bystanders were bewildered by this mother's irrational behavior. Is he out of his mind? Does he have nothing but nonsense in his head? Given the severity of the child's condition, why would he refuse help and act in such a manner? They were at a loss, urging him instead. It looks like your child's condition is indeed severe. Why not allow proper treatment? If you wait too long, it may be too late. Yes, perhaps you should exercise a bit more patience? They questioned. As a family member, what's going on with you? The doctors are trying to help your child. Why must you create such chaos? The crowd was indignant on Xie Chuan's behalf, struggling to comprehend the situation. Only that woman continued to speak harshly. It's not that I don't want my child treated. It's just that Western medicine is the most advanced in this world, while traditional medicine is gradually fading. To let them treat my child would be like playing with his life. I am only thinking of my child's safety, hence this desperate measure. How dare you all criticize me with such conviction when you know nothing? Her biting words drew further criticism from the audience. Traditional medicine isn't effective? The crowd fell silent at this declaration. Many quickly recognized Xie Chuan's credentials and understood the extent of his expertise. How could anyone claim Xie Chuan is ineffective? Frankly, I can't think of anyone more capable. Western medicine isn't as miraculous as you think. Your reasoning is utterly flawed. Enough. Let us not concern ourselves with someone who clearly lacks common sense. We can simply disregard them. Indeed, Xie Chuan, spare yourself from this futile effort. The crowd rallied in defense of Xie Chuan, feeling pity for him. Enough, Xie Chuan said, his impatience evident. The priority is the child's condition. From what I can see, both the spleen and lungs are severely compromised. The child's condition was far worse than Xie Chuan had anticipated. As he spoke, the mother rushed over and forcefully pushed him aside. Stop your nonsense. I have reason to suspect you are deliberately cursing my child. A despicable person like you will surely face divine retribution. Her gaze was sharp and menacing. Xie Chuan looked up, meeting her fierce glare. You're out of your mind. With that, he stood up and declared, we need to get him to the hospital for emergency care as quickly as possible. Though he appeared outwardly composed, internally, the child was experiencing severe internal bleeding. His condition was more critical than Xie Chuan had imagined. He turned to the onlookers to explain further, knowing that the child's mother harbored considerable animosity towards him, making his presence unwelcome. Naturally, Xie Chuan had no desire to engage in futile conversation with her. Speaking to someone so irrational was merely a waste of time when many others required urgent care. After advising a few more crucial points, he added, remember, due to his unique medical condition, do not move him carelessly, as it could worsen his state. The mother, however, ignored his warnings, yelling in a frenzy, get away from me. My child doesn't need your meddling. She squatted down and cradled the child in her arms, lifting him up without hesitation. Xie Chuan. The mother disregarded all his advice as if it were the wind. Faced with her foolish and ignorant actions, Xie Chuan felt veins throbbing on his forehead. Is this person insane? Forget it. Since she refuses to believe in him, Xie Chuan saw no reason to force her to do so. He had already done all he could to assist. Unfortunately, the individual before him seemed utterly brainless, intent on opposing him and causing a scene. My goodness. This mother is recklessly disregarding her child's well-being. If she continues this madness, it is sheer folly. After all the doctor's warnings, how could she remain so obstinate? Is there something wrong with her mind? Seeing how Xie Chuan had already provided assistance, the crowd was incensed by her antics. They couldn't understand why she would react so irrationally. They expressed their frustration, rallying in support of Xie Chuan. He merely glanced at them and quietly moved aside, ready to assist others in need. Upon seeing Xie Chuan, another person urgently called for help. Please, Xie Chuan, assist me. I beg you to check on my wife. She seems to be in a terrible state. A distraught man, his face streaked with tears, immediately knelt before Xie Chuan, pleading pitifully. Xie Chuan, moved by the man's vulnerable demeanor, quickly helped him to his feet. Let me assess the situation. Chapter 155. Countless casualties. Upon hearing that Xie Chuan was willing to assist him, the man hastily rose to his feet, grasping Xie Chuan's hand with urgency as he sought to bring him to the side of his loved ones. His wife had met with an unfortunate accident. The recent car crash had left her in a state of profound shock, and now, she lay on the brink of death. Blood covered him, and his pallid complexion betrayed his distress. As a man, he understood the necessity of composure. In such dire circumstances, it was imperative to remain calm and effectively address his wife's predicament. However, despair enveloped him. He felt utterly shattered, unable to contain his emotions as he witnessed his wife's deteriorating condition. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Upon reaching his wife's side with Xie Chuan, he knelt without hesitation, pleading, please, save my wife. The child she carries is of no consequence. All I desire is her safety. His eyes brimmed with anguish, particularly as he beheld his wife's plight. His entire being felt weak, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Xie Chuan sought to soothe him. Calm yourself. Your wife needs you now more than ever. Your primary role is to provide her with emotional support. As he attentively assessed the condition of the pregnant woman before him, he simultaneously endeavored to reassure her husband. Struggling to suppress his sobs, the man fought to maintain his composure, but the effort was nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, for the sake of his wife, he managed to steady himself. I understand. Is there anything else I should do to assist? Gradually regaining his composure, he recognized the gravity of his wife's condition and the necessity of his active participation. He could not afford to act recklessly. He needed to remain calm to ensure her safety. Your role is to comfort your wife. I will handle the rest, Xie Chuan instructed. He observed that the woman's condition was critical, her internal organs severely impacted. Moreover, the life of the child within her was perilously at stake. Xie Chuan's brow furrowed as seriousness overtook him. Given your wife's current state, she is in imminent danger. I cannot guarantee that I can stabilize her condition, Xie Chuan stated. Acknowledging the harsh reality, he was not invincible. There were times when he, too, faced defeat. The man's mouth fell agape, confusion washing over him. He felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmare, paralyzed by shock. He stammered, terror evident in his eyes. No, please, I implore you. Save my wife. She's all I have left. I am willing to kneel before you. Just please, help her. The child was insignificant in comparison to his wife's life. Overcome with despair, he wept openly, evoking instant sympathy from those who witnessed his plight. Xie Chuan's face tightened. Shall I make an effort? He replied, yet cautioned. You must also prepare yourself mentally. The weight of hopelessness surged through the man, causing his body to tremble. Yet, he compelled himself to gather strength, realizing that his wife needed him most at this moment. I understand, he affirmed, nodding. I will be vigilant and appreciate your utmost efforts. He recognized Xie Chuan's goodwill and understood the severity of his wife's condition. He could not afford to be overly demanding. Good, Xie Chuan replied, reassured by the man's words. He commenced the treatment, remaining vigilant throughout the entire process. Within moments, he was covered in blood, employing traditional Chinese medicine techniques. As he faced the pregnant woman, he maintained his composure. Minutes passed, and the sounds of sirens grew closer. Xie Chuan continued his efforts, surrounded by the anguished cries of family members, their sorrow echoing in the air. Many spectators were already in tears, their hearts breaking at the scene unfolding before them. Please, expedite the response from the hospital. This is just a car accident. How could it be so grave? One voice lamented. I heard it was intentional. Aimed at a crowded area, resulting in numerous casualties. Another exclaimed, recounting the horror of witnessing a vehicle careen into the throng, leaving behind chaos and a stench of blood. As the acrid scent enveloped him, he trembled, overwhelmed by the ghastly sight before him. Fear gripped him, compelling him to collapse to the ground, his eyes betraying his terror. Soon after, Xie Chuan and his team rushed to the scene, tirelessly striving to save those who could be rescued. Xie Chuan was relentless in his efforts, truly devoted to preserving life. Witnesses noted his unwavering dedication as he continuously attended to the victims, striving with all his might to provide care. I have become an admirer of Xie Chuan, one remarked. I hope everyone at the scene remains unharmed. May there be no fatalities. The chaotic scene suggested otherwise. As the devastation was evident, it was clear many lives had already been lost, and it was futile for anyone to hope for a miraculous escape from such calamity. The collision had wrought havoc, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable horror. Xie Chuan, confronted with the appalling sight, felt nausea rise within him, the grotesque reality forcing him to stifle his revulsion. Yet, the overwhelming stench of blood and the sight of dismembered bodies persisted, a grim reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. Chapter 156. Ignoring the overpowering stench, the odor was so overwhelming that attempting to disregard it felt like an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, Xie Chuan's focus remained steadfast on the task of treating patients. Amidst the chaotic scene, he alone maintained his composure. Though he practiced traditional Chinese medicine, his abilities surpassed the common perceptions. In fact, compared to Western medicine, Xie Chuan's skills were evidently superior. Many recognized his identity and were astonished by his formidable prowess. It became clear that throughout this ordeal, Xie Chuan was the sole physician dedicated to saving the patients present, rescuing numerous individuals from the brink of death. However, a group of agitated individuals approached Xie Chuan, furious and demanding answers. You said it wasn't necessary. Look at my child. Your treatment has led to their demise. I will make you pay in blood. A voice seethed with rage, resembling that of a madman rushing towards Xie Chuan. At that moment, Xie Chuan was engrossed in his efforts to assist the patients, whose conditions were precarious and required immediate attention. He had no time to address the escalating tensions around him. Before he could react, an individual brandished a knife, charging at him like a lunatic. The atmosphere was tense, and nearby onlookers were taken aback, especially the fans. Suddenly, Elder Zheng stood, silently praying for Xie Chuan's safety, convinced that he would navigate this perilous situation. Elder Qian, however, wore an air of superiority, uncertain whether Xie Chuan could extricate himself from this dire predicament. His tone dripped with sarcasm, relishing the unfolding drama. Elder Zheng shot him a warning glare, advising, "This concerns lives. I suggest you refrain from being excessively harsh." "What do you mean?" Elder Qian feigned innocence. "I haven't said anything. Why are you acting so strangely?" He turned away, still brimming with indignation, feeling that some remarks were unnecessarily harsh. He could not fathom why certain individuals were acting so arrogantly and provocatively. Moreover, why had Xie Chuan found himself in this predicament? Was it not because this individual, despite their youth, had continually overstepped boundaries, behaving recklessly throughout? Had they exercised even a modicum of restraint, this situation would not have arisen. In essence, Xie Chuan was merely facing the consequences of another's folly. One could only hope for his safety. "Oh my God, Xie Chuan, turn around quickly. If you don't act fast, it may be too late." The crowd was in a state of panic, witnessing the woman wielding a knife, charging towards him like a deranged individual. The terrifying scene left everyone in shock. Yet, at that critical moment, Xie Chuan suddenly turned. The knife hovered before him, as a woman seized it with her hand, the sharp blade slicing into her flesh, blood streaming down. The danger was palpable. Xie Chuan was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The woman, seemingly oblivious, gripped the knife tightly. "What are you doing?" he thought. While he was saving lives, she was attempting to blame him. The woman, defending Xie Chuan, perceived the assailant before her as irrational. "Do you not understand? My child is dead. I warned you from the start that I did not want traditional medicine, yet he disregarded my words. And now, my child's life has been lost. What am I to do now?" The woman wailed, her cries echoing with despair. "How is this relevant to us?" Linsher interjected, unable to hold back. "We are not blind to your daughter's complicated condition. We were clear in our instructions that you should not move her, as it could worsen her internal injuries. Yet, you disregarded this advice and ran around with your child, and now you inexplicably blame Xie Chuan? Have you no shame? If you had an ounce of dignity, you would acknowledge that this situation is solely your responsibility, with no connection to Xie Chuan." The crowd was incensed, witnessing her blatant refusal to accept accountability. As a mother, if she truly cared for her child's health, how could she have acted so recklessly? In truth, her concern was superficial, revealing a deeply unsettling nature. Yet, the woman remained unyielding, seeking every excuse. "I told you, my child did not need traditional medicine because it is inferior. Once Western medicine arrives, the problem will be resolved. But you all denied me that opportunity. The tragedy befalling my child is Xie Chuan's fault. He must restore my child to life. He must repay the debt for my child's life." Her face contorted with rage, she maintained an unwavering stance. Those present were appalled by her audacity. How could she utter such words? Her shamelessness was astonishing. After receiving help, she retaliated with venomous accusations, even attempting to attack the very person who had endeavored to save her child. Was this not the epitome of ingratitude? Surrounding witnesses rallied in defense of Xie Chuan, collectively expressing their disgust at her abhorrent behavior. They felt compelled to subdue her, determined to prevent further chaos, fearing that the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine could suffer irreparable damage. Chapter 157. Are you not afraid? United in purpose. The crowd swiftly positioned themselves in front of the woman, effectively separating her from Xie Chuan. They were resolute in ensuring that she would not further trouble him, believing it best for Xie Chuan to focus on saving lives. Xie Chuan, sensing their collective intention, felt a surge of gratitude. He lowered his head and continued to treat the patients in his care with utmost urgency. His expression was grave, fingers deftly moving without pause. At this moment, words were futile. The priority was to expedite the rescue. With the conviction that swifter actions would save more lives, he hardly allowed himself a moment's respite, dismissing the chaos behind him as though he had entered a realm of selflessness. Elder Qian and Elder Zheng observed Xie Chuan's demeanor, their eyes widening in astonishment. Elder Qian nudged Elder Zheng, incredulous. Had he truly reached a state of selflessness? It was astonishing that he could remain so focused and composed amidst such turmoil. He remarked with a note of admiration that, following this incident, Xie Chuan's capabilities would undoubtedly be elevated further. Elder Zheng, in disbelief, considered rushing forward to get a closer look at Xie Chuan's remarkable composure amidst such disorder. Under the pressure of the crowd, the woman soon fell silent. Unable to inflict any more harm on Xie Chuan, she continued to struggle, glaring fiercely at those surrounding her. "Have you all lost your minds? Traditional Chinese medicine is merely a charade, and now you assist him in restraining me. My child's life is at stake, and it's all due to this incompetent doctor." The bystanders, aghast, listened to her tirade, unable to comprehend her accusations. After a long pause, someone dared to speak. "But Xie Chuan is only fulfilling his duty to save lives. Had he not intervened, your child, struck by such a large vehicle, would likely be dead. To put it bluntly, even the most esteemed Western physicians might have been powerless against such injuries. To demand compensation from Xie Chuan was utterly unjustified. The woman who had earlier assisted Xie Chuan, her long hair flowing and mask in place, had initially spoken with conviction. But as the woman demanded money, a glint of disdain entered her eyes. It was evident that her primary motive was financial gain, indifferent to the nuances of who was saving lives and who was causing harm. People like you are all too common. Let me tell you, even if your daughter cannot be saved, it is not Xie Chuan's fault. Should you choose to sue him, the outcome will remain unchanged." Clearly consumed by greed, the woman was dismissed by the helper, who chose not to engage further. Now, Xie Chuan was the sole individual laboring amidst the chaos, while others stood helplessly by, knowing only the basics of medical knowledge and unable to assist. Despite his frantic pace, he managed to stabilize several injured individuals within a mere 10 minutes. Before him lay a patient with extensive wounds requiring gauze. Frowning, Xie Chuan prepared to call for assistance to procure clean substitutes for the gauze when a pair of hands extended towards him, offering precisely what he needed. His eyes brightened with gratitude as he accepted the item, casting a quick glance at the benefactor. "Thank you." "Not at all," came the calm reply from the woman who had previously aided him. She remained undeterred by his demeanor, standing by his side and providing whatever he required. Although they exchanged no words, their silent cooperation was seamless amidst the surrounding chaos. Amidst their efforts, a commotion erupted from the periphery. "Help has arrived. Quickly lend a hand. Rescue is here. We are finally safe." Xie Chuan looked up to see numerous medical personnel rushing toward the throng. Relief washed over him as he realized that the dire situation was coming under control. The remaining patients were those with less severe injuries, thanks to Xie Chuan's interventions. Those who were previously in critical danger were now stabilized, allowing him a moment to rest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he settled by the roadside. In the midst of the frenzy, a bottle of mineral water appeared before him. The owner of the water, the same woman who had previously provided him with supplies, smiled as Xie Chuan greeted her. "Hello, may I ask your name? The tools you handed me were exactly what I needed." "Thank you. Without your assistance, many would have struggled to maintain their vital signs." Xie Chuan had been racing against time, his urgency stemming from the fear that he could not reach all those in need. The thought of any further loss was unbearable. "On behalf of those patients, I thank you. You have been invaluable." The woman sat quietly beside him, her fatigue evident. She had exerted herself greatly, rummaging for supplies and conveying Xie Chuan's needs to others. Even after their collective efforts, her emotions remained unrelieved. "My name is Zhou Linlin," she finally revealed after a prolonged silence. Xie Chuan turned to her in surprise. "I must ask, why did you come out? What if such an incident occurs again? What if they blame you? Aren't you afraid?" Chapter 158. You have gone too far. Is it fair that my fear of them attributing blame to me compels me to turn a blind eye to their suffering? The man, clutching a water bottle, drained its contents in one swift motion before his gaze fell upon the woman, responding with a nonchalant remark. It was ultimately Xie Chuan's response that evoked surprise, stirring an unusual sentiment within the woman that rapidly spread. He slightly parted his lips, staring in astonishment at Xie Chuan, whose piercing gaze seemed to hold profound truth. He was indeed correct. Should one merely fear being held responsible, thus opting to forsake those in dire need? Absolutely not. Such a choice would be utterly reprehensible. Amidst his shock, Xie Chuan elaborated, "As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, my vocation is to save lives. Choosing this path signifies that when confronted with a patient, I must commit myself entirely to their rescue. I cannot waver. Retreat is not an option. My only course is to press forward, resolutely being true to myself and aiding those who genuinely require assistance." Thus, the events of the preceding moments did not dissuade Xie Chuan from his convictions. He firmly believed in the saying, "To save a life is akin to constructing a 7-story pagoda." He was certain that within this world, goodness and malevolence coexist. And as long as we unite in purpose, we can overcome any challenge, even if faced with wickedness. Xie Chuan refused to accept that his encounters would solely involve malicious individuals. Upon hearing Xie Chuan's words, Zhou Linlin experienced a moment of clarity. Slightly taken aback, she pondered whether she had been thoroughly captivated by Xie Chuan's resolve. "I never anticipated you would respond in such a manner," she remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. Yet her eyes reflected profound admiration for him. Suddenly, she was struck by the magnitude of Xie Chuan's composure amidst chaos. At the critical juncture, Xie Chuan methodically addressed all the surrounding issues. Thanks to his efforts, the group of patients had finally received treatment and emerged unscathed. It was only now that Xie Chuan could find a moment's respite. "I thought the earlier incident might leave you traumatized, perhaps even intensifying your aversion to those unruly patients." Zhou Linlin mused, reflecting on how the encounter could potentially foster resentment in Xie Chuan. While it may not be outright hatred, it would undoubtedly instill significant discontent towards those who acted so irrationally. Perhaps it might even cast a shadow over him. After all, the earlier chaos had been akin to a madman charging in with a knife, driven by rage. Fortunately, the onlookers understood that their sole hope rested on Xie Chuan. If he were harmed, not only would the other patients be deprived of care, but their lives could be in peril. Together, they managed to resolve the crisis. And Zhou Linlin released a breath of relief. "That was genuinely terrifying. I almost believed you might perish. I shudder to think of what I would do if you had been harmed." Fear gripped her heart as she recalled the harrowing scene, which replayed vividly in her mind. a relentless reminder of the ordeal. Despite Xie Chuan's calm demeanor, the individual before him remained much more anxious. "Do not dwell on it," Xie Chuan reassured her. "See? I am perfectly fine. Since I am unharmed, there is no need for such distress." His nonchalance stemmed from his current state of well-being, contrasting sharply with the lingering fear that still gripped the young woman. The mere thought of the earlier events sent tremors through her body, intensifying her dread. He glanced at his minor injuries. They were not severe, and his condition was stable. Just then, a call came through. It was Elder Zheng. "You have performed admirably. It appears your skills have significantly improved," he remarked, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his tone, reflecting on Xie Chuan's earlier display of prowess. He could not help but lavish praise upon him. Zhang had always held Xie Chuan in high regard, but today, his abilities had evidently surpassed previous expectations. As he watched the screen, he couldn't restrain his enthusiasm for Xie Chuan. Had the young man been present, Zhang would have undoubtedly embraced him with fervor, showering him with accolades. Xie Chuan, feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments, replied, "Thank you, Elder Zheng, for your kind words. However, I believe there is ample room for improvement. I aspire to become even more proficient in order to heal more patients in the future." His humility was a well-known trait to Zhang. "When might you be free? Let us arrange a meal together," Elder Zheng proposed cheerfully. "I sense you have been quite fatigued lately, and I would like to treat you to dinner. What do you think?" "Certainly," Xie Chuan replied decisively. After hanging up, Elder Zheng felt a rush of satisfaction, raising his chin slightly as he remarked, "I previously stated that Xie Chuan would never disappoint our expectations. The evidence speaks for itself. He is indeed remarkable. To encounter such a gifted individual in my lifetime is truly an honor." Elder Zheng seemed to revel in this moment, particularly in the presence of Elder Qian, who had always regarded Xie Chuan with disdain. Elder Qian had long believed that Xie Chuan's presence cast a shadow over his own disciples, instilling a sense of discontent within him. He had contemplated that if Xie Chuan were to vanish, the problem would be resolved. Yet, Xie Chuan had not disappeared. The earlier heart-stopping scene had also left him shaken. However, the thought of Xie Chuan's eventual disappearance from the world, allowing his disciples to be recognized as true geniuses, filled him with an unexplainable pride. Yet, to his dismay, Xie Chuan remained steadfast and thriving, much to his frustration. Elder Qian's expression darkened, his irritation mounting. "Have you had enough?" he snapped, trying to suppress his voice. "At your age, such antics are rather unbecoming. What is inappropriate?" Elder Zheng questioned, bewildered. Chapter 159. Kneeling in gratitude, his keen eyes scrutinized Qian Lao several times, and after a deep sigh, he inexplicably shook his head. This sequence of actions left Qian Lao utterly bewildered. He wished to speak, but with numerous onlookers present, he could only suppress the fury boiling within him. Although he felt deeply aggrieved, he chose to endure, waiting for Zhang Lao to speak so he could retaliate with fervor. Zhang Lao remained silent, merely observing him and continually sighing. In this moment, Qian Lao found himself perplexed, sensing something amiss in Zhang Lao's demeanor. He thought to himself, "What folly! We are already half immersed in the grave, potentially facing our last days, so why harbor such disdain for a young man, having lived to this age? Are you now envious of the youth? What thoughts occupy your mind?" Zhang Lao simply could not comprehend the behavior of the man before him. However, he was disinclined to engage in a quarrel, recognizing the futility of such disputes. After all, their combined ages surely exceeded 150 years. What was the point of such childish antics? "Do not drag me into this," Qian Lao retorted, displaying a hint of sarcasm. "If you can keep quiet, then do so. My warnings to Xie Chuan are merely reminders of propriety. I seek to protect his future, ensuring he retains a way out instead of blocking all his paths. At his young age, he still has a myriad of roads to traverse. If he were to plunge into despair over a single incident, it would signify the demise of a talent, jeopardizing the future of traditional Chinese medicine." On the surface, it appeared that Qian Lao was praising Xie Chuan, genuinely concerned for his safety. However, his words carried an oddly sarcastic tone. Zhang Lao, having navigated the realm of traditional Chinese medicine for many years, had encountered countless individuals like Qian Lao. While claiming to have Xie Chuan's best interests at heart, Qian Lao's remarks were laced with veiled criticism. Zhang Lao sighed at the mere sight of him, preferring to avoid further discussion. He occasionally remarked, "Enough. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. We both know each other's intentions, and I can discern whether you are genuinely concerned or merely being sarcastic." Qian Lao was unwilling to dwell on trivialities, simply wishing to avoid an unnecessary conflict over a matter so insignificant. Moreover, they were still in the midst of a public program, and such authoritative figures squabbling over Xie Chuan risked sullying his reputation with their disputes. Reluctantly, Zhang Lao ceased his engagement, while Qian Lao continued to vent his frustration. Look at you. What sort of temperament is this? I cannot praise Xie Chuan without it being an issue, nor can I refrain from doing so. Do you not realize how difficult you are becoming to please? Zhang Lao remained silent, recognizing Qian Lao's relentless pursuit for confrontation. In the face of Qian Lao's distasteful antics, Xie Chuan's gaze remained coldly indifferent, choosing not to expose him. He merely glanced at him once more, too fatigued to continue the exchange. As for Xie Chuan, the situation had nearly resolved. Many onlookers had turned their attention to him, and a thunderous applause erupted around him. A family member suddenly knelt before Xie Chuan, bowing deeply in gratitude before he could react. Overcome with emotion, the individual prepared to bow again, leaving Xie Chuan flustered. I am not dead yet. This seems rather inappropriate, he exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the crowd. With tears in his eyes, the family member expressed, in that perilous moment, had it not been for your timely intervention, I cannot fathom what would have become of my mother. I find myself at a loss for how to repay you, so I can only kneel before you in thanks. I promise to repay your kindness in the future. Given the extraordinary circumstances, he had no gift to offer Xie Chuan. Thus, bowing was his only means to convey his gratitude. Enough. Xie Chuan was never one for melodrama. After helping the man up, he brushed the dust from his knees, only to realize that his own blood had smeared onto the man's clothing. This left him feeling embarrassed. I apologize. It was unintentional. Xie Chuan felt the awkwardness settle in. His intention had been to assist, yet the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. At a loss for words, he stood there, unsure how to proceed. The family member, however, bore no ill will. You need not apologize. Your apology only adds to my embarrassment. You saved my mother. I am at a loss for how to thank you, and yet you are the one apologizing? The situation left him utterly bewildered. Chapter 160, a lack of self-awareness. He had come to express his gratitude to Xie Chuan, for it was thanks to Xie Chuan's life-saving intervention that all his problems had been resolved. Yet, as Xie Chuan turned to him, he offered a gentle reminder that left him utterly bewildered. Clutching Xie Chuan's hand tightly, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. As he looked upon Xie Chuan, admiration began to blossom within him. He revered Xie Chuan's prowess, for in his eyes, there was no one more formidable in this world. Thank you, he exclaimed. For whenever one person stepped forward, others would invariably rally to express their gratitude. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. Without you, I truly do not know how my family would have coped. A tragic accident had plunged everyone into despair, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They had thought that all hope was lost, that their loved ones were on the brink of death. Yet, at the moment Xie Chuan appeared, every dilemma was effortlessly resolved. The troubles that lay before them vanished, one after another, until they were entirely eradicated. In that moment, gratitude enveloped the air, and Xie Chuan, witnessing this scene, suddenly comprehended the reason he had chosen to save them. Perhaps it was because they understood the value of gratitude. A slight smile graced Xie Chuan's lips as he advised them. Now, you must hurry to the hospital. Your family needs you. There is no need for further expressions of thanks. He urged them to return swiftly, for the unnecessary words were superfluous. Besides, Xie Chuan, skilled in healing arts, felt that assisting them was a mere act of goodwill, at least in his perspective. Upon hearing his words, they wasted no time. They swiftly gathered their belongings and departed with utmost urgency. Before leaving, they bowed deeply to Xie Chuan. Once we have settled matters at home, I shall return to express my gratitude properly. They pledged earnestly. Indeed, we will come back. Their faces bore earnestness as they spoke, and Xie Chuan couldn't help but smile in response to their sincerity. Well, it seems all the hardships have borne sweet fruit. However, a child, bereaved of his mother, was consumed by madness. His eyes fixated on Xie Chuan with unrelenting intensity, and despite being restrained by the crowd, he spat forth words laden with venom. He despised Xie Chuan. You shall meet a wretched fate. Retribution awaits you. You will one day step outside and be struck down by a vehicle. Mark my words. I shall not let you escape easily. In his fury, he incessantly hurled threats at Xie Chuan, who remained calm and unfazed. Just moments ago, your daughter was granted a second chance at life, yet you insist on clinging to your child. This is merely your just deserts. The consequences of this situation stem solely from your own actions. Who can you blame now? Even if the authorities were to detain me, I would recount every detail to them. As for you, do not attempt to lay these unfounded accusations at my feet. Xie Chuan's stance was unwavering as he faced the man. He would not allow such baseless slander to go unchallenged. The man, taken aback by Xie Chuan's resolute words, froze in place, his embarrassment palpable. It was undeniable that Xie Chuan's assertions were valid. He was indeed behaving in a most distasteful manner. Silence. The man retorted angrily. If not for your meddling, my child would have been safe. The root of all this lies with you, the despicable one. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Fury radiated from him as he sought to shift the blame onto Xie Chuan. Observing his repugnant behavior, Xie Chuan could not suppress a roll of his eyes. What is wrong with this man? He thought, unable to hold back his disdain. Feel free to spread your falsehoods, he replied, disinterested in further debate. I have already dispatched someone to report this incident. Thereafter, do as you please, for I shall have no part in it. Xie Chuan's tone was icy, and he was unwilling to engage further with the man's loathsome conduct. At that moment, the man was seething with rage, vehemently denouncing Xie Chuan for his perceived wrongdoings. Cursing and complaining throughout, Xie Chuan merely glanced at him, for he had other pressing matters to attend to, needing to address the emergency at hand. Yet, he possessed ample evidence to substantiate his innocence. Thus, he remained unfazed, his composure unshaken by the man's presence. Your child is truly unfortunate to have you as a mother. I hope in the next life, he finds a better fate, Xie Chuan remarked softly. Advocating for the child's plight. How pitiful it was. Reflecting on the child's current tribulations, one could hardly fathom such a dire existence. A sigh escaped his lips, and the onlookers could not help but share in the collective lament. Indeed, that child was far too unfortunate to be burdened with such a mother. What a tragedy. Observing the mother's unrepentant demeanor, it was evident she continued to deflect responsibility onto Xie Chuan. The more one looked at her, the more one felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 161. It's all your fault. Women can often appear quite irrational, seemingly possessing little ability beyond their incessant shouting. The commotion caught the attention of Xie Chuan, whose gaze was rife with disdain and aversion towards the individual before him. Perhaps he deemed her mental faculties somewhat impaired. Xie Chuan found it utterly incomprehensible. You are exceedingly loud. I have no desire to converse with you. If you can manage to keep quiet, I would greatly appreciate it, he stated, perceiving the person before him as if afflicted by some grave malady. Had she any sanity, such repugnant behavior would be inconceivable. What baffled him most was her audacity to maintain her stance in light of the situation. You will not escape unscathed. You will pay dearly for this, mark my words. Her visage contorted with rage, she seemed to attribute her child's demise solely to Xie Chuan, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him. Xie Chuan merely smiled. When the police arrived, he cooperated fully, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. In contrast, the onlookers rallied to defend him, asserting that he had been attempting to save the child from the outset. Yet the mother, akin to someone who could not grasp the language of humanity, dismissed his earlier warnings as inconsequential. The chaos escalated, and witnesses reported that Xie Chuan had consistently endeavored to assist, never engaging in any reckless behavior. Some individuals, however, had chosen to ignore the advice offered. It was particularly disconcerting how, once the child was harmed, she began to hurl accusations in every direction, shifting blame with a revulsion that was almost nauseating. But that was my flesh and blood, the woman exclaimed, panic etched across her face. How could I ever wish my child harm? Of course, I want my child to be safe. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept inconsolably. I do not understand how my child ended up like this. Before Xie Chuan intervened, my child was perfectly fine, yet after his treatment, complications arose. Now, I find myself utterly helpless. Her sorrowful visage elicited sympathy, yet it bore the hallmarks of insincere crocodile tears. The crowd observed her in silence, disbelief mingling with astonishment. Xie Chuan, listening nearby, intended to assist but found her words repugnant. The mere sight of her was enough to induce a sense of nausea. Nevertheless, he recounted the entire sequence of events to the authorities, supported by surveillance footage and various live testimonies, all corroborating his honesty. The police were understandably incensed by the situation. However, they acknowledged the need for further evaluations. Upon discovering Xie Chuan's identity, the officers treated him with utmost respect. We will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure that this individual does not defame you, they assured him. Yet, the continued blame directed at him posed a troubling outlook, particularly if the forensic results were inconclusive. This revelation caused Xie Chuan to furrow his brow, realizing that his efforts to save a life had now entangled him in complications. Had he foreseen her disposition, he might have chosen to prioritize others' safety, leaving her to fend for herself. Perhaps by the time he attended to her child, medical assistance would have already arrived, sparing him from this turmoil. The situation had devolved into utter chaos, leaving Xie Chuan's expression darkened by discontent. He clearly disapproved yet remained cooperative. I simply wish to inquire, if she continues to insist that I am at fault, could I potentially face charges for negligence? His curiosity about the repercussions of his actions was palpable. The officers fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions revealing their discomfort at the predicament Xie Chuan posed. How could they possibly explain such matters? The atmosphere grew tense, and one officer gently placed a hand on Xie Chuan's shoulder. Rest assured, we stand firmly by your side. Regardless of the outcome, we will exert every effort to assist you. With numerous witnesses supporting your account, you shall be vindicated. We will not allow such individuals to slander you without consequence. Xie Chuan found solace in their words, trusting their sincerity. He had saved countless lives. It would be a travesty if he were apprehended due to this incident. Such an outcome would surely dishearten him, jeopardizing his future contributions to traditional medicine, a significant loss for the country. He resolved to stabilize the situation as best as he could. Should it be established that the child's fate had been influenced by the family's actions following his intervention, they would be held accountable. We will ensure you receive justice. We cannot permit their reckless behavior to go unchecked, an officer declared, expressing outrage at the family's shamelessness. Xie Chuan had not sought any reward upon learning of the accident. He had rushed to the scene. Even if he had not achieved any notable success, his earnest efforts to save their child warranted recognition. If everyone adopted such self-serving attitudes, who would dare to act heroically in the future? Would they all choose to remain passive observers instead? With their assurances, Xie Chuan felt a renewed sense of hope. He remained silent, preparing to exit, while the aggrieved family member raised her voice, launching into a tirade. Chapter 162. The media reporters who cannot understand human speech. What is the matter with you? Who permitted you to allow Xie Chuan to leave at this moment? Hurry and bring him back. If you do not retrieve Xie Chuan soon, do not blame me for being impolite. Xie Chuan is the culprit behind my child's death. He cannot be allowed to escape. At this point, he is still spouting insults and causing trouble. The police, unable to tolerate this any longer, rapped their knuckles on the table. What is the actual situation? We have already conducted an investigation, and now we only need to await your child's autopsy report. Once the report is released, we will ascertain whether this matter is related to Xie Chuan or if it was an error on your part as a mother that led to this tragedy. I implore you to speak the truth and refrain from fabricating stories. Should we discover that you are deliberately spreading falsehoods, we will have the right to hold you accountable. The woman trembled slightly, swallowing hard, her anxiety palpable. Terrified, she could hardly contain her fear. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to assert, as a mother, how could I possibly harm my own child? This is clearly Xie Chuan's fault. I had stated clearly that my child did not require traditional Chinese medicine. Yet he completely disregarded my words and continued to act arrogantly. My child's death is undoubtedly his doing. Why are you detaining me? You should be arresting Xie Chuan. She gestured emphatically, perceiving the police before her as utterly foolish. Instead of apprehending the truly guilty party, they allowed him to linger here for an entire day? What nonsense is this about an autopsy? She vehemently opposed it. She stood defiantly, her anger surging. I tell you, it was Xie Chuan who caused my child's death. And I shall not let him go easily. His actions are something I will pursue relentlessly, if you dare to shield such a criminal. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Just because Xie Chuan possesses some influence, does that mean he can be treated as an innocent victim? He is a human being, a living, breathing individual. How can they stand by and watch as Xie Chuan acts arrogantly, treating them like fools? She felt a deep sense of injustice, her heart filled with rage. Enough. The police, irritated by her incessant chatter, warned, we will investigate the specifics of this matter thoroughly. Once the autopsy report is released, we shall provide you with a response. Furthermore, we reiterate our previous statement. If you are maliciously slandering and attributing the blame to Xie Chuan, he has the right to hold you responsible. And you may find yourself imprisoned for 3 to 5 years. I advise you to consider the truth of this situation carefully. It is best you speak honestly and refrain from defaming those who are entirely uninvolved. Xie Chuan is rather unfortunate, having encountered such an unreasonable troublemaker. The key point is, this individual continues to defend herself with unfounded bravado. Just look at her shameless behavior, pressing forward relentlessly. Ultimately, the police's admonition made her acutely aware of her folly. Originally intending to continue accusing Xie Chuan, she obediently fell silent. Though she ceased her verbal assaults, her gaze frequently darted towards the police, and whenever their eyes met, she quickly averted her own. It was evident she felt guilty. Xie Chuan, too weary to confront her further, found her presence distasteful. After his departure, a throng of media reporters surged forward. I am quite exhausted and do not wish to grant interviews. Please seek others to interview. Xie Chuan, visibly drained, was reluctant to discuss these matters any longer. Throughout the day, he had exerted every effort to save his patients. Thankfully, a few understanding family members of patients recognized his efforts and expressed their gratitude before departing. Not everyone behaved as that woman did, incessantly spewing nonsense. May I inquire if your weariness stems from the actions of the other party, which have agitated you? Do you acknowledge that you made an error that led to the child's demise? Can you provide any explanation for the child's cause of death? Numerous media reporters, like vultures, were undeterred by Xie Chuan's evident fatigue, relentlessly pressing him with questions. The inquiries they posed caused his complexion to pale slightly. Xie Chuan fell silent for a moment, his gaze vacant as it settled on the reporters. At last, he raised his voice involuntarily. I have stated that I am utterly exhausted after this long day and have no desire to engage in further discussions with you. Can we postpone this conversation until tomorrow? For today, I simply wish to rest and do not wish to contemplate anything else. His tone rose slightly, but within moments, it softened again. He endeavored to awaken their last vestiges of compassion, attempting to persuade them. However, these reporters remained unyielding, disregarding the visibly worn-out Xie Chuan. They continued to bombard him with questions. As the inquiries persisted, his demeanor grew colder. Silence. Are you truly so vexatious? Unable to endure any further, Xie Chuan commanded them to cease their incessant chatter, wishing to be left in peace. Their voices made him feel nauseated. It was as if this group of individuals could not comprehend human speech, buzzing incessantly around him. Moreover, despite his repeated reminders, they remained oblivious, treating the situation with disdain. Would you care to explain the current state of that child? I believe you should be the most informed. However, if this situation is not of your making, why can you not provide us with a satisfactory response? When we press for answers, why does your temper flare and complaints arise? One reporter, aggressive in demeanor, posed his inquiries with a piercing gaze that made Xie Chuan feel repulsed. Xie Chuan regarded him, his expression hollow. These individuals seemed utterly incapable of understanding his words, disregarding everything he had said. With a weary smile, Xie Chuan conceded, I am truly exhausted. I have no desire to engage in further discourse with these people. Chapter 163. Finally at rest. Aspiring for fame is no easy endeavor. A barrage of sharp and scathing inquiries relentlessly bombarded Xie Chuan, who, having just saved a life, was in a state of mental exhaustion and utterly disinterested. Yet, the journalists seemed oblivious to his plight, persistently hurling questions at him, one after another. Most of their words were harsh, and even their own expressions reflected their discomfort. Xie Chuan's complexion grew pale as he faced these intentionally provocative reporters. With a calm demeanor, he replied coolly, Please save your questions until I have had a chance to rest. I truly am fatigued and wish only to recuperate. His sentiment was entirely reasonable. All he desired was a moment of respite, unwilling to engage in fruitless debates. The more they discussed, the more agitated he felt. Yet, as if unable to comprehend his words, they continued to swarm around him, refusing to relent. A chorus of dissent ensued, with questions such as, Is your reluctance to answer due to guilt? And could you possibly elucidate your silence? Their obstinacy made it clear they had no intention of letting Xie Chuan depart peacefully. Annoyed, Xie Chuan's tone shifted. Do you not understand? I said I am tired. His voice involuntarily rose, attempting to rouse whatever sense of empathy remained within them. One particularly insipid individual muttered, Is it merely a couple of questions? Why the theatrics? It was astonishing how such a person, who ought to respect a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, could display such a lack of decorum. The cameraman trailing Xie Chuan noted his exhaustion. He had countless patients awaiting treatment and had been summoned urgently to address a recent accident, resolving numerous issues in the process. Now, when he finally had a chance to rest, these oblivious reporters treated him as if he were made of steel, relentlessly pressing him further. Their actions were utterly repugnant. One would expect a modicum of decency from them, yet they behaved as if devoid of common sense. Xie Chuan was left incredulous, his silence punctuated by a gaze that conveyed his disdain. Sadly, they remained as clueless as ever, continuing their futile pursuits without a shred of awareness. Others began to voice their discontent, highlighting the media's lack of humanity in their relentless quest for sensationalism. Look at what you are doing. Can you not allow him a moment's peace? Is this truly appropriate? The crowd surrounding them grew increasingly supportive of Xie Chuan, and the reporters found themselves taken aback by the unexpected solidarity. The atmosphere shifted, leaving the journalists embarrassed, their faces betraying their discomfort. They had thought the situation was merely a consequence of Xie Chuan's demeanor, and if he had engaged them, perhaps the encounter would not have devolved into such awkwardness. Now, however, as the crowd rallied in support of Xie Chuan, the journalists faced a barrage of criticism. Their previous bravado had crumbled, leaving them feeling aggrieved and resentful. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with disapproval, and the media personnel could not shake their irritation towards Xie Chuan, whom they perceived as the source of their humiliation. Xie Chuan, indifferent to their speculations, remained focused solely on his exhaustion, longing for the solace of rest. As he departed, the journalists' expressions were a mixture of frustration and resentment, their anger simmering beneath the surface. They could only glare at him as he vanished from sight, unable to voice their discontent any further. One reporter, perhaps emboldened by a misguided sense of duty, attempted to provoke Xie Chuan again, lamenting the apparent arrogance that came with his newfound fame. With a simmering anger, he complained about the coldness of Xie Chuan's demeanor, feeling wronged by his lack of engagement. Is it unreasonable to seek a mere conversation about his experiences? Why must he treat us with such disdain? The reporter's thoughts spiraled into a tempest of frustration, convinced that Xie Chuan had strayed from his noble intentions. Predicting that soon he would be capitalizing on his fame, claiming to have saved countless lives. Such accusations were unfounded, yet the media thrived on speculation, weaving narratives without substantiation. Xie Chuan, unfairly maligned, found himself painted as a villain for simply choosing to help others willingly, grateful for the support that ultimately allowed him to escape their clutches. He sighed in relief. However, lying in bed, he struggled to find rest, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, while outside. The clamor of those who had traveled far to seek his reputed healing abilities echoed in the air. Chapter 164. Can it get any better? Who knows? Upon arriving here, I heard that Xie Chuan, exhausted and weary, had collapsed into a deep slumber. Can he truly sleep during the day? It seems to me that he simply does not wish to assist us in healing. Otherwise, how could he possibly act in such a manner? This is utterly outrageous. My child is still awaiting treatment, yet Xie Chuan chooses to sleep, effectively condemning my child to wait for death. Outside, the atmosphere is charged with fury. Everyone is vociferously condemning Xie Chuan's actions. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that he is utterly drained, having expended nearly all his energy throughout the day. After finally returning from the police station, he hoped to seize this opportunity for a much-needed rest, only to be met with a raucous crowd questioning his actions. The cacophony eventually roused Xie Chuan from his slumber. With a slight frown, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and, after checking the time, realized that barely 30 minutes had passed. The commotion outside compelled Xie Chuan to rise. What on earth is happening? He wondered, perplexed. Peering outside, he saw a throng of people rushing toward him, each displaying a degree of anger. Some even approached him, vociferously pointing fingers in accusation. What is the meaning of this? You just rest during the day? Moreover, you are a doctor. Everyone knows your stature. If you rest, who will tend to us patients? The man spoke in a mocking tone, his demeanor brimming with defiance. Gesturing animatedly, Xie Chuan, perhaps realizing that explanations would yield little fruit, he lapsed into silence. After a long day, what is so wrong with taking a moment to rest? He is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, not a deity. It is impossible for him to remain awake for 24 hours straight. The man was simply being unreasonable, unable to contain his disdain. Xie Chuan rolled his eyes at him and coldly inquired, "What is it that you need from me?" Though his voice was cool, his attitude left much to be desired. This individual exhibited a rather irritable temperament, approaching him with an air of superiority as if he were some grand figure. Moreover, there was an unmistakable sense of entitlement. Xie Chuan, not wishing to engage in a quarrel, maintained his patience. "If you have a query, could you please express it succinctly?" He suppressed his growing irritation, yearning only for a moment of peace. His eyes felt heavy, and if he did not rest soon, he genuinely feared he might collapse. In his mind, he resolved to attend to their concerns swiftly and depart as soon as possible. However, whether the crowd would cooperate was an entirely different matter. The man's expression remained grim, though it softened slightly as he leaned closer to Xie Chuan, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. "I wish to inquire about a matter of a more personal nature. What if a man encounters difficulties in that regard? Is there a remedy to enhance one's vigor?" His face lit up with excitement, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xie Chuan. This man leaned in, believing his voice to be discreet, yet it was anything but. Everyone heard him clearly. Initially, Xie Chuan anticipated a serious discussion, only to realize the nature of the inquiry was rather trivial. Observing the man's anxious demeanor, Xie Chuan deduced that he was indeed lacking in that department. How peculiar. Can such matters truly be rectified? With an unappealing appearance and a most crucial aspect resembling that of a failure, who would ever consider marrying him, especially with such a volatile temperament? I was nearly overcome with laughter at his predicament. It seemed he had brought this upon himself. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. They unabashedly mocked him, seizing every opportunity to ridicule. Meanwhile, the man appeared increasingly flustered, akin to someone caught in a scandal, casting furtive glances around him. growing ever more anxious. Are you here for consultation? If so, kindly take a seat. There is no need to lean in so closely to whisper your concerns. Xie Chuan remarked, exasperation evident on his face. The man remained visibly agitated, as this pertained to his dignity. Should this information leak, what would become of his reputation? He shot Xie Chuan an indignant glare. Unfazed by the man's attitude, Xie Chuan replied coolly, if you seek my medical assistance, then do so with courage. The man, still brimming with indignation, felt a surge of anger. His frustration boiled over, and he almost wished to throw something at Xie Chuan's head. The volatile temperament only served to draw Xie Chuan's icy gaze. Yet, the man remained oblivious to any fault in his behavior. I explicitly stated that my health is poor, and women look down upon me. What must I do to remedy this situation? He lamented, his agitation palpable as he glared once more at Xie Chuan. First, allow me to examine your health, Xie Chuan suggested, his tone laced with impatience. Reluctantly, the man acquiesced. Upon examination, Xie Chuan discovered the man to be in a state of profound weakness, rendering him nearly speechless. Abstain from smoking and drinking, should you continue. Your health will deteriorate beyond repair within a couple of years, Xie Chuan admonished, genuinely hoping to dissuade him from further folly. Yet, the irascible man shot back with a sharp glare. What do you mean by that? Must you meddle in my personal choices? I am merely here for treatment, not for you to dictate my habits. Xie Chuan maintained his composure, responding patiently, such indulgences will only exacerbate your condition. My intention in advising you against them is to facilitate your recovery and prevent further decline. Do you comprehend this? In truth, Xie Chuan was disinclined to engage in this drawn-out discussion. The man's temperament had been abrasive since their first encounter, as if the world owed him something. Chapter 165. Are you deliberately fooling me? Then I will prescribe a few more doses of traditional Chinese medicine for you to take. Consume 1 dose each day. And after a week, return here for a re-examination. What do you think? Xie Chuan observed him. Xie Chuan's demeanor had always been amicable. It was only the other party who would frequently erupt in anger. Frustrated, he said, are you intentionally trying to deceive me? His eyes were fixed on Xie Chuan. Filled with disbelief, convinced that Xie Chuan was merely toying with him. Xie Chuan. It truly required considerable effort to communicate with this man. Yet every time he opened his mouth, he spewed a barrage of unpleasant words. Prescribing medication was futile, and refusing to prescribe was equally unhelpful. He was indeed a challenging individual to deal with. Xie Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Then tell me, what must I do for you to believe me? What would satisfy you? Xie Chuan suppressed all his irritation and attempted to engage in a cordial dialogue with the man before him. Naturally, he did not wish for their interaction to end in discord. However, it seemed the man was impervious to reason. Are you asking me? Who is the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner here, you or I? I sought your expertise for my condition, hoping you could assist me. Not to have you question me on every matter. The man's frustration escalated. His tone grew particularly unpleasant as he vented his grievances. Xie Chuan's temper began to flare in response. I believe you are deliberately causing a disturbance here. You are not welcome. Please leave immediately. Patience has its limits. The man's unreasonable behavior and his apparent inability to comprehend basic communication incensed Xie Chuan. He had never been a hot-tempered person, always willing to assist those in need. But this was a different situation altogether. The other party's remarks were laced with sarcasm, which only fueled Xie Chuan's indignation. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared at Xie Chuan. I am the patient. I have come to you for help, and you dare to expel me? He gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed menacingly on Xie Chuan, as if he wished to intimidate him with sheer ferocity. The intensity of his glare was indeed unsettling. Yet, Xie Chuan remained relatively composed in the face of such behavior. I have not dismissed you. I have offered you an opportunity. Unfortunately, you appear incapable of grasping the situation. What can I do? Xie Chuan maintained his composure, not genuinely perturbed by the man's words. Such unruly behavior was not unfamiliar to him. He often encountered similar individuals. The man was clearly making a scene. Xie Chuan remained remarkably calm, unaffected by the man's antics. His tone was unhurried. I find your condition rather complex, and my abilities are limited. I am truly at a loss to assist you. I kindly suggest you seek help from someone else. Xie Chuan issued a dismissal, unwilling to engage in further pointless discourse. His words were straightforward. He had no desire to treat such a person. Initially, he had been somewhat tolerant, but the man's unreasonable demeanor had genuinely provoked Xie Chuan's ire. He was indeed a troublesome individual. For someone exhibiting such erratic behavior, Xie Chuan had no inclination to even spare him a glance. Your abilities are lacking? This was clearly an attempt to mislead him. The man refused to accept this. his anger boiling over. I tell you, you must resolve my issues today, or do not blame me for being uncivil. If my condition does not show signs of improvement, you will regret it. His demeanor was chilling as he launched a barrage of warnings. He seemed to take himself quite seriously, his words dripping with sarcasm. However, Xie Chuan had never intended to indulge him. Indeed, my capabilities are limited, and I cannot assist you. Please seek help elsewhere. Engaging in endless conversation with him was futile. He remained as obstinate as ever. Even after providing various suggestions, the man consistently conjured excuses. Collaborating with such an individual was a waste of time. And Xie Chuan had no desire to continue. If only the man could communicate reasonably, matters might have progressed smoothly. But he was incapable of such civility. The man suddenly erupted in fury. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he found himself on the verge of an explosive outburst. I see you are nothing but a charlatan. You were speaking so reasonably before, and now you refuse to continue assisting me? He was consumed by rage. His frustration boiling over, leaving him utterly exasperated. With a stormy expression, he raised his hand, intending to strike Xie Chuan across the face. Fortunately, Xie Chuan reacted swiftly. In the next moment, he seized the man's arm. What do you think you are doing? Xie Chuan glared at him with palpable disdain. This is not a lawless place. I advise you to refrain from acting impulsively. There are many witnesses here. If you act out, do you think? Xie Chuan paused for a brief moment. His gaze turning icy as it bore down on the man. Each word served as a reminder that it would be prudent to avoid further trouble. With so many onlookers present, should the man continue his reckless behavior, he might very well find himself apprehended by security. Given his meager capabilities, he would likely struggle ineffectively if he attempted to resist. The mere thought of being caught sent shivers down his spine. Realizing this, the man instinctively took a step back. Refraining from further escalation, could he truly bear the consequences of his actions? Uncertain, he understood that his current health was precarious. If Xie Chuan did not assist him, he, as a man, might face disdain from women. Recalling the derogatory remarks made by his ex-wife during their separation only fueled his anger further. Why was it that he, like any other man, felt utterly useless? He merely wished for a chance to improve his circumstances, to extend the duration of his vitality just a little longer. Yet, this aspiration felt like an unattainable luxury. Defiant and insistent, he confronted Xie Chuan. I don't care. You must do as I say now. If you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being unkind. I came to you because I know of your skills, yet you have the audacity to turn me away? What am I supposed to do if you do not assist me? And those words you uttered earlier were nothing but an elaborate deception, weren't they? Chapter 166. The unjustly accused one could easily discern from Xie Chuan's demeanor that he was deliberately attempting to mislead him. What nonsense about not understanding this matter. He was merely searching for excuses, believing him to be a fool, dismissive of his concerns. A knot of indignation tightened within him. In the face of such unreasonable provocations, Xie Chuan simply wished for him to depart swiftly. Indeed, the sooner he left, the better. Xie Chuan made a circular motion with his hand. How could this be? I am not that kind of person. I truly cannot assist with your medical condition. You must seek a specialist. This was Xie Chuan's unwavering stance, never once contemplating compromise. He had no intention of aiding the other party's treatment. The other party was taken aback, initially believing he had found a glimmer of hope, only to confront such disheartening news. He could hardly accept it. Enraged, he yearned to erupt in fury, yet the presence of others stifled his words, forcing him to swallow his retorts. Ultimately, he dared not act rashly and merely repressed his emotions, filled with resentment. I understand, then I shall take my leave. Despite harboring countless grievances, he had no choice but to exit. As he departed, he glanced back time and again, clearly reluctant to leave, unwilling to part so easily. He did not cause a scene, which took Xie Chuan by surprise. He had anticipated a tempest of complaints, perhaps a display of rage directed at him. Yet, the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. However, once the individual had left, Xie Chuan finally exhaled in relief. As long as this troublesome figure was gone, there was nothing more to be said. The other patients began to approach, presenting their various ailments, which were relatively straightforward to address. After about an hour, all their concerns were resolved. Time passed unnoticed until 6 o'clock arrived. Xie Chuan could finally close up shop. After a grueling day, he relished the opportunity to rest. The hard-earned respite invigorated his spirits. Exhausted to the bone, he had been compelled to treat other patients despite his fatigue. He was merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Wasn't it often proclaimed that everyone placed their trust in Western medicine? Wasn't it said that traditional Chinese medicine was in decline? Yet, an overwhelming number had flocked to him seeking treatment. He had long been worn out. Fortunately, he could finally enjoy some well-deserved rest, as Xie Chuan's good friend observed. He placed a reassuring hand on Xie Chuan's shoulder, clearly acknowledging his struggles. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Don't worry about a thing. If anyone comes looking for trouble, I will certainly prevent them from bothering you. As a good friend, witnessing Xie Chuan's relentless toil filled him with sympathy. How pitiful. Xie Chuan managed a forced smile, placing his hand on his friend's shoulder in return. Your words suffice. I shall take my leave to rest. If anything arises, call for me later. All right. With that, Xie Chuan retired to rest. Meanwhile, at the police station, following the autopsy findings, it was revealed that the child's mother was indeed at fault, leaving Xie Chuan unscathed. As for the child's mother, she appeared utterly stunned, likely not anticipating that her actions would be fully exposed. A look of panic crossed her face as she scrambled for excuses. This is not how it is. You are clearly fabricating tales. That is my child. How could I ever harm them? She vehemently denied the accusations, desperately hoping to convince others of her innocence. Yet, her words had lost credibility. Who would believe her? After all, she had previously shifted all blame onto Xie Chuan and continued to deflect responsibility, perhaps underestimating the forensic investigation's potential to unveil the truth. You're all clearly lying. Be quiet. I did not harm my child. How dare you despicable people make such claims? In a fit of rage, she collapsed to the ground, wailing mournfully. To the unknowing observer, one might think she had suffered a grave injustice. As for the police station, given her current demeanor, there was reasonable suspicion that she had intentionally endangered her child's life, leading to her detention. By the time Xie Chuan awoke, it was already the following day. Upon hearing the outcome, he felt no surprise. Everything was well within his control. This woman was truly despicable. Who would have thought she would resort to such treachery? Her unreasonable behavior and ignorance had led to her child's demise. Yet she had the audacity to project her guilt onto him. Thankfully, the forensic examination revealed the truth. Otherwise, he might have been misled. His friend, unable to contain his indignation, began to express his frustrations. It's infuriating. Xie Chuan, you acted with the purest intentions in saving lives. Yet some individuals shamelessly cast baseless accusations upon you. How is it that they can speak so confidently? In the eyes of his friend, Xie Chuan's unjust predicament was pitiful indeed. Xie Chuan, unfazed by the absurdity, merely shrugged. He spoke slowly, accustomed to such treatment. I have grown accustomed to this. As my reputation has flourished, I never anticipated that so many would come to me, only to present me with unfounded grievances. Xie Chuan had merely wished to honor traditional Chinese medicine, yet here he was, entangled in a web of accusations akin to a detective story. He found it utterly bewildering. Nonetheless, after reflecting, he felt a profound sense of injustice. You have truly endured much. Fortunately, the truth has surfaced, and their intentions have not succeeded. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief. These matters will surely gain traction online. Just wait. Once the situation escalates and the police impose severe penalties upon her, she will undoubtedly think twice before acting recklessly again. This was Xie Chuan's perspective, though whether the other party shared the same sentiment remained uncertain. He stood by to comfort Xie Chuan, urging him not to let his anger consume him. Chapter 167. Why should I bear the burden? Given the nature of the opponent, it is certain they will resort to every conceivable means to confront me. Xie Chuan appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such matters, displaying remarkable composure throughout the ordeal. The brother who heard this response was genuinely taken aback, unable to fathom the situation. How could this be? Wasn't he already held accountable? He had evidently caused his child's demise and was supposed to face legal repercussions. Could he truly be allowed to act with impunity under such circumstances? The brother could hardly comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was utterly shocking. His pupils trembled slightly, and for a moment, he struggled to believe the unfolding scenes before him. Moreover, Xie Chuan's words were astonishing. Was it not expected for a self-serving individual to behave in such a manner? Xie Chuan's tone was remarkably calm, seemingly unaffected by the events at hand. With a nonchalant demeanor, he spoke, Are you not concerned about potential repercussions? The brother, standing nearby, couldn't he help but feel anxious. The mere mention of the matter sent waves of tension coursing through him, tightening his expression. He hastily approached Xie Chuan. Urgency etched on his face. This is a serious matter. Should the other party truly pursue trouble, my advice is clear. You must never compromise. If you yield, the consequences could be disastrous. Any misstep could profoundly impact you and me. The brother's expression was grave, continuously offering his warnings. Yet, Xie Chuan remained indifferent, fully aware of the implications but questioning whether he truly had any leverage in the situation. His gaze lingered on his brother, harboring an internal resentment, especially towards the actions of the opposing party, which left a lasting impression on him. Just the thought ignited a furious blaze within him. How could there be such repugnant individuals in this world? At that moment, Xie Chuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. He cast a cold glance at the other party, a surge of anger swelling within him, akin to a tempestuous storm raging in his heart. Xie Chuan had exerted immense effort, striving to assist others. Yet now he found himself unjustly accused, feeling utterly desolate. His emotions were tangled, and ultimately, he became apathetic, even disinterested in discussing the matter further. Let them do as they please. I have no desire to engage any longer. Xie Chuan bore an air of world weariness, a hint of a headache evident as he quietly stepped aside. Observing this scene, the good brother approached, gently patting Xie Chuan on his shoulder. It's all right. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Although I may not be able to provide significant assistance at present, I will always do my utmost to support you. As a loyal friend, he felt compelled to offer his unwavering help when needed. Xie Chuan reciprocated with a pat on his shoulder. I appreciate your sentiment, but there's no need for concern. I am not as fragile as you might think. Besides, these are merely trifles, hardly worth being troubled over. Xie Chuan maintained an air of leisure, unrestrained by these concerns, even if he had felt discontent a moment ago. How trivial it seemed now. In the blink of an eye, his mood shifted, and all discomfort vanished like mist. The situation was as it was. To dwell on it further would be futile. What more could be done? The only option left was to accept it quietly. However, the bystanders were not pleased with what they witnessed. I truly did not expect some individuals could be so outrageous. What revolting behavior is this? How could anyone act in such a manner? Suddenly, it dawned on them that Xie Chuan's life as a traditional medicine practitioner was quite miserable, especially due to certain shameless individuals who relentlessly bullied him. Is there no one who can rise to support Xie Chuan? He is so unjustly treated. Tormented day in and day out by this group, a chorus of voices began to express their indignation. Of particular note was the woman, utterly devoid of remorse, who continued to engage in despicable and underhanded tactics. Unashamed, she never acknowledged any wrongdoing, persistently shifting all responsibility onto Xie Chuan. The police were understandably incensed by her shamelessness, having delivered stern warnings that should her behavior continue, she would face repercussions. Yet, even after such admonitions, she remained unchanged, shamelessly asserting that Xie Chuan was the true culprit and questioning why she should bear the burden of responsibility. If it weren't for Xie Chuan's meddling, how could the situation have escalated to such a point? All misfortunes stem from him. He is the architect of this chaos. I firmly believe Xie Chuan should bear the full weight of this responsibility and compensate me for my emotional distress. Her audacity knew no bounds. In response to her revolting claims, Xie Chuan fixed her with a cold, piercing gaze. I shall sue this individual. Until now, he had not intended to escalate matters and had even offered her a chance for repentance. If she ceased her actions, he would not pursue the matter further. Yet, this audacious individual continued to shift blame onto him. Xie Chuan was resolved to hold her accountable. Upon learning of his intentions, she erupted in fury, her temper flaring uncontrollably. I have stated that Xie Chuan is the true culprit. He must shoulder all responsibility. Why must I bear the burden of these unjust accusations after losing a child? Chapter 168. Embarrassment. Isn't your group a tad too ruthless? Tears streamed down his face, cascading with fervor. The poor soul appeared genuinely devastated by the loss of his child. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that his expression was, to put it plainly, feigned. Moreover, his current demeanor, everyone was too weary to comment. It was purely a charade. He had no intention of cooperating, neither at the outset nor now. From start to finish, he was intent on shifting the blame onto Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan observed his revolting antics with a detached gaze, unable to suppress a derisive smile. A mere cold smirk was enough to shatter the facade of the other, transforming his countenance into a grotesque mask. You are the one who caused my child's death. I demand blood for blood. When angered, individuals often resort to desperate measures. The man before him, with his actions and tactics, was truly unbearable to witness. Xie Chuan's gaze fell upon him with indifference. After a brief glance, he deemed the man a nuisance. I shall bring this individual to justice. The police station was fully cooperative with Xie Chuan. In light of the woman's revolting behavior, everyone rallied in support of Xie Chuan, expressing their outrage at the man's conduct. How can anyone engage in such repugnant actions? It was only later that they realized the opposing child had been born with physical issues. As for the woman, she had long sought to abandon her child, only restrained by circumstance. And he had been deluded into believing he could discard the child. It was only following the recent accident that he recognized his opportunity. Thus, he began to rack his brain, desperately scheming. Who could have anticipated the terrifying turn of events? With the coroner's involvement, all his hopes were dashed. Initially, he intended to exploit Xie Chuan, yet now the man was pursuing him for accountability. What could he possibly do? In his frantic state, he sought excuses, appearing utterly deranged. From beginning to end, he could do nothing but resort to those vile tricks, utterly ineffective. Xie Chuan was determined to hold him accountable for his actions. The man, likely consumed by regret, would have to bear the consequences of his deeds. Despite his inner turmoil, he could only grit his teeth and carry on. This fellow had ultimately ruined his future. Xie Chuan cast a disdainful glance at him, unwilling to engage in further discourse. Particularly thereafter, Xie Chuan entrusted all matters to his attorney. The lawyer, well versed in the intricacies of the situation, was merely there to assist in resolving a host of issues. Thus far, everything remained unproblematic. As for certain individuals, due to his despicable conduct, they swiftly condemned him, expressing a strong desire to see him face justice. The lawyer assisting him bore an immense weight of pressure. However, in the realm of law, they perceived neither good nor evil. Their sole obligation was to exert every effort in aiding their client, regardless of the heinous deeds committed, even if they held significant objections. The course of events had already been set, and they were compelled to act with diligence and precision. As for Xie Chuan, he soon redirected his attention to other patients in need of his care. With Xie Chuan's assistance, many experienced relief from their ailments, previously in excruciating despair. They gradually found solace, contrasting starkly with their earlier hopelessness. In the eyes of the onlookers, Xie Chuan resembled a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, wielding remarkable prowess. With a reputation rapidly ascending, individuals flocked to him, increasingly seeking his help to resolve their issues. For them, Xie Chuan's presence had become their final lifeline. Foreigners also began to seek his assistance. Should you choose to join our nation, rest assured, we shall not neglect your entitlements. We will go to great lengths to ensure you attain the highest authority. Whatever you desire, we will strive to provide. What are your thoughts? Before him stood a man from Huagua, boldly declaring such propositions in pursuit of personal gain. Yet, Xie Chuan remained unmoved by his words, his gaze chillingly fixed upon him. Scrutinizing him intently, the man felt a disconcerting unease under Xie Chuan's penetrating stare, momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by this? Why are you staring at me so oddly? He was perplexed, his mind buzzing, struggling to comprehend the situation. From your accent, it is evident you are not a foreigner, implying your true identity is that of a Huan. He casually broached the subject, his gaze scrutinizing the man before him with utmost seriousness. The other paused, bewildered as to why the man had broached such a topic. In his view, it was utterly nonsensical, leaving him at a loss regarding Xie Chuan's intent. What exactly are you trying to convey? He asked, furrowing his brow, fixating on Xie Chuan with a hint of indignation. I find your behavior rather inappropriate. Inappropriate? Xie Chuan could not suppress a cold laugh. May I inquire how my actions are deemed inappropriate? You, a fellow Warren, should recognize the significance of traditional Chinese medicine to our people. Yet, you unhesitatingly choose to aid foreigners. This is truly beyond my expectations. Your recent actions have left me utterly astonished. As Xie Chuan's gaze bore into him, his words rendered the man speechless. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet Xie Chuan chose not to dwell on his discomfort and refrained from continuing the discussion. Chapter 169. Do not overstep your bounds. You are one of us from Hua country. There are some matters I shall not express too bluntly. Yet I hope you can exercise some restraint. Xie Chuan cast an angry gaze at the individual before him, his warnings intended to prompt caution, but not to the point of overstepping boundaries. As a citizen of Hua country, it would suffice if we merely refrained from mutual assistance. How could one resort to clandestine dealings behind our backs? I must say, the person before me is utterly repugnant. The individual's expression stiffened slightly, as he had not anticipated Xie Chuan would so swiftly unveil his true identity. To be publicly belittled was a feeling that naturally left him displeased. However, he maintained a facade of composure, insisting that this was a private matter, one that Xie Chuan should not mention inexplicably. Moreover, regardless of my actions, they merely stem from a desire to provide for my family. There is no ulterior motive. How is it that in your words, my actions are laden with so many issues? With a faint smile adorning his face, he gazed at Xie Chuan with a semblance of sincerity, though internally he felt a twinge of indignation. He had initially believed Xie Chuan to be unapproachable, yet was taken aback that Xie Chuan would pursue these matters. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, harboring a multitude of grievances that he could no longer suppress. Thus, he chose to voice numerous reminders in front of Xie Chuan, urging him to reconsider his stance in the future. Yet, Xie Chuan was not one to yield to his trifling words, nor did he intend to compromise with the individual before him. Who does not need to provide for their family? Xie Chuan scoffed, his gaze coldly fixed upon him, betraying his unabashed disdain. The other man faltered momentarily, his expression tinged with embarrassment. However, I cannot accept your means of providing for your family. And I have made it abundantly clear from the outset that I will never collude with your ilk. Do not harbor such expectations, especially regarding this matter. I advise you not to overthink it. Xie Chuan's lips curled into a derisive smile as he unhesitatingly exposed the man's true nature, wishing only for him to abandon his delusions. The man was visibly reluctant. Are you certain you cannot reconsider? This opportunity is rare, and I believe this is the last resort. Should you choose to join us, a future of wealth and prosperity awaits you. Is that not appealing? Pray tell. Why must you refuse at this moment? He attempted to persuade Xie Chuan, hoping he would give the situation another thought. Yet, Xie Chuan remained resolute in his refusal. Xie Chuan coldly regarded him, stating that there was no room for negotiation. Let us conclude this matter here. I cannot agree to your proposals. Furthermore, as a citizen of Hua country, I hope you consider the interests of our nation as traditional medicine, rather than hastily wishing to draw me into another country simply because I possess certain capabilities. To me, wealth holds little allure. Hence, I remain unmoved, because I am unperturbed. I cannot compromise or acquiesce to your conditions. I hope you understand. Xie Chuan reiterated, warning the man not to indulge in futile fantasies. He had previously made it abundantly clear that he would never consent to such dealings, yet these individuals seemed incapable of retaining his words in their minds. Thus, one cannot blame Xie Chuan for his lack of compassion. The man's countenance darkened instantly, frustration boiling within him as he fixed his gaze upon Xie Chuan. I implore you to reconsider. My suggestions are truly commendable. I hope you will cease your inner turmoil, refrain from further rejection, and decisively accept my proposal. Each word he uttered was laced with earnestness, as he continued to hope for Xie Chuan's compliance. Upon hearing this, Xie Chuan shot him a piercing glance. This man clearly had not absorbed Xie Chuan's earlier sentiments, otherwise, he would not be so oblivious. Faced with this abhorrent display of behavior, Xie Chuan could no longer contain himself and let out a cold laugh. Accompanied by Xie Chuan's indifferent gaze, the man appeared flustered, a wave of fear washing over him. He instinctively averted his eyes, as if guilty of a crime. Xie Chuan regarded him sternly. You are not welcome here, so if you can leave, do so promptly. Do not provoke my ire, for I possess a rather volatile temperament. Should you persist, I will have no choice but to resort to other means to deal with you. Xie Chuan's patience had its limits. Confronted with this ungrateful individual, who incessantly reminded him, Xie Chuan resolved to pursue the matter relentlessly. The man was indeed frightened, particularly by Xie Chuan's ominous words, which sent shivers down his spine. Overcome with dread, he swallowed hard and feigned calmness, muttering, Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall not press for a compromise. Should you wish to reach out, I remain available at any time. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to assist you. He cast a furtive glance at Xie Chuan, only to find his expression unchanged, prompting a desire to escape. As long as he could leave this place, he would not be held accountable for his actions. With that thought, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated Xie Chuan's temper to be so volatile. While a refusal was one thing, the disdainful tone and pointed manner of approach left him feeling quite exasperated. Thus, he had no choice but to relent. As he walked away, he cast an especially odd glare at Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan, unwilling to be outdone, shot him a sharp look in return, cautioning him against any reckless behavior. The man departed reluctantly, glancing back repeatedly, hoping Xie Chuan would reconsider. However, Xie Chuan showed no inclination to entertain the notion. Ultimately, Xie Chuan watched as the man completely exited his life. Prior to that moment, Xie Chuan felt particularly irritable, especially considering the man's actions. He had never expected such a multitude of troublesome individuals would seek to recruit him into their so-called nation. Why would one wish to join? Xie Chuan found it incomprehensible and was disinclined to ponder further. He perceived them as having flawed reasoning, which was precisely why he refused to become entangled with them. Chapter 170. Discussing with the director, Xie Chuan firmly established his principles from the outset, resolutely standing by the position of Huagua. Regardless of what transpires in the future, even if all the bones in his legs were to be shattered, he would not waver in the decisions he has made. Presently, as various temptations were cast before him, Xie Chuan remained unmoved, entirely unaffected by these overtures. To him, relinquishing the last vestige of his principles would herald a descent into a life devoid of integrity, where anything could be justified. At that juncture, regret would be futile. To be candid, Xie Chuan finds such individuals particularly irksome. He had clearly articulated his principles from the beginning, declaring that he would never compromise his values, nor acquiesce to their unreasonable demands. The notion of abandoning Huagua to join another country was something he could never entertain. Yet, there are always those few who, like a pestilent presence, insist on intruding upon his space, engaging in repugnant behaviors without the slightest awareness of their impropriety. Xie Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to admonish them, but it was as if they were impervious to reason, repeatedly testing his limits in a most deliberate fashion. In the present moment, while Xie Chuan maintained a semblance of composure, a persistent few continued to approach him, inundating him with trivialities. The sheer absurdity of it all left him at a loss for words. How could there be so many miscreants in their country? He turned to the cameraman capturing the scene beside him. The recent encounter had been fully recorded, although the cameraman had wisely refrained from including the faces of those whose intentions were clearly malevolent. Contemplating Xie Chuan's dilemma and his evident distress, the cameraman thoughtfully considered the situation. He ventured, perhaps our nation is simply too populous, leading to the inevitable presence of a few bad apples among the multitude. Additionally, certain individuals may engage in despicable actions due to their upbringing or inherent character flaws. We, however, adhere to our principles and refuse to compromise, while they perceive no issue in their conduct. The cameraman's insights prompted Xie Chuan to reflect deeply. He recognized the truth in his words. Indeed, their country harbored a vast population, and with it, a plethora of wayward souls. These individuals would stoop to any depths to fulfill their desires, indifferent to any ethical considerations, as long as they could attain their goals. However, Xie Chuan and his ilk were different. They held steadfast to their principles, unwilling to engage in the sordid machinations that others so readily embraced. Benefiting from this revelation, Xie Chuan expressed his frustration, remarking on the audacity of these persistent individuals who disregarded his unequivocal rejections, returning time and again to pester him with their trivial pursuits. Their greed, it seemed, drove them to seek from him what they had no right to demand. The thought that, should he acquiesce, they might profit handsomely from his goodwill left him feeling repulsed. Their insatiable avarice was striking. They yearned for that which they did not deserve. As long as one is true to oneself and impervious to the allure of their words, that is sufficient. The rest is inconsequential. Want it not to descend to their level. The cameraman articulated this notion simply, yet it highlighted how Xie Chuan had overcomplicated the matter. Their incessant pursuit had undoubtedly placed considerable psychological pressure on him, causing him to grapple with the absurdity of their actions. Xie Chuan often found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of thoughts, unable to discern the rationale behind their behavior. He was aware that his reactions were unwarranted, yet in moments of desperation, irritation could lead to uncharacteristic behavior. Sensing his turmoil, the cameraman suggested, "How about we arrange for the production team to conduct a thorough vetting? If any private matters arise, they must seek your approval before proceeding. Otherwise, it should only pertain to necessary consultations." The cameraman, clearly acting on his own initiative, recognized the impropriety of his suggestion but felt cornered by the circumstances. His gaze fixed intently on Xie Chuan, he awaited his response. Xie Chuan readily acquiesced, expressing gratitude for the cameraman's willingness to discuss this with the director. In recent days, following Xie Chuan's demonstrations of his exceptional skills in traditional medicine, a slew of opportunists had eagerly approached him, despite their awareness of the impropriety of their actions. This relentless barrage was maddening. They were unyielding, frequently intruding upon his time, and even resorting to phone harassment. Xie Chuan contemplated severing ties or changing his contact information, knowing full well that similar issues would likely resurface. Thus, he endeavored to mitigate the situation as best he could, prepared to devise alternative solutions if necessary. Ultimately, he was unwilling to engage in further pointless discussions with those individuals, feeling that such exchanges merely squandered his time and risked giving them the impression that he might entertain their proposals. Very well, I shall immediately speak with the director, he resolved. Chapter 171. Catastrophe on the director's side. Even though he was reluctant, he ultimately had to concede. He stated emphatically that from now on, no one was permitted to trouble Xie Chuan, especially those vile individuals who schemed day and night to entice Xie Chuan into joining other nations, thereby undermining the flourishing of Zhejiang traditional medicine. Their existence epitomized the most repugnant and insidious elements of this world. Following this announcement, many were deterred. Although they had previously orchestrated numerous plots, they had not anticipated Xie Chuan's resolute rejection. Furthermore, he had never intended to offer them any opportunity. This left many feeling incensed. And after encountering this situation, they found themselves utterly powerless. The events unfolded as smoothly as one could imagine. all discord dissipated, allowing Xie Chuan to attend to his patients without hindrance. One day, a woman arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing Xie Chuan, she slightly lowered her gaze, her shyness unmistakable. Xie Chuan inquired, "May I ask if you have come here for a specific matter, or perhaps to seek treatment?" His duty was to assist those in need of medical care. However, as he observed the woman before him, he instinctively placed a hand on his chest and lowered his gaze. "I indeed have a matter," she admitted, casting a furtive glance at Xie Chuan, her embarrassment becoming even more apparent. Xie Chuan pondered why he felt that her visit was not merely for medical assistance, but rather bore ulterior motives. "If you are not experiencing any significant discomfort, I kindly request that you return." He was not inclined to engage in meaningless dialogue or entertain frivolities. He simply wished for her to leave, preferably as far away as possible. Yet the woman, blushing profusely, insisted, "I truly have an ailment. It is a condition that causes me to inexplicably become infatuated upon encountering a man. I desperately wish to control it, but I simply cannot." The girl expressed her despair, revealing that this had been her plight time and again. "Whenever I see a man, even one who is decidedly unattractive, I am overwhelmed with shyness. Just as I am now, regardless of my attempts to suppress it. For the past half-month, I have suffered immensely, trying every conceivable method to resolve this. Yet to no avail." Xie Chuan was taken aback. "How long have you been experiencing these symptoms?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. The young woman reflected for a moment. "Perhaps for about 6 months. It feels as though I have been forcibly rendered foolish, no matter how unattractive the man may be. I find myself blushing and unable to control my reactions." She recounted her torment over the past 6 months, during which she had sought medical attention only to find no physical issues. This was indeed perplexing. If her body was devoid of any problems, why then had she developed such an overwhelming attraction to men? Despite her earnest efforts to restrain herself, the situation had severely disrupted her life, compelling her to resign from her job. She came to Xie Chuan in hopes of alleviating her condition, feeling increasingly despondent as each day passed without improvement. "So, you have inexplicably developed an attraction to men for the past 6 months, even when you do not genuinely like them. Your body produces hormones that compel you to behave in ways you cannot control?" Xie Chuan had never encountered such a peculiar ailment before, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Not only was he perplexed, but the comments from others also indicated that they too found this situation hard to believe. Some speculated that she was merely attempting to deceive them, questioning the credibility of her claims. A consensus emerged among the onlookers that they could not fathom the legitimacy of her condition. "Perhaps they are just trying to mislead us," one remarked, while another pointed out that Xie Chuan's good looks made such attraction entirely plausible. Amidst this chaotic discourse, Xie Chuan's gaze fell upon the young woman before him. "Aside from this predicament, do you have any other concerns?" he inquired, genuinely puzzled. "No," she replied. "My greatest distress lies in the fact that it is not merely handsome men who provoke this reaction. Even when faced with an exceptionally unattractive man, I find myself unable to resist the urge to swoon. No matter how hard I strive to control this, it remains unyielding. The situation has become intolerable. I truly feel trapped, which is why I sought your help. Had she not felt utterly cornered, she would never have considered resigning from her job." Now, all her hopes rested upon Xie Chuan. If he could not resolve her plight, she feared she would be utterly lost. Chapter 172. The allure of all ages. A young girl often finds herself misunderstood, with others mistakenly believing she harbors romantic feelings for them. This predicament is undeniably awkward. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she attracts individuals of all ages and appearances, handsome suitors, and those far less appealing alike. As a woman, these past 6 months have burdened her with an abundance of unnecessary troubles. Her heart aches, yearning for Xie Chuan to assist her in resolving her plight. If this issue remains unaddressed, it could spell disaster. With a face full of earnestness, she gazes at Xie Chuan, gripping his hand with desperation, pleading for his help. "I cannot continue like this. If this persists, how shall I endure my life? She has suffered enough." And the thought of her situation worsening fills her with dread. Tears begin to cascade down her cheeks as despair envelopes her. Should there be a feasible solution? She would not find herself in such a wretched state. Yet, she feels utterly powerless, watching her circumstances spiral out of control, day in and day out. She feels as if she is a lovesick fool, shamelessly chasing after men. Fortunately, she had managed to save some money, enabling her to resign from her job and retreat to the solitude of home, thereby minimizing contact with the outside world. However, certain unavoidable situations necessitate her departure. Each time she steps out, her troubles resurface. Just recently, she was mistaken for a madwoman, leading to a police intervention, and it seems someone recorded her earlier episode. It is likely that footage of her distress is now circulating online, leaving her visage utterly exposed. She is overwhelmed with despair, feeling as though she has plummeted into an abyss. Despite her earnest efforts to alleviate her predicament, she feels powerless to effect any change. Ultimately, she seeks out Xie Chuan in hopes of salvation. This affliction she bears seems exceedingly rare, with no medical literature documenting such a condition. Additionally, she has recently encountered a video online featuring a girl harassing an elderly man, which bears an uncanny resemblance to her own situation. Could this indeed be her? As she watches the video, she is convinced it depicts the very girl who came seeking Xie Chuan's assistance. The man in the video is grotesquely unattractive. Could it be that her condition has driven her to such depths? Is it not possible that she feigns illness, driven solely by selfish desires? She suspects that her current demeanor is merely an act for public consumption, urging others not to be easily deceived. While some may perceive her tears as a performance, Xie Chuan finds himself equally at a loss. He likely never anticipated encountering such a scenario. Observing the furrowed brow of Xie Chuan, the girl's sobs intensify as she chokes out, "Even as a practitioner of traditional medicine, you cannot help me?" The implication is clear. She feels utterly helpless. The thought of her future spiraling into despair amplifies her anguish and hopelessness. She longs for improvement, yearning for Xie Chuan to possess the means to resolve her dilemma. Yet, his silence suggests that her hopes of recovery are slim. The prospect of her situation being publicized online terrifies her. She imagines the judgmental glances she will endure from those who misunderstand her plight. The mere thought of facing others fills her with dread. Witnessing her distress, Xie Chuan reassures her, "I am currently devising a plan to alleviate your condition, but I cannot guarantee a solution in front of you. Your case is particularly unique, and thus I cannot make any promises." Upon hearing his words, disbelief washes over her. "Is it truly possible for me to find salvation?" she asks, clutching his hand tightly. Her heart filled with a flicker of hope. Simultaneously, she yearns for her health to improve swiftly, rather than deteriorate further. Xie Chuan nods, stating, "I can confidently assure you that there is at least a 60% chance of resolving your issue, but I must caution you not to become overly anxious. Your impatience may hinder progress. Additionally, I must inform you that my treatment methods may cause you to feel repulsed by men in the future." Xie Chuan realizes the potential unorthodoxy of his approach, yet he finds himself devoid of alternatives. After consulting the system, which also offered no assistance, he resolves to employ his ingenuity to help the girl before him. Without hesitation, she agrees. "No problem. As long as I don't find myself infatuated with men again, I can accept anything. Whether I can have a normal attraction to men in the future is secondary. I simply wish to lead a normal life, free from the torment of the past 6 months. If this continues, I fear my mental state may shatter, and I cannot allow that to happen. I must warn you that the treatment process may be somewhat unpleasant, so I hope you can be understanding. Furthermore, what behaviors do you find most intolerable?" Xie Chuan smirks, his expression somewhat mischievous. The girl, slightly puzzled, proceeds to divulge her dislikes. "Tonight, you should rest at a hotel. Come back tomorrow, and I will assist you with your treatment. Is that truly feasible?" she questions, still harboring doubts about the reliability of Xie Chuan's proposed methods. Chapter 173. The desire for rest. Xie Chuan could now confidently assure him that everything would be fine. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you." The thought that his problems would soon be resolved filled him with genuine joy, easing the tension within him. However, he remained unaware of the manner in which Xie Chuan would act the following day, a method that would evoke disdain towards men in him. Unbeknownst to him, a gathering of men had formed outside, likely drawn by the live broadcast. They scrutinized him with greedy eyes, their gaze shamelessly roving over his attractive figure, causing him profound discomfort. Within him surged an uncontrollable force, an inexplicable excitement at the sight of those men, compelling him to approach them despite their unsightly appearances. He felt a wave of nausea, yet emotionally, it was as if he were being coerced towards them. In that moment of despair, he never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Just as he thought he might truly approach those men with ambiguous intentions, Xie Chuan suddenly appeared before him, grasping his collar. "Where do you think you're going?" Xie Chuan's words were calm yet firm, reminding him, "Do you wish to compromise your integrity? Or are you prepared to witness your virtue being tarnished?" Upon seeing Xie Chuan, hope ignited within him. "Help me," he pleaded, his legs betraying him as his heart screamed to flee. Xie Chuan's gaze swept over the group of men, questioning their intentions. "What do you seek here? Are you merely spectators, or do you harbor ulterior motives?" He had no desire to expose their true nature. The sight of these loathsome individuals was enough to sicken him. Realizing their intentions had been unveiled, the men shot Xie Chuan resentful glares, feeling thwarted in their schemes. They hastily retreated, unwilling to linger under the scrutiny of the cameras. The young girl, filled with gratitude, expressed her relief. "Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." Xie Chuan had effectively resolved a significant issue, and the weight on her heart lifted considerably. Yet, new concerns arose. As they walked towards a nearby hotel, the likelihood of encountering men loomed large. If Xie Chuan accompanied her, safety was still a question, for he too was a man. Would he be able to restrain himself? A female staff member volunteered. "I'll take her to the hotel next door." Two staff members stepped forward, escorting the young girl while assigning a female bodyguard to ensure her safety. With this arrangement made, Xie Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Why was he burdened with so many responsibilities? He felt a sense of danger and was grateful for the bodyguard's presence, knowing the girl could have easily been misled. The live broadcast meant that all viewers were privy to the unfolding events, and Xie Chuan worried about the more unscrupulous men who might lurk in shadows. Hoping to seize the opportunity presented by the girl's beauty and charm. She was indeed a striking figure, her demeanor exuding warmth, which in the eyes of many men painted her as an ideal partner. The thought of possessing such a woman would surely lead to indulgent fantasies. The production team shared his concerns, fearing the girl might fall victim to predatory men. Consequently, they arranged for additional female bodyguards to safeguard her. Now, all that remained was to see if Xie Chuan could treat the ailments afflicting the girl. If successful, he hoped to instill in her a lasting aversion to men, unless they approached with utmost forcefulness, rendering ordinary men unable to draw near. After resolving these matters, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. They awaited the next day with bated breath, confident that it would bring clarity and resolution. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan contemplated his own challenges. He meticulously examined other patients, finding their issues to be minor inconveniences, which he swiftly addressed. In the course of his recent treatments for complex ailments, he had received numerous rewards from the system, enhancing his medical prowess and even allowing him to delve into psychology. He could discern others' intentions through their expressions and movements. However, as his abilities grew, he found himself confined to this incessant cycle of examinations, prompting a desire to venture outside and enjoy a reprieve. After all, he deserved a break from the relentless demands of his work.